No matter how good you are at the wrestling, you are at the mercy of those in charge. I mean, even if you are Stone Cold Steve Austin, if you get told your gimmick is a fish who has transformed into a human and is now searching for their salmon family, well, it ain't gonna go well. Some individuals can recover from this, but the majority get totally murked. So prepare yourself, my friends. This is 10 moments wrestlers never recovered from. Number 10, Lance Storm is boring. Now this one annoys me, because it's not true at all. If you do listen to Lance Storm these days, that guy is so smart, holding wrestling accountable in a way few others do. You don't have to agree with his take, but it's always a fascinating insight, and will give you an interesting angle on many current stories. Maybe this is why in 2003, Vince McMahon thought it would be a great idea to sort of bury this dude. It's total speculation on my end, but I guess Storm may have come up with some logical plot holes, and management didn't like it. So halfway through his match with Garrison Cade, the general manager Steve Austin walked out with a pillow and pretended to fall asleep. Yep, this was boring, apparently. I can only assume the plan was for fans to think the same, but this wasn't accurate. Storm was excellent bell to bell, and somebody we can all learn from. You don't start a successful wrestling school because you suck. It also felt like WWE wanted you to change the channel when he was on TV, which is not the idea, and surprise, surprise, this didn't help him at all. Lance retired in 2004, so never really got a chance to put this right. He deserved that opportunity. Guy is really underrated. Number 9, Rick Bogner is Razor Ramon. I mean, nobody could have survived this. You turn up to work and get told you have to pretend to be somebody else. You're done for. This was Vince McMahon's attempt to flip off Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, who had gone to WCW because he did indeed own the copyright on their characters. So screw those guys. He was sure that anybody could do it. We also had a heel Jim Ross introduce them, which was even more confusing, and at the same time, we trolled the audience. He actually pretended that the original Razor and Diesel were coming back. My word. This was such a disaster, even Vince realized he made an error and cut it short, with Bogner's last WW appearance coming at the 1997 Royal Rumble. He wasn't in it for very long and was out the company overall soon after. Never really got a chance on a major stage to show what he could actually do as himself. Ridiculous. Number 8, Anthony Ogogo's weigh-in. Now, I don't think this one was as bad as we made out. It didn't go to plan, and in hindsight could have been done better, but it was mostly ill-advised as opposed to terrible. Felt like some people went way over the top. To be fair, however, Ogogo himself in an interview did call it flubbing dog shib, so maybe I'm being too nice, and he was right in the sense the 2021 segment lacked action. We focused more on the weigh-in when really, Anthony should have gone screw that, smacked Cody Rhodes right in the face. When Paul White started to struggle with the scales though, this just went on and on. Why we didn't just make up a number, I don't know. It's wrestling. You can say whatever you want. We likely should have had Ogogo win at the Double or Nothing match too, but sadly soon after, the former boxer wasn't featured as much, and that's silly. Because I've seen this dude up close and personal, so let's hope 2024 is the year for him. All he needs is another opportunity, and I tell you, man will fly. Number 7, Keith Bearcat Lee. I still don't get this, and it was years ago. It was like we hired Keith Lee to not be Keith Lee. It's like getting mad at me when I turned up bald. What were you expecting? It began on the 27th of September 2021 Raw, though, when Keith had a match with Tozawa and squashed him as the Bearcat. Everybody double took when he was announced that way. What was happening? He was allowed to keep wrecking falls for a while, but once again it was clear he'd been told to tone it down. Not one person told us why this was his gimmick now. There was no reasoning at all. WWE soon realized the error of their ways and slowed things right down. Rather than make it right, they let Keith go in November. It was just stupid. Very sadly, soon afterwards, Lee suffered some serious health issues, so hopefully today he is doing better. That's all that really matters. Wrestling will always be secondary to somebody's well-being. But that said, we should not have done any of this. Number 6, Rikishi did it for The Rock. Excuse me, Da Rock. This was all-time nonsense. It's a shame, as the Who Ran Over Steve Austin storyline was actually quite intriguing, and picking Rikishi wasn't the worst idea. The man was super over, and you know what they say, if you turn heel when you have all the momentum as a good guy, sometimes it works perfectly. This was not one of those times. It was just a lack of justification, because Big Keish kept telling us he did it for Da Rock. But why did he do it for Da Rock? This was in 2000, and I still don't know. If you do actually watch the Raws from this period too, for a small time, WWE hinted this could be racially motivated, before realizing that was a very bad idea, when they threw it out the window and put the blame on Triple H instead. Come on. It left Rikishi in the worst position because we took the focus off the man, and he was just hanging out in limbo. He was sort of a heel, but also not. Panicking, the powers that be then tried to make him the fun-loving dancing dude again, but they ruined that too. This was so poorly thought out. It never got back to where it was, and really we should have just sat down and figured this out. We didn't. You know the rest. Number 5, the Shockmaster stumbles. So, you will be hard-pushed to find a character that died as quickly as this. By my takings, it was less than 5 seconds. Incredible. It has become part of wrestling folklore now, though, because yep, when Fred Ottman tried to smash through a wall in his new gimmick, he tripped over some flooring he didn't see. It looked so ridiculous, the British Bulldog couldn't stop laughing. Even if we had gotten away with this, the Shockmaster was still just going to be a big dude wearing a sparkly Stormtrooper helmet. And what was that? Surely they were going to get sued by Star Wars. There was no coming back from this, although WCW did try and rebook him as a bumbling fool, but that was never going to work. You can't reclaim the joke. It meant we just ended it in a matter of weeks, although fair play to the former Typhoon. He still travels the convention circuit today making money off this. And there's a nice ending to the tale. Number 4, Medusa bins the WWF Women's title. In terms of shocking TV, this is right up there. If you were flicking between Raw and Nitro back in the day and saw Medusa on WCW TV drop a WWF title in the bin, well, you lost it. It felt like a war. Medusa herself has talked about how this derailed her career, because once World Championship Wrestling was gone, she had no home. McMahon was so offended by this, he never invited her back. It's not like WCW used her all that well either, and thankfully she did get a Hall of Fame nod in 2015. But what did Alundra Blaze have to talk about then, though? This incident? It just took over. I suppose you can argue that it was so momentous that it will stand the test of time. Still not all that sure it was a great idea, mine. Number 3, Dr. Death loses it all in the Brawl for All. It does feel like somebody new learns about this every day, so yes, the Brawl for All was a stupid idea because it was shoot fighting in a predetermined world, which just told you everything else on the card was worked. It was so short-sighted. The whole plan, though, was to turn Dr. Death Steve Williams into a real killer so he could feud with one Steve Austin. And that's fine on paper, but again, this was 2 people legit trying to hurt each other. You never know what could happen. So when Williams hurt his hamstring mid-scrap, one Bart Gunn and his boxing background exploited this and knocked Steve out bad. I mean, it was kind of a mauling. It took any program with Stone Cold off the table because he had been beaten so badly, Dr. Death couldn't portray himself as a tough guy he'd made a career out of. What were we thinking? It didn't help Bart either, who got tonked at WrestleMania by pro boxer Butterbean. So in the future, if you want to book a brawler, just let them win matches. You do have that power, for goodness sake. Number 2, Bret Hart leaves the WWF. The more you read into it, it really does feel like Bret Hart didn't have a choice. Vince McMahon had told him he wasn't going to live up to the terms of his contract, and that he should take the WCW offer that was on the table. Not going to do much for your confidence, is it? It also followed the Montreal screw job, which was a horrible situation, but even then, it was the hottest thing in wrestling, and WCW could have capitalized on this if they wanted to. They did not. Instead, the Hitman arrived as a referee in the Hulk Hogan Sting World title match, and from there, we had no idea what to do with Bret. I'm sure backstage politics played a role, but this was so dumb. Everybody wanted to see what Hart was going to do. Very sadly, Bret then got injured as his career came to an end. That was not fitting of such a legend. Yeah, it kind of sucked. Didn't take away from what he achieved, however. The man just deserved better. Number 1, Vader irks Shawn Michaels. If you've ever wondered why there's a lot of stories about Shawn Michaels version 1, here you go. At SummerSlam 1996, the WWF decided Vader would be a great opponent for HBK because Vader was a killer. Every promotion he'd ever worked in, he wrecked fools, so fans believed the hype. A large reason for this is because the real-life Leon White would work quite snug, however. And do you know who didn't like that? Shawn Michaels. If you go and watch this now, you can see the Heartbreak Kid audibly chastising him. And after the match was done, apparently Michael stormed backstage and said as far as he was concerned, Vader was done. He was right. Somehow he got in the ear of management, and within 2 years, Vader had been reduced to walking out on television and telling the audience he was nothing but a fat piece of shit. Yep. That's what we had him say. Once he left, everybody agreed this was the worst version of the character, when thankfully he was able to revive his career by going back to what he had been doing beforehand, ruining folk. When it does come to the WWF, however, yeah, that was done. We never really got the Vader that we wanted.
From choosing to recruit a specific member as a way of avoiding throwing down with them again, to scheduling surgery just before a career-halting squash. I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 8 genius ways wrestlers got out of terrible matches. Number 8, Brian Pillman has surgery to get out of Hulk Hogan squashing him. As 1995 rolled into 1996, Brian Pillman was quickly growing into one of the hottest and most intriguing acts in all of wrestling. His loose cannon gimmick was incredibly captivating, with fans unsure about what in the hell the unstable performer would do next, as he blurred the lines between kayfabe and reality. And with the WCW star's rise being pretty hard to ignore, it inevitably caught the attention of a certain blonde-haired icon known for dropping the leg, brother. Coming into WCW Uncensored 1996, the original plan was seemingly to have 9 heels face off against Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage in a doomsday cage match, instead of the eventual 8 the Mega Powers actually fought. Pillman would have been one of these villains that the Hulkster ultimately conquered on the night, a move that likely wouldn't have done that edgy new gimmick much good at the time. So as Dave Meltzer would later recall on Wrestling Observer Radio, Pillman realized he needed to find a way to get out of the potentially career-halting match, and decided that now would be a perfect time to get the surgery he was required to have every few years to remove polyps in his throat. He could have had it at any point, but smartly chose this precise moment for obvious reasons. Pillman didn't tell his employers he was going under the knife, and WCW weren't exactly happy about the fact he now couldn't compete so soon after the procedure. But that quick thinking meant that the icon brilliantly managed to dodge a contest he sensed was going to be an all-time stinker beforehand. And he was right in the end, with it picking up that year's Wrestling Observer Newsletter Award for Worst Match of the Year. Number 7, Dan Severn threatens to shoot on opponents if WWE make him lose matches. This won't be the last time the Undertaker's Ministry of Darkness is mentioned in this list, folks. Oh, you got a fun ride ahead. But whereas the other entry will involve a star being welcomed into their demonic ranks, this one will be focusing on a bloke who took one look at that spooky faction and give it a big ol' nope. Said person was UFC Hall of Famer Dan Severn, with the MMA legend rejecting the idea of joining Taker's gang in 1999 after not liking the thought of having 666, the mark of the beast, drawn onto his forehead. Rather than see where their talent was coming from and just accepting this response though, Severn would later recall on the Jordan Garbanal podcast how agents responded by telling him that if he didn't do what they asked, they could just have him start losing matches. Oh boy. That particular threat very nearly led to disaster too, as Severn let those WWE personnel know that it didn't actually say he had to lose to anyone in his contract. What was stopping him stepping in between the ropes and shooting on anyone who attempted to make him look bad or defeat him? Not much. Or as Severn put it, what if I walk into your world of fantasy and turn it to reality? Yep, that's pretty intimidating. That ominous warning alone was seemingly enough to make WWE wisely think twice about both that dodgy ministry character and booking some 7 potential car crash losses. And it wasn't long before the two parties went their separate ways anyway. Number 6, Terry Funk leaves a note. This has to be one of the greatest ways anyone has ever swerved some dodgy booking. There were plans there at one point for Terry Funk to work as one of Shawn Michaels' knights at the 1993 Survivor Series, with the Heartbreak Kid being swapped in for Jerry Lawler in the scheduled 4-on-4 match against the Hart family. Lawler had been indicted on charges of statutory rape and sodomy before the event, though the charges would eventually be dropped. But that match would have eventually seen the wrestling icon being beaten by the Hart team and eventually unmasked in the middle of the ring. Well, that was the plan anyway. Not feeling that being squashed in such a way on WWE television was the best idea, and after also deciding that he actually didn't fancy the head booker role he'd apparently been offered at the time, the Funker decided to duck out of the contest with a note. Not just any note though. Said message explained to Vince McMahon that he couldn't do the job for the Hitman and Co. or follow through with their deal because his horse was sick. That was his story and he was sticking to it. Before long, he'd hopped on a plane and was heading far away from this royal mess, with his role of the sharpshootered Red Knight ultimately going to Barry Horowitz instead. And another iconic Funker story was born. And while we're talking about Terry Funk, I want to know right now in the comments section, what is your favorite ever Terry Funk moment? Now back to the video. Number 5, Cody Rhodes makes the people want him and avoids another Seth Rollins match. The anxiety was real in the days leading up to, during, and shortly after February 2nd, 2024's edition of SmackDown. Coming into that Blue show, Cody Rhodes had incredibly managed to win back-to-back Royal Rumbles. But rumblings of an incoming great one threatening to ruin his story still had folks worried about his chances of dethroning Roman Reigns at Mania 40. Things got more uncomfortable for Nightmare lovers when WWE teased a potential pivot, into yet another Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins showdown on the grandest stage on January 30th's Raw. Now, that match wouldn't have been horrendous by any means. It'd no doubt be as brilliantly worked as each of their prior 3 high-profile wars, but it was definitely seen by many as a frustrating alternative to the more desired Rhodes versus Reigns 2 war. But then, in an inspired move, intentional or not, that helped spark a movement which forced WWE into changing their plans for Rocky to challenge for his cousin's title, the always real Rhodes reacted to the reality of The Rock taking his place in that main event spot on that aforementioned SmackDown like someone shot his dog in the face in the parking lot, as Brian Gewirtz would put it on the Masked Man show. And just like that, any hopes some within WWE had of getting the people to want Rock versus Reigns over that WrestleMania 39 rematch were dashed. How could you not rally behind that face? Fans wanted Cody and Reigns going one-on-one, and that's what they ultimately got instead of the teased Rollins versus Rhodes battle over the World Heavyweight Championship. Thanks for checking out this list today, folks, and if you're enjoying what you're watching, then hit that subscribe button down below for more WhatCulture Wrestling videos in your life. Number 4, Ken Shamrock gets out of his China match because of his kids. Joining his fellow former UFC fighter Dan Severn on this list, Ken Shamrock also wasn't a fan of an idea WWE had for him during the late 90s, is one way of putting it. Rather than being threatened with squash matches for not wearing the mark of the beast, though, the world's most dangerous man was asked to throw down with the 9th wonder of the world. That China match immediately sounded like a terrible idea to Shamrock, with the UFC Hall of Famer eventually revealing on the 10 Count podcast that he didn't think hitting a woman in the ring would set the right example for his kids. Got a good point. Far from being a cunning tactic or anything, this was simply Shamrock smartly feeling that locking up with the opposite sex just wasn't the best look. And while he would ultimately still end up getting somewhat physical with China on an episode of Raw in May 1999, being pushed to the limit and suplexing her before instantly regretting his actions, he at least managed to convince WWE to not make him compete in an entire match against the legend by making them think of the children. Number 3, Roman Reigns smartly goes home to protect his family and also avoids a Goldberg match. Again, this one isn't necessarily a case of a wrestler just finding an inspired way to wiggle out of a contest they felt was a bad idea. Instead, it's a star smartly using a situation to set a good example. Back just before the world was initially brought to a screeching halt due to the pandemic in early 2020, Roman Reigns was set to throw down with Goldberg at WrestleMania 36. Most likely a finisher spamming match that wouldn't have set the world on fire if their eventual Elimination Chamber 2022 battle was anything to go by. However, once the reality of this unprecedented situation began to really hit, and the globe began to lock down, Reigns soon decided to back out of Mania 36, with Braun Strowman taking his place as the person to inevitably beat the man inside of the Performance Center. Now, Reigns' reasons for not being present at that show of shows had nothing, or at the very most, probably very little, to do with that no doubt dull Battle of the Spears. The big dog wanted to protect his family, and wasn't afraid to turn down the biggest spot the company had to offer to keep them safe. And it was that message that likely told the rest of the locker room that they shouldn't be afraid to do something similar, should they feel uncomfortable working during those scariest of times. That's some real locker room leader shizzle right there. By the time he'd returned to the company as the tribal chief, his call to put his family first instead of a quiet match against the WCW legend felt like one of the smartest and most important of recent times. Number 2, Triple H thinks a KO is good enough to conclude his Big Show rivalry. Over the years, the pair of wrestling legends known as Triple H and Big Show have collided in between the ropes on countless occasions, but very few of those probably spring to mind when thinking of either performer's greatest ever showings in a wrestling ring. That's because they were typically not all that great, with their singles match at New Year's Revolution 2006 being a particularly terrible outing for the WWE icons. And perhaps it was the memories of that particularly dull fight that influenced the game's decision to talk his way out of a teased grudge match with the Giant in 2013. For a while, it seemed WWE were building towards some sort of blow-off between the two as Show butted heads with the Authority stable. But rather than eventually locking up again in between the ropes, Strips told Paul White that he'd get to knock out the King of Kings, and that's the end of it.
You get to knock out the cerebral assassin, that's as good as breaking the street, pal.
And while speaking on Talk is Jericho about Trips dodging that potential match, Show admitted to being very much frustrated by the call, feeling that contest would have done a lot for his career at the time, and though that may have been true, it's also likely it wouldn't have been the most thrilling of showdowns. Watching Show spark out the future head of WWE Creative got a nice pop in the end, and fans were likely saved from another 16-minute snooze fest. Number 1, Undertaker brought Mabel into the ministry to avoid matches with him. As promised, we return to the dead man's villainous squad for this final entry. A few years before The Undertaker created his Ministry of Darkness stable, the legend found himself sharing the squared circle with a quite clumsy Mabel a few times in 1995. And you have to imagine it wasn't an experience he enjoyed all that much, with none of those rather painful battles battles being fun ones for audiences either. So when Mabel eventually made his full-time return to the company in 1999 after a few years away, Mark Calloway seemingly had a plan. As he jokingly explained on a recent Q&A special for his 6 Feet Under show, Taker actually decided to bring Mabel into the ministry as a way of getting out of having to wrestle him anymore. Now sure, he did say this as a joke, but there was probably a little bit of truth in there at least, right? I mean, this was the same person who broke Taker's orbital bone at one point. Sure, this could just be the Phenom having a laugh and nothing else. And not having to lock up with the one-time king was simply an unintended bonus that came with having him in his team. Either way, he still managed to keep from having to wrestle Mabel for a while there, but would ultimately end up locking up with Viscera and Big Daddy V later down the road. So it was fun while it lasted. Everyone has to start somewhere, folks. And the same goes for many of the wrestling champions of the world, too. So with that in mind, let's have a look back on the often silly and pretty much always hilarious days these eventual superstars spent dancing around like goofballs and playing security guard within the biggest organization in the game. I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 19 WWE extras who became world champion. Number 19, Claudio Castagnoli. The first of many future world champions to pop up on WWE programming acting like a person qualified to protect one of the product's stars, Claudio Castagnoli would actually first arrive in the land of sports entertainment back in 2006. At that point, the human horse was still doing his thing over in Ring of Honor, but he understandably jumped at the chance to appear on the WWE flagship Monday Night Raw on August 28th of that year. And it was on that night when the eventual ROH World Champion strutted into frame, alongside none other than EC3, with those two future WWE talents pretending to be cops backing up Shane McMahon, as he confronted a D-Generation X who had been terrorizing his father. Thankfully, most people remember this cringy exchange more for the Blackpool Combat Club man's sneaky early cameo, rather than the string of inevitably dumb penis jokes spewed by Triple H and Shawn Michaels, or the awkward promoting of Vince McMahon's DVD. But simply, the segment has not aged all that well. Number 18, Adam Cole, baby. Another eventual ROH World Champion whose journey to world title glory involved a brief WWE extra appearance. Future Undisputed Era and AEW man Adam Cole showed up in a SmackDown segment which aired on July 2nd, 2010, playing the role of a bloke drinking with the Straight Edge Society's Serena, that is AEW's own Serena Deeb, in footage which showed her eventually being saved by CM Punk. It was actually later revealed that Cole was only given said extra gig as an apology. You see, originally he'd been sent an email by WWE saying they were so impressed by his work that they wanted to give him a tryout. But as Cole would later reveal to The Wrap, he soon realized that the company had made a mistake, with his itinerary actually containing Xavier Woods' real name of Austin Watson and not his own. Cole's real name is Austin Jenkins, so it was likely just a case of someone mixing up the last names, wasn't it? It all worked out though, with a 19-year-old Cole being over the moon about getting to drink ginger ale on WWE TV with Selena. He didn't do too badly in the years that followed that cameo either, did he? Number 17, Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes, and Trick Williams. Now let's just get this out of the way early. While many may not technically class the NXT Championship as a world title, the fact it's the top strap on one of the biggest brands in wrestling currently means it just about qualifies for this list, because it's my list and I make the rules. And with that in mind, before they were seen kicking all of the ass as the top champ in developmental, Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes, and Trick Williams joined the many before them to have played the part of tough-looking security guard. Breakker actually did this a number of times before lifting the NXT Championship, being present when the aforementioned Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly went at it on August 10th, 2021's edition of the Black and Gold show, and getting choked out by Samoa Joe during an August 3rd, 2021 segment with Karrion Kross. In order to wear that NXT gold, you have to do your time as a protector of the people, it seems. Now I've got a quick question for you. Who do you think is the greatest NXT champion of all time? Is it Breakker, Hayes, Williams, or someone else? You let me know in the comment section down below. Number 16, Liv Morgan. Keep it in NXT for this next entry. Before fans were watching her beat Ronda Rousey and lift the SmackDown Women's Championship on the main roster, they actually first saw Liv Morgan pretending to be one of them, jumping all the way back to one of the first ever TakeOver events. February 11, 2015's Rival show boasted a glamorous Tyler Breeze entrance, which involved a fan jumping the rail and hopping onto the selfie stick star. This fan, aka Liv Morgan, would then be taken away by security. But this wasn't the last we'd see of the future world champion before her NXT in-ring debut. Morgan, who had been signed to a WWE deal a few months earlier, would then appear in a breeze entrance at the TakeOver Unstoppable show on May 20th too, this time as a person taking selfies with the black and gold worker before his match with Finn Balor. Number 15, Keith Lee. Keith Lee was always an absolute freak of nature who possessed the sort of limitless potential many felt would take him right to the top of the industry. And while he still hasn't quite managed to get his hands on a singles WWE main roster or AEW World Championship singles title yet, the lovable big lad did become NXT's top man in 2020. A whole decade before that triumphant night at the Great American Bash though, the eventual NXT champion was first seen on WWE programming as, you guessed it, a security guard. This time trying to stop Triple H, Shane and Vince McMahon from getting to Randy Orton and the rest of his legacy squad. Along with eating a punch from his eventual boss, Lee would also later recall taking a nasty poke to the eye from Shane O'Mac during the brawl. Shane McMahon throwing reckless strikes? I'm as shocked as you are. Number 14, Lita and Victoria. WWE was a very different place in 1999 to 2000, and this could be seen in the fact that there was a bloke walking around by the name of the Godfather, who would often be followed around by a hoe train. Sports entertainment, eh? And among the many attractive women often seen accompanying Charles Wright to the ring were two future women's world champions, with both Lita and Victoria starting out life on WWE programming as, well, hoes. Lita was the first to appear, hopping on this train on the July 5th, 1999 edition of Raw is War, with Victoria later joining the gang at WrestleMania 2000, before eventually becoming the head hoe, and being involved in a Save the Hoes campaign. Most of that was forgotten though by the time these two eventual legends were making a name for themselves, as some of the strongest workers WWE's women's division had ever seen, and that's probably for the best really. Number 13, Bobby Roode and Mr. Kennedy/Anderson. As that man Bobby Roode himself put it a few years ago on Twitter/X, sometimes the road is long, but at the end it can be glorious. And while it may have taken him a whopping 18 years to finally sign his first WWE contract, Roode's spell under the black and gold banner in particular could certainly be described as that. In the time long before becoming Triple H's NXT champion or even TNA's World Heavyweight champion though, Roode did actually show up on WWE programming in a promo exchange/angle boasting his eventual boss. Going down all the way back in 2001, Roode took on the familiar part of police officer, beside none other than fellow eventual TNA heavyweight champion Mr. Kennedy/Anderson, in a segment on March 29th SmackDown involving The Undertaker and Triple H. And the two future world champions inevitably found themselves getting caught in the middle of yet another heavyweight brawl in the end. Doesn't anyone respect the damn badge anymore? Number 12, Charlotte Flair, Sasha Banks and Alexa Bliss. Speaking of eventual world champions who also spent some time standing around Triple H as an extra, future WWE Women's Champions Charlotte Flair, Sasha Banks and Alexa Bliss all did exactly that too. Only instead of trying to keep a dead man from beating up the game, they were tasked with making the King of Kings look like even more of a muppet than usual at WrestleMania 30. Going full bow down to the king, a Trips wearing a ridiculous skull mitt crown was joined by the future world champions on the epic stage, with each of the soon-to-be superstars donning their own masks and helping the eventual head of WWE Creative with his big red cloak. It was all kinds of dumb, but must have certainly been an unbelievably cool experience for all three of the gifted then NXT workers. Number 11, Tommaso Ciampa. He may be classed as one of the greatest NXT champions of all time, and still one of the most intense workers on the WWE roster to this day. But there was once a time when the fierce Tommaso Ciampa was anything but on WWE TV. 13 years before lifting Goldie for the very first time on the black and gold brand, Ciampa actually found himself stood opposite the Phenom inside of a WWE ring. Not as a wrestler though. Nope, instead the up-and-coming worker was thrown into a suit and told to pretend to be one of Muhammad Hassan's lawyers. Why? Well, this all went down 1 week on from the infamous terrorist angle involving The Undertaker being targeted by Hassan's masked men, which aired a day after the 7/7 London bombings, with UPN eventually calling for the Hassan character to be taken off TV. So to get around his absence, WWE had Ciampa's Thomas Whitney Esquire explain why Hassan wouldn't be appearing on the Blue Show. That segment obviously didn't end too well for the future NXT champion, with the lawyer receiving a chokeslam and tombstone for his troubles. Thanks a ton for checking out this video today, folks. Now go and hit that subscribe button down below for more of this WhatCulture wrestling stuff in your day. Number 10, Sheamus. This Irish star would eventually go on to not just produce banger after banger after banger on the WWE stage for an impressive 15 years, but also lift World Championship gold on a number of occasions throughout his time on the main roster. A few years before conquering John Cena for his first WWE Championship though, Sheamus would become one of the latest hungry performers to appear on Raw as a member of security, with the violent powerhouse ejecting and eventually clashing with D-Generation X on the November 13, 2006 edition of the show. Joined by Wade Barrett that night at a then Manchester Evening News Arena, with both men going through a tryout that day, the two future WWE superstars would try their best to keep Triple H and Shawn Michaels under control later on. However, Shamey ended up eating his first of many pedigrees from a star he'd eventually fight at WrestleMania 26 in the end. Interestingly enough, it turns out another eventual world champion in Drew McIntyre was actually supposed to be involved in these segments that night too. But after being told he looked too much like a wrestler and would need to chop his hair off, Drew refused and was kept in the back. Number 9, Johnny Gargano. Johnny Gargano's first ever WWE appearance has become the stuff of hilarious legend. The year was 2007, and as a warm-up contest for his upcoming WrestleMania 23 bout against Chris Benoit, MVP decided he'd test himself against the champion of Liechtenstein himself, Cedric von Hausen. The United States Championship challenger swiftly defeated a hat and lederhosen wearing Gargano on the night of March 23rd. But this wouldn't be Johnny's last WWE cameo before eventually going on to become the heart and soul of NXT. In 2010, the future NXT champion also went full security guard on the May 25th edition of the show. That would eventually become the developmental brand we know today. Number 8, Diamond Dallas Page. Starting out life in the wrestling business as a manager and color commentator, Diamond Dallas Page, who had been working for the AWA and FCW, eventually ended up being given a tryout for an announcer role in the WWF. It wouldn't lead to a job in the end, but Page still appeared at that year's WrestleMania 6. Instead of being stood with a mic in hand, the man who would one day become WCW World Heavyweight Champion was plonked behind a pink Cadillac that night, driving Rhythm and Blues themselves, the Honky Tonk Man and Greg Valentine, to the ring for their eventual interaction with the Bushwhackers. And this would turn out to be his last WWF/E appearance for a decade, with DDP going on to become the adored People's Champion in WCW in the years that followed this brief Cadillac cameo. Number 7, CM Punk. Who could have ever known that the bloke first seen on WWE TV fanboying over Brock Lesnar backstage in 2003 would eventually go on to become one of the most iconic and must-see wrestlers in the history of the business, with the former ROH World Champion eventually lifting WWE World Heavyweight and AEW World Championship gold as the years rolled by. It's his second cameo appearance before officially arriving on the main roster, which most likely remember best though. Following on from agreeing to join the biggest wrestling promotion on the planet and threatening to leave ROH with their own top strap, the then OVW talent eventually ended up playing one of the gangsters hanging onto the side of a car during then WWE Champion John Cena's WrestleMania 22 entrance. Fast forward 5 years, and Punk would trade the fedora and machine gun for a legendary Best in the World shirt and pipe bomb, as he collided with Super Cena over the top strap in an all-timer of a main event at Money in the Bank 2011. Oh, how time flies, eh? Number 6, the Hardy Boys. It's been a whopping 30 years since Matt and Jeff Hardy first showed up on a WWF show. That's one way to make someone feel painfully old, right? The Hardy Boys would obviously end up becoming one of the most adored tag units of all time over the decades, winning numerous pieces of tag gold as they launched themselves off of many a ladder. But both of the Fearless brothers have also gotten their hands on singles world titles on multiple occasions too. Jeff CV boasts WWE World Heavyweight and TNA World Heavyweight Championship reigns, while Matt contains a few TNA World Heavyweight title victories too. The latter also lifted ECW title gold, if you want to count that as well, before either man ever heard the words "and new" after a high-profile world title bout though. They could be seen jobbing out to WWF stars in the mid-90s, and even appearing as humble extras on the company's 1995 edition of the King of the Ring pay-per-view. After pretending to be a royal guard/doorman with his sibling here, Jeff would also notably struggle to carry the winner of that tournament, Mabel, to the ring during one of his royal entrances, the first of his many daring risks on WWF/E TV. Number 5, Damian Priest. The latest performer to join this fascinating list of names. Current World Heavyweight Champion Damian Priest may have only officially joined up with WWE in 2018, but sports entertainment fans actually saw him on screen 4 years before putting pen to paper on that deal. Going through the typical up-and-coming wrestler rite of passage that is playing a tough-looking member of security, and then Punishment Martinez showed up in the background at Money in the Bank 2014. This particular segment saw a Stephanie McMahon in full belittling every talent who got in her way mode, with Nikki and Brie Bella's reliving of Steph's recent mudpool bath courtesy of a fired Vicky Guerrero, leading to the McMahon having the latter Bella, who had quit WWE around this time as part of the ongoing McMahon, Kane, Daniel Bryan storyline, escorted from the building. It's as painful a watch as you'd expect, folks. Number 4, Braun Strowman and Becky Lynch. For a time there, the party animal known as Adam Rose would routinely dance his way into NXT and main roster shows, followed by a long line of fellow jolly souls known as his Rosebuds. And as you'd expect, that lineup of flamboyantly dressed kindred spirits contained its fair share of future famous wrestling faces. Easily the most eye-catching names to have been a part of that particular conga line, though, were none other than future multiple-time women's champion Becky Lynch and former Universal champion Braun Strowman. Both the man and monster among men hilariously went nuts backstage with their party king following May 26th episode of Raw, with that Fallout clip showing off a Lynch looking like a princess/predator alien hybrid, and Strowman channeling his inner mighty gladiator. 2014 was quite a year for eventual world champion cameos, wasn't it? Number 3, Bryan Danielson. It's common knowledge that Bryan Danielson's WWE career started all the way back in the early 2000s, with the legend who would eventually hold WWE and World Heavyweight Championship gold on numerous occasions, famously locking up with John Cena on Velocity back in 2003. And this all went down after the star had already been signed on a developmental deal and released by WWE a few years earlier. Around the time of that well-known Cena showdown, though, Danielson would also add another respected accolade to his ultimately impressively long list of accomplishments within the business, appearing as a security guard, of course. The eventual AEW star could be found doing his best to keep a streaking Brian Kendrick under control on February 6th's SmackDown. Yep, you heard that right. You see, Kendrick had been challenged to perform this act by Sean O'Haire in the middle of the latter's Devil's Advocate run, and it was during the surreal few minutes that involved him sprinting through the arena in the buff prior to and following an A-Train match, when a comically animated D-Bry dressed as security tried to step in and stop him in his tracks. And as it turns out, one of Danielson's all-elite rivals would follow in his footsteps too. Number 2, MJF. Rather than getting in the way of a naked sprinter, the soon-to-be AEW World Champion known as Maxwell Jacob Friedman had a far more intimidating object in front of him than his Revolution 2023 rival did. His eventual World's End 2023 opponent and the man who would take away his Triple B, Samoa Joe. In a beat that would eventually brilliantly play into the pair's rivalry last year, the Salt of the Earth was once humiliated by the then NXT champion as he made his way to the ring for a bout against Shinsuke Nakamura at NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2, shoving the yellow-shirted security Friedman out of the way. It was that little moment of bullying from Joe after MJF's WWE tryout that day, which would only make that chip on the 19-year-old shoulder even bigger, using that embarrassing push as fuel to fire him right to the very top. Number 1, Jon Moxley. The man who would go on to become the undisputed ace of All Elite Wrestling, Jon Moxley made his WWE main roster singles debut as Dean Ambrose against none other than the legendary Undertaker in April 2013. Not a bad first night at the office, right? But weirdly enough, this wasn't actually the first time he'd made a main roster debut alongside the Dead Man. Let me explain. Jumping all the way back to 2006, a Mox fresh off of a tryout appearance on Velocity was given the chance to be a part of the Phenom's chilling return entrance at that year's Royal Rumble. And it was here when he appeared as a druid holding one of Taker's torches, before the spooky big man fired out lightning from his hands to freak out Kurt Angle. A few more tryouts and years later, and this hooded extra would finally be handed a developmental deal, kicking off a WWE run which would ultimately lead to WWE Championship glory. It may not have fully worked out for the one-time druid following the Shield's breakup, and a WWE exit eventually went down in 2019, but it was here when the purveyor of violence rediscovered who he really was, a violent force to be feared, and one who would also lift AEW and IWGP World Championships in the years to come. Raise a torch to the ace, folks. Whether on the other side of the Pacific, the border, or in the bleak suburbs of the independent scene, the dark underbelly of the industry exists everywhere. So with that said, I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 crazy wrestling scandals you've never heard of. Number 10, the Antonio Inoki embezzlement scandal. At Wrestle Kingdom 17, New Japan Pro Wrestling announced that a feature film depicting the life of company founder Antonio Inoki is in pre-production, but there is just not enough time to fit that man's story into just a film. Inoki founded, oversaw, and starred in the biggest Puro promotion ever for decades. To grasp the scale of his legacy, he was both Vince McMahon and Hulk Hogan at the same damn time. In the early 1980s, New Japan Pro Wrestling was a monster of a success, turning an incredible profit. But Inoki almost tanked the entire company. His side business, a biotechnology company operating under the name Anton Hissel, was floundering. In response, he embezzled and siphoned cash from New Japan's live gates to keep it afloat. The interloping Ishin Gundan stable were incensed. New Japan Pro Wrestling's hottest angle was abandoned, and Inoki stepped down as president, though still performed as a talent. Business plummeted for a few years with the best thing going dead, but Inoki soon found himself back in power, as a result of what many deemed clandestine political machinations. Now I've got a quick question for you. What wrestling figure do you want to see have a movie made about their life? We've already got an Inoki one incoming, but I want to know which one you want to see in the comment section down below. Number 9, the Atsushi Onita threesome. In a less bleak but equally wild story as most of the other entries on this list, FMW founder and top star Atsushi Onita also found himself in a scandal misappropriating funds. Onita was one of the coolest professional wrestlers of all time. He pioneered the exploding barbed wire deathmatch, the most demented badass spectacle in pro wrestling history. He was practically a cult leader with his awesome ability on the mic. Even if he can't understand a single word of Japanese, he would run through a brick wall if he read his bank statement out to you in a raised voice. That's how effective his delivery really was. His look should by rights have stumbled into cliche. He smoked and wore a leather jacket, but he simply pulled it off. There is no cooler a sight in pro wrestling history than Onita walking into the lion's den of the Tokyo Dome as an artless garbage wrestling interloper and laughing his ass off as the New Japan fans pelted him with rubbish. Onita also entered the political arena with a similarly brash attitude. This is a man who once had a threesome with a pornographic actress and an employee of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transportation in accommodations provided by the government. This forced him out of the diet, but in an indirect way. When the New Japan Pro Wrestling crowd told him to get effed, he did precisely that on their dime. Number 8, the Dragon Gate animal abuse controversy. In a phenomenally cruel story, it was revealed in 2009 that a group of wrestlers from the Dragon Gate dojo had ritually physically abused a monkey kept as a pet mascot. Oh yeah, and just a bit of a content warning here, there is going to be some graphic description of animal abuse. While the official report broken by Mainichi Daily News only confirmed that the abuse included that the monkey was burned with a lighter and sprayed with deodorant, it is also rumored that it was scalded with boiling water and trapped in a box. Yohei was stupid enough to upload footage of the abuse online. This evidence of his sickening, reprehensible behavior enabled justice to be served at least. He was fired for his role in a systemic abuse case that spanned years, and the monkey was immediately rehomed. Dragon Gate president Takashi Okamura took a self-imposed pay cut as penance. The extent to which wrestlers more known to the audience played a role, the likes of Shingo Takagi and Akira Tozawa, is debated. Shingo shaved his head as an act of contrition and had himself uploaded a vile blog post in which he forcibly restrained the monkey by the neck after, and how heartbreaking is this, it had attempted to escape. At the very least, Shingo used sickening excessive force and bragged that he had done so. Shima brought the monkey to the dojo, and while he wasn't directly implicated, as the monkey was under his care, he also shaved his head. Number 7, the Io Shirai drugs gate. You wouldn't think Nails and Io Shirai, two wrestlers of opposite quality, would have something in common, but they do, in an astonishing story, the details of which have recently resurfaced online. WWE's Io Sky, then working under her old ring name of Io Shirai, was imprisoned for 3 weeks in 2012 after being, as it transpired, falsely accused of smuggling drugs into Japan from Mexico. She did technically smuggle 75 grams of cannabis, but she was an unwitting patsy. Shirai was gifted 2 paintings alongside then partner Nasawa by fans. Unbeknownst to her, the drugs were hidden between the painting and the frame. Adamant that she was innocent of any wrongdoing because she was, the fandom did not believe her. She was granted the opportunity to field a press conference 3 weeks after being held for a crime far more severe on that side of the Pacific, in which she professed her her innocence and refused to retire. Shockingly, it was revealed by wrestler Takuya Sugi that it was a quite literal frame job. Sugi disclosed that Masahiro Hayashi, a talent agent with a personal vendetta against Nasawa, had orchestrated the framing, to which he agreed in exchange for more work. The confession convinced the police to drop all charges. Thank goodness. Number 6, the Hardbody Harrison 9-count federal indictment. Only old super hardcore fans of WCW will be familiar with the work of Hardbody Harrison, or Hardbody Harris. Trained by the power plant, he was only considered TV ready by those unqualified to make the assessment. As an ex-platoon and motor sergeant, he was tough enough to withstand the pain of his training, which emphasized extreme fitness over technique to an extent that literally sickened most aspiring wrestlers on the first day. Incredible physique, goofy, overly animated selling, Harrison, as recounted on Talk Is Jericho recently, was a quote-unquote character. Hot-headed, he had aspirations of playing a rival for Sting, named Stang, but never made it beyond getting destroyed and flailing about in prelim matches. After tumbling into obscurity, he was indicted in October 2005 for false imprisonment and trafficking women for commercial sex acts, and in November 2007 was found guilty on charges related to imprisoning 8 women as slaves for his own sexual gratification. He represented himself, contending that the women that lived with him were undergoing wrestling training. This was found not to be the case. He raped them, pimped them out, and kept them under his debt for a failure punished by fines to complete mandatory quote-unquote chores. He remains imprisoned himself after being locked up on a life sentence in 2008. Number 5, the Lucha Libre serial killer. Juana Barraza lived an early life of unfathomably bleak torment. Barraza's biological mother, an alcoholic, sold her as a child to a man who raped her while in his care. He gave her 3 cans of beer in exchange. Whether born evil or having lived a life in which goodness as a value was impossible to fathom, Barraza embodied and conducted evil. After a brief career in Lucha Libre, working only the most remote outposts of the scene to very little recognition, Barraza devised a different means of making money. Devious and reprehensible, she targeted elderly women and was suspected to have posed as a government official and preyed on their desperation for welfare. After earning their trust and being allowed entry into their homes, she robbed and bludgeoned or strangled to death an official number of 16, although estimates put the number in the range of 40, before being sentenced to 759 years in prison in 2008. Number 4, the Mike Levy incident. A bullish Mike Levy grifted the message boards and said he could be a deathmatch star in a bid for notoriety, and he was successful in the most ironic definition of that word imaginable. Promoter Ian Rotten, considered by many who have dealt with him on the independent scene to be worthless, irredeemable scum, flew Levy in to complete the publicity stunt. At IWA Mid-South Queen of the Death Matches 2008, Levy was booked to work Mickey Knuckles. It was an artless, gruesome match, the clear objective of which was to put him in his place, but a semblance of kayfabe was maintained. As far as a one-sided match and an invitation to a snake pit goes, it was vaguely cooperative. Knuckles gave him something, but being untrained, he was a bit clumsy. In the post-match, the pieces were rearranged in the world's most idiotic game of chess. The trap was set, and Levy was violently assaulted by wrestlers Devon Moore and Tank, who jumped off the top turnbuckle and curb-stomped his face against the ladder with excessive, hell-unrestrained force. Whether in a bid to prove his toughness, inexperience, or an attempt to emerge from the scene with cachet, Levy continued to sit up. And the beatdown continued regardless, with Rotten as the ringleader. It should be noted that no criminal charges were filed. Number 3, the Lucha Libre Brick Attack. On November 19, 2018, in a match against El Cuervo for Lucha Libre Boom, Angel O Demonio threw a brick against his opponent's head. In what was almost an astonishing and grotesque irony, the incident unfolded in a casket match. The gimmick, of course, was very nearly all too literal. Demonio was interviewed after the fact, and after first blaming the incident on his bad aim, somehow contrived to suggest that Cuervo deserved it. Demonio was indefinitely suspended by the Mexico City Boxing and Wrestling Commission, but he resurfaced on the scene a month later, and because pro wrestling will always remain a disgusting carny racket somewhere or other, Ciudad Juarez's Arena Juarez promoted the show around Demonio's newfound notoriety, literally using a still from the incident when promoting their next show on Facebook. This show wasn't outlawed, the commission just allowed him back. He was blackballed for 34 days, but in another strange beat of a complex story, his peers just welcomed him back. The brick became his gimmick. Demonio ultimately died of COVID-19 in 2021. Number 2, the death of Hiromitsu Gonpei. The New Japan Dojo system was once so legendarily barbaric that Chris Benoit despised training there. According to the book Ring of Hell, from details imparted by graduate Osamu Nishimura, sessions began at 10 a.m. after a crack of dawn wake-up call, followed by a daily deep clean of the facility with 1,000 Hindu squats. Trainers battered the legs of students with bamboo swords as the agony coursed through their muscles. 500 push-ups followed. At the merest hint of selling the pain, a student was ordered to increase the regimen on the spot. If an exercise was not carried out perfectly, a physical assault followed. Verbal abuse of a repugnant stripe was doled out frequently in order to weed out the uncommitted. Following a workout that would hobble all but the most determined after less than 1 hour, students in the early phase of their training were told to bump and bump and bump until their urine turned red with blood. It was under these abhorrent conditions that Hiromitsu Gonpei died. After being subjected to the usual sadistic daily routine, the dojo, per an anonymous source of Ring of Hell author Matthew Randazzo's, was visited by then New Japan Pro Wrestling booker Riki Choshu. Knowing that a poor inspection would reflect poorly on the trainers, who were intent on proving they were up to the task, the brutal training regimen was restarted in full. Gonpei was too physically exhausted to reach the standard expected of the dojo, and was punished by inadvertently being suplexed to death by Kensuke Sasaki. Allegedly, it was all covered up. Number 1, the WWE development scandals. Various. The contrast between WWE's glamorous big stage and the feeder system over which it presided for years and years is staggering. As WWE operated an enormous monopoly prior to the launch of NXT and after an experimental soft launch in Memphis, WWE formalized its talent development operations in Ohio Valley Wrestling. Full-blown scandals swamped both the Deep South Wrestling and Florida Championship Wrestling feeder groups deeper into the 2000s. Deep South was literally shuttered overnight in a clandestine operation when it emerged that owner Jody Hamilton lied about putting on house shows and effectively left the operation in a state of neglect. Former WWE referee Nick Patrick claims that Jody arrived on the scene armed with a gun to ensure that none of his personal property was taken when WWE backed up the trucks. Before WWE got wise to it all, Luke Gallows once gave a quote-unquote stink face to both Zack Ryder and Melissa Coates, with only a jelly donut separating their faces from his bare ass, to get out of training that was considered power plant level intense. FCW meanwhile did book house shows, but in bars a lot of the time, and a major party culture developed as a result, with mercifully zero lethal consequences. The multiple DUI arrests of the FCW roster could have ended tragically. Every WWE comeback is supposed to hit. Sadly though, sometimes it's only a matter of weeks, days, hours, or even minutes before the company realizes they've made a terrible, terrible mistake. So I'm Gareth, you're watching WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 15 WWE returns that immediately backfired. Number 15, Bob Backlund 2000. Would-be President of the United States, Bob Backlund, remember that, became a perennial Royal Rumble surprise throughout the 1990s. He showed up in the match between 1993 and 1996, then returned at the start of the new millennium in 2000. That one-off wasn't what it seemed. The WWF planned to bring Bobby back as a manager for Kurt Angle, which actually didn't seem like a bad idea. But it flopped hard. It's true. Kurt has told a story via his podcast about Backlund forgetting they were live on Raw when shooting a backstage skit. This happened shortly after they'd been shunted together as a mentor and protege double act. According to Angle, Bob was a little too over the top and erratic during skits, but it was his character-breaking moment on the flagship that tipped producers over the edge. Bob was supposed to put somebody in a submission, but they were sitting down. So he turned to Kurt and asked if the dude was supposed to be standing or not. This real-life bewilderment caused Angle to turn and stare at a WWF writer who was standing off-screen. He was a rookie, so he didn't know what to do, and he couldn't believe that a true veteran like Backlund could be so clumsy. Look, it was a mistake, they happen, but it was a costly one. The promotion decided to go in a different direction with Kurt and take Bob off television. So much for high hopes that the celebrated former world champion would help take Angle to the next level. He got there himself anyway, so it didn't really matter. Number 14, Sunny 2009. Time to play a game of Spot the Sunny. Her life has taken several miserable turns over the years, but Sunny did seem to be getting things back on track when WWE brought her back for Raw's 15th anniversary celebrations in 2007. Eventually, the company inducted her into the Hall of Fame in 2011. Sandwiched in between was a WrestleMania appearance most simply won't remember. And you've got a good excuse for that. WWE barely promoted that Sunny was part of the Miss WrestleMania Battle Royale at WrestleMania 25. In fact, she was hardly on camera at all before being dumped out of the match by Beth Phoenix. The women involved didn't get individual entrances. They were played down to the ring by Kid Rock instead. Then Santino Marella won the bout dressed as his twin sister Santina. Yep, Mania memories. At one point, mid-match, it became obvious that even announcers Michael Cole and Jerry Lawler had forgotten all about Sunny's only official WWE match. So the backfire here was on WWE itself. Why bother bringing the original diva in at all if you weren't gonna shout about it and make some noise about her sole in-ring appearance as an active talent? It didn't make a lick of sense. Some fans in attendance for Mania might not have even known that they were watching someone from yesteryear battle it out with the current crop of divas. I mean, even finding a workable screenshot of Sunny in the match is quite tough. But we just about got one. Her comeback really was that low-key. Number 13, Eva Marie, 2021. Not many shed a tear when WWE cut ties with Eva Marie and gave up on their all-red everything experiment in 2017 after years of bashing heads against brick walls. It was clear to anybody with two working eyes that she did not have an aptitude for the industry and was never going to become an accepted member of the women's division. I mean, it sounds cruel, but it's just true. And that was especially true once Divas gave way to Revolution in 2015. But then they tried again. Following several weeks of hype vignettes, Eva appeared on the 14th of June 2021 Raw and had Doudrop wrestle on her behalf. Yeah, that was Piper Niven's crappy original name on the main roster. Fun times. This was more of the same stuff fans had seen from Marie during an unsatisfying first run in the company, and there was absolutely zero demand for it. No one was fooled. It became clear instantly that she wasn't gonna work second time around either. Like it was obvious literally seconds after she strutted on screen with Doudrop behind her. Now, credit to Piper for doing everything she could to facially sell how awful Eva was being, but therein lies the problem. Marie was playing a one-note, dated caricature during an era where the likes of Becky Lynch, Charlotte Flair, Bianca Belair, and Bayley were working bangers between the ropes. She felt seriously out of place. Again. WWE gave up later the same year after a roundly unwanted SummerSlam clash with Alexa Bliss that included way too much Lily the Doll nonsense. Hey, some people like it, but I'm just not one of those people. This evolution was a throwback to the pre-Revolution days, and not a good one. And that is probably that for her links to pro wrestling. Now we're talking about all these returns and comebacks that were a little bit disappointing or just backfired altogether. So I want to know right now in the comment section right down below, what do you think is the most disappointing comeback in WWE history? We might cover it in this list, but if we don't, let me know. Number 12, the British Bulldog 1999. Keep in mind before watching this entry right here that the WWF wanted Davey Boy Smith to be a key part of world title storylines heading into 2000. He feuded with The Rock and was part of a six-pack challenge for the vacant WWF title at Unforgiven 1999, and that took place on the 26th of September. Earlier in the month, on the 9th of September, SmackDown, Smith returned to action and beat Big Boss Man in 90 seconds for the Hardcore title, then handed the belt off to Al Snow. Right, the British Bulldog did all this wearing jeans and a hoodie, so he barely even looked like the chiseled Man Mountain Federation fans had last seen back in 1997. Truthfully, Davey's comeback was snake bit from the off. He was having personal issues and had various addiction woes away from the ring. Regardless, this was a less than stellar piece of booking for such a major comeback. The company even changed Bulldog's music up, which meant that fans in attendance initially had no clue who was answering Boss Man's open challenge, Def Rebel style. Worse was to come the longer Smith wrestled. It was painfully obvious that he was a shadow of his former self as a worker. The whole thing was pretty sad to see, actually. Bulldog had been such a well-received star in his prime, and now here he was looking like someone's dad decided to win the Hardcore title before picking the kids up from school. When it makes someone big time look less than guys. This was just a poor decision. If anything, Bulldog should have been kept back for Unforgiven and eased back in rather than poking his nose into the Bossman vs. Snow stuff, just because that story had dogs in it and he had dog in his name. Yep, very WWE. Number 11, Road Warrior Animal 2005. What comes to mind when you hear the name Legion of Doom? Big spiked shoulder pads, NWA/WCW squash matches, and Hawk yelling, "What a rush," right? One name that doesn't, or shouldn't, leap to the forefront of brains is John Heidenreich. Unfortunately, someone in WWE Creative thought he'd be the ideal replacement for the sadly deceased Hawk in 2005, and that ruined Animal's comeback immediately. On the 14th of July, 05 SmackDown, then champs MNM challenged the famous Road Warrior to find a tag team partner and face them for the belts at the upcoming Great American Bash pay-per-view. Somebody must have cracked Animal on the bonce with a steel chair backstage, because he stumbled around before settling on Heidenreich as the right man for the job. And the worst era of LOD commenced. Yay. Literally nobody asked for this. Had WWE fans been polled, they probably would have plumped for Animal riding solo against Joey Mercury and Johnny Nitro rather than teaming with Heidenreich. Worse, Heidenreich then became an official member of the Road Warriors when he added his own face paints and spiky shoulder pads to the equation. This was even worse than the Droz offshoot had been years earlier in 1998 and 1999. Bringing Animal back could have worked out had he not harpooned his own credibility within minutes by recruiting Heidenreich. Oh, that name. Fans didn't want to see anybody replace Hawk. They really didn't. Look, Animal and John might have been palatable without the forced LOD 2K5 stuff, but this was just never going to get over. Number 10, Scott Hall 2002. Okay, so some viewers might consider this slightly unfair, because there was a bit of excitement for the NWO's arrival on WWF screens in February 2002. In storyline, Vince McMahon decided to inject his creation with a lethal dose of poison, is how he put it. Little did the then boss know that he was inflicting a poisonous atmosphere on his otherwise harmonious locker room by bringing in Scott Hall. Hall returned at No Way Out alongside Order buddies Hulk Hogan and Kevin Nash. Fans popped, of course, but Scott became a backstage nuisance almost overnight. The man was battling a lot of demons at the time, so it's safe to say he probably shouldn't have been out on the road at all. WWF fans also wanted to see his old Razor Ramon character more than his NWO one, but that wasn't the pitch. The bad guy offered next to nothing before getting released in May after the infamous plane ride from hell back from Europe. On top of all that, Hall's hiring and behavior had a negative knock-on effect for top acts like Steve Austin. Working with Scott was a rotten experience for Stone Cold. He was not happy about being mired in the mid-card for WrestleMania 18, and he found that Hall wasn't too interested in putting on a show anyway. The single positive to come out of Hall's WWF reprise was his quick "Hey yo" and No Way Out. That earned a sizable pop, and Scott flashed a genuine smile. Everything after that exposed the fragility of his personal life at the time, though. The late legend contributed little beyond annoying people behind the curtain or civilians on the aforementioned journey back from a European tour. Speaking of the NWO, number 9, Kevin Nash 2011. In the immediate aftermath of CM Punk's iconic pipe bomb promo in June 2011, nobody sat down and said, you know what would really kick this into high gear? A confusing sub-story starring Kevin Nash. Okay, maybe Michael Hamflett did. WWE thought that was a fab idea though, so they brought Big Sexy back at SummerSlam to attack Punk and open the door for Alberto Del Rio to cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase. This cut the summer of Punk off at the knees, and wasn't a surface-level dumb return that actually turned out to be genius. If only somebody could do a video on that kind of thing. I mean, that was true at SummerSlam, even before Nash got to his weird claims about receiving a text from Triple H, even though it turned out it wasn't actually Triple H texting from Triple H's phone. Yeah, that explanation sucked bad. This was the age of scripted promos, and it seemed even Kev was mystified by the plots he was asked to spew here. Punk's pipe bomb on John Cena, Vince McMahon, and WWE in general broke the fourth wall, referenced New Japan, mentioned Ring of Honor, and came across as something completely refreshing in an otherwise sanitized corporate world. It was huge. Rather than capitalizing on that and Punk's disappearance with the WWE title post Money in the Bank though, the promotion crowned an interim champion, then had Diesel launch into a mini feud with CM after that. Yes, fans there live were always gonna react to Big Nash, but his comeback didn't make sense unless he literally was there to help out Hunter. Apparently that was far too simple a concept for the weary creative team to fathom, so they went with Kevin and Trips at loggerheads. As Punk's hot summertime shoot became less and less of a concern, backfired is putting it mildly. This stunk. Number 8, Scott Steiner, 2002. The Steiner brothers hated WWF life so much between 1992 and 1994 that they couldn't wait to leave, lay over in ECW as a quick excursion, then return home to WCW. Between then and 2002, Scott Steiner had blossomed into a main event level talent who looked drastically different to the mullet-rocking tag team wrestler he'd been during the New Generation. Big Papa Pump was walking muscle and had one of the most ridiculously pumped-up physiques ever. The man looked like a superhero. It'd also been a highlight of latter-day WCW before the wheels fell off, and Vince McMahon bought the group's skeleton for a paltry sum. Once his AOL Time Warner contract expired, Scotty was ready to land in WWE and continue his good work. At Survivor Series 02, he interrupted a going-nowhere Matt Hardy and Christopher Nowinski segment, and the live crowd in Madison Square Garden for the pay-per-view went nuts. Full cashew. WWE would have been all smiles upon hearing that response, but then Steiner opened his mouth. Oh boy. High fives would have turned to sighs when Scott loudly shouted, "Gimme a effing mic on air!" Oops. His debut was definitely eye-catching all around, but that little line was a sneak peek into the unruly mind of the genetic freak. He was so used to throwing his weight around that he didn't know how to do anything else. The returning star's resultant series of matches versus Triple H also floundered. Somehow, despite stinking up the joint at the 2003 Royal Rumble, Scott and Hunter arguably went on to work an even worse match at No Way Out. WWE didn't exactly get the best of Steiner from day one. In fact, they got the worst. If you're having fun hearing about these WWE returns that backfired right away, then hit that subscribe button right down below and you'll get even more wonderful WhatCulture Wrestling videos absolutely every single day. Number 7, Shawn Michaels, 2018. Plot twist, sort of. Shawn's 2002 return was everything a blistering comeback should be. That immediately paid dividends at SummerSlam. I mean, it looked like Michaels had not lost a damn step. He'd then go on to enjoy approximately 8 years of stunning work that maybe even topped what he'd achieved pre-back injury in the 1990s. Lightning didn't strike twice for HBK though. He signed on for a marquee tag bout with Triple H versus Kane and The Undertaker at Crown Jewel 2018, and fans were hyped by the thought of seeing Shawn wrestle for the first time since his 2010 retirement. He'd always been steadfast about never returning, so this felt like a huge, gigantic deal. Surely such a legend wouldn't agree to work again unless he was about to blow everyone's minds, right? Right? Sadly, it was obvious within minutes that Shawn was not the HBK of old. Fans knew he'd be slower and have some ring rust, but they also had every right to expect a better match than what they actually got. The Crown Jewel tag was embarrassing from start to finish. Trips tore a pec, Kane's wig fell off, all 4 botched multiple spots. It was just terrible. It was all terrible. Michaels and Taker later admitted their regret over this whole sorry affair. They were mortified, and rightly so. Even the biggest Shawn Michaels fan could have done without this sorry excuse for a send-off. DX versus the Brothers of Destruction unpicked some of the exhilarating work that HBK had done before retiring the first time. It was all just a blatant cash grab that left a really bad taste in your mouth. And hey, nobody's throwing stones at wrestlers for getting paid, but the match was atrocious. It began poorly, then got even worse. What a nightmare. Number 6, Goldberg 2019. Right, I remember watching WrestleMania 33 live in my bedroom, and I will never forget just how electrifying Brock Lesnar versus Goldberg was on that show. It was awesome. They only worked for a few minutes, but both hurled one another around the ring with devastating power moves before getting to the finish. It was one of the better matches on the whole card, so WWE cannot be blamed for wanting a little more when Bill was ready. Almost 2 years later, Goldberg was back for a fantasy clash with The Undertaker at Super Showdown 2019. WWE hyped all this like Taker's gong had hit on Nitro or Bill had speared him on Raw is War in the 90s. It felt massive. The first 2 minutes, or thereabouts, were actually pretty fun, until Goldberg suffered a concussion, and the bout turned into a train wreck that could have realistically resulted in further serious injury or worse. Both Goldberg and Undertaker were visibly humiliated afterwards, especially the latter. He ironically started to question his own mortality, because some of his recent matches had been pretty darn crap. This, along with the aforementioned Crown Jewel 2018 disaster, was the nadir of dream matches on Saudi Arabian supercards. WWE had to face it, some legends just couldn't go anymore. The bell had to ring and they had to deliver, but they couldn't. Goldberg going after Taker was one match too many for the ex-WCW squash match machine, and you probably know what happened next. Big Bill's next foray was even less enticing, and it blew up in WWE's faces instantly. Sorry in advance, my friend, but it's time to take a good long look at the misery of Super Showdown 2020. Number 5, Goldberg 2020. Yep, it's Goldberg again, and it hurts bad for a guy who loved a man and even met him once to slap Bill twice. Facts are facts though. Anybody who remembered the Nightmare Taker botch fest that nearly brained both legends could have told you that Goldberg returning on the 7th of February 2020 SmackDown and challenging Bray Wyatt's Fiend gimmick to a Universal title match in Saudi Arabia was a terrible idea. But WWE plowed ahead with it anyway, because of course they did. They failed to learn any lessons from the prior year's card, and they wanted Goldberg to beat Wyatt for the belt like he was in there with James Ellsworth. As soon as the bell sounded and Bill raised that belt above his head, the match became known for being one of the least wanted title changes in history. All in a night's work, eh? In truth, the backfiring started on TV earlier in the month. Fans could smell a horror show a-coming as soon as Goldberg told The Fiend he was next on SmackDown. Bray's wacky Undertaker meets Mankind character had been one of wrestling's most intoxicating guises since 2019. But everything was about to fall apart thanks to WWE's weird obsession with giving Saudi Arabia more lame Goldberg matches. COVID ensured they didn't even get to the payoff of Goldberg versus Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 36 either. Nope, instead of that, WWE was forced to cram Braun Strowman in as a last-minute challenger. Feels like all that went down in a dream, and his Universal title reign was barely better than Bill's. This was an awful time for the old Universal strap, but it all started with sacrificing Wyatt's Fiend at the feet of the man. Number 4, Brian Christopher 2011. Revisit the 14th of March 2011 Raw today, and you will cringe the night away. On paper, a heel Michael Cole bringing back Jerry Lawler's son to browbeat him for being a rotten father worked. In execution, though, it was one of the most awkward segments in WWE history. It's also distressing for those who love them some Grandmaster Sexy. The former Too Cool favorite showed up on the flagship at the behest of Cole, but nobody in attendance seemed to have a clue who he was. Yep, it was just dancing to nothing. Brian Christopher's entrance played before deathly silence, and the crowd just sat on their hands during tense dialogue between Bry and Jerry. Honestly, the silence was deafening. You could almost hear vendors selling popcorn in the foyer. It became clear all too quickly that WWE's audience had changed quite a bit since Christopher was last tearing it up as sexy. Without the Grandmaster get-up or Rikishi and Scotty 2 Hotty by his side, Brian meant, well, nothing to the modern fanbase. Crickets, people. Crickets. It was downright painful to watch somebody who had once been a part of a seriously hot tag title change on Raw in 2000 suffer this undignified humiliation. Back then, Christopher was one of the hottest acts in the entire company. By 2011, his star had faded to the point he might as well have been a fast food worker Lawler was rude to in the 1970s. That's the kind of gusto he was welcomed back with by fans. Poor guy. Number 3, Lord Tensai, 2012. Matt Bloom was known amongst wrestling fans for 3 things by 2012. 1, playing walking penis gimmick Prince Albert during the Attitude Era. Yep, there's a sentence. 2, having a hairy body. And 3, going off to Japan after leaving WWE in 2004 and becoming a much better worker. He deserves credit for that last one, so it's no wonder the promotion wanted to bring him back years later for another whirl. Could they have picked a worse time to debut his new Lord Tensai gimmick than the night after WrestleMania, though? Tensai re-debuted in the E under his new name on the 2nd of April 2012 Raw. He beat Alex Riley in a quick squash that was designed to ready him for top star John Cena. But the rowdy post-Mania crowd were not interested in any of that. No, they were far too busy living it large and trolling Bloom with chants of Albert, Albert, Albert. Wacky roar after Mania crowd. The new character was doomed to fail after that. Things might not have been so bad had the guy been returning as his old A-Train persona, or even under the Giant Bernard name he'd used out in New Japan. Hell, calling him Albert and cutting their losses would have been smarter than introducing an elaborate gimmick that was too over the top to be taken seriously by revelers in Florida for Mania 28. What were they thinking? Number 2, Hulk Hogan 2025. Read the room. WWE failed to do that during Raw's debut episode on Netflix. Hulk Hogan came out with Jimmy Hart to prattle on about his new beer, run through some catchphrases, and soak up acclaim from the audience. Apparently, some backstage thought that last one was a real possibility in 2025. Those people haven't been paying attention to anything surrounding Hulk for a long time, it seems. The live crowd booed Hogan out of the building, which is something WWE should have seen coming a mile off. Poor Jimmy Hart stood behind Hulk, waving his flag and looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. This was worse than wrestling Mancow on pay-per-view multiple times for WCW. Way worse. It even tops having his precious hair snipped by Brutus the Barber Beefcake, for crying out loud. Brutus cost me my hair too. Okay, enough terrible jokes. The real joke was on WWE for thinking Hulkamania would be embraced here. This segment reeked of latter-day Vince McMahon delusion, but Vince was long gone. This happened under Triple H and TKO's watch. Let's assume they won't be doing anything of the sort again anytime soon. Reportedly, Hulk's planned appearance on the next Saturday night's main event was scrapped because of this calamity of a promo. Yep, good call. Hogan was a game changer for the WWF in the 1980s, and even revived his fortunes for further runs in the early 2000s. But times have changed and the people have spoken. They don't want to see Hulk on WWE TV anymore for various reasons. Let it go, WWE. Number 1, Shane McMahon, 2023. What is it with the McMahons and torn quads on pay-per-views they're not even advertised for? Vince shredded his legs when trying to sort out the messy finish between John Cena and Batista at Royal Rumble 2005. Years later, his son Shane collapsed to the mat in agony after shockingly returning for an impromptu match versus The Miz at WrestleMania 39 in 2023. Like his dad, Shane-O had suffered an embarrassing injury. He ripped his quad during the very first leapfrog spot and had to be replaced by Snoop Dogg. This is the kind of story an older lapsed fan who hasn't watched in years probably wouldn't believe. Let me get this straight. Shane McMahon returned for a match in 2023, got injured, and Snoop Dogg just happened to be on hand as a substitute versus The Miz? You're telling me The Miz is still around? That's the most shocking part. But yep, this happened in real life. It wasn't a fever dream, I swear. Shane's familiar "Here Comes the Money" entrance music refrain will always get a pop. It's so memorable and catchy. But the pop fizzled by the time he was jousting with Miz and fans settled back into their seats. Those punters then watched as McMahon went for a leapfrog, his body gave out on him, and everyone had to call something else on the fly as Shane was helped to the back by medics. It was chaos. Entertaining chaos, but chaos. This was undoubtedly one of the most bizarre segments in Mania history, and that is saying something. Returning to action also backfired spectacularly on Shane. He went from feeling on top of the world to spending the night in hospital. Sorry, a local medical facility. There goes the money. Wrestling has had its fair share of seriously weird gimmick rip-offs and, tributes over the years. Some have been more blatant than others, and a few were even rubber-stamped by WWE itself. Stars as big as Hulk Hogan, The Rock, Steve Austin, Ric Flair, Sting, wrestling, and many, many more are all here, folks. So let's jump right in. I'm Gareth, this is What Culture Wrestling, and here are 20 wrestling gimmicks that got weird ripoffs. Number 20, Hulk Hogan, Warrior, Randy Savage, and Ric Flair. Macho Warrior Rick Hogan. Today's indie circuit would be massive if a wrestler plodded along called Tribal Nightmare Roman Cena. Just saying. Seriously though, there was once a freelancer called Macho Warrior Rick Hogan. I kid you not. Of course, he used Macho Man Randy Savage, the Ultimate Warrior, Ric Flair, and Hulk Hogan in the one name. Rick showed up during the darkest days of the USWA, and it's a wonder that nobody backstage pulled him aside and said, yeah, you might want to rethink cosplaying 4 of the most famous WWF and WCW wrestlers ever, lest we get sued. Undeterred, Hogan plowed ahead with his plans to be the first amalgamation of Macho, Warrior, Nature Boy, and Hulkster. It's bloody weird to see old footage of the dude cutting promos next to a smiling Jerry Lawler down in Memphis. Apparently, nobody in that particular territory was too worried about legal action.
Dig it, little warriors. Woo! Let me tell you something, brother.
That would have been this wrestler's defensive stance in courts. Probably. The word seriously was used earlier, but come on, let's be real. There is no way to be serious about any of this. It's so blatantly a rip-off that all you can do as a punter is just sit back and smile at the sheer cheek of it. Number 19, the Ultimate Warrior, the Renegade. Need a more official Ultimate Warrior cosplay artist after that madness? Well, WCW has you covered, baby. WCW had people covered for anything, truth be told. Need WWF-like silliness that was never gonna get over? WCW. Want ultra cool NWO badassery as part of your wrestling week? Well, WCW. Want to see someone pretend to be Warrior because the company can't get their mitts on the real deal? World Championship Wrestling! In 1995, the Renegade was born. 1 year after myself. Hulk Hogan began teasing the ultimate surprise heading into a bout versus Big Van Vader, uncensored that year. Naturally, fans got excited and thought Jim Hellwig was on his way to Atlanta. But no, this ultimate surprise was actually Renegade. It was someone who looked, moved, talked, and wrestled almost exactly like Warrior. A bargain bin version of him, if you like. The strange thing here is that WCW chiefs seemed to think their fanbase would be giddy about that cruel tease, then Renegade's eventual debut. It was the pro wrestling equivalent of showing someone silhouettes of a delicious chocolate bar, only to lift the lighting and reveal it to be a rather untasty bar of soap. I mean, useful for something else, but not the point. This kind of counterproductive swerve bit WCW right in the butt. Unsurprisingly, people were not chuffed to see the Renegade do his thing because they wanted Warrior. Then 1998 rolled around and WCW fans realized they did not want Warrior after all. It's said that some folks still wake up in a cold sweat reminiscing about Warrior versus Hogan at Halloween Havoc 98. You know what, speaking of this Warrior run, was it the worst WCW run ever? Well, if it wasn't, you let me know what was in the comments section down below. Number 18, The Rock, Juventud, the Juice Guerrera. Like Rick Hogan, you've gotta sit back in awe of the cheek on display here. Cruiserweight favorite Juventud Guerrera must have been sitting up watching a rerun of Raw one night, and that's when he spotted a young up-and-comer with serious swagger called The Rock. It was absolutely amazing to Hoovy that nobody could see what he could see. That Rock's routine was ripe for the taking over on the WCW side, with the likes of Goldberg, DDP, the NWO, and others even paying attention here. Obviously, that statement I just uttered is, laughable. But something tangible came out of Guerrera seeing Rocky's work. Juventud liked the way the WWF star referred to himself in third person, and he especially enjoyed how he'd have the live crowd in the palm of his hands simply by using the mic. Seeking a way to give himself some personality on Nitro then, Hoovy poached The Rock's banter. Yep, no, he did. That's what he did. Pre-match, he'd climb up turnbuckles in the corner, tilt his head all the way back, and yell something along the lines of, "Finally, the juice has come back to insert town/city here." His The Juice ploy was a blatant rip-off of The Rock, because of course it was. Guerrera stopped short of getting a Brahma bull tattooed on his arm and asking fellow cruisers what their favorite aerial move was. Spoilers, it doesn't matter what their favorite aerial move was. Just gold. Gold, but insanely ballsy. The Rock was one of the biggest stars in wrestling by 1999, so it's a wonder that Hoovertude wasn't pulled up for effectively trying to turn into a WCW version of him. I would have gone with the paper or the scissors, personally. Number 17, The Undertaker, Mordecai. In 2004, people on various wrestling message boards, pre-social media, commonly referred to Mordecai as the White Undertaker. They weren't talking about skin color, obviously. Instead, everyone was referring to his bleached hair, his white outfit, and blinding vignettes that seemed to position the character as a counterpoint to the Dead Man during his infernal semi-Satan days before the American Badass revamp. By 2004, Undertaker had returned to his supernatural ways, so it wasn't outlandish for fans to wonder if Mordecai would be built as one of his main adversaries. That certainly seemed to be WWE's plan, but they weren't impressed by anything they saw from the man beneath the gimmick, Kevin Thorne. Promos debuted in April, he showed up for his first match in May, then the poor sap was sent back to developmental come July. The Mordecai experiment lasted mere months before being chucked right in the bin. He was supposed to be a religious zealot who was disgusted by everything he was seeing on the roster. Vowing to cleanse it, Mordecai would have finally bumped into Taker later on. In theory, he'd have met his match, then gone on to enjoy the same sort of longevity Kane did. But sadly for Thorne, yeah, that did not happen in the end, did it? His white Undertaker persona was cut short. Now, in fairness, Kev was always a much better worker in ring than the Mordecai gimmick showed off. He didn't deserve to be judged on one match versus Scotty 2 Hotty at Judgment Day. He was clearly told to be slow and exhibit early zombie Taker qualities during his matches. That didn't really translate well to the product in 2004, though. Not when Eddie Guerrero, Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar, and others were having bangers higher up the card. Number 16, Scott Steiner, Del Rios. It's medium Papa Pump. There is a fascinating backstory for Del Rios. No, not Alberto Del Rios. This was Harry Del Rios. He'd previously been known as Fantasio in the WWF, and is best known for nearly burning down the gorilla position backstage when showing off his fiery magic tricks before a tryout match on Wrestling Challenge Superstars, or one of the other weekend B or C shows. Fantasio was doomed after that disaster, but Del Rios was not finished as a wrestler. He continued plying his trade on the independent scene, and had a few more shots in the WWF. Then, in 2002, Rios showed face to make up the numbers in a Gauntlet for the Gold Battle Royale during TNA's first weekly pay-per-view. And for some reason, he also came dressed as Scott Steiner. Yeah, that's no joke. Rios wore wraparound shades, like Scott, had bleached his short, cropped hair blonde, had identical facial hair, and had even muscled up a fair bit since performing lame magic tricks on WWF's syndicated programming in the mid-90s. During his one-off TNA gig, Harry looked every bit like a bigger version of P.T. Williams when he was hanging around with Scotty on Impact years later. Nobody really ever talks about this, probably because they can't remember Del Rios even being part of a match that also featured Ken Shamrock, Scott Hall, Jeff Jarrett, Buff Bagwell, and more assorted ragtaggers who were not on WWE's books. Rick Steiner was also in the bout, and rumor has it he actually had to ask who booked his brother backstage. I'm only kidding. Medium Papa Pump definitely should have been his nickname though. Though that just makes me want a Nando's for some reason. Number 15, Steve Austin, Shark Boy. People were so charmed by Shark Boy's uniqueness in the late 1990s that he started to show up on WCW programming during the promotion's Death Rattle days pre-WWF buyout. He earned a cult-like following for having a memorable look and being tidy between the ropes, and that led to further success during TNA's early run. Shark Boy was on top of the world, or the water, or whatever. Then he turned into a sharky version of Stone Cold Steve Austin. How's that for a left turn? This didn't happen without cause. In 2008, Shark Boy had recovered from several attacks that left him in a kayfabed coma. When he snapped out of that, he was stone cold. Shark Boy even wore an Austin-style vest and vowed to be Shark Boy 24/7, a cute play on Austin 316, of course. This actually got over, but it remains one of the most bizarre tributes in wrestling history. Instead of beer, Sharky downed cans of clam juice to keep his fighting spirit meter high. Scroll back through the TNA archives and you'll see that Stone Cold Shark Boy, teaming with other misfits like Curryman and Super Eric Young, actually got some cool reactions from fans in attendance for Impact tapings. Crowds were well into this silliness. Look, the run was never gonna last, but it was entertaining, and that's what wrestling's all about, right? Who could have known that an independent worker who only broke out via sudden media attention on TV shows like 2020, Shark Week, and MTV's True Life would go on to piggyback the biggest star in the industry a decade after Austin's peak? No one, that's who. Number 14, Razor Ramon and Diesel. Fake Razor and Diesel. Right, imagine John Cena had been far too busy in Hollywood to commit to a year-long retirement tour. So Triple H and the creative gang then decided to sign ex-TNA man Josh Alexander, slap Cena's outfit on him, and claim it was the same guy. Nobody would buy that, right? And the audience would be insulted that WWE thought they were thick. Now just picture how people felt in 1996 when Razor Ramon and Diesel returned to the Federation, apparently. Rick Bogner and Glenn Jacobs, the future Kane, dressed up as Scott Hall and Kevin Nash to become the fake Razor and Diesel. This outrageously stupid move made a mockery of the WWF product. Meanwhile, Hall and Nash were getting over as part of the super cool NWO in WCW, and they had to be laughing hard at Vince McMahon for thinking this cosplay knockoff stuff was a sensible plan. Yes, WWE ripped themselves off by even trying this chaos. It was so dumb. Poor Jim Ross had to be the one pretending that Razor and Diesel were the real deal. He'd vowed during several heel promos to bring the fan faves back to the World Wrestling Federation. And JR looked every bit the idiot for alleging that these goofs were somehow superior to those with quote-unquote artificial body parts over on the other channel. Younger? Sure. Better? Not a chance. The WWF realized the error of their ways by early 1997, and the horror show was over for fake Razor and Diesel. But the Fed actually charged people real money to watch them wrestle for the tag belts on pay-per-view at In Your House 12 first. Refund requests should have been rife. Number 13, Razor Ramon, Razor Revolution. Say hello to the baddest guy. Canadian independent worker Scott Davidson decided in 2007 that enough was enough. It was time for a change. No, he didn't become an Owen Hart knockoff. He became a Razor Ramon one instead. Renaming himself Razor Revolution was one thing, but Davidson literally began dressing up in the same Razor trunks that Scott Hall once wore, and he even had the teased curl dangling down his forehead. And the Revolution is still going strong. Razor even caught the eye of future WWE stars like Kevin Owens. KO has spoken about bumping into Revolution on the indie scene before reaching the big time, and even he's staggered by the sheer balls it took to mimic such a famous character in such a Wish.com way. Surely Razor would be more at home on WWF/WWE tribute shows, no? That's just not how he rolls though. Mr. Revolution positions himself as a serious act who works for groups like Wrestling in Canada, QCW, Canadian Professional Wrestling International, and more. Even goes so far as to use the Razor's Edge as a finisher. I mean, come on! No Revolution match is complete without a fall-away slam or two either. It's pretty crazy that someone is so upfront and honest about being a knockoff, crappier version of Razor Ramon. I think Owen should bring him in for a one-off WWE match. Okay, maybe not. Number 12, Kevin Nash, Scott Nash. Hey, say what you want about Razor Revolution, but at least he had the decency to wait until Scott Hall was no longer using his iconic character to give it a bash on the independents. Then there's Scott Nash. He was some journeyman pro who decided that dressing up as a Halloween version of Kevin Nash was the way to go. In the year 2000, you know, when Big Sexy was still actively wrestling on WCW television, the mind, it boggles. Scott debuted as part of the WXO promotion in Florida right at the turn of the new millennium. What did WXO's brain trust have in store for fans buying tickets to their first few events? Some dude in Kevin Nash's NWO Wolfpack gear wearing the least convincing blonde wig you will ever see. Now, they even carefully shot his entrance from above so you couldn't see Nash's face as he walked down the ramp. It would be utterly hilarious if that was a deliberate scheme by promoters, hoping anyone tuning in would think the ex-WWF champion had strolled onto their product, despite being under WCW contract. This is as hokey and bottom of the barrel as you're likely to get from a wrestling show, my friend. It's the squint and pretend you're watching the real thing approach in overdrive. And it's downright funny. Look at Nash's face in the screenshot right here. Even he's aware that this is the silliest thing going. Do you really need more? Well, how about the fact Scott wrestled former Demolition Man Barry Darsow in a match that went less than 2 minutes? Perhaps Barry morphed into his Repo Man gimmick and stole Nash's wig so fans would never have to see it again. Perhaps. I mean, Miller would love that. Number 11, Dude Love, that 70s guy, Mike Awesome. Okay, so everyone knows Mike Awesome's weird That 70s Guy experiment WCW pulled in 2000 was an attempt to hop on the hype train for That 70s Show. The TV series was a hot property at the time, so fair enough. But something else stood out about Mike's promos and overall presentation. He was like a cheaper, nastier version of Mick Foley's Dude Love success story over in the WWF. Vince Russo had played a part in making that a reality and bringing Mick's vision to life, and the former WWF writer needed some inspiration for a thoroughly dire WCW run. Therefore, in September 2000, after being saddled with another terrible gimmick, the Fat Chick Thriller, oh man, Awesome turned up in pastel-coloured suits and had a big 70s-style bus behind him at points. Remind you of anyone? The bus thing, not the suits. Although Dude Love also sported some garish colour schemes to sell his retro vibes. Mike's Lava Lounge talk show segment seemed to borrow some of the banter Foley had used too. Yeah, the more one stops to think about it, the more it becomes possible that Russo was just trying to do with Awesome what the WWF had done with Mick. Toss in a little Austin Powers for good measure and hope for the best, right? Yeah, baby. This gimmick lasted mere months before Mike joined Team Canada alongside Lance Storm, Elix Skipper and pals. And if you're having fun with this rip-off filled list, then hit that subscribe button below and you'll get even more What Culture Wrestling lists each and every day. And even more videos, we got all the stuff. Number 10, Road Dogg Buzzkill. Announcers like Tony Schiavone welcomed fans to WCW's New Year on the 3rd of January 2000 Nitro. Big things were promised, and all the usual pyro and fanfare seemed to suggest things could get back on track for an ailing company. Then, Brad Armstrong walked through the curtain dressed as a cheap rip-off of his own brother's Road Dogg gimmick over in the WWF, and all hope was lost. Buzzkill was Road Dogg Light, Diet Dog. Also, encouraging viewers tuning into that first episode of the new year to think about what's happening over on Raw with overacts like the New Age Outlaws is sure something. No wonder WCW went down the pan with warped thinking like this. At times, it was like they were actively trying to come across as second-rate. Starting the first Nitro of 2000 off with something absolutely massive would have been the way to go here. Set the tone. Sadly, the only tone WCW set here was reminding fans that the WWF's product had their own flagship licked. Armstrong, who was a solid hand in ring and a veteran of the biz, should have known better than to play a totally uncool, carny copy of his sibling's character too. That was, well, it was very daft. Buzzkill appeared to be an inside joke designed to poke fun at Road Dogg. Yeah, it was light-hearted, but light-hearted isn't always an excuse. Meanwhile, Raw kicked off with The Rock coming out to a big pop for a promo opposite Triple H and Stephanie McMahon. The difference in directness between both companies at the time was pretty incredible. Number 9, Jim Ross, Oklahoma. Most entries up until now have either been light-hearted or accidentally funny, but this one was plain mean-spirited and shouldn't have ever happened for multiple reasons. In 1999, Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara were looking to make their stamp on WCW and prove to the world that they were creative geniuses the WWF would miss. And how did they do that? By making light of some serious health problems Fed favorite Jim Ross was going through. Lovely. The Oklahoma character had zero redeeming qualities. Ferrara dressed like JR, screwed up his face, and spoke in an over-the-top southern drawl. Now, the cosplaying was one thing, but poking fun at Jim suffering Bell's palsy attacks was definitely a step too far. Needling anything wrestling-related would have been acceptable. Counterproductive and another small-time move by WCW, yes, but acceptable. But getting personal with somebody who didn't deserve to have his health ridiculed on national TV? No, shame on them, dick move, that. It's actually surprising that Ross's longtime friend, Dr. Death Steve Williams, agreed to go along with all of this and appear alongside Oklahoma. Either he wasn't on good terms with Jim at the time, stemming from his WWF release, or Williams just didn't think it was that bad. It is not too sensitive to say that this was that bad. OK was a rip-off gimmick with insulting overtones nobody on planet Earth needed. Jim Ross was an announcer, not a threat to WCW, and did not need this bullying in his life. Oklahoma is still one of the worst things that wrestling has ever put out. Number 8, China, Asia. A small-time mentality and rampant backstage disorganization held WCW back time and time again. For example, the time bodybuilder Christy Wolf changed her name to Asia. Why Asia? Well, get this. Asia is a continent. Meanwhile, China is a country. Over in the WWF at the time, China had been earning rave reviews for her work as part of D-Generation X and had blossomed into a standalone star. Looking to mimic that, but better apparently, WCW positioned Wolf as superior to China. Asia is bigger than China. Get it? Oh boy. No one was shocked that this didn't work out. China wasn't a Kurt Angle inside the ring, but she was 1,000,000 times the worker Asia was. In fairness, Wolf was coming from a bodybuilding background and probably hadn't been trained properly before somebody looked at her physique and yelled, "Put her on TV now!" Asia was rushed into things as part of a Ric Flair storyline in early 1999, then became part of the Revolution faction later that same year. She never really showed an aptitude for the biz at all, and was released by the summer of 2000 following various alliances and storylines that went nowhere. It was bold as brass of WCW to try the Asia thing in the first place. They knew that fans would make the comparison with China. Hell, WCW wanted them to. What they didn't want, though, was for those same people to realize that the WWF's original was infinitely better. But they did, because she was. Number 7, Hulk Hogan, Randy Hogan. Randy Hogan. That's it, that's the entry. Okay, not really, but sometimes a picture really does say 1,000 words. In Randy Hogan's case, it's screaming at you right now. Check the smug look on Randy's face before one of many job matches in WCW. He's fully aware what everyone's thinking. Hey, that guy's kinda sorta almost trying his hardest to look like Hulk Hogan. Yes, he was. But this was the car boot / garage sale action figure version of an authentic Hasbro toy. The sort that gets chewed up by your dog. Randy was another journeyman who one day decided, screw it. He grew out a Hulkster-esque mustache, which pleased the NWA in the 80s because they could cast him as a jobber and take a dig at the WWF's biggest star. Then, when Randy signed on for some work in the Federation, they told him to shave the facial fluff off and become Scott Colton. The dream was over, brother. At least for now. This is sort of like AEW debuting a wrestler called Randy Rhodes in 2025 and having him bleach his hair blonde. Everyone would draw immediate comparisons to WWE champion Cody Rhodes, but Excalibur and the commentary team would just pretend they didn't have a clue what people were talking about. Cody? No, that's Randy! It's just a coincidence that he loses all the time. He's having a nightmare. Randy's last WCW match happened in April 1994. Yep, mere months before the real Hogan signed on the dotted line and changed company business for the better come Bash at the Beach. Even Eric Bischoff knew he couldn't continue using our Randall after Hulk showed up. Number 6, Dusty Rhodes, Dirty Rhodes. Roger Smith once wrestled under a mask as one of the Assassins alongside longtime tagger Jody Hamilton in the 1980s. When that run ended and somebody else took his place, Smith reached for the stars by morphing into a cheap knockoff of American Dream Dusty Rhodes. Looking for a clever play on words, Roger plumped for Dirty Rhodes. Well, give them a good sweep then. Sorry, couldn't resist. I am awful. Dirty Rhodes came about because numerous wrestlers remarked that Smith resembled Dusty and shared some of his mannerisms. Capitalizing on that look, Smith decided he could get at least a few bookings if people thought he was related to Rhodes. I mean, he wasn't, but this was pro wrestling and facts rarely get in the way of a good story, do they? Dirty mimicked Dusty's famous promo style and worked a similar way inside the ring to boot. That actually led to some success for old Roger in groups like Stampede and the USWA towards the end of the 80s. Apparently, there was a real zest amongst some markets for a Rhodes Rhodes ripoff. In a clever move, as you can see right here, Roger also shielded his eyes with a cowboy hat during some promos. That added to the suspension of disbelief, especially when that masking was twinned with a convincing Dusty impression. An ambitious bit of self-promotion from a regional worker, to say the least. Number 5, Ric Flair, Nature Boy Paul Lee. Big pop if Paul Lee shouts "Whoa!" instead of Ric Flair's trademark "Woo!" whenever he wrestles. Now, in fairness, some would point out that Rick nabbed the Nature Boy gimmick from Buddy Rogers originally, so he can't lay claim to being the first ever anyway. Therefore, maybe Paul is actually onto something here. Somebody can steal Nature Boy from him soon enough. Maybe I will. I just need that hair to grow back. Lee's act is something special from a so bad it's good perspective. He's dedicated to the Flair cause, shall we say. Paul dons Rickish robes, walks to the ring like he's about to headline the Chi-Town Rumble versus Ricky Steamboat in 1989, and also uses familiar spots like the Flair flop, figure 4 leg lock, and more. Bonus points go to Lee for combining Flair's robes with the sunglasses he'd occasionally wear when suited and booted on old NWA episodes during the mid-80s. Without being cruel, those shades don't look nearly as expensive as the lavish ones Rick used to rock during his prime. Hey, it's not a problem. I mean, some wannabe babyface hero on an indie spot show would only snatch them off Paul's face and stomp on them anyway. That's just what happens. Not content to stop at cosplaying Flair, Paul has also been Jackie Fargo Jr. Perhaps he can vanish for a while, then come back as Greg Valentine too whilst he's at it. Better not give him more ideas though, right? Number 4, Sting, the Hornet. What sounds more dangerous and exciting, Sting or the Hornet? The latter insect defo still stings when it feels threatened by your presence, but it rarely goes on the attack just for no reason. That doesn't sound very appealing for a pro wrestling character, does it? Look out for the Hornet. Just don't put him in a headlock first and he'll never move from the corner of the ring. Riveting stuff. Ron Oakes was the wrestler behind this Sting ripoff in the USWA, and on reflection, he should have probably picked Scorpion as his ring name, or something similar, but maybe that would have led to legal action from the WCW star, who knows. It's 100 times better than the Hornet though. Oakes used that name in Memphis for a spell, but he usually had to go by his real name when working enhancement matches elsewhere for bigger promotions. The Hornet gimmick was defo cartoonish in a bad way, but Oakes had a decent physique on him. He was in impressive shape compared to most who rolled through the Memphis territory at that time, but he couldn't play a discount store stinger for too long before it caused some trouble. That's assuming Sting and or WCW's legal department even knew this bug existed. It is hard to get a good picture or footage that isn't grainy for obvious reasons. USWA content pops up on YouTube here or there, but it always looks like it was filmed on the world's worst flip phone from 2005. Stinger had absolutely nothing to worry about, folks. The Hornet was not going to fly in and steal his spot at any point. Number 3, Gold Dust, Blue Dust. The whole period between 1997 and 1999 was a weird time to be a Gold Dust fan. Dustin Rhodes shocked the world by debuting the gimmick in 1995, and some loved its uniqueness, whereas others hated the character and rejected it outright. Goldust was successful for the WWF despite splitting opinion, but then things got a little too shock value for shock value's sake with the artist formerly known as run onwards. In 99, the Blue Meanie was drafted in from ECW to reprise one of his earlier roles on lower tier extreme shows. He turned into Blue Dust. That meant, you guessed it, becoming a completely blue version of Dustin's guys instead of gold. This led to a singles match between the pair at St. Valentine's Day Massacre in February. Goldust won that in just a few minutes, then Meanie started calling him Mommy. Wait, what? In storyline, the insinuation was that Goldust had taken Blue Dust under his wing on one condition. Meanie had to do everything that Dustin asked of him without question. Being brutally honest about it, the whole mommy thing wasn't that outlandish during the Wild Attitude Era period anyway. Goldust had been doing far more controversial things than this on Raw since late 1997. Blue Dust was a quasi-doppelganger attempt long before Dustin's brother Cody went under the makeup as Stardust. It existed expressly for one pay-per-view match, and that was it. But at least it got Meanie's foot in the door with the WWF. That would not be the end of wrestling's obsession with the color blue, though. Number 2, Kane. Blue Kane. Wrestling's 2023 was a trip, and Blue Kane was a major reason why. Suddenly, people started hearing rumblings of a big blue machine who was showing up on independent cards in the UK. It was all played for giggles, and it actually worked. Blue Kane went from indie show darling for those in attendance to viral superstar online thanks to social media. He blew up in a big way. Thank you. But that's when WWE's lawyers took notice of what was happening and shut it down. They sent Blue Kane several cease and desist letters threatening him with the courts if he didn't stop immediately. However, rather than give up, Blue Kane changed into Blue Pain, which is his current name. He also wrestles as Memes for the record. All of this was incredibly smart because it drummed up some instant buzz for the guy behind the blue mask, and wrestlers like Matt Cardona were tripping over themselves to get a match with this Glenn Jacobs parody. Hey, perhaps Blue Kane should have changed course to become an evil dentist or a Diesel tribute act instead. Those who remember Jacobs having those gimmicks before he became Kane and changed his career for the better would have no doubt got a kick out of it. Blue Kane is no more, but Blue Pain and Memes still wrestle on the independent circuit for companies like TNT and Game Changer Wrestling. Memes even sneaked onto the PWI Top 500 for 2024, and that definitely shows the true power of fan support on social apps. There's still a market for this gimmick in 2025, and that is just totally bizarre, but in the best way. And number 1, literally everyone, WWF tribute shows. Right, sorry for laughing, but just look at that poster. Look at it. It is so wonderfully in your face. Where to even start? The Great American Bash is a WCW nod. Someone is dressed up as The Rock. Kane is there, but not Blue Kane. An unconvincing Undertaker is staring right through your soul. And X-Pac looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. You've got to love the minds who come up with this stuff and actually charge money for it. Now, that's not me throwing stones, by the way. These shows always seem like tremendous fun. For example, on a small 2001 spot show in a tiny Scottish seaside town, Jamie Kennedy, the wonderful dude who wrote the article for this very list that you're watching, saw the same knackered indie wrestler work as Chris Jericho, Edge, Shawn Michaels, Christian, and Kane all on the same card. He hurt his leg during a ladder match as HBK, then hobbled out with a bandage over his Kane Halloween costume for the main event's Royal Rumble. It's just excellent. However, it is a bit wild that promoters market shows like this and make a living from them. They must be clued up on their legal loopholes, and these spot shows do entertain hundreds of kids at a time. In essence, they're largely harmless if it's made clear that everything's parody. Unofficial People's Champion is ace banter too. Nobody is safe from these tribute nights. Seeing some scrawny indie guy looking for a break as he dresses up like John Cena is always going to get rave reviews here. They can deal with the legal fallout. We're just here for the foam fingers and cheap Rey Mysterio masks. 619, 619.
Let's just be honest. Now that WCW is dead, and it definitely is, some of the awful moments are hilarious. They weren't at the time, but so much time has passed you can't help but laugh, because what the flub were they thinking? It still holds a soft spot in my heart, and I'll always want to talk about it. So hello, I am Simon from WhatCulture. Please do subscribe. And here's 10 WCW moments so bad they'll blow your mind. Number 10, WCW goes Montreal. I mean, promotions were still mimicking this in 2007, so it's no surprise just 2 years after the Montreal Screwjob, World Championship Wrestling couldn't help themselves. It just sucks that they made Bret Hart go along with it. Happening during the main event of Starrcade as the Hitman faced Goldberg. It doesn't get chatted about too much because, as you know, this was the night Bill booted Bret in the head and ended his career. I can't say for sure, but I think Bret has most definitely spoken about this. However, the special guest referee was indeed Roddy Piper, and halfway through this nightmare, he just randomly called for the bell. Ruh-roh. Goldberg was in the sharpshooter too, and no, he hadn't submitted. And the worst part was the Washington fans had no clue what was going on. This sort of nonsense wasn't as well known as it would be today, and this was classic WCW management thinking they knew better. They didn't. This was the pay-per-view that was also meant to be as important as a WrestleMania, and they still pulled this. It beggars belief. Number 9, Lex Luger reads Vince Russo's mind. Here we go. Happening on the 15th of May 2000 Nitro, let us set the scene. The opening match was going to be Sting versus Vampiro in a House of Pain, which was basically a massive steel cage. Yes, WCW was that desperate. During this nonsense, Vince Russo also cornered Miss Elizabeth and told her later on that Medusa was going to kick her ass, when Lex Luger appeared disguised as a member of the ring crew. He dropped through the hole in the top of the structure and slapped the torture rack onto Medusa, but how on earth did he know this was going to happen? Nobody had hinted about it, there was no tease, so Lex had just dressed up on the off chance it would actually work out for him. So he was just hanging out. Russo had only just made the match too, so as ever, it was just WCW thinking everybody has to be a surprise, even when it makes no sense. 2 + 2 = potato. The irony of this, of course, is that if all you do is shock TV, nothing is a shock. These guys. Number 8, Hulk Hogan has supervision. Given that Hulk Hogan was part responsible for a huge boom in wrestling, it's amazing he thought it was a good idea to go along with some of this. I mean, even Stevie Wonder could see this was a bad plan. Look at this image, though. It is pitch black, right? You can see some lights, but if I told you to identify the wrestler stood at the top, you couldn't. If you tried, it would just be a massive guess. Well, Hogan was there to witness this and was even further away, and yet when he saw it, he just shouted out, "It's the wall, brother!" I mean, there is no flubbing way. This was the 27th of March 2000 Nitro, and Hulk was in the ring cutting a promo, and somehow could see the wall making a chokeslam gesture atop of this building. Which brings up point number 2. The hell is he doing? That's weird behavior. The fans' reaction makes this because they don't get it either and just start looking around, and it is so stupid, it would have been great if they had meant it. As you've already figured out, they did not. Number 7, Oklahoma's medical exam. Do not watch the 7th of February 2000 Nitro. It is offensive and in poor taste then, and it still is now. For some reason, Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara decided insulting Jim Ross would be a fine idea on WCW television, so they created a character called Oklahoma that even had Bell's palsy. I mean, what are you doing? This was definitely the low point because as the fake JR came to the ring, he was accompanied by Dr. Jeter as the pair laughed at the fact Medusa had breast implants. How nobody was fired for this, I don't know. It is bad people doing bad things. It truly is the worst of wrestling and saw fans tune out in their droves, especially the WCW audience. At their core, they always wanted straight up wrestling, and instead they were given nonsense like this, like going out for pizza and someone sticking a piece of glass up your ass. What? Move on. Number 6, let's get excited about the script writers. If you want your heart to break, watch this era of WCW and look at Bobby Heenan every time the camera cuts to him. He knows. How could he not? It was awful on the 18th of October 1999 Nitro when the Brain and lead commentator Tony Schiavone had to sit there and lose their minds because World Championship Wrestling had hired some scriptwriters. Yep. That's what they said on air. Now, of course, this was the announcement that Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara are now with WCW, but still, why on earth would you format that into the show? Nobody cares, just wrestle. As ever, this was done for the insider fan, and back at the turn of millennium, that was even smaller than it is now. So this is really bad World Championship Wrestling. Don't even bother with it. Number 5, the Warrior is in the mirror. As opposed to this, which is good bad WCW. I love it. One of the more infamous angles they ever did. The Ultimate Warrior's run in the promotion was rubbish. There's no point pretending otherwise. He was only brought in so Hulk Hogan could get his win back after that WrestleMania loss, and was given so much creative freedom to convince him to take the L that all of this Warrior stuff was nuts. And I mean genuinely nuts. The 5th of October 1998 Nitro is when it fell through the floor, though, and let me explain. As Hollywood was freaking out about the return of his nemesis, he saw the Ultimate One growling at him when he looked in the mirror. That's right, Hogan was seeing ghosts. The problem, though, is that Eric Bischoff, who was with Hulk, could not see the Warrior, so this was meant to be Hogan losing his mind. If that's the case, however, why could we see him too? That's right. Production-wise, the real-life Jim Hellwig was shown on TV, so who actually was crazy here? Was it us and Hulk? Was it Bischoff? And furthermore, when the hell did the Ultimate Warrior get magical powers? The real icing on the cake is that the announcers also witnessed this, so who the flub knows? Classic right hand isn't talking to the left hand stuff, but man, it's so funny. It is so bad. Like watching a cheap-ass B-movie. Number 4, Ric Flair in the psychiatric hospital. In April 2000, Roddy Piper was able to convince a psychiatric hospital to admit the Nature Boy, meaning a week later, we were going to get some skits, and these were unbelievable. For some reason, the actors WCW hired as extras were told to ham it up too, so it's embarrassing, and the jokes just range from insensitive to wildly inappropriate. During all this, the nurses get perved on constantly too. It sucks so bad. I dare you to load these up and watch them because your head will fall on the floor. And if nothing else, who was tuning into Nitro to see the king of wrestling have to do this? Nobody. That's who. This is the kind of stuff that ruins your fandom because it is totally unjustifiable. You want to kick the TV when you're finished. It is just the worst. Number 3, Goldberg and the script. This may have been the worst WCW storyline, and that is saying something. It was all down to the fact that Vince Russo was obsessed with talking about wrestlers not following the script, which is what he did with Goldberg on the 14th of August 2000 Nitro. For he marched into the ring with Tank Abbott and yelled at Bill, because you gotta use his first name, for not wanting to do his job. Not only did it just tell the audience that what they're watching was all fake nonsense, but it made Goldberg look like an idiot. Once again, fans didn't know what was going on, and the end result was meant to be you thinking Tank and Bill were gonna fight for real. What that says about the rest of the show, I don't know. As ever, the announcers have no clue how to sell this, because if they went too far in either direction, it just exposed the core of wrestling. To this day, it was only designed for one person, and as cliched as it is, it would be like Brad Pitt killing a guy in a movie when he turned to the camera and said, "Hey, don't worry, he's not actually dead." Thanks, Brad. Thanks. Number 2, Vince Russo wins the World Championship. When Vince Russo first arrived in WCW, do you know what he said? "This isn't about me, bro." That was not true. Because not only did he book himself as an on-screen character almost instantly, but on the 25th of September 2000 Nitro, he took on Booker T in a steel cage, and yep, he won the big gold belt. Forget David Arquette, this was bottom of the barrel stuff. There was a dumb finish naturally, as Vince only achieved this when Goldberg speared him through the structure, meaning Russo won on a technicality, but still, why was he even in this position to begin with? He didn't even get beaten for the title as he relinquished it on Thunder a few days later, and his reason was the fact he wasn't a wrestler, so how could he defend it? Well, if that's the case, why the flub were you in a match? Poor Booker T was the guy that had to try and save all of this, and boy does he try. Nobody could have helped though. We weren't writing to ensure we had a good TV show. It was just tricks and swerves constantly. Number 1, Kevin Nash and the missing blood. Right, this is better. It's so funny. Because do you remember when the Brood were running wild in the WWF in the late 90s? The bloodbath was a signature attack, and it was mostly Vince Russo. He loved this for some reason, because he got a kick out of an individual covered in the red stuff. You tell me. He carried this on when he got to WCW and decided his faction, the New Blood, should take up the mantle, and that makes sense. I mean, the clue is in the name. The problem was, World Championship Wrestling was so crazy in 2000 that nothing went right, including here. Because when Kevin Nash was stood in the ring, they triggered this liquid attack, and the blood missed. Yep. It meant Nash stood there in the ring as some red liquid fell from the rafters next to him, and all he could do was just look at it, and then it got even worse. Later, as Big Sexy brawled with these guys, more blood was supposed to hit him, and not only did that miss, but some of it landed in the crowd and hit the front row instead. I mean, this is amazing. It's just amazing. Whether or not such people were compensated, I don't know, and really, if you were going to WCW shows around this time, you should have expected this. I mean, they probably couldn't have even drunk a glass of water, right? Would have just spilled it right on their face. I'm now off to watch more bad WCW moments, and of course, Judy Backwell on a forklift. 20 years later, and I will never ever understand.
Rubbish wrestling is the best. I don't even like to use the word rubbish because if you're entertained, who cares? That's the whole point. Get in there in whatever fashion you'd like. Sometimes you can get a feeling before this goes down too, and then often, after you do tune in, it's even worse. You crack new ground, and all of a sudden, maybe it's not so fun anymore. So what madness should you check out today? Let's find out. Number 15, the clowning at Survivor Series 93. Doing the clown was the man. Or the clown, I suppose, I don't know. But when Matt Bourne played the character, it had a genuine edge, and even the variations after, I mean, they were dumb, but I like dumb, so at least it was fun. The WWF clearly thought this too at the Survivor Series in 1993, because they had a whole team of them. 4 to be precise, and they were also facing Bam Bam Bigelow, Bastion Booger, and their head shrinkers. Oh yeah, there was something mad here because my word, in motion when you see it, I don't think any of them knew this was taking place live. Bastion Booger, as per his character, was booked to eat turkey because it was Thanksgiving, I suppose, whereas Afa, who was managing the squad, joined in. Don't get this wrong though, they were instructed to eat this, but they had no manners, so who exactly was this for? The bushwhackers who were also involved were more interested in scooters because they had a literal banana peel slip, and then there was poor Bam Bam. a genuine game changer in wrestling. I'm sure he was wondering why he got put in this. The coins, of course, were Doink Dink and Mo and Mabel from Men of the Mission, and honestly, this is barely a match because once again, everybody is just mucking around. Listen to Vince McMahon on commentary too. He knows. He keeps telling us what a good time they're all having. Wrestling. It really is a farce, but my gosh, you will laugh for all the wrong reasons. A total disaster, and one I think that was planned. Insane. Number 14, the aftermath of Kofi Kingston. We all remember how awful it was when Kofi Kingston lost his WWE title to Brock Lesnar in 8 seconds. WWE did this as SmackDown was debuting Fox, so we needed a talking point. Okay, but at least let them have a proper match. What we all forget about is what happened next, because man, it was strange. Literally right after this went down, UFC warrior Cain Velasquez walked out to confront Brock. As we learned, this was the next feud. Wasn't the worst idea in the world either. Velasquez and Lesnar did have history in the octagon, and Cain was a star in his own right. It could have worked, but it did not. The two met a crown jewel that year, and yeah, aside from being another crazy short fight, it was worked like an MMA scrap, and it did not click. Lesnar tapped Velasquez out in 2 minutes with a Kimura, and then continued to kill him. It was his apparent friend Rey Mysterio that chased Brock away with a chair, and everybody was confused because what the flub was this? Given it was the same card where we also had Tyson Fury, and yes, we'll get to that one as well, you have to imagine this was Saudi Arabia asking for some outside celebrities. But I'll tell you, bad idea. Number 13, Brock vs. Goldberg 1. It is important to note that when we learned it was going to be Bill Goldberg vs. Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 20, people were excited. It was two big men slapping man meat before that was a phrase. They were just gonna kill each other. Not quite. Somehow word got out that both guys were leaving following the pay-per-view, and the fans in Madison Square Garden did not like that. In fact, they had taken it personally, and therefore this match was not allowed to go easy. The audience booed the shit out of them. You have to see it to believe it, because it's one of the biggest disconnects between a crowd and what's going down in the ring. And just look at special referee Steve Austin's face. He continues to laugh because he can't believe it. The reason it plunged further is because Brock was genuinely upset, and that showed too. Goldberg has spoken about having to have a word with him during all this, but he looks fed up as well. And of course I understand. When you realize you're already cooked, what else can you do? There's also rumors Shane McMahon was in the stands getting people to chant even more, and it's why when they linked up again in 2016, eyebrows were raised. We can't go through this again. Thankfully we didn't, and Goldberg and Lesnar did what they wanted to do here. Just go and watch that one instead. Number 12, Ronda and Shayna don't get the room. Do I actually like this? I was clearly the outlier, but there was something interesting about Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler doing an MMA-inspired grappling match at SummerSlam 2023. The vast majority of fans disagreed, however. Moreover, so did Ronda. Afterwards, she admitted that, to use her words, a bunch of octogenarians had taken her vision and ruined it. In short, she wasn't happy with what Vince McMahon decided to do. As such, the execution wasn't quite what Rousey was going for, and boy did that show. The fact this was meant to be her WWE swan song too, and she lost to Baszler, well, company didn't follow up on that either. Shayna did nothing. The major issue was the crowd that day though, because yeah, they clearly didn't think much to this. It was quickly forgotten about. A real shame. We should always be trying to do stuff outside the box. Number 11, Goldberg says no. Let us make this clear. This has nothing to do with Goldberg, Kevin Nash, or Scott Steiner. I'm sure they rolled their eyes too, because good grief. It all falls at the feet of Vince Russo, who just thought the worst part of wrestling was the wrestling. I know it even sounds stupid. At the WCW New Blood Rising 2000 pay-per-view though, even Russo took this way too far, because during a match between these three, Goldberg refused to take the Nash powerbomb. And yes, you heard that correctly, this wasn't a desperate struggle in the ring. As the commentators made clear, the script called for Goldberg to be hit with the move, but Bill refused and walked out. That was the story. Russo even met him at the top of the aisle with Bill telling him to flub off, and the concept was to make fans desperate to tune in to see what was happening behind the scenes. Spoiler alert, it totally failed. Think of the live crowd too. They don't have the awful context bleeding into their ears, so it just looked like Goldberg screwed something up and then he walked out. So bad and offensive, to be honest. You were being told believing in wrestling made you an idiot. Well, thanks. The build to the pay-per-view had been all the same thing too, so I guess this was just a tease. To see it go down, though, sheesh, it was so bad. Another nail in WCW's coffin. Number 10, Taker vs. Taker. Another one that's hard for me to criticize because I was a child. And when this did happen, yep, I thought it was amazing. 2 Undertakers? How? I guess this goes back to the last entry. You can believe anything if you're happy just to accept what you're seeing. Turns out the older demographic didn't agree, and most thought the Undertaker taking on another version of himself at SummerSlam 1994 was not good. A huge issue is how long it went, although actually it was only 10 minutes. I suppose Brian Lee, who was playing the fake dead man, just didn't look enough like the OG to pull it off. You can throw shade at the bill too, because the Naked Gun team were trying to solve this mystery, but again, I love those movies, so really this is just a nice memory. The issue is, if you do go watch it today, the live fans are not interested, especially because Bret and Owen Hart had put on a clinic the same night. What a weird pay-per-view this is. Number 9, King Mabel's main event run. By all accounts, the real-life Nelson Fraser was the best guy. So it's important to note that there's nothing better than being a good dude, although that didn't really translate into his big WWF push. The main chat is always from SummerSlam 1995, where Mabel, off the back of the King of the Ring win, faced Diesel for the WWE title. Don't think Kevin Nash was a fan, because apparently Mabel crushed his ribs half to death. You can kind of tell this when you watch it too. Diesel yells in a way that's far more than, "Ow, I'm going to sell that." It sort of tied into the surprise for the WWF audience too, because when Mabel was crowned the king, nobody had seen him in such a fashion. A large reason Vince McMahon pulled the trigger is because we were post-steroid scandal, and he wanted big guys who weren't on the juice. Mr. Man on a mission ticked that box. It did not translate to a main event singles run though, and also after breaking the Undertaker's nose by accident, Mabel was taken away from the main event scene and eventually let go. Thankfully, he would come back as Viscera. This was not good. Number 8, WCW steals WrestleMania 6's main event. And it didn't work at all. It was as WCW tried to get business heading in the right direction again, so went back to Hulk Hogan versus the Ultimate Warrior in 1998. There were issues there. The first was that the WCW audience likely wasn't into this before, so now they didn't want it on their TV. This was sports entertainment. They wanted wrestling. The second, it was terrible. Hopes were not high because it had been years since the Mania 6 match and the industry had moved on, but also, this just wasn't it. The Warriors promos were so long it often meant Nitro had to be rewritten mid-show, and that match at Halloween Havoc. It's a bit like the Doink contest. It's so bad, it's sort of good for all the wrong reasons. This was put together because Hulk decided he had to get his win back, and then there's the fire paper. Hogan wanted to burn his rival, and of course set himself alight instead, and summed the whole thing up. It wasn't meant to be, but it was very funny. Fans hated it too, and don't forget the moment where Warrior spoke to Hogan through the mirror, and Eric Bischoff thought Hulk Hogan was insane. Well, we could see it as well, which meant we were insane. This is one of the stupidest feuds ever done. Number 7, Tyson Fury's short-lived wrestling career. Now, I do understand that WWE is always going to want to use outside celebrities in the ring, especially when you go to Saudi Arabia. It's just another glitzy box you can tick. At Crown Jewel 2019, which we have already talked about though, we did Braun Strowman versus Tyson Fury, and listen, I respect everybody who does give it a go, but Tyson Fury should not have been on pay-per-view. We've seen what he's done in the boxing ring, but here it was just a whole lot of nothing, and for around about 5 minutes they just looked at each other and then sort of danced around. This went for 10 minutes too, which was way too long, and for some reason halfway through, Tyson did the Undertaker's iconic setup routine. That's great and all, but why don't you do something else? It was just a no-win situation from minute one, and everybody who did tune in probably face-palmed their forehead all at once. Fury also got a count-out win over Braun, so I'm just gonna say it, man. This is kind of crappy. Number 6, Shawn Michaels does not have the best comeback. So once again, we do go to Saudi Arabia a year prior at Crown Jewel in 2018. And listen, I am fine with Shawn Michaels wanting to come back for a huge payday. He gave a lot to the wrestling business, and if he was able to get a bunch of millions of dollars, well, more power to that guy. At the same time, Michaels and Triple H versus The Undertaker and Kane at the show, even they have come out and talked about this. The dead man has gone on record saying that should have been the easiest night of my life, and instead it was an utter disaster. For 1, Triple H tore his pec, 2, Kane's mask came off, 3, The Undertaker was too clearly injured to do anything, and while Shawn himself actually looked pretty good, nobody could have saved this. The wrestling powers that be had decided, no. You really do not want to go and watch this either because it would just make you sad. Let's just draw a line under it and never talk about it again. Number 5, Bret Hart versus Vince McMahon at WrestleMania. Now, in many ways, it's very cool that we did get this, because at one point in time, it was impossible. Bret Hart had decided he was never going to go back to the WWF. That all changed in 2010 when he did pop up on Raw and make amends with Shawn Michaels, but one guy he still hated was Vince McMahon. So of course we got to Mania and we did the match. The issue was Bret had been through so many personal struggles he was never going to be able to live up to his own legacy, which wasn't his fault, so we just turned this into a massive schmoz. While it was kind of satisfying because the Hitman did win, well, it is not easy to watch, and that pains me to say it because Bret Hart is the best of all time. I think where the WWE really fell down was with the build, because while we should have just focused on the Montreal screw job, because that story was right there, we added in a hit and run and who knows what else. We talk about overcooking the pudding. We didn't need it. Number 4, The Undertaker hangs the Big Boss Man. Now, we often forget about the Hell in the Cell at WrestleMania 15, mostly because it was during a time where WWE was overly obsessed with this stipulation, was accidentally running it into the ground. It also meant we got The Undertaker versus the Big Boss Man, and I totally understood it at the time. It was the Corporation versus the Ministry of Darkness, but that doesn't explain the ending, where after the Phenom had won, he took the Boss Man and he hanged him. I don't mean that in a ha-ha funny way either. The Ministry quite literally tied a noose around his head, attached him to the top of the cell, and this whole segment ended with the Boss Man swinging from side to side. The message we were given is that he was dead, and then we got to Raw and he was just there. I mean, we never got any answers to this, but it is totally disturbing. Without wanting to be that guy, let's never do that again. I mean, what the flub? Number 3, Ric Flair's last match. Before we even got to Ric Flair's last match in 2022, the Nature Boy had been through a lot of health problems, so most people thought him teaming with Andrade to take on Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal probably wasn't the best idea. They were correct. I mean, it's no surprise that there were obvious limitations to this and that Andrade did most of the legwork, but some of the decisions we made here, well, it was just ridiculous, like Rick pretending he was going to have a heart attack. He even got checked over by medics. And when we do remember that wrestling is meant to be sports entertainment, who is that making feel good in their tum-tums? If anything, you're just going to trigger someone, they're going to feel sad as they have a bad memory. He also bleeds all over the place, which cannot be good for a man well into his 70s. And listen, if you are trying to keep the legacy of the Nature Boy alive, this is another one you do want to avoid. It was not good. It was not fun. Let's try and never do this again. Number 2, Kurt Angle retires. So as I have said time and time again, I will never put the blame on Baron Corbin here. He just turned up to work and got told, oh, by the way, at WrestleMania, you're going to be the guy to beat Kurt Angle, and then one of the best in-ring technicians ever is going to be retired. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Angle has come out time and time again and said he pushed for John Cena because, of course, it was John Cena that interrupted Kurt Angle to start the Ruthless Aggression era. But the main issue with this is that it just made fans sad. We all wanted Kurt Angle to have that one last high, so we go, oh my gosh, he is that good. And to be honest, I think it's all down to WWE. They didn't give him any pomp and circumstance at all. If I were to hazard a guess, they never really forgave him for going to TNA. And I don't want to go as far to say they treated Kurt Angle like a jobber, but given what he did do in this industry, and given that he will be in the top 5 of most people's top 10 lists, well, yeah, all of a sudden we do start heading in this direction. It was not done the right way at all. Number 1, Goldberg versus The Undertaker in Saudi Arabia. So it is back to one of these shows, and I've always taken umbrage with this because this was pitched as a dream match. Now listen, Goldberg versus The Undertaker is 2 legends fighting, but at no point in time, even during the invasion, did anybody say, I need to see Bill versus the Dead Man, when they were heading in completely different directions. This one is just such a mess, as admitted to by both guys, because before the bell rang, Bill had suffered a concussion, so he didn't really know what was going on. It also meant that when he went for the jackhammer, he dropped The Undertaker right on his head. And I kid you not, my friends, this is one of the most scary bumps you will ever see. If The Undertaker was half his size, I actually think he'd be dead. Once he does kind of shake off the cobwebs too, the real-life Mark Calloway looks super frustrated, and Bill isn't enjoying this either. It's just one of those things that fell off the rails instantly, and then just continued to distend. So the next time we do head to Saudi and somebody says, oh, we need a Dream-style bout, let's just have a little bit of thought here. Both guys were lucky to walk away in the condition that they did. This is one that isn't funny in any sense of the word, and a good reminder that wrestling can be terrifying. We've always got to respect it.
Over the years, despite there being far stronger candidates on show across the roster, WWE have foolishly chosen to fully get behind everyone from lumbering giants to personality-devoid prodigies. And the end results were inevitably all kinds of disappointing. So let's talk about them. I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 times WWE got the guy wrong. Number 10, Austin Theory. At a glance, Austin Theory seems like a guy who possesses a good number of the qualities needed to be a serious player in WWE. He definitely looks the part, possessing an undeniably impressive physique. And he can hold his own in between the ropes too, though he does possess a rather flat finisher in his A-Town Down weapon of choice. That match ender perhaps encapsulated the overall vibe of the former United States champion during his 2022 to 2023 Top Guy push, under both Vince McMahon and Paul Levesque, with that run highlighting the major flaw holding the 26-year-old back from being a future WrestleMania main eventer, that being his lack of any real personality. His work on the mic was extremely uninspired and forgettable. He never once truly captivated an audience, and Theory's Money in the Bank victory brought more dread than excitement, with fans never once buying the uncharismatic talent as a soon-to-be world champion as he carried around his bright green opportunity. Despite failing to successfully bring home a belt via his cash-in, becoming the only person to challenge for a mid-card title with his case and still bloody lose, WWE still didn't give up hope on their Austin Theory Top Guy project. A victory over John Cena on the grandest stage also couldn't convince people to take Theory seriously as the next big thing though. So WWE wisely opted to wave their white flag in the end and dump him into the tag team ranks alongside the colourful Grayson Waller instead. A move which has actually done more for the lad than those high-profile victories and singles pushes ever did. Number 9, Solo Sikoa. Another relatively recent attempt to create a new top guy, or in this case, a new tribal chief. This run with Solo Sikoa as the leader of the new bloodline has been a bit of a mixed bag so far. The Bloodline 2.0 itself has actually started to feel like the genuine threat Paul Heyman was trying to make us believe it was for months, with the introduction of Jacob Fatu in particular and decimating of the aforementioned Wise Man, both establishing the squad as a force to be reckoned with on Friday nights. However, even with this next chapter of the saga finally sparking into life a little, there's still a rather big problem blankly staring WWE in the face here. Sikoa just hasn't commanded the screen at all as the evil faction's new top dog. He lacks real authority whenever he shows up on screen, and even more so when he opens his mouth. Even after orchestrating that aforementioned attack on Heyman, it was still hard to escape the feeling that the genuinely terrifying Fatu stood a better chance of being one of WWE's next top guys than the largely unengaging Solo. Solo has looked anything but comfortable at the head of the table. And while we're talking about the Bloodline, I want to know right now, what is your favourite Bloodline moment of all time? You let me know in the comments section down below. Now back to the video, baby. Number 8, The Great Khali. Now it doesn't take a genius to see what made Vince McMahon give an undefeated streak to and put the top strap on this guy. Yes, I said strap on, grow up. Standing at an incredible 7 foot 1 inches tall and weighing a massive 347 pounds, The Great Khali definitely had the numbers of an old school wrestling attraction. A giant that on paper looked like he genuinely could not be stopped. And then the bell rang. Unlike other more modern giants like Big Show, Braun Strowman and Kane, Khali struggled to really move himself around the squared circle, with his dodgy knees resulting in most of his plodding matches being a bit of a painful watch. Even if his besting of The Undertaker early on was still a bit of a shock at the time. Without Edge going down injured in the first place back in 2007, there's also a chance Khali may never have got his hands on the upside down big gold belt at all. But the decision to go with the Punjabi Playboy as SmackDown's top champion for a spell after that injury just further exposed his limitations as a worker. Before Batista took away the gold at Unforgiven, the combination of those lumbering displays in between the ropes and not exactly riveting promos, due to not speaking all that much English, inevitably led to this becoming yet another failed WWE experiment. He'd later settle into the role of a comedy performer instead on the roster. Khali definitely just wasn't cut out to be the guy, but he still did enough to earn himself a place in the Hall of Fame in 2021, so good for him. Number 7, Dean Ambrose. Now this is a bit of an odd one. Then Dean Ambrose had proven time and time again that he could be a reliable player for WWE during his run alongside and after The Shield. And in the wake of leaving the company in 2019, he'd very much flourish into a top-level superstar / champion capable of being the face of a company in AEW. But things just never really clicked for Jon Moxley when he was finally handed the top WWE guy ball back in 2016. In the wake of the brands being split for the first time since 2011, the super popular Ambrose was trusted with leading the blue brand as its WWE champion, sitting atop an exciting roster boasting the likes of John Cena, AJ Styles, Bray Wyatt and Randy Orton. Rather than a white-hot run for the lunatic fringe following his awesome Money in the Bank cash-in and enjoyable defenses against his former Shield pals though, his Blue Show World title reign was largely overshadowed by the aforementioned Cena and Styles rivalry. His forgettable defense against Dolph Ziggler at SummerSlam and disastrous interview with Stone Cold Steve Austin didn't do the unconvincing champion any favors either. Styles would ultimately bring that disappointing time on top of the mountain to an end at Backlash, and enjoy a much more memorable spell on top. Marks definitely showed that he had it in him to be the guy later down the road, of course, so this was largely just a case of the right guy at the wrong time, or maybe just the wrong place. A year on from Dean Ambrose failing to really set the world on fire as SmackDown's world champion, another star's ill-advised reign would make that Lunatics run look like, well, a home run. Well, not really, but you get the point. A freshly jacked Jinder Mahal suddenly emerged as a new WWE title contender following on from WrestleMania 33. And once again, Vince McMahon's obsession with big lads and bulging physiques led to the modern-day Maharaja lifting his first and only piece of world title gold. But away from the initial shock of seeing him actually conquer Randy Orton at Backlash 2017, the whole run was an unmitigated failure. Title contests against Orton and Shinsuke Nakamura were some of the dullest of the decade. And that's without even taking into account the horrendous racism present in that latter program. The properly terrible run was seemingly WWE's way of trying to appeal to the Indian market. But it didn't work, and by the time he did actually make it over to the country with the company, he was actually no longer holding the strap and being bested by Triple H at a house show. So yep, another failed experiment. Cheers for checking out this video today, my friend, and if you're enjoying what you're watching, then hit that subscribe button down below for more of this What Culture stuff in your day. Number 5, Damian Priest. Similarly to the aforementioned Jinder Mahal, by all accounts, Damian Priest is a top bloke in real life, but a top guy? Well, the last few months point to that just not being the case, sadly. Again, Priest can certainly produce in between the ropes, and has been a little unfortunate of late in his big matches, almost snapping his leg into at Clash at the Castle, and experiencing a pinfall botch at Money in the Bank. But his week-to-week work as Raw's world champion hasn't really set pulses racing since cashing in at WrestleMania 40. While certainly a likeable enough talent, he doesn't really have that megastar aura, does he? His delivery on the stick is a bit tedious. The feud of the year that is CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre has made anything Priest has been doing seem immediately less interesting by comparison, and he's just generally struggled to carry the show as its apparent top player in the same way Seth Rollins or Cody Rhodes did throughout 2023. Triple H definitely has a soft spot for the Judgment Day man, and was likely hoping that the world title would help elevate his NXT student to the level of bona fide main eventer. But it's not really worked out so far. Number 4, Jack Swagger. Many moons before really getting a kick out of a piece of purple headwear, Jake Hager arrived in WWE as a potential new guy the company were very much high on. It wasn't too hard to see why. Here was another talent with a strong amateur wrestling background who had a decent look about him and was relatively young, but he was still a bit of a work in progress. And that much was clear when WWE decided to pull the trigger on him as their new top champion on SmackDown back in 2010. Fresh off of winning the Money in the Bank ladder match at WrestleMania 26, then Jack Swagger cashed in on Chris Jericho to lift the World Heavyweight Championship. And that was probably the peak of the run right there. Sure, he'd pick up a few victories over the likes of Chris Jericho, Edge, and Randy Orton, but when stood opposite those names and the likes of John Cena on Raw, Swagger just didn't feel like the next big thing. He just looked inferior. The uncharismatic star's promos were a bit bland. The matches were just there, really, and no one was crying out for another run with the big gold belt in the wake of him dropping it in a fatal four-way match at the titular PLE. Number 3, Lex Luger. From one failed blonde guy fond of wandering around in the old red, white, and blue to another, in the hopes of creating a new Hulk Hogan of sorts, more on him later, Vince McMahon unleashed a Lex Express in 1993. Now sure, Lex Luger definitely looked like $1,000,000, though he did lack the same level of charisma and icon as big as Hogan boasted. But he certainly had the backing of the company coming into his eventual showdown with Yokozuna over the WWF Championship at SummerSlam. However, fans just were not fully buying it at the time, and it was that reality which ultimately led to the company getting cold feet and opting not to strap him up in the summer, choosing instead to continue building up the Adonis in the hopes of him one day finally connecting with the crowd. Yeah, about that. By the time both he and actual fan favourite Bret Hart fell over the top rope at the 1994 Royal Rumble, the crowd reactions both men received that night told the story of one person dressed in black and pink who was most definitely the guy, and another who clearly wasn't. And sure enough, when both men received their world title shots at WrestleMania 10, it was the Hitman who walked out with the belt, as fans took one look at that Hogan 2.0 push and said, "That doesn't work for me, brother." Number 2, Diesel. Bret Hart would go on to hold that WWF title right up to Survivor Series following his WrestleMania 10 victory, defending it against the likes of his brother Owen and the next star the company would eventually get behind as their next larger-than-life megastar, Diesel. The effortlessly cool big man who'd been acting as Shawn Michaels' bodyguard since his WWF debut would finally get his chance at being the man following the Hitman's loss to Bob Backlund at the aforementioned pay-per-view. But what followed was another stupid case of trying to replicate what came before, and not leaning into what made Kevin Nash so compelling in the first place. The smiling big lad, unsurprisingly, ended up feeling like the latest Hogan light offering in no time, and eventually went on to become the lowest drawing WWF champion of all time. He'd reign a year as the company's top guy, but the experiment well and truly failed. Many of the matches, outside of efforts against icons like Hart and Michaels, were not up to scratch. Also, the top guy character he was being asked to play wasn't one that fans were all that interested in anymore. Nash was born to be a charming anti-hero, and after finally being conquered by Hart at Survivor Series 1995, it was in that role that he excelled both at the end of his WWF run and throughout his game-changing WCW one. Number 1, Hulk Hogan. And speaking of the guy that WWF repeatedly did all they could to replace over the years, the Hulkster was actually the damn problem on the night of WrestleMania 9 and the months that followed. You see, coming into that show, Yokozuna had been built up as a serious threat to Bret Hart's reign as WWF champion, and a new top monster that many a plucky babyface would look to overcome in the coming years. But instead of committing to the finish of Zuna lifting the winged eagle at the end of that Las Vegas show of shows, Vince McMahon had other idiotic plans. Late in the day, and after being talked into the idea by Hulk Hogan, he opted to suddenly throw the returning legend into an impromptu main event, with the icon besting this villainous project post-Hart win in a matter of seconds to the sound of cheers throughout Caesar's Palace. That call to have Hogan hold the title and be the company's top guy for their upcoming international tour, according to Bruce Pritchard, made both of McMahon's new generation talents look crap, and a soon-to-be departing Hogan's refusal to drop the title to Hart — he didn't feel he was a main event level player at the time — along with the cheap way he eventually lost it back to Zuna, fireball to the face as you do, just made the company's decision to strap him up in Vegas seem more foolish in hindsight. Your top guy also burying the belt as a toy in Japan isn't exactly the best look either.
Imagine being so damn talented that you're told to go to the ring and make somebody else look good, and even though you tried, instead you're the person that really shined. And sure, there's a paradox here in the sense that if that was your job, then you failed, really, but that's not how wrestling works. In fact, it rarely makes any sense. I'm Simon from WhatCulture, though. Please do subscribe. And this is 10 wrestlers who were supposed to get other wrestlers over, but got over themselves. Number 10, the Hurricane. Lance Storm was a great addition to the WWE roster when he came in after WCW's demise in 2001. He was just so damn solid. He was the type of guy you wanted on your team. He was never going to have a bad match. What he lacked, you could argue, however, was a character, and somebody who had that in spades was Shane Hurricane Helms. WWE teamed these guys up with the intention of ensuring Storm had something of note to do after a loss to Edge, but as the focus was on the superhero aspect, and Helms was so good at it, well, it took over. Fans decided they loved the Hurricane, and he was soon separated from the team and went to tear it up in the Cruiserweight division. Hell, he'd even get a victory over The Rock, and we're still talking about him right now. Number 9, Lita. Do you remember S.A. Rios? If you do, you'll likely recall his bonkers Mexican entrance music, which was pure WWE at the time. He was also accompanied by a manager, though, that went by the name of Lita. This was the idea too. Pairing Rios with an attractive woman would turn him into a bigger star, completely missing that they had one hell of a commodity in Lita. This was happening in 2000 on shows such as Heat and Metal, and as quickly became apparent, the future member of Team Extreme was getting far bigger reactions than her high-flying partner. It didn't take long before she left him behind to join up with the Hardy Boys, and from there she teamed with Matt and Jeff Hardy before becoming a tour de force in her own right. Number 8, the 1-2-3 Kid. Razor Ramon came into the WWF in late 1992 with all the momentum in the world. He had been positioned as a top-tier dude who would often go against the likes of Randy Savage, the Ultimate Warrior, and Mr. Perfect, and even though it's forgotten now, he had a feud against Bret the Hitman Hart for the world title. He was a bit lost following that, but that's when Sean Waltman, aka the 1-2-3 Kid, popped into his life. Everyone thought this was nothing but a guy for Razor to destroy on the 17th of May 1993 Raw, before, but as soon as he got a surprise win, that was that. Fans loved him. Eventually, Ramon would almost become a mentor to 1-2-3, and behind the scenes, Vince McMahon was properly taken with the guy. This led to him being offered a full-time deal, and there aren't too many wrestlers from this era who can say that enhancement talents are part of the roster in the blink of an eye. He was only meant to throw himself around for Scott Hall, and look at the flipping legacy he's left now, and as for Mr. Waltman, he's about to come back to the ring to sign off for good. Number 7, Crash Holly. You could probably argue this one, but I don't think Crash Holly was paired with Bob Holly to become a star. I think this happened so Bob would have someone to slap around as and when he saw fit. This often happened too, but Crash sold his character so well and soon became tied up in the 24/7 hardcore scene that he basically owned for a while, that he was a lower card sensation. Little Holly was without a doubt one of the most popular guys in the company at one point, especially when he would tell fans he weighed a legit 500 pounds. While this was going on too, Bob didn't have much going on, so yeah, whatever Crash's original deal was, it went far further than expected, and look, once again, we're talking about him right now. Number 6, Farouk. When Farouk was first drafted into the WWF, he was meant to be one of the first victims for Ahmed Johnson. For some reason, Vince McMahon also made him a gladiator with a stupid helmet, and it got weirder because Sonny was his manager. It was as if this gimmick was just lying around on the floor and someone threw it at Ron Simmons. It wasn't good enough for the man. He knew this too, and by November, all this dumb garb was gone, and Farouk had become a super serious leader of the Nation of Domination. The feud with Johnson was still on the cards, but throughout all of this, Farouk was such a badass that he got over huge. In fact, Simmons found so much momentum, he had a WWF title shot at the King of the Ring in 1997 against The Undertaker, and that summed it up. The powers that be had realized Ahmed Johnson wasn't going to work out, and it made far more sense to put their eggs in this basket instead. And just look at the career he had. Everybody take a pause and then go damn. Number 5, Daniel Bryan. We all know this one, 18 seconds that changed the world. It wasn't Sheamus' fault this went so badly in 2012 as he was just doing what he was told, but for whatever reason, WWE officials decided that the Irishman versus Daniel Bryan didn't need to be a real match. So Sheamus just bro-kicked his head off and won the World Heavyweight title almost instantly at WrestleMania 28. The idea was that we take Sheamus up to the next level, but all it did was start a swell of support for Bryan. It was also a way for fans to stick it to the WWE brass for the mismanagement, and it just turned into a takeover. The Yes Movement became a monster, and 2 years later the fallout of it would see Daniel Bryan winning the main event of WrestleMania after beating Batista and Randy Orton. I'm sure the audience would have been behind him either way, but this one moment just made up the crowd's minds. Daniel Bryan was their guy, and they were gonna shout him all the way to the top. Number 4, The Miz. This one kind of worked both ways, but it was still an eye-opener. When NXT first started, the idea was for a rookie to be mentored by a pro, or in this case, The Miz teaching Daniel Bryan the ways of WWE. Given that Miz was such an asshole, he could berate Daniel Bryan, who could continue to be the lovable underdog. What wasn't in the script was that Miz would be so good in this role that he started to really find himself as a character, and his promos especially just started getting better and better. He also began to feel like an even bigger star, which is why later that year he not only won the Money in the Bank briefcase, but became the WWE champion. He was given somewhat of an opportunity, and my word, he smashed it. It didn't hurt Bryan at all, but it did help Miz, and if you want to describe this as and when he came out of the shadows, that would be more than fair. It's also a reason to go back and watch the first season of NXT 2, even though it is really, really weird. Number 3, Diesel. Shawn Michaels was the guy who spied Kevin Nash on WCW TV and told Vincent Kennedy McMahon, "You gotta hire him." HBK felt like he needed a heater or someone to give him that extra something as he forged out a singles career, and having a huge man in his corner wasn't the worst idea, especially as WWF was the land of the giants. It would allow Michaels to get wins over the bigger dudes, as the soon-to-be Diesel could just punch them in the face, leaving the pieces for Shawn, and as far as he saw it, it could also lead him to the main event picture. It's not exactly what happened. Michaels was on an upward curve anyway, but within 6 months, McMahon had fallen in love with Diesel and decided he needed to be fast rocketed to the moon. It was cemented during the 1994 Raw Rumble, and after that, Nash was seen as more than just a bodyguard. He was going to be a star in his own right. Within that year, he was the WWF champion and the #1 babyface in the company. Sorry, Sean. Number 2, AJ Styles. 2016 was not a good year for Roman Reigns. It was nothing to do with him, but the scripts he were given and some of the circumstances he was put in was just asking the crowd to turn on him, and they did. This we know. Thankfully, we had a great plan to rectify it all, which was to put Roman in a feud with super worker AJ Styles. 5 years ago, AJ's run in the WWE was still brand new, so knowing we were going to get this was exciting, but it also didn't address the issue. Nobody thought Reigns was a bad wrestler. Fans just used him as a scapegoat for all the ills they saw the company falling into over and over again. Given he'd only just debuted too, Styles knew he had to hit this one out the park, and my word, he did it and then some, because that's just what he does. The two had excellent matches which were universally praised, but it also showed management that they had something with AJ in case somehow they didn't know already. Styles soon became a personal favorite of McMahon and won multiple titles along the way. The man can and has done it everywhere. Number 1, The Rock. By early 1998, nobody was chanting "Die, Rocky, die" anymore. The Rock had become a star with huge potential, and his work as a bad guy was slowly winning people over. Even still, when he was placed in a feud with Ken Shamrock, the idea was to help the former UFC man get over, and then we'd return to the Great One in due course. Their matches at the Rumble, Mania, and King of the Ring just proved that a young Dwayne Johnson had something that anybody with any sense would jump on, and the fact he was having such good contests with Shamrock proved he had the chops to work with anybody. Both guys were still super raw at this stage, but you'd never have known it. WWE still wanted to use this as a jumping off platform for Ken to become a major player, but all it did was convince those in charge and the fans that maybe nobody should be sleeping on The Rock for much longer. Shamrock still had a great run, but you can't compare it to what the now Hollywood superstar did, and there's a reason for that, and it kinda starts around here.
Now sure, everyone understandably loves reminiscing about things like the legendary Eddie Guerrero winning the big one, the rise of Batista, Brock Lesnar, and John Cena, and Trish Stratus and Lita main eventing Monday Night Raw. But what about those other magnificent, scarcely believable, and often quite deranged occurrences this balmy, ruthless aggression era had to offer? Those ones that folks have largely just forgotten about, or maybe don't talk about as much. Well, have we got the list for you, baby? Because from the minds of both myself and the great Michael Sidgwick, here are 20 incredible WWE ruthless aggression era moments that nobody ever talks about. Number 20, the John Cena versus Great Khali feud. So before we get started, the period that we're going to cover here is between 2002 and 2008, because that's what people tend to think of when they think of the ruthless aggression era, so that's what we're going to do. Now we've got that out of the way, ruthless aggression poster boy John Cena entered improbably awesome performances at Judgment Day and One Night Stand in 2007. Somehow, through his motivation, Arn Anderson's layouts, or perhaps a mystical force from up high, the man carried the Great Khali to something compelling and dynamic. Twice! Now, the Judgment Day main event wasn't necessarily good. Cena's opening barrage of punches made Shane McMahon look like Sugar Ray Robinson for crying out loud, but it was inordinately effective. Cena at least threw himself down to the mat with a motivated snap. He knew that he had to create movement and some nightmarish oral thuds to get this over. Khali played his role remarkably well too, aiming his awful strikes at Cena's ears and even lifting his leg higher than he ever had in his life to connect with a back kick. It was majestic. The One Night Stand match was even better. An arena-wide brawl, it was significantly less tropey than many plunder matches WWE presents today. Virtually every single weapon that was used, like cameras and the crane, actually belonged in that environment, making it feel like a desperate Cena was grabbing whatever he could get his hands on to survive this onslaught. It was great stuff. Number 19, Velocity going nuts. Now, while the main roster was infested during ruthless aggression with some of the worst, greenest, most generic developmental atrocities you'll ever see, WWE did very gently flirt with the stylistic revolution on the nascent independent circuit. They signed Paul London, a fantastic, now severely underrated wrestler. He was super talented, but also handsome and telegenic, and thus, in the eyes of WWE and its soapy approach, more marketable than the rest. They still stuck him on C-Show Velocity and had him feud with Akio for ages though. WWE did not care about those matches, but the wrestlers did. They worked in vain, but treated every last one as an opportunity. Hypersonic aerial battles worked at a pace so blistering you could scarcely believe they were held under the WWE banner. This series wasn't just an exhibition of moves. A lot of thought went into it. In one match, Akio caught a London kick and sent him flying with a backflip. Now, usually this kind of counter only happens to allow the opponent to land on their feet and mount another attack. It's athletically impressive effective, but a bit contrived. This right here, though, was an actual attack. London bumped legs first on the ropes and then on his head with a horrific and rather awesome corkscrew motion. And more wrestlers should apply this level of intent to their work today, if you ask me. Number 18, one of the sickest matches ever. If Roderick Strong ever had cause to strangle out somebody's name, it wasn't when he was seeking the affections of Adam Cole. It was when he was getting pummeled half to death by Kurt Angle. Before he made a name for himself in Ring of Honor and Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, Roderick Strong was sacrificed to Kurt Angle as part of the latter's gold medal invitational. If the inexperienced chancer could survive 3 minutes with Angle, he'd take the gold. Angle asked Strong what his chances were. Strong said he didn't know, but he did know that he could slap Angle right in the face. And he did, really, really hard. This incensed Angle, who chased Strong around the ring. When they met inside of it for 2 glorious minutes, they may well have worked the most violent match in WWE history. And that's no exaggeration, folks. Angle worked this match like it was a shoot. Even by his standards, his intensity was just disgusting. After an absolutely fantastic near fall, the red mist descended further when Angle came close to losing. He smashed Strong repeatedly in the back of the head after furiously paintbrushing his face with slaps. The closest wrestling ever got to the hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby meme. Angle battered the back of Strong's skull so viciously that it's a miracle his forearm wasn't covered in brain matter. Angle then held Strong in a cattle mutilation position before headbutting his skull, grinding his forehead on it, and then eating it. The man was unhinged. Thick platelets of blood somehow didn't pool on the canvas. A disgusting suplex and ankle lock later, and the massacre was done. Except it wasn't, since Angle hooked the ankle and refused to let go. How did this make it onto WWE TV? And while we're talking about sick matches, I want to know right now, what do you think's the sickest match that you have ever seen on television? You let me know in the comment section down below. It's gonna take something pretty special to top that. Number 17, the 2005 pay-per-view streak. 2004 and 2006 were amongst the worst years in WWE history. Some of the pay-per-views, I mean, geez. People do not exaggerate when they say how WCW dying killed the industry. The talent pool was a stream of polluted storm water heading straight into the drain. It was bleak, man. It was the Spirit Squad and the Dudley Boys with not a table in sight headlining pay-per-views bleak. 2005, though, was infinitely better. The promotion was still desperate to chase Attitude Era buzz and controversy, manifesting in the awful Muhammad Hassan character and the unspeakable angle that led to his write-off. But bloody hell, the April to June 5-in-a-row pay-per-view streak was, at the time, the best run in the history of the promotion. Shawn Michaels bringing out the most disturbing, vengeful version of Kurt Angle by showcasing his own amateur wrestling credentials, highlighted a WrestleMania 21 that was forward-thinking even at its most mid. Backlash was a bit more shaky, but Batista proved his staying power in a superior main event sequel. Judgment Day promoted one of the sickest over-deliveries in WWE history with that gruesome John Cena versus JBL I Quit headliner. The first one-night stand was astonishingly great and authentic. It was just unfathomably special. And then Vengeance remains to this day nothing less than an all-timer, with Shawn and Kurt creating magic yet again, and Cena and Batista atoning for their not great Mania performances with a pair of rippers. Number 16, Triple H and Ric Flair blow the roof off Survivor Series. The worst thing about Triple H in his reign of terror wasn't that he was boring, although he was slow, dull, and somehow smug with it. No, the worst thing was the sabotage. He made Scott Steiner look awful. He took 23 seconds to pin Booker T in what looked like a parody of the Gotta Crawl to Protect My Finish near fall spot before racism actually won. He decided to work Goldberg like he was training him on his first day at Ohio Valley Wrestling. And one of Goldberg's nuts might as well have been hanging out for what it did for his aura. But if Triple H liked or even respected you, well, you had a half chance of not looking like a complete has-been know-nothing loser. And, well, he liked Ric Flair. Now, you think that Flair and Trips going 27 minutes might be a nightmarish experience, but it was actually superb and well worth the runtime. It might shock you to learn that Flair, at 56 years old, was really quite good at convincing people that he could not stand up under his own power. I know, I'm just as surprised as you are. That very real triumph drove the remarkable tension of a hidden classic. And Triple H was outstanding when he wanted to be. He was a precision killer in there. And in one awesome spot, he blasted Flair caked in blood on the floor with a spinebuster. Flair's back was wrecked in his mid-20s, and he looked about 90 in Detroit that night. This felt like transgressive, dangerous, terrifying pro wrestling. Something Cody Rhodes might might have studied ahead of AEW Double or Nothing 2019. Who knows? Number 15, Edge's Ric Flair impersonation skit. This one barely gets remembered for two reasons. Number 1, the D-Generation X Nation of Domination and New World Order 4 Horsemen sketches were far more infamous. And number 2, it's now difficult to recall a time in which Edge actually had patter. He plays a super intense and somewhat corny, vengeful badass these days to mixed results. He still has the odd one-liner in him, sure, but he's mostly known for his forehead vein now, as am I. Back in 2005 though, as the rated R superstar, he mocked Ric Flair's very real arrest for grabbing somebody by the throat in a road rage incident. While charges against Flair were eventually dropped when the witness to the assault failed to appear in court, that did not stop Edge from sending Flair up. The use of juxtaposition was brilliant. WWE could not have found a more bleak stretch of grey road, nor filmed on a more overcast day, as Edge, dressed as Flair, drove around in full gimmick. WWE, inadvertently perhaps, cast Flair as a total loser, whose tall tales of the glamorous travelling life were rather pathetic. Edge played it a bit like Shawn Michaels doing Hulk Hogan, every other word out of his mouth being woo! And in a great daft touch, instead of choking the victim, this Flair just chopped him. Number 4, Shawn Michaels and Triple H did have chemistry. Shawn Michaels and Triple H worked one great match together. Their SummerSlam 2002 war was a gripping, basic story elevated by Shawn's masterful selling. But elsewhere, they really took the PISS, didn't they? There are few things worse than a wrestling match that tries too hard to be good, to be worthy. At Bad Blood 2004, Shawn and Triple H went nearly 50 minutes in Hell in a Cell. It might be the most pretentious match of all time. They took a core idea. The spaces between the moves matter more than the moves themselves, and tried to be profound by lying around and doing absolutely nothing. The exhaustion was meant to reach the people, and oh, it did, but not in the way intended. The crowd was just bored to death. It says something about the absolute state of WWE in 2004, that, short of better options, fans actually voted for a rematch at Taboo Tuesday. Their bleak resignation was rewarded with a tighter, less masturbatory effort, which, while still not exactly a classic, was basically SummerSlam 2002, this time Shawn selling his leg. What a sequel. In this current era of content-forward wrestling, a lot of modern guys should probably study how to actually work through a storyline injury, or just watch some Shawn Michaels matches, because this guy could do it. Michaels didn't just explode into a move and then clutch at his leg. He wrestled as if it was hanging off. The whole thing, mirroring his opponent's assorted quad tears, looked like a match that a wrestler forced himself to gut through when he was hurt for real. That's how good Michaels was, baby. Number 13, this incredible Shawn Michaels facial. Shawn Michaels played heel against Hulk Hogan in their incredible 2005 series, and driven with pure defiance, he hammed it up in a bid to embarrass his rival for Hogan's sheer temerity throughout the creative process. It was magic. Michaels wasn't merely being his old, brash self. He channeled the cutthroat shark of old, the guy who'd commit character assassinations just to get to the very top. He made Hogan look like a cringeworthy relic, a megalomaniac covered in wrinkly oil he called skin. It was fascinating, cathartic, and Michaels was simply so awesome in the 2000s that he made the parody of wrestling that was the SummerSlam main event feel, well, real. In a slightly less famous throwback to the old Shawn, though, Michaels executed the greatest fake-out in pro wrestling history when playing, since he had no choice, situational heel in Montreal. Less famous than his parody of Hogan, but far more scathing. When Bret Hart's music started playing in that arena, the place went absolutely nuts, and Michaels was priceless on the cell. He looked absolutely dumbfounded. He'd seen a ghost, and it wasn't a deer that he blasted to Kingdom Come returning to haunt him. It was Bret! Except it wasn't, and he just pissed himself laughing. Everyone was furious. It was great. It was great. Number 12, the best wrestling wedding ever. You might think wrestling fans are a bit of a nasty bunch. Some of them will call you terrible names for saying that an acclaimed wrestler might have one or two flaws to their game. Some of them will abuse you in your DMs for preferring one wrestling promotion to another. And yet they must be a bunch of softies deep down, because historically they tune into a wrestling wedding in their droves. Weddings are invariably a ratings hit, and the very best of the lot might well have happened in 2007. SmackDown general manager Teddy Long became besotted with Crystal, and the two were engaged very swiftly, and the ceremony ceremony was, well, it was just incredible. Jagged Edge were hired as the wedding band, and their song, Let's Get Married, was an absolute delight. Now yes, a lot of the gags were a bit stupid. Crystal fell over her dress, Gillian Hall interrupted to sing a song of her own, but this knew exactly what it was. And Teddy's selling of his unfortunately timed cardiac arrest was brilliantly stupid and overacted. Now there's a sentence. Number 11, just how great WrestleMania 24 was. Now people obviously talk about WrestleMania 24, it was a WrestleMania event, but they don't talk about it as one of the best ever. They should though. X7 gets the most praise for its range, its quality, its incredible scale. 19 is fondly remembered as an Attitude Era redux of sorts that peaked incredibly high across its demented Mr. McMahon theater, emotive Rock vs. Austin finale, and awesome pure wrestling in Shawn Michaels vs. Chris Jericho and Kurt Angle vs. Brock Lesnar. 3 and 5 boasted Hulk Hogan's most famous matches. 10 has the highest peaks. People rave about 31. 39 was one finish away from rivaling X7, and 40 was ace too. But 24 is probably the second best Mania ever. Yeah, I said it. The range was almost as impressive as X7, missing just one technical classic. That's it. That's all it's missing. The JBL vs. Finlay Belfast Brawl was thudding black comedy that didn't overstay its welcome. The Money in the Bank match, while not a genre masterpiece, was still incredibly exciting and dangerous. Ric Flair vs. Shawn Michaels was as emotional a match as WWE has ever promoted, told with a unique take on the babyface versus heel dynamic. Floyd Mayweather vs. The Big Show was an absolute riot of a celebrity match, and the Edge vs. Undertaker main event was vintage big match drama elevated by Edge's counter-fueled brilliance in how he always had an answer to the unsolvable puzzle until, well, he didn't. Short on filler, WrestleMania 24 was a complete experience that absolutely flew by. Even the uninspiring Triple H vs. John Cena vs. Randy Orton WWE title match recognized that the three players had dominated that scene for what felt like forever, and instead of taking the piss, just got on with its unfussy, pulsating 14 minutes. And that's all we needed. Cheers for checking out this What Culture Wrestling video today, you awesome person you. Now hit that subscribe button and you will get more of this What Culture Wrestling stuff in your life. Now back to the video. Number 10, MVP is coming. Many moons before he was managing the likes of The Hurt Business and Omos, Montel Vontavious Porter debuted on WWE TV as a hot free agent in August 2006. He wasn't long before the arrogant new heel found himself being signed to a big old deal on Teddy Long's SmackDown. And once the ink had dried on that lucrative contract, MVP only went and unleashed one of the most ridiculous and wonderfully heelish entrances of the era, demanding an inflatable tunnel with his moniker stamped on the front be shoved onto the ramp before he made his grand arrival. The star would then strut out of the outrageous blow-up tent and trigger an excessive amount of pyro out of some nearby MVP stickered boxes. It was just all kinds of dumb and unnecessary, but it only helped enhance an already full of himself character, and made the annoying newcomer feel like a bit of a big deal out of the gate actually. And MVP himself may not have been a big fan of his entrance tune back in the day, but the former United States champion bursting through that tunnel with a chip on his shoulder to the sound of "I'm coming" was definitely one of the more underrated entrances of the time, especially his incredible debut arrival at No Mercy 2006. Number 9, Big Show and JBL being hit by tranquilizer darts. So incredible has two meanings, of course. It can be used to describe an amazing, magnificent thing, or something that's just, well, a bit unbelievable. And this weird, often forgotten entry falls into the latter category, and not in a good way. 2 years before MVP's official debut match at No Mercy 2006, a certain newly bald giant collided with a wrestling machine at that same pay-per-view. But do you remember how the monstrous Big Show ended up having his hair clipped off? Well, if not, then let me remind you. A few weeks before Show and Kurt clashed at the event, the latter decided to embarrass his gigantic adversary on SmackDown. After watching a video involving a gorilla being shot with a tranquilizer dart, the big lad thought it would be a wonderful idea to incorporate that balmy concept into his feud with the Olympic gold medalist. Only after being advised by a cruel Vince McMahon to pump said gun a few too many times, Angle ended up nearly firing the dart right through his pay-per-view rival before chopping off the balding star's locks. It's a properly mad moment, and one that has somehow managed to go under many a fan's radar, and hasn't been mentioned as much as it probably probably should have been in the years since, but the incredibly surreal, tranquilizing times weren't over by a long shot, folks. Fast forward a few months and that same tranquilizer gun was being accidentally fired at JBL's ass on the Blue Show, with Amy Weber pulling the trigger during that taping in Japan. A night that also saw the then WWE champion awkwardly beat up an inflatable dinosaur in the middle of the squared circle. Childish boss Vince McMahon evidently got a kick out of all of this woozy silliness, whereas those few fans who do actually remember watching the latter uncomfortable and absurd segment in particular go down probably just wish they'd been on the receiving end of the weapon. Maybe there's a reason we don't talk about this. Number 8, Chris Jericho drops a stone cold beverage. As this list will highlight again before its end, it didn't matter that the Texas Rattlesnake wasn't quite the same badass SOB that folks had enjoyed throughout the Attitude Era. Stone Cold Steve Austin still found a way to more than make his mark on the time of ruthless aggression too. And one of the largely forgotten Stone Cold hidden gems from this era occurred back after the August 25th, 2003 edition of Monday Night Raw. Both Austin and his Broken Skull Sessions guest at the time, Chris Jericho, recalled the rarely revisited moment of post-show fun back in 2021, with the former AEW World Champion noting how his call to accidentally botch his catching of a Stone Cold beer was completely made up on the spot. What came next was one of both Attitude Era icons' funnier moments within a WWE ring, as Austin glared through Y2J's skull after Jericho failed to grab the incoming beverage again, to the sound of thousands of chuckles. It's a relatively small exchange, and one that wasn't designed to do anything other than briefly pop both Austin and the rest of the folks crammed inside the arena that night. But watching two masters of their craft effortlessly conduct an audience through some marvelously simple physical comedy will always be incredible to watch. Number 7, Stone Cold refs the Animal versus the Dead Man. Now easily the most memorable / infamous match this special guest bionic redneck found himself in the middle of during the period that followed John Cena screaming ruthless aggression went down at WrestleMania 20, of course. But while that contest was hijacked by a crowd who had zero interest in cheering on the monsters heading for the WWE exit doors, there was actually another occasion when Austin ended up reffing another somewhat incredible Clash of the Titans. Going down on the 2007 edition of Cyber Sunday, Stone Cold ended up being chosen as the special ref for the latest chapter in Batista and Undertaker's modern classic of a rivalry. And there is an argument to be made for this often overlooked World Heavyweight Championship showdown being the best of the two SmackDown megastars' many battles that year, after Austin had already stunned fellow refereeing options JBL and Mick Foley out of the building. Taker and Animal at the top of their games proceeded to brutally knock lumps out of one another for 17 minutes. Those in attendance sunk their teeth into a collection of epic near falls, with Batista's kicking out of the last ride and the Phenom's surviving of the first Batista bomb causing 10,000 fans to sound like 100,000. Not even the Dead Man could survive a second explosive powerbomb though, as Austin enjoyed a relatively stress-free but still unquestionably thrilling day at the office. Crack a beer, man, you've earned it. Number 6, Snoop's first WrestleMania beatdown. Now this global treasure may have popped up in the wrestling business on several magical and often absurd occasions over the years, but one of his most bizarre appearances in this industry, and a rarely discussed one, actually went down during the Ruthless Aggression era. Hopping back to the 24th show of shows now, Snoop Dogg took on the role of Master of Ceremonies for a tag contest that involved Ashley Mazzaro and Maria Kanellis taking on Melina and Beth Phoenix. More on those two later. Oh, and this wasn't just any 2-on-2 match, folks. It was a Playboy Bunny Mania Lumberjill bout, because of course it was. As expected, the entire thing was little more than a way to show off the bodies of the then divas grappling within the division at the time, all while Jerry Lawler predictably and rather awkwardly drooled over the action on commentary. There was one positive to be found amongst the forgettable 5-minute double showing though, one that played out in darkness for 2 of those due to an also quite incredible light malfunction, in response to a despicable Santino Marella costing Maria the match. That horny hero, Lawler, and an angry Snoop decked the Italian. The fact those moments and the visual of Snoop engaging in a never-ending snog with Kanellis post-match largely overshadow both the contest itself and the results are just a few of the reasons this incredibly awkward bit of business is rarely spoken about today. Number 5, a rather underrated and brutal ladder war. Few would be quick to remember this specific ladder war when the words Hardy Boys or One Night Stand are thrown their way, but in what was unquestionably one of the most underrated 2-on-2 clashes of the Ruthless Aggression time period, Matt and Jeff put on a pretty violent show opposite the world's greatest tag team at the 2007 event. Now, the Hardy Boys have obviously been involved in far more extreme, electric, and iconic ladder wars than this one on the one night of the year that WWE attempted to go fully hardcore. However, not enough love has been shown to this gritty and inevitably inventive World Tag Team Championship fight over the years. From the poetry in motion ladder sandwich to a fearless Shelton Benjamin's willingness to test just how many metal bumps his battered back could take, to one of the nastier ladder suplexes you're ever gonna see from Jeff to Charlie Haas. Both units were determined to steal the night, and they ultimately did exactly that, with the visual of Benjamin very nearly snapping his leg in two, eliciting a deafening roar from the crowd, as the Hardys sent the twosome tumbling to their doom on their way to successfully defending their straps. Now give it a watch and go and talk about it. Number 4, Simon Dean bites off more than he can chew. The Doctor of Thugonomics, the rated R superstar, the Hurricane. The Ruthless Aggression era definitely boasted its fair share of fondly remembered gimmicks, but away from those far more regularly discussed characters found wandering around SmackDown Fists and the giant Monday Night Titantron, there was another wonderful personality that likely deserved more success than it ultimately experienced, generating all kinds of heat by blasting the folks watching on for their decision to scoff nachos over protein bars, watching the easy-to-despise fitness freak that was Simon Dean get battered by various top stars after trying to cram his Simon system down viewers' throats was a joy. And while some may actually be able to recall that amusing time the Animal tried some of his product before completely annihilating the cocky purple sweatsuited heel, arguably Dean's finest hour actually came on the April 4th, 2005 edition of Raw. After being rudely interrupted by that man again, the Texas Rattlesnake, Dean brilliantly squirmed his way through a never-ending series of stone-cold ordered push-ups. Then, in the wake of Maven inadvertently giving Austin a protein shower, an almighty can of whoop-ass was opened up on both as the Raw after WrestleMania 21 crowd went wild. The gimmick definitely rubbed folks up the wrong way, acted as the perfect foil for WWE's badass babyfaces, and was easily one of the most underrated comedy acts of the 2000s, before Dean finally left the company in 2007. Number 3, the ambulance epic that followed the testicle electrocution. The Big Red Machine was involved in some of the most disturbing and infamous moments this entire era had to offer, even before he locked eyes on Lita and helped kick off one of the most unsettling storylines in WWE history. The newly unmasked Kane had begun causing rather creepy and ridiculous chaos on Monday nights, targeting the McMahon family not long after setting Jim Ross on fire. This all ultimately led to Shane O'Mac feuding with The Undertaker's burned-up brother, in the wake of Linda being tombstoned by the Madman. Yep, that happened. And it was during this program when the son of the boss memorably wound up having his testicles electrocuted on national television. What a time. What is rarely discussed when looking back on this consistently balmy feud, however, is the absolute banger of an ambulance contest that closed out this never-ending war. At Survivor Series, the longtime rivals viciously battered one another around the arena, rammed cars into one another, and Shane even unleashed an ambulance-assisted coast-to-coast on the sinister big man. Now, it's not hard to understand why one of the strongest ambulance matches in WWE history is rarely referenced when talking about this routinely shocking Ruthless Aggression feud, of course. But this gripping conclusion and the hugely physical shifts both put in on the night are definitely worth your time, and it almost washes away those strange memories of Shane getting his balls zapped. Almost. Number 2, Beth Phoenix and Melina go for it at One Night Stand. And speaking of violent Ruthless Aggression contests that have been largely slept on for way too long, the One Night Stand pay-per-view once again delivered the underappreciated goods back in 2008. This time, no ladders were necessary. Instead, Beth Phoenix simply snapped Melina in half with her bare hands. Lita and Trish Stratus's main event fight on Raw in 2004 justifiably sits as one of the most important contests of not just the era, but women's wrestling in general. But this I Quit war between the Glamazon and the former MNM member also proved exactly what this next generation of talented women could do when given the opportunity to do more than dance around with Snoop Dogg. Everything from Phoenix gruesomely bending her flexible opponent's spine across her leg, to the star's ability to powerfully crawl her way out of trouble mid-hold, all highlighted Beth's unmatched physicality in between the ropes. But Melina also played the part of valiant babyface perfectly on the night, refusing to back down from her unstoppable adversary and cinching in her own array of delightfully tight submissions. This all set the stage for a horrific-looking glam slam submission hold finish, involving Melina again giving everything to keep from saying those match-ending words, only for Beth to transform her resilient enemy into the most disturbing small package you have ever witnessed. Look at that thing. If you've got a spare 10 minutes, then treat yourself to this incredible display of violence. And number 1, the sensational Royal Rumble 2005 commercial. Clearly inspired by the West Side Story musical, this ridiculously fun and sadly largely forgotten 2005 Royal Rumble commercial involves stars from both Raw and SmackDown singing about a very Royal Rumble, that's right, as they clicked, lip-synced and mimed their way through a Vince McMahon nightmare. The likes of Rey Mysterio, Batista, Chris Jericho, Triple H and so many more giving it their all in this gloriously cheesy piece of promotional material, while all donning various horrendous wigs, is rarely ever replayed or talked about almost 20 years on from its Broadway debut. Though the presence of Chris Benoit throughout may be one of the reasons WWE still refuses to really acknowledge the clip, which is obviously very understandable. The fact McMahon himself also signs off the bizarre 1-minute ad by shooting up out of bed and noting that's not the Rumble I had in mind, before the night he'd infamously rip both quads to shreds live on pay-per-view, is simply the icing on top of an incredible and talked about not nearly enough cake. Have you enjoyed this ruthless aggression list, my friend? Then why not go and tap on this 10 best world champions of the WWE Ruthless Aggression era video too? It is just as ruthless and aggressive, oh I swear it is.
We all know that a debut in WWE can make or break you. I mean, go back to WrestleMania 41, Joe Hendry turned up and totally changed the game. I know everybody wanted to talk about him being buried, but go look at the statistics, the numbers, I think he's gonna do all right. Sadly though, this is not always the way, and while I'm sure the intentions are good, poor individuals get saddled with such stupid gimmicks, well, it's already the beginning of the end. So let us go through 15 of these. My name is Simon Miller, sit down, and let's go. Number 15, Mordecai Huffs and Puffs. So Mordecai, when he was coming into the WWE, got the big old treatment because there were a ton of vignettes, and it was made very clear eventually this guy is wanting to go face to face with the Undertaker. I mean, that's not a bad plan to have. Judgment Day 2004 is when he popped up in the ring for the first time, and he took on Scotty 2 Hotty. Of course, he got the decisive win on pay-per-view, and everybody was like, all right, here we go. Because while Mordecai versus Scotty 2 Hotty only lasted around 3 minutes, there was an issue in the sense that management felt like the heel had sold too much, especially because he was meant to be a monster. In interviews ever since, the real-life Kevin Fertig, who was behind the character, explained that he was caught between trying to work an Undertaker slow place, oh my gosh, I'm a zombie now, while also accepting it was 2004, we gotta pick it up the pace. In the end, it just meant that he didn't come across as the special entity that the hierarchy had hoped. And you know the deal. If you don't do exactly what you're meant to do on day one, well, it's a little bit of an upwards battle. Judgment Day went down in May, and if you can believe it, Mordecai was back in developmental by July. I mean, that's like 2 months. It's only fair to say that Michael Cole and Taz on commentary did their best to get him over, and also he really should have been given a round 2. I mean, you know what can happen sometimes. You try and hit a home run, and instead you strike out. WWE did not do Mordecai any favors either, though, because surely somebody must have gone to Scotty 2 Hotty and said, hey bro, you gotta get some licks in. And imagine it the other way. Mordecai gets in the ring, and he hit that weird Razor's Edge style finish within 10 seconds. More people probably would have taken notice. The gimmick was always going to be a struggle too because it was so much like the dead man. And yeah, soon after this he was gone. It was not ideal. Number 14, Johnny Curtis literally cries over spilled milk. Original NXT rookie Johnny Curtis made his first main roster appearance in a backstage skit on the 3rd of June 2011 episode of SmackDown. All of this was supposed to bring a closure to his NXT story arc and give us a wink wink nudge nudge that maybe one day he was going to come Fandango. I mean, he wasn't quite the ballroom dancer yet, but even then, surely we could get this correct. Well, the answer is no, because on this SmackDown debut, he bemoaned the fact he wasn't getting a promised tag title shot alongside R-Truth by quite literally crying over some spilled milk. That's right, he was given a gag, and nobody thought this was funny. Curtis even had to pour this milk into a big saucer and then tip it over, and yes, he was actually pretending to cry. What's even worse is that if you didn't watch NXT, you'd have no idea what the narrative between Curtis and R-Truth was, so you'd just be sat there scratching your head. How could you possibly have invested in it? The day is important because in 2011, Vince McMahon was desperate to try and show that all of his wrestlers did have some sort of personality, and yes, most of the time we did have to have awkward skits like this. Most of them did feel forced, and if you wonder where the stereotype of why can't NXT rookies get caught up properly, well, it all started around here. To say it was counterproductive is an understatement, which is why it is a plus he found Fandango. I hate to think what would happen otherwise. Number 13, Sin Cara botches his entrance. Sin Cara is always going to be a fascinating case study when it comes to the WWE, because he was Triple H's first signing after the game had taken over talent relations. The former Mystico in CMLL is obviously incredibly talented too, but very sadly, come the 11th of April, well, it all went bad during his debut. Because Cara got off to the worst start when trying to jump on a trampoline to get into the ring, because it didn't go exactly to plan, and he got tangled up in the ropes. Now imagine you are seeing the man for the first time, kind of just made you raise an eyebrow. It got even worse because of course WWE was known for this kind of comedy, so some individuals thought this was part of the plan, and that maybe Cara was meant to be a joke character. He was not. Things only got worse from there, I suppose, because his confidence was hit. Because every single time he was in the ring, it was like he was cursed. Something would always go wrong. Before long, there was definitely a separation between WWE and Sin Cara because they just could not get on the same page. And when eventually things did calm down, well, yeah, it was too little and too late. His matches just didn't feel special at all. I admit the first time I saw Sin Cara's entrance live, I was totally blown away by it, because I didn't even realize he was using a trampoline. Yep, I thought he had enough power in his legs to jump over the top rope, and that makes me an idiot. In hindsight, that probably would have helped here. And thankfully, ever since Mystico has gone back down to Mexico and refound his feet, but he probably doesn't want to talk about the WWE stint ever again. Number 12, Edge injures his opponent during his debut. So the WWF, as it was at the time, must have seen a lot in Adam Copeland, because before he did debut on TV, we got a lot of video packages. Now originally the gimmick pitched by Vince Russo was to have Edge as a mute. Thankfully, eventually somebody realized we can't do that, because a lot of wrestling is talking. This brings us to the 22nd of June 1998 Raw, when Edge did make his debut, and man, this did not go to plan. Edge was facing wrestling journeyman Jose Estrada Jr., and after a dive went wrong, well, he hurt his neck. Given that an injury like this has to be taken care of, the match was cut short, mostly because Estrada was too injured to continue. So of course, health and happiness foremost, but just take a minute to step into Adam Copeland's shoes. Can you imagine how worried he must have been? He had just accidentally hurt somebody on his first appearance. He probably thought his days were done. Thankfully, Jose was able to bounce back from this eventually and start wrestling again, and we all know the deal with Edge. He went on to have a Hall of Fame-worthy career and won a bunch of world championships and main evented WrestleMania. So there's some inspiration for everybody listening. Even if you do trip up at first, the future can be bright. Number 11, Emelina, Waste Your Time. So let's just go into the statistics. WWE made fans sit through approximately 17 weeks of vignettes promising that Emma was about to become Emelina. The day finally arrived on the 13th of February 2017 Raw, when Emelina walked out the day before Valentine's Day and said, you know what, I've changed my mind, I don't know what to do this anymore. She went back through the curtain, and yep, she was just Emma again. As we would soon learn, WWE chiefs had decided that Emma wasn't able to pull this character off, but that one doesn't make any sense, and it's 2 + 2 = potato. At least give her a chance and then let her work on the damn thing. This just felt like one massive troll, and yeah, like we said in the title, was an utter waste of everybody's time, including WWE's. Think if you were the director behind all those videos as well, you'd be like, well, why did I even do that? You'd be lying on your deathbed, and that would be sticking out in your brain. If nothing else, it did no favors for Emma, because she was never really able to get back to where she was, mostly because the fans were asking the question, well, what the hell happened here? It's really not protecting your talent or actually sitting down or working with them, which was absolutely a problem with the old WWE. I think these days they'd actually find a way to make it click. But yeah, this was not a good debut. Number 10, Brandon Walker's Knock Knock joke. Ex-TNA standout Chris Harris must have been over the moon when he signed with WWE in 2008. Not only had he had a great run in total nonstop action, but the fans were most definitely in his corner. They wanted him to succeed. He was eventually introduced by ECW GM Teddy Long during a backstage skit on the 8th of July episode, when he did indeed have a chat with former GM Armando Estrada. Now the first error we made here was calling Chris Brandon Walker. Not trying to be horrible, but that's the most generic name I've ever heard and sounds like it came straight out of WWE 2K25. What made it even worse, though, is that Walker was scripted to tell a knock-knock joke to Estrada, which went, knock knock, who's there? Brandon Walker, and I'm going to knock your brains out. Okay. Thanks for telling me. Walker didn't deliver this with any real aggression in his voice either, and also, it's a knock-knock joke. So unless you're trying to get over with 6-year-olds, I do not think this was the way. Incredibly too, Brandon Walker's adventure on ECW lasted only 2 matches before all of it got canned. There were a few other backstage skits where he just went around introducing himself to people, and I tell you, my friends, that was that. WWE soon decided they had made a mistake, and he never even got a chance to rectify it. You can go back and watch all these and look at Chris Harris's face. He visibly hates his own gimmick. He soon was out the company too, and honestly, talk about not even giving the dude a chance. This was another one that was just so stupid. Number 9, Hector Guerrero hatches as the gobbledygooker. So this one has been talked over and over again, but when it comes to bad debuts, well, how the flub can you ignore it? Hector Guerrero did burst out of a giant egg at the Survivor Series 1990, and he was indeed dubbed the gobbledygooker. Now, do not get this wrong, my friends. Vince McMahon wanted this giant turkey to be the mascot of the World Wrestling Federation. He had seen the likes of Mario and Sonic doing it for Nintendo and Sega and tried to follow suit, but who the hell came up with this one? The Undertaker has talked about this as well because he debuted on the same show and he was actually terrified that he would be the giant Eggman. I mean, if that doesn't sum it up. Thankfully for Hector, at least he was hidden under a mask, but this did not do him any favors. And also, even kids thought this was dumb. So what do you think adults made of it? The funniest part is that when Gene Okerlund did actually introduce the gobbledygooker, he said it like it was some massive star that we would all recognize. Obviously, in 2025, we all know that it was the opposite, and genuinely is one of the worst ideas in wrestling history. I mean, talk about insult to the fans. This thing was built up for weeks when a giant turkey man hatched from the thing. I'd love to say that the WWF never did anything like this again, but that would be a lie. They did it all the time. Number 8, Friar Ferguson is a mad monk. The real-life Mike Shaw had an all-time run of questionable gimmicks throughout WCW and WWF, but what he did here was undoubtedly one of the worst. Firstly, Vince McMahon brought him in as Friar Ferguson and debuted the religious gimmick on the 12th of April 1993 Raw. There he beat enhancement worker Chris Duffy in what was supposed to be a short and sweet intro. Now yes, this gimmick was meant to be cartoony, but that didn't stop the Catholic Church, who actually got in touch with the WWF and said, yeah, maybe you should stop doing this. It was one of those situations when even the company realized they were fighting a losing battle, so they decided to change the character. And do you know what they came up with? Bastion Booger. It is not hard to work out that was not an improvement on the Friar, because the whole point of Bastion was he was meant to be a slovenly glutton who didn't wash. I mean, I can't see that guy headlining WrestleMania. Really though, it all goes back to how he did debut as the Mad Monk, who was meant to have wrestling skills, because that sounds like something that would come out of a Disney cartoon. This first squash match didn't really do anything for anybody either, and you could tell that Ferguson was sort of struggling with his knees. Probably shouldn't have been in the ring to begin with. So it was just a bad idea that got worse and worse and created a bunch of controversy. You'll be not surprised to hear this one didn't last very long either. Number 7, Retribution changed literally nothing. So during the COVID pandemic era, WWE thought they should come up with a brand new group, which is why on the 3rd of August 2020, Revolution debuted by setting fire to a generator. We were then told they were nothing more than a bunch of thugs. Here was Revolution. Days later on SmackDown, they beat up some officials and cut the ring ropes with a chainsaw. And listen, I can't tell you any more about that. I don't know why they did it. Soon the members did explain to us that they were sick and tired of being overlooked on NXT and wanted WWE contracts when we gave them names such as Slapjack and T-Bar. I mean, why on earth were they never taken serious by the WWE Universe? There was also a massive plot hole in this because clearly they had contracts. Otherwise, how would they be on television to begin with? Now, when you go through the individuals in the stable, there was mad potential here, but WWE just gave them such a dumb story. And even when Mustafa Ali was revealed to be the leader, we would just not allow them any time to actually make this work. Come the end of the year, most were describing it as one of 2020's weakest storylines, and really that does come down to the creative team. You'd pick people here that knew what they were doing, but then put them in stupid masks and told them to say things that didn't make any sense. It affected their standing within the company too, to the point most got released. So honestly, let's never ever do anything like this again. Number 6, Karrion Kross becomes a joke. No matter what you thought of Karrion Kross down in NXT, he was booked wonderfully. He was the NXT champion for ages and would just school fools. He was very fun and exciting to watch. That's why it made no sense when he did debut on the 19th of July 2021 episode of Raw and instantly lost to Jeff Hardy in around about 2 minutes. Afterwards, he was also exasperated and sort of mumbling about revenge. And if you hadn't watched NXT, you were like, well, this isn't the Karrion Kross I know. What the flub are we doing? Jump forward to the 23rd of August Raw, and poor Kross also had to come out in a helmet and suspenders and looked a little bit like he was a gimp. Don't get mad at me, that's what everybody else said. It was absolutely terrible, mostly because Vince McMahon didn't know anything about NXT and essentially tampered with things just to wind other people up. Karrion Kross then lost all his credibility because of this, meaning we had to start again. I mean, honestly, it's one of the stupidest things we've ever done. The fans knew this too and got even more mad when Scarlett was removed from Kross's side, and come the 4th of November, he was released. No wonder wrestlers get so mad about this stuff. What else was he meant to do? Thankfully, when the WWE did shift its managerial structure, he was brought back in August 2022, although it's only really now we're finally seeing his potential. But yeah, go back and watch all this, especially when he came out in his weird Krang gear. I have no idea what Vince McMahon was thinking. This one was just bad. Number 5, LA Knight is Max Dupree. So all things considered, LA Knight probably could have made this work because he just gets it. But at the same time, look at the star he is today. Why the hell was the main roster not trying to do this to begin with? Well, I can explain it to you. It's because the Maximum Male models had recently debuted on SmackDown. So somebody decided they needed a mouthpiece and a manager, and they gave that slot to the called up LA Knight, and they called him Max Dupree. This was the 20th of May 2022, and just go watch any of these skits. Poor Max Dupree is essentially dragging himself through this. I mean, he does make the best of bad material, but it was never going to work out. The WWE did not treat any of them right either, because Mansoor and Marseille were doing excellent stuff here, and yet the machine never got properly behind them. It soon came out that Vince McMahon was not happy with Max Dupree's work, and that he was actually thinking of letting him go. I mean, why somebody didn't just show him a tape of NXT, I do not know. But yeah, eventually Triple H did take over, and LA Knight was reborn on the main roster, and surprise, surprise, it has been a massive success. So if something is working in your developmental brand, maybe just do that on Raw and SmackDown, and don't come up with a stupid idea. Number 4, fake Diesel and fake Razor Ramon. Poor Jim Ross on the 30th of September Raw 1996 had to pretend that Kevin Nash and Scott Hall were coming back to the company. This was a half lie. I mean, Diesel and Razor Ramon were going to return, but they were now played by completely different people. These poor roles went to Rick Bogner and Glenn Jacobs, who of course in the future would be Kane. And this is genuinely because Vince McMahon had decided nobody cares about the human being behind the mask, they just want to see the gimmick. Once again, he was totally incorrect. Mostly the audience felt like they had been tricked here because it was a massive troll, and it made JR look like a damn fool. He had to pretend these were the real guys. All you need to do is go and rewatch their debut and listen to the fans. It was like a balloon had been popped in the arena. They had all bought into this idea that, oh my gosh, Nash and Hall were going to come back, and instead we got 2 imposters. Poor Bogner was never able to overcome this in the World Wrestling Federation, and if it wasn't for the Undertaker needing a new opponent, who the flub knows what would have happened to Glenn Jacobs. It really does come down to the fact that the WWF and WCW were feuding at every single turn. But yeah, this is another one. Let's never do it again. It served absolutely nobody. Number 3, it's Christian. The 10th of February 2009 episode of ECW was in full swing when from nowhere, Christian returned. This was a major comeback for Captain Charisma because he had spent several years doing excellent work in TNA, and now he was back to try and win a world heavyweight title. All of this should have been absolutely fine until you learn what Vince McMahon told then ECW announcer Todd Grisham. Because everybody was stunned when Christian did walk out, and he quite literally just said, it's Christian. It's like somebody had just received a bill in the mail. He could not have been less enthused. As it turns out, it all comes down to the fact that Vince McMahon never really was into the Christian character and therefore tried to mug him off. If you were watching at the time, though, you should have been livid, because Christian was meant to play a part in the ongoing feud between Edge and Jeff Hardy. That would have served as a wonderful surprise, but because the news leaked to the internet, Vince McMahon changed it to Matt Hardy, who turned heel at the Royal Rumble. And trust me, I was watching at the time, and this one also didn't make any sense. Thankfully, things have worked out well for Christian in the long term, and his stint in AEW has proved to everybody he is all-time. But he must have been livid here. Everybody wants a great WWE return and comeback with the bells and whistles, and instead he got, it's Christian. Number 2, Lord Tensai has no chance. When Matt Bloom moved to wrestle in Japan after his first WWE stint, he reminded everybody, oh yeah, I'm a really good big man. He did such fine work, eventually he got the call to come back to the WWE when he did re-debut on the 2nd of April 2012 episode of Raw. He was also allowed to run through the Miz's protege Alex Riley to send a message that he was going straight for the main event. Although we had a problem, we were calling him Lord Tensai, even though everybody knew this used to be Albert. Therefore, during this fight, all the crowd did was chant Albert, 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 and some people even said, why don't you shave your back? Because yes, before all of this, he was a very hairy man. You also have to ask the question why he had Japanese writing all over his face, and I would suppose it was because he did go to Japan, and that's all Vince McMahon could come up with. He was also programmed to feud with John Cena, but I can tell you that didn't get anywhere, because this was just a flop of a character. We should have just brought Matt Bloom back as Matt Bloom and let him run through people. Instead, we had to give him an over-the-top gimmick. Before long, he had become a comedy character as he teamed with Brodus Clay, which is why today I'm glad he's in the NXT Performance Center and absolutely smashing it. Bloom clearly has lots to give to the wrestling industry, but you have to give him good creative to allow him to shine. We never did that, which is why I implore you today to go to Japan and watch his Giant Bernard stuff. You will not believe it. It is a total 180. Number 1, DDP is the stalker. So please do get this straight. When WCW was smashing all records and was on top of the wrestling industry, Diamond Dallas Page was a major reason for that. People love this guy. When he won his first world champion too, there was genuine joy in the crowd, which begs the question what the hell Vince McMahon was thinking when eventually he jumped ship to the WWE. This was after WCW had been bought out and Dallas had years left on his contract, but he wanted to make something on himself, so yeah, he opted out early and debuted on Raw on the 18th of June 2001. He got a massive pop when he removed his mask as well, before we all realized, oh my gosh, he is actually going to be the stalker who was going after the Undertaker's wife. Because before all this, we had seen somebody in the bushes of the Undertaker's property quite literally stalking him and his wife, and it really was just too much for fans to believe. Everybody knew that DDP was one of the best guys going. Why the hell would he choose to do this? It got even worse when they eventually got into the match because the Undertaker absolutely killed this guy. And dare I say it, Vince McMahon did not know what he had. It really did feel like there was some sort of worry that maybe DDP would be more over than the official WWF guys, but who the hell cares? We were all going to be on the same team at the end of the day, and as a massive Page fan, this still stings. It was not the right thing to do, and I'm going to say it one last time, it was really, really stupid. So we are going to have some fun today, and we're also going to get into some murky waters, so make sure you go and put some diapers on. I don't know what that means. Do you want to relive some truly bonkers stories behind some great wrestling matches? Of course you do. That's why you clicked. So hit that subscribe button, strap yourself in, and here we go. Number 10, Kane versus The Undertaker. Now let's not pretend I didn't love this when I was a kid, and when Kane turned up at Bad Blood 1997, I couldn't believe it. I mean, come on now. That's got to be Kane. The brothers then built to Unforgiven 1998, when yes, they had an Inferno match, which seemed a little bit mean, because don't forget the narrative was that as kids, The Undertaker had set his brother on fire, so now here we were years later, and why don't we play around with the flames again? Now I suppose this sort of helped the Big Red Machine, because of course he had that full suit on, so he was protected, but actually behind the scenes, he was meant to turn up to a venue the day beforehand to test all of this to make sure nobody was gonna die, but his cab driver got lost, so by the time he did reach the venue, well, there was nothing else we could do. We were going to have to work for the big night and see what happened. It was also hell, ironically, for both guys, because of course there was so much flames, they couldn't get enough oxygen in, so they stumbled around the ring going, I can't breathe. And you think the police would have been involved here too? Because once more, do not forget, as children, this is what The Undertaker had done. He also got chokeslammed through his parents' grave. I tell you, Kane versus The Undertaker's the absolute best. Number 9, Mark Henry versus nobody. June 3rd, 2011, SmackDown. The show had ended, and Vince McMahon told Mark Henry, hey Mark, if you could go to the ring and have a dark match against Sin Cara, that would be absolutely faboo. And the world's strongest man arrived there, and he couldn't see anyone. As it turned out, this was a McMahon rib, but as Henry told Stone Cold Steve Austin on his podcast, he was so damn livid about this, because he realized what was going on, and then was like, wait a minute, I've been in this company for 15 years, and that's how I'm being treated. I feel totally disrespected, and he started to destroy the ringside area. Bro. He then decided he was going to yell at his boss as well, but when he got backstage, everybody had left, which was also part of the practical joke, so Mark decided, that's it, I'm going to quit. ship. Amazingly, this was the catalyst for the Hall of Pain run though, because as the story goes, they both then sat down, they watched this footage, and Vinnie Mac was like, look, if you can act like this when we're doing proper television, you were gonna get massively over. Now, a small side of me thinks maybe this was retroactively fitted around it, but still, it was a massive success, because Henry did start acting like a killer, and pretty soon, he was the World Heavyweight Champion. So he never really did look better, and it's all because somebody decided to piss him off. Number 8, Dean Malenko versus Billy Kidman. So we are going to WCW in 2000 here, which means we must warn you, everything is totally crazy. Happening at the Sold Out pay-per-view, neither Dean Malenko or Billy Kidman were meant to be on this show, but when all of a sudden World Championship Wrestling was suffering from injuries, well, they had no choice. Because it was meant to be Chris Benoit versus Jeff Jarrett, but poor Double J suffered a concussion, which meant Benoit was moved into the main event scene, and Malenko and Kidman, they were just thrown on the card. Billy also had to wrestle members of the Revolution stable in 3 different matches, mostly because WCW would come up with this like triple threat gimmick, and they were desperate to do it. Because each one had to have a theatre spin to it though, the first was a catch-as-catch-can match with Dean Malenko, the rules being, you've got to keep it inside the ring, you've got to wrestle, and if anybody does leave, they're going to get disqualified. Well, nobody told Dean about this, because it was only decided at the last minute, so Malenko, being a professional wrestler in 2000, of course at one point he went to the outside, the ref had no choice, he went, you're disqualified. And that was not meant to happen. Unsurprisingly too, Dean Malenko left WCW after this. I wonder why. Number 7, Chris Jericho versus Steve Austin. Do we all remember back at Vengeance 2001, Chris Jericho beat The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin in one night to become the WWF champion for the first time? Poor Chris had to go through a right hazing here, because he learned about this in catering when The Undertaker and Vince McMahon were going, ha ha ha, business must be in the toilet if we're going to make Jericho the champion. He was probably suffering from imposter syndrome straight away. As Jericho was retold many a time though, as he soon learned, you may get to the tippity top of the wrestling tree, but it's still pretty damn lonely. Because not only had everybody left the building to beat the traffic, meaning he was by himself, when he went to his hotel room he lost his key, and when he went to ask for another one, they wouldn't give it to him, because how the hell do we know you're Chris Jericho? He had to tell them that if they did go into his room, they would see 2 championships belts. Finally got back in there, he had to eat some pizza that had gotten really cold. There you go, my friends. You may be dreaming of being WWE champion, but you're still gonna have to eat a bunch of crappy food. Number 6, Rikishi versus Kurt Angle. So turn away now if you're not into disgusting things. If you are still watching, you're a weird person. Happening in the King of the Ring 2000 though, this was a massive night for Kurt Angle, because he was gonna win the one-night tournament, and as we now know, start his ascendancy to superstardom. I suppose Big Quiche thought differently though. He decided to play a little bit of a joke. Because it stood to reason that Angle at one point was going to have to suffer the fate of the stink face, and Rikishi decided, well, maybe I'll go to the toilet before the match, I won't clean my rear end, so when I stick it in Kurt's face, he will have poo on his nose. I mean, I don't want to see these words, but that's what we're getting at here. Now, to be fair, Angle on his podcast said he can see the humour in this, although I'll take over. I can't at all. And we also then learned that Rikishi would do this all the time, so it's like a damn epidemic. I mean, surely that breaks some kind of HR rule. If you sat down with them and say, yeah, somebody pooed on my face, they'd be like, don't worry, we're going to take some action. Didn't happen. Number 5, CM Punk versus Samoa Joe. So you all know this one because it was very recent. We have to put it in here. How the hell could we not? It is amazing to watch back now, because when Samoa Joe and CM Punk did start All In 2023 in Wembley Arena, or Wembley Stadium I should say, CM Punk looks perfectly fine, but minutes prior to this, he had gotten into a fight with Jack Perry. Damn. It stemmed from the pre-show where Jungle Boy had made some comments about using real glass, and this was an incident that had happened on AEW Collision a few weeks prior, when Jack did want to do this, and Punk was like, no, that's really silly. And when we got round to it at the pay-per-view, because of course as soon as Punk heard this quip, he took it as a slight, he met him at the entranceway, when yes, it sounds like some punches were thrown, and even poor Tony Khan got dragged into it. I mean, something huge must have gone down, because of course CM Punk was fired a few weeks after this. Although moving that to one side, you do have to be very impressed with CM's performance. He must have been filled with beans, but he still went out and did what he did. That's damn impressive. To be fair though, he does have this wry smile on his face. So maybe he knew, friends. Maybe he knew. Number for Mankind versus The Undertaker. So most people know every single last detail from their King of the Ring Hell in a Cell 1998 match, because even today, it's totally insane. If you've always wondered how Mick Foley got this signed off though, well, he didn't actually really do it, because he pitched this idea to management and they were like, no Mick, there's no way you can start off on top of the structure, that would be nuts. Because he was like a child and he kept prodding the bear, eventually, very close to the night, someone went, okay, fine, but just be safe. Now this wasn't ideal because it meant that people constructing the thing had no clue, so when they were putting it together, they weren't building it to hold two human beings. In fact, they were using cable ties. That's why when you go and watch it now, as soon as Mark Calloway and Mick Foley are up there, you see the damn roof start to sag. It's also why it breaks when Undertaker hits that horrible choke slam. And if you want a few more tidbits, watch when the Undertaker comes into the ring. He quite visibly winces. That's because he was working with a broken damn foot. It all came from the fact that Foley was terrified that they wouldn't be able to outdo what the Dead Man did with Shawn Michaels back in 1997. But don't worry, Mick, you managed it. Vince McMahon was also legitimately fuming after this, and while he thanked Foley, he was like, please never do that again. Well, 5 minutes later, Mankind still came out to distract in the main event. The show must go on. Number 3, Bret Hart versus the British Bulldog. Do you want to know why Bret Hart claims this is one of the most successful achievements of his entire career? Minutes beforehand, the British Bulldog told him, oh, hey, cuz, I don't remember any of the match, because I may have gone out last night and done a bunch of drugs. Whoops. This does mean if you do go and watch it today, Bret is quite literally shouting spots to Davey Boy Smith, because the British Bulldog was such a good worker instinctively, I suppose, he was just doing whatever his brother-in-law said. This is even more ridiculous because nobody had a clue, to the point, even when it did get out there in the wild, everyone was like, that can't be true. This goes to show Bret Hart is a genius. How he did it so calmly, I will never be able to understand. I mean, when I do my wrestling matches, I can run through it 45,762 times and be standing at the curtain and turn to my opponent and go, nope, I've totally forgotten it. Very sadly, the British Bulldog was released soon after this because he was struggling so much. Still, this was absolutely the highlight of his career, and regardless what was going on, when he did win that Intercontinental title, warm and fuzzy in your tum-tum. Number 2, Steve Austin versus The Rock. So this is certainly a tale that has done the rounds. It's a very important one. Because WrestleMania 19 was Stone Cold Steve Austin's last match. Now, he didn't want to tell anybody because The Rock was going to win and he didn't want to steal his thunder. But because he wanted to roll into that show in the best shape possible, he was drinking a bunch of coffee. He was topping that off with energy drinks. Now, a huge part of this too was because he was so injury and he is a human, so anxieties were running wild. But he basically overloaded his system, thought he was having a heart attack, and he had to go to the flipping hospital to make sure he wasn't about to die. I mean, he was still so bad the doctors told him, you absolutely cannot wrestle. This is when the rattlesnake took matters into his own hands, and he rolled into Mania 19, and he still did what he did. Now, you can say in terms of their trilogy at WrestleMania, this was the worst of the three, but you should not be using that word worst. It's still damn good. It's actually why now when you do go back to watch it, this one has even more gravitas, because 24 hours earlier, nobody even knew what was going to happen with Steve Austin, and he walked off into the sunset. This is why he is one of the best, whatever he had to do. Number 1, Kurt Angle versus Brock Lesnar. So go and watch the 18th of September 2003 SmackDown, and you will see an iron match between Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle that does not get enough love. I mean, it is pretty damn special. How Kurt did this, I will never know though, because as he has talked about, he was essentially drugged up too. It's an absolutely horrible story as well, because 24 hours prior, he got a phone call from his brother who said, oh, hey, Kurt, our sister has just passed away from a heroin overdose. And this affected Angle on 2 different levels. 1, he just lost a family member, but 2, he had fallen out with his sister months prior because he said, if you can't kick the habit, I don't know if I can talk to you anymore. I mean, I don't know how anybody deals with that. Kurt was also dealing with his own severe drug issues, so to try and drown his pain, he reached out and took 20 extra strength Vicodin, and then unsurprisingly passed out. He didn't wake up until 5 p.m. the next day, meaning in 4 hours he had to be on TV wrestling for 60 minutes. And when he looked at his phone, it just said, missed call WWE, missed call WWE, missed call WWE, because somebody was probably terrified that something terrible had happened. Angle himself recounted this all on Joe Rogan's podcast, and yet when he did go out there, like I say, he had a banger with Brock Lesnar, and this just totally perplexes the mind. I mean, it should quite literally be impossible. Angle himself described it as he had to do as good a job as possible because it was the best way to block any emotions he had towards his sister. So that would get you right in the sad gland. But it's also a great piece of evidence that when you are talking about the best wrestlers ever, you gotta throw Kurt Angle into the mix.
Though the wrestlers that we're going to talk about on this list clearly thought they were about to debut a look that would leave jaws dangling, unleash a shot that would elicit an audible gasp, or throw out a WrestleMania entrance that would be instantly immortalized, well, the opposite ended up happening. This lot just looked like they were either trying too hard or hadn't fully considered just how silly their chosen gear, entrances, or words really were. So I am Gareth, you're watching What Culture Wrestling, and here are 11 humiliating times wrestlers tried to look cool and turned into clowns. Also, a quick salute to the terrific post on R² Circle that inspired the list you're about to watch. Number 11, the Nightmare Family boldly go. An entrance remembered more today for the sight of poor Pharaoh being terrified by the pyro. That distressing visual largely pulled attention away from Cody Rhodes and the Nightmare Family's interesting attire of choice. The American Nightmare and Shawn Spears were involved in a pretty intense feud coming into All Out 2019, with the latter controversially cracking Rhodes over the head with a steel chair in the build-up. And that is what made the arrival of the AEW EVP and his allies in full Nightmare Trek gear feel a little, well, odd. In case it wasn't clear, Cody is a big lover of Star Trek. He even noted in 2023 that he'd love to play anyone in a Star Trek project. Now that's all fine, but it was still hard to shake the feeling of this being a little goofy for such a personal battle. Rhodes likely felt like the coolest man alive as he strutted out alongside the rest of his crew here. However, this Star Trek tribute undermined the intensity of the whole scenario, and just felt like the sort of entrance you'd throw out on a Halloween special. Number 10, Edge grows wings for the show of shows. WrestleMania is the night for bold entrance swings, folks. However, as this list will show, sometimes said attempts to hit a home run turn into rather embarrassing misses. For every spectacular Shawn Michaels zipline and awesome live music performance, there have been things like whatever the hell the Rated R Superstar attempted at WrestleMania 39, before his Hell in a Cell match with Finn Balor. During his last run in WWE, Edge began tipping his cap to the past, evidently hoping that folks of a certain age would get a kick out of him going full Brood again after so many years. And on a number of occasions, this led to the former world champion unleashing a fiery arrival within a stadium. Now, his SummerSlam 2021 return to Brood life was actually well handled, with Edge rising from the flames in his trench coat wearing his trusty shades. But that successful blast from the past unfortunately set the stage for him to turn things up a notch at the show of shows, growing a set of dumb, gigantic wings and donning a shiny helmet mask thing that made him look like an extra in another deeply uncool Mania entrance that we will get to later. The whole thing just screamed, "Look how badass I am, guys, really, look at me," as Slayer blasted in the background. Perhaps it would have looked cooler had the sun been down. He just looked like an awkward metallic bird in broad daylight. Thankfully, on both of the aforementioned occasions, the Brood prelude was ultimately followed by good old Rated R Metalingus, acting as a nice double whammy at the biggest party of the summer, but a coolness life raft on the grandest stage of them all. I was so glad to hear it. Right, speaking of WrestleMania entrances, I want to know right now, what do you think is the greatest WrestleMania entrance of all time? It's probably not going to be the Edge one from WrestleMania 39, but let me know what is in the comments below. Number 9, Nikos Ricos outfit fail in NXT. It is important to do whatever you can to stand out from the rest of the pack in the competitive world of professional wrestling. Some do this by sporting a peculiar haircut. Others show off a ridiculous finishing move. And then there are those that opt to boast unique in-ring gear that forces you to sit up and take notice. Unique is certainly one word you could use to describe Nikos Ricos' wrestling outfit. Another would be hideous. With a Greek flag slapped on his stomach, the lad from New Jersey strutted into NXT back in 2019, with quite possibly the worst looking gear in developmental history, perhaps even wrestling history. Going full Zack Ryder with the one-legged tight, Ricos then chose to ill-advisedly combine that with a left arm/torso sleeve. The shiny black getup is definitely unlike any attire you've ever likely seen before, but there's a reason for that. No one else on planet Earth would possibly think that going half gold dust was a strong, captivating look. Ricos did though, and that was precisely why he proudly walked into his Keith Lee match looking like the cat who got the cream, and a clown. Number 8, CM Punk fires shots at AEW to silence. A slightly slightly different kind of entry next, one focusing more on words than clothing or entrances. The best in the world has not exactly wasted any opportunity to fire a shot at his old workplace in the time since his messy AEW departure in 2023. In CM Punk's mind, throwing cheeky digs at Tony Khan's company in his WWE promos is the sort of edgy work that has helped make him one of the coolest and most popular performers of all time. However, in reality, they've not really landed in the way he'd have hoped. Judging from the lack of any real reaction to comments alluding to his backstage scraps in AEW or that promotion's crowd size, it seems like the average WWE fan doesn't really know about all this drama or care enough to react to the petty slights. And those who are aware of what Punk's trying to achieve with them have just been left wincing at an iconic worker swinging and missing with failed zingers. The Punker needs to really stick to blasting Hulkamania and generally keeping the focus on the stories being told inside of WWE's walls. Anything else is just wasted energy at this point and does more damage to him than the company he's attacking. Number 7, John Cena wears jorts in his Mafia. Oh yeah, speaking of CM Punk, the best in the world was actually present in the following unintentionally silly entrance. Back at WrestleMania 22, the Punker was one of the extras seen hanging from the side of a car, with said blokes playing John Cena's fellow Mafia or chain gang members. You could see what WWE and Cena were going for here, and those initial moments actually worked quite well as everyone involved looked the part, wandering around in their slick suits and holding their Tommy guns. Then, the face that runs the place walked out. He had the fedora, he had the coat, he had the weapon. What he didn't have, however, was the aforementioned three-piece. Instead, Cena just stood there looking like a kid who'd found his papa's jacket and decided to play dress-up. If Big Match John really didn't feel like going for the tear-off suit option, then surely just throwing on the hat and shooting off a few rounds would have sufficed. Opting for the jorts jacket combo did him no favors here, and it was almost as embarrassing as the chorus of boos that met the supposed babyface hero that night in Chicago. If you're having fun with this silly little video today, then tap that subscribe button down below for more of this fun WhatCulture wrestling stuff. Number 6, Triple H terminates his aura. The guy stood opposite John Cena that night in Chicago was none other than Triple H, a person who also doesn't have the best track record when it comes to throwing out what he thinks is a cool moment. You can't just pretend that the game has never got it right with the big special entrance, because sometimes he does okay. WrestleMania 21's Motorhead live performance was an all-timer arrival. His glass smash at Mania 25 was the best thing about that Randy Orton flop. But there have been a few stinkers in there too. Perhaps the most hilariously stupid of the lot came at the 31st show of shows. This being the same year that Terminator Genisys released, WWE promoted that film via the King of Kings entrance for his showdown with Sting. This wasn't just a case of showing a quick trailer and having Tripp sledgehammer a few T-800s though. Nope. The Cerebral Assassin became part king, part silver machine that night. And it looked just as goofy as it sounds. Not even the presence of the legendary Arnold Schwarzenegger in a short mid-entrance clip could save this deeply uncool sequence. All of it, from the awkward way he was raised up high on a platform alongside some robots, to the stupid monocle mask of doom he no doubt fully approved of, terminated Papa H's aura before the bell had even rung. Number 5, Cody Rhodes' giant skull session. While on the subject of absurd skull mitts on the grandest stage, Cody Rhodes took a page out of his favorite wrestler's book at WrestleMania XL or 40. Say it how you want. This was easily the biggest night of the American Nightmare's career. The moment he'd finally reached the top of the mountain and finished that damn story. He didn't exactly get off to the strongest of starts though, as Rhodes rose up through the Codyvator to reveal a shiny new addition to his Nightmare entrance, bringing the American Nightmare tattoo stamped on his neck to life. The brilliant Jason Baker, who designed the Fiend's menacing face, crafted something that would likely look stunning in a glass case. Sat on top of the soon-to-be WWE Champion's head though? Nah, not so much. The proportions were just a little bit off. The giant winged skull making Cody look like a real-life Funko Pop figure. Now everything else about Rhodes' arrival that night in Philly was near perfect. The fire and nightmare flags, his beloved Brandy by his side, and Kingdom blaring out around a packed stadium. It's just a shame that the entrance then had a decent amount of cool point shaved off due to this weird bobblehead look. Number 4, Shane McMahon so many times. There was definitely a point in time there when Shane McMahon could actually be classed as a relatively cool dude. As the young son of the boss in his earlier years in WWE, he threw himself into some absolute absolutely insane scenarios, falling off very tall things and being thrown through actual glass by Olympians, building a reputation as quite the daredevil who could be relied upon to create many a jaw-dropping moment. There was even something a little bit awesome about seeing him return to take on The Undertaker at WrestleMania 32 and dive off of Hell in a Cell. For much of his time in WWE post-Mania 32 though, the C-word was the last thing that sprung to mind when talking about Shano. Well, not that one anyway. No matter how hard he tried. Whether he was throwing his shoot punches that looked terrible but still hurt more than your average worked shot, trying to make his edgy Raw Underground a thing, or attempting to prove he could still go with the best of them, or The Miz at least, Shane made unintentionally looking like an egomaniacal clown his specialty. And if his surprise WrestleMania 39 return and subsequent embarrassing mishap are his final ever moments on a WWE show, at least they were memorable, eh? Number 3, Jon Moxley and his Death Riders go from terrifying badasses to goofy villains. Make no mistake, on his day, Jon Moxley can be one of the most badass, effortlessly cool humans walking planet Earth, as a heel or a face. Very few of those days have occurred over the last few months, however, at time of recording anyway. Now his time as the leader of the Death Riders got off to a promising/horrifying start, attempting to murder Bryan Danielson and taking the AEW World Championship hostage. So far, so genuinely quite cold and terrifying. However, as the months have agonizingly passed by, the Death Riders' mission to save AEW has become increasingly embarrassing and difficult to watch. There's been a number of moments when the unit have felt more like dumb cartoon antagonists that leave your eyes rolling rather than intimidating thugs you can't take your eyes off. But Mox & Co. tying up the Rock and Roll Express in one of the silliest segments of the year on Collision, yeah, that was probably the Ard group's lowlight up to this point. It may have gotten worse by the time I've recorded this, I don't know. They may have thought they looked like unstoppable menaces here, but in truth they resembled childish teens playing a prank on their elders. It was not a good look. And each new rambling Moxley promo, unimaginative beatdown, and ridiculous backstage attack is making the group and the entire storyline harder and harder to take seriously. When your fans are praying for the reset button to be hit every single week, whatever you're doing simply is not working, Tony. Number 2, Adam Cole's Master Chief. Wrestlers saluting their favorite video games and characters during their entrances has become pretty commonplace, hasn't it? Some of these tributes look undeniably awesome, like New Day's colorful Gears of War costumes, Kenny Omega's epic Final Fantasy gear, and Jade Cargill's Mortal Kombat look. Others, though, not so much. Sadly, Adam Cole's dream of finally becoming the Master Chief falls into that latter category. The former NXT champion is a gigantic fan of the Halo series, and has been since he was a kid. Hell, his wrestling team even ran out to the game's iconic theme. Yeah, I bet that was pretty cool. So, Cole likely felt like he could take down an entire army of aliens all by himself when he showed off his Master Chief-inspired look at AEW Revolution 2022. His face told the story of a lad living out a childhood dream, that's for sure. However, the clunky gear itself, which consisted of only a chest plate and arm protection, just didn't look all that great, did it? Instead of making folks think of the badass Spartan he was paying tribute to, images of Buzz Lightyear likely sprang to mind. Now, obviously, cosplaying as a massive, super cool soldier known for wearing chunky green armor is always going to be a tough thing to pull off. But yeah, this wasn't it. While Cole probably loved every single minute he spent looking like he'd forgotten his Spartan trousers for his big AEW World Championship match against Hangman Adam Page, those watching on were left wincing at the gear equivalent of he didn't quite get all of it. The Halo-inspired trunks and knee pads, however, not bad at all. Number 1, Triple H welcomes you to the Netflix era. That man again. Whether you're a fan of the guy or not, there's no getting away from the fact that Paul Levesque has had a huge part to play in the unbelievable success WWE are currently experiencing. He's evidently helped create a more positive environment backstage and given his audience precisely what they want more often than not. Every now and then, though, Papa H just can't help himself. It doesn't matter that he's no longer able to throw down in between the ropes. The former world champion still finds a way to squeeze himself into the spotlight, doesn't he? And earn a few cheap pops in the process. Take WWE's huge Netflix debut earlier this year. After once again voicing another promo package patting himself and the company on the back, Trips appeared in the middle of the Monday Night Raw ring and began delivering a speech he undoubtedly felt was as epic as the stage he was standing on. It wasn't. It was actually hilarious for all the wrong reasons. Trips took the time to tell the 17,000 in attendance to show the globe who
they were, while they were completely blacked out and the spotlight was firmly on him. Awkward. That will sadly be the last ever monotonous, accidentally comical rah-rah speech we hear from the game too, as he was suddenly blown up in an extravagant pyro explosion shortly after.
Every WWF event from WrestleMania to the weekly Raw is War would be jam-packed with big moments during the legendary Attitude Era. So here are a selection of memorable, after being reminded, moments from that very era that make you say, oh yeah, that happened. I'm Gareth from WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 incredible WWE Attitude Era moments nobody ever talks about. Number 10, the American Badass cometh. Whenever the character started to get a bit stale, The Undertaker reinvented himself and came back bigger and better, baby. And the biggest evolution of the character was the American Badass change-up in mid-2000. Except that's not quite when it happened, actually. Though this new version of The Undertaker rode into Judgment Day's main event, following a series of cryptic promos in the weeks preceding the pay-per-view, this wasn't his debut. Taker had actually started embodying this persona the previous summer, just as he was about to take a hiatus from WWE. His demeanor and voice shifted from a rarely heard stoic religious fanatic speaking in tongues to an old-school Texan ripping rivals a new one on commentary. His attire also switched up towards the end of his 1999 run, as he began appearing in backstage and promo segments in what would become the now classic bandana, sunglasses, and leather jacket combination. Taker's appearances as this proto-American badass looked to be more at home in a biker bar than a funeral parlor, and signaled a shift in the character that paralleled the company as a zeitgeist for American culture. Number 9, doing business the right effing way. In April 2000, Mike Awesome, who had been with ECW periodically since its inception, suddenly appeared on rival WCW programming. His decision to jump ship stemmed from the simple fact that he was now owed a significant amount of overdue wages by Paul Heyman. The only issue was that Awesome was the ECW champion at the time. WCW had tried to get Awesome to wear the championship belt on their programming, but Heyman signed an injunction preventing it. However, WCW could refer to Awesome as the ECW champion on air. Heyman, who was secretly in cahoots with Vince McMahon at the time, requested for Taz to return on loan and beat Awesome for the title. This all led to an unusual one-off scenario whereby a then WWE wrestler faced a then WCW wrestler for the ECW championship. I know, madness. During a short, seemingly spontaneous and barely covered matchup, Taz regained the ECW championship. Following the bell, Awesome jumped the guardrail and egressed from the arena. Taz's reign would only last 10 days, during which he appeared on WWE with the belt to face then WWE champion Triple H, before dropping it to Tommy Dreamer at SummerSlam 2000. Number 8, Shane McMahon's fall. At 2000's SummerSlam, Shane McMahon was set to defend the WWF Hardcore Championship against the Lethal Weapon Steve Blackman. As the match drew to a close, the cowardly McMahon attempted to escape by climbing 50 feet up the entrance structure. Blackman chased, whacked the champ across the back with a cane, as you do, and sent Shane crashing down through the stage. Blackman then followed with an elbow drop and scored the win. The image of McMahon falling was featured on WWE television repeatedly for the rest of that year. It wouldn't be until the following WrestleMania that Shane O'Mac would return to the ring. Shortly after, during Backlash, he would actually repeat the SummerSlam leap of faith from a higher structure in a non-title last man standing match against The Big Show. This time he wasn't falling, Shane McMahon bloody jumped. But whilst the SummerSlam fall was routinely repeated, the Backlash elbow drop was barely ever mentioned again. Number 7, blood but no fire. At King of the Ring 1998, and within a year of his explosive debut, Kane would get a shot at the WWF Championship, facing the company's biggest star, Stone Cold Steve Austin, in a first blood match. The rules were that the combatant who made his opponent bleed from the face or the mouth would be crowned the winner, and thus the new champion. This stacked the odds against Austin, as Kane's attire covered all but his left hand. So confident was the challenger that Kane even promised he would set himself on fire should he lose. That's a confident Charlie right there. The matchup itself was pretty good. Austin was ridiculously over with the crowd, and fans needed to know how he could win, or if Kane's promise would be acted upon. However, after a wayward chair shot from the interfering Undertaker connected with Stone Cold's forehead, busting him open, the bell was rung. Kane's first championship reign had begun. So why isn't this pivotal big red moment so well remembered for its build, drama, and execution? Well, unfortunately for the main eventers matters of the evening, their contest followed that very infamous Hell in a Cell match between The Undertaker and Mankind. Plus, less than 24 hours later, Austin regained the championship. So much for that then. Number 6, Free Radicals. Unfortunately, Chris Benoit's wrestling history is intertwined with stars that really do deserve being mentioned, so fans cannot ignore him completely. With fellow Radicals Dean Malenko, Perry Saturn, and the late great Eddie Guerrero, there is no denying that he and they were involved in some classic moments during the second half of the Attitude Era. The group grew through ECW and joined WCW. However, they felt they were not showcased well in their new home. Before long, all four men decided enough was enough, and that it was time to head to the rival WWE. In order to keep him, Kevin Sullivan booked for the vacant WCW Heavyweight Championship belt to go around Benoit's waist at Sold Out in early 2000. However, despite Benoit beating fellow challenger Sid Vicious, the Radicals left anyway, in a rare reversal of someone taking a championship from WCW to WWE. It was mentioned on WWE programming that Benoit was debuting as the reigning WCW Heavyweight Champion, but Sullivan tried to have it downplayed on Nitro, even having the commentators say that Vicious never lost the match due to a previously unrecognized rope break. At the end of the day, the Radicals made such a big impression on WWE audiences that Benoit's championship didn't really matter, and so a rare defection of the WCW champion and a taste of their own medicine just went unnoticed. Number 5, I think you know the guy. Whilst WWE fans will often look to the fan favourite of Mankind being Mick Foley's most popular persona, the masked boiler room dweller is only his most recent. Foley's earliest incarnation was Dude Love, but the character he portrayed in ring for the longest time was Cactus Jack, and Foley actually brought Cactus Jack back to face Triple H in autumn of 1997 in WWE. And as the Attitude Era matured WWE's content, Cactus Jack would make a few more sporadic appearances. However, the veteran Foley still seemed to hold back somewhat on the violence. That was until early 2000 when, having been fired, rehired, and then beaten up, Mankind ditched the mask and unveiled the psychotic persona once more. Though we had only seen him mere months previously, Mick Foley would cement the true return of Cactus Jack in a subtle yet brilliant promo on the following SmackDown. Triple H looked like he'd seen a ghost, and Foley acted like this was someone WWE audiences had never seen. Unlike his previous incarnation of the same character, this was the real King of the Deathmatch, the real hardcore legend, the real Cactus Jack. Number 4, Rikishi's Death Drop. No one would have imagined that the steel cage match at Fully Loaded 2000 for the Intercontinental Championship would have been the time and place that Rikishi would reenact the moment Jimmy Superfly Snuka dived from the top of a steel cage onto a prone Don Muraco at Madison Square Garden in 1983. Despite the devastating force of the big man landing on him, Val Venus was still able to retain the Intercontinental Championship, albeit with a little help from Taz. Not longer after this slobber knocker, the ever-popular Rikishi turned heel, admitting that he was the person who ran over Stone Cold Steve Austin the previous year. We all know who he did it for. After a program with the Great One, he was put into the 6-man Hell in a Cell match at the Armageddon pay-per-view. As was tradition for Hell in a Cell matches of the Attitude Era, in other words, they were nuts, someone was going to have to take the fall off the top / side / through the cage to the announcer's table / ring / random truck parked in the entranceway. Since Mick Foley was temporarily retired, that responsibility fell to the only other person with a history of cage diving. One Undertaker chokeslam off the top later, and another Rikishi fall was complete. Strangely, these two moments seem to overshadow each other. Fans will either point to Rikishi's fully loaded dive or the Armageddon chokeslam as the more impressive. You let me know which one you prefer in the comment section below, my friends. Number 3, it's time for me to do what I have to do. Within a week of the Montreal Screwjob, all of the Hart dynasty except Owen were gone from WWE. Contractual obligations meant that the youngest Hart was stuck to work for a company that had disrespected his brother and his family's legacy in his own country. But while Owen took a few weeks off, the crowd's anticipation over his return grew. Post Survivor Series, he was more over than ever before. With the crowd firmly behind him and the lines between reality and wrestling kayfabe blurred, Hart used the real-life heat to declare that he was no longer holding back. The Rocket Owen Hart was no more. He was now the sole survivor, and he was out for revenge. The opportunity would come at the last Raw of 1997, in a title match against the people who'd stolen the WWE Championship from his brother. But despite how over Owen was, Shawn Michaels was not to drop the belt to another Hart. Following some outside interference from Triple H, Owen Hart's push was simultaneously ended, and he was put into a mid-card non-starter rivalry over the European Championship. Number 2, try lacing my boots. In 1997, fans had begun cheering for the bad guys. Heels like Stone Cold Steve Austin were being turned face by the crowd's reaction to their anti-establishment behavior. Whilst fans debate that the tonal shift of WWE was born from the anarchy of ECW or the fourth wall breaks in WCW, Vince McMahon knew that he had to take ownership of this change in audience tastes. McMahon crafted a vignette in which his wrestlers would call out the perception of sports entertainers being non-athletes and wrestling not being real. This would end with the WWF champion daring those who harbour such thoughts to try lacing his boots. At the time, that was Bret the Hitman Hart. The trailer was to kick off the new Attitude Era, announcing that WWE would now be more adult-oriented entertainment. The historic announcement was set to be broadcast prior to the main event of Survivor Series 97. The problem was that the main event ended with the Montreal Screwjob. After the events of that night, no one really remembered about the video announcing its arrival. To most, it appeared that the Attitude Era was a product of the situation, when it had actually been planned all along. Number 1, the Corporate Champ. While Survivor Series 1997 is remembered for the Montreal Screwjob, the following year's event is most memorable for awarding The Rock his first WWE Championship reign in the exact same way. Mick Foley also went on to benefit from this event, gaining his first title win in the aftermath. But ultimately, Survivor Series would prove to be a true zeitgeist of the state of wrestling at the time. The event itself was held in November and retrospectively showcased how much of a revolving door of talent the Monday Night War had made WWE. In the build-up to the event, there were multiple returns to the company from WCW. Steven Regal had technically returned earlier that year, but his spells in rehab meant that he did not participate as a full-time wrestler until the month prior to Survivor Series. Attacking X-Pac, Regal debuted his Real Man's Man gimmick and began a chase for the European Championship. The Big Boss Man, who had left WWE a few years previously, also returned in the October before Survivor Series, showcasing a new look and darker gimmick. Survivor Series 1998 also holds the distinction of being Mark Merrow's final US pay-per-view appearance. Merrow, who had been touted as a huge star, left WWE less than 1 month later and never returned to wrestling full-time. But most people simply remember this night as the one that boasted the Screwjob 2.0.
There are too many titles in wrestling. Doesn't really matter the promotion. We have got to levels of boxing. Too many belts do indeed spoil the sport. It should always be less and more, and it soon becomes that most individuals have championships, and then it's like tattoos. It becomes more unique not to have one. Sadly, most companies still pick and choose which ones they would like to push, and after a while, if you do forget about it, it just becomes a trinket. It's sad. So what championships have fallen foul of this? I'm Simon Miller, and let's find out. Number 12, the $1 Million title. Now, to be fair, this was always little more than a gimmick. Before it made a random comeback onto NXT, the $1 Million belt was just there to make you hate Ted DiBiase. He felt he was hard done by when the World Championship was stripped of him, so he used his vast resources to create his own. Boo that man. It did lead to a very special moment at SummerSlam 1991 when former bodyguard Virgil won it, but after that, well, no, it was sort of just there. Eventually, even Ted didn't speak about it because he became the WWF Tag Team Champion. And then we got to 1996. Whoopsie daisy. From nowhere, Steve Austin had the gold. Now, this was because DiBiase had brought him into the company as the ringmaster. And to try and add some creativity to this, we used the title. That's right, too. WWE thought the future Stone Cold needed extras. It's ridiculous. Given the character was very much just there, fans didn't care about the belt either, because why would they? It was all presented as very middling. In May of that year, the $1 Million Man was no longer Steve's manager, and therefore the prize was gone too. Austin then won the King of the Ring, and yeah, we were never gonna revisit this. There was no need. It does have nostalgic value today, and you can buy a replica one for your collection. It really is just a footnote in history now, but hey, it worked for a while, sort of. Just never really had the same magic as a proper world championship. Number 11, the Hardcore title. So for a while during the Attitude Era, the Hardcore title was ace. The 24/7 rule allowed wrestlers to be super involved in the show, and it was really fun on occasion. Look at Crash Holly, he made an entire career out of it. What we don't talk about, mostly because it feels too surreal, is that in 2001, The Undertaker won the title. I'm not kidding. Look, there he is on the screen. We did it. He did have some right bangers thanks to the likes of Vengeance Day 2001 when he went toe-to-toe with Rob Van Dam, and there was a story here. Jim Ross would often tell us that the 24/7 Raw was basically null and void during this period because nobody would be silly enough to try and pull this on the dead man. Maven then eliminated the Phenom from the Raw Rumble, which caused shockwaves, and hey, WWE did sort of pay this off. Come February on SmackDown, the tough enough winner defeated Taker. Thanks to The Rock, of course. Nothing has actually changed in 20 years. As much as Maven should have got a bigger push overall, this did sort of signal the end of that belt. It was never really featured in any prominent position again. Number 10, the 24/7 title. While R-Truth and sometimes Reggie made this a delight, you can make the point that the 24/7 title was always a little bit off. I mean, it didn't really make much sense. It sort of does tie into the above, as it was WWE rehashing the hardcore belt, but being way more on the nose with it. Look at the thing too. How could anybody care about that championship? It's disgusting. The real kicker was how Titus O'Neil won it though. He was the first guy to be Mr. 24/7, and to do that, he quite literally picked it off the floor. I'm not kidding. This was because that was the rule set, and as Titus was faster than the rest of the chasing pack, he was now the champion. So we just told everybody not to take this seriously. Just to make it more confusing, Bobby Roode then rolled him up instantly for a 3 count, and that meant it changed hands. What the flub is happening? To make sure he wasn't beaten, Bobby then went and hid. Oh dear. Again, R-Truth deserves all the praise because he went out of his way to make this entertaining, but it was already past the point by then. WWE wasn't going to give a damn. Why would you? That's half the battle. Number 9, the WWE Speed titles. Quick fire round. Name the WWE Speed champions right now. I bet at least one of you thought Ricochet. Nope, that was ages ago, and now he's in AEW. I won't go too much into the names because I'm sure they've changed hands already by the time you've heard this. But if you did think of Candice LeRae and Dragon Lee, you must watch Speed on Twitter. I mean, it's quite literally the only way you could possibly know. We have to mention the social media platform too, because it's the sole reason it exists. It's why you don't see it on Facebook or TikTok. Speed was bought and paid for by X, and that's why WWE does it. Money. I have nothing against that either, and the fast concept is fun, but the titles are just there to give the mini tournament structure and something to aim for. That's it. Even when wrestlers win this, they don't carry the belts onto a Raw or SmackDown, and that should really draw a line under it. They were born into the world on February and August 2024 respectively, and that was sort of the beginning and the end. They're just living in a championship world, man. Kinda nuts. Number 8, the women's tag team titles. As of me speaking, the women's tag titles are making a great recovery. Something we should point out, this can always happen. You just need to dedicate some time to it. With that said, when the women's tag team titles were born into the world, they quickly became stupid. WWE noticed they didn't have any female teams, so just threw people together and went with it. I mean, do you remember when Rhea Ripley and Nikki Ash were the champs? Likely not, because it came and went so fast. Bayley and Sasha Banks did a fantastic job when they won them in 2019, but guess who they lost them to? Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler. It was like we were pulling names out of a hat. We can carry this on because Zelina Vega and Carmella did the same, as did Asuka and Charlotte Flair. I mean, I genuinely don't have that memory. I suppose it was 2022 when things hit a wall because of the madness between Naomi and Sasha Banks. They walked out of WWE for reasons we still don't know, and it almost felt like punishing the belt is all management had. I shall keep my fingers crossed that the current trend is the way, however. It's so much better, but we still did need to do some serious rehab. Number 7, the US title. So of course we mean the WWE version, in case you forgot the title of this video. Ever since it came across from WCW, it's never really felt like it meant something. But even today, we always feel like we're on the cusp of more. But nope, stupid roller coaster. John Cena did a great job with it in 2016, but the real confused point was when Bret Hart won the thing in 2010. Now look, the Hitman is my favourite wrestler of all time, but this was not the choice to make. Bret couldn't even wrestle when he returned to WWE. He wasn't allowed to bump. It was a lovely moment because who deserves it more than Hart, but after the initial pop, we just booked ourselves into a corner. What made it more difficult was that Bret simply gave up the championship a week later. To be fair, it wasn't really Bret's reign that made this belt feel silly, because World Championship Wrestling had already done that. I mean, General Erection won it. And have a single guess who made that choice. It doesn't take a genius. Number 6, the Cruiserweight title. You could say that WWE never actually took this belt seriously. They basically fused it with their own light heavyweight title, which we shall talk about later, but even then, anything associated with the Cruiserweights, well, Vince McMahon just didn't get it. Now, thankfully, we did have such moments, especially when Rey Mysterio and Chavo Guerrero were feuding over the thing, but by 2007, management clearly didn't care. It was just there, and because of that, we can use it as a punchline. It was Chavo who had it before we did move to Hornswoggle, but no. He didn't pin Guerrero for it. Somehow Swoggle won this from Jamie Noble in a six-pack challenge. Don't overthink it, this is just what we did. He never defended it properly either, and by September, Vicky Guerrero just shelved it for good. Don't ask me, because I don't know. Given that abominations like Oklahoma had won it in WCW, I suppose it was long dead. But any time this was defended in WWE, there was very much a feeling of shrug emoji. It was way better when it did return in 2016, but even then, still sort of faded into the background. Number 5, the Divas title. Thank goodness we did this. WWE was way too late, but imagine having the Divas Championships today. It would be like the men fighting over the Uptight title. It's bad. This really ties into the women's revolution WWE went on after a social media campaign that led to WrestleMania 32, when Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, and Sasha Banks rewrote the rules with a new championship to boot. Still, I suppose the end went down on the 13th of July 2015 Raw, where Stephanie McMahon introduced all of these NXT women to the main roster, and with it declared a new dawn for the division. That is not to take away what the likes of the Bellas and others did, as they had to operate within the environment that existed. But there was no going back after Stephanie had basically said, yeah, we've screwed this up. We now have to take it more seriously. Thankfully, that has worked out, and go and look at NXT today. There's so many females tearing it up. Insane to think if this was even 10 years prior, they may have been told they weren't even allowed to punch each other. I mean, that is crazy. Number 4, the ECW title. This one is easy. Backlash 2007. Who walked away with the ECW championship? Vince McMahon. Now, yes, this was the WWE version of this belt, but still, the promotion had rebooted ECW before making hardcore fans cry, which is likely why this happened. Vince wanted to piss that crowd off, and boy did he. He even wore a do-rag. If you go and watch the TV, the whole product goes downhill from here because you just can't take it seriously. The 3 initials were just that, and by 2010 we shut these doors forever. Go and listen to Rob Van Dam talk about this. He was all for the rebrand until he realized exactly what it was. I mean, the fact in July 2006 McMahon made the call to have the Big Show win the belt from RVD just sums it up. It's not what people wanted to see. That was just Raw, and we had Raw. At the time, sometimes Raw was not very good. Number 3, the European title. So D-Generation X did this deliberately. Also, I assume. While it does sound mad, in 1997, when the European title was launched, it got the serious treatment. This was meant to be a belt wrestlers wanted. An initial tournament ended wonderfully as the British Bulldog defeated Owen Hart, and for a whole year it stood up, which is when Shawn Michaels won it at one night only. Now, there is a story to this because Davey Boy Smith was meant to walk away with the gold before HBK pulled some strings, and then come December, what a joke. Because then Raw General Manager Sergeant Slaughter told the DX friends, Triple H and Shawn Michaels, they would have to fight over this championship as a way to kind of divide them. Well, they didn't do that. Instead, they had a joke matchup until Michaels lost on purpose so Hunter could become the champion. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was also entertaining, you can't pretend otherwise, but in terms of the title, yeah, it was now pointless. Even when the likes of D'Lo Brown and Kurt Angle went to war with it, it never got its credence back. And in 2002, it was unified with the IC title, never to be spoken of again. So there's no real chat to be had. It died on this night. Maybe intentionally so. Number 2, the old women's title. So before the Divas Championship became a thing, the WWE did have a women's title. That's what it was called. It can be traced way back to the likes of Alundra Blaze, and you had Sable and Ivory contesting over it. Man, did it fall through the floor in 2000. Of all the people, manager Harvey Whippleman won it. This was the 31st of January Raw, where he defeated the Cat to become the champion, and then days later on SmackDown, he lost it to Jacqueline. That was that too. There was no real story. We just did it. It meant we only pulled the trigger because Vince McMahon thought it would be funny to see Harvey in a wig. It's one of those moments you realize how terrible WWE could be. And of course he wore makeup too. It's hilarious. We even called him Hervina, and WWE were lucky Trish Stratus and Lita came along. They were able to sort this, but the seed as to what the women's division would become was not good. All of this was absolutely preposterous. Number 1, the light heavyweight title. So we have sort of talked about this already because yes, after the WWF had seen WCW's cruiserweight division, they were like, well, if they're going to have high-flying wrestling, we better have some too in the World Wrestling Federation. It actually started off great because Taka Michinoku was the first holder of the light heavyweight title, and that just meant he offered something totally different to the rest of the roster. That was the whole idea. Even Christian defeating him for it in 1998 worked because that guy was a star. When we got to November, guess who won it? That's right, Gillberg. Ah dear. Now this character did have its moments. When he was used in the 1998 Survivor Series tournament as Dwayne Gill, it was a good story beat, and even when he came to poking fun at Goldberg. I mean, it was a bit lame, but fine. It was just the way. In no fashion should this gimmick ever have been taken this far, though, and because he was considered a joke, so was the title. Amazingly, he held this for more than 400 days. That's mostly because the WWF forgot about it, which stung twice as much. When we did get going again, the likes of Dean Malenko, Scotty 2 Hotty, and X-Pac kicked off big time, and of course that ruled. But let's face it, you were never going to get past Gillberg, and by 2002, this championship was officially dead.
All of the wrestlers that you're about to see on this list eventually morphed into things that had turned their stomachs, make them retch, and make them tut if it was happening to somebody else on the roster. This is not a glimpse into pro wrestling careers that were totally wrecked by poor decision making, but more a warning shot across the bows on what can go wrong if someone turns into something that they once stood against. So with that in mind, I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestlers who became everything they hated. Number 10, Dean Ambrose becomes miserable. Jon Moxley didn't cut his teeth in the wrestling business to hate what he was doing on TV every week, or question how long the creative torture would last. He isn't the first to find out firsthand that Vince McMahon's creative genius wasn't exactly exhaustive, but Mox is one of the highest profile examples from the final stretch of McMahon's WWE run. The then Dean Ambrose suffered through a thoroughly miserable time right before leaving the company for the brave new world over in AEW, since he's openly discussed how depressed he was when appearing in that inoculation skit, or when turning into a cartoonish Batman-style villain that was neither fleshed out nor particularly well thought out. It was not very good. His violent style isn't for everybody, but Mox is the kind of wrestler who wants to have fun on his terms and express himself. WWE's rigid corporate ladder in 2018 to 2019 didn't allow for that, and so Dino darted off to see what was happening elsewhere on the wrestling map. Becoming miserable at wrestling shows was never Moxley's wish, but that misery smacked him in the chest harder than a Gunter chop. Yeah, that's hard. And you know what? I've got a quick question for you. What do you think is the best ever WWE to AEW jump? Was it Moxley all those years ago, or somebody else? You let me know in the comments section down below. Number 9, LA Knight becomes background noise. McMahon didn't see much in LA Knight as an in-ring performer either. In fact, the old WWE boss planned to pluck one of NXT's brightest stars from the developmental brand and recast him as Max Dupree, manager extraordinaire. Nobody was thinking of greats like Bobby Heenan or Paul Heyman whenever Dupree warbled through some dialogue, though, let's be honest. Knight also didn't exactly dig being a heel mouthpiece for some going-nowhere tag team. Now that's not meant as a dismissal of maximum male models, but come on, WWE's bigwigs never really treated the unit with any respect creatively, did they? And that was never going to change. McMahon stepping away and Triple H seizing control was the best thing that could have happened to LA. The upheaval meant that Knight was restored to his former glory and Trips just let him do his own thing. And he has been thriving ever since dropping the lame Dupree character he couldn't get a feel for and becoming an active wrestler again. Today, LA is one of the company's brightest babyfaces, and his star continues to rise heading into 2025. Yeah. Number 8, The Godfather becomes part of Right to Censor. During an appearance on Steve Austin's Broken Skull Sessions in 2021, The Godfather claimed that he loved everyone in the Right to Censor faction, but it turns out that isn't strictly true. In years since, the artist formerly known as Papa Shango has admitted that he didn't have a lot of time for Stevie Richards behind the curtain. He also thought Right to Censor sucked as an idea. Ouch. Imagine the man's horror then when WWF chiefs told him he'd be adding an extra O to his name team and becoming the good father. He must have thought someone backstage was trying to pop the locker room by ribbing one of the stalwarts. But no, the writing team really wanted to put Godfather in a stable he viewed as completely crap. Yeah, must have been some barrel of laughs whenever Censor got together for promo shots or, well, anything at all. The soon-to-be Godfather went from fun-loving pimp gimmick to white shirt and black tie-wearing goon for right to censor. You can see for yourselves just how much of a good time the dude was having in this shot right here. It looks like he'd rather be anywhere else, bless him. Number 7, Shane Douglas becomes second-rate. Being anywhere else sounded pretty darn good to Shane Douglas by early 1996. The guy had been a real revolutionary after tossing down the NWA belt and ushering in the era of peak ECW in the summer of 94. Approximately 18 months later, though, Shane had been rethought as walking cartoon Dean Douglas in the WWF. And he was having the worst time both in front of cameras and backstage in locker rooms. Being brutally honest, the gimmick was a poor fit for him from the off, but he had bigger problems. Shane wasn't making any money, and he didn't get along with some on the roster either, the Clique mainly. In a heartbeat, Douglas went from industry lightning rod to working a crappy gimmick for payoffs poorer than some on the indie circuit, and he just could not take it anymore. Everything came to a head when allegations surfaced that Dean was faking injuries to get out of wrestling. He's vehemently denied that over the years, and just thinks the whole WWF run was a botched experiment. Becoming a second-rate mid-carder who was disliked backstage just did not sound fun to Douglas after gripping industry critics by the balls with the NWA ECW stuff. Number 6, Terry Taylor becomes a walking cartoon. Terry Taylor skirts between being kind and cringing at his old Red Rooster gimmick whenever he's asked. He seems to depend which day of the week it is, and how charitable Terry is feeling when looking back on the golden age of WWF and sports entertainment revolution in the late 1980s and early 90s. One thing is true though, Rooster was so far out of Taylor's comfort zone it wasn't even funny. He'd been a boots and tights, slick wrestler in the mold of Ric Flair before Vince McMahon picked him up and slapped the Rooster gimmick on him. The babyface version he played after splitting from Bobby Heenan in particular was appalling, and went against everything that Taylor stood for inside a wrestling ring. So what, get on with it, right? Well, that's one way to look at things, but Taylor toiled. He never looked comfy with the dyed red spikes or when crowing during his promos. It was too outlandish. That is saying something for the WWF during that era. And almost tragically, Terry still wore the Flair-style robes he'd adorned in the NWA and Mid-South. You know, when he was a celebrated technician, not wrestling's answer to Foghorn Leghorn. Thanks for stopping by to check out this list today, my friend. If you're enjoying yourself, then hit that subscribe button down below and you will enjoy yourself with more WhatCulture Wrestling videos in your day. Just do it, you know, thank me later. Number 5, Steve Austin becomes a parody of himself. If anyone grabs a minute with Stone Cold, just ask him to name some of his biggest regrets. And he'll surely talk about not calling an ad-lib at WrestleMania X7 by kick, wham, and stunnering Vince McMahon to remain babyface. That's the night that Steve Austin went heel, of course, and he really wishes he had not bothered. He's not the only one. Now sure, it led to some hilarious stuff with cowboy hats, badges, guitars, etc. with Kurt Angle and McMahon, but at what cost? Austin completely lost his edge for a long time, and he became a parody of himself by splicing in comedic cowardice with an off-the-wall approach. It's clear looking back that the promotion wanted to depict Austin as somebody who had lost his damn mind, but they told that story too clumsily for it to be effective in the heat of the moment. Remember, just one tiny tweak can lead to disastrous results for even WWE's best. It really doesn't take much for things to go south, folks. Today, Austin wishes he'd just torn up the script, remained anti-hero face, and then continued giving fans what they wanted to see from him for the rest of 01. If only, eh? Number 4, Shawn Michaels becomes he who can't deliver. Pretty much every Shawn Michaels interview between 2010 to 2018 asked the same damn question. Will you ever wrestle again, Shawn? Journalists wanted some juice from HBK. They wanted to be the first to know if he was lacing up the boots one more time for a surefire hit versus Bryan Danielson or AJ Styles. But Shawn palmed off such queries and repeatedly said he was finished as an active pro wrestler. Money talks though, my friends. Look, here's the truth. Nobody would have complained about Michaels bagging a generous payday to wrestle in Saudi Arabia had the tag match at Crown Jewel 2018 been any good. Well, probably. It wasn't good though, was it? Shawn teamed with Triple H versus Kane and The Undertaker in a terrible bout that everyone involved would end up despising. And fans praying for more HBK were left with a bad taste in their mouths. Who knew that Michaels would become someone who'd happily take a sizable payoff without out-delivering in-ring. That seemed like an impossibility ahead of the crown jewel disaster. Sadly, it's just one of many WWE in Saudi moments that have had folks shaking their heads in disbelief. Now, admittedly, those international jaunts can throw up some gems. DX vs Brothers of Destruction sure was not one of them though. Number 3, Undertaker becomes embarrassed to perform. The Last Ride series that hit WWE Network in 2020 was gripping and mortifying all at once. The docu-series wasn't some all-encompassing, glittery celebration of The Undertaker's life and career. No, it was a deep dive into the personal hell one of wrestling's best ever characters experienced when grappling with his own mortality. It was a fun watch. Watching Taker relive matches versus Roman Reigns and Goldberg during select episodes was downright painful. It was an endurance test for any fan, and yet even the most hardcore deadman marks could not look away as their hero admitted he was embarrassed, humbled, and concerned that he'd just tarnished his rich legacy with some serious stinkers. Here was someone who'd almost literally lived a gimmick for decades whenever he was in the public eye. Suddenly, WWE peeled back each layer of Undertaker's skin to reveal a broken Mark Calloway underneath. Physically, he was knackered. Mentally, he was ashamed of his performances between the ropes. Calloway has also admitted that he never planned to become somebody who overstayed his welcome. But a mixture of ego, addiction to performing, and desperation from Vince McMahon to squeeze more from his iconic persona almost cost the man his health. It was a scary last few rides there for Mean Mark. Number 2, Chris Jericho becomes what he hated in WCW. Here's a pertinent question for today's product. Where did it all go wrong for Chris Jericho in AEW? He's gone from somebody who stuck a middle finger up at McMahon-led dull as dishwater WWE fare and led the way for All Elite to one of wrestling's most unwanted and outdated acts. It's a remarkable slide for someone who previously had his finger on the pulse of what fans wish to see. Jericho claims his current gimmick is deliberately annoying, but he has X-Pac heat that'd make Sean Waltman from 2001 blush. The reigning ROH champ has become one of those older guys he would have bitched about in WCW towards the end of the 90s. He's taking TV time away from younger talent and winning titles he doesn't need to win, whilst fans look beyond him and enjoy other workers more. Simple as that, really. Jericho from 1999 would have rolled his eyes when looking at show format sheets to see workers exactly like him now get bags of TV time on Nitro. Does Hulk Hogan really need 3 promo segments on the same broadcast? Does Kevin Nash really need another belt? What about everyone else? This just is not working for AEW. It's driving away viewers, not attracting them. Something needs to change. Number 1, John Cena becomes what he stood against. Well, this is pretty awkward. Cast your minds back to episodes of Raw from 2011 and 2012 when John Cena mocked The Rock for leaving WWE and chasing the Hollywood dream. Super Cena claimed to be super against ditching full-time wrestling for film and TV, but then he went and followed in Rocky's footsteps. Imagine that. Now listen, JC is fully entitled to do whatever he wants to do. Nobody's denying that, but his anti-Hollywood speeches have not aged well. Like a pint of milk, those fine speeches. In fact, Cena's I'm WWE for life promos look fairly laughable nowadays. Sure, he's popped back in here or there and has a surely emotional retirement tour planned for 2025, but so has Dwayne Johnson. One might argue that Rock's latest toe-dipping exercise achieved more than Cena's last couple too. The great one was in fine fettle for his final boss run during WrestleMania 40 season, and that definitely did more for WWE than John's sporadic appearances. And that includes putting over Austin Theory at Mania 39. Remember that? Seeing Cena become what he once stood against must make his critics laugh, and it's probably vindicating for Rocky diehards.
It is almost Royal Rumble time. My favorite part of the year. Of course, a huge reason for this is because you get the whole turn 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're never 100% sure who is going to come through the curtain. And when you get a mega surprise, I do the dance of joy. But I am Simon Miller, and that's right, today it is the 20 most random Royal Rumble entrants ever. One day, I enter it. What would happen there is my music would hit, and one guy in the crowd would be like, it's that idiot from YouTube. Everybody else would be like, who the flub is this? Number 20, Jordan Grace. So this ruled. It did come in the 2024 Royal Rumble. I think the main reason why people were surprised is that the old era of WWE had kind of tinkered with doing stuff with TNA, But now in the new era, we were going all in. I mean, let's not forget that later in the year, the NXT TNA crossover was going to be massive. And I suppose it was born here because Grace came in at number 5. The true surprise, however, is how she was treated, because she didn't just get eliminated instantly. In fact, she was in that Royal Rumble for a long old time, and she was throwing some fisticuffs. Like she didn't actually eliminate anybody, but the commentators are putting her over huge. She felt like a strong panda. It was Bianca Belair that eventually chucked her out after about 20 minutes. So yeah, as we do get to the 2025 version, let's do something like this again. Number 19, Mabel. Now, the 1999 Royal Rumble, this was considered a surprise, because nobody thought Mabel was coming back to the WWE. Now, this is because the last time we had seen him, he was being told off by Vince McMahon, mostly after 96 King of the Ring, and being told, listen, dude, you keep hurting people, and you gotta stop it. One of these was The Undertaker as well, which made it very strange, because it was Mark Calloway who said, oh man, maybe we should go and get Mabel, because he did arrive here in the Royal Rumble, when he got taken out really quickly by the Ministry of Darkness, and they sacrificed him, and turned him into Viscera. Don't get mad at me, that's what happened. I can't lie though, this really did work, because as the silent big man heater dude, he was so damn good. And then sure, eventually he would become the world's largest love machine. And my big question with that is, did somebody measure this? How do you know he was the world's largest? I call poppycock. I mean, it never felt like he was going to be in the top tier or become the WWE champion. So yeah, I quite like Big Vis. I thought he did a really good job. Number 18, Ernest Miller in 2004. So for some reason, 3 years after WWE had purchased WCW in 2001, they said, hey, Mr. Catman, do you want to be in a Royal Rumble? Now, if you watch it today, you will flip out because you'll be like, oh my gosh, that is Brodus Clay's theme, or the Funkasaurus' theme, whatever the flub he was called. But obviously, Ernest used this first. So if anything, Brodus stole it from him. It was number 18 when he did walk to the ring, and in fairness, Ernest Miller had been signed by WWE for a while, but once again, the shock came in the fact that he'd been on all the B shows, so why the flub was he all of a sudden on a major pay-per-view? We soon figured it out because he got in there, and he did his dance when Chris Benoit and Randy Orton looked at him and said, nah, brah, and they threw him over the top rope, and he lasted about 15 seconds still. At least he got in the thing. Not the worst thing for your CV. Number 17, Johnny Knoxville. Now this all built to that WrestleMania 2022 match with Sami Zayn. So when I do search my feelings, I'm totally good with it. It's also amazing how the Jackass crew do keep going, and given they did have a brand new Jackass movie to put out there, I guess somebody rang WWE and they're like, yeah, we've got a promotional idea. We'll put John Boy in a Rumble. He came in at number 9, and of course he was thrown out by Sami Zayn because we were building to the showcase of the Immortals. And that's why this was so good. I mean, it was ha-ha, funny, but it had some real substance to it. And when we got to that Jackass match, well, I tell you, it was bloody brilliant. It's also just proof that wrestling always needs to be a little bit of something for everybody. Because if this didn't exist in my life, well, I wouldn't be as happy as I am right now. Number 16, the AAA crew. In 1997, Vince McMahon had a plan. He was looking at numbers and said, hey, I think we need to be doing better in Mexico. So he called up Mexican promotion AAA and just like, give me a bunch of your wrestlers. Then he went and put them in a Rumble. WWE also had a bunch of Lucha Libre matches before we got to the main event itself. When, yeah, out came Cybernetico, Latin Lover, and Mil Mascaras. They were genuinely trying to win a spot at the main event of WrestleMania. Now look, I don't want to be that guy. I don't think that was ever going to happen. This is also the night where Mascaras decided to throw himself out of the Royal Rumble because he had decided he was such a big star, nobody would be good enough to do that to him. And you know what? Fair play to the guy, protect your gimmick. You won't be surprised to hear, though, that it didn't really help business, and given that the wrestlers were treating themselves this way, well, the relationship didn't last long. Number 15, Haku. Or Meng, you can call him whatever you want. And after WCW was bought in 2001, a lot of fans were being like, man, why don't WWE go get Haku or Meng? He would be great. Then we got to the 2001 Royal Rumble, and he walked down the aisle. Everyone was like, well, how the hell is this happening? Because, of course, this pay-per-view happened before World Championship Wrestling had been bought. And if you were watching WCW, Haku/Meng was the hardcore champion. So something smelled weird. This appearance only happened 1 week after he had won that belt too at the Sin pay-per-view. And then instantly the company killed that belt as well. So once again, it was just pure shrug emoji. Haku lasted around about 3 minutes before Steve Austin threw him out as well. So I'm sure he was fine with that, when he spent most of his time teaming with Rikishi. So I guess he had signed a secret contract with WWE. There's another reason why the Royal Rumble is so good. Number 14, Karma. It makes me so damn sad that Karma or Awesome Kong never got a proper run in WWE, because if there is anybody who could have adapted to that style, well, it was her. And there was some surprise when all of a sudden she did walk into the 2012 Royal Rumble, because one, she was only the third woman in history to do this, but also two, we hadn't seen her since May 2011. All of a sudden, she was back. This was a big spot too, and the really sad part is that Kia Stevens actually had taken some time away from wrestling because she had suffered a miscarriage. I have no idea how anybody processes that. Also a good reminder that there are things way more important than wrestling. I actually think it's quite inspiring that she was able to come back and do this. Then we got to July, and the WWE released her. So I tell you, this is one of those question mark bookings. We never really gave it a chance. Number 13, the fake Razor Ramon. 1997 and 1996 was an odd time in the WWF because we did indeed create a fake Razor Ramon. I mean, why the hell would you ever want to do that? It was also terrible because poor Jim Ross was wheeled out there and had to tell everyone that the real Razor Ramon and Diesel were coming back from WCW. But no, it was a couple of doppelgangers because we had got a pre-Kane Glenn Jacobs and Rick Bogner and told them, do you want to ruin your careers? Well, you're going to pretend to be somebody else. Now, thankfully, the company gave up on this quite quickly, but when we got to the 97 Royal Rumble, I guess we ran the numbers and we needed an extra guy, which is when we called Fake Razor. It was Ahmed Johnson, of all people, who threw him out after 17 seconds. So again, what a waste of time and what a waste of life. You shouldn't be reminding the fans about a stupid decision you made. Number 12, Santino Marella. I mean, it's aged quite badly. It just has. Now, Santino Marella is one of my favorite performers ever because he was just so funny. But some of the things he did as Santina, well, we've already talked about it. However, when we did put him in the 2020 Women's Rumble, well, I guess it was just a nice joke with a fair punchline. Because honestly, he only lasted 60 seconds before Beth Phoenix and Natalya threw him out of there. And of course, that was a nice callback to the past, because at one point, Santino and Beth had been the best of friends. The reason it was so shocking, though, is that we hadn't seen Santino Marella on WWE TV since 2009. So 11 years later, how the flub did he get into the Rumble? Now, I do understand the criticism at the time because people were like, well, why wasn't a full-timer put in here instead? But again, if you had picked somebody that had a huge upside and they got chucked out of 60 seconds, well, that's not giving them any kind of opportunity at all. And also, it's always nice when the Royal Rumble does have a joke. So this was fine. Number 11, get it, Drew Tenru. So we've sort of opened the forbidden door all the way back in 1993 and 1994. Because Tenru, of all people, was in the damn Royal Rumble. Both of them. He lasted 13 minutes on his first attempt, which isn't all that bad, and he must have trained over the next 12 months, because when he arrived in his second one, he moved that up to 17 minutes. Guess who chucked him out in that latter one too? It was Bret Hart and Lex Luger, and they went on to double win the thing. Now, it's a shame Tenru didn't then challenge Bret Hart to a match, because I tell you, in the late 90s, that would have ruled. Although he did have another cameo, because of course, the 1994 Royal Rumble is when Yokozuna killed The Undertaker thanks to a group of heels, when we quite literally sent him up to the skies, and do you know who one of these bad guys was? Well, it was Tenru. If you hadn't figured that one out, I don't think you're listening. The WWF even had an explanation for this, because they were all like, well, Mr. Fuji hired Tenru because he is a gun for hire. That was a terrible sentence. And I suppose we paid him enough money that he entered the Royal Rumble and decided to murder The Undertaker. So now you know. Number 10, the Great Kabuki. And the 1994 Royal Rumble was filled with surprises, because yeah, in at number 22 was the Great Kabuki. I'm not trying to be horrible to the man, but in the mid-90s, he was the least Vince McMahon wrestler ever. Now, over in Japan, Kabuki's mask and overall demeanor definitely works. He came across all spooky wooky, but you know the deal with Vince. He just wanted Super Jack guys. And yeah, when it came to the Great One, well, that's not how I would describe it. The fans in Rhode Island didn't know who he was either, for obvious reasons, when Lex Luger grabbed him and chucked him after only 3 minutes. Of course, then, Kabuki was back later to help with The Undertaker's death. It really was a very strange time. Kabuki had also found his way to the WWF in 1990, and after 4 years, he was back. And after this, he didn't do much of anything, probably because he thought The Undertaker was going to kill him. Be fair revenge. Number 9, Dick Murdoch in 1995. That is absolutely amazing. I mean, Murdoch had debuted in wrestling back in 1965, so of course, this was a long while after that. not trying to be horrible, but you could kind of tell he looked like the most old school wrestler ever. It was totally wonderful, to be honest, though. When he did come out at number 27, people were so confused. But we only done this because once again, somebody had gone, Vince, we don't have enough people for this Rumble, so somebody called Dick. I mean, he was better than Mantar, but the thing with Mantar or Mantor, whatever it was, at least he was a constant figure on TV. That was not the case for Murdoch. We hadn't seen him in the WWF for years. It's also one of the reasons why the 1995 Royal Rumble is the shortest Rumble of all time, because everybody realized we don't have enough star power in this, so let's just get it done. It's actually a very smart choice. Sadly, this was the last time we would see Dick Murdoch in the WWF too, because he passed away way too early in 1996. And is always tragically sad. Number 8, Doug Gilbert. Who is Doug Gilbert? I hear you ask. Well, I'm going to tell you. Because it was 1996 and the WWF was having another rough year when it came to stars. Although in this Royal Rumble, you did have Shawn Michaels, you did have Diesel, and you did have the British Bulldog. So it wasn't bad as the previous one. Vader also debuted in this thing, and that was awesome. But so did USWA star Doug Gilbert. Now, it really didn't fit in because, again, he was nothing like the WWF style at the time. When it did become obvious, we needed a bunch of bodies so Vader could throw them over the top rope. And yep, Dougie Boy was one of those. And my favourite part of all of this is that it meant Doug Gilbert, within kayfabe, thought he could win this and go to the main event of WrestleMania 12. Fair play to Doug, though, because he was still having matches all the way up to 2022. What a damn hero. Number 7, Taco Amori. Now, early on, when TNA was but a young pup, they actually did book Ken Shamrock versus Amore. Now, more hardcore fans will know him from New Japan and All Japan and 01 and Noah. But honestly, when you do go through his career, he had one hell of a run, which is probably how he turned up in the 1996 Royal Rumble. I'm sure this must be tied into chats we've already had, though, because after 3 minutes, did somebody say 3 minutes, Triple H and Jake the Snake Roberts threw him out of there. Don't forget, this was the Hunter Hearst Helmsley version of Triple H. So he was still the blue blood. And the best part of that, if you had been some kind of time traveler, you could have popped in and said, hey, Paul Levesque, one day you're basically going to be running WWE. Oh, and as for you, Amore, well, you're going to go on to become a Triple Crown champion. Amore was a relatively new wrestler in the mid-90s as well, but he did have some build to him. So this one actually does make a little bit of sense. Vince McMahon wanted to grow into new territories, and he had a sort of jack guy to boot. Number 6, the Samoan Squat Team. It's our last entry of 1996, and yet somebody made the grand decision to debut a brand new tag team in the Royal Rumble. This was mostly to let the fans know as well that you should not care about the Samoan Squat Team, because Vader and Yokozuna spied those guys from a mile away. I was like, yep, you're not going to last any time at all, and we're throwing you out. You will also recognize them as the former Headhunters, although instantly you should know that nobody gives a damn, because we actually named them Squat Team 1 and Squat Team 2. Now, I don't think they popped out of the womb, and that's what their mum called them, but someone just came up with a dumb name. It also kind of sounds like your mum's gym troupe that are trying to convince people to work their quads. And really, the Headhunters must have been a little bit embarrassed, because over in Japan, they were legends of the deathmatch scene. Here, they were basically getting jobbed out. I mean, that's probably why we never saw them again as well. 1996 WWF was going nowhere near that. Number 5, Cameron. Now, never forget that Cameron's favourite match was Melina versus Alicia Fox. Good for her. Now, there would have been a time when her coming back to WWE would have made all the sense in the world, but she did have a pretty long run as one of the Funkadactyls. When she got released in 2016, though, it didn't really feel like she was doing any kind of a wrestling. When we got to 2021 and the Women's Royal Rumble, and who came out going, oh, hi, I'm back? Well, it was flipping Cameron. Now, I've no idea what happened here, because she lasts 51 seconds, Sonya Deville throws her out of there, but the fans actually popped pretty big, so I guess she did bring with her some form of nostalgia. And also, if people are so happy to see you, maybe WWE should have done more with this, but I can tell you as I stand here now, they did not. Number 4, Carlos Colon. Now, the 1993 Royal Rumble is great because this is when the Macho Man tried to pin Yokozuna when Yoko press slammed him over the top rope. And I actually think this is a spot that should be used in modern Royal Rumbles because it's muscle memory, damn it. If you're in matches throughout the year and you know 1, 2, 3 gets the victory, well, you're probably going to make that mistake in the Royal Rumble. I actually think it makes you a human. Bruno Monsoon was also on the call this night, and bless this man. Because when Carlos Colon enters the Royal Rumble as a surprise, he calls him a young man, and Carlos was 44 years old. He comes in at 24, and actually he does do quite well. because he grabbed Damien Demento and he eliminated him. I, for one, didn't see that coming. This is probably because he did have a huge name down in Puerto Rico, but Yokozuna didn't care about that, and he grabbed Colon and chucked him out. Now, it didn't lead anywhere, so mostly I am telling you this for your trivia brains, because of course, who is his son? It's none other than Spit an Apple Carlito. So I think the WWE mostly did this because in terms of wrestling circles, people did know who Carlos Colon won, but out of that, well, there's not much to tell you. Number 3, Drew Carey. I mean, this guy got inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. Totally smashed. Now, I do love this so much, because on the Sunday Night Heat before the 2001 Royal Rumble, D'Lo Brown and Headbanger Mosh have to fight Kai and Tai to decide who can enter the Royal Rumble, whereas Drew Carey just walked up and said, screw you, man, I'm going in. Now, he's really fun to watch, because Carey has no idea what is happening. It's quite clear he is not a wrestling fan, when all of a sudden he is stood in the ring by himself, and who comes out next? It's Floppin' Kane. Drew was then so scared he just leaps over the top rope and eliminates himself, which actually means, as I do stand here, in 2025, nobody actually ever threw Drew Carey out of a rumble. Jim Ross summed it up best as well, because he made sure to get a little shot in there when he went, I tell you, Mr. Drew Carey is a nice guy. I don't think he knows anything about wrestling at all. Quite. Number 2, Dan Mather. So stop right now. I am not Dan Mather, okay? When he was around in NXT, I would get this all the time. Can you please stop taking bull, guys, and saying we all look the same? This was, of course, the greatest Royal Rumble in 2018, which was not the greatest Rumble, but it was in terms of statistics, because we had 50 people in this thing. So surprise, surprise, it was a hands-on deck thing. It's why we did call up a bunch of people from NXT. But listen, no disrespect to Dan, he wasn't doing much of anything on WWE's third brand. So what chance did he have here? He lasted 2 minutes before Braun Strowman threw him out of there, and Mather entered at number 40. 40? Whose idea was this? Once again, it was really, really dumb. As we know too, Braun would eventually win the thing, and he got that green belt, which he definitely still showcases today. Number 1, Hiroki Sumi. So let us finish with the 2018 Greatest Royal Rumble 2. Mostly because it was stupid. Because when WWE started working with the Saudi Arabian royal family, they were like, man, we'd love to see Yokozuna. Meaning Vince McMahon had to go, well, that would be great. But Yokozuna has been dead for a very long time. I mean, that was in the year 2000, 18 years before this event. Because Vince is a very weird guy, he was like, well, I'll just go and get another sumo wrestler. When you break that down, you could argue it's quite offensive. Sumi was the alternative, though. This guy had no relationship with sports entertainment at all, which is why after he got thrown out of the Greatest Royal Rumble, he never had another wrestling match again. He also went in number 7 and lasted 45 seconds before Mark Henry eliminated him. When you go back and watch this now, it is oh so weird, and it is oh so strange. I mean, all of these Saudi Arabia shows are a little bit weird, but this one, I tell you, it takes the biscuit.
Everything from why specific matches never happened, the reason behind an icon's entrance sometimes feeling like it didn't want to end, and why pretty much every WWE star does not look down a certain camera are all things that viewers were left to merely speculate on until now. It may have taken years, many in some cases, but some rather interesting answers were finally given in the end. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestling answers given years later. Number 10, why Todd Grisham said it's Christian like that. Unquestionably one of the most deflating returns in wrestling history. Christian's WWE comeback in 2009 was utterly surreal, wasn't it? The TLC icon left the company 4 years earlier, heading off to TNA. He'd enjoyed one of the most impressive and acclaimed spells of his career over there, but eventually decided it was time to come back to the world of sports entertainment. Rather than the commentators losing their damn minds at the sight of the comeback captain, though, you know, like they typically do in their quest to create a capital M moment, Todd Grisham delivered one of the most pathetic reactions of all time. His bland, half-assed "it's Christian" upon seeing the star suddenly appear on the ECW show instantly undermined what should have been one of Christian's greatest ever arrivals. For years, fans wondered why on earth Grisham decided to react like Christian had never really left. And in October 2024, they were finally given an answer. Unsurprisingly, it was a choice from the mind of Christian Cage's biggest biggest hater, Vince McMahon. In case you weren't aware, it's been well documented that McMahon never really adored this half of the Edge and Christian duo, and Grisham would eventually reveal on X that he was told by Vince right before he walked out to the announce desk that night not to get excited by the return and simply say, "It's Christian." So that's what he did, and an infamous return was born. Number 9, who threw the pie at Kevin Owens? Now for a storyline mystery that was left unsolved for an infuriating amount of time. The mystery of who threw the pie at Kevin Owens. Said incident went down back in 2016 on an episode of Raw, with KO getting smacked in the face by the dessert during an absolutely hilarious 4th of July food fight. What a time. However, the thrower was never shown on screen, leaving fans to wonder for years who on earth the culprit could be. Well, 6 trips around the sun and a Breezango investigation later, the person behind that pie face was revealed to be that man again, Vince McMahon. Or at least that was the original plan. Road Dogg would ultimately state in 2022 that the disgraced former boss was set to be the guy behind the messy throw on his Oh You Didn't Know podcast. In the end though, instead of doing a big reveal, they just opted to leave viewers in the dark. Yes, this was the mid-2010s, that sort of stuff did happen. Owens himself also explained a few years before this that he felt McMahon technically threw the pie due to him being the one who made the segment a thing in the first place. But the former DX member's comments fully confirmed that his former boss was gonna be behind Kevin's embarrassing moment. So when it comes to wrestling mysteries, there's been a lot of frustrating reveals, haven't there? So I want to know right now, what is the wrestling mystery that frustrated you the most with its reveal? Let me know in the comments down below. Number 8, who William Regal's actual last match was against. In the years since calling it a day in between the ropes, William Regal has gone on to help shape the next generation of stars in NXT, enjoyed a spell in AEW, and has now returned to WWE as Vice President of Global Talent Development. He's done alright. His final showdown involved the legendary Brit facing off against eventual Blackpool Combat Club pal Claudio Castagnoli, aka Cesaro, a match that aired on Christmas Day in 2013 during the NXT Rewind show. But it was revealed almost a decade later that this wasn't actually Regal's last hurrah. Whilst talking on his Gentleman Villain podcast in 2022, the former Lord would explain that he actually had a match with Sami Zayn in 2014. That's a year later. This contest never appeared on TV though, as it went down in Dubai during a tryout WWE were running at the time. The pair battled in front of just 30 people, with Regal then adding, 2 weeks later my legs went from under me, which I told on Chris Jericho's show, and I would have my first neck surgery. I never wrestled again. So the answer to the question, who did Regal take on in his final ever match, wasn't what most people thought for a good few years there. The underdog from the underground technically had the honor of being the Brit's last dance partner, not Claudio. Number 7, why the Undertaker's entrances sometimes used to be super long. You will struggle to find an entrance as epic as the Dead Man's, or as long. There were definitely a few occasions there over the years when it felt like Undertaker was purposely taking his sweet-ass time to make his way to the ring, with some of those ominous entrances feeling like they went on as long as the match themselves. Well, it turns out that, according to Mark Calloway himself, those extra long arrivals were actually Taker's way of trying to give the audience their money's worth. If he felt that the incoming bout wasn't going to be up to scratch, either because his opponent was pretty limited, or someone I thought I was going to have just a really SE match with. He didn't say SE, I'll let you fill in the blanks. Charming. He ultimately revealed this in 2020 as his 30-year in-ring career reached its end, explaining in an interview with Pardon My Take, "So yeah, there were times that I would take a little bit extra time because I knew the match was going to be horrible. So I figured might as well give it to them on the entrance because they're going to be disappointed once this bell rings." There you have it then. The real reason why The Undertaker sometimes used to walk into arenas and stadiums like he was moving through treacle was revealed after 3 decades of digging holes. It was because this icon knew an absolute stinker was coming. Number 6, why almost no one looks at the camera in WWE. Here's an explanation for something that you may not have actually ever clocked, but has been present on WWE television for quite some time. You see, whenever the man who can't be seen shows up on the likes of Raw and SmackDown, John Cena has a habit of looking directly at and talking into the camera during his entrances. He'll show some respect to Stu the cameraman and then set off running down to the squared circle. What you may not have realized though is that there is actually a rule in place within WWE that anyone not named John Cena is not allowed to speak into that equipment. That's according to Cody Rhodes, with the American Nightmare eventually revealing to to Sport Bible in 2024 that while he was able to break a lot of the pre-existing rules in the company after he made his return in 2022, the no camera talking rule is still a pretty big on-air rule, and one that he doesn't want to see himself or anyone else break. Though Rhodes did also admit that he likely has broken it a few times here and there. Cody's gonna Cody. Wrestlers are obviously still allowed to chat into the hard cam, but after all these years, it was officially revealed by Rhodes that there are some cameras reserved for invisible men. If you're right there at having fun with this answer-stuffed list, then hit that subscribe button down below and you will get even more of these each and every day. And other videos, we've got loads. Number 5, the real reason Nigel McGuinness retired. Here's a strange case of a wrestler offering the real answer years later on multiple occasions. 2024 saw the in-ring return of British wrestling legend Nigel McGuinness at AEW All In. I was there, it was great. For the longest time though, it felt like another hard-hitting performance from the former ROH World Champion was never gonna happen, with many assuming that his health issues were keeping him away from the ring. But after that aforementioned casino gauntlet appearance inside of Wembley Stadium, McGuinness finally set the record straight again. Speaking to TV Insider in 2024, the AEW commentator stated that the actual reason he stopped wrestling 13 years earlier was not because of concussions or hepatitis B. McGuinness contracted the latter during his time in TNA. It was due to the fact he couldn't make a living as a wrestler anymore, in his words. AEW wasn't a thing. WWE didn't want to sign him due to an arm injury despite it being fully healed. He couldn't wrestle the ROH style anymore or make enough money there to even cover his health insurance, and he didn't want to return to TNA. So he simply stopped wrestling and eventually turned his attention to commentating instead. He actually explained that WWE not offering him a wrestler contract was the reason he retired a couple of years after said retirement too. But folks still continue to believe he didn't wrestle due to the aforementioned medical issues. The truth is though, as McGuinness put it himself, and even noted in 2018 on Twitter, he was perfectly okay to wrestle. It just took a decade or so for him to find the right situation to make his return. Number 4, why Vince McMahon insisted on calling hospitals local medical facilities. Many things have thankfully changed in the time since Triple H took over as WWE's head of creative, including the company's attitude towards certain terms used on air. Over the last few years, you've likely already noticed that wrestlers and commentators within WWE have been throwing around the word wrestler, and even calling that place said talents are often rushed off to a hospital. Huh, what a world. Unsurprisingly, the reason behind superstars and local medical facility often replacing those aforementioned names was because the volatile, one-time boss Vince McMahon preferred them. He felt his stars were so much more than simply wrestlers and that superstars just sounded better. But why did he make his employees utter the latter words? Well, it took a few years, but it was eventually revealed by Dave Meltzer on Wrestling Observer Radio in 2019, and JBL recently on Something to Wrestle, exactly why Vince didn't like hospitals being mentioned on TV. In McMahon's strange mind, telling fans that a wrestler was at a specific hospital, Baltimore Hospital for example, would open the door for those same people ringing up that place. He clearly felt they'd be desperate to learn more about how their favorite star was doing. Is he alright? How's his leg? So, choosing to mostly use local medical facility or center would ensure the audience didn't have a clue where the wrestler had been sent, no matter that it was a consistently jarring term whenever it popped up on screen. Number 3, why Sting versus Undertaker never happened. Sting's arrival in WWE in 2014 finally seemed to have set the stage for a mouth-watering showdown with the Undertaker. Sadly, that never came to pass, of course. Sting initially retired from in-ring action in 2016, before eventually leaving WWE to join AEW in 2020, and the dead man called time on his career that same year. After spending so much time in separate companies though, WWE definitely had the chance to pull the trigger on a marquee mega match for a few years there, but as the icon himself would explain in the years since his last match in WWE against Seth Rollins, it seemed they, or the other half of the Dream Bout at least, were never really interested in a match the rest of the world definitely wanted to see. Sting noted in 2017 that he ran the idea past The Undertaker but didn't get the impression the Phenom was as into the match as him, and revealed that he pushed for a cinematic match against Taker before he left in 2020. He also openly added in 2021 that he didn't really know why this battle never happened, but wondered whether Taker just didn't like the idea of it. So, was Taker's apparent reluctance to agree to it the reason this match never happened? Well, according to Mark Calloway, it was actually Vince McMahon who didn't want the match back in the mid-2010s, with the legend finally revealing this on his 6 Feet Under podcast a decade after Sting's WWE debut. Although Taker did add that he didn't think the match would live up to the hype at that stage in their careers, something he also alluded to back in 2020, saying it likely looked better on paper by the time it could actually happen. Whether you choose to believe it was the former boss who didn't fancy this one or his loyal phenom, either way, Sting and the fans' dream of seeing these two megastars collide still disappointingly rested in peace. Boo. Number 2, why Bray Wyatt was sent back to NXT. Pre-Bray Wyatt, the late, great Wyndham Rotunda first appeared on WWE TV as a member of the Nexus, going by the name of Husky Harris. He'd stick around on screen for a few months before being sent back down to developmental, but it was ever explained precisely what led to that decision. Within WWE's walls, though, there was actually a rumor that the eventual WWE champion was taken off main roster TV because of an incident involving John Cena. Many years on from that demotion, former Baron Corbin Tom Pestock told Chris Van Vliet recently that Rotunda accidentally poked the face that runs the place in the eye during a match, with this then pissing off Vince McMahon and Cena and resulting in the newcomer being thrown back to NXT for a few years. There's also a cool story out there about Rotunda apparently telling Vince "I'll be back" after he was literally booted off TV by Randy Orton. Now, the Cena eye poke drama may only be a rumor, but it's one that Pestock confidently stated he felt was 100% true, and it was that story which led to him being quite terrified when he accidentally did the same thing to Super Cena a few years later. Cena apparently lost his cool and unleashed many an expletive after being poked by a then Corbin in a 2016 bout. The former Mr. Money in the Bank even admitted he was on the verge of tears at the thought of getting the Bray treatment for his actions. One stiff receipt later, though, Cena let Corbin know backstage that they were cool, it was fine. However, for a minute there, Cena couldn't see Corbin. But yeah, all these years later, we finally know why Bray Wyatt ended up back in NXT. Apparently, anyway. Number 1, how did Triple H react to the Cody Rhodes throne smash when it happened? The powerful visual of Cody Rhodes destroying a throne with a sledgehammer, of course, just like the one a certain game would typically sit on, the throne, not the hammer, left many wondering whether the AEW EVP and Triple H would be on good terms when the former finally returned to WWE. As the last few years have shown, the two are more than fine, working together to create magic on screen and millions of dollars off it. Still, in the moment, surely the current head of creative had some sort of reaction to Cody's Double or Nothing 2019 shot at the King of Kings, and react he did, but perhaps not in the way you would expect. Speaking 5 years after that throne smashing, Triple H told Alan and Carly that he laughed about the entrance at the time, and even went as far as to admit that he'd have probably done the same thing if he were in Rhodes' position. Trips evidently saw the funny side of Rhodes' cheeky dig at his eventual boss back then, but it's not clear what his response to that golden shovel moment was. Yeah, want to hear that one next. From bullying co-workers to being a shoot piece of trash. I'm Gareth, you're watching WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 dark secrets about WWE legends. Number 10, the Dynamite Kid, shoot trash. The Dynamite Kid was as disgusting in real life, and he was incredible in the ring. Kid was a sociopath, the stories surrounding whom are legion. He relentlessly bullied Jacques Rougeau, and for once, karma came for him. Jacques exploded Kid's face with a roll of quarters sucker punch. In his New Japan days, he was twice arrested for assaulting teenage fans. In his book Ring of Hell, Matthew Randazzo V revealed that to prove his toughness to the far larger boys in the Stampede territory, the Kid would beat up vagrants, knock out strangers in bars, and take liberties with his opponents in the ring, even going as far as to kick them flush in the head when they were in the process of blading themselves. Lovely. And Tom Billington himself also admitted that as part of a terror campaign against his wife Michelle, he'd threaten her with murder by placing a shotgun under her chin when she threatened to finally leave a toxic and abusive relationship. Not a nice guy. Number 9, Doink the Clown, typecast. Content warning, alleged sexual assault will be mentioned in this entry. The TV miniseries adaptation of Stephen King's It has aged, but it's still very unsettling in parts. As Pennywise the Dancing Clown, Tim Curry hammed it up. He's Tim Curry and was tremendous value, but he also embodied the the sinister, pure evil of the titular monster. In the opening scene, Pennywise appears behind a bedsheet drying on a windy Maine day. It smiles at a young girl. When the sheet flies back up, an expression of pure, dead-eyed malice forms across its face. In that one small moment, ingeniously edited, Curry captures the very essence of wrong desire. Matt Bourne, who originally played Donk the Clown in the WWF across 1992 and 1993, was so effective in the role that he was able to channel the performance of an iconic horror monster. Bourne's Doink was a miserable sack of unsettling trash, with an uncanny ability to locate the camera and stare at it with a foreboding expression, an eerie absence of warmth, joy, anything remotely good. He toyed with the juxtaposition of his look to perfection. I mean, he was incredible in the role, in part because he really was, well, bad news. When he was 25, he appeared in court in Ohio on a 4th-degree felony charge of gross sexual imposition, accused by a 16-year-old girl of molestation in a Reynoldsburg motel. Number 8, Andre the Giant is a massive racist. To this day, Andre the Giant is immortalized by WWE. A titular trophy is contested in his honor every WrestleMania season. Not that the match is anything anybody has ever taken seriously. Don't lie, you couldn't care less about it. He was the subject of the last great wrestling lie. Very few people in the Pontiac Silverdome knew that he'd been slammed before, even by Hulk Hogan himself. And while he was a pure, immobile presence by 1987, Andre in his athletic prime was a phenomenon. He could move, he could go. He was so effective as the unbeatable giant that, to this day, no wrestling promoter since has realized that you can't book a monster for long in the age of endless episodic television. Andre was the perfect act for the perfect time. While he was exceptional at playing a gentle, endearing giant in The Princess Bride, that just underscored how great Andre was as a worker, really. Known to be jovial in many encounters with fans, he apparently did not extend the same courtesy to Bad News Allen. On a 1980 bus ride in Japan, Allen, understandably irate at Andre telling a relentless stream of racist jokes, offered to pull over and fight Andre there and then. Andre refused to fight the Olympic bronze judo medalist, which was probably a wise move. What's the nice... You know what? It's quite a dark list, this, so I'm going to try and just add a bit of light right now. I want to know, what is the nicest thing you've ever heard a wrestler do for a fan or a colleague? Let me know in the comments below. A bit of positivity, why not? Number 7, Jake Roberts and his history with animals. Content warning, sexual assault will be mentioned in this entry. Hurts people, hurts people. Those 4 words complicate the true nature of awful behavior and pose virtually unanswerable questions about morality and complicity. Jake Roberts endured a horrific upbringing, the likes of which would test suspension of disbelief in the hackiest soap opera. Jake's father was a monster, as has been covered on Beyond the Mat, Vice's Dark Side of the Ring, and WWE's A&E series. Roberts was the product of the rape of his mother and was sexually abused by his stepmother during childhood. Roberts self-medicated and spent his career and the vast majority of his life in a tragic bid to repel the trauma. He isn't absolved of awful behavior, but it is definitely complicated. More complicated than a listicle can tackle, realistically. Still, Jake Roberts abused a snake through neglect in the early 2000s when living in the UK, for which there is no excuse. Summoned to court in 2004, Roberts was found to have housed the 15-foot animal in a cage spanning just 12 feet. An RSPCA inspector determined that the underweight snake, which died shortly after being seized, had not been fed for 7 to 8 months. That is grim. Number 6, Ted DiBiase did say he likes money. Ted DiBiase was such a fabulous character. He was a booker and writer's dream. The man fueled great storytelling with a motive that was so easy to root against. In his WWF 1980s heyday, his immense wealth and evil intentions threatened to corrupt the sporting integrity of the WWF. And to far lesser effect, his money and quest for power shaped some of the better and underlooked mid-card storylines of the new generation era. In WCW, before Eric Bischoff took it on himself to take over the role, he originally funded the New World Order. This, for a brief time, was one of the most inspired ideas in wrestling history. The role explained how the mercenaries were paid, lending credibility to the entire concept. And DiBiase was connected to the WWF. He was such a cackling, love-to-hate villain with it too. A true icon, one of very few wrestlers that your lapsed friends recall fondly. A character though? Well, yeah, about that. In yet another example of the wrestlers play exaggerated versions of themselves maxim, it was announced in October 2021 by Mississippi State USA Auditor Shad White's office that DiBiase's Heart of David Ministries had been ordered to repay misappropriated welfare funds as part of a wider embezzlement scandal. Every man has a price. Ted's was $722,299. Oh, while I've got you, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already for more of this fascinating What Culture Wrestling stuff in your day. Number 5, JBL and his love of hazing. JBL apparently matured deep into his run, much too late for how old he was and the extent to which he should have known better. Per the accounts of several of his peers, he was a horrific person to be around, and a lot of the stories told about JBL involve unwanted physical contact. In his book The Hardcore Truth, Bob Holly told the tale of JBL, then working as Bradshaw, drunk from the night before, patting Steve Blackman on the backside at an airport baggage claim. Blackman told JBL to knock it off. Bradshaw persisted. Blackman told JBL that if he did not stop, he'd get his effing teeth knocked out. Bradshaw did not stop and ate a series of jabs to the face. Adam Copeland, in his book Adam Copeland on Edge, confirmed the heavy rumor that JBL would, in an apparent attempt to quote-unquote weed out the prima donnas, join new WWF/E hires and soap up their backsides in the shower. Copeland treated his own incident with a light tone, no knuckles disappeared in his words, and essentially celebrated that he, by going along with it and offering to return the favor, passed the hazing ritual. Again, his words. Still, this could be very fairly described as assault. Nobody should be made to go through things like that, whether they sense what Bradshaw was really attempting to do or otherwise. Palmer Cannon flew himself home and quit the wrestling industry altogether when he was hazed by JBL and Chris Benoit. While Ken Kennedy, in a kayfabe commentary shoot interview, only went as far as to say Palmer was in the bar and a bunch of guys just kind of ganged up on him, rumors persist that Cannon was duct taped and left to wonder what horror he might endure for the best part of an entire day. Oh, awful stuff. Number 4, Randy Savage and the other allegation. Macho Man Randy Savage is the subject of a vile rumor. You know the one. Many have attempted to connect some dots and will it into existence, but it will not be covered here. Savage was an intensely paranoid individual who channeled his real personality into his best work, effectively method acting throughout the seminal Mega Powers Explode storyline. His belief that Hulk Hogan was out to steal his wife Elizabeth was, in retrospect, all too real. According to George the Animal Steele, Savage, mad with jealousy, would hide Liz away. As Steele would note, there were times when he would lock her in the dressing room. Savage is beloved as the composite 1980s wrestler. If you love the pageantry, silliness, and the techniques, Savage embodied and elevated it all. But it's hard to watch his work back with this and the story of his relationship with WCW valet Gorgeous George, aka Stephanie Bellars, in mind. Speaking to David Penza on his Sitting Ringside podcast, Bellars revealed that Savage initially love-bombed her before he went crazy, and to her disgust, as alleged in a shoot interview with the Hannibal TV, he was so controlling that he made her hide in broom closets to prevent the other boys from making eye contact with her. On the A&E special covering Savage's career, Bellars also claimed that Savage broke into her house and bugged it with cameras and microphones so that he could monitor her activity. While Savage's close association with the Special Olympics indicates that he wasn't entirely a monster, the man definitely had his demons. Number 3, The Ultimate Warrior is a bad man. Where to even begin here? The Ultimate Warrior was an awful human being. Per Bret Hart's book Hitman, the Warrior was once asked to meet a terminally ill child. This bothered the Warrior, whereas every single other wrestler ventured outside of the locker room to greet them. When Warrior was asked when he would do the same, the child, wearing custom tassels, heartbreakingly was there to see his favorite specifically. He apparently roared in a effing minute before never going to the bother. Warrior laughed in a blog entry about the slow, agonizing death of Bobby Heenan, comparing him to a colostomy bag. What did Heenan do? Per Heenan, he took an errant blow to the neck from the Warrior despite expressly asking him to avoid what was an aggravated body part. This continued a pattern of behavior. In a shoot interview, Demolition Smash once claimed that Rick Rude once confronted the Warrior about the exact same thing. When Warrior claimed that he didn't need to ease up because I'm the Warrior, Rude apparently sparked him clean out then and there. Warrior was also outwardly homophobic when he attempted a living doing lectures on the college circuit, and felt no sympathy for the residents of New Orleans following the devastation of Hurricane Katrina, because in his words, their lives were already in ruin. Self-ruin. What a dickhead. Number 2, Hulk Hogan is a bad man. Hulk Hogan could have held onto his legacy forever. He could have walked through the doors of WWE whenever he pleased as a grotesquely paid but actually welcome mascot/ambassador figure. He was never going to work a match at his age, but he could have hosted attended WrestleMania without getting booed into oblivion. He could have been persuaded into half-heartedly endorsing some guy from NXT whose name he didn't know, botched on the night and forgot about afterwards. And people would have still adored him. He was a doddering old granddad in 2014 and was endearingly bad at WrestleMania 30. He had it made, man. Everyone knew he was a mental fantasist who didn't do anything, but he was the single most nostalgic figure for the millennial fans stuck in the wrestling habit forever. Every time you heard Real American, every memory of WrestleMania 9 and Starrcade 97 just melted away. Well, almost. While it's not exactly classified information, Hogan's abhorrent racism, he was recorded saying that he'd hate it if his daughter dated a black man, using the horrific slur. Slightly less known is the fact that he was an absolute a-hole about it afterwards. Speaking on Bill Apter's podcast, Hogan blamed other wrestlers for not forgiving him. They should be better brothers, he said. In Hogan's words, outside the ring, you're supposed to protect your brother. In this case, it's a situation where 75, 80, 90% of the wrestlers are protecting me, and they're giving me another chance to move forward. There's just a few wrestlers that kind of don't understand the bond and the brotherhood of wrestling. If someone makes a mistake, you need to forgive them and move on and try to let them prove themselves. Translated, if you were ever trained, you're not allowed to think I'm an asshole. Number 1, Paul Heyman's approach to business. Paul Heyman won. In professional wrestling, carnies tend to do that. He revolutionized the industry in the 1990s. His 1994-95 ECW product was intoxicating, transformative, as cool as pro wrestling gets. And both WCW and the WWF flourished by stealing his talent and philosophy. The medium would look radically different and one could argue far smaller were it not for his influence, folks. In addition to that artistic legacy and the street cred, he's also made it mainstream as the advocate and the wise man. He is, well, part of the furniture now, and that is wild considering he was on abysmal terms with WWE twice historically. He will go down as one of the most memorable characters in the history of the promotion, can retire comfortably several times over, and his creative sparked WWE's resurgence. Everybody told WWE that he was the key. WWE didn't listen in 2002 nor 2006, but when they did, Heyman brought the good times back. He was also, depending on who you talk to, an evil piece of remorseless, self-involved garbage. As recounted on Dark Side of the Ring, he exploited Chris Candido and Sonny's struggles with addiction, asking Sonny to do another take of her very real confession that she wanted to die. Heyman used Candido's credit card to book flights for the ECW roster, which scorched the credit rating, and money issues haunted Candido for the remainder of his young, tragic life. And his Wrestling Observer newsletter obituary makes for particularly harrowing reading in light of that story. A wise man, sure, but not always a nice man.
These 10 wrestlers all found themselves in a pretty great spotlight and seem poised to find long-lasting success. However, their careers ultimately came crashing down like a Jenga tower, leaving them to gather dust in the Hall of What Ifs. So with that in mind, I'm Gareth from WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestlers that fell off hard. Number 10, Ted DiBiase Jr. Being the child of a beloved Hall of Fame wrestler isn't a guaranteed path to success, but it sure does help. The likes of Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes, Charlotte Flair, and more have carried the legacy of their names well and carved new history into them. Ted DiBiase Jr., however, didn't quite match up. The son of Ted DiBiase got a big build in WWE when he hit the main roster. He entered right into a championship program, winning the tag belt alongside Cody Rhodes. This eventually led to the formation of the Legacy stable, with Rhodes, Orton, and DiBiase teaming together as a collection of multi-generation wrestlers. This stable put Orton on top of the company, and it seemed they were all destined for great things. However, his time with WWE would eventually fall flat. His run with a $1 million championship and an eventual babyface turn failed to get him out of the mid-card. DiBiase then ended up leaving the company in 2013 due to issues with depression and anxiety. Unfortunately, a failed wrestling career is the least of DiBiase's worries right now, as he's currently in danger of ending up in jail due to a welfare fund scandal. Yikes. Number 9, Mark Mero. Taking a single well-delivered powerbomb is, barring some pain upon the bump, not going to damage anybody's career. However, there is one exception where a wrestler's whole reputation was tarnished at the hands of a single powerbomb, and that wrestler was Mark Mero. Mero captured the WWE Intercontinental Championship within a year in the promotion, proving that the company had high hopes for him. Of course, it didn't hurt that he had his real-life wife, the eye-catching Sable, by his side as a valet. But that which brings someone up can often be their downfall too. His kayfabe split from Sable was primed as a chance to turn him into a dastardly villain, with plans for him to feud against the newly crowned WWF WWF champion Stone Cold Steve Austin. However, during his rivalry with Sable, he took a Sable bomb from her. Many deemed this as a sign of weakness apparently, including Austin himself, who didn't want his character beaten up by someone publicly powerbombed by a woman. This then led to a drastic decline in his career going forward. One mighty female powerbomb did all that damage. Number 8, Mr. Kennedy. When looking back on the history of WWE, you're gonna see a lot of people who came close to grabbing the brass ring, only for it to slip out of their hands. Mr. Kennedy, aka Ken Anderson, is one such wrestler. Mr. Kennedy came into WWE with a hell of a lot of steam behind him. He had tremendous mic skills, and the ability to put on good in-ring performances to boot. However, it all came tumbling down after he was forced to vacate the Money in the Bank briefcase due to injury. Unfortunately, after dropping it to Edge, it was revealed that his injury was misdiagnosed, and not as severe as first thought, meaning he could have bloody kept it. From there, his career was a stop-start as a broken down Fiat 500. Any momentum he built would end up being squashed by varying issues, the most infamous example of which was when he accidentally injured Randy Orton in 2009, which led to the company firing him. His post-WWE career didn't fare much better, as he broke into TNA with some hype and even captured the World Championship twice, but was soon relegated to the mid-card. But I've got a question for you. Who is your favourite ever Mr. or Mrs. Money in the Bank? Money in the Bank. Let me know in the comment section below. Number 7, Curtis Axel. Again, simply being the progeny of a wrestling icon does not mean you will make it. Curtis Axel is another fine example, as he had in-ring prowess flowing through his veins as the son of Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig, but that royal blood could only take him so far. The real-life Joe Hennig was repackaged as Curtis Axel in 2013, after a dire run as Michael McGillicuddy. Hennig was never an exceptional star on the mic, but he did have some impressive in-ring skills worth investing in. As such, WWE chose to pair him with someone who could do the talking for him, the iconic Paul Heyman. As a Paul Heyman guy, Axel started to build some momentum. He then captured the Intercontinental Championship and held it for 5 whole months, but eventually his stock plummeted. Despite his talent and the pairing with Heyman, things just weren't working, and he was soon stuck at the bottom of the card. After being dumped by the ECW legend, he then floated around in teams like Ryback, the Social Outcast, and the B-Team, before eventually being released from the company in 2020. Number 6, Bart Gunn. One way this name differs from the other entrants on this list is that Bart Gunn was never meant to be in the prominent position he wound up in, and that's likely why it all came tumbling down so very quickly. Gunn rose to infamy thanks to the much maligned Brawl for All. This competition, for the uninitiated, was a bracketed tournament that paired wrestlers off into real unscripted shoot fights. Gunn was a mid-card wrestler who was seemingly only added to boost the numbers, but he ended up winning the whole damn thing. This came as a big surprise to management, who now had to figure out what to do with a star they'd never intended on having. The powers that be were not confident enough in Gunn to push him into a feud with Steve Austin, as originally intended for the predicted winner Dr. Death Steve Williams. Instead, they put him in an exhibition match at WrestleMania 15 against professional boxer Butterbean, who knocked him out in 35 seconds. After this, Gunn was released from the company and eventually retired from wrestling after a decade or so of working in Japan and making sporadic US appearances. Number 5, Jack Swagger. There was a time when Jack Swagger showed a lot of promise. His athletic build, tall frame, and all-American gimmick painted the picture of great talent with a strong career ahead of him. But that was a long time ago. Swagger, also known as Jake Hager, began his career in WWE's Wish version of ECW, where he won the ECW Championship. This momentum eventually carried him onto the main roster, where he would show some promise. After unsuccessful attempts to win the US Championship, he was thrust into the main event after winning the Money in the Bank briefcase and cashing it in to gain the World Heavyweight Championship. Sadly, he simply wasn't ready to hang with the big dogs and needed a little more time in the oven before trying to break into the main event. He hadn't built enough momentum and, as such, always felt like a weak champion. This led to the reign falling a bit flat, causing him to be lost in the shuffle, and his WWE career never really found much traction again. After leaving WWE, he played a role in Lucha Underground and even became the promotion's last ever world champion before it was cancelled. However, that momentum did not carry over into his current position in AEW, where he again plays a lackluster background role. Hey, but at least he liked a hat for a while, eh? Number 4, Tomko. This impressive Tomko joined OVW in 2002 and made his WWE TV debut 2 years later as Christian's bodyguard. He eventually went solo and got a monster push with a short undefeated streak. Then he lost his momentum after losing to John Cena and quit the company soon after. So WWE didn't work. Where to next? Tomko moved to Japan and wrestled for New Japan Pro Wrestling, winning the tag belt alongside Matt Bloom/Giant Bernard, but this stay was also short-lived, as he would be released from his contract after 2 years. Okay, so where now? TNA. In TNA, Tomko was again paired with Christian. He was in the main event picture thanks to Christian being world champion, and continued to be put in decent spots from there. Then he got released due to alleged contractual issues. Oh, come on, man. This happened again and again as a failed return to WWE, a lackluster TNA return, and legal troubles after being arrested for robbery showed how hard he had fallen. Thankfully, the talented athlete is doing much better now as the owner of multiple businesses. After all his troubles, that sure is nice to hear. Number 3, Ryback. This big guy was once poised as a main event star during a time when WWE was going through a leading man crisis. Now he's an absolute ghost in the wrestling world, and our channel's biggest fan. Ryback got his first shot with the company as part of the Nexus, where he mostly faded into the background as Skip Sheffield. But he got some traction when returning from an injury in 2012 with his new character of Ryback. He put on dominant performances, had an impressive physique, and a catchphrase that caught on quickly. He hit a peak during the first year of this run, challenging for the WWE Championship multiple times against CM Punk and John Cena. However, as time went on and his attempts to get the big belt kept failing, he slipped further and further down the card. After a while, he was placed into a makeshift tag team with fellow Fallen prodigy Curtis Axel, and this became the beginning of the end. A lackluster Intercontinental title run did nothing to bring him out of the undercard, and he would eventually part ways with the company in 2016. Nowadays, he is completely retired from the industry, focusing instead on making YouTube videos and being an occasional menace on Twitter. Number 2, Austin Aries. Austin Aries was an absolute indie darling and a hardcore fan's dream, but now he's a guy AEW won't even consider signing up. Think about that. Aries rose to prominence thanks to his time in Ring of Honor and eventually TNA, where he impressed as a stellar storyteller and in-ring technician. He was a bona fide star with multiple world title reigns, and after his NXT debut, fans believed things were poised to get even better. Oh, how wrong they were. His time in WWE was full of nothing really, with lackluster painted over all his endeavors. He couldn't even capture the damn Cruiserweight title. Things got even worse from there though, as after his release, he would eventually become a ghost in the industry. Becoming the belt collector on the Indies/Impact wasn't enough to keep him relevant, as his notoriously difficult to work with attitude eventually made all his prospects dry up. This came to a head after the infamous Bound for Glory 2018 no-sell incident, where he got up and walked out directly after the finish. Nowadays, you'll be lucky to see him working for any promotion with even a twinge of clout. Number 1, Alex Riley. Pairing an upstart wrestler with the right mentor can help get them over quickly, and it seemed like WWE struck gold with Alex Riley. Having The Miz mentor him for NXT Season 2 was a genius move, as Riley's jock-like personality blended perfectly with Miz's arrogance. This clever pairing brought Riley into the spotlight as he worked alongside Miz during his WWE Championship run, meaning he had cameras on him during the main event. So what went wrong? Well, quite a few things really. Riley's solo push after splitting with The Miz was quickly halted as he slid down the card. There are claims that this sudden decline resulted from backstage heat with John Cena. Then, in a bizarre and unexpected decision, Riley was suddenly moved to NXT to be a color commentator. He worked hard for an in-ring return, leading him into a feud with Kevin Owens that had him getting eaten alive non-stop. He was soon released and tried to reinvent himself on the indies to no avail, and his most recent notable appearance was in the NWA, where he lost against EC3. Oh dear. It can only get better from here though, right?
While we all do lose our cool or focus at our own jobs, wrestling is a little bit different. Your number one goal is to protect your fellow human, otherwise bad things could happen. I suppose in many ways it does all come down to being a professional, so yeah. Today let's have a look at 10 times when maybe, just maybe, we didn't really get such needed behavior. Number 10, Drew Gulak vs. Dante Chen on the 26th of September 2023 Level Up. The story of Drew Gulak has become quite the interesting one. For a while, he was sort of a guy just to beat on the main roster when he was moved to NXT. He was fine there too, but there wasn't really much to report. When 2024 rolled around, this changed hugely as Ronda Rousey accused him of inappropriately tugging at the drawstring of her sweatpants before walking off like this was totally cool. In the essence of fairness, Drew said this was not how it all went down, but still felt very odd. Triple H then confirmed at a later press conference that Gulak had left the company after his contract expired, when Fightful Select seemed to get all the news. They had talked to many a wrestler who described Drew as a bully, and that one person claimed during a match with the man, Gulak went after his finger simply because it had recently been injured. If that is true, it's absolutely terrible. Other reports stated that Drew would then make sure to intimidate people so they wouldn't pass this information on to management, which brings us to the mentioned episode of WWE's Level Up. There, Gulak was facing Dante Chen and seemingly slammed him so hard, poor Dante landed right on his head. Reckless was the word, and again, it was said that Drew was verbally reprimanded for this. People have also come out the woodwork and stated that quotes said by one Cody Rhodes about veterans who have done nothing but abuse their status were about Drew Gulak too. So yeah, if we take all of this as read, it is not good, dare I say not good at all. Number 9, The Undertaker and Kane versus Kanyon and DDP at SummerSlam 2001. I mean, this could go for the entire WWF versus WCW invasion angle, but I suppose as a piece of evidence this works well. It was a bloody massacre. It is a shame, as DDP especially had foregone his WCW contract to give the WWF a proper go, but that didn't help him at all. Here within the confines of a steel cage, he teamed with Kanyon, and my gosh, these two were murdered. If you think I'm exaggerating, you can go and watch it today, but you have never seen two credible opponents get so little offense in a match. And the ragdolling, sheesh. Taker and Kane also used the steel to such a degree at times it looked like it's going to break, and it is crazy to see. I get that Vince McMahon was desperate to highlight that the World Wrestling Federation was the superior brand, but this was way too much. Halfway through, you're just desperate for it to end. So I suppose the unprofessional nature comes in the fact somebody like The Undertaker surely should have known better, although again, you gotta do whatever your boss wants you to do. I do implore you to go and see it with your own eyes though, and then get back to me. It truly is the only way. Number 8, Triple H versus Booker T at WrestleMania 19. So we do have to get a bit hoity-toity here, but stay with me. The storyline between Triple H and Booker T was not good. The racist over and undertones were so out of place for 2003, and it was not good television. We never should have done it. With that said, if WWE were insisted on it, the end was already written. Booker T defeats the bully and takes his World Heavyweight Championship on the grandest stage. Doesn't justify any of it, but at least it teaches people a lesson. Don't be a dick, you'll pay the price. So of course we went and did the opposite. It's not even that Booker didn't win the title, which by this point he had earned from performances alone. It's the fact that after Hunter hit the pedigree, it took over 20 seconds before he made the pin. So essentially, he had just killed the guy. None of it made sense because it's the opposite of what wrestling is meant to be. Bad guy goes bad guy, so good guy shuts him up. Nope. It's only fair to point out that Booker himself has defended this, and no one is allowed an opinion on it more than him. But still, as a fan, this didn't feel right. And even as we look back on it today, well, I don't think much has changed. Number 7, Team WWE versus Team Nexus at SummerSlam 2010. Well, we all know this one. Even the likes of Edge and Chris Jericho questioned the finish in the years after. It certainly was a choice. The Nexus had a great WWE debut on Raw, however, as they destroyed the ring and John Cena, so it instantly sent a message. WWE was taking this seriously. It got so out of control, Daniel Bryan was let go for choking ring announcer Justin Roberts with his tie. While that was all kinds of ridiculous, it did sort of help. A man was fired because the Nexus were totally unhinged. It all led to the Team WWE versus Team Nexus at Hot WrestleMania, and I tell you, if John Cena had been victorious, I think mostly people would have been okay with it. It was the manner of it all, though. Because despite being the last man standing, facing the threat of Wade Barrett and Justin Gabriel, John won. That's right. It got more stupid because before this, he had been DDT'd into a concrete floor and still kicked out at 2. I get we're supposed to be suspending our disbelief, but this was way too much, even more so as he instantly eliminated Gabriel. What about his brain? I think the impact hurt Barrett more because he then fell into the STF and tapped out. It was a lesson learned for us all. Cena had some sort of magic skull. There was no pain whatsoever. There was just no going back after this for the Nexus because they had been exposed, and yep, before long the whole thing was dead. This was not good, and really of all people, Cena should have known. Again, we've said it once, we'll say it twice. Maybe he was just following orders, but those orders were wrong. Number 6, Goldberg versus Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 20. Once again, this one requires a lot of chat. I think we can sympathize with all sides. But before a current dream match at WrestleMania 20, when Brock Lesnar and Bill Goldberg were going to trade off, we learned that both were leaving the company. Whoops. Now we all knew this when it came to Bill, because the word was out that his one-year contract had come to an end, and neither side was very happy. Best just to let things be. With Brock, though, as his nickname suggested, he was the next big thing. A lot of time and money had gone into pushing him to the top of the card when he decided he didn't like the lifestyle, so off he went. You can't get mad at that either. people are allowed to make such decisions. Rumoredly G'd on by Shane McMahon though, the New York fans knew what was happening, so just went crazy at these two. Quite the spectacle to watch. It is just booze and good riddance all around. It really got to Lesnar, as you can see when watching the thing, even more so because Goldberg is quite clearly trying to calm him down. It is just all totally crazy. And sure, I suppose any wrestler has to be ready for any sort of reaction, but it meant the whole thing fell apart and nobody had any smiles on their face afterwards. You also get a lot of jaw-jacking and hand symbols towards the audience, so it's fair to say this got totally out of control. Number 5, Charlotte Flair literally drops the belt. Charlotte Flair will surely go down as one of the best wrestlers ever. I know she gets a lot of hate online, but just go and watch her without any of this crazy stuff in your head. She is really, really good. She also had a long-time friendship with Becky Lynch that at some point did go sour. Can you believe it? It all culminated on TV after the 2021 draft. This is also one of the reasons why WWE finally saw sense and stopped having a Raw Championship and a SmackDown Championship, because both Charlotte and Becky had been traded to the other brands, meaning at some point they had to switch their titles because one was blue and one was red. And yes, that does sound like some sort of TV kids program. Because of all the animosity that had built up between them though, even though the story called for Becky to grab both of these titles and wear them over her shoulders so she could be Becky 2 belts again, Flair, I suppose, felt like that was going to mug her off, so instead of passing it over, she just threw it on the floor. Ruh-roh. Now, Lynch had no idea that she was going to do this, and you can see it in her eyes if you do go and watch this. She is so mad, you can see the smoke coming out of her ears. It also meant when they got backstage, there was an absolute row, with Becky Lynch admitting in her book that she may have called Charlotte Flair a runt. Now, of course, she didn't say runt. It's a word that rhymes with runt. I will let you figure it out. The point is that even if you do fall out with a colleague, as soon as you are in front of the cameras, you have to go with what the plans say to do. Otherwise, you get situations like this. And sure, as a fan, it was incredible to watch, but I also think it's just a wee bit uncomfortable. Thankfully, these days, these two have made up, so we need never worry about it again. And once more, it did give us a huge positive. They are no longer called the SmackDown Championship and the Raw Championship. They're just the WWE title and the World Championship title, whatever the flub it is. The point is, don't color code your championships. It's absolutely ridiculous. Number 4, Shawn Michaels versus Hulk Hogan at SummerSlam 2005. While I'm sure Shawn Michaels knew what he was doing, he has made a good point about all this. Go and watch any of his older matches against bigger guys. This is just how he sold their offense. He's not wrong. Still, though, it certainly seems like he was sending Hulk Hogan a message here, who had gone out of his way to make the potential long-term feud between him and the Heartbreak Kid harder than it needed to be. It was meant to be a trio of matches until Hogan just decided, that doesn't work for me, brother. I mean, this is so overplayed today, it's become a meme. As it was going to be a one and done, Michaels decided to get all his shtick in, including impersonated Hogan on a fake version of Larry King Live. This guy's taking no prisoners. It all led to the SummerSlam match, and I tell you, this is still hilarious, as Shawn oversells everything. Even when he gets hurled into the turnbuckle, he flips over like he's been shot. It's actually quite the performance. I actually think it did the world of good, as it has serious rewatchability, but there is no way you could suspend your disbelief here. It is totally over the top. If wrestling does exist to entertain, though, this ticks that box, but yeah, I doubt he ran this past Hulk, so it is technically unprofessional. I have a gut feeling, though, that maybe, just maybe, he definitely deserved it. Number 3, Triple H's comment. Chris Masters has spoken about this, and in hindsight, it ain't great. Fans listen to the top guys far more in-depth than maybe we realize. After Masters had arrived in the WWE for a mega push, though, things didn't go to plan. He likely jumped in too early with all of this, but when it didn't click, Vince McMahon sort of gave up on Chris as he started to encounter his own personal issues, and it's not a fun time. It meant he vanished from the product for a while, and when he returned, yeah, the man was smaller than he had been. Given his departure had been health-related, we should have just accepted this for what it was. Nobody needs comments on their physique. It would have been one thing too if it had just been some random fan, but no, it was Triple H of all people, who at the time was right at the tippity top. So during a backstage segment alongside DX partner Shawn Michaels, he outwardly questioned if Masters had shrunk. Given he was quite clearly a body guy, this was worse than just being squashed in the ring. Look, a green light for all of us to laugh away. Now, we don't know all of the details, but still, it must be hard enough to maintain a gym regime on the road, and you would guess if anybody would understand this, it would be Paul Levesque, and I bet you in 2024 he totally does. You need to support each other in such moments as opposed to this. It does not help. Number 2, JBL at One Night Stand 2005. It was made very clear JBL was not a fan of ECW. It meant anybody who walked through the doors of WWE who had worked there was going to get it, as the Blue Meanie did during this pay-per-view. It all happened during the close of the event as WWE and EC wrestlers went to war, and you can see this today. Bradshaw makes a beeline for Meanie, and man, he just goes off on the guy. It is crazy to watch. The Blue One was properly busted up afterwards, as this was not a worked attack. JBL had kicked his ass for real. That's never cool, even more so because at one point, Bradshaw pulls Meanie's t-shirt over his head to inflict even more damage. It's awful. The pair have long since made up, but on the evening, it is bad, bad stuff. If you entrust your body to somebody else, there has to be a degree of safety, otherwise it's just open assault. Now, JBL did get his comeuppance in the ring eventually, but again, we shouldn't be in this situation to start with. No matter what your personal feelings, they gotta be left outside. I don't want to be that guy, but I think sometimes we all forget that wrestling can be genuinely dangerous. Number 1, Chronic versus the Brothers of Destruction, Unforgiven 2001. This match falls off the radar so badly, I was listening to a retro podcast the other day where one of the hosts had to take a day off before going through this. That is how unsuccessful it was. Other reviews, such as the Wrestling Observer at the time, rated this negative 2 stars, and yeah, you can't get away from it. It is not good. For some reason, Brian Clark and Brian Adams of Chronic just can't find their feet, and Clark on one chokeslam attempt is so late, it's as if he forgets how to speak English. It makes no sense. Paul Heyman on commentary seemingly can't control himself either, as even he shouts at Chronic to turn around at one point. I don't think he's singing Bonnie Tyler songs. Eventually, Brian is even missing turnbuckle shots because I would imagine he was probably freaking out at this point. Absolutely nothing was going well. It then infects The Undertaker and Kane because the panic then gets them to go awry. One of those matches that totally falls off the rails. After the fact, Clark and Adams were even told they had to go back to developmental, and when they said no, they got released. Let's all do it together. It is one big whoops.
Taking advantage of contract blunders, only making decisions final at the very last second, or simply doing everything humanly possible to keep a huge impending moment under wraps, have all led to some of the most astonishing happenings in wrestling history. So I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are the 10 best kept secrets in wrestling history. Number 10, John Cena's Royal Rumble return. A return so deeply shocking and exciting, 20,000 folks briefly forgot it wasn't cool to love John Cena during the late 2000s. Wonderful stuff. After going down injured in October 2007 with a pectoral tear, most expected to not see the face that runs the place for around 6 months to a year. But this freak of nature isn't your average human being, folks. About a month before his sensational comeback inside of Madison Square Garden during the 2008 Royal Rumble, folks within the company were already aware one of the most unlikeliest of comebacks was on, according to Bruce Pritchard on his Something to Wrestle pod. And then when the time came to execute this monumental surprise at the pay-per-view, Cena was hidden all day, and even marched through the hallway covered when the time came to finally blow the roof off of MSG. All that effort to keep this Rumble return under wraps paid off and then some in the end though. Number 9, Malachi Black is suddenly all elite. It may not have led to the sort of consistently mesmerizing run folks were hoping for, but Malachi Black's first night as an all-elite menace is still one of the most surprising and captivating Tony Khan's company has ever seen. And what made Black's arrival on the night of July 7th, 2021 so legitimately stunning was the fact not a single soul honestly thought the former NXT champion had a chance of appearing on AEW TV for at least a few more months. You see, in the wake of being released by WWE on June 2nd, most assumed Black would have to stick to the typical 90-day non-compete clause the sports entertainment companies stick in their contracts. However, with Black working on the Black and Gold developmental brand for a time before being called up to the main roster, it was eventually revealed that WWE had stupidly failed to update the star's NXT 30-day non-compete clause to the usual main roster 90-day one after he hopped over to Raw and SmackDown. What came next was one of the coolest debuts in AEW history. A blackout led to the amazing reveal of the former Aleister Black secretly signing with the company, before Arn Anderson was utterly pulverized with a spinning heel kick at that year's Road Rager. Now I've got a quick question for you. What do you think's been the best ever AEW debut? Was it Malachi Black's spinning heel kick to the Arn? Or something else? You let me know in the comment section down below, baby. Number 8, Christian Cage is cleared for a Rumble comeback. Returning to the greatest multi-person match in all of wrestling now, and yet another moment nobody ever thought could actually be a possibility heading into a Royal Rumble event. Now sure, the prior year's men's over-the-top rope epic had seen the unlikely comeback of a certain rated R superstar, folks also once thought they'd never see bumping again. But rumours of Edge's impossible return becoming a reality were very much doing the rounds before the 2020 Rumble. The same could not be said for the WWE Hall of Famer's best pal though he had technically taken part in an unsanctioned fight with Randy Orton in 2020, away from that 1-minute squash, Christian hadn't been involved in a match since retiring due to concussion issues. That all changed on the night of the 2021 Men's Rumble, however, with Christian and a few others actually being made aware of the fact he'd been cleared to return a few months before the event, after them managing to keep that vital information a secret in the time leading up to the Thunderdome show. Captain Charisma was finally given the thumbs up to make a jaw-dropping comeback to action on the Friday before the PLE. And with that, the once unthinkable visual of Edge and Christian competing in a WWE match together soon unexpectedly warmed the hearts of genuinely stunned fans around the globe. Number 7, no one knew Pat McAfee was going to be calling the Rumble 2023 action. It wasn't just those watching the 2023 Royal Rumble inside of the Alamo Dome and at home that were caught entirely off guard by Pat McAfee's unannounced arrival that night. If it wasn't already clear from the way an unquestionably stunned and overjoyed Michael Cole reacted to the return of his Blue Show pal, and Corey Graves' hilarious exasperation at being nudged down the bench, it was later noted that neither man had any clue Pat was going to be back that night. The majority of WWE's production crew weren't told about the awesome McAfee secret either, with WWE's decision to keep the epic return to the booth close to the vest, kicking the event off in the most unpredictable and joyous way imaginable. Watching a legitimately giddy Cole then be told in real time that his mate would be joining the twosome for the entire night of action was a terrifically wholesome moment too, and one that wouldn't have been possible had someone let the pat out of the bag beforehand. Number 6, Roman Reigns wrecks everybody out of nowhere. Heading into the first crowdless SummerSlam in WWE history, the company promised the folks locked up in their homes around the world that they would never see it coming. And in what had become something of a rarity at that point, WWE actually only went and delivered a truly remarkable shock that no fan on the planet honestly foresaw in the weeks before the biggest party of the summer. The big dog hadn't been seen on WWE programming since dropping out of WrestleMania 36 and taking some time away from wrestling during those early pandemic days. And with there being very few hints at exactly what the future held for the former world champion in the months that followed the show of shows, outside of WWE eventually releasing new merch for the absent figure, most understandably assumed that aforementioned tagline was likely just referring to even more demented fiend Braun Strowman shenanigans in the main event. What they didn't expect to see was Roman Reigns not only making a shocking post-match return to all things sports entertainment, but as a badass heel who ate spooky monsters for breakfast at the head of the table. To ensure this monumental show-closing return would come as a real game-changing shock to much of the wrestling world, Dave Meltzer noted on Wrestling Observer Radio that WWE didn't even tell a bunch of Roman's fellow superstars that he was about to come back and kick off one of the most dominant runs in wrestling history either, and he's never looked back since. Cheers for watching this video today, and if you like what you see, then go and hit that subscribe button down below. Number 5, Shane O'Mac brings back the money. Long before he strutted out as one of WrestleMania 39's best kept secrets, and unfortunately limped back out again a minute or so later, Shane McMahon found himself in the middle of an even bigger shock return in 2016. It had been announced that someone was going to be handed the most prestigious award that WWE will ever present on the night of February 22nd, that being the Vincent J. McMahon Legacy of Excellence Award, of course. But just before Vince could hand the award over to the on-screen heel with a quote-unquote warm, good-hearted soul known as Stephanie McMahon, a rather familiar tune blasted through the speakers. The money was back, baby! And a crowd that had just spent much of the last few minutes groaning and watting their way through another soul-crushing start to Raw suddenly erupted in stunned euphoria. Nobody had a Shane O'Mac comeback on their 2016 WWE bingo card, that's for sure. Vince would later tell the Orlando Sentinel that the big reveal was kept a secret, thanks to Shane being locked away in a bus until the moment Stephanie's music hit that night. And when Shane O did eventually show up in Gorilla moments before shaking things up a little, the folks sat sat around reportedly said they couldn't believe what was happening. They were likely saying something similar back in April, after watching Snoop Dogg drop a surreal people's elbow to cover for the destroyer of the 2022 Men's Royal Rumble's torn quad. Number 4, it's Sting in AEW. Returning to an era most folks understandably don't have the fondest memories of, AEW also managed to give their audience a much-needed shot of completely unforeseen joy during their first ever Dynamite Winter is Coming event in 2020. Now sure, folks were aware that the legendary Sting had quietly parted ways with WWE midway through the year, and it did feel like AEW was a logical destination for the icon at some point in the future. But very few predicted precisely when that debut was going to go down, and that was largely due to the likes of the Young Bucks and Tony Khan keeping Sting's incredible arrival under wraps for months. Matt and Nick Jackson would also confirm to Living the Gimmick that they used the old hide your massive surprise in a trailer trick on the day of the event. And when it was finally time for the Stinger to wander into position, the EVPs recalled watching the genuinely shocked talent inevitably mark out around him. Similar reactions were no doubt happening all over the planet when Tony Schiavone let out an iconic "It's Sting" for the first time on AEW programming, as all involved pulled off one of the finest surprise arrivals of the modern era. Number 3, Mark Henry was far from finished. After being a part of the WWE system since 1996, lifting World Championship gold and enjoying a terrific Hall of Pain run, most fans were quick to believe the once unstoppable Mark Henry was done when he began teasing retirement on Twitter in June of 2013. And right up to the moment the emotional powerhouse had his arm raised by John Cena after telling those watching on that he was retiring from the active roster, there wasn't a person out there who didn't fully believe they were watching the end of the lovable big man's in-ring career. Then, in a move that left millions of jaws banging off the floor, Henry only went and revealed the entire thing was one big swerve, nailing Cena with a world pinkest slam in the middle of the ring. Henry would later admit down the road that he was actually considering retiring around this time, but after Vince McMahon talked him out of it, the committed star then spent months tricking folks into believing the end was near. And after successfully keeping the real plan to have him actually attack Cena and set up a match for Money in the Bank over the WWE Championship a secret, through his brilliant retirement teases and moving speech, Henry masterfully completed one of the greatest shock turns of all time. Number 2, Brock Lesnar beats the streak. The Undertaker's streak shockingly coming to a heartbreaking end at WrestleMania 30 was a call that very few outside of the key players involved had any idea was about to rock the Superdome. In fact, it was reported in the Wrestling Observer newsletter around the time that referee Chad Patton was actually told Taker would be walking out of New Orleans with a 22-0 record. But with the rule being for WWE officials to ref the contest as a shoot, Patton simply brought his hand down for the incredible 3. It would also later be revealed by Taker himself in an interview with Ariel Helwani that the original plan up until the day of the show was actually for the dead man to go over the beast on the grandest stage. But early that afternoon, Vince made his way into the Phenom's dressing room and secretly changed wrestling history forever, altering the old finish to the one that ultimately involved the concussed icon being F5 to smithereens for the Brock win. And just a few hours later, the entire wrestling world was left feeling utterly shook by a first ever Taker Mania L that came completely out of left field. And number 1, CM Punk comes back home to WWE. It still feels rather surreal to be living in a world where this chip magnet is once again strutting around Monday Night Raw with a potential pipe bomb in his back pocket. But after arguably the best kept wrestling secret of all time, well, here we are. After months of speculation and many a report debunking the idea of CM Punk making a shocking return to WWE, the unthinkable became a deafening reality inside of the All-State Arena in 2023. This wasn't a case of simply lying about what was on the horizon for months though. It was reported that WWE and Punk only made a deal together around 10 days or so before Survivor Series, with the wise decision then being made to keep the whole thing a secret heading into the War Games show. Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer even noted how certain TKO group executives were not told about the incoming Best in the World, with the folks in the War Games main event being among the few who actually knew Punk was in the building, and this genuinely shocking return being kept from almost everyone. All this secrecy resulted in a noise unlike anything you're ever likely to hear again, as the Punkers shocked the world one more time in Chicago.
The Attitude Era is always going to be, for some, the greatest time in pro wrestling. If you were a child growing up with this, it was like all your dreams had come true. Constant chaos through the art of violence
What else do you need? It was a long old time ago though, and times have changed, so what can we learn today from binge watching the WWF from 1997 to 2002? Sit down with me, Simon Miller, my friends, and let's find out. Number 30, the first pay-per-view within the era wasn't great. I mean, at the time, I don't think WWE even knew they had entered a new era. That's why going back is so interesting. You can see the two periods merging together. If we do see the Montreal Screwjob at the 1997 Survivor Series as the unofficial starting point, though, the next pay-per-view on the calendar was In Your House Degeneration X. It really wasn't that good. You get an 8-match card with 4 finishes being disqualifications, and the main event is Shawn Michaels versus Ken Shamrock for the WWF title. Now, Ken deserved this. The man should have been moved into the position permanently, but go and watch it now. You will see. For whatever reason, he was treated as the guy just below. Makes no sense, we need new stars. Goldust also cuts a promo halfway through where he recites Dr. Zeus. That kind of sort of sums it up. Number 29, the next one was way better, because it was the 1998 Royal Rumble. Talk about the WWF picking their new direction and moving forward. There's a real sense of danger to the whole thing, especially as new star Stone Cold Steve Austin enters the Rumble with a target on his head. The whole roster wanted to get rid of him, as Austin had run roughshod through the whole company. Goldust vs. Vader is also an underrated gem, whereas The Rock and Ken Shamrock were having a great feud. And yes, it's around this time when that chair shot happened. No wonder Ken wanted to kill him. You also get the now iconic Shawn Michaels and Undertaker casket match, and while Shawn would get seriously hurt during it, the match itself is really good. And it ends with Kane setting his fake brother on fire. Allegedly. And sure, that was a little bit too much, but again, it was showing you what the plan was going to be moving forward. No more kiddie TV, no more mucking around. The wheels were coming off, and if you didn't like it, tough. The irony being that everybody liked it. Numbers were about to soar. Number 28, In Your House stayed around for ages. Most people feel like the In Your House pay-per-view experiment was done with by 1998, but it's not true. Even the St. Valentine's Day Massacre in 1999 had the branding before it. Vince McMahon had introduced the whole thing in 1995 as a way to expand pay-per-view output. The whole reason for the name was to charge less. Then business picked up, and all of a sudden, all pay-per-views were the same price. It's such a strange thing to see, though, as I don't think the company made a set decision for ages. Ground Zero in September 1997 doesn't have the In Your House branding, and that was 2 months before the Bret and Shawn explosion. It sort of underlines that WWF weren't overly prepared for this boom and flew by the seat of their pants for a bit. Can't really fault it, though. Even if this was the strategy, the company were about to make record profits. Number 27, Kane felt out of place. For some. Not me. It's the best debut ever, but I get it. There were a contingent of fans who after Bad Blood 1997 didn't get it. Most did agree that his arrival was awesome, especially as Paul Bearer had been talking about him for ages. But actually, look at the presentation. Kane was a cartoon-like figure which was more suited to the mid-90s WWF, where everybody was meant to be over the top. Because the Big Red Machine had such an edge to him, though, it was almost like a nice halfway house. We're embracing the new, but if you like the old, don't worry. We're still gonna have these mad personas. Really, it's more of a critic and praising of WWE. If more of their gimmicks were treated with this sort of respect, then they would have been fine. The problem was in 1995, especially, they all got sold like a joke. If the company is telling you that, oh yeah, you're gonna think the same. Number 26, The Rock's rise was crazy. Because it didn't work at first. Even The Undertaker has admitted to this. He saw a young Rocky Maivia walk into the ring in 1996 and thought he was doomed. Not quite. I mean, he would have been if we hadn't have changed track, but we did. After The Rock hurt his knee, he returned as a bad guy with a very real justification. Before he left, the fans were telling him to die. Yeah, I get it. From the moment he joins the nation in 1997, though, my gosh. He is leading the group within weeks, the Intercontinental Champion soon after, and within 18 months, is main eventing WrestleMania against Steve Austin. This wasn't a, well, we may as well do something either. The man earned his spot. The real catalyst was the 1998 Survivor Series when the Big Ruse was revealed. The Great One had been working with the McMahons all along. It helped so much, though, as that top heel spot was open, and as soon as Dwayne Johnson stepped into it, there's no going back. Within 4 years, he was off making movies. Oh yeah, it's just the craziest of rises. He could not be stopped. Number 25, the 1998 King of the Ring. So it is back to the Ken Shamrock loving now. Sorry, but go watch this time for yourself and you will see it too. Now, the argument has always been The Rock should have got the nod at the 1998 King of the Ring, but I disagree.
We just talked about how he did. Everything was totally fine. The frustrating aspect here was that even though Ken got the win, once again we didn't go all in. Jim Ross on his podcast has hinted at this. It sounds like it came down to Shamrock's tardiness. He would often be late to events, or to use JR words, the company couldn't rely on him. You need that if you're going to make somebody the WWF champion. They must have wanted to at least try because Ken did beat The Rock in the finals, but it is so crazy watching it now. You could have had 2 new stars, but it never happened. Not that long afterwards, Shamrock was gone, and he went back to MMA, which in hindsight is total madness. Number 24, the pay-per-view started to feel like TV. This is why pay-per-views fell off a cliff in the 2010s. WWE thought sticking to this format was the best, but as television wasn't as exciting as it was in the Attitude Era, all the specialness went out of the window. It sucked. By late 1998, WWE had decided the Raw format needed to be everywhere, to the point wrestlers would cut promos and leave and come back for their match later on, even though we were watching a pay-per-view. You also got loads more backstage segments and impromptu matches, meaning sometimes you dropped your money and didn't know what you were going to get. I mean, that's bonkers. It's a massive reason why I'm glad it's gone today, because pay-per-views need to feel separate and like something big is coming. I mean, after all, we do get Raw and SmackDown every single week. Number 23, Stone Cold Steve Austin drops the belt for 24 hours in 1998. Kinda ties in. For WWE thought a great way to spike TV ratings would be for Austin to lose the first blood match to Kane and his world championship at the King of the Ring, hoping people would watch Raw to see what the hell happened. They were correct. The reason it makes you roll your eyes today is because Stone Cold had only won the title at WrestleMania after a huge chase, and now we've gone and done this. It was weird. Aside from the obvious, it's not like the product was calling out for it at the time either. Fans loved Austin being the man, and Kane had it all even without the gold. I suppose it did keep people on their toes because it underlined that anything could happen at any time. From a 2024 vantage point though, you can see right through it. It was a pretty shallow decision. Number 22, you should watch Capital Carnage. Mostly because it was one of the first WWE events I ever went to. That's because it was from Britain. It was also during a time where I don't think the company knew what they wanted to do in the UK, so they sort of did these odd tailor-made shows. Capital Carnage wins out because while it's still clearly not important in terms of overall stories, everyone just seems to try a little bit harder. The Rock and X-Pac of all people have a banger, and the 4-way between Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Undertaker, Kane, and Mankind was a dream at the time. Here's all your favorite stars, and we are throwing them into one match. You also get nonsense with Vinnie Jones and Gerald Briscoe giving him a red card, because of course if you are in England, we must all play soccer. And hey, look, it's fun, so at least you'll get a laugh out of it. Number 21, the Backlash rematch. The WrestleMania 15 match between Steve Austin and The Rock is great. Of course it is. It ties into their Mania trilogy. That is all time. When you go through this whole time period though, I tell you, the Backlash 1999 rematch is awesome, and maybe even better than the one at the Show of Shows. First of all, it has a no-holds-barred stipulation, so they do go nuts. But also, by this point, Steve and Rocky had perfected what was going to be the main event style for a while. You also get The Rock adding in his mini bits such as stealing cameras, and really the feud works as a sliding scale. They start off good and just get better and better and better. Shane McMahon as a special guest referee totally understands the assignment, so this is an underrated gem. So if you do have 25 minutes today, I think you should sit down and watch it. Number 20, Billy Gunn was an odd choice. King of the Ring, 1999. Billy Gunn wins, and it's clear he's next in line for a singles push. I get it. For starters, he was mega over as one half of the New Age Outlaws, but also, this man is huge. Nobody understands it until you meet him. He was going to fit right in. The problem was, it came from nowhere. There was no careful planning or the planting of seeds. Somebody just woke up one day and went, yep, that's the way to go. It's why there is surprise from the fans that you can feel through the TV, and he gets no help at all. WWE kept putting him in situations where he was always going to have his back against a wall. There's no wonder it didn't click. With a bit more thought, there's no reason why Gunn couldn't have been fine with this, but instead, we got The Rock to verbally destroy him and then silently put him back to where he was before. It's just good times. Number 19, things are messy in late 99. So the last quarter of WWE in 1999 is fine. It's not the word many associate with the company here though, but it does feel like they hit a bit of a reset once 2000 rolled around. Now it's not bad, but as Austin versus McMahon was sort of out of ideas, Vince gets into it with The Undertaker and Triple H, which just isn't as good, whereas the rest of the stories in the mid-card dry up completely. Because I love D'Lo Brown and Midian, but they are just thrown together at Fully Loaded because we needed something to do. Again, we're not talking falling off a cliff here, but there is more of a jolt than you may remember, and it means once the millennium arrived, yeah, you could see it, we had to shuffle the deck a bit. Number 18, The Big Show as champion, which is not well timed. In fact, his whole debut was a little bit off. I mean, Paul White, as he was known at first, accidentally helped Steve Austin win during his cage match with Vince McMahon at the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. And then as the boss was feuding with Triple H in late 1999, the newly named The Big Show became the WWE champion. Kind of feels like we're pulling at straws. Now, obviously this happened because McMahon loves big guys, but Show hadn't really clicked with the new audience yet. And when he does get the title at the Survivor Series, it is so rushed. Then you have that crazy big boss man feud. There's no plan here. I think truthfully at the time the audience just didn't see him at that level of The Rock or Stone Cold, so it was a very hard sell. There's way more to this when you do the research, because yeah, everything Vince McMahon said he wouldn't do with a giant, he went and did anyway. Whoops. Number 17, that old Madison Square Garden setup is the absolute best. I imagine many fans don't remember this now, but before MSG had its big upgrade, the entranceway for WWF shows was the tiny aisle that was drowning with fans. It was great. It sort of does look like shows from 2024 in the sense WWE has reduced the side of its entranceway to fit more fans in, but go and watch SummerSlam 1998 or the Royal Rumble during the Attitude Era. You don't need Jim Ross telling you where we are. You can see it. It just allows it to stand out, which is why the current shift is a plus for sure. Atmosphere above everything, and MSG from the late 90s had all of that and more. I do think it was a little bit special. Number 16, the WrestleMania 2000 main event, which was totally wrong. I'm still not sure why WWE decided to do this, other than the fact they wanted to have a McMahon in every corner. The much more sensible main event was Triple H versus The Rock, because with Steve Austin out injured, they were our new guys. That's why we ran that match 1 month after this. Amazingly, WrestleMania was used to do the more gimmicky idea. But it did mean Stephanie McMahon was supporting the game, Linda brought Mick Foley into the mix, Shane was backing the Big Show, with Vince McMahon behind The Rock. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It's also just not what people wanted to see, and while it was great that Foley got his moment, in terms of the booking, this is way more complicated than it needed to be. Number 15, that Undertaker return is crazy. Judgment Day 2000 was bonkers anyway, as our main event was the just mentioned Triple H versus The Rock in an Iron Man match. As they didn't want to copy what Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart had done years prior, you get all the falls, and a huge surprise at the end, the return of the Dead Man. Although he wasn't the dead man anymore. The thing is, WWE had serious timing issues, so even when the Phenom is riding to the ring, the camera work is all over the place, and nobody knows what the hell is happening. Then the Undertaker is the biker version, which makes it even more nuts. You kind of feel like you've taken drugs. It is absolutely awesome though, do not get me wrong, and sort of sums up what the Attitude Era is. Utter insanity. Fans lose it too, which you can see when you watch this footage. There's a few people in the front row that almost fall over because they're jumping around so much. So I doubt we'll ever get a comeback like this again because it's a giant accident in many ways. But also, I will let you know this, it is great. Number 14, 2000 is fine, even without Stone Cold Steve Austin. Because there was serious worry when Austin needed neck surgery because of course he was the WWF's biggest draw by a mile. The whole company at that time had been built off his back. He did get run over at the Survivor Series though, and we weren't going to see him for ages, so fair play to everybody else involved. They realized they needed to step up and they did. The year 2000 is one of the most successful on record for the promotion. That's because we understood what to do. Build as many people up as possible to make up for the absence. It's why the WWF having The Rock was so important, because he moved into this position effortlessly. The audience loved him too, so they could handle missing the rattlesnake for a while. And actually, yeah, when you go back through it now,
I don't think any of this could have gone any better. Number 13, the 6-man Hell in a Cell. So the WWF actually booked themselves into a corner with this. Because the main reason Armageddon 2000 does indeed end with a 6-way Hell in a Cell is because we had to increase the intensity constantly. It's what the fans had come to expect. Somehow WWE was always up to the task though, and man, this is awesome. The star power is also crazy as it's world champion Kurt Angle versus The Rock versus Steve Austin versus The Undertaker versus Triple H versus Ricochet. That's like doing the same today, but it's Roman Reigns versus Randy Orton versus Cody Rhodes versus Seth Rollins versus CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. Don't you tell a lie to me, you would lose it. It's so much fun as well, and having Angle somehow hold on to his world title is joyous. How on earth did he pull this off? You also get Big Quiche being thrown off the cell into a hay mobile for some reason, but it actually adds to it. While this was overkill in many ways, it is executed near perfectly. It's another match you should probably go and watch. Number 12, Kurt Angle is awesome. And given we have just talked about him, yeah, you do not get how good Kurt Angle is until you go back and remind yourself. He only debuts in 1999, and by 2000 he's on top of the company, but it is more than deserved. People like to say today that so-and-so has had a Kurt Angle rise. They didn't, my friend. Nobody has ever done it like this. The Olympic gold medalist also figured out his character and promos within weeks while just having the best matches. I mean, he really is one of the best to ever do it. So yeah, let's not get it twisted. It is the rookie years of all rookie years. And given what wrestling is today, this may never be topped. Number 11, WrestleMania 17. Is amazing, but maybe not the best WrestleMania ever. I mean, that is going to be debated forever, and again, it is so good. The main event is all time, and you have the TLC match, which will live for eternity. Even the long-forgotten Triple H versus Undertaker fight rules, they kick each other's ass. When you go through the whole thing top to bottom, however, not everything is 5-star amazing. Dare I say it, if you compare it to a Mania 39 or 40, there's a chance in terms of the whole card, the latter shows are better. Again, only you can decide, but it's not as cut and dry as some people make out. The ending will be another chatting point until we're all dead because Stone Cold Steve Austin does turn heel, but let's be honest, it wasn't the right move. Even Austin knows that. He is no fool. Number 10, the WCW stuff sucks. And we all know this too. Now do not forget, the WWF bought World Championship Wrestling in 2001, so the Attitude Era is very much alive. What should have been the catalyst to extend this run, though, quickly becomes a dud for one very specific reason. WCW is treated like a joke. From the moment Lance Storm does his run-in to kick off the invasion, the message is so damn clear. As we've been telling you throughout the Monday Night Wars, WWF rules and WCW sucks. Well, how am I meant to take all of this seriously then? If anything, it's a reason the Attitude Era ends sooner than maybe it should have done, because you get 6 months of utter destruction with no real payoff. Go watch The Undertaker vs. DDP. You will just be sad. The roster is also rammed to the nines at this point, so trying to get everybody on is next to impossible. And honestly, as popular as it is, 2001 really is quite the strange year. Number 8, the Invasion pay-per-view card. So this carries on too. While the Invasion show did do an amazing buy rate, the card is just all over the place. RVD versus Jeff Hardy was the right sort of matchup, but William Regal versus Raven was just a WWF bout in all but name, as was Taz versus Tajiri. This was not the WCW influence we had hoped for. APA versus Chuck Palumbo and Sean O'Hare was better, but they weren't the stars we needed them to be. The whole thing feels like watching a random episode of Raw. Somebody really should have just given the money to a Hulk Hogan, Bill Goldberg, or Sting, especially as they came in eventually anyway. But yeah, you likely already know this. It's just such a disappointment. I mean, this did 800,000 buys, and if you had got any of those dudes, I tell you, it would have smashed through 1 million. Number 8, a lot of shows were all about the main event, which was the reverse of WCW, really. They had built up a reputation of having a great mid-card but a stupid main event, whereas the WWF went the other way. It was all about the closer. Because if I do throw pay-per-views like Over the Edge 1998 or the St. Valentine's Day Massacre at you, I bet you think of Austin versus Dude Love or Stone Cold versus McMahon. But does anything else come to mind? No, it does not. Even SummerSlam 1998 is heavily remembered for Austin versus The Undertaker, and it's the same for the Survivor Series. That was the night The Rock went super heel. You cannot fault the approach because it worked, but we are talking about binge-watching here. Some of the other matches are honestly just there because we have to go and fill 3 hours. It is another reason why maybe, just maybe, WWE is a little bit better today. It's far better balanced from top to bottom. And now I'll let you argue that in the comments. Number 7, RVD was ready to be champion in 2001. Off fan reactions alone. Didn't matter who else got brought in. As soon as Rob Van Dam was live, the WWE fans loved him. Talk about being instantly over. I'm sure a huge reason for this was because he was ahead of his time, but honestly, somebody had made a random call in 2001 and made him the world champion, nobody would have minded. The pop alone would have proved it. The issue was the powers that be weren't sure they could rely on him in that top position, because yeah, it does come with certain responsibilities. That's why in 2006 when we did crown him, well, you know, damn it. You could also throw the likes of Jeff Hardy into this same category a few years later because, yeah, RVD did get in trouble with the cops, and when WWE stripped him of the titles, he never really got another shot. Disappointing, really. Not like other people at the top of the card hadn't had their own problems before. Number 6, Booker T's big comeback. Booker T sort of came away unscathed from the Buff Bagwell match in July 2001 when WCW was meant to take over Raw, but still. Apparently those behind the curtain were going to be dubious regardless, and we've talked about this. Even the wrestlers bought into this war. Anybody from the other side must be judged. Thankfully, soon after this we got to SummerSlam where Booker T took on The Rock, and yeah, it was obvious. The man with the T was going to be just fine. He got it. It was the main event as well due to the fact Rocky was going to win the WCW title, but it still meant Booker had to deliver and he was more than fine. Looked like he'd been part of the WWF for years. I would also imagine he got the nod from the Great One too, and from there he never looked back. His peak in the company was going to be way after the Attitude Era was done, but it starts here for sure. Number 5, it is over by 2002. Some will say the latter part of 2001 is already when WWE was losing its momentum, but when you get to 2002, yeah, there is no debate. There's no real reason other than the fact whatever goes up must come down. Without the WCW competition, Vince McMahon and co. indeed do start to rest on their laurels. They won. Let's chill out for a bit. Even programs that are clearly good like The Rock vs. Chris Jericho suffer due to the overall downturn, and elsewhere nothing was standing out. This is really when the company should have shifted gears, but instead they just got more crazy. Soon after, they would be doing the Triple H and Kane stuff. You know what? Let's not talk about it. Number 14, WrestleMania 18 is a weird show. So obviously people just want to talk about The Rock versus Hulk Hogan when Mania 18 is mentioned, and yeah, we should. It's one of the most iconic matches of all time. When you watch it today, though, the whole show is just weird. Chris Jericho versus Triple H for the world title is ruined by trying to follow this, but also the feud is more Hunter versus Stephanie McMahon, with Jericho being the third wheel. How'd that happen? The Undertaker versus Ric Flair is okay, but not quite the barn burner it should have been. And then there's odd matches like Kane versus Kurt Angle and Edge versus Booker T. We mentioned that one as the winner got to do a Japanese shampoo commercial. Great. The point is, if you removed Hulk and Rock, it wouldn't really feel like a Mania card, especially as their biggest star, Steve Austin, was in a nothing feud with Scott Hall. So I tell you, my friends, not good. Number 3, let's talk about Chris Jericho, because it does deserve more than just a throwaway sentence. That man was done dirty. It was great when he won the world title at Vengeance 2001 by beating Stone Cold and The Rock in one night because WWE needed new stars. Jericho had more than proved himself. From that moment on, though, we treated him like a number 2, and it was ridiculous. The relationship with Stephanie McMahon doesn't help at all, and from the moment Triple H returned in January, he may as well have had a sign that said, "I am going to win that belt." Chris felt like dead man walking. Jericho has talked about this too and agrees because the tone is just wrong. We have seen this happen with other wrestlers as well over the years. Maybe it did start with Y2J, because if you're going to crown someone for the love of everything, just go all the way. Number 2, the last pay-per-view, which I think is likely Backlash 2002. Of course, you can argue it. It means the Attitude Era goes away with the strangest scene, as despite the big push for Triple H to win the title, he faces Hulk Hogan here, and he loses. Good grief. This was off the back of Mania 18 and the crazy reaction Hogan got, but that just meant the last thing he needed was to be the champion. He could have ridden that wave for ages, but moving him into this position caused so many issues that eventually saw Hulk leave the company again. To end this time period as well with Hulkamania running wild again, well, I suppose there's a certain poeticness to it, but it also sums up that WWE was panicking a bit. They saw the numbers and were searching for whatever would work, and I don't know, man, going back to 1987,
probably wasn't the best move. Number 1, Insurrection 2002's historical moment. So if we do stick to the timeline before the Attitude Era had left us, WWE hopped across the pond to give the UK another Insurrection pay-per-view. They used to bounce between this name and Rebellion. It's another thing that was quite weird. It happened on the 4th of May in London, and yes, I was there. And the reason we have to mention it is because this is indeed the last event where the initials WWF were above the marquee. 2 days later, we were going to change forever after the Pandas brought a lawsuit to Vince McMahon's door. Jump forward to the 6th of May Raw, and we got the F out. So, in terms of the final pay-per-view match of this era, it's the Undertaker versus Triple H. And again, I saw this live. It was all right.
So this is the story of my life. At one moment, you're on top of the world, then bam, it all comes crashing down. It is the same with wrestling too, because some folk go out there all ready to perform and they've got big smiles on their faces or who knows what, when reality goes, you thought something good was going to happen, I say no. So let us be kind to people that may have memories like this, because yes, hello, my name is Simon Miller. This is one of those 10 photos that preceded unfortunate events. Number 10, Shane McMahon at WrestleMania 39. So I was there for this, and I tell you live, I have no idea what happened. Because as Shane McMahon did make his surprise return to have a match with The Miz, he whipped The Miz off into the ropes, he went to a drop kick, and when he landed, he just fell on the floor like somebody had sniped him. As it turned out, though, he'd actually tore his quad off the bone, and I tell you, the irony of this, because of course, if you go back to that Royal Rumble where both Batista and John Cena eliminated themselves, who came out and pulled both their quads in the ring, not too dissimilar to this, it was Shano's dad. Also, do not forget that just in everyday life, it is so rare to do this kind of an injury, so talk about an unfortunate event. Although fair play to Snoop Dogg, who's also out there, and The Miz, they went and did their own impromptu match, with Snoop Dogg winning after the People's Elbow. Now that was an absolute delight. But as for everything else, well, it just makes me feel upset in my tum-tum. I know some people laughed at this, and I do get it, but can you imagine how awful that must feel? Especially if you do it in front of like 70,000 people. That is quite the horrid turnaround, though. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. Number 9, CM Punk, All Out 2022. So yes, let's look at this picture of CM Punk right here. It is minutes before, or moments before I should say, his world title match with Jonathan Moxley. And even though he's about to become the world champion, well, it doesn't really look like a happy cat. And that's because he wasn't very jubilant at this time, because after he had won this championship, he was gonna go backstage and sit down for that press conference. My word, he was going to let a lot of people have it. Now, people are just going to talk about this until we all do die, and there's no point going through the beats. He just got every single thought he had in his head, and he threw it out there into the public. And as I've said from day one, while we can get into the nitty-gritty, I always like to think about the human beings behind this. I mean, they can't have been happy at all. It must have been a very difficult situation all round. Punk had also injured his tricep here, so I bet he was just like, oh my gosh, this has gone totally wrong. Which is why, again, when you do go to that picture, well, maybe he kind of already knew. So in hindsight, it was just a horrible situation, which is why I think the parting of the ways probably was for the best. Sometimes you just have to let birds fly. Now AEW's in a better place and CM Punk is back in WWE. I just hope that everyone can get back to being a pleased Paul. Number 8, Kenny Omega before the bomb. So this is but one reason I do love Kenny Omega, because how did he respond after he was doing his exploding barbed wire death match? And we really didn't get the explosion we were hoping for. He laughed it off, he did a bit of a joke, and he shrugged and he was like, well, you know, shit happens, let's move on. Now, he was totally annoyed about this in the moment for sure, because at Revolution 2021, he did engage in this absolute war with Jon Moxley. And that's the real reason this sucks, because everybody talks about the finish. If you go back through this fight, oh my gosh, they basically kill each other. Omega even wore an knitted leather jacket at one point as a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the Japanese legend. But again, none of this gets discussed. Because when it was time for something to go bang, well, we basically got sprinklers because of a technical issue. Poor Eddie Kingston was out there too, sort of trying to save this life of his best friend. I mean, it just really didn't work. Seriously though, make sure you find some time today to go back through the whole thing. And at one point, Kenny does this drop kick into Moxley, who falls into whatever, and he basically does get set on fire. And that's a huge exaggeration, but still. They really do put themselves through hell, however. That's why I think they do need a shout out. But yes, hey ho, He's so happy in this picture, little did he know. Number 7, Steve Austin takes a big old suplex. So this is why wrestling is terrifying. Because if you did indeed see this suplex in real time, you would probably think nothing of it. But when you do freeze frame it, that is a scary thing. I mean, you really don't know where you're going to land. I mean, you hope you're going to go down the right place, but what if you don't? Because indeed, this is from SummerSlam 1997, where it was Steve Austin versus Owen Hart, and a few minutes after this, they were going to go for that tombstone pile driver, and Austin was going to land right on his neck. The whole thing was basically going to shatter. It would spark up a bunch of injuries that were going to cut his career short, but also, he was never going to take another maneuver like this again, something where he could potentially land on his head. No thanks. The conversation these days, of course, is how smart Steve Austin was, because he went and totally reinvented his in-ring style, became a brawler, and when he did become the face of the Attitude Era, this was the kind of main event that people expected. And I tell you this, that does not happen without Stone Cold and the way he maneuvered his way through the industry. In with all that though, of course, it's health and wellness first when it comes to the performers. But I riddle you this, my friends. Let's say this injury didn't happen and Steve Austin didn't change his ways. Well, what the hell would have happened from 1998 and beyond? I mean, answer on a postcard, because we're never gonna know. Number 6, Shawn Michaels poses to the crowd. So there is no way the photographer taking this picture had any idea what was meant to happen. I mean, nobody did. Because indeed, this is from the 1997 Survivor Series in Montreal. They're the only words that I need to say. I mean, if you don't know, my word, because the next week you win for a treat. It just has so much extra story to it because, of course, Shawn Michaels had been clued up, but even here, I suppose he'd been told, listen, HBK, you have to act like nothing is wrong. Just go out there and be your usual smug, obnoxious heel self. So it's quite saying something that he was able to pull that off. And once again, this is another match you should go back and check out for round 2. Because while, understandably, we do just talk about the finish, beforehand, I tell you, it's a really good battle and a really good fight. Still, even with this moment that you're looking at right now, after about 15 minutes, Michaels would be locking the sharpshooter. He would reverse it. Once again, he would change the course of wrestling history forever. Number 5, a snarling Rock means business. So as soon as you do see that Royal Rumble skirting on the apron and the Rock looking all mad like he is a heel, you do probably know we're going back to 1999. Now here obviously the Rock is looking mad because he is the bad guy and he's about to have a WWE title match with Mankind. But given that it was going to be a night quit match, well, once again, I don't think anybody expected this. Because while multiple chair shots to the head had been approved, nobody, and I mean nobody, thought we were going to get into the double figure range, and by the time The Rock had hit the 10th one, where it was like that Simpsons clip, would somebody please stop the damn match? It was just horrendous to watch, especially when you do learn that Mick Foley's family were in the audience, and they were so traumatized by this, they had to leave. And you would do, because again, if you go back and watch this now, it is a little bit like an assault. Mick Foley's hands are handcuffed behind his back. So it really was unbelievably brutal, and while I suppose you could say it added to the drama of the damn thing, let's sum it up in a nice little package and never do anything like this again. Number 4, a sullen Sting. So the constant question, especially recently, is who killed WCW? Now the answer is a lot of people, but it was also stupid booking decisions like this. And this one goes all the way back to December 1997, because for a year building up to this, Sting had been hanging out in the rafters, looking at the NWO, basically judging them and thinking, oh my gosh, you are ruining this company that I love. When he eventually did fly down and started beating the hell out of Hulk Hogan and the rest of them, the fans went crazy, and that left us all with the same feelings in our tum-tum. Well, that pay-per-view is just around the corner. The Icon can beat Hulkamania and finally bring the title back home. Great. Instead, we got shenanigans like fast counts that weren't fast counts, and Bret Hart coming out and saying, man, we've got to restart the match, and now I'm the referee. And backstage news, the Hulk Hogan had his political bone right smacked into this, going around saying, oh man, I don't think Sting wants to do business. What? It's funny why Sting does look so damn morose here, because he had been told we're not going to keep this simple, and that's all we had to do. And instead, we went out there and did 2 + 2 = potato. Just have Sting win. Even if he lost the belt on Nitro, who cares? Also, it does bring up the other part of this, because Hulk Hogan didn't think Sting was in the right frame of mind. If that's the case, why the flub were you letting him wrestle to begin with? And there was so much bad here, to be honest. I mean, we had an open goal, and we took the ball, and we booted it into next week. Number 3, Chris Jericho and the cardboard. So I really get annoyed about this one, because if I am stood on top of a wrestling cage, and somebody is going to push me off backwards, you bet your ass that wherever I'm landing better be covered like a damn pillow. Because no, I don't care how it looks. I want it to be protected. I don't want to die. And say what you want about Chris Jericho too, but by this point with his legacy, he doesn't have to be taking crazy bumps like this. But he did go to a top of that structure, and yeah, he took a backwards fall, wherever you are now, and pretend that you are going to fall backwards, even if you're like 1 foot off the ground. It's pretty darn scary. It was also the first ever blood and guts match, so AEW wanted to make sure it packed a punch, but yeah, I guess from a production point of view, they didn't really shoot this in the right way, because when Jericho did crash land, well, it was quite obvious that he'd just fallen into cardboard. I still found it baffling because all wrestling fans cared about was this, as if they wanted to kill a wrestler for real, although I totally understand why you want to suspend your disbelief, and when something is this blatant, yeah, you can't do it. But what you can do is go, oh, well, that didn't work as planned, let's go do something else. And yes, it also took away from the fact that MJF was trying to kill Chris Jericho here, but still, look at this picture. I still think it's quite scary. I mean, who the hell wants to do that? Balls of steel. So I will always be on the side of the wrestlers because we always need to go out there and make sure that nobody's going to get hurt for real. But on the other side of the coin, yes, if we can do it in a way where it still looks dangerous, well, that's the magic sauce. Number 2, the end of Neville. So this picture actually carries a lot more weight. It kind of summed up how a lot of wrestlers were feeling about WWE at the time. Because in 2017, so many wrestlers did want to leave the company because they didn't feel like they were being utilized in the right way, which is not the case in 2024. And in fact, the whole roster sounds very happy, and the whole damn place is on fire. Figuratively. Back then though, Neville, or now Pac, did not feel the same way because he had been stuck in the cruiserweight division and he was losing matches to Enzo Amore. Now there's nothing wrong with that, but seriously, just go back and watch the TV. I don't think WWE gave a damn at all. Because he had been defeated by Enzo too, he was told to do this and come out to the ring looking all like, oh my gosh, I can't sleep and I'm totally disheveled. But given that a couple of weeks after this, he quit for real, well, there may be more to it. It's why he has that frazzled hair and the haunted face, and let's not forget, he was stuck in career limbo after this. I mean, he really did have to fight for his freedom, and back then and now, still one of the best wrestlers in the world. That's probably why he was so annoyed he wanted to prove himself. Number 1, the end of the Survivor Series. So this was a work of art by WWE. Bravo. But at the end of the 2023 Survivor Series, the good guys had won the War Games match, and the camera panned out to look at the wonderful Chicago arena, and it just felt like we were going to have happy times. We even got the WWE copyright logo, and then hell froze over. Because Cult Personality started playing, we got one of the biggest pops in modern history, because yes, CM Punk had returned to World Wrestling Entertainment. And I tell you, from a personal point of view, I never thought that was going to happen. I mean, without all those changes we just mentioned in the promotion, I don't think it would have done. And of course, instantly, Seth Rollins freaked out and started shouting stuff, and Drew McIntyre, well, he went backstage, and the rumor was he left for good. Well, not for good, but he left on this night because he couldn't believe it. So all the good times had been replaced by fear instantly, and look, this was probably a wrestling work, but it got the world talking, which is why I'm such a big fan of it. Even now, people are like, do you think Seth and Drew were pissed for real? I mean, probably not. But the fact I said the word probably. What matters most of all is that we took this and turned it into amazing feuds with Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre, and they haven't even had matches with Punk yet, because he got injured at the Royal Rumble. And while that sucked, I'm sorry, this is like wrestling genius to keep up the interest even though one guy can't go. But once again, we give it a round of applause. It comes back to that phrase that we all do not have to believe in. When it comes to pro wrestling, you never say never. Wrestlers fight backstage. Do you want to know how I know this? Because they're human beings. Given the news machine though, people love hearing about them, which I totally do understand. So hello my friends, I am Simon from WhatCulture, and just to give you what does tickle your taste buds, here's 10 that you may not know about. Number 10, Eddie Guerrero versus Hawk. I mean, I wasn't sure before this if they ever shared a locker room together. It shows what I know. Nothing. Now, it is important to note that throughout his career, Eddie was basically considered by everyone to be a super humble human being who even was down on his luck even when he was on top of the world. That was just the kind of guy he was. That's why it's kind of ironic that he got into a fight with one half of the Road Warriors on an occasion where he just showed a little bit of arrogance. Happening when Guerrero was teaming with Art Barr, he went up to Animal and Hawk and he was like, man, have you seen us out there? I do believe right now, we are the best tag team in the world. Now, of course, the future Legion of Doom thought that they held such an accolade, so Hawk said to Ed, well, listen, man, if we're talking about junior heavyweights, maybe, but tag teams, man, try again. And I think Guerrero may have taken a little bit of offense to this, so he doubled down on it. Apparently right after that, Hawk just smacked him in the face, though. And if you think that sounds unnecessary, yes, you'd be right. Sounds like they made up pretty quickly after this, and again, just go through everything that Eddie Guerrero did. Is an absolute hero. Number 9, Hawk versus Too Cold Scorpio. Well, it ain't looking too great for Hawk, is it? We've gone 2 for 2. For whatever reason, though, he and Too Cold Scorpio just didn't get on. And they decided, like Russell Crowe, to take their fighting around the world. And the one we are going to talk about today apparently went down when WCW were doing those North Korea shows, which you should absolutely go and read about. Apparently, Scorpio wasn't happy on any of this tour, was actively walking around going, man, that Ric Flair, driving around in his limousine and wearing the bus, he is not a locker room leader at all. Too Cold also felt like the Nature Boy was holding him back in his career, and when Hawk heard about this, I guess he felt there was a hierarchy, so once again, he punched Too Cold Scorpio in the face. Now the first blow was thrown outside of a hotel when the rest of the roster broke it up, and because they were in North Korea, I think cooler heads prevailed, with Hawk and Scorpio deciding, well, let's just get back to America and we can continue this on. They somehow still got into this when they were on the bus, but thankfully then, when we did return to America, I think everybody realized it's not worth it, and they did what anybody should do, they just stopped talking to each other. Good. Number 8, CM Punk versus Teddy Hart. This one has to come with a pinch of salt because it does come from the mouth of Teddy Hart, although Paul London did back him up. But yeah, Ted has told many a tale over his time, and a lot of them are baloney. Kicking off when they were both in NWA TNA, however, apparently they had a disagreement in a restaurant. When they went outside, they threw some fisticuffs with maybe, apparently, allegedly, Teddy Hart getting the better of it. But again, who is telling this story? It is Teddy Hart. You're going to have to make your own mind up. London has also been very vocal about his feelings towards CM Punk. And look, I'm sure there was some kind of a scuffle, but if the result was as cut and dry as it was made out, well, I don't know. Number 7, William Regal versus Van Hammer. So I don't think you want to mess with William Regal. He's one tough mother hubbard. Now, if you need proof of that, just go and watch him and Finlay fight each other in WCW. I mean, they just punch each other right in the face. The stiffest thing you'll ever see in your life. I'm not sure Van Hammer knew any of this, though, because apparently during a Christmas party hosted by DDP, the Ham Man was walking around going, oh man, I'm getting pushed so hard and I ain't doing anything. And Regal took such great offense to this, he went and punched him. He also followed out with a headbutt that knocked Van Hammer out. There's also other reports that apparently Van was saying, oh man, the European style absolutely sucks. So a small part of me was like, what did you think was going to happen? It's also not true, because when it comes to wrestling, you need all these different styles. But once again, even though he's in his 50s now, if you want to go mess with Regal, just don't. Number 6, The Big Show versus Chavo Guerrero. Well, you got to give it to Chavo. He decided to try it on with The Big Show, which is a really stupid idea. Jim Ross talked about this on his podcast and took us back to 2004. And when the pair were on a long, grueling tour, I suppose Big Show decided he needed to take the mick out of someone, so he picked Chavo. Now this was really childlike because the real life Paul White was all, ha Chavo, you're really small. So Guerrero fired back with, well yeah, you're fat and lazy. This is when the Big Show pushed Chavo, and thankfully, that's when it was broken up, because I imagine even though it was just one shove, Guerrero ended up in the other room. And apparently this was true as well because everybody realized, oh my gosh, this is gonna go bad so quickly. Much like when Chris Jericho tried to take on Brock Lesnar. Now look, fair play to Jericho, that takes some cojones, but as he has said too, he would have died. Number 5, Paul Orndorff versus Tony Atlas. So I suppose in many ways this would be big men slapping man meat. It's also flubbing ridiculous. Because even though it was Paul Orndorff and Tony Atlas, who are basically legends when it comes to pro wrestling, they had a falling out over legroom. Oh dear. Brian Blair, who was also in this vehicle though, managed to recount all of this and said that Atlas was in a bad mood anyway, as he sat around going, oh man, apart from Andre the Giant, nobody could beat me up for real. So he's 10. This irked Paul, as I suppose he saw himself as somewhat of a tough guy, and tensions got so high, Orndorff also decided, well, Mr. Atlas, I don't appreciate how much your seat is reclined. That is silly. This was the tipping point though, because the car was pulled over and they did get into a fight with Tony Atlas being suplexed on the ground, and it got so out of control, the flipping police turned out. They were able to break this up and calm everybody down. And I suppose from a kayfabe point of view, at least they were protecting the business. So all this feels totally unnecessary, but I do get it. Remember when you're in a plane and the person in front of you puts their seat back? Like they're allowed to do it, but deep down you think, what a dick. Number 4, Bill Goldberg versus Evan Courageous. Or Caragruis, as I like to call him. Mostly because it winds everybody up. As ever though, this was sparked from nothing and happened before a Nitro taping in 2000, when Evan walked up to Goldberg and went to shake his hand, which is the way in wrestling, and when Goldberg went, no, I don't want to shake it, Courageous went absolutely nuts and he hit him. What a stupid idea. Billy was so wound up by this, he grabbed Courageous and just threw him all around the room. And I think this actually escalated because Bill was trying to apologize to him, and Evan said, no, it's not good enough. Now, the Insane Clown Posse have added more to this because apparently they witnessed it, and they were like, no, actually what happened is that Bill Goldberg and Evan Courageous were going to shake hands, but before they did this, Bill took his hand and he rubbed it on his crotch. What? They also made it clear that Doug Dillinger, who was the head of WCW security, saw all of this, but decided to do nothing. So next time you're wondering why World Championship Wrestling died, Exhibit 9. Number 3, Rob Van Dam versus Taz. So as the story goes, Taz was on such a roll in ECW as he played the role of the tough guy, he started to believe his own hype. Now look, don't get me wrong, the man could kick many people's asses, but in terms of the backstage atmosphere, RVD was one of these guys. So when Taz apparently got upset with the November to Remember 1998 main event, which was RVD versus Sabu versus Bam Bam Bigelow versus Chris Candido, he went up to RVD and he told him. Now look, if you have seen that match, no, it did not go to plan. But allegedly, Taz said to Rob, which one of my hands do you want me to smack you with? When Van Dam decided, I've had enough of this, and he clocked him one instead. It didn't get much further than a couple of blows because it was broken up. But how many times do I have to say this? Use your words, my friends, your words. Not a huge surprise this happened backstage at ECW because apparently these things were rife there. Maybe that's why it was kind of good they were under the radar. Nobody really heard about it. Number 2, Vince McMahon versus Harley Race. So as we know and have seen, Vince McMahon isn't scared of anybody. He probably should be, so he's got a problem with you, he'll just tell you. It's likely why he was able to control a wrestling company for so long. When we go back to 1983 and he was trying to kill Jim Crockett Promotions, he went to Harley Race, who was a huge star over there, and he was like, hey King, why don't you no-show Starrcade? It was all Vince's way to try and prove that the WWF was the best promotion in the world. But I don't think he thought this through, because 1, Harley was knee-deep in the NWA, and 2, he had money invested in the company. As the story goes though, McMahon was so livid he was turned down. He tried to double-leg Harley Race, who basically sidestepped him, picked him up, told him to calm down. That was that. I assume McMahon just stormed off after that, because he must have been absolutely livid, whereas Harley Race probably sat down and just smoked a cigar. The man was pretty damn cool. Number 1, the other backstage AEW fight. So I never want to talk about all the AEW CM Punk stuff again because I think it has been done to death, and also, he seems to be flourishing in his career. AEW is really good. Let's keep the positivity going. There was a massive plus though, because if you weren't him, you could just get into as many scraps as you wanted, and nobody would report about it, because everyone was talking about CM Punk. Now, to be fair, the one we're going to talk about today happened way before he ever debuted with the company, and actually was going down on AEW's 4th ever show. It all stemmed from some bad beef between Bea Priestley and Sadie Gibbs, with the former saying the latter left the Japanese tour earlier, with the latter saying to the former, that's not true at all, leave me alone. It all apparently led to some stiff shots being thrown in the Casino Battle Royale at All Out 2019, and then continued when we got backstage. I mean, the story went that Sadie went for Bea after this to try and teach her a lesson, but actually when you dive into it, there's not too much smoke, so I wouldn't totally believe the fire. Do not get me wrong though, the bad blood was absolutely real, and you can see it play out live on social media. But otherwise, let's remember that being friends is better than being enemies, so let's just spread love all over the place. That sounds terrible.
If you are hoping for an instant example as to what we're talking about with a retcon, I'll throw a name at you. Kane. This guy went from a dude who couldn't even talk to a drink-driving maniac who apparently was into dead bodies. It's quite the evolution, or devolution I suppose, was terrible. There was also Edge and Christian who were literal brothers for a while until we just forgot about that. So let's sit down and grab our cups of cocoa get into 10 of the best. Number 10, Charlotte Flair's NXT title reigns. If we do go back a few years, Charlotte was on Steve Austin's podcast and called herself a 13-time champion. Now this sent the internet crazy because literally weeks before this, WWE had shown a graphic on TV saying she was a 12-time champion. Who is lying to us? If we do sit down and figure it out, it's more like 15, because there were 6 with the old women's Raw belt, 7 as SmackDown women's champion, and she was NXT champ twice. That's 15. Don't hurt my brain. As it turned out, for some reason, we didn't care about NXT, so just deleted those. And as one of her Raw runs was when she held the Divas title, I do think we got rid of that too. It's also confusing. It is 2 + 2 = potato. I mean, things happen, can't just pretend they didn't. Number 9, the first ever WWF Steel Cage World title match. One of the main events of WrestleMania 2 was King Kong Bundy versus Hulk Hogan in a cage. To pick this up, the WWF sold it as the first time ever we'd seen the world title defended in the steel, And yes, this wasn't true. And sure, if you want to get specific, Hulk and Bundy had never done this before, but that's not what we were saying. The idea was to get you hyped about the first championship steel cage match in history, and yet we'd already done it before. Because back in 1982, Bob Backlund had done this thing at MSG when he took on Jimmy Snuka. Plus, you could watch that on TV. It's not like it was secluded for a live crowd. Just to make it more ridiculous, Bob had also done this a few weeks prior against superstar Billy Graham. Whatever sells a pay-per-view, I suppose. But my word, this was dumb. Number 8, Snitsky is undefeated. So here is a weird tie-in. I worked with Gene Snitsky on the Last Match musical recently. He even punted a fake baby as a tribute. What a world. The word undefeated is often branded around in wrestling though, and in 2007 it was for one Gene Snitsky. He had moved to Raw from ECW as we yelled that he hadn't lost, despite the fact we'd just seen him be defeated by Rob Van Dam via DQ. Please do not worry about that though. The commentary then began yelling that Snitsky couldn't be beaten as he ran through the likes of Val Venus and Super Crazy and squash matches, and this was all done for one big reason. The WWE wanted to pitch him as a threat against John Cena. This all happened too when Cena got the W, but of course it was via disqualification, so we're back here again. At least that popped the bubble because we couldn't go back now, and really we all know what was happening here. WWE didn't care about ECW. I mean, you could see that when you watched it. Number 7, the Big Boss Man's history. When the Boss Man first debuted, he was meant to be a nasty corrections officer who would routinely beat his inmates. That is not cool. From nowhere, he then discovered that the $1 Million Man was channeling funds illegally, so stopped that as he was a cop, and we all cheered. What about his behavior before all this, though? Well, I have the answer. Flub you, don't worry about it. It also meant that when Nails arrived on Raw to start this feud, he was in the right. He was one of these prisoners who had been whooped by a policeman, so he had just cause to be mad. The point was, Vince McMahon had decided the Boss Man should be a babyface, so please don't think about this other stuff. In fact, look at that nice pony over there. We all listened as well, and looked at that horse. More fool us. The 6th, the McMahon Helmsley wedding. This was the original story, and don't get mad at me. I'm with you. It was bonkers. But in 1999, Triple H had seemingly drugged Stephanie in order to marry her, before it was revealed they were actually together, and they were going to whoop Vince McMahon's ass. In 2002, they then got a storyline divorce to tie into that year's Mania, when we got to 2003, and they wed for real. I hope you're keeping up with this. Because this wasn't part of the narrative though, and WWE wanted to use it. We just forgot anything that had happened before all this, and acted like they just got married. What the hell is happening? Since this moment too, 2003 has always been used as the date of their marriage, even though on screen, they hitched up 4 years earlier. This is when the merging of the narrative and reality goes totally off the rails. Although I do get this, however. Which would you pick given the circumstances? Exactly. Number 5, The Big Show is Stephanie's childhood hero. Stephanie McMahon was born on the 24th of September 1976. White, on the other hand, came into this world on the 8th of February 1972, so there's roughly 4 years between them. It's why when Steph walked out onto TV in 2013 and said The Big Show was her childhood hero, people were confused. It would mean she was a child of his when he was a kid. The lines got blurrier as we sold this as McMahon's seeing show as the second coming of Andre the Giant, which was her actual favorite as a kid. So why don't you just say that? There was a horrible edge to this as we were essentially gaslighting the Big Show to do the authorities' bidding, but if you were into maths, by the time White debuted in WCW, Stephanie was a teenager. And sure, maybe this was the trick, but shouldn't the flipping Big Show have been able to work it out? I did, and I'm stupid. As we have touched on both, let's throw this in there too. WCW pretended that the Giant was Andre's son. Good gosh. Number 4, who really created the Elimination Chamber? Today there is only one man credited with the building of the Elimination Chamber, Triple H. It was his nod to WCW's War Games, but here we go again. Let's return to 2002 as that goes against everything we just said. For the then Raw GM was Eric Bischoff, and as we headed into that year's Survivor Series, he had to come up with a horrible idea, and he did, the Chamber. He sold it like it was going to be the next Raw Rumble or Hell in a Cell to get people interested, so you can't miss this, especially because the world title was going to be put on the line. Now, of course, this was our on-screen story, but that's the point of this list. As soon as Eric wasn't part of the company anymore and Hunter was the man, we switched gears. Now it was the game that made this, and don't say otherwise. I don't think we even mention Eric and the Chamber together anymore, and we'll probably never show a video clip again. That is history done and dusted. Number 3, the first time ever WrestleMania match. So if you watch any of my stuff, you will have heard me moan about this before. This one drives me nuts. Because back in 2011, we had that cool segment when Triple H and The Undertaker stared off and made a WrestleMania match without saying a word. It worked. We could have just left it there as people were pumped for this, but no. We started selling it as the first time clash at the show of shows, just forgetting what had happened at WrestleMania 17. That's right, that match was really good too, although WWE is to blame. The rumor has always been that they finished the card for that event and realized Triple H and Taker weren't booked, so just throw them together. As time has gone on too, this 2001 clash has just been downplayed, so it basically doesn't exist, so we must keep it alive. I really like this fight. Why the hell are we trying to bury it? Number 2, Vince gets the F out. The Ruthless Aggression Era network documentary that was launched in 2020 is a fun watch. It does muck around with history, but they always do that. You gotta take it with a pinch of salt. The absolute clanger, however, was when we said Vince McMahon changed the name of the company from the WWF to WWE in 2002 because it was time to go in a new direction. That is categorically not true. The real situation, as it was covered in the news, was that the World Wrestling Federation had violated their agreement with the World Wildlife Fund, got sued and had to make a shift. That's what happened. It was on the BBC. The only reason we did the Get the F Out campaign is because there was no other choice, and trying to spin that one is way too far. Just don't say anything. It takes one Google, and if I were the Pandas, I would kick off again. They did nothing wrong, and they got dragged through the mud for a second damn time. Number 1, the original NWO logo. This is a blink and miss it moment because as Kevin Nash and Scott Hall were running wild over WCW in 1996, they did indeed get Hulk Hogan on board and form the NWO, and then it was carnage. I think a lot of this may have been decided as we went too because the first logo was a giant N, a giant W with a big O surrounding the two. So really it looked like ONW. That doesn't sound as good. It certainly wasn't edgy and looked like something you'd see on the news when thankfully it did get changed. This was so fast nobody remembered it, even though it tiptoed onto some TV shows. You can see this picture from an August 96 Nitro though, so we were trying. It was just wrong. That's the truth. This was still a whole month after Bash at the Beach though. Imagine a universe where it actually did look like this. Maybe it would have changed anything, because I'm just going to say it as we are at the end of the video. It sucks.
Everyone's guilty of relentlessly lobbying for something, then changing their minds overnight as soon as it happens. And pro wrestling is very much one of those what have you done for me lately kind of businesses. So simply put, you wanted these things to become reality, then rejected them, sometimes rightly, when they aired on television. So I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestling moments everyone wanted but nobody liked. Number 10, Kurt Angle's comeback. Kurt Angle's TNA run will never be appreciated the way it deserves. Why? Well, because countless fans at the time yearned for the Olympian to enjoy world-class matches on the WWE side instead. WWE brought Kurt back into the fold in 2017 and instantly did two things: inducted him into the Hall of Fame and made Angle Raw GM. The latter was viewed as a temporary step by fans, but nobody could foresee what was coming next. Jason Jordan became Kurt's kayfabe son, and then his career wrapped up with that Baron Corbin match. Angle's second shot at WWE life was a complete disappointment, but let's add a bit of positivity to this entry, eh? What is your favourite Kurt Angle match/moment? Let me know in the comments section right down below. Number 9, obnoxious heel commentary. The last great babyface heel commentary pairing on WWE's watch with any tenure was Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler. Their banter was so great that it inevitably brought them closer together. Eventually, Lawler softened his approach and fans accepted it. Or did they? Those same peeps called for some edge behind the announce booth again. So WWE decided to try on Michael Cole as an obnoxious mug who delighted in tearing down the do-gooders. Admittedly, Michael went a little over the top and failed to find any balance between peak Paul Heyman and Bobby Heenan's whimsical jokes. In short, he never actually put faces over, and opted to rip everyone to shreds even when it removed from the match or promo. Corey Graves does a much better job overall of skirting that fine line between knowledgeable announcer and cutting color commentator who cheerleads the baddies. Number 8, Ronda Rousey rules the women's division. Lighting up WrestleMania in a pressure spot with 3 Hall of Fame worthy talents, whilst working your first ever televised wrestling match can not have been easy. Ronda Rousey showed off her skills doing just that in 2018 though, and many figured she'd rightly go on to dominate WWE's female scene as a likeable wrecking machine for years to come. Fans lost interest in Rowdy Ronda as a dominant babyface fairly quickly. In fact, some had already made their minds up about about Rousey by the time she squashed Alexa Bliss at that year's SummerSlam to bag her first Raw Women's title. The verdict was in, and it wasn't positive for this ex-UFC pioneer. A disconnect formed between Ronda and wrestling fans after that. She started hearing boos, didn't react to them very well, and never seemed the same once the bloom came off that rose. Number 7, Warrior vs Hogan 2. Hulk Hogan vs the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6 was a true collision of superheroes come to life. The same cannot be said for WCW's sequel. People love the concept of it though, to be fair. Eric Bischoff definitely gets a pass for booking Hogan vs Warrior 2 at Halloween Havoc 1998 on paper. It was 8 years removed from the Mania original, sure, but both men were still huge stars, and there was value in finding out what had happened second time around. Then, as they say, that darn bell had to ring. Warrior sucked, and 98 Hogan was not the dude to carry him to anything passable. The whole thing was pretty awkward actually. Number 6, Roman Reigns equals Royal Rumble winner. Something has been largely forgotten in amongst all the hate Dave Bautista received for winning the 2014 Royal Rumble. Look back at the match today, and you'll hear rapturous support for one Roman Reigns as the 30-man match raced to a conclusion. Folks in Pittsburgh would have rather Roman won the thing than Big Dave, that's for sure. A full 12 months later though, folks in Philadelphia didn't feel the same way. Despite gauging fan reaction the prior January and having high hopes for Reigns anyway, WWE got quite a nasty shock when the audience rejected Roman. Not even The Rock raising his hand could stop the boos. This must have been confusing for everybody involved, but it's actually quite typical of us wrestling enthusiasts. We demand shiny new toys, then toss them from prams when they're delivered. Or maybe Bryan should have just won back-to-back Rumbles in 2014 and 2015, eh? Number 5, Triple H as top babyface. Only a fool could watch Triple H maraud down the aisle at Madison Square Garden on the 7th of January 2002 edition of Raw and dislike it. Hunter was jacked beyond belief, and some U2-inspired vignettes charting his painful rehab from a nasty quad injury the previous May helped whip fans into a frenzy and facilitate a killer babyface comeback. Shockingly though, post-MSG moment and popular Royal Rumble win, Tripp's entire baby run was a bit meh. He'd wrestle Kurt Angle again in a losing effort that was also overshadowed by the arrival of the NWO. Then Hunter engaged in a story opposite Chris Jericho that was less about the undisputed title and more about his storyline divorce from Stephanie. Come Mania, Triple H and Jericho bombed in the main event spot above Hogan vs The Rock. Hunter's babyface misery was complete when a revived Hulkster toppled him for the richest prize at Backlash. So much for a red-hot good guy run that everybody craved when Motorhead hit at MSG. Number 4, one more Shawn Michaels match. It was clear Shawn Michaels still had lots left in the tank when he decided to retire following a stunning sequel versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 26. In interviews, HBK repeated the same line to increasingly frustrated journos looking for a big scoop. He'd never wrestle again, or so he claimed. Dream bouts opposite students like Daniel Bryan, or top workers such as AJ Styles were teased but never executed. Then money talked, and Shawn elected to make an in-ring comeback in a bumper tag outing over in Saudi Arabia at Crown Jewel 2018. And in retrospect, Michaels wishes he hadn't bothered. His DX reunion with Triple H versus Taker and Kane royally sucked. Being honest, this one wouldn't have worked even if Trips hadn't torn his pec mere minutes in. 8 years of begging for that? Number 3, Sting in WWE. Fans in the 1990s will recall countless magazine covers boasting things like Fantasy Warfare, Sting versus The Undertaker, Inside. Discussion over exactly who would win between these supernatural greats was endless back then, and WWE finally had the chance to find out when they eventually inked a deal with the Stinger in 2014. Taker didn't come into the equation, and hopes faded that it'd ever happen. Now, with the dead man retired and Sting shortly following suit, it is an impossibility. Interest in Sting joining WWE hinged on one match, but Vince McMahon decided it wasn't right for his version of the WCW legend, one of the most elusive gets in company history, and someone fans had wanted to see in the WWF/WWE since the early 90s was finally here, and he lost 2 matches before vanishing again. Number 2, WCW invades the WWF. Fans were willing to overlook Shane McMahon becoming the new storyline WCW owner, either. And they were even content enough when mid-carders like Lance Storm and Hugh Morris began invading matches. But turning WCW with ECW in tow into some second-rate wannabe dominated by more McMahon melodrama was not. The Survivor Series finale in November 2001 was a mercy killing for an angle already on life support. Then, annoyingly, the big stars fans had wanted, the NWO, Ric Flair, Goldberg, Scott Steiner, etc., started showing up one by one anyway. How rude and what a missed opportunity. Number 1, Bret Hart destroying Vince McMahon. Every would-be wrestling match has a shelf life. Had WWE been able to book Bret Hart versus Vince McMahon at any point between 1997 to 2002, then people would have been tripping over themselves to see the Hitman gain ultimate revenge for Montreal. Remarkably, despite coming years past its sell-by date, fans were still into the thought of Hart giving Vince his comeuppance at WrestleMania 26. But good God did it suck. Bret wasn't allowed to take any bumps due to his long-running health problems, and so he awkwardly hammered a borderline defenseless McMahon around the ring with a steel chair. The beating was so one-sided that it almost turned Vince babyface by default, and that just shouldn't have ever been the case. Perhaps the only decent thing about it is that Bret was able to draw a line under his most miserable professional experience.
I am annoying. You don't think I'm aware of that? Trust me, I am. Every day I've got to deal with this, so why don't you cut me some slack? It is just human reaction, I suppose interaction, and it does happen in wrestling too. The good thing in that world is that sometimes that is the whole point. You literally have been told, please go and be an annoying character. So who did this the best? Well, I am the idiot son of Miller. Let's go. Number 10, the conspiracy theorist Sami Zayn. How great is Sami Zayn? Today he's the most lovable guy ever, and yet only a few years ago he was just a really frustrating dude. It was 2021 and Sami had decided he knew what the issue was with his career. There was a conspiracy theory against him. It started with management and went through the other wrestlers too. They all wanted to keep Zayn down. Time and time again, Sami was presented with evidence to the contrary, but he didn't want to listen to that. And do not forget, this is actually where he did start to become so beloved. He was so annoying and steadfast in that role, he somehow went and did a 180. Zayn made sure he moved away from properly winding people up when he had that WrestleMania match with Johnny Knoxville too. It was so good, nobody could deny how talented Sami was, but it was utterly ridiculous. It's why he was also thrown into the bloodline as a one and done. The higher-ups just thought that would be funny, and they were right too. They just so happened to last for years. I mean, this guy. To sum this up in a headline then, Sami Zayn was brilliant at being annoying. He could have easily rolled his eyes at this creative, all things considered, but that's not his way. He leant so hard into it that he knocked it out of the park. Now that is a worker. Number 9, Billie Kay. Flub me, do I miss Billie Kay. She was so underrated and we did not appreciate her when we should have done. Just so damn funny. How did she do this too? Well, basically, she was annoying other wrestlers all the time. The version of Kay that hit these heights the most was when she was asking everybody to be her new tag team partner. Had a resume ready and everything, and yet nobody would even give her a chance. Billie started to do this mid-match as well, as her opponents would just flip, but yeah, sure, some fans did too. I mean, that just meant she was doing her job. I really thought it was fantastic. It got to the point the likes of the Riot Squad, Carmella, Nia Jax, and Toni Storm all acted nervously around Billie because she was nuts. And then, man, WWE released her in April 2021. That was one of the dumbest decisions for a while. We all basically knew the deal too. Kay was meant to be a clown, but she just understood what to do. So bring her back, damn it. The best. Number 8, The Miz. Throughout a lot of his career, The Miz has been annoying. He could be the best of the best at this. I mean, he used it all the way to the main event of WrestleMania 27. What a damn dude. He also went through the Tough Enough system, which somehow wound people up more, but I tell ya, it was when he busted onto the main roster in 2006 that he showed what he was really made of. Miz's job then was to host a diva search, and let's just say he wasn't the consummate professional that he is today. He just couldn't get his words out, and the whole segment was awkward to watch. Miz knew this too. After the fact, he said he was worried he was going to get fired. Today we know that Mike Mizanin was dealing with some horrendous bullying backstage, so no wonder his head was all over the place. Although with that said, the dude's hard-headedness has to be admired. Fans didn't know that though, so they just flipped out. Who is this reality show star, and why did he get to do this? It made him pretty unlikable, but again, he rolled with it like Oasis. One day he will go into the Hall of Fame, and it will be so damn deserved. Number 7, babyface Doink the Clown. Never forget that Doink the character is an all-timer. You laugh at this, but go back to the original version played by Matt Bourne. That persona was terrifying. Sadly, Matt went through some personal issues and was let go in 1993. That wasn't going to be the end of this. Vince McMahon just decided, well, we can put somebody else behind the face paint. Well, that's what we did. Steve Lombardi, Heat of Brooklyn Brawler fame, and Ray Apollo were given this task, and yeah, They weren't great at it, and that wasn't their fault. They were told to just go out there and be an idiot. To try and balance this out, we just pulled back so it was literally a clown being a clown, and man, no fan wanted that. They actually started chanting, "Kill the clown." I don't think we should have done that, but it was also a time when the WWF was desperate to be kid-friendly. You do not want people saying, "Murder that guy." It was just so far away from the insane version that had debuted, and maybe a few people realized this fact. It got so bad by 1996 the company just gave up on the character entirely. There is a big reason for all this too, because it's not like Doink was doing anything bad. He was just annoying, because clowns can be a little bit annoying. Plus there was also that 1994 Survivor Series match. Never watch it. Number 6, Vicky Guerrero. And, excuse me, I shall be the first to admit it too, as a kid this used to drive me nuts. And I know that was the point, but still, being angry remains being angry. It is such an interesting story because I doubt anyone saw this for Vicky Guerrero when she debuted alongside husband Eddie in 2005. That was mostly part of the absolutely bonkers Rey Mysterio custody over Dominic feud, but after Eddie tragically passed away, the WWE kept Vicky around, and yeah, she went and found her place. Most of this was as the general manager of SmackDown, and good grief did she draw some boos. The catchphrase was a huge part of that, as it just grated in your brain, although fair play to Guerrero. When the time came for her to be destroyed, she was always game. Sometimes a little bit too much. WWE, as I'm sure you know, would go way too far. Think how many GMs we have seen too. Some are instantly forgettable, but not Vicky Guerrero. Even if it was making you super raged, well, she got the job done. Number 5, MJF. Mostly the I'm better than you version, but only because he just busted onto the scene. People were finding out in real time, and for the first time. MJF made his mark in AEW pretty fast, mostly thanks to these promos. The man knew when to smirk in order to trigger hate, and he was so good on the mic, he got to winding people up instantly. It was very much a love-to-hate relationship. Maxwell would also rip other talent apart, which made him feel like he was walking to the beat of his own drum, and he got so much momentum off the back of this, he became the world champion in 2022. That does not just happen. What sums this up best is you can choose anything Friedman did from 2019 to 2022, and if he's got a microphone in his hand, at least at one point you're gonna get frustrated. That was his goal, he achieved. Even when he did that sing and dance number with Chris Jericho, somehow he used that to be a right dick. The added fun was that everybody kept forgetting he was excellent in the ring too. That still happens today, but it was just an extra string to his bow. If fans did want to pretend he sucked at wrestling, well, he was just gonna throw it back in their face. Then they were all mad again, so yeah. He really has been very good at this. Number 4, babyface Charlotte Flair. It's only fair to say that some people are just going to love Charlotte Flair regardless, and other people are just going to dislike her. I suppose that does make sense. She's an excellent wrestler, however, no matter what your opinion is. The difficulty comes in the sense that she is so much better as a heel, so anytime WWE has tried to portray the Queen as a face, no, it never totally clicks, and even Charlotte agreed with this sentiment when she appeared on the Steve Austin podcast. She knows she shines as the bad guy. I suppose just through longevity you have to try both ways, but being the babyface almost hamstrings her because her best in-ring work comes as a villain. She should be in charge of her matches. I mean, look at her. There's also the fact that Charlotte having an elitist mindset is what's best for the character. She knows how to be arrogant, and as we know, no fan actually likes an arrogant Alan, especially one that goes and backs it up. That is where it becomes annoying too, because we all go full nerd. If we were booking a show, we'd do this and that. Thankfully, since returning in 2025, Flair has mostly been an idiot and kept it going. She is great, and you better figure that out. Really, I tell you, this should never stop. Number 3, Baron Corbin. As the Monday Night Raw Constable, also known as Constable Corbin. Quick aside, Baron deserves a medal for what he did here. He got put in such an impossible situation and somehow figured it out to a certain extent. The promotion really did him no favors. Stephanie McMahon did announce in April 2018 that Baron was now in charge, and that was an issue right away. Raw at this time was horrible, which was nothing to do with Corbin. The writing was just bad. It meant any narrative that didn't make sense or any logic hole that needed to be plugged went to Baron. He had to go out to the ring over and over and explain things, and this wouldn't have even worked if Steve Austin had still been in that role. It was just way too much. Corbin was also fighting against the fact nobody wanted the evil general manager character anymore. I mean, we just mentioned Stone Cold. His program with Vince McMahon kicked off in 1998, so that is 20 years of the same idea. It just means that I don't think Baron was even the issue here. He just got in the way. WWE was in desperate need of a refresh, which is why the changing of the guard helped so much. The old way was tired and done. Number 2, Vince Russo. I mean, even now, the dude just makes a living crapping over wrestling, even though he keeps saying he is gonna stop watching wrestling. I do believe that is called grifting. As we also know, he jumped from the WWF to WCW in 2000 for a lot of money, and one of the first things Russo promised was he would not become an on-screen character. He then became an on-screen character and won the world title. I mean, what did he think fans were gonna do? He never got beaten for the championship either, as he just relinquished it. And as Vince was booking the show too, sheesh, the audience could not believe it, which I do understand. WCW prided itself on being somewhat old school, and then we had Judy Bagwell on a forklift and Viagra on a pole matches. It was awful. As soon as he could, Vince Russo became the evil boss, and as we've already talked about, it was already boring, and also it was never going to be as good as Austin versus McMahon. It'd be like WWE starting a new group today and calling them Red Square. Don't do it. Eventually we got to the Bash of the Beach pay-per-view, and yeah, fans were so pissed off. This is what World Championship Wrestling had become. So don't pretend Vince Russo wasn't to blame. He was. Number 1, Hornswoggle. When he was a bit of a prankster. I bet you deliberately forgot about that. It was 2009 though, and WWE had decided to do Hornswoggle versus Chavo Guerrero. I suppose that would be fine, but before long the following happened. Swoggle started to dress like a cowboy due to the fact he wanted to do a cow tipping match. Chavo then dressed up as a cow. We were then told that apparently he wasn't able to see through his cow mask. I mean, part of that does make sense. Because of that too, it all led into a blindfold match, and I can tell you firsthand, the crowd didn't like this. It was also Hornswoggle's antics that eventually caught up to him, because he kept coming from under the ring and biting people in their ass. Then he was the anonymous GM, Vince Fake's son, and it was a little bit like hot garbage. So I guess it was the stories more than the character, but sadly for Swogs, he was often bang in the middle of it. That's why it's good he did have that WLC match with El Torito. That was genuinely of high quality, and to cleanse yourself, you should watch that. As for the rest, I've no idea. What the hell were we thinking?
I am all for fun and games, but I will tell you, sometimes wrestling really goes too far. Because when you read about some of the ribs that were pulled throughout the years, you sort of pause and look off into the distance. How the hell did someone devise this sort of a prank in the first place? Even worse, depending how you watch wrestling, on occasion, it even makes it to TV. So do you want to get a feel of this? I presume you do, for I am Simon Miller, and it is 10 times this went completely off the rails. Number 12, Mean Gene gets stung down low. Mystery is the name of the game sometimes in wrestling. Who was the higher power? Who ran over Steve Austin? Who was the devil in AEW? Or the Black Scorpion back in the day? And obviously there are more risque ones that enter the internet. Let's just say the name Batista and leave it there. It gets asked online all the time. Now, we're never going to know for sure about any wrestler unless something goes super bad, but poor Mean Gene Okerlund got wrecked on live TV when it did indeed come to his groin. He didn't even know it. Now let's not forget this was during the so-called golden era when the WWF wanted to appeal to kids, which made this even more unhinged. But yep, when Mean Gene popped up backstage to do some interviews, his lower third read, Mean Little Dick Okerlund. Can't confuse that one. The issue, of course, is that somewhere out in Kansas, maybe, young Stevie definitely turned to Daddy and said, "Father, what is going on?" as poor Dad desperately tried to explain. I don't think this was the best idea. It should be no surprise that Mean Gene took it in his stride because he was just that way. He was ever the professional, unless a sign fell in the background, and then yeah, you could get to him. That's a different video for a different day. That is what makes this all the stranger though, because everybody knew he was never going to react to it, but we did it anyway. I will point out, nobody would do that in modern times. Sponsors would absolutely lose their minds. Number 11, you better call Al Snow or Val Venus. Al Snow's feud with the Big Boss Man towards the end of 1999 is regularly brought up because it's totally insane. It ended with the Kennel from Hell match because during all of this, the Big Boss Man kidnapped Al Snow's dog Pepper and eventually invited Al to a hotel room and fed this pup to Mr. Snow. I'm not making that up, and rather than call the police, they had a big old fight in a cage. Before all this happened though, when we realised the boss man was involved, obviously Al Snow was looking for his beloved pet, so of course he made a poster. It had missing in big letters, had a picture of Pepper, and of course the big old question, have you seen this dog? We will give you a reward if you're able to give us some information. Al Snow then included a phone number and encouraged people to call in. As we soon found out afterwards though, because wrestling fans can't help themselves, this was not just some random numbers made up and put on the screen, it was actually Val Val Venus's real home telephone number. Venus didn't know anything about this too because it was a rib when all of a sudden people kept calling in their hundreds, and he's even said this in an interview. He had to tell so many people to leave him alone, but of course they didn't. It'd been on national TV. It got so bad that within 24 hours he disconnected his landline and he called up his provider and said, "Damn it, I need some new digits." Now I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been, but at the same time, when we do take a step back, there is an art of genius to that, even though it is super duper me. Saying that though, Val Venus has gone crazy these days, and maybe it started here. But yeah, all things considered, when you do break it down, it was kind of ingenious and super cruel at the same time. Maybe that is the art of a good prank. Number 10, Sonny's slop bucket. Sadly, this just seems the way in the mid-90s, which is why things are far better today. Wrestling is about trust, so that should always be at the center of things. Just make sure everybody is aware of what is happening. That didn't go down on June 26, 1996, as during a taping of WWF Superstars, Sonny was torn in the Godwins. Shouldn't have done that. Phineas and Henry were farmers, so they carried about a pig slop bucket, and as soon as Sonny tried to get involved, they poured it over her head. Now that is as sports entertainment as it does come, until you learn that this bucket was left unattended backstage, where apparently the roster decided to leave a large manner of uncouth things in the bottom of it. That meant when it was dumped over Sonny's head, well, maybe it's best not to think about it. Again, nobody would dare do it in WWE right now, and if they did, they would be fired. I mean, health and safety alone. You just don't do it, even if it was done for a ha-ha funny. I mean, it's not, and with an audience that big watching, sheesh. And yeah, I know these days Sonny is problematic herself, but you know what your parents used to say: two wrongs do not make a right. Number 9, Howard Finkel is not treated very nice. At the 2011 Survivor Series, CM Punk beat Alberto Del Rio for the WWE title. Finally, not gonna get into the summer of Punk here, but it was a difficult old journey. To try and underline we were finally going with Punk, we got legendary ring announcer Howard Finkel to do the shout-outs. Yeah, it was great. Just go and read about how much Howard gave to the company. Hall of Fame all over the place. This is why it's horrible that many a wrestler have confirmed that yes, management wasn't nice to him at all. Jim Cornette during a shoot interview described it as 24/7 bullying. I mean, there's stories of smashing up his rental car, and do you know the reason for all those tuxedo matches? The powers that be didn't think the Fink was in very good shape, so why not ridicule his body? Apparently he was also fed sardines until he threw up during a backstage interview with the Bushwhackers, as people were pretending they just couldn't get a good take. Even Michael Cole was instructed to take shots at Howard when he said his final goodbye to the audience. He mocked his weight and how emotional he got. It's just not on. Think of the legends today who bawl their eyes out when it's time to step aside. Just let them have their moment, man. I mean, we do have tears for a reason. Number 8, the Dave Meltzer trick. It is amazing how some wrestlers tell us they can't stand the Wrestling Observer's Dave Meltzer, and yet read him and then get mad about it. Sometimes live on air. Hulk Hogan famously did this at WCW's World War III pay-per-view when he ripped up a copy of the newsletter while screaming, "Observe this, brother." Some fans must have been baffled. We even got it in NXT when Andre Chase berated a reporter during a fake press conference as he replied to one inquiry with, "Was that a 5-star question?" Even over WrestleMania weekend in 2025, Mickie James took exception to it all. One that really stood out, however, though, was back in the day when maybe crazy promoter Herb Abrams actually had a character based on Meltzer during his UWF show. I mean, they were literally called Little Davey Meltzer, so you can't get that confused. And of course, his role was to be beaten up by Steve Williams, who then threw dirt on him. I'm sure you can work it out. Once again, it's mostly ignoring the fan base because some of these people won't know who you're talking about. They'll just think you've gone nuts, or they'll go and do some research and find out who Meltzer is. And then, hey, maybe they subscribe. I am pretty sure that's not what these people wanted, so I'm just going to say it, my friends. I think they thought it through it all. Number 7, Akeem is a walking joke. I think people forget how obvious and on the nose wrestling wars used to be. It's the same today in other guises, and of course it makes sense. It's not just this industry. If there is a competitor, both sides will fire shots. Why, you don't really need to get too mad about it. It's always happened, and it always will. Jim Crockett Promotions was so popular at one time, they even dared to go head-to-head with the ever-expanding WWF, and as such, they were the focus of Vince McMahon's bullets. he was going to take them down somehow. It's why the Survivor Series was born in 1987 as a way to tell the pay-per-view providers that they could only choose one event, his or Crockett's. If they did go the other way, WrestleMania, which had been a huge success, would no longer be available to them. He wasn't beyond the more silly lanes either, because from October 1989 to October 1990, he did introduce Akeem, a character that deliberately existed to mock Dusty Rhodes. He promoted him as the African Dream as opposed to the American one, and even told him to do the same dance. I mean, I'm not kidding, it was identical. As Dusty also joined the WWF during this period, McMahon got him to wear polka dots to double down on this. Look, fair play to Rhodes, he just took all this stuff on his stride, you couldn't get to him. And really, when you do break it right down, it does serve as a massive compliment, because Dusty was so popular, the WWF felt threatened. At the same time, maybe just look at Rhodes, realize this yourself, and treat him the way he deserved. The dude was a megastar. Number 6, what on earth? Mae Young was a delight. There's a reason we still talk about her today, and it's because, despite being well into her 80s, she took no nonsense during the Attitude Era, and often got involved in angles. I mean, she got thrown through a flipping table. When Bubba Ray Dudley did that too, not only did the fans erupt in shock, but Bubba himself ceased to work. Dude sort of lost his mind, because even he knew he'd gone too far. This was all in good faith, or so it felt like. Sort of changed in 2003 when we get to the Bad Blood pay-per-view. Apparently we went into rib mode, and yep, Eric Bischoff was the recipient. At the show itself, it was Bischoff versus Steve Austin in what I believe was called a redneck triathlon, because of course WWE did that. The Attitude Era was over, we were desperately trying to figure things out. During this, Mae Young did come to the ring and hit Eric with a Bronco Buster, and fine, I get it. When you learn that those sardines were back, and that Young had shoved some down her underwear in order to, well, you know. Once again, I'm sure you can figure it out. And sure, that's not as vicious as some of these, but it does sum up how immature WWE management was. I mean, I'm sure they were cracking up at this like some teenage boys playing Fortnite, but I will go back to my old rule. Go and tell this to someone that doesn't watch wrestling, and then get back to me. The truth is you won't, because you would never dare utter these words. You know what the reaction would be. Number 5, Freddie Joe Floyd. Tracy Smothers was a great act when he got to be Tracy Smothers. Go find many of your favorites talking about this. They all love the guy. Smothers was also famed for working one of the best tag matches ever when the Southern Boys faced the Midnight Express at the 1990 Great American Bash. He also tore up in Smoky Mountain Wrestling and found himself in ECW. He had a mad gimmick there, I tell you. He was sold as a hillbilly from Southern Italy. I mean, why not? It was all going to head to the WWE eventually, and yep, when he got there, they just changed everything. The rumor was he reminded Vince McMahon of WCW head honcho Ted Turner, so he took Tracy and turned him into the most Southern stereotype ever. He was told to use the word fixin' over and over, and his theme, well, obviously it was banjo music. You've already seen what we called him too, Freddie Joe Floyd, to try and bite into this even more, and surely that has to be part of the rib. Gerald and Jack Briscoe, who are also from the South and worked for Vince at the time, had the real names of Floyd and Freddie Joe. It of course turned this run into a joke, and Smothers had more than that in the tank. Also meant he was hired to be a punchline. That is so strange, especially because at the time WWE needed stars. But nope, let's just have a little bit of fun instead, at the expense of nobody else but ourselves, and before the arrival of 2.0. So we are never gonna know for sure. But we do have eyes and we do have ears, and yeah, it sure seemed like as soon as NXT bigwig Triple H was out the picture, Vince McMahon and co totally redid the product. And I mean every aspect. Because if we had dark colours before, now we went neon. If we had a heavy metal logo, now it was pop. If we had a hard rock theme, well, now we had a happy clappy one. It also came down to the fact that we had hardcore indie workers who were moved aside for developmental talent, and we even had Bron Breakker destroy the old NXT logo during an entrance. I mean, talk about a literal response. There's no way the real-life Paul Levesque was behind all this, as he had spent years building the third brand into something very unique. It then became a little bit cookie cutter, and I suppose you could call this a punishment more than a joke. Vince McMahon had decided, as AEW was still going, the whole idea of NXT on Wednesdays had failed. You know what happens after this too, so yeah. Was really quite uncomfortable to watch. The speed of the switch as well. Wrestling really is a crazy old place. Number 3, The Big Show doesn't like heights. Judgment Day 2003. Big Show versus Brock Lesnar, they had a very fun sports entertainment stretcher match. Of course, there is more to this because before it all, the real-life Paul White had admitted he was scared of some things, such as clowns and heights. Therefore, during this brawl, Lesnar put the Big Show on said stretcher and raised it in the air courteous of a forklift. Somewhere you just know that Judy Bagwell was freaking out. He goes a legit 15 feet upwards too, and even if this was the plan, you just know it came from when Big Show revealed all of this. It's a stretcher match. Nobody needs to be elevated. There's actually a few of these incidences with the Big Show because he fell afoul of management a lot due to his weight issues. It's why he had to dress up like a baby one year. That was awful. He even squirted some milk into somebody's face. I am sorry. And yeah, sure, maybe Show was game, but I can't believe he enjoyed it. Even more so when he was up there, and that's when it gets bad. You all have fears, you just can't overcome them. There's plenty of people as well that have always said when the WWE team did realize how many times the Big Show had turned heel to face and face to heel, they then doubled that for a bit more ha-ha, and even Freddie Prinze Jr. had a story. As Prinze Jr. talked about on his podcast with Freddie podcast, sorry about that, this was a rib that Vince McMahon pulled on live TV on the Big Show. The chair Big Show was going to sit in when he was going to read a Santa Claus story because that's good TV was going to break when he sat in it. So always keep that in your head, some things are never going to change. Number 2, Gerald Briscoe lends a hand. This one is so awful because yes, we have to talk about Mae Young giving birth to a hand. That also means talking about the relationship between Mae and Mark Henry. I'll give you a headline. It was awful. It turns out when you dive deeper into this one, it may have tied into another joke with Jerry Briscoe, because he was not a big fan of bodily fluids. Jim Ross even tells a story of them being in Vince McMahon's car and him farting like a loon to try and wind him up. The man is insane. This brings us to the night in question, and look, never watch this. There is just all sorts going everywhere, and of course, who had to be present even though he was nothing to do with the angle? Mr. Briscoe. He had to touch a bunch of stuff too, so yeah. There's some evidence if you did need it. A lot of this was the boss just being an asshole. Not a huge surprise. And really, you should be more confused as a fan as to why Gerald was there in the first place. It's just the oddest cameo ever. I would guess McMahon was just hoping he would throw up or something. Thankfully he didn't. No one ever needs that. Gerald himself also was known to rib people, as Kurt Angle told during an interview at the Wrestling Guys store. So when he first joined the WWE, Briscoe went to him and said, listen, I've chatted to Vince McMahon and he thinks you should wear your Olympic gold medals everywhere. When Kurt said, what do you mean everywhere? He was like, literally everywhere, even outside at the airport, everywhere. Angle did ask why he should do this, and of course Jerry told him up straight, we just want everyone to believe in the character. Angle then went on to explain that it became a right issue at the airport because of course you have to take the medals off to go through security before putting them back on again, and that the people behind the counter were like, why is this man so obsessed with his Olympic triumph? Eventually he was backstage at a show when Vince McMahon saw him and actually asked, why are you wearing all those medals? And of course Kurt Angle replied, well, Gerald Briscoe told me that's exactly what you wanted me to do. Of course Vince laughed and said, ha ha ha, you just have to wear them at TV. That's like a different kind of rib. I mean, really, it just feels like a giant waste of time. Number 1, Trip Bradshaw. Let us go back to being a child. You could not do anything. If you slipped, farted, sneezed in a weird way, said a wrong word, that was that. You'd be Slippy Steve, Fred the Farter, Sarah Sneezes, or Wrong Word Jack. I know that last one doesn't have alliteration, but kids are stupid. The point is, it can stick with you, and that's the same in wrestling. One false move and you're done. Any happy life you wanted is over. The sad part is that comes with the fact that some humans just never grow out of this and just lap it up. Because JBL was coming to the ring, and he slipped over. Fell right on his ass, and I'm sure Vince McMahon thought this was the funniest thing to ever happen since dinosaurs walked on the planet. It wasn't just in this moment though. Days later, when the world had forgotten, a man walked to the ring to take part in 205 Live, and his name was actually Trip Bradshaw. That's right. We didn't even bother to come up with something clever, we just wrote the incident down in a lower third. So while it isn't brutal, it should brutally make you feel upset. This is how low we go with these things. It is quite frankly utterly ridiculous. Of course, Bradshaw was notorious for the amount of ribs he would pull on other people, so you could say this was fair cause. I mean, just go and ask Steve Blackman. Because back on May 23rd, 1999, a bunch of wrestlers had touched down in an airport when for some reason JBL decided to start patting Blackman's rear end. You heard this right. This story comes from from Bob Holly's book, which you should absolutely go and read right now. According to the hardcore one, though, it started on an early morning flight where Bradshaw was still a bit drunk and had decided, I'm going to go over to that Steve Blackman and try and wind him up. Now, you couldn't do that to Steve because he was not into this, so said to Bradshaw right to his face, John, the next time you do that, I'm going to knock your f***ing teeth out. Of course, JBL thought he was kidding or just couldn't help himself, so he did it again, when Blackman then decided to try and smack JBL right in the mouth with a backhand before jabbing him in the face. Holly even said that JBL took a few swings but totally missed, allowing Blackman to hit him even more, and eventually he even tried to kick Bradshaw's knees out. If his leg hadn't got caught on a bag handle, well, let's just say it may have ended differently. Eventually, it was broken up by Holly and Al Snow, with Ron Simmons telling everyone they need to calm down. And because Bradshaw still wanted to fight, Steve then yelled at him, I'm going to f***ing kill you. After tempers had gone out the window, JBL finally thought he should go and apologize to Steve. And you know what Blackman said to him? No apologies, I am going to finish you later. Thankfully, Holly and Ken Shamrock went to find him and calmed him right down. But can you imagine? I think he was actually going to do it.
Whether they were known for being a bit of a bully or idiot backstage, or just didn't have the best personal hygiene, you right there may not have realized that this bunch of wrestlers had some pretty bad reputations. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestlers you didn't know have bad reputations. Oh, and it should be noted here that these reps range drastically in severity. Number 10, the Steiners. Of course, the Steiner brothers earned a bad reputation, but they were awesome in the ring during their prime. Scott is an endearing meme figure through his inordinately insane TNA run, and generally, time and nostalgia obscures things. Also, there's a good way to be bad. Some never made it sadist with zero charisma like Bill DeMott beating up a trainee. Yeah, deplorable, indefensible. Scott Steiner, a maverick who spoke funny, kicking 7 shades of hell out of somebody? Yeah, compelling, something that enhances his don't make 'em like that anymore aura. They were great for the dead-eyed irony and all that, but yeah, Scott Steiner was also a lunatic who terrorized the WCW locker room and created an unsafe working environment. And Rick Steiner was, per many accounts, including Chris Jericho's, a bully, a sadist bully. He seemed to actively enjoy taking liberties with his opponents during the Death Rattle Nitro era. Rick was disgusting in his treatment of Giselle at WrestleCon in 2023, but was shown celebrating Bron Breakker's title win at SummerSlam 2024 on WWE's official social media channels. He's just a doting, supportive father now. Yeah. Number 9, Braun Strowman. Now, Braun Strowman seems to have matured in recent years. Nowadays, he gets his head down, works fun matches, knows that he's more of an attraction than a world champion, and generally seems to have gained perspective and accepted his lot. Also, wishing him all the best after his recent WWE release. I still think that was a dumb move. But did you ever wonder why WWE never really went with Braun Strowman at the peak of his popularity? When, amidst the late 2010s war between promoter and audience, Braun was really the only act who appealed to both. Well, that has a lot to do with his reported attitude problems. In 2018, the reputable PW Insider reported that Strowman, the original quiet quitter, had developed a reputation for arriving late and leaving early. There's also the wild story of Strowman telling Karen Jarrett to hit the bricks when she asked for his autograph on behalf of her son. Braun allegedly begged on his hands and knees for forgiveness when he was told that the kid's dad was Kurt Angle. Oh boy. This was played down by those involved subsequently, but still very, very funny. This rather bird-brained mentality did manifest once during Braun's comeback run, when Braun buried flippy wrestlers on Twitter after Crown Jewel 2022. But it seems he's learned from those mistakes since then, hopefully. Who's your favorite big man or woman in wrestling right now? That's a question I want to know the answer to in the comments below, my friends. For me, I've always had a soft spot for the Strowman. Again, wishing you all the best, big guy. Number 8, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Not to be too cynical about things, but ethics are never pure. Standards are never consistent. Sometimes you wonder just how much anything can matter. How seriously you can take anything, really. How good your fellow man can possibly be. In 2020, a horde of British wrestlers were rightly erased from the industry for doing the same things that Steve Austin did. Steve Austin, however, was a bigger star to whom wrestling fans are far more strongly attached. Steve Austin did not work the same overlong back-and-forth matches everybody else in the scene did for 25 minutes at a time in By Jove, England, or whatever. Steve Austin got over as a blood-soaked badass in the best finish of all time, a match that now has its own place in the damn Hall of Fame. Look at that trophy. Austin was the most entertaining wrestler, perhaps ever, and many of his fans watched him during a time of their lives when they were carefree. The nostalgic pull is powerful. If you did know that Austin has a bad reputation, and yep, you do, you forgot it consciously because it's convenient. Look, very few people are not hypocritical. Very few. If you ever listen to Deborah's account of the abuse she endured, you will be sickened. All that rough patch in his life stuff really doesn't cut it. Number 7, The Undertaker. The Undertaker never cultivated a reputation as an egomaniac who used his political muscle and close relationship with Vince McMahon to maintain his chokehold on the top of the card. He seemed to appreciate that it was best for business to occupy the slot below during the Attitude Era, was satisfied to only win the big one when WWE needed a safe pair of hands in fingerless gloves, and per various reports was happy to end the streak years before WrestleMania 30. The Undertaker did what was best for business, but his own idea of how business should be done away from the ring was, quite frankly, toxic. As the ringleader of Wrestlers Court, Taker made women cry for the amusement of himself and Bradshaw for some ultimately trivial infraction or other. Not cool, that. Also, politics is a divisive and alienating subject to cover, but The Undertaker, and you can Google this, was snapped in the mid-1990s wearing a t-shirt on which the SS logo was printed, which is absolutely unacceptable irrespective of whether you lean left or right politically. Number 6, Seth Rollins. WWE, under the creative direction of Paul Levesque, has developed a young, energized, and huge audience. This was not the case just 6 years ago. WWE was widely mocked for attracting a median viewer aged 62 years old. How was this possible? What did fans of Pedro Morales get out of watching Mike Kanellis pin his pregnant wife for the 24/7 title in some god-awful skit? Oh, and this new audience might not be aware of Seth Rollins and the reputation he cultivated in the mid-2010s. Rollins is the ultimate team player, so much so that he was ridiculed when standing up for WWE in 2019, the worst creative year in the history of the promotion. He's a wrestler who will work through injury and virtually guarantee a 3.5-star floor. But these new fans might not know that Seth Rollins once endured a spell in which he hurt many of his opponents in a short space of time. Hell, Bret Hart blasted Rollins in 2016 for this. But was the reputation earned? Well, Sting's neck, John Cena's nose, Finn Balor's shoulder, all in under a year. Quite a run. S-word happens, but for Seth, S-word happened in a very concentrated amount of time. And you know exactly what I mean by S-word, but not going there. Before and since? Well, it's spotless, really. It was a difficult one to debate at the time, less difficult now. This rough spell proved to be an aberration, and it should also be noted that Bret has since personally apologized to Seth, so it's all in the past. Are you finding this look at wrestlers you didn't realize have bad reputations interesting? Well, if you tap that subscribe button below, you'll get even more of these fantastic WhatCulture wrestling videos. Many of them based on articles written by the great Michael Sidgwick. He wrote this one too. Number 5, Christian. How does Christian Cage end up on this list? He's a model professional. He's one of the most immensely respected pro wrestlers across multiple generations. Purportedly, he has a very intricate and cruel approach to the rib and an acerbic sense of humor. But Christian is primarily known as a diamond-sharp wrestling mind with a spotless safety record. He's so gifted at putting matches together that he is your favorite wrestler's favorite wrestler. Everybody would be thrilled to work with him. He's a set-for-life guy. Every major would want him on the roster, and he might even do his best work one day behind the scenes. Gauging by what virtually everybody within wrestling has to say about him, he could be the next elusive Pat Patterson. Paul the Big Show White is not quite as enamored with Christian Cage, though his comments made to Games Radar start in 2016 were partly in jest. As he put it, every time Christian punches you, his bony ass couldn't hit any harder. He is the stiffest guy in wrestling. So there you go. According to show, Christian is a potato thrower. Who knew? Number 4, the British Bulldog. Davey Boy Smith was the cousin and tag team partner of the Dynamite Kid. The Dynamite Kid was a shoot sociopath. He used to beat up vagrants as a recreational hobby and terrorize everybody in the locker room. His conduct was significantly more appalling than that of a mere problematic sadist wrestler. He was ritually abusive towards his wife, Michelle. He once stuck a shotgun under her chin, telling her chillingly that one day it would be loaded. Bloody hell. Davey Boy, meanwhile, was primarily known as a bumbling and downright weird figure who was presented in WWF canon as an upstanding family man. Juxtaposed with Billington, he was a relative, almost comically endearing saint, or seemed to be. Consequently, his own awful alleged conduct is often lost to time. Davey Boy was Billington's accomplice, literally on one occasion when the pair were arrested for brutalizing a teenager in their Stampede days. Bret Hart once claimed that an impressionable Davey Boy was corrupted by Billington, but he was a grown man who was accused by Jake Roberts of throwing lit cigarettes into the bag in which his snake was kept. Yeah, not okay. Roberts also accused Davey Boy and Billington of injecting a fan with an intellectual disability with steroids. Again, bloody hell. Number 3, Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman revolutionized professional wrestling through ECW. The landscape looked significantly different and considerably worse without his seismic influence over it. Beyond the fiction of the medium, Heyman was cast as a babyface within the wrestling fandom. Heyman was the writer in touch with the post-casual fan base of the early 2000s, the man who appealed to their discerning taste through the SmackDown 6 era, but was ostracized for beating Vince McMahon at the ratings game. Heyman was also depicted as the man who tried but valiantly failed to restore the spirit of ECW in 2006. In 2025, having masterminded the rise of the heel Roman Reigns character, Heyman is received as something between industry savior and creative demigod. Yes, people are aware that Heyman was an inveterate carny who screwed a lot of people over, but in a weird way, that actually enhances his mystique as someone who best played the dirty, fascinating game over which we're all hopelessly obsessed. Paul Heyman exploited Sonny's real-life addiction issues for a ratings stunt and screwed over Chris Candido financially, as he did many others. And the circumstances surrounding Candido's 2005 passing make for especially tragic reading with that information in mind. Number 2, Will Ospreay. David Finlay once tweeted in the direction of Flip Gordon, "You're the dumbest person I know, and I know Ospreay." But Will Ospreay, who once asked on Facebook whether I can't believe it's not butter is butter or not, might be a touch more savvy than his reputation suggests. You might have noticed on AEW television and in recent media interviews that Ospreay talks a lot about maturing in recent years. Now, he could be genuinely contrite. He doesn't really seem sharp enough to mount a calculated public relations campaign. Or he might just want you to forget about the following. Ospreay publicly shamed Sadie Gibbs for departing a tour of stardom through bereavement. He agreed to return to Progress Wrestling in 2023 in order to team with Paul Robinson, who was accused during the 2020 Speaking Out movement of kissing a 16-year-old girl. Robinson, in a statement, admitted he and the girl, Jess, quote-unquote, got close. Ospreay, at a minimum, was a gatekeeper with significant influence over the machinations of a rotten Brit Rest scene, and the extent to which, if any, Ospreay was responsible for the blackballing of Pollyanna, who accused his old Swords of Essex partner Scott Wainwright of sexual assault, is a murky and ugly situation, the definitive truth of which will likely never be uncovered. And number 1, Vader. Ending on something of a lighter note, Vader was actually known as a sensitive and bashful fella behind the scenes. He was stiff as it gets and awesome as a result. But other than Shawn Michaels, few wrestlers had an issue with that. It was the byproduct of making money with the most formidable heel of his day, and at least his opponents made some. In the 90s, countless talented losers would take liberties with green opponents for sport. Vader was tagged with a bad reputation for an altogether different reason. His body odor was so foul that few of his peers were ecstatic over the prospect of working with him. On his podcast, The Snake Pit, Roberts was asked whether Vader simply didn't wash his attire regularly. "Ring gear my ass," Roberts replied it was him. Vince Russo, hardly a reliable narrator, it must be said, echoed Jake's opinion. He smelled like vomit, were his words. Russo, with rare insight, elaborated that Vader's lack of personal hygiene developed into a running backstage joke, which likely affected his confidence. Arn Anderson and Jerry Lawler have also chimed in, the latter claiming on his Dinner with the King podcast that he thought an animal had somehow crawled into the boot of his car and died. This didn't happen. Vader had simply thrown his gear in there. I feel a little sorry for Vader here, actually. So much for that lighter note I was talking about.
Oh, how different things could have been for future EVPs, tag team legends, and WrestleMania main eventers had they signed contracts at specific times, been turned into a set of silly clowns, or joined one of the most disappointing factions of all time. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are those times wrestlers dodged career-killing bullets. AJ Styles decides to say no to Impact's contract extension. On the back of a hell of an 11-year spell under the TNA/Impact banner, the phenomenal AJ Styles was presented with two options in late 2013. Stay with the company he'd called home for over a decade, which would mean accepting a reported 60% pay cut, though Styles himself would later note to Title Match Wrestling that saying 60% is being generous, or bet on himself and explore the rest of the wrestling business. Styles would refuse that disappointing offer in the end, and eventually end up going on to even bigger and better things in the likes of New Japan Pro Wrestling and WWE, winning both the IWGP Heavyweight and WWE Championships in the years that followed. The TNA brand wasn't exactly a hot property at the time of Styles' exit, and only continued to lose more momentum with the likes of Sting, Christopher Daniels, Kazarian, and more departing not long after Styles. Had Styles accepted that rather disrespectful offer, or TNA just agreed to give him the same money he was already earning, something Styles has openly admitted would have led to him staying put, it's hard to imagine this last decade of his career being anywhere near as phenomenal or memorable as it ultimately was. He'd still be the same TNA legend he is today, of course, but one whose career may have suffered by sticking around during one of the company's weakest periods. Mick Foley was nearly Mason the Mutilator, debuting as the utterly frightening and unhinged Mankind. The legendary Mick Foley very quickly captured the attention of folks all over the planet after sticking his hand down Bob Holly's throat back in 1996. However, there was a point there before he first showed up as that masked menace, when Foley's character very nearly went by another far less intriguing name. As Foley would recall during a Hot Ones appearance, he heard early on that his character was going to originally be known as Mason the Mutilator, remembering Vince McMahon's dreadful pitch of,
In this business, we've had crushers, we've had destroyers, we've had executioners, but we've never had a mutilator.
There and then, Foley sensed that name would have been a career death knell, so he swiftly told his boss that while he liked that cartoonish moniker, a bit of a lie there from Foley, he had another suggestion. What about Mankind the Mutilator? After pitching the name as one that possessed a double meaning, the destruction of mankind, the future of mankind as Foley put it, all those ideas were noted down, and what would have almost certainly been a career-killing name was ultimately dropped, with McMahon just going for the chilling and soon-to-be iconic handle of Mankind for Mrs. Foley's baby boy. The Elite decide not to join WWE before AEW happens. There was talk of AEW's Elite potentially considering a move over to the land of sports entertainment as recently as last year, of course. However, while potentially agreeing to sign with WWE as a unit in 2023 may not have been a move that led to the killing of their careers, the same probably couldn't confidently be said the last time Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks in particular were thinking about joining the biggest wrestling promotion in the business. Before AEW officially became a thing, those Elite members were actually seriously close to becoming sports entertainers. Matt Jackson even recalled to Chris Van Vliet how Kenny, Nick, and himself all turned to each other after a phone call one day and said, "I think we're all going to WWE." Had Tony Khan not come in with the right offer at the right time, giving the guys a chance to run their own company and hire their own people, it's not too hard to imagine a scenario where the Jackson boys and Omega simply became another set of gifted stars who were eventually / inevitably mishandled within that late 2010 and rather broken version of the WWE system. The infamously intense schedule was also a big reason behind the Elite's call to turn down a WWE run, and not even the offer of a limited schedule could keep these lads from joining forces with Tony Khan and changing the business forever. Now I've got a question for you. What is your favorite Elite match of all time? You let me know in the comment section down below. FTR managed to leave WWE before being turned into clowns. The team, once known as the Revival, had already just about survived some rather embarrassing treatments whilst working under WWE contracts. But Uzi hot nonsense and getting completely buried by an aging D-Generation X paled in comparison to the utterly humiliating mess that was heading their way towards the end of their run with the company in early 2020. As Dax Harwood and Cash Wheeler would eventually recall on Talk Is Jericho, the latter laughed out loud when Vince McMahon pitched the tag team a new gimmick involving the pair dressing up in garish costumes, boasting shatter machine chains and silly hats. Ever the pros, after openly admitting that this idea was a bad one, Dax and Cash agreed to go full clown for the remainder of their contract time, but they would then very much be leaving at the end of their deals. You can't really blame them. Wheeler even felt that the plan, on paper, of the two dressing up as a ridiculous comedy act out of spite, angry at the fact tag teams had to become comedy characters to get any WWE TV time, wasn't completely terrible. Whether it would have actually been executed well, though, is doubtful, isn't it? Thankfully, the pair were never put in that potentially disastrous position. WWE pulled them from the product a few days after this bizarre meeting, and the eventual FTR finally departed the company a few months later after dodging said colourful bullet. Kota Ibushi refuses to join WWE during the Cruiserweight Classic, before going on to become one of the greatest and most popular performers New Japan Pro Wrestling has ever seen, lifting the IWGP Heavyweight Championship and putting on 5-star plus epics against the likes of Kazuchika Okada and Jay White. Kota Ibushi actually stepped inside of a WWE ring for a spell in 2016. Appearing in that year's tremendous Cruiserweight Classic, Ibushi joined the likes of Zack Sabre Jr., Tajiri, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, and more, competing to win the tournament and eventually be crowned the new Cruiserweight champion. The Golden Star, in particular, inevitably shined during his contests, and there was even talk of him potentially joining many of the other Cruiserweight Classic participants and signing a deal with the company. Ibushi wasn't a fan of that idea, however, and said there was zero chance he'd join WWE full-time, though he didn't close the door on the possibility of making more of these one-shot deals with the company. With Ibushi never performing for the Sports Entertainment Organization again in the years that followed, it seems they weren't all that interested in only the occasional appearance from the talented worker, and Ibushi's refusal to become a full-time cruiserweight saw him dodging the purple bullets that were the disappointing cruiserweight division on Raw and 205 Live spin-offs that would have no doubt slowed down or even derailed an eventually magnificent career. Thanks for checking out this video today, folks. Hit that subscribe button down below for more WhatCulture on your screens. Stone Cold Steve Austin was nearly Fang McFrost, joining Mick Foley as an eventual icon of the business who dodged a bullet that likely would have resulted in them being anything but, as Steve Austin, before he was Stone Cold, was also rather close to a naming disaster. You see, as WWE were looking to alter his gimmick from that of a ringmaster to something else, a collection of, let's say, fascinating names were suggested. As Austin would also note during a Hot Ones interview, it's completely true that the company offered him the career-killing names of Otto Von Ruthless, Chili McFreeze, and Fang McFrost in response to the wrestler pitching the idea of becoming a villain inspired by Richard Kuklinski, a real-life ruthless serial killer also known as the Iceman. WWE being WWE, they heard Iceman and set about suggesting names that focused on temperature. Brilliant. A perplexed Austin swerved each and every one of those dodgy titles, thankfully, before landing on his legendary nickname after being handed a cup of tea by his wife and being told to drink it before it became Stone Cold. The rest was history. Chris Jericho is sure he'd have been the Goon had he joined WWE in the mid-90s, though he would obviously end up making a splash in the land of sports entertainment just before the end of the 90s. Chris Jericho was actually offered the chance to sign with WWE before that famous Y2J arrival. In the wake of working in Japan, Mexico, Extreme Championship Wrestling, and Smoky Mountain Wrestling, Jericho received a call from Jim Cornette in 1996. Here he was pitched the idea of being one of 5 enhancement guys, who were definitely not jobbers. They had gimmicks, you see. Jericho soon decided that likely wasn't the move for him at that point in his career, and ended up working in World Championship Wrestling before eventually arriving in WWE as a potential main event star. But what if he had jumped at the chance to join the company a few years earlier? Well, according to Jericho himself, he feels he would have ended up in the role of the Goon that eventually went to Bill Irwin, a hockey player character who would debut in July 1996 and and be gone by March 1997. So there you have it. The bloke who famously said he would save WWE saved himself from a career-killing spell in the gloves and skates. Pumpkin Finn Balor battling against Sister Abigail is scrapped due to an illness concern. While any performer suddenly going down injured or ill is typically an unfortunate thing in the wrestling business, he was actually somewhat of a blessing in disguise coming into WWE's 2017 Tables, Ladders and Chairs PLE. Before the late great Bray Wyatt was pulled from the event due to a reported viral meningitis outbreak, the former WWE champion was involved in a peculiar feud with Finn Balor, and said rivalry had just taken a particularly surreal turn. In the weeks leading up to the PLE, Wyatt unleashed his Sister Abigail character on the WWE audience, with Balor then answering with his own strange pumpkin face demon persona. This one had all the makings of one of the most embarrassing nights of either terrific performers' careers. I mean, Wyatt was set to seemingly wrestle as Sister Abigail. It sounded like a nightmare. Wyatt being forced out of the bout, though, led to both men dodging this incoming bullet. AJ Styles stepped in as a late replacement. The two former Bullet Club leaders put on a much better match than the one that was likely once heading fans' way, and this largely forgettable Balor-Wyatt feud was mercifully brought to a quiet end. All's well that ends well, eh? Jake the Snake Roberts dodged an actual bullet, while the rest of the names on this list each didn't literally dodge any bullets that would have swiftly brought an end to their time within the wrestling business, or on this planet for that matter, to an end. Jake the Snake Roberts actually, well did. Back when Roberts was locking up with fellow icon Sting in Dallas, Texas many years ago, this legend was actually shot at by a fan watching on. You heard that right. As Roberts would explain in an appearance on Derek's Reptiles, a guy on the 9th row taking in that contest suddenly pulled out a pistol and fired off 3 shots towards him. They all ended up missing, with Roberts managing to literally dodge the bullets and get himself under the ring to avoid any potentially fatal injuries. This snake clearly had some serious heat, folks, but was thankfully able to survive this rather shocking, life-threatening experience and continue adding more chapters to his Hall of Fame career. And finally, Kevin Owens was almost in the League of Nations. Another time a real-life illness seemingly saved a star from a rather dreadful, potentially career-killing experience. Kevin Owens was once reportedly on the verge of becoming a member of a quite disastrous faction. That's according to a PWInsider.com report back in 2016, with it being said that KO was going to originally be a part of the League of Nations unit that debuted in late 2015, a team made up of heels from places outside of the United States. Instead of becoming one of the most dominant evil groups in WWE history, however, this team of villains didn't make that much of an impact at all, and were largely just used to make Roman Reigns look strong heading into WrestleMania 32. In the end, the faction did more harm than good for Sheamus, Rusev, Wade Barrett, and Alberto Del Rio, and likely would have hurt Owens' own career had he joined the crew. Why didn't he? Because both the future Universal Champion and his son had gone down ill the same week the heel team arrived in WWE. So the company decided to send Owens home from that week's Raw and SmackDown tapings, meaning he was then written out of those League of Nations debut plans. They never decided to throw him in after that, so Owens was able to continue making a name for himself as a compelling solo act and dodge the potential career killer that could have been his League of Nations membership.
Well, this took a while. Of course it did. We had to find secrets. Given we talk about wrestling so much, I quite enjoyed it, apart from the harsh reminder that our favourite pastime can be awful here and there. I mean, we know this, but you still have some awful times. You're also going to get a healthy dose of trivia here too, and just as a hook, there's one entry you won't believe. It's totally wild. So let's get ourselves settled and reveal one secret from every year in WWE history. Number 43, 1982, and Vince McMahon played along at first. 3 months after Vince McMahon had bought the WWF from his dad, he promoted an NWA World title match between Ric Flair and Buddy Rose in the Portland territories. I'm not making this up either, you can see it on the YouTube. The reason this is so historical is because it shows, while he did have a grand plan of cutting everybody else out, it's not like he got the keys and started right away. He played somewhat of a long game. McMahon even acts like he shall keep the old system in place, but man, just go and look and listen to his face and voice. He didn't mean a word of it, although it is strange to hear him describe Flair as the world champion. I mean, not only did the World Wrestling Federation have their own guy, but he said the world's part too, which was very much NWA speak. And yes, it is weird. I've been saying this for ages. Just say world. Number 42, 1983, and the real reason Jimmy Snuka was demoted. Jimmy Snuka's 1983 was filled with controversy as then girlfriend Nancy Argentino passed away, with many people pointing the finger of blame at Snuka himself. If you've never looked into this, it's a harrowing read. The facts are not good. If it happened today, there would be a far bigger outcry, but in the early 80s, pro wrestling existed in this weird bubble where the mainstream media didn't care about what they did. Therefore, nobody really talked about it. It's been said many fans would scream this at Jimmy as his career continued, and let's not forget his now famous Madison Square Garden steel cage splash happened later in the year in October. It was like nothing had gone down. He was actually wrestling 3 days after the incident, so there was no issue with him internally, but that does pose the question as to why he wasn't featured as once was suggested. Well, I'll tell you. Around this time, Jimmy Snuka turned 40 years old, and as we are going to learn, as soon as you enter your 5th decade, Vince McMahon thinks you're done, so to the side, you are pushed. How crazy is that too? I think our priorities may have been backwards. Number 41, 1984, and the first Bulldog. It's a closed shop now. If you utter the name Bulldog in any wrestling circle, Davey Boy Smith's name will come up. There's nothing wrong with this, as the man is a legend, even more so because he made it onto American TV as an Englishman when that was next to impossible. He was a beast. He certainly didn't come up with that nickname though, as even within the WWE, he wasn't the first to use it. That honor goes to Mad Dog Buzz Sawyer, a man who these days often does the round due to his crazy power slam he used to do. You should try and see this today if you never have. The ease in which he manhandles people, it is quite something. Sawyer's career highlights actually came outside of the WWF when he was wrestling for Georgia and Texas, and his time under Vince McMahon was a little more than 2 months. It's a shame, really. He was a great heel, but Vince thought he was too short. Of course he did. It was during this run where, inspired by Mad Dog Vachon, that he was dubbed the Bulldog, though. This is why when he was inducted into the Legacy Wing of the Hall of Fame in 2021, he was called this. And yes, the internet got mad. Now I do get that, as he was the Bulldog for a grand total of 7 matches, but still, you can't rewrite history. This is where it all started, and who knows? Maybe Davey Boy needed this to get the idea in the first place. Bless them both. Number 40, 1985, and the famous commentator you've definitely heard of. So I'm not trying to say that her lending her celebrity to the WWF at the time was as big as it was for Mr. T or Cyndi Lauper. That would be crazy. But guess who was once on the call for the World Wrestling Federation? Oprah Winfrey. Now this was super niche as it was for a WWF broadcast on the AM Chicago regional talk show, but still, Winfrey was on the rise at this point, and I suppose as the WWF was too, it made sense to try and combine them both. You'll be shocked to hear this wasn't really Oprah's forte, however. Not her fault. Being an announcer takes its own brand of skill. My favourite part is that she's clearly been thrown in the deep end, as all she does is ask her co-commentator questions. Mostly, what the flub is going on? Winfrey still had some bangers, such as noting it was nice that tag teams had another guy ready to go, because the other could take a rest, and that wrestlers sweat a lot. I mean, she's not wrong, they do. When the action spilled to the outside too and the referee lost control, Oprah wondered if anything was allowed to go in wrestling, and that rules. I love non-fans watching. They noticed all the quirks instantly. Whether or not she enjoyed this, I do not know, but fair play to throwing herself into the madness. What's telling is she never did it again, though after a while she was going to be way bigger than sports entertainment anyway. Number 39, 1986, and a little-known first meeting. At WrestleMania 10, Owen Hart defeated Brother Brett in one of the best opening matches ever. The technicality is off the chain, and seeing the Hitman get more and more annoyed at his sibling is great. Tied directly into the fight, gave us a layered story. It is really, really good. The WWF also sold it as a first-time meeting of these two, aside from scraps when they were children. But surprise, surprise, this wasn't true. Just good old-fashioned wrestling lies. Because if we go back to 1986, you will see a tag team match between these two, as Owen is called Owen James and teaming with SD Jones. They are indeed taking on the Hart Foundation though, so he had bro versus bro, and Owen lost. Of course he did. This was part of a tryout as the powers that be wanted to see if they had another Hart prodigy on their hands. I can tell you now they did. He still wasn't signed to a deal, however, which was weird because he was clearly ahead of the game. I would compare it to something like Kurt Angle in the late 90s. That's the kind of level Owen was already showing despite being a rookie. Turned out it was classic wrestling politics because, as Dave Meltzer wrote in The Observer at the time, those in the back felt like Owen outshone them, so went to task in shutting him down. Of course they did. What a waste of life. It wouldn't be the first time this happened either, because you're damned if you do, and you are damned if you don't. Number 39, 1987 saw Demolition have more than 3 members. Demolition have got to be one of the best tag teams ever who are not in the Hall of Fame. Ties into a concussion lawsuit against WWE, which makes things difficult, but now we're in a new era, hopefully that is going to change. They deserve it. It is such an amazing story as the WWF created the duo because they couldn't hire the Road Warriors and they wanted a team like that. So let's just rip off Hawk and Animal, but we can call them Smash and Axe. But look, they clicked and people love these guys. The first time they had the tag team titles, they broke records by holding them for 478 days. And I suppose when we got to 1990, management felt like they needed to be freshened up, and we added Crush to the mix. This was also done to help Axe, who was struggling with injuries at the time, and Crush soon got dubbed as the controversial third member. Thing is, it wasn't true. Because if we go back to day one, Smash originally was played by Moondog Rex. He only lasted 3 matches because even though he worked under a mask, everybody knew who it was. Moondog had been around for ages, so management realized it wasn't going to fly. It was way too distracting. Given the aim was to generate the success of the Road Warriors, he had to go, but hey, he was soon repackaged and carried on for a little longer. It did work though. Demolition are all time. Number 37, 1988, and look who's jobbing. In 2007, Steve Blackman returned to Raw for a cameo and people were stunned. It was like he had been frozen in ice for a few years. The man hadn't aged at all. He looked great. It also reminded people of the Attitude Era and this guy. He was on paper the most generic dude ever, but there was something about Steve that people loved. I was one of them. He was just the best and looked like he could kill you. What nobody realizes is that Blackman had been going since the 80s and actually popped up in the WWF during the so-called Golden Era. His career was then derailed as during a South Africa tour in 1989, he got really sick and almost died. No wonder he had to step away. This wasn't the case a year prior though, as Steve was indeed teaming with Battle Cat and Outbreak Jack to face Haku, High Chief Affy and Tama on WWF Superstars. Of course, he was on the losing side, but still, I'm not sure anybody knows this, and it goes to show the man has been smashing it for decades. Number 36, 1989's little-known racism scandal. The backstage scene in the 80s was not a good place for the WWF. There was the steroid scandal, which went to trial, and the Ring Boys accusation, which is just a horrible read. Things were happening which most definitely shouldn't have been. These did make national headlines because of how awful they were, but there was the third that went under the radar. It's just as bad. Because during a European tour in 1989, Coco Beware had a falling out with executive named Jim Troy. It started off as a verbal row, but when Troy allegedly started being racist, it got physical. Obviously, you can't do that. Bruce Pritchard discussed this on his podcast, and while he didn't address the racial side of things, he did describe Troy as a former ice hockey pro who felt the need to let everybody know he could beat up the locker room. What an idiot. I suppose this was his testing ground because reports from the time described the scene after as a proper bloodbath. There was mess everywhere. Amazingly, Coco was fired at first before more details came to light. He was then swiftly rehired as Jim was forced to resign, and good. I've already said this, you can't do that stuff. Number 35, 1990 and the failed tryouts. So if these had worked out, the landscape of pro wrestling as we know it today would have been vastly different. Because our brains do tell us now that 19's wrestling was totally changed by 2 major people, Eric Bischoff and Paul Heyman. Bischoff was the guy who looked to Japan when he was in charge of WCW to create the NWO storyline, whereas Heyman's ECW took the rulebook and threw it out the window. If you wanted to see the evolution of sports entertainment for a modern audience, it was likely happening here. That's why all the other promotions swiftly stole their ideas. If the WWE had been astute to this, though, they could have actually stopped it because both guys were auditioned for different roles long before any of this kicked off. In 1990, Eric was given a try as an announcer for the company, but he didn't get it. Bischoff himself has said he wasn't ready or very good at the time, but hey, this is how we learn. And he did alright off the back of it. There's also plenty of rumors that Paul had the same opportunity with the same fate, and imagine we'd gone the other way. The WWF could have stopped their competition long before it was ever a thing. Who knows what that looks like? And now we shall never know. Number 34, 1991, and the secret abandoned return. In early 1991, Brutus the Barber Beefcake made his accidentally hilarious return to the WWF. It was actually quite serious because 6 months prior he had destroyed his entire face thanks to a parasailing accident. It was so bad he needed help breathing. That is terrifying. Brutus also needed so much fixed he was basically more metal than man, and when he was healed, the WWF invited him back. The problem is he would have to work under a mask because he needed serious protection. We decided to tie this in and make Beefcake some sort of superhero, because any time a heel like Earthquake or Rick Martel tried to cheat, he would run in and headbutt them, and this hurt because of said mask. The sad funny side comes into play because you will never have seen these. Apparently they look so bad, the WWF never decided to wear them. Yep. Even the family crowds dismissed them, which is not good. What a horrible time this must have been for Ed Leslie. He had just been through hell, then he had to deal with this. It must have been difficult enough to return anyway, then your first angle is a bust. Nobody deserves that. Number 33, 1992, and the worst gimmick ever. No, it's not the gobbledygooker, but you can argue that. You wouldn't get much pushback from me. When we do get into the nitty-gritty though, there is someone that could even rival our colourful turkey friend. You may know him best as WCW's Roadblock. What we don't talk about is 1992 and when he signed for the WWF as the Retriever. Oh, yes. Instantly, I'm sure you're thinking about the real-life Joe D'Acquisito being a dog, but surely not, right? Even with all the other nonsense Vince McMahon came up with, a sports entertainment dog who's actually a man is too much. Sadly, there's no footage that exists, so we can't say for sure, but look at this. If we go to Cage Match, we can find a solitary match where Brian Costello took on the Golden Retriever, managed by the Genius. So I'm sorry, he was definitely made out to be a mutt. That name is way too close. The fact you can't see this likely means even the WWF knew what they had done, but please, if you have any more knowledge, let me know. I am desperate to get it confirmed, especially because this guy ain't ever main eventing WrestleMania. What a way to be brought in. Number 32, 1993, and Sabu's mad WWF tryout. Sabu was integral to ECW's success. His craziness in many ways summed up what the promotion was all about, because you never knew what he was going to do. The man was nuts. In October 1993, though, we almost changed the timeline because, yeah, he had a tryout with the WWF. Amazingly, his opponent for that was Scott Taylor, or the future Scotty 2 Hottie, and apparently this didn't go well at all. Was not asked to come back for a round 2. The irony was, 1 year later, Sabu had become so popular within wrestling, a We Want Sabu sign made it to a house show. Road agent Jack Lanza was so mad about this, he went into the stands and confiscated it. That's how the upper brass felt about the homicidal maniac. It's also how fast things can change in wrestling, however, and that's why you just never know. 31, 1994, and the exposing of the business. So we all knew the deal anyway in 1994, but the reason we should talk about this is because it's pre-Brian Pillman loose cannon. It meant that anything in mainstream pro wrestling had still been mostly presented as legitimate competition when we got to the 26th September episode of Raw. It came during a syndicated version of the broadcast, so it was niche, but a Belgian commentator decided he was done with being employed, so literally told the audience what they were seeing is fake. He really lost it too, talking about baby faces and heels, and if you need a comparison, it would be like Michael Cole telling you that Jimmy and Jey Uso still love each other really. They're only fighting because the story says they should. This is another tale where we don't know much more because the only info was a few sentences in the Wrestling Observer newsletter. And I mean, when it comes down to it, I suppose people sometimes just go crazy. Number 30, 1995, and Triple H's difficult debut. The Hunter-Hearst Helmsley gimmick was very of its time. Everybody had to have some kind of ridiculous persona during the mid-90s, so as Triple H was really named Paul Levesque, we made him a Greenwich Blue Blood. Boo him, because he has money. It was sort of an updated $1 Million Man, but played way more cartoony, and it most definitely had a ceiling. That's why a few years after, Hunter totally reinvented himself. It went so well, he is now in charge of the whole thing, and that was always his plan. By the early 2000s, the game was sitting in production meetings. It worked out very well. It's also why he doesn't want to talk about his first ever opponent in the WWE, because he fought Buck Zomhoff, who would later be convicted as a sex offender. That is awful. Number 29, 1996, and the House Show from Hell. The WWF roster in 1996 wasn't very good. The company was still trying to figure it all out after the 80s boom, and this is when they chose to make every wrestler have another job. We've talked about it, it was weird. It also meant there were more bad matches on TV than good ones, and one particular house show was apparently terrible. Happening in June when the company was in Kentucky, this went especially bad, because after some plane delays, barely anybody was able to get to the event. It meant that Aldo Dantoya and Duke the Dumpster Droese had to stall for 45 minutes for others to try and catch up. 45 minutes. We even had to split this into 2 matches as we were getting updates in real time. And get this, Duke turned heel in the first one to justify round 2. That actually sounds really good. The Angry Garbage Man. They were genuinely going to go another 15 minutes when everybody else turned up, and I'm sure they were pretty pleased about this. They're not stupid. Number 28, 1997, and Hammer Time. Nepotism in wrestling is everywhere. Hell, it dominates all forms of entertainment because if your mum and dad is successful, why wouldn't you use this? I get it. Sometimes you also have sway given your status, and in 1997, one Mark Mero found himself in this position. He had been brought in as somebody the WWF wanted to push, and before they changed all that, he recommended a wrestler to the office, Van Hammer. Now, Hammer had quite the name based on his WCW run, but he was kind of massive and kind of clumsy. The dude fell over a lot, and I get that. I go down all the time. No one ever thought he would get into the World Wrestling Federation, though, and he didn't. He didn't pass the tryout because even the body-obsessed Vince McMahon realized it wasn't a good fit. Maybe this is why they stopped getting behind Mark II, but hey, at least he went to bat for his friend. Number 27, 1998, an underage love. Anytime I talk about the Attitude Era, I try to remind you that some of it was terrible. This is a case in point. The Kai En Tai versus Val Venus feud was mad anyway because Vince Russo decided an episode of Raw should end with the Japanese group trying to cut off Val's penis. Who was this for? Do you want to know why they were beefing to begin with too? Because Venus had slept with manager Yamaguchi-san's wife, and therefore his groin must be removed. The thing is, when the internet looked into this, the person playing the wife role was only 17. This begs the question then why the WWE thought it was okay to film a segment where she shared a bed with Val. This is unreal. There was also plenty of awful, scantily clad shots of her, which were bad anyway and worse now, and some of the things Jerry Lawler said on commentary. And sure, maybe some people didn't know her age, but no, just no, we should never have done this, and it deserves way more fuss even today. It totally crossed the line. Number 26, 1999, and Gorilla Monsoon, who was still doing commentary. I do not remember this. Could be because the jump from WWF in 1995 to 1999 was so vast, it's hard to ever see those from yesteryear involved with the new production. It's why if I told you King Mabel fought Ken Shamrock a year prior to this, you'd say no way, but trust me, he did. It was the same for Gorilla Monsoon because here and there throughout the year, he did indeed still do some announcing. Which rocks, by the way. Gorilla is the best. It also meant he got to give his opinion on Vince McMahon being in the Royal Rumble, and once called him over his head and arrogant. People would still call Monsoon the president as well, which is just a lovely Easter egg. And I tell you, nobody will ever do it like Gorilla. Number 25, 2000, and the Explosion match. At WrestleMania 16, the WWF decided to get as many wrestlers on the show as possible. That's nice in a way, but we only got one singles match and got random fights like Rikishi and Kane taking on X-Pac and the Road Dogg. I'm not sure that's Mania worthy, but what do I know? It was good that Big Keish got the nod as he was getting crazy over, but at one point we were just going to do X-Pac versus Kane, who had been feuding for ages. When that was on the cards too, management actually considered doing an exploding death match. Yep. I mean, it was the year 2000s and mad stipulations were all over the place. Ultimately, they decided there was no way to pull it off, and thank goodness for one Sean Waltman. Given their characters, you have to imagine he would have been the guy getting blown up all over the place. I think even though the final match was a bit drab, this was still the better choice, because the way I look at it, we don't need to explode wrestlers. Number 24, 2001, Shane McMahon got weird. I'm not sure why this happened, but we need to delete it. It's all very bizarre. But back in 1999, Shane and Stephanie McMahon appeared on Off the Record, and for some reason host Michael Landsberg decided to ask if Steph would ever follow in Deborah's footsteps. When they asked to elaborate, he just said puppies. Good grief. Shane then butted in and spoke on behalf of his sister's breasts and said they were cute. This is the worst thing ever. Obviously, eventually, Stephanie did get this surgery, which was often referenced on Raw, but when Shane appeared on the Opie and Anthony show in 2001, he was once again asked about this. Can you please just stop it? For some reason, Shane O never gave a damn, and his response was that Steph's breasts were two great excuses to tune into SmackDown. Now, please take me home because I don't want to be here anymore. And I get it was a different time at the turn of the century, but one rule I would like to keep is not saying creepy things about your siblings. That to me feels like a keeper no matter what. Number 23, 2002, and Albert loses it. I mean, we called him Prince Albert. If you don't know what that means, Google it, but get ready to delete your history instantly. Don't understand why we do this to wrestlers. It's not fair. It's also a shame as the real-life Matt Bloom proved time and time again he was a big dude that could move, but this gimmick cursed him. Fans picked up on it instantly and loved chanting Albert at the guy like it was the episode of The Simpsons. This happened all the time before the crowd added an extra one to boot. Shave your back. Yep, Albert was a hairy so-and-so, and as he didn't razor this off, we all just yelled at him. According to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, though, in 2002, during a house show, Albert had enough of this, so when the crowd wouldn't shut up, he mooned them. I know it was slightly after the fact, but the Attitude Era and the fallout was just wild. Imagine if somebody like Omos did this today too. Not sure you should be showing your ass no matter what. You're gonna get in trouble. Number 22, 2003, and the burial of Edge. Even though he just did what he was told. Wrestling. It's fair to say that business wasn't as good as it had been from 2002 onwards, no matter what the WWF tried. The bubble had just burst, this happens. We even did Hogan versus Flair on free TV. That led to Brock Lesnar whooping Hulk as somebody thought maybe new stars would fare better, but when that also struggled, we started to throw things at the wall right into 2003. The real issue is that no one could figure out what to do with those who were finally coming through, so the powers that be actually asked these folk to submit weekly reports. That's right. Tell us what we can do better and more creatively. All these people included Edge, who decided to jump right in and asked repeatedly why everything he did made no sense. He also wanted to know what the long-term idea was, and as we know, there was none. We were booking by the seat of our pants, which was the issue. Turned out WWE didn't actually want to hear this anyway because they just wanted everything to be great. According to the 16th June Wrestling Observer, Adam Copeland felt this because after reading Edge's notes, Johnny Laurinaitis replied and said, "Really, you should be more positive." That's amazing. Another way to put it would just be, don't give us feedback. And after a few weeks, this charade was killed. It was a waste of time anyway. Nobody was ever going to read those notes. Number 21, 2004, and the John Cena shock. Or the fact that WWE had lost faith in him. They don't talk about this today now, do they? We all know that 2 years prior, Cena was in trouble as management didn't get him after he debuted against Kurt Angle. They wanted more ruthless aggression, and when they didn't get it, decided John was just another body guy. There's nothing they can do with him. Now actually, Cena was doing fine, but that's not a fun of a story, and either way. Eventually, Stephanie McMahon saw him freestyling on a bus, told him to do it on TV, and the rest is history. One of the most important guys ever in WWE history. The thing is, even after this, there were some hurdles. We go back to the Wrestling Observer newsletter from May 2004, where it was reported after a great reaction at Madison Square Garden, there was now an internal backlash against Cena. Ruh-roh. Dave Meltzer had more, as apparently one veteran didn't think John's ring work was up to where it needed to be, and if anything, he'd been plucked from developmental too early. Furthermore, he didn't seem to be improving on the road. Now you can have your guesses as to who this was, but my word were they wrong. Whatever Cena was doing totally worked and fans were lapping it up. This is because moves are not important and it's how and when you do them. Go and listen to anyone talk about John and they all agree that is his forte. Dare I say this was just stupid wrestling politics rearing its head again. Number 20, 2005, and the Triple H story. So this was the period where everybody got mad at Triple H. They felt like he held titles too long and should have put the likes of RVD, Jeff Hardy, and Booker T over. There's no point getting too in-depth into it now. It's a forever conversation right up to WrestleMania 32 and that Sting match. That one was ridiculous. Just let Sting win. Rob Van Dam and Jeff Hardy are the real chats to be had because, yeah, if we had changed their narrative a little bit, who knows where they'd be. But at the same time, both ran into personal issues too. Could have made things more problematic for the company. So see, this can just go on and on. The Booker T one is far easier because we did get to WrestleMania, which is a big deal, but the ending to that was just bad. Booker should have destroyed the awful people known as Triple H and Ric Flair, as that was part of the story. It was a total mistake. In 2005, he went and did this by accident though, which makes it way funnier, especially because it happened at the Mr. Olympia contest. Paul Levesque had started attending these as a big bodybuilding fan, but of course wrestling questions would be brought up. Therefore, when he was asked why Heat regular Johnny Parisi wasn't getting a bigger push, Trips replied, "I don't know who that is." Whoops. Better still, this was Johnny Swinger, who is here, there, and everywhere else these days. I suppose you can't be aware of everyone. Number 19, 2006, and the UFC star. These days, the WWE loves athletes. They even have the NIL program where they go around the USA looking for college standouts who may be able to make it as pro wrestlers. There's pros and cons to this, but hey, may as well do it. Find one with a personality and it could be money. Look at Trick Williams. That dude is likely going to main event WrestleMania one day. The roots of this do go all the way back to the early 2000s where Gerald Briscoe had this role. He would go to different schools and watch these people perform to see if they had what it takes. According to Dave Meltzer, one person Gerald did lay his eyes on was an NCAA Division I collegiate national champion named Ben Askren. That may ring a bell. Briscoe was keen as Ben had charisma, but the worry was his size. He knew what Vince McMahon wanted and he wasn't sure Askren was big enough to make a splash. they didn't make an offer. As we now know, Askren to make it all the way to the UFC and got over thanks to his personality, although it didn't go all his way. In 2019, he got whooped by George Masvidal after a famous war of words. Ben would then do interviews saying that MMA was a crap career and that maybe one day he could even beat the undefeated Khabib. Sounds like a pro wrestler to me, and back in 2006, my gosh, it was exactly what WWE needed. Number 18, 2007, and Vince hates developmental. By 2007, OVW was all over the place. There had been a time under Jim Cornette where it was doing pretty well, and even when Paul Heyman stepped in, he helped along the likes of CM Punk. Once they were out the door, though, the whole thing basically collapsed, and within a year, the relationship between the two had been totally killed off. Instead, WWE went to Deep South Wrestling for their budding new recruits, where Jody Hamilton was in charge. Just go and read about what happened there, however. The rumor was they forgot to even book talent on shows to help them grow. Whoops. Bill DeMott was the head trainer who decided the old school ways had to be adhered to, so just pushed his trainees way too hard and often, it was said, humiliated them. There's some mad stories about stink faces. We'll leave it there. It was so bad, WWE shut it all down, and this was done all cloak and dagger. A group led by John Laurinaitis got in the building and took anything of WWE out of there. They weren't going back. McMahon was so appalled by all of this, he declared they didn't need such a system, so gave up on the whole thing for a few years. Soon became clear you do need such help, which is when we got FCW, which soon became NXT. You know the rest. Number 17, 2008, and the return of Kurt Angle. Almost. Obviously, this didn't happen. In our timeline, he left WWE in 2006 and returned in 2017. And by that point, even Angle will tell you he was broken down. The man had given so much, it was ridiculous. The highlight of round 2 was definitely the WrestleMania match where he teamed with Ronda Rousey to fight Triple H and Stephanie McMahon. And if you want to know why he was wrecked, go and watch his TNA run. Kurt was possessed during this period of his career. It really was quite incredible. People still get sad about the fact Baron Corbin retired him, but we've talked about that before. There's only one person to blame. But we may have had way more Angle in the WWE if a creative idea was followed up on. Overtures were made in 2008 to test the waters, I suppose because Kurt was doing so well, until the company thought better of it. When Angle left, he was dealing with some serious personal issues, and they weren't entirely sure he was past all that. It's a shame in many ways, because if this had happened, we could have got the likes of Kurt Angle versus Daniel Bryan or CM Punk. Let's not think about it. Number 16, 2009's big WrestleMania match. At WrestleMania 25, we got one of the best matches of all time. Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker stole the show and is still spoken of today, but here's the twist. Even though we got the sequel 12 months on, it almost didn't happen at all. For there was talk early on that Taker should face Chris Jericho on this evening in case Edge wasn't back from injury in time. To be fair, this was almost immediately abandoned and was more of a what-if deal, and besides, the rated R superstar did make it back, and surprised us all at the Royal Rumble. Furthermore, Michaels was telling anyone who would listen that he was done because the grind had become too much, so yeah. I'm sure officials were looking for anyone and everyone. Given that WWE wanted Shawn not to leave, they sort of just ignored this, and the real ridiculous nature is that we did do Taker vs Jericho on SmackDown. Chris has talked about this as well and how him and the Dead Man barely had any matches, so that is an oversight. Done at the show of shows with the right build, it may have actually been pretty damn good. Number 15, 2010, and the Abandoned Stable. When something gets hot in wrestling, people follow the trend. I don't think this is a bad idea, because it's like Gears of War's active reload. Everybody should steal it. WWE were always happy to do this, which is why we did have the Legacy Group, who were essentially based off Evolution, and they were based off DX. There's varying levels of success, but that's where it all came from. Even X Factor were born out of hoping to emulate this. Problem there was they were treated like jokes. Legacy was an interesting one, as we hoped that Randy Orton as the leader could elevate Ted DiBiase Jr. and Cody Rhodes, but this was all messed up. WWE thought Ted was the big star here, and Rhodes was nothing more than a mid-carder. You got this wrong. They did get their big triple threat match at WrestleMania 26, but it was okay at best. But because we were dedicated to Ted, after this, he was meant to get a brand new group of his own. That would put him in the Orton position, which would give him some credibility, I suppose. But there was the error. When Triple H did this in Evolution or Randy after him, they were already established. DiBiase was anything but, so there were obvious cracks. I suppose management knew this as it never happened, and honestly, his underlings were going to be his brother Brett and Joe Hennig, so maybe this was actually all about nepotism. Number 14, 2011, and the Zack Ryder madness. This was so dumb. If anybody ever needed evidence that the brass ring didn't exist, go back and watch Zack Ryder in 2011. As he wasn't getting any on-screen opportunities, he went and made a YouTube show to try and get himself over, and man, he totally smashed it. Long Island IZ was ahead of the curve with this type of content, and people loved it. They also wanted to see it get featured more on WWE TV, so made their voices heard, but in many ways was the worst thing possible. It's almost like the company were mad this happened and even madder that we liked him, so they took Ryder and made him do really silly things. He was given the US title, but no pomp and circumstance to go along with that, and had his girlfriend Eve Torres cheat on him with John Cena. Then he got thrown off the entrance ramp. It was brutal. Such was Vince's rage about all this, he allegedly even got mad about a Zack t-shirt, which read, "Take care, spike your hair." And why was this so egregious? Because TNA was airing on Spike at the time. That is crazy behavior. It got worse as my man wanted to pull the entire merch line until relenting. I really hope it's because someone told him, "Hey boss, you being bonkers." Number 13, 2012, and Daniel Bryan. WrestleMania 28, Sheamus killed Daniel Bryan. I find it hard to get mad now because it sent Bryan to the WWE title, but at the time this was silly. Wrestling fans were not happy. This could also be due to the fact Daniel was called a nerd constantly throughout this run, mostly because Vince McMahon liked to bully him. I mean, he couldn't even believe that Bryan was a vegan. How on earth can you be a real man and not eat meat? There has been some more interesting discourse since then, mostly as hindsight is a powerful tool. For example, rather than some stupid new name, Daniel Bryan was a nod to his indie career. It doesn't happen all that much. Even though The Miz was his mentor, Bryan did beat him on pay-per-view, and look, he had been the world heavyweight champion. Therefore, the reasoning behind this 18-second squash was more to help Sheamus than to ruin Daniel. Maybe it was a bit of both. To be fair, WWE claimed this was meant to be an homage to Bruno Sammartino, who won his maiden title in under a minute. I suppose we'll never know, and again, it all worked out. Number 12, 2013, and the cooling of the Shield. So we have touched on something similar in this list with John Cena, and yep, it happened with the Shield too. When you think about it, it's not too surprising because it all comes down to how much Vince McMahon loved Roman Reigns. He didn't care that he was getting booed on every show, although it was an issue. There were other people that liked to pretend that Roman wasn't a great explosive babyface. Thing is, he was just miscast, was always the guy. Apart from one brief moment. Because as mentioned in the Wrestling Observer newsletter in August, Triple H had decided the Wyatt family should be the new bad guy heel group on the show, and that they should beat Roman, Dean Ambrose, and Seth Rollins. Which they did. You can see this on your TV. There was more here, however, because there was some bad blood too. Word has it that the Shield had roughed up the Undertaker and Randy Orton more than they should have done, so that meant they had to be moved downward for a while. Did happen too, so I assume there was some truth to it, but long term, meh, didn't make a difference at all. Rollins, Ambrose, and Reigns basically run wrestling right now. Number 11, 2014, and nobody wants the streak to end. The biggest moment of 2014 was at WrestleMania when Brock Lesnar defeated The Undertaker's undefeated streak. People genuinely could not believe it. Even now, it gets debated. Vince McMahon made the call on the day of the show as he thought Taker was done and didn't have many manias left. To be fair, he wasn't overly wrong. After this, it was a slow walk to retirement for Mark Calloway. He had given the industry everything. All it takes is a quick look through all the wrestling reports, though, and yeah, the majority viewpoint within WWE was that Dead Man losing was totally incorrect. They would have said something to Vince too, but that may have affected their job, so they didn't. That old chestnut. Even Steve Austin came out swiftly after the fact to say he didn't like it, which sort of sums it up. But look, man, this was 10 years ago. So if you are still worrying about it, I have some information for you. Just stop and go get a real problem. Number 10, 2015, in that New Japan chat. Triple H clearly wanted to work with New Japan in 2015. Made sense as so many NXT recruits had come from there, so during NXT TakeOver Brooklyn, he booked Tyler Breeze versus Jushin Thunder Liger. It was really cool. I would guess Paul Levesque then wanted to open up communications, but then NJPW chairman Taki Kiani didn't want any of that because he thought the game was up to no good. Specifically, he was furious that Triple H wanted to air some New Japan footage on the WWE network because that meant only one thing. WWE could see what Japanese wrestlers did well in the ratings and snap them up. This was his thought process. To be fair to that guy, this was based in evidence because it was the exact strategy the WWF had taken during their national expansion. In the 80s, many territory stars were showcased on World Wrestling Federation television, and as soon as they got a liking to this new exposure, they signed up properly. That's why NJPW stopped it instantly and started their own plans to expand into the West. The irony being a few years later, AEW was born and basically did this anyway. Whoops. Number 9, 2016, and Daniel Bryan tries to get fired. When Daniel Bryan did retire in 2015, he didn't agree with the decision. It was a WWE choice, so right after this, he spent 2 years trying to get cleared. He did this on his own time too. He was desperate to get back in the ring. As Daniel did remain under contract, he was put back on TV as an authority figure. Before long, was also a part of Talking Smack. I think Bryan liked doing that. There was no script whatsoever. He also had great chemistry with the then Renee Young, which made this a must-see program, especially as Bryan reveled in the fact he could just take shots at WWE and his fellow superstars. Therefore, he asked AJ Styles about his flat feet based on some mad rumors regarding Styles' opinions on the flat earth theory, and had that now infamous on-air row with The Miz. He basically told him he was a crap wrestler. It did feel like Daniel didn't really care, and that's because he didn't. As he told Renee on her podcast in 2022, Bryan admitted he was so mad he wasn't allowed to wrestle or leave his contract, he figured he'd just try and get fired. At least then he'd be free. This is also why he said James Ellsworth had a huge hog. I'll let you figure that one out, but producers did tell him to stop, and Daniel said to them, "No, I don't think I will." Number 8, 2017, and Cody's predictions. The AEW versus WWE war today is out of control in many corners of the internet. The tribalism is unreal, as people forget how important both companies are. Makes for a better ecosystem. Even in 2017, there were hints when the Elite invaded Raw as part of their YouTube show Being the Elite. As there was no AEW, it was good for the Young Bucks and co because it got a lot of people talking, especially as we all get carried away. Maybe they are going to do something silly on the show itself. During this visit, they even snapped a pic with friend Jimmy Jacobs, which did the rounds after he posted it to Instagram. And yep, that led to him being let go, which is utterly bonkers. Turned out Cody knew the deal because, as Matthew and Nicholas Jackson talked about in their own autobiography, Rhodes said to them soon after this, "You do realize we're at war with them, right?" I'm sure they laughed it off at the time. Turns out he was spot on. Almost like he knew. Number 7, 2018, and the real reason the McMahon said sorry. This is still wild. Feels like a fever dream. But in December 2018, the McMahons realized the year in question had been terrible creatively, so came to the ring and apologized. Stephanie even said we hadn't been doing a good job lately, whereas Vince was a bit different. He didn't need any help from the audience. Sure. It soon became a story as all the heat was shifted onto Constable Baron Corbin, which was most unfair, because that guy was just doing his job. Talk about being thrown under the bus. His life was also likely impossible as he dealt with last-minute script changes and constantly changing narratives. Best part is it didn't help. 2019 weren't all that great either. If you are wondering why this changed and why it kind of felt like a road to nowhere, it is because, allegedly, the WWE thought they were about to sign some major talent, and their arrival would be the "see, we told you." And then those people didn't join. It would, of course, have been the Elite who were in talks during this period before they all went and signed for AEW. Could be another reason there is bad blood here. The big apology angle had been burned into dust. All of it was dumb anyway. Don't say sorry. Just get back to work and make it better. Number 6, 2019, and WWE's AEW fears. Everything changed in 2019. For the first time in almost 2 decades, WWE had proper competition again. They realized that business practices had to change after Shawn Spears asked for his release and went to AEW, and they can't have that. The perception would be people were jumping ship. Luke Harper was even told this by Triple H when he tried to do the same, and he even got offered a deal where if he stayed, he could work New Japan. Word is they said the same to Bryan Danielson too, although neither of these actually happened. FTR also wanted out the door, but they too were blocked, even though WWE COO George Barrios once said, "The last thing WWE wants is to lock guys up." Yeah, right. The Wrestling Observer went into this in the 15th of July issue because apparently everyone was seeing what the deal with AEW was, apart from Roman Reigns. Makes sense, he had the spot. Given how many wrestlers were being misused, however, no wonder they wanted a different opportunity somewhere else, and it helped those that did stay get all the money. Rumors suggest AJ Styles got a mega bump in pay when his contract was up. WWE even re-signed the likes of the Good Brothers under the guise of the fact that WWE will always be there, and then they fired them anyway. That was mean. It could have changed everything too, because as Styles' contract was coming due, AEW considered making their first big feud the Elite versus the Bullet Club, which had kicked off in Japan, and AJ would have fit right into that. It never happened, but yeah, WWE knew this wasn't good, so they tried to close the door, because they knew. Of course they did. Number 5, 2020, and the challenge. How does a wrestling promotion get hot? This is the eternal question because it's what everybody wants. As once reported, it is not actually head. It is something AEW is dealing with in 2024 as they try to refine this fire. But as we were reminded in 2020, the secret solution sometimes is right there. The reason AEW was beating NXT during the Wednesday Night Wars is because it was a more interesting show. It was also going to different arenas, so when you combined the two, NXT looked like small fry. Even if that wasn't true, it became the perception. I mean, it was Dick Ebersol's knowledge of production which made the WWF look so massive in the 80s, and it's how New Japan became the #2 company in the 2010s. If you tuned into any major event they had, all the fans were in this huge building. That was way better than a Ring of Honor or TNA. So sure, the return of Roman Reigns was a factor in WWE coming back, but the company also built the Thunderdome to combat the pandemic and just injected some life back into Raw and SmackDown. It worked. The numbers went back in the right direction because this was the opposite of the Performance Center. Because there, it felt like you were in a funeral. It underlines how important the look of your output is and how much energy can be produced. That usually translates through the screen, and ever since then, the WWE has been riding a wave. And if we're honest, I think it's a coincidence. Number 4, 2021, and the CM Punk negotiations. When CM Punk appeared on Ariel Helwani's MMA Hour, he dropped a right doozy. In 2021, before he decided to return with AEW, he was also chatting to WWE. Well, hot damn. It was sort of funny because when Punk did appear at The Last Dance, he made out like WWE was the bane of pro wrestling. Well, to be fair, he didn't go back there, and maybe that's why. CM Punk is also not the same person as Phil Brooks, although that does tie in. So many people gravitate towards this man because he feels so genuine. It's part of his makeup. Ariel did ask about this, with Punk mostly shrugging his shoulders and saying he made a mistake by pandering to the internet crowd. Sheesh. He's now back where he belongs in the big leagues, helping to sell out crowds. I did find it wild though, as Punk in 2021 WWE feels totally alien, even more so as it was during Brock Lesnar's and Roman Reigns' dominance. Not sure he would have felt about that. Still, this did happen as revealed by the man himself. You honestly can never say never in wrestling. Number 3, 2022, and the weird re-signing of the Authors of Pain. Maybe we did this because it would be a good twist for a novel, but the Authors of Pain did indeed come back to the WWE in 2022 and didn't feature on TV until 2024. You tell me. They did join up with Karrion Kross's Final Testament crew, but as Sean Ross Sapp at Fightful reported, they had been hanging around for 2 years. I don't want to be that guy, but that sounds like easy work. It does tie into what Triple H decided to do when he got power of the company, which was to rehire everybody who got fired from NXT and kind of start again. Problem was, Vince McMahon then returned for a little bit, so anyone Hunter wanted to use was back in purgatory. I assume it would have been the same for someone like Dexter Lumis, but he had already made his way onto Raw before the change. But where else can you do nothing in your job for 24 months and kind of sit around and wait for a call? Tell you what, I desperately want to know what they were being paid. Number 2, 2023, in the Ronda Rousey accusation, which is alleged, alright? There's the word allegedly. Ronda did claim, though, that even if people said Vince McMahon was gone, he most definitely wasn't, as Bruce Pritchard was still with WWE. Therefore, Vince would have been running things through him, because Bruce is just an avatar for McMahon. This is what she said. There were also other reports from other outlets that between the TKO merger and his permanent departure, Vince was still overseeing things without being in the weeds. It's likely why we got Brock Lesnar versus Omos at WrestleMania 39. There were other tweaks which seemed suspicious when Ariel Manuel made the call to give all the power to Triple H. It was the right move, but again, Rousey didn't believe this was totally true. I would assume now there's no way back, because go to WrestleMania 40. The big hoo-ha was letting everybody know it was the Triple H era now, so nobody could even joke Vince was still around. I mean, they could have just said that out loud and we would have got it. The message was clear. Number 1, 2024, and WWE is still WWE. More of this will come out soon, I promise you that, but at the moment it is all a lot of noise. Although still, it's very interesting noise. It all goes back to January when The Rock joined the company as part of the board, and within that deal agreed to work the main event of WrestleMania against Roman Reigns. This was strange because around the same time, Cody Rhodes won the Royal Rumble, and he wanted to face Roman too. He even pointed at him, so something was gonna give. It all led to that SmackDown where Rhodes came to the ring and willingly gave up his Mania 40 main event to the People's Champ, as Seth Rollins started telling Cody to face him instead. So we were actually going to change something we had been building for years. As we now know, a huge backlash happened which forced The Rock to turn heel, and in hindsight, all of this was gold. It was the best version of Rocky in ages, and it set up WrestleMania 41. The Rock pinned Cody Rhodes in that tag match. However, it does just show you that the thinking is very much the same, because 10 years before this, it was basically the same with Daniel Bryan. If we can avoid giving the fans what they want, we will. We're just gonna go with our MO. And hey, look, both of these worked out, so it's not all bad. We did get what we wanted. All I'm saying is just keep it in the back of your mind.
In any other line of work, if you are given a task that isn't specifically within your remit, say it's well above your pay grade or well below, and the experience is either challenging or demeaning, you might react in the following way. You might tut angrily. You might exhale a lot and wear a put-upon sarcastic smile. In wrestling, if you're asked to lose and you don't feel like it, you act effectively the same way. This phenomenon is known as boo-boo face, and the following were all guilty of it, maybe. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestlers who couldn't hide their anger at doing a job. Number 10, Jonathan Gresham, Ring of Honor Death Before Dishonor 2022. If you're Jonathan Gresham, you have a right to be a bit pissed off. That doesn't justify the expression he wore at Death Before Dishonor, but it does explain things. As mentioned in the intro, this sarcastic, detached body language is involuntary. The affronted person could do some breathing exercises when they feel a rage roiling within. It can be managed, but it's cathartic not to do that. Gresham had reigned with the ROH World title for 224 days in a dismal time for the promotion. Because AEW had subsumed ROH's selling point and gobbled up its entire market share practically, only the Ultra Committed gave a damn. Gresham was bumping and trying to perfect his craft, and all anybody did was laugh at the blue dots on the seat map who weren't watching. Then Tony Khan bought the promotion and had Gresham lose in a 12-minute opener to Claudio Castagnoli. Not even given the dignity of headlining the show, Gresham neglected to wear his octopus headgear and walked to the ring with a blank expression that one could easily infer said, "Screw this." Number 9, Charlotte Flair, WWE WrestleMania Backlash 2022. Charlotte Flair has been accused of the boo-boo face multiple times in her career, but she plays a very arrogant and domineering character on television. She is the queen. She is the smug, obnoxious, above-it-all living legend of the women's division. She's won the most titles and wins far more often than not. It's easy to conflate her portrayal of the character with the real-life disposition. But by Christ did she look thoroughly miserable at WrestleMania Backlash 2022 ahead of doing the JOB for Ronda Rousey. She looked bluntly like she could not be arsed with those glazed over eyes, as if she wasn't really up for the match, not in the mood. Like she'd have probably won if only she were more motivated. Number 8, Lex Luger, WWF WrestleMania 10. Lex Luger was given the mega push in 1993 and it did not pan out. Newer fans think Roman Reigns. Roman was the next John Cena when the other side of the fanbase had endured and grown to despise the original John Cena for a decade. Luger, with his Patriot gimmick, was the next Hulk Hogan when fans at the time had already grown tired of Hogan and his increasingly corny ways. At least Hogan could still make them believe he was in dire trouble simply by shaking sweat from his head like a recently bathed golden retriever. Luger celebrated a tedious and overlong count-out win over Yokozuna like he'd just won the Winged Eagle. Fans audibly preferred Bret Hart too, who they loved for his perfecting the craft, and the decision was made to make him the guy. He was coronated at WrestleMania 10, but not before Luger was given his storyline shot resulting from the Royal Rumble 1994 double elimination finish. Now Luger did have one of those faces, it must be said. He just looked like he wanted to get his night over with, when a newly crowned champion should never want it to end. Number 7, Jon Moxley, AEW Full Gear 2022. It should be stated that there is no way of knowing with 100% certainty that the performers in this list were doing boo-boo face at all. It's a big accusation, and they are hardly going to admit it after the fact, are they? Every entry here can only be inference, and a wrestler can give themselves a certain plausible deniability. They aren't doing boo-boo face, they're just putting on a mean mug with which to intimidate their opponent. Case in point, probably, you never can tell for sure, Jon Moxley at Full Gear 2022. Now, Moxley doesn't come out slapping hands with fans at the best of times. He looks like he's in a foul mood constantly, like he's ready to take it out on whichever hapless fool signed up to be his opponent that night. At Full Gear though, he looked less pissed off and more apathetic. As he made his entrance to defend and lose the AEW World title to MJF, he first had a chat with William Regal. He might as well have asked Regal if he had scouted any decent coffee places for the morning on TripAdvisor. He did perk up somewhat when entering the arena proper, but there was a tone of sarcasm to his body language, as if he'd have walked it were it not for Regal's turn at the finish. Number 6, AJ Styles, WWE Night of Champions 2023. Consider this an exercise in contrasts. Sometimes boo-boo face is hard to detect, and indeed is easy to project onto a performer. You can't tell for certain if something is wrong, but something is definitely not altogether right. Is everything altogether right with the AJ Styles WWE relationship in 2023? Now there's a question. Watch him make his entrance at the 2017 Royal Rumble ahead of his match with John Cena. He did the job then, but he was on top of the world in awesome form, and guaranteed a cushy spot at WrestleMania. You'd never have guessed he wasn't going over. His face, potentially, again you never can tell for sure, told a rather different story at Night of Champions this year. AJ hadn't done anything of note since his program with Edge the prior year, and that was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? In Saudi, he nodded his head and did the belt gesture, but he is a low-key casualty of the Triple H era. Paul Levesque hasn't expressed much interest in promoting him as one of his top stars. Again, it's all conjecture, but with his furrowed brow and subdued body language, it looked like the fire had well and truly gone out. Number 5, Drew McIntyre, WWE Clash at the Castle. Portrayed as a loving family man with a relentless work ethic, WWE basically presented the first UK stadium show in 30 years as Drew McIntyre's time. WWE neglected to take into account the rule of 3 that dominates fiction though. Drew had his moment stolen at WrestleMania 36 when he defeated Brock Lesnar at a cursed Mania show that played out in front of no spectators. A year later, he failed to recapture the WWE Championship in a losing effort against Bobby Lashley. Despite the rise of Cody Rhodes, that rule of 3 bed itself into the consciousness of WWE fans. That, combined with the hometown feel-good story, I say hometown, he is Scottish, don't forget, didn't so much indicate as signpost the outcome. It didn't happen, and while this may be a case of confirmation bias, Drew cast a sullen figure. Poor old Drew, eh? Number 4, James Storm, Impact Wrestling, November 15, 2012. Eric Bischoff promulgated this one on his 83 Weeks podcast. According to Bish, James Storm's boo-boo face was so frequent and so obvious that it became a running joke within the company. If he was to win, and Bischoff is a tedious bad faith actor, but this is a cracking turn of phrase, Storm would sprint to the ring as if he were on fire. He was otherwise the master of the boo-boo face. Now, Storm played a gruff figure at the best of times. He actually wore the would rather be anybody else face when he was scheduled to go over. On other occasions, he drank beers and slapped hands on the way to the ring like he was every babyface in the 1980s with coiffed hair. Ahead of one of several matches with former beer money partner Bobby Roode in 2012, he lived down to his reputation. Seemingly in no mood to do the job, he might have simply been setting the tone of a grudge match he took with the utmost seriousness. But he looked equally agitated. Sorry about your damn loss. Number 3, Tori, WWF WrestleMania 15. Sable was the heel technically in her storyline with Tori heading into WrestleMania 15. It was a bit weird, but it was Vince Russo's creative, so you get what you get. Basically, Tori had arrived as a stalker figure with no awareness nor respect of her hero's boundaries. Sable had made it expressly clear that she wanted no part of the advances made towards her. Tori, obsessed, did not listen until Sable gave her a Sable bomb, setting up the women's title match at the Big Show. The match was atrocious. When they were trying to escape one another's holds, they couldn't stop falling on top of each other. When they were meant to hit each other, Sable missed a crossbody block to the outside by miles. Working in 2 different universes, the match was as confusing as the build. Might that explain Tori's boo-boo face heading into the ring? Or did she, an actual trained worker who before going on hiatus did the odd spot for All Japan Women, resent doing the job? Was Sable just that difficult to work with? In any event, she walked to the ring with no discernible expression on her face at all. No determination, no game face, no nothing. Tori looked so disinterested in her performance that her entrance looked like an out-of-body experience. Number 2, Shawn Michaels, WWE SummerSlam 2005. This one is open to interpretation. Shawn Michaels did not enter a state of bereavement at the prospect of losing a predetermined fictional performance, unlike many of the others that comprise this list. At SummerSlam 2005, playing heel for the night, he walked out a man determined to put on a show. He had been Hoganed. Although Michaels was originally set to lose a trilogy 1-2, that didn't work for the Hulkster brother. He'd much preferred to simply win 1-0. Michaels was irritated by this, but he channeled his frustrations effectively. He reverted to the obnoxious loudmouth of old and made Hogan look like a right idiot. He exposed how dated and silly Hogan's stuff looked by bumping like a dad in a play fight with his toddler. The mask did slip during the entrance, however, when Michaels performed a shoveling gesture during Hogan's women's entrance. Was Michaels foreshadowing the stunt he was about to pull? He did it the second that the biggest USA flag you've ever seen unfurled behind Hogan, which would indicate that Shawn was mad at Hogan flexing his star power. Number 1, Alundra Blaze, WWF Superstars, December 2nd, 1995. This is a slight departure from the theme of the list, but is included because it has to be seen to be believed. This is more wrestler who couldn't hide their anger at doing their job. On the episode of WWF Superstars taped on November 21st, 1995, Alundra Blaze defended the WWF Women's title against Lioness Asuka. If you were a gambler, you'd have put the house on Blaze doing the job. Alundra makes her entrance and holds up the belt. She then looks backwards towards Gorilla, perhaps making sure that she definitely hits her cue, but looks so thoroughly despondent that she's almost asking if she has to make her entrance. The match is generic and shockingly Blaze actually wins with a bridging suplex. She looks crushed at the notion of defeating a fierce competitor cleanly. You cannot believe she's won, frankly, watching it back. She looks like she's been on hold with customer service for 40 minutes. This was her last match with the WWF. She was released from her contract with the WWF citing budget cuts in December, and judging from this performance, she must have sensed something was up.
Whether they simply joined the party late and their presence in the group did more bad than good, were just a silly addition that nobody ever really needed, or were even the squad's bizarre leader and weak link at the very same time. This lot will go down in history as the worst parts of some of the most legendary wrestling factions ever. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 11 awful members of iconic wrestling stables. Number 11, Michael Tarver, Nexus. In Nexus's debut on WWE programming back in June 2010 is still one of the most shocking ways Monday Night Raw has ever gone off the air. A group of hungry, violent young stars ripping through established names like CM Punk and John Cena, along with the entire ringside area and squared circle. The potential was certainly there to create a few new genuine top stars. However, even before the unit were frustratingly defeated by John Cena's team WWE at SummerSlam, it was evident that not all of these performers were destined for main event superstardom. In fact, some of them didn't even look like they were interesting enough to occupy a space in a then pretty unremarkable mid-card. Michael Tarver was unquestionably the most forgettable additional body of the lot, seemingly just acting as a nothing player brought in to look tough in the background, whilst Wade Barrett did the talking. The rest of the faction's members at least had something slightly interesting to offer, while Tarver simply became the unmemorable worker who just wore a bandana on his face, and did very little else to stand out from the rest. Number 10, Hornswoggle, D-Generation X. Though the version of D-Generation X that first burst onto the scene during the Attitude Era was undoubtedly one of the most influential and edgy teams the wrestling world has ever known, their mid to late 2000s reboot was anything but. A Triple H and Shawn Michaels, who were once the cheeky rebels of WWE, instead came across like a pair of childish old men, with the unit's targeting of the Spirit Squad with crap, and little people leaving folks wincing for all the wrong reasons. And it was that constant bullying of little people that eventually led to the recruiting of WWE's resident leprechaun, Hornswoggle. The whole thing was about as dumb, offensive, and painful as you'd expect. After being a-holes to the former Cruiserweight champion for a spell, HBK and the Game were eventually taken to little people's courts. Because lol, look how little everything is, are you not entertained? That particularly awkward skit and many of the others involving poor Hornswoggle and other diminutive figures being the butt of the degenerates' jokes, with WWE at their deeply unfunny PG era worst. And Swoggle eventually acting as DX's mascot just opened the door for even more stupid backstage nonsense. The helmet-wearing member hilariously attacking Santino Marella like Triple H's personal guard dog just about summed up everything that was wrong with this surreal piece of recruiting and faction as a whole at this point in time. Number 9, Shawn Michaels, NWO. It turns out that D-Generation X members Hornswoggle and Shawn Michaels both have something in common. Each black and green wearing individual eventually made an iconic faction instantly worse. Admittedly, the once unstoppable NWO unit had already seen its fair share of absolutely dreadful additions over the years, with just about every name on the WCW roster donning various versions of the iconic shirts before the promotion died a death / was bought by WWE in 2001. But HBK's joining of the sports entertainment iteration of the villainous squad was perhaps the worst of the lot, mostly due to just how little sense the whole thing made. After all, Michaels had been a WWE guy throughout the Monday Night Wars, making him the very first member of the team team who never wrestled under a WCW contract. And with HBK also being a part of the aforementioned DX Rebels for a time, WWE's answer to Hulk Hogan's anti-heroes, the whole thing just felt like a dumb way to get him on screen with old pal Kevin Nash. Too sweet, real. The faction, one made up of the aforementioned Clickmates, Big Show, and X-Pac by 2002, was already way past its best by the time a then-retired Michaels bafflingly joined their ranks. And HBK's arrival as the NWWE's mouthpiece was an ill-thought-out move that couldn't save the unit from finally being disbanded a month or so later. Again, you could chuck a number of names into the awful NWO member category, but Michaels as technically the team's final ever leader was just odd. And while we're on the subject of the NWO, I want to know what was your favorite ever NWO moment. Probably not Shawn Michaels joining, but you let me know what was in the comment section down below. Number 8, Rocco the Doll, Legion of Doom. Joining Hornswoggle as an unexpected mascot who did absolutely nothing for one of the greatest units of all time, the legendary Road Warriors / Legion of Doom added a rather wooden member back in 1992. Hawk and Animal, along with their manager Paul Ellering, were eventually joined by a ventriloquist doll by the name of Rocco in WWE. That's right, two of the most terrifying forces of nature ever to roar down a WWE ramp were saddled with a ridiculous puppet mascot, complete with badass leather jackets and shades, of course. And why? Well, according to Animal, this was the company's way of attempting to both show a softer side of the frightening Road Warriors and move some more merchandise. In other words, Rocco was WWE's 1990 version of the horrifying Lily folks. Others would join forces or make up members of the iconic faction as the years rolled by, with the likes of Heidenreich, Droz, Ahmed Johnson, and Kensuke Sasaki all going full Road Warrior at points, to varying degrees of success. However, it's hard to look past that creepy little dummy, one that would eventually mysteriously go missing at the airport after completely undermining the Icon's awesome SummerSlam 1992 entrance as the Legion of Doom's worst ever ally. Number 7, Bone Soldier, Bullet Club. No matter where you look, Bullet Club's fingerprints are all over the modern-day wrestling business. WWE's current top babyface sensation Cody Rhodes, AEW's elite EVPs, Judgment Day Kings, OC Lads, Undisputed Kingdom leaders, and many more have all formed part of the unit at different times. And while the faction's alumni section may be an absolute who's who of top-level talent, not every BC member has been a hit. Some of those shots have well and truly missed the target. Perhaps the biggest miss in Bullet Club history can be seen in the utter embarrassment that was the Bone Soldier character. A gimmick so dreadful, not only did one-time BC leader Kenny Omega once class him as an intergalactic disaster, the one-time captain New Japan also earned the title of Worst Gimmick of 2016 in the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards. Unsurprisingly, the dreadful member didn't last too long within the stable, with the crap Halloween mask, tracksuit pants, and skull shirt wearing jobber being released just 6 months on from joining the squad. A new Bone Soldier would ultimately arrive in 2018, with Teiji Ishimori picking up the mantle this time around, and instantly being an improvement on the prior iteration, though it didn't take much, did it? Number 6, Sim Snooker, Legacy. Known more for his stint as part of the silly greaser unit Deuce and Domino, and also being the guy that failed to catch The Undertaker at WrestleMania, Sim Snooker, son of Jimmy Snooker, actually also ended up being associated with a far more notable faction during his time as a WWE superstar. Though Randy Orton's own version of Evolution is largely remembered for being the stable that boasted the likes of a young Cody Rhodes and Ted DiBiase Jr., there were also a few other forgotten potential legacy players early on, along with Manu, who at least made a bit of an impact by helping to take out Batista in late 2008. Sim Snooker found himself in the pool of talent Orton was pretty much auditioning to join him in what would become the Legacy. Despite technically surviving longer than Manu during this early Legacy testing phase though, Sim was embarrassingly given the boot after not being the one to pick up the pin in a tag match alongside Rhodes. Looking every bit like a loser with a capital L, the painfully bland Sim then chose to align himself with Manu, as the rejected duo hatched a plan to assault Orton with another multi-generational talent. That secret ally was none other than DiBiase Jr., of course, with Ted soon turning his back on the Legacy tryout lads to form the official threesome. Put simply, Sim was just a dull body to be beaten on the road to establishing the real Legacy. Cheers for watching this video today, and click on that subscribe button down below for more WhatCulture Wrestling madness. Number 5, Sid the Four Horsemen. When you think of the iconic Four Horsemen stable, you typically visualize technical, calculating masters of their craft. A bunch of effortlessly cool, cold, and usually villainous pals, determined to do whatever it took to keep their place at the very top. What probably doesn't spring to mind is the image of a chaotic giant bellowing down the lens as his eyes bulge out of his skull. But that was exactly the visual that came to be when the Horsemen opted to bring in none other than Sid Vicious to combat the might of RoboCop. Yes, that was very much a situation these icons found themselves in back in 1990. It was a weird time. On paper, bringing in a big lad to reinforce the squad wasn't actually the worst idea, but the constant source of madness that was Sid just never really fit in with the likes of Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, and co. And his brief time as part of the unit is rarely remembered by the average horseman enthusiast, mostly because of how bizarre and forgettable it was. Number 4, Jon Stewart, The New Day. 1 year on from popping the Barclays Center for his part in making sure John Cena didn't walk out of SummerSlam 2015 holding the WWE and United States Championship, former Daily Show presenter Jon Stewart was back once again for more summer fun. Only this time, he clearly wasn't anywhere near as welcome, and it might have something to do with the fact he was filling in for a rather beloved member of an iconic babyface faction that night. That member was Big E, of course, who'd had his member driven into the ring post. Stewart was seemingly called in to play the role of a sympathetic honorary New Day member. Folks were supposed to give a damn about getting bullied by Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson during Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods' match with the villains, but the whole thing was just a little bit awkward. On top of being booed throughout his appearance and producing a hugely unfunny slapstick performance as he squirmed away from Gallows and Anderson, Stewart's uncomfortable hip shaking soon cemented this guest as easily one of the worst things to ever happen to the adored New Day. New Day usually rocks. This and unicorn horn wearing Stewart did not. Number 3, Edge, The Judgment Day. From one day to another, and to the bloke who actually started what is now classed as one of the greatest factions of modern times. But just because Edge was the mind behind Raw's top heel unit, the Judgment Day, a team he created to elevate underused talent, and partly to nudge Rhea Ripley and Beth Phoenix into a ring together, doesn't necessarily mean he's among the unit's best members. In fact, he's actually the worst. Sorry, Copeland. It didn't help that fans simply didn't want to boo a rated R superstar who'd incredibly reversed his retirement a few years earlier. However, as the unit's original chief, Edge just became an increasingly dull cult leader of sorts, spouting out mountain of omnipotence nonsense as he sat on his spooky throne, lacking any of the charm, threat, or chemistry that would soon help turn this black and purple unit into one of the breakout teams of 2022-23. Adam Copeland's exit turned out to be the greatest thing that ever happened to the flippin' Judgment Day. Number 2, Eli Cottonwood, The Wyatt Family. In the wake of making a hell of an impact on the main roster in 2013, the late great Bray Wyatt's family saw a number of colourful characters come and go. But while the likes of Braun Strowman, Eric Rowan, the late Luke Harper, Daniel Bryan, and even Randy Orton all had their memorable moments as part of the captivating Wyatt family, there was actually another member who once stood beside the Waylon Mercy and Max Cady-inspired Wyatt leader. But you'd be forgiven for not knowing that Eli Cottonwood acted as Bray's silent muscle once upon a time, because he didn't actually do much of anything in the end. After just standing behind Wyatt during a few promos and matches down in FCW as the first ever member of Bray's Wyatt family in all but name, the not exactly terrifying Cottonwood was released just a few months into his run as Wyatt's pal, and that was the last WWE fans ever saw of the forgettable big man, with Eli ultimately being replaced by the likes of Rowan and Harper as the Wyatt family began to take NXT by storm. Number 1, The Creepers, The Dark Order. Oh boy! Before the terrific Brody Lee arrived to transform the silly faction into an entertaining force to be feared, the Dark Order were in a bad way on AEW programming, and it was mostly down to the fact the unit had one of the strangest debuts imaginable. Perching on a bunch of masked humans known as the Creepers, Evil Uno and Stu Grayson looked anything but menacing in the wake of battering the Best Friends and Angelico and Jack Evans at Double or Nothing 2019. But the worst was yet to come. Taking center stage in what ultimately went down in history as the worst ending in Dynamite history on December 18, 2019, those same stupid creepers swarmed the ring as the Dark Order looked to make a statement by battering the Elite and more. If that statement was "we are here to make your eyes roll at the worst worked punches in wrestling history," then mission accomplished. Thankfully, the immediately lame creepers ultimately disappeared as the late great Brody Lee helped salvage the seemingly doomed faction, turning this absolute AEW trash into a treasure of a unit who helped create some of the company's undisputed highlights.
Cameos! It is essentially what every single superhero post-credit scene is based on, and wrestling loves it too, often in hindsight. That sounds weird, but most future superstars actually appear as an extra on a major show at some point, and then when they get signed for real, we all go mad. It's like that Leonardo DiCaprio pointing meme. So do you now fancy rushing to YouTube and watching some of these right now? Well, let's go. Number 15, Johnny Gargano. Now, this was all the way back on the 27th of March 2007 SmackDown, which shows how long Johnny Gargano has been putting in the work. He deserves every ounce of success. Wonder all this was too, because as a local wrestler, he was cast as the Liechtenstein champion, Cedric von Hausen. This is basically my dream gig, and you can see how WWE made him dress right now on the screen. That's gotta be offensive to someone. Amazingly, he was facing MVP. I find it amazing this has never been referenced on WWE television, especially when he was part of The Way down in NXT. And of course, this match was over faster than you can say DIY. It wouldn't be until September 2011 when Johnny got another call, this time to work Superstars against Brodus Clay. He was now going as Joey Gray. That's another missed opportunity. After this, Gargano basically got told over and over again he'd never make it to WWE due to his size, and look at him now. He's awesome too. Goes to show, never stop believing. Number 14, Sol Ruka. This one is so good we should be talking about it more. Cast your mind back to WrestleMania 39 though. Do you remember the match that was sponsored by Cinnamon Toast Crunch? It is absolutely ridiculous, as is their mascot, but guess who was inside? That's right, Sol Ruka. Amazing. All the power to her as well, because she threw herself into this so much and just agreed to all the mad things that was asked of it, that earned her backstage brownie points. Once again, this is the best story. Also, let's face it, in a modern day wrestling world, everything has been done, except for maybe being inside a cereal box at WrestleMania. Well, that one is now gone too, so the rest of you better get your thinking caps on. Ruka had already debuted in NXT by then as well, which is likely why the mascot was never unmasked. Do not forget she suffered that horrible injury in March 2024. Ever since Sol has returned, and it's been up and up, I think the future is very bright. Let us not make a Johnny Gargano mistake here either. One day, in the middle of a blood feud, please have somebody talk about the Cinnamon Dude. It's very important. Number 13, Grayson Waller. An underutilized dude as I am talking to you today. Grayson Waller is totally happy to be 100% the bad guy with zero redeeming features. I even saw a TikTok video where he went to sign a kid's poster and he threw the pen on the ground. That's a heel. It's likely why he's game for anything, which was also true at Backlash 2021, and man, did we all deliberately forget about this quickly. Because to tie into a deal with Army of the Dead, WWE decided to do a zombies match as The Miz and Damian Priest had to do battle, with members of the undead also trying to eat them. Forget trying to suspend your disbelief, that was done. The trivia at the time was former Attitude Era star Scotty 2 Hotty was among these names, as was Grayson Waller. If you want to be a super nerd, you can watch this with an eagle eye and it's easy to figure out. I mean, it's just Grayson as a zombie. The pandemic was a huge reason for this, as WWE just tried anything and everything. I still don't get what we were meant to take away from it. I saw The Miz get eaten, but he didn't become a zombie. Therefore, they weren't real members of the Horde, so we were meant to think this was just humans dressed up. Or within the WWE sphere, zombies have no effect. I've overthought this, but it keeps me up at night. It's totally insane. Number 12, Bron Breakker. We carry on this story too because, yep, look at that. Bron Breakker was also a zombie. So essentially to cast the Horde, we just called NXT and got some of their guys. The reason Breakker caused a little bit of a fuss is because it felt like we hadn't gone as hard with his makeup. Looked like a zombie that was late to the party. In actuality, Bron was barely mentioned at all because in 2021, the buzz hadn't started yet. We knew he was Rick Steiner's kid. That was about it. This was March and he only inked his deal in February. His full debut wasn't until September. What an amazing way to start your career though, especially because Breakker had come from the world of the NFL, or at least trying to break into it. Not entirely sure you get to do this on the football field. But what do I know? The good news for Bron is that I don't think, given his current character, he'll ever be asked to do this again. Number 11, The Creed. So it's the last one for Backlash. You can see it with your eyes. The Creeds were there too. Much like in real life, they are forever joined by the hip even when they are zombies. And this picture is very funny, because Brutus is the happiest zombie you have ever seen. And he's more than pleased to have had his brains eaten. It was similar in the sense Julius and his brother weren't even on the radar of most, but they were in the system. Again, I think it was just a call and request that whoever is free can come to the Thunderdome to take part. We need bodies. And yes, that was the major reason for all of this, because of the pandemic. That's the real reason we can never go back to this. I'm not sure I could handle it again. Number 10, Jeff Cobb. Or JC Mateo, whatever we're calling him these days. It does seem weird that he would have a cameo back in 2014, given ever since then he's been traveling the world, but he did. With a far shorter haircut, Cobb went and attended a WWE tryout, and given the lay of the land, he got interviewed afterwards, as WWE loves that content. You can see it right now, and Jeff was offered a role, but it was on the Tough Enough show, plus WWE was gonna label him as an indie worker. Now, that wasn't entirely untrue, but before this, Cobb had been a world-class wrestler, so when he was told he wasn't allowed to be listed under athlete, well, I think he saw the writing on the wall. He needed to bet on himself. I mean, the guy did compete at the 2004 Olympic Games. Of course, now he is part of the Bloodline on SmackDown, although it depends when you see this video. The turnaround in the Bloodline is higher than McDonald's after punching Solo Sikoa right in the face. I mean, that is just what you do. Number 9, Trick Williams. Even with all his NXT success, Trick Williams is gonna be massive on the main roster. Dude just gets it. He's very fun to watch. Given the generation he's part of, though, he was another one. He got dragged into the Thunderdome. It was the 5th of March 2021, and on SmackDown, Trick was playing the role of random security guard. His job was to protect Apollo Crews, who, yes, at the time was playing the part of a Nigerian king. It's not good. Let's just admit that and move on. So bad. It's so surreal now because nobody went, oh, that guy on the right is going to become the first contracted WWE superstar to win the TNA World Championship. And yet here we are. That's why these cameos are so bizarre. What's next ranges from utter success to totally insane endings. I suppose that's wrestling. Number 8, Ricky Saints. Or Ricky Starks, it's your choice. But we do have to go all the way back to August 2014 here, which shows just how long he's been putting in the hours. On that episode of Raw, Ricky was enjoying his wrestling snacks at ringside while watching a Beat the Clock challenge. This is when Dean Ambrose came over to him and stole his soda. We also basically ignored Seth Rollins and Heath Slater, who were competing. The talk of the town afterwards was Saints' shocked face. He could not believe his drink was gone. I mean, let's be honest, concessions are ludicrously priced. Back in 2013, Ricky had also taken a powerbomb from Ryback because he was a Planted fan. So yeah, this has been one hell of a ride for the guy. He has most definitely waited his turn. Number 7, Stephanie McMahon. So this one is hard to believe given what we have seen, but if at the time you're not a featured performer, well, you wouldn't think anything of it. But during an episode of Raw on the 13th of November 1998, a very scared female backstage worker got even more intimidated after she saw Steve Austin wandering the halls looking for The Undertaker. I mean, he had a shovel, and he even asked her, have you seen the man? She said she had not. As I'm sure you figured out, this was Stephanie McMahon's first proper appearance on WWE TV, and before this, she was mostly a model for merchandise catalogs that would be distributed different times. The word has always been it was Vince Russo who pushed for her more and more, and by 1999, good grief, McMahon was all over the product. 2 years after that, she was also technically running WCW and ECW too. I mean, that's quite the shift. But yes, if you were watching casually in the late 90s, you'd have no clue this was someone who was gonna dominate WWE for years to come. It's a proper blink and you miss it moment. Number 6, Damian Priest. Money in the Bank 2014. Stephanie McMahon actually does feature here because she needed a security team for the evening. One of the guards was indeed the future Damian Priest. He would have been Punishment Martinez at the time, and you could tell he was a wrestler. The guy towered over everything. It was also before Priest had dropped a ton of weight, so it almost serves as a before and after. It took him ages to get his foot through the door too, because it wouldn't be until 2019 that he finally made his NXT debut. So he's another one. Just keep going, man. Believe in yourself. You never know where it's gonna finish. Number 5, Kurt Angle. The 1999 Iron Circle fight between Steve Blackman and Ken Shamrock was at least different. Went down at the Fully Loaded pay-per-view, although it was hard to see because it was so dark. At least WWE was finally leaning into what these guys brought to the table: legitimacy. The production needed work, but there was a lot of trial and error during the Attitude Era. But due to these shadows, you may never have noticed that Kurt Angle is part of this. There's a bunch of unnamed wrestlers cheering these lunatics on, and yep, one of them is the Olympic gold medalist. He even bangs the hood of a car. He wasn't going to be a regular till the end of the year, and this was July, although you do get a solid 45 seconds of him. I guess WWE wasn't worried because he wasn't the Angle we know today. He was kind of just more of a local hero. In terms of what he was going to go on to do, though, I'm not sure anybody pegged this, and Kurt Angle these days is considered one of the best in-ring workers of all time. Number 4, Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green has been around way longer than we realized, and some of the roles she was given were quite sizable. I mean, back in 2014, Daniel Bryan was involved in a soap opera affair storyline, because of course he was. Guess who was front and center? I'm hoping you said Chelsea Green. Because she was physical therapist Megan Miller on the 11th August episode of Raw, and she claimed, I'm having an affair with Daniel Bryan. I mean, again, that's a big role to play. It's an awful story, but she's still featured. A furious Brie Bella then slapped her for even suggesting the idea, and I guess it's kind of funny, because some fans remember this angle because it is so daft, but they still do not put 2 and 2 together and realize that's Chelsea. 10 years later, Green was winning the Women's US Championship too at Saturday Night's main event, the first female to achieve such a feat. So he did it again. She is Britney Spears. The future really can be bright. Number 3, LA Knight. We are back to being a security guard on Raw again, but look at the date. The 15th of August 2011 Raw. LA Knight has been working his tail off for years. He was also part of the Human Walls to stop CM Punk and Kevin Nash getting physical with each other. And man, does this dude get it. When Punk is cutting a promo, he sees the camera is right there, and he simply pops his head around Punk's shoulder so he can be seen. That's smart. Knight also gets loads of screen time because CM went off on this night and spoke for ages. He also can't be the worst person to learn from. From here, LA would scratch and claw his way to the main roster proper, and I think that's a reason fans love him so. He just gave his all to this, and he made it. It's quite the inspiration. Number 2, Randy Orton. So don't get it wrong. WWE knew they had something with Randy Orton instantly. His whole family had been part of the industry, and look at him. 6'5", built, good smile. The company loved this. For a while, these were the only type of people they were hiring. You had to tick the boxes. He would debut properly in April 2002, but 2 years before this, when the Attitude Era was still a thing, WWE aired a vignette featuring the APA and the Dudleys. It was September 2000, and the figure of Doug Basham is there too, but as it was located in a local bar, well, we have a couple of regulars, which just so happened to be Doug and Randy. They're just having a drink and a good time. Didn't last long. Bradshaw and co started a fight, and extras were being hurled around the place. So yes, if you do want to see the first appearance of a bona fide legend, here it is. From then on, he didn't do too badly. Look at him on the screen here, though. Once again, you'd never have thunk it. Number 1, CM Punk. The fact CM Punk ever even got to the WWE was amazing. He was the indie darling, and due to what WWE wanted and what Punk was, it felt impossible. Why he is one of the dudes that broke down that door, changed the game. We all know he returned to the promotion in 2023, but 20 years prior, you would have seen him on SmackDown in a bizarre cameo, because as Brock Lesnar arrived at the building, there was a bunch of fans who wanted his autograph, and one was CM Punk. If this was today, he would have run to eBay to make some money, but he is just so happy to see the beast. It's weird because most people talk about his appearance during John Cena's Mania 22 entrance, but at least that one was in Punk's hometown of Chicago. Acting like an admirer who liked Brock, I don't know. It's bizarre, really. So if you do want to be a nerd going forward, I will tell you now, my friends, spy these people, Google them, and pretend you were always a fan. Then you can get mad at others when they do jump on the bandwagon. That's just how life works. Apparently, also makes you nuts.
Many of the cliches about the wrestling industry being cyclical are true. But while the pendulum has unexpectedly swung WWE's way since Vince McMahon resigned in disgrace twice, AEW has undermined its own success by mastering the art of the cell phone. From the very beginning, AEW has gone all in, folks. Unfortunately, that meant the same flair, save for all-time great moments, has been afforded to some total stinkers too. So I am Gareth. You're watching WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 times AEW buried itself. Number 10, Discourse takes a dive. The 2020 public fallout between Jim Ross and Brandon Cutler highlighted generational tensions in wrestling philosophy in general, but underscored AEW's ongoing challenges with public relations, even during a creative zenith. Ross, still AEW's lead commentator at the time, criticized the overuse of dives in modern wrestling on his podcast, noting that all you guys go outside, you cluster up like coils, you stand there in a huddle, friends and foes together, side by side, so you can catch some leaping idiot going over the top, who never wins with this move. Jim wasn't a fan, clearly. His advocating for a more measured approach seemed short on a measured appraisal, and definitely struck a nerve with Cutler, who fired back on Twitter using Ross words against him in promotion of a multi-man match he was involved in, posting that this Wednesday on AEW Dynamite 7 vs 7. We're gonna go outside, cluster up like coils, stand there in a huddle, friends and foes together, side by side, to catch some leaping idiot going over the top. Now, where have I heard that before? The exchange divided fans and talent, and undermined AEW's vitally important image of locker room unity and mutual respect. Instead of fostering dialogue, it revealed glimmers of internal discord, slightly betraying a brand that felt otherwise invincible. Number 9, Tony Khan's questionable victory lap. In the aftermath of October 2023's one-off Tuesday night war between NXT and AEW Dynamite, an infamous Tony Khan tweet about John Cena and The Undertaker drew reactions almost far more intense than the novelty ratings battle itself. NXT, bolstered by a ludicrous slate of some of WWE's biggest stars, outdrew AEW Dynamite in total viewers, boasting 921,000 to Dynamite's 609,000. In the face of some of the usual responses to such a result, Khan seized upon a historic statistic. This was the first time the likes of John Cena and The Undertaker had appeared on a mainstream show to less than 1 million viewers. Broadly, he framed it as a moral victory for Dynamite. It was a quintessential Tony Khan move in how it kept receipts but revealed them chaotically. AEW had, after all, held its ground in the all-important 18-49 demo, drawing .26 to NXT's .30. It didn't do badly at all. But this wasn't about the numbers, no, it was about the narrative. For many, it was something of a bleak grasp for a second win, when the first would have sufficed. For Khan, the fact that WWE needed such names to fend off Dynamite's cameo on Tuesdays reinforced AEW's ailing position as a disruptor. While we're talking about NXT and AEW clashing, I want to know right now, what is your favorite moment from the AEW NXT Wednesday Night Wars? Let me know in the comments down below, baby. Number 8, not good booking. Rather fittingly, considering a golden era for All Elite Wrestling was starting to fade, it was during a Daily's Place New Year's Dash edition of Dynamite that an infamous promo exchange made end-of-year award consideration, even though both performers had left the company long before December. And out of nowhere, rivalry between Dan Lambert and Brandi Rhodes existed to set up lower mid-card tag team action with the Men of the Year and the Nightmare Family. But the uncomfortable tone and questionable execution of the fiery exchange ensured that only the talkers got any of the attention. Lambert was venomous as ever to Rhodes, calling her an ex-stripper and mocking her age. Brandi interrupted, calling Lambert a less talented version of Paul Heyman, and he offered her out for a fight there and then, leaning on his BJJ status. What a man. A mic drop followed, retorting with, "Oh, so you're a black belt? Well, I'm a black bitch. Let's go." The bizarre scene was immediately and brutally punctuated by the arrival of Dustin Rhodes to be the one to take a shot from behind by the heels, and by commentator Jim Ross. Blithely brushing it off, he remarked that this was not good booking, as the segment floundered and flailed to a nondescript conclusion. Hard to argue with him, good old JR strikes again. Number 7, nobody cares. The November 14th, 2024 edition of AEW Dynamite delivered a moment that would have once scanned as car crash TV for the challenger brand. But rather than reflecting badly on the promotion, it simply just served to bury the two people directly involved. Following a singles clash between Serena Deeb and Dr. Britt Baker DMD on the October 2nd edition of the show, won by Baker, Deeb emerged on the ramp a few weeks later following Baker's victory over Penelope Ford. Presumably, she was there to illustrate that she had unfinished business, and maybe even call for a rematch. Before she had a chance though, Baker as good as put a bullet in the story there and then. On camera and on microphone, she repeatedly and loudly said, "Nobody cares," gesturing to the quiet crowd. She referred to her as irrelevant before again drawing attention to the disinterested audience. The ordinarily composed Deeb looked momentarily flustered here, recovering only to deliver an uninspired retort that fell on deaf ears. It was all a bit awkward. What made the moment worse was the glaring lack of follow-up. Commentary barely acknowledged the exchange, with even experienced hands Tony Schiavone and Excalibur sounding like they didn't know whether to sell it as a transgressive slice of worked frustration or an ill-advised shoot. Instead of building heat for their feud, Baker's jab undermined Deeb entirely. And per this recording a month later, there's not been much verbal or physical follow-up. There's been a little bit of this in Baker's past too. Number 6, sandbagging the champion. Until an extremely promising and at times exhilarating 2024 in the AEW Women's Division, Britt Baker versus Thunder Rosa from the 2021 St. Patrick's Day Slam edition of Dynamite was the ceiling for the league. The hatred between the two simmered throughout the bloody war, elevating what was already a strong plunder match into something altogether more transcendent. As it turned out, there was more than a little fuel to the fire, and it re-emerged during an extremely questionable backstage promo a year later. Rosa had beaten Baker for the title in a good steel cage match 1 year on from their classic encounter, but had since experienced mixed fortunes as champion. In particular, there was some unflattering gossip about Rosa's supposed sandbagging of opponents, resulting in Baker dropping in on a July 14th backstage promo with Rosa and Toni Storm to hand out literal sandbags to the babyfaces. Oh boy. Already under scrutiny for inconsistent booking and a lack of comparable representation, the AEW Women's Division could not afford its top stars fueling public discord. As with the 2024 Serena Deeb jab, instead of fostering interest in a heated rivalry, the promo promo just undercut both talents. It shifted attention to whatever real-life beef there might have been, and the perceived bad attitude of Baker in particular. It was not a good look. If you right there are finding this list to be quite interesting, then tap that subscribe button and guess what? There is more where this came from. Number 5, is he sick? As the most experienced broadcaster during AEW's earliest days, Jim Ross's confusion and dismissal of Kenny Omega's Undertale costume during the Halloween 2019 edition of Dynamite showcased a notable disconnect at the commentary table, and indeed between significant figures within the company. Omega is and always has been known for embracing niche pop culture references. It makes him happy and he always looks rather cool, doesn't he? And here he chose to dress as Sans from the aforementioned game. It was a nod appreciated by younger fans and gaming enthusiasts alike, and explained in detail by Excalibur as Omega entered, and in such a way that tethered the outfit to the storyline dip in form the Best Bout machine was experiencing. But Ross's open bewilderment and indifference and arguable disdain, even after Excalibur's notes, created an awkward moment on commentary. It extended beyond that though. Ross's reaction inadvertently highlighted a generational gap within AEW's presentation, and gave bad faith actors an excuse to exploit a divide. While Excalibur worked to contextualize Omega's choice for fans unfamiliar with the game, Ross's "is he sick, is he mentally unwell" retort undermined the effort and attempt at folding storytelling into a Halloween choice. Number 4, Jon Moxley hates AEW. Right, so we've got a pro and con for you now. So right, pro, Jon Moxley, in attempting to lead from the front and with enough credit in the bank to do so, publicly reveals his frustrations with the creative decline of AEW and indifference from some of the locker room he perceives to not want it enough. Now for the con. The Death Riders leader made the same statements in a promo, clumsily attempting to establish his new heel stable during an era for the company where plenty of fans would actually agree with his stance. The comments, made both on television and in media appearances, felt like a departure from the steadfast loyalty Moxley has shown since debuting in AEW in 2019. Delivered with his trademark intensity, the statements immediately sparked speculation. Was this part of a larger story, or had he actually reached a breaking point here? On AEW television, the disdain sounded real, amplified by his gravelly delivery and the palpable tension in the arena. Fans, unsure whether to boo or cheer, met the moment with stunned silence. He doubled down in media interviews, assessing the leadership elements of his role in AEW, strongly implying that forceful change was the only way out of the slump. As he eloquently put it, there's just a lot of noise in the world, and sometimes you really gotta do something drastic to really get everybody to stop what they're doing and look in your direction to make a point. And I'm absolutely not afraid to do that. Whether all an elaborate work or not, Moxley's statements highlight AEW's perpetual tightrope walk between on-screen chaos and backstage harmony. Number 3, airing the brawl-in footage. AEW's decision to show backstage camera footage of the infamous CM Punk Jack Perry fight on the April 10, 2024 edition of Dynamite was shocking by design. The footage, a grainy but gripping glimpse of the real-life altercation that rocked the company just minutes before their biggest show ever months earlier, blurred the line between storytelling and reality in a way few promotions dare to attempt. In that respect, it was absolutely bold. In others, it was an unnecessary airing of dirty laundry when the opportunity to simply let the situation lie was within reach. The clip was captivating on first viewing, even though it was fundamentally just a few seconds of human drama. Perry shoving Punk retaliating, and a flurry of crew members scrambling to break them apart. While brief, it confirmed long-speculated details about the incident that had been shrouded in rumor and spin, and brought back into the discourse by CM Punk's appearance on Ariel Helwani's podcast days earlier. But in the aftermath, fans were once again divided. Hooray! Supporters praised AEW for embracing transparency and leaning into its chaotic identity. Critics accused the company of exploiting real-life tensions at the expense of its locker room's morale. Ultimately, the segment embodied the too much information ethos that has both endeared AEW to fans and has on occasion exposed its greatest vulnerabilities. And going back to CM Punk, where else to head on that but to, yep, you guessed it, number 2, Brawl Out. Oh, you know the story, everybody knows the story. And to this day, over 2 years later, it directly and indirectly somehow continues to be the story. That's the problem, really. CM Punk's scorched earth tirade was a moment that saw AEW buried under the weight of its own dysfunction, with or without the man himself making it clear. The timing of his pre-planned rant was telling. What should have been a triumphant showcase for a promotion thriving on creative freedom became a chaotic spectacle that exposed cracks in its foundation. The unfiltered comments targeting the Young Bucks, Kenny Omega, and Hangman Page weren't just inflammatory on their own terms, they shattered the illusion of AEW as the harmonious alternative to WWE. Punk, sitting beside a visibly stunned Tony Khan, ripped into his colleagues, calling them irresponsible EVPs, and dismissing their backstage conduct in a rant that felt personal, not performative. His "I'm trying to run a business here" remarks stood out as particularly damning, implying that nobody else around him was. Worse still was Tony Khan's reaction, or lack thereof. Silent and wide-eyed, Khan's seeming inability to regain control spoke volumes here. AEW built its brand on freedom, but here it looked rudderless, with the owner letting his biggest star hijack the narrative, all while he munched on some muffins. Rather than showcasing AEW's strengths, the presser became a case study in mismanagement. It aired dirty laundry to millions, leaving AEW's reputation forever scarred. Number 1. Ric Flair, General. AEW's decision to work with Ric Flair in late 2023 epitomized the company's frustrating knack for undermining its own principles. What should have been a celebration of a wrestling legend's storied career became a case study in tone-deaf booking, as AEW leaned into nostalgia at the expense of its own credibility. Initially introduced as a surprise gift to Sting, Flair's arrival at Dynamite was met with mixed reactions, to say the least. The live crowd understandably popped for the moment, but less generous online discourse quickly turned critical. Flair's controversial personal history, including very recent allegations of historic sexual misconduct, made him an odd choice for a promotion that had prided itself on being forward-thinking and progressive. Furthermore, rather than enhancing Sting's retirement tour, the Nature Boy's presence dragged things into uncomfortable territory. Nobody wanted that in the Icon's last run. The decision became even harder to justify, as Flair was positioned not just as a nostalgic cameo, but as a recurring on-screen figure. Tony Khan's assertions that AEW didn't need to pay for his contract due to the agreement with Flair's energy drink justifiably did nothing to quell the anger. As it all trundled on, the rambling promos and increasingly erratic presence clashed with AEW's core values, rendering Flair little more than an alienating distraction.
If we were going to break wrestling down to its very core, it would be nice and simple. The baby faces are the good guys and the bad guys are the heels. The thing is, though, sports entertainment can actually on occasion be more nuanced than that. So even though you are hearing a villain say bad things, when you actually get into the content, you're like, wait a minute, I think this son of a gun is right. So today, that is what we are going to do. We are going to give the bad guys their due. And I am Simon Miller and his 10 WWE heels who were absolutely right. Number 10, Randy Savage in 1989. As we all know, back in the 80s, Hulk Hogan was the ultimate iconic goody two-shoes. Now actually, his actions were questionable, like that Royal Rumble where he pulled out Sid Justice. Also, Hogan loved a back rake. I've always been told that is evil. Of course, just before we got out of that decade, he did team up with the other legendary superstar, the Macho Man, and they become the Mega Powers. And I tell you, if you weren't around for this, it was absolutely stupendous. It's why even today, most people say it's one of the best stories the WWE has ever told, because eventually Randy Savage became the jealous heel, because he felt like Hulk had lust in his eyes for his wife, Miss Elizabeth. The thing is, though, when you do go back and watch it now, I totally understand where the Macho Man was coming from. Hogan spends a lot of time of their run basically sucking up to Liz and trying to be all like, oh my gosh, you're so great, everybody should look at me. I mean, at WrestleMania 4, he even stole Randy Savage's thunder. Some people even found images like this where, there's no other way to put it, Hulk Hogan basically has his hand on Elizabeth's bottom. That wouldn't be cool. Nobody else would like this, so even though Randy may have gone a bit too far, you can understand his justification. Maybe Hulk Hogan should have sat down and apologized. And well, it still worked out for him because he became the WWF champion at WrestleMania 5. Whatever. Number 9, The Big Show in 2000. So the Royal Rumble 2000 finish was not the first dubious one that the event had had in its rich history. The closing moments of 1994 and 1995 had worked well, so come 2000, even though The Rock thought he had survived by the skin of his teeth and won the damn thing, Big Show was like, wait a minute, no he didn't, I saw both of his feet hit the floor. And here's the secret, my friends, which is not a secret because you can see it on TV, The Big Show was 100% correct. Because even though at first it was a bit like, oh man, the real life Paul White is just complaining, he then showed footage on Raw, there's no two ways about it, it's on the screen right now, that's right, it's Rocky's toes touching the mat. Somehow though, coming off the back of this, The Big Show was still cast as the villain of the piece. And how is that fair? If you had done something that you knew you had done, and everybody else was telling you you didn't, you'd be more within your rights to get super duper mad. Even after the Big Show had won their match at No Way Out, the Great One still managed to muscle his way in on WrestleMania. And what did we do when the Giant walked to the ring? We booed him. Whereas all he had done is pointed out a discrepancy and then beaten The Rock. Poor Big Show didn't have a chance. That just means if you do want to break it right down and look at it very specifically, technically, babyface Rock nabbed the Big Show spotlight twice. He should probably go have a chat to Hulk Hogan. Number 8, Sid Justice in 1992. Yep, this is what I was referring to when we did talk about it in entry number 10. This was the 1992 Royal Rumble, and after Sid Justice had kind of but not really thrown out Hulk Hogan, Hulkamania ran wild in the sense he reached up, he grabbed Sid's arm, and he pulled him to the floor. Now this lives deep in my heart, because it was one of the first times you just laughed at how stupid the Royal Rumble's rules were, but they're also brilliant, so if WWE is listening to this, please never change them. What was really bad is in the aftermath of this, do you know what then WWF on-screen president Jack Tunney did? He picked Hulk Hogan to main event WrestleMania 8. So of course Sid was mad, he hadn't done anything wrong, and he was still being overlooked for opportunities. And yeah, sure, this is when Justice went over the edge and turned his back on Hulk, but I would say that's because Hulkamania turned his back on him first. So I just think it was really disappointing that all of this backstabbing was forgotten when the commentators were talking about Sid Justice and Hulk Hogan. And also because Sid was cast as the bad guy, he never got his revenge. So you see what we have learned during this video. You get nothing from being friends with Hulk flippin' Hogan. Number 7, The Rock in 1997. So this story has been told many times before. After Rocky Maivia had debuted in 1996 and become the Intercontinental Champion, the fans didn't like him. Now that's fine, but do you remember what the audience started to chant? It was one of two things. Either Rocky sucks, or the much worse one, die Rocky die. Eventually the future Dwayne Johnson had to go away because he had a knee injury, so quite rightfully when he came back, he joined the Nation of Domination and told everybody on the mic, I don't really like you anymore because you wished for my death. I mean, they literally did. So let's try and look at this from a human point of view. If somebody had been screaming this at you for 12 months, would you actually want to be nicey nice to them? No, you wouldn't. You'd want to yell in their face. So it's no wonder The Rock did this. Once again, I use that word. He was totally justified. It also worked because greatness was born on that day. And after he had left the Nation of Domination, he went on to become a multi-time world champion. So it just goes to show, sometimes you do need to walk the treacherous path, especially if you know deep down in your tum-tum, you did nothing wrong at all. Also probably means today we should chant, live Rocky live. For some reason that's even more flubbed up. Number 6, Ivory in 2000. So the Right to Censor group in the year 2000 was an attempt to sanitize the WWS product, whereas reality it was Vince McMahon yelling at the Parents Television Council. I suggest you Google this, but because that group had been hounding him for years, he decided to take it out on them on Raw, which basically meant an increase in explicit content and raunchy programming. Given that Ivory was leading the Right to Censor though, her main point in terms of what we were seeing on the television was that she felt like women should stop being in bra and panties matches, and we should probably move towards more serious wrestling. I mean, the fact that was ever considered a heel move is totally nuts, and as we sit here in 2025, you can't argue this one, Ivory was totally correct. So essentially what was happening here was that she was preempting the women's revolution that would happen years later, because she just wanted fair, equal treatment and a platform that bolstered talented female workers. If you don't like that, I promise you're the problem. Naturally, because of where the World Wrestling Federation was at the time, we basically turned Ivory's words into a cartoon, and she was booked to be the bad guy. It also meant that she was often thrown into gravy, jelly, or sud mud-based attraction, and I regret saying that, but it is true. So now is the time to put more respect on Ivory's name. Number 5, Drew McIntyre in 2023. I mean, we all know this one, but it stands to reason and we should say it again. The only reason Drew McIntyre went mad in 2023 and 2024 and 2025 is because the bloodline kept screwing him over and screwing him over and screwing him over. I mean, he should have been the WWF champion on at least 3 occasions, and then Roman Reigns and his band of brothers went, nope, we are gonna steal this away from you. Given that all of a sudden the fans stopped talking about this, but did chant for CM Punk after he returned, well, this was too much for the Scottish Warrior, and he basically yelled out, what the flub is happening? Because for all of this, he had been a staunch company man, even when the carpet had been pulled out from beneath his feet, and now CM Punk, a man who hated the WWE, was treated like a hero. Well, if that's the case, screw this, I'm gonna destroy everyone, mostly on social media, because Drew is absolutely brilliant. Of course, from there, he was obsessed with Punk, and then moved on to the likes of Cody Rhodes and Sami Zayn, and he's still going after Roman Reigns. But actually, when you do relive McIntyre's story, well, he really should have been the sympathetic babyface of the piece, but of course he became a little bit too insane. This is why you always need to watch your words. If you go too far, everybody will just think you're nuts. Before Bret Hart in 1997. Now, regardless what you think about business or numbers or the death of Hulkamania, never forget that in the early 90s, Bret the Hitman Hart was a beloved babyface. I mean, he used to gift his pair of pink shades to kids around the world, and they would be so happy some of them would cry. He was just trying to be the most wholesome professional wrestler in the world, which is when we jumped to 1996, and who did the fans choose? The anti-hero Stone Cold Steve Austin. In 1997, this got even worse from Bret's perspective because D-Generation X rallied support with their rebellious behavior, and after a while, given the company wasn't pushing back, Hart basically went shrug emoji. If nobody is going to give me the respect I deserve, why the flub am I going to give any respect back? Then it got really bad because the fans started to boo him and that man went crazy. Always remember as well that before Montreal 1997, the story had actually been that Bret Hart getting screwed out of his World Championship opportunities and the Royal Rumble. I mean, he threw Steve Austin out, who then snuck back in, and yep, he threw Bret over the top rope. So in many ways, this was an early predecessor to everything Drew McIntyre was doing recently, and then one day Bret walked to the ring and basically said, America, I think you suck, Canada, I love you, and that's the path I'm now going to walk. The thing is, though, when you heard every single thing that came out of his mouth, aside from the mean words about the USA, he was telling the truth. Management was not backing him up, everybody else was allowed to run wild. He was the only guy trying to keep things as they once were and appeal to a family base. Eventually, it just meant he had to become the bad guy too, and isn't that just a wonderful irony? It's why this 1997 run by Bret Hart is one of the best of all time, and if you've never seen that, you should go and change that right now. Number 3, Owen Hart in 1994. And let's face it, his little brother had a point too. Because in late 1993, Bret did indeed pluck Owen from high-energy tag team obscurity and said, hey man, you should team with me instead. We are blood. So at this point, the elder sibling absolutely should have been given a trophy or something. I mean, did you see the high-energy team? That was about to date really fast. The issue was, tension began almost instantly at the Survivor Series, when it was Owen that became the only Hart sibling that was eliminated in a match against Shawn Michaels, Jerry Lawler's Knights. That's a whole story, you can look it up. This moved us on to the 1994 Royal Rumble, where it looked like the pair were about to win the tag belts. And well, if we are going to call a spade, it was Bret Hart's arrogance that cost them. Because he wouldn't tag out despite suffering a knee injury, and even tried to lock on his patented sharpshooter for the win. I love Bret Hart, he's my favorite wrestler, but that was really stupid, and it meant the Hart brothers lost. Quite rightfully so, Owen was furious, which is when he kicked Bret's leg out from underneath his leg, whatever the flub he said, but ultimately his point was this: my brother, you are selfish. Now, of course, Owen went way too far with this and became a psychopath. But yeah, once again, everything he's saying was true, and Bret's selfishness and ego had ruined everything. So really, we should have taken the side of Owen Hart, but we didn't, and now there's nothing we can do. Number 2, Kevin Owens in 2024. So this is the most recent example as of me talking on this list, but it is a good one. The whole reason why Kevin Owens turned on Cody Rhodes is because Roman Reigns had been trying to kill KO for 4 years. Kevin Owens then welcomed Cody Rhodes back into the WWE. He helped him defeat the Bloodline, and as soon as the opportunity was there, what did Rhodes do? He teamed with the Tribal Chief, and quite rightfully, Kevin was like, well, you ain't no friend of mine. I'm gonna try and break your neck. Do not forget as well that at many a Royal Rumble, Kevin Owens had clashed with the Tribal Chief, and Roman Reigns had actually tried to kill him. I mean, he even ran him over in a golf cart. The real reason Kevin Owens is still raging as I'm talking to is because Cody Rhodes has never explained himself. Like, why did he team with Roman, and why wasn't he nicer to Owens? So even though KO has gone off the deep end these days and is probably going to murder Sami Zayn, I actually understand all his intentions. He just feels betrayed, man. And then, yeah, sure, Randy Orton kind of got in the way, but he too wasn't listening. So damn it, we need to start opening our ears. Number 1, The Miz in 2016. The Talking Smack segment between The Miz and Daniel Bryan in 2016 will probably be remembered forever. One of the most real things WWE had done in years, and it was on basically a B-show spin-off. It really was fascinating to watch too, because after Bryan had prodded the bear, The Miz just went totally off. If you can believe it, the American Dragon didn't really have anything to say in return. Now at the time, even though he couldn't wrestle, Daniel Bryan was portrayed as a babyface, and of course The Miz is always the proverbial heel. The thing is though, he then decided to take shots at The Miz, saying he was safe and he wasn't a very good wrestler and he hadn't had that much success, and the A-lister took offense to that when he was quite literally the Intercontinental Champion at the time. Throw in that in 2016, Daniel was the GM of SmackDown, when all of a sudden The Miz decided, I don't need to hear this, I am going out there every single week and performing to my heart's content. I'm also a safe wrestler, which wasn't the same for you, Daniel Bryan. Why the flub did you think you got injured in the first place? Now that was taking it too far, of course, but once again, if you do go back to this back and forth, and you listen to what each man is saying, well, dare I say it, The Miz is 100% right. He had a Hall of Fame-worthy career, he was winning titles, and within the world of kayfabe, he was a massive success. You knew it was good too, because people were devastated this feud would never culminate in a match in a ring, because Daniel Bryan wasn't cleared. And eventually Eventually, he was allowed to get back in the ring. What did WWE do? They screwed it up. But always remember on this night, if you did have to pick a side, well, The Miz was probably right.
Do a quick reminder, because some people get confused when I use the word ridiculous. Being ridiculous is a good thing, and we should all strive for ridiculousness. Well, I'll be totally honest with you, I love physiques in professional wrestling, mostly because when I was a kid, I was very inspired by Triple H, and I went to the gym, and well, I never looked back. Both the best and the worst thing I ever did. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody should jack, because wrestling should always be a variety performance, but let's face it, everybody likes to talk about the aesthetic when it does come to sports entertainment. So I am Simon Miller, and this is the 20 most ridiculous physiques in pro wrestling ever. Number 20, Kane. So let's go with 1997 Kane. This dude is ridiculous. Because, I mean, just look at him. Despite being in what was essentially a bodysuit, you can still tell that he's actually gargantuan. And Glenn Jacobs understood the deal because he made sure that one sleeve was cut off so he could show off his massive biceps. That's why he probably switched to the mesh version of his gear in 2000, because then you could kind of see through it. This time you were looking at that chest being like, my gosh, how is the man so big? I told you this was going to get a little bit funky. Given his height too, there was never a need to suspend your disbelief, and it was very simple to go, well, I'm pretty sure the big red machine could kick anybody's ass. And he could kill someone, and actually, literally within the storyline, he often tried to do that, and he chokeslammed the Undertaker through his parents' grave. And if you are new to wrestling, you're probably thinking I'm lying. I am not. That definitely happened. Let's just say that Kane got away with it because he's really muscly. Number 19, the Giant. Now, it's somewhat ironic that by the time the Giant had left WCW and become the big show in the WWF, apparently there were lots of arguments when it came to his weight. I mean, you can read about this on the internet. If you do go back to World Championship Wrestling, though, this man was absolutely crazy, because I'm pretty sure he is a legit 7 feet tall, but oh my gosh, not only is he walking around with the physique of kings, some of the athletic stuff he was able to pull off, it's no wonder he became the WCW World Champion in about 3 minutes. It undoubtedly caught the eye of Vince McMahon, who was desperate to bring him across, because of course Vince McMahon loved jack guys, but yeah, again, you hit the year 2000, and everybody said that Paul White was sent to weight loss camp. I mean, we need to hear it from the man himself, but talk about a juxtaposition. It's actually a really important point to bring up, though, because it sums it up in many ways. Getting in shape and going to the gym can be really, really hard, because you have a brain, personal issues will always get in the way. Number 18, Ryback. When I wrestle in my own life, 2 things happen. Firstly, some people just call me Ryback because I'm bald and I have a beard and I wear a singlet. Oh, really, really good. But other people chant "Why back?" That's really smart and you get a cookie. It's also not an insult either, because once again, feast your eyes on Ryback. I mean, talk about a stud. And even when he debuted as Skip Sheffield, the man had the look of the traditional wrestler. And that's probably why deep down in our Tootsie Toes, we were like, well, WWE is quite clearly going to push him because he got the jackness. He also called himself the big guy. You cannot walk around and call yourself the big guy unless you're a big guy, unless you're trying to be ironic. But irony doesn't play well in wrestling. Look at those traps too. You could crack walnuts in those things. Don't know why you would want to do that, or how it would work from a physics point of view, but we ain't talking about physics today, because we're talking about physiques. Oh, it's pretty clever. Number 17, Nicole Bass. Now, I strongly urge you to find the Crime in Sports podcast episode about Nicole Bass, because man, they will give you all the information you need. I really do think that she was misunderstood, but they also chat about the fact that, of course, Nicole was active on the female bodybuilding scene, but she didn't actually win that many competitions, because that all comes down to your aesthetic and your conditioning and a bunch of other stuff. But in terms of sheer size, even the other competitors were like, oh my gosh, Nicole Bass is massive. And then she passed the airport test, which of course is why the WWE hired her. Also because they had seen success with China, and now they wanted her around too. Sadly, Nicole never really found her feet when it did come to pro wrestling. And she also had a lot of personal struggles in her own life too, especially when it came to her femininity. So once again, make sure you go read up about this stuff before you do go to the gym. It can be a treacherous path, and mostly you want to make sure it benefits you. And if that means you have to protect yourself, so be it. Either way, Nicole Bass, absolutely jacked. Number 16, John Cena. Somehow, John Cena has basically looked exactly the same for his entire WWE career.
It's pretty much insane. It definitely means he's got those good genetics too, and this is going to sound really weird, but I actually think when you take a step back and look at it, he does have the perfect top guy WWE physique. Because sometimes non-fans will look at wrestlers and go, oh, he's too freaky because he has like a vein popping out of his head or something. And while John Cena was absolutely a vascular guy, I don't know, man, there's just something very pleasurable about his body. That's right, I just said that sentence. I mean, maybe it was just his demeanor or the way he carried it, but a fun thing to do today, if you are a nerd like me, is go all the way back to Cena's bodybuilding days, and of course he's far more ripped there, but in terms of his overall look, yeah, the dude just doesn't change. So it probably means when he does come back on Raw, even though he's like 78 years old, he's still gonna have an arm of steel, because again, sometimes you're born with it, sometimes it's Maybelline. What? Number 15, Rob Terry. The bodybuilder from Wales who got a monster push in TNA because he was a monster bodybuilder from Wales. Hey man, sometimes that's just the way it works. He was the muscle in the British invasion, which meant he stood behind Doug Williams and Magnus and looked absolutely massive. But he did play his role very well. When he had to steamroll over someone, he put in his petrol and he did it. Talking about his body specifically, look at his lats, his overall width, and his V spread. We're getting a bit geeky here, but I don't care. I mean, that's pretty much picture perfect. It really is a mystery he never got a shot in WWE because, again, we saw it time and time again where people got opportunities based on their bodies. I don't even have a good finish to this sentence. We probably should have given him a go. I suppose you could argue that by this point the industry had started to shift and it was more about your in-ring work too. But either way, let's just enjoy the way he does look. That is a lot of effort. Number 14, Rick Rude. Everybody still talks about Rick Rude, and it's not just because he was an elite level worker, it's because he looked like this. The really cool thing about it is that the man did get super ripped, but then he tied it right into his gimmick, because not only would he jiggle his hips, but he'd look at people in the crowd and go, ha ha, you sweat hog, you're never gonna look like me. His body fat was so low, you couldn't help but stare at him. And bless Rick, he totally got it. The reason he wore tights, and he would tell others this, is that it's an upper body business, kid. So why the hell am I gonna waste my time working on my quads? It really is just how lean he is that will get you though. And actually, now that I do ponder on this, it must have meant that every single bump sucked. So obviously you have a bit more body fat when you do fall on the ground. It is going to be a bit softer, but honestly, Rick Rude made all of this work. And if you are a wrestler coming up right now, well, you could probably steal a thing or two from him. The dude just got it. Number 13, the Ultimate Warrior. Now, the Ultimate Warrior was more than just the body, because he had all that fire and he had all that electricity in his veins. I mean, go and watch his ring entrance. You've got thousands of people going crazy. Of course, a huge part of his appeal, though, is because he looked like a superhero. So if you were a child and you just got done reading a Marvel or a DC comic, and then you saw the Ultimate Warrior, it was like somebody had come off the page and now they existed in real life. It was doubly fascinating when you were younger too, because we all knew that Hulk Hogan was a Hulk of a human. The clue is in the name. But because the Ultimate Warrior had more of a bodybuilding physique, well, seeing them together, it kinda sent you nuts. Of course, the shift helped Vince McMahon move in a new direction, which is why the Warrior won at WrestleMania 5. And listen, that didn't work out, but it absolutely was the point. Let's also remember that in the early 90s, the WWF was the land of the cartoons. So when Jim Hellwig walked in the door, I bet it took about 5 minutes for somebody in power went, I think we probably need to make him the champion, given what our MO is. I don't think I've sold enough during this video either, just how much effort does go in to maintain a body like this, to the point, the word has always been, that sometimes the Ultimate Warrior would sniff pizza and throw it in the bin, because obviously he didn't want to cheat on his diet, and that's the way he got around it. Now listen, if that works for you, that's totally cool, but here's the deal. You can have a slice of pizza, unless you're about to step on a bodybuilding stage, you're gonna be absolutely fine. Number 12, Batista. I mean, what an absolute unit. Now, Batista is still massively underrated in terms of what he was able to do in the ring, but I do get it. If you decide to get into the industry a little bit older, like Big Dave is, and you look like that, well, you're probably gonna do better than most. He is such an interesting dude too, because recently he has slimmed down for his acting roles, and he just understands the process. He's also somebody that admits how tough it can be and talks about how mentality and everything ties into this. So listen, if you are looking for inspiration when it does come to following your dreams or looking as good as you can do, you should probably go listen to Dave Bautista. Just don't try and match what he looked like from 2004 to 2006, because even though he had the size, we can talk about it here, it was the vascularity, man. I mean, all those veins he had coming out of his bicep going into his deltoids, it was pretty as a picture. Let's not forget that around this time too, he was hanging out with Randy Orton, Ric Flair and Triple H, and he kind of made all of those three look small. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier as well. Big Dave did slim down for Hollywood, because you can look kind of scary when you look like this. It's the John Cena effect again, but either way. Is this one of the best bodies in the history of wrestling? You bet your ass. Number 11, China. China really still doesn't get the credit that she does deserve, because man, in the late 90s, nobody was doing what China went out and did. Because not only did she come along during the Attitude Era when it was a very male-dominated business, but she stood out, I was going to say like a sore thumb, but that sounds disparaging. Like a really, really good thumb. I mean, Degeneration X would not have been as successful without her. She was also just so jacked to the point one day the WWE went, well, I think we can put her in the Men's Royal Rumble and she can probably win the Intercontinental title too. And she did. That's the power of your image. Triple H totally understood the assignment as well, which is why he made her his bodyguard. And of course, all of that helped with her rise, but also sort of ties into the real-life Joni Lawler too. She had some serious heart, and it was just such a shame she never got to have her round two in the WWE. She passed away way too soon. Rest in peace. Number 10, Abdullah the Butcher. So we're halfway through this list, let's switch it up. Because yeah, we look here at Abdullah the Butcher. What a terrifying human being. Like you wouldn't want to get in a fight with him. You're also not going to be slamming him around anytime soon, and don't forget what his name was, the Butcher. And if you can see, he's got a bunch of scars in his forehead because he used to take a fork, and not only would he stab you, sometimes he'd stab himself too. He wanted to come across as terrifying though, so I would say mission accomplished, because yeah, I actually think he looks a little bit scary. It really doesn't come across in pictures how massive he was as well. And I suppose if he had come out looking like a bodybuilder, maybe he would have achieved the same effect. But to me, tying back into what we've already talked about, this is like a comic book villain physique. You just want to back off and go and do something else. I think the most ridiculous part is that when you see him move in his prime, he is way quicker than he had any right to be. Abdullah the Butcher definitely should get a shout. Number 9, Brian Cage. I mean, the dude could probably step onto a bodybuilding stage tomorrow and do pretty well. That's absolutely ludicrous. It's why when I got to interview him for WhatCulture, I was like, screw wrestling. I just want to talk about going to the gym and your diet. And yes, you can probably find this today. Talk about the next level of dedication. So he is most definitely into that side of wrestling as much as the wrestling itself. And let's not forget his nickname. He calls himself the Swolverine. You cannot do that if you weigh like 150 pounds soaking wet. I also think genuinely if you told a kid to draw a wrestler on paper, they'd probably look a bit like Brian Cage. I mean, it really is very, very impressive. The way he flips around the ring too, it doesn't make any sense. Number 8, Goldberg. Traps of Steel. I have it on good authority. That was the other name for Bill Goldberg. And everyone just decided to call him Bill Goldberg. It probably would have worked though, because Goldberg was built like a bull, which actually ties into his in-ring work too, because he would just plow through you. Go back to 1998 and just look at his face and the way he holds himself. It really does look like he's about to kill someone. And some of those spears, again, it wouldn't work as well if he didn't look like this. It's really why the gimmick works so well too, because not only was he smashing fools, but he was able to back it up visually. And if you were a casual fan and you were just flicking through channels, you would stop and you'd be like, well, who the flub is that guy? Goldberg himself has talked about this, given that he does return here and there, saying it's so hard to get in this shape. And yeah, it'd be hard to do this in your 20s. He's like 56 years old. I mean, it's basically impossible. Number 7, Tony Atlas. Given that Tony Atlas was more of a tag team guy in the WWF alongside Rocky Johnson, you have to think something must have been happening behind the scenes. Look at Tony Atlas here. Once again, he just looks like a bodybuilder. How the hell did Vince McMahon not make him the champion? To be fair, these two together were absolutely ridiculous, because even though 1980s World Wrestling Federation was all about physiques, when you put this duo in the ring, it was just absolutely redonkulous. It's like all they did was lift weights. More power to them. Tony Atlas also had amazing symmetry too. I don't want to become a bodybuilding nerd here, but that is so important when you compete. You could have sliced him down the middle and each side would have looked identical. That sounds totally weird, but trust me, Tony had this down. That is way more impressive than it gets credit for. Number 6, Sid Justice. Or Vicious, Psycho Sid, just Sid, call him whatever you want. Go back and read about the start of his career too, because as soon as he walked into a territory, everyone just looked at him and said, do you think we should push him right away? And they did. He was just so tall and jacked, and I do totally understand it, but Sid's secret sauce was that he was able to tie this into his character, hence why we called him Psycho Sid, and when he was talking to the ring, I tell you, he used to call himself the master and ruler of the world. You could totally believe it. He really was just so unhinged and so entertaining. Go and watch his WCW Clash of the Champions 1991 entrance. He actually looks like the biggest man who has ever lived. I am a massive fan of Sid. In interviews too, he always talked about how this was a non-negotiable and how he had to stay in shape. Once again, that requires so much dedication, especially back then, you were on the road like 250 days a year. He also has traps for days, and once again, that vascularity, can't lie, I'm having a good time. Number 5, Vader. Another quick shift, because I think people forget Vader was super duper intimidating. His size also helped him stand out because despite being an absolute monster, he was just flipping all over the place. And maybe today we expect that, but in the early 90s or the mid 90s, whatever you want to say, it didn't make any sense. Now sure, Vader was another guy that did carry a lot of weight, but it didn't really come across that way. It just looked like he was a brick wall, and if you tried to thump him in his gut, your fist would just break. His first Japanese run is the place to go to see all this in action, because when he did come out as Big Van Vader and he had the mask on, well again, if I was in the ring, I'd be like, I didn't sign up for this. And I'd get in a magical plane and I'd fly away. It's why he was booked to smash through people as well, because who the hell was gonna flub with that? Number 4, Brock Lesnar. I mean, Cody Rhodes talked about this in a podcast in late 2024. You don't just have a wrestling match with Brock Lesnar, you get into a fight. He also mentioned how you really don't understand the true size of the man until you do get in a ring with him, and that's true. If you've ever been at a live show and Brock Lesnar does come out, you feast your eyes upon him and you're like, well, that can't be real. He looks like a cartoon. The true magic, of course, when it came to Lesnar was his speed, because sometimes he would go from outside of the ring, inside of the ring, at such a pace, you presumed it was actually like 9 cats just tied together pretending to be a human. What? Ever since he did debut in the WWE as well, he has basically kept the same physique. So that's farmer strength, I tell you. This is why there's loads of stories that as soon as Vince McMahon saw Brock Lesnar, he was like, yeah, he has to be on the main roster tomorrow. And then what happened in less than a year? He became the WWE champion. Number 3, Lex Luger. So going back to Brock quickly, you could probably say he passed that airport test, which is exactly the same for one Lex Luger. Another superstar McMahon was so excited about because he wanted to move on from Hulk Hogan. The main reason Lex did get his push is because he was basically 5% body fat. And do not forget that when Luger was first hired by the WWF, he was meant to be in the WBF, which, yes, was the World Bodybuilding Federation, which did not do very well at all. But that is the kind of shape he was in. Wrestling companies will hire him saying, oh man, you could be in a bodybuilding competition. And listen, they weren't blowing smoke up his ass. It was true. It also did give him an unfair reputation later on in his career, because everybody was like, oh man, Lex Luger was just a body. That is total poppycock. Go and listen to when he won the WCW title on numerous occasions. Fans would go absolutely nuts. They loved him. I also genuinely think in terms of overall balance and conditioning, when it does come to bodies, Lex could be number 1. I mean, the dude looked like he was ready to be on the cover of fitness magazines all of the time. That really is very impressive. Number 2, Triple H. In 2000 and early 2001, everybody was saying the same thing. If you were gonna sit down and draw the ideal professional wrestler, you would draw Triple H. Aside from transforming from the DX crotch chopper into the game, maybe unknowingly, he inspired generations of kids, myself included, because I was just so in awe, given how he did look. We've already talked about it. I got my ass off the couch and I went to the gym, which I've been doing ever since. The size of the man when he returned in January 2002 from his quad injury is just incredible. And today, people still argue this, oh, he was too big to wrestle in a ring. Screw that, man. When I was a kid, I was just like, oh my gosh, it's the best thing ever. That's the way I want to react to wrestling. I'm also not sure anybody has worked their physique in so well when it does come to their character or doing a big personality shift, because when Triple H did this, my gosh, he ticked all the boxes. To this day, it remains the goal. Listen, I am never going to look like that, but am I ever going to stop trying? No, because just to use that word again,
That's how much he flubbing inspired me. Number 1, Scott Steiner. So, why does Triple H not get to number 1 in this video, even though he is my personal favourite physique? Well, I'll tell you. The title did have ridiculous in it. And who more ridiculous than Scott Steiner? It's sort of funny because people think that Scott blew up when he did become Big Papa Pump. This is absolutely a lie. You can go back to Raw in the early 90s where he's teaming with brother Rick, and you look at him and you go, oh my gosh, he's gigantic then too. And the main reason people do discuss the big booty daddy character more is because he had peaks for days, he would talk about his bicep peaks for days, and the vascularity, man, honestly. Who the hell has ever had a vein pop like that? It's the reason he was able to call himself Freakzilla 2. Trust me. Everybody noticed. I mean, it was a mad body to have in real life, but it was also a mad body to have in wrestling. The guy was just a man mountain. And listen, he did become the WWF champion. I don't think those two things are exclusive to each other. So now you get to talk about tanks, which you can do in the comments below. It's the best video I've ever done. So I don't like the word fake. I think it's offensive when it comes to professional wrestlers, because as far as I'm concerned, they are artistes and they use their powers and their magic to make us all believe. However, there are a few things that we can talk about, which we are going to do here today. So hello, my name is Simon from WhatCulture. Shouldn't have said it like that. That was a stupid thing to do. And yeah, here's 10 things that you see in WWE, and then try and see them, but you can't. Number 10, slap in the leg. So this created quite a storm a couple of years ago, didn't it? To the point, some promoters even put up massive signs that said, do not slap your leg. Don't see why. I like a good leg slap. The problem is, when someone informs you, well, you're always going to see it. When it comes to me, though, whatever is going to make professional wrestling more fun is something I will advocate for. But yeah, it's like I just say, somebody did tell me about this a few years ago. That was it, I was done. It's also being done in every single wrestling promotion there is. And look, once again, I think this ties into the art form. If you are going to give somebody a kick that is super, and you are going to whack your thigh, well, it's up to you to try and make sure that nobody else sees. And even if they do, we're all in on the game now. Just sit there, smile, make a bunch of noise, and trust me, you'll feel better in your tum-tum. You always wondered why, how the hell did that sound so loud? Now you know. Number 9, gimmicking the cage. So this is just WWE overthinking things, really. They do have a show every single week. You've got to do something. Because the whole point of the Hell in a Cell is to trap 2 people within that cage because they're coming to an end of the feud and they need to kill each other. But one of these hombres keeps running away, so now it's like, listen, you need to stay there so somebody else can kick your ass. The thing is, though, as we have moved forward, our creative juices get going. One day someone was like, well, what if they were able to escape the building? So you may notice when this does happen and you look into the mesh, usually a little bit will be torn so that when 2 massive wrestlers do hit it, they can go tumbling to the outside. Number 8, spot calling. Yes, it happens. And if anything, you should point the finger of blame at the production company, go and move the mics, and let our sports entertainers do what they need to do. And yes, I think most people do know that wrestlers talk to each other when they're in the squared circle, because it ties back round once again. If you are really good at it, like a Randy Orton, his name just popped up into my brain, you feel the crowd and you're like, listen, we were gonna go left, but it's time to go right. I really do think the only reason we discuss this as much as we do is because of John Cena. That guy, in the best possible way, didn't care. He would just shout, elbow drop, and everybody would hear it. However, as the man who can't be seen explained, well, yeah, sure, the people in the front rows can, but I'm playing to everyone, and I want to make sure that they all have a good time. Also, we all nerd out for this kind of stuff anyway. It's like we're a part of a secret club. And we are, friends. We are. Number 7, the chair shot. So as a man who wrestles and has taken many a chair shot, let me tell you this. Doesn't matter where it strikes you on the body, it really, really hurts. It's still an object, and it's being swung with force. It's not a pillow now, is it? Safety comes into play here too, because of course in 2023/2024, we're all aware of CTE, and I don't want anybody to get brained anymore. It's why when sometimes you see somebody pick up one of these, they may just poke somebody in the tum-tum. This is twofold. 1, again, they're trying to protect them, but 2, if you do that, even though it will wind your opponent just a little bit, you don't go fulling into those ribs, so everyone is mostly okay. I'll be honest, it still kind of sucks. Also, on this note, don't forget wrestlers need a life outside the ring too. Why do you always want them to be so damaged? Number 6, catching the dive. Which is not as easy as you may think. Let's all stand sideways. Imagine you have a full adult come pelting at you. It'll be kind of scary. This is where the craft does come back into play though, because if you are the catchee, not only do you have to make sure you do your job, but you also have to make sure the guy giving you the dive looks as good as he possibly can. I mean, why do you think it was dubbed a suicide dive
it's meant to be totally insane. Now, actually, in the modern day, we have moved away from this, because let me present you to Exhibit A, Darby Allin. Have you seen his dive? He don't hold nothing back. He just pings into people. That's why he's absolutely fabulous to watch. So once again, just never know what he's going to do. Number 5, the Tombstone. Speaking of which, my word, the Tombstone. Now, we have seen this go wrong over the years, maybe most famously at the 1997 SummerSlam, when Owen Hart gave a proper tombstone piledriver to Steve Austin, and it broke his neck and ultimately shortened his career. This is why it should take around about 78 years to set this damn thing up. We'll take the Undertaker, because again, we all recognize that to be his move. And when he is hugging the person, he is making sure that their face and their head is nestled within the thighs, so when he drops down to the damn floor, he doesn't spike him and do who knows what. So again, I've been tombstoned. It's never a particularly fun ride, and once again, it's terrifying. But it is a maneuver that people have to master, so stop walking out into your back garden and trying to do it to your mate. I can be your dad and tell you this, it's not going to go well before the slam. Right, I'm just putting it in here because we don't respect it enough. And I know wrestling has evolved and now we're seeing 450 flippy dippy doodahs, so nobody looks back and sees the slam for what it is, but it is a damn good move and deserves more respect. I don't want to draw back the curtain too much though, although I've heard wrestlers talk about this on many a podcast. Basically, when you go to grab the other person and pick them up, they will take their hand and they will post off your leg, so you don't have to use all of your strength. That doesn't mean you can be a weakling, though. You still have to have some power to you, otherwise you're going to drop them on the floor. So basically, do not just roll your eyes when you do see this. Sit back and once again, give everybody a round of applause as you see wonderful sports entertainment happening in front of your eyes. Number 3, the blade job. So yeah, tying back into my last comment, I've heard Steve Austin and Bret Hart talk about this on Steve Austin's podcast, so it feels like it's fair game, and it's always the thing that you tell non-wrestling fans, they're like, haha, that's not true, but it is. Because of course, if you want to bleed in a wrestling match, you can't do it the hard way, even though some people do, because that is way too dangerous. So instead, a razor blade is brought into the mix, and people just nick their heads, and out comes the red stuff. Now, WWE doesn't allow for this anymore, although they didn't really in the past either. And in that WrestleMania 13 match, Bret and Steve had to sneak around and not tell anybody, and it was actually Hart who did the job when it came to Austin, because he'd never really done it before, and he trusted in the hitman's experience. The best way to think about it is when you cut yourself shaving. Hurts a little bit, but then you get over it. Well, when you do it then, you don't look like an actual badass. Number 2, stomping the boot. And on the flip side of that, everyone knows about this, even my damn mum. I don't get why it's become such a big deal in later years. I mean, people really get on the case here, because once again, we bring in Bret Hart to this, and he may have been the best ever at doing it, because he would throw a punch and he would stamp his foot, and when it all came together, you're like, hot damn, man, I can't see through that at all. It also sounds great, which allows you to buy in more. I don't want to double back round to this, but we are watching some artists let them paint. It also allows you to throw everything into this, because you can put a lot of force onto that foot that's going into the floor. So I love a good stomp when people punch. Yes, I know, a lot of people don't agree, but welcome to my life. Number 1, reading the script. So we are definitely moving away from this as a hard and fast rule, but yes, there was a time, if you were backstage in WWE and you were about to go to the ring to cut a promo, somebody would hand you a script and say, listen, you've got about 25 minutes to learn that, so you better do it now. So let's not forget about this wrestler too, because not only do they have to remember a match, they then have to remember word for word what is written on a piece of paper. Now, as I've already told you, thankfully we are moving away from this now. Ain't nobody running up to a CM Punk or a Chris Jericho or Roman Reigns saying, we think you should say this. They would look at you and go, no. I actually think it's a good system though, because when you do get somebody brand new, if they are a little bit nervous, you can write them a script. When someone clearly shows they have an aptitude for this, you say, well, let's just do bullet points instead. We need you to hit X, Y, and Z. I mean, that's the same as any other job. Why shouldn't it be the same here? So I really do think it's far better these days in WWE, and long may it continue. This is a weird comparison. I think it's one of the things that helped Drew McIntyre with his heel turn. When he was spitting fire, I believed every single word he said. That's because it was coming from Drew's tum-tum. What?
If you're going to have a long wrestling career, the past has told us you may have a short period where things don't click. This is mainly due to the fact that sports entertainment never ends, so if you are appearing on a show every week for every year, yeah, nobody has that kind of batting average. Doesn't mean you can't secure yourself a legendary overall run. Here's some weird periods certain old-timers would like you to forget. Number 10, Kane in 2007. So I will die on this hill, although I do understand it. Kane should never have taken the mask off. I suppose he had to, but my thoughts don't have to make sense. The magic of that character was sort of lost. This was really reflected in 2007 when WWE didn't know what to do with the guy. Hence, we got to WrestleMania 23, and he was put in a feud with the Great Khali. One of these few occasions where a sentence rhymes, but it's still bad. As we know, the Great One wasn't the most mobile, so it was the Big Red Machine who had to take the punishment and the selling. That's just silly. See No Evil was also in cinemas, so the hook from the movie was brought into proceedings, but that made the whole thing even stranger. Now they were actually trying to kill each other. Big Daddy V was up next, and he too suffered from the exact same issue, so once more Kane was the person just getting his ass whooped. This is not the way. When you do go through the whole year, this is what WWE kept doing too. Maybe because it was a calling card of fake brother The Undertaker at one point. I mean, go through his earlier Mania matches. It was always, how on earth can he defeat somebody so much bigger? This was sort of wild, however, because all of the Dead Man's matches were better with smaller opponents, which should have been what we did with Kane too. You really don't need to watch much of what the Big Red Machine did in 2007, and it's not even his fault. He was just placed in an impossible situation. Number 9, Ric Flair in 2001 and 2002. I quite like Ric Flair coming into the WWE and being the secret new owner of the company. It was a nice way to remind you that Flair was the man, but behind the scenes, something was brewing. Triple H had been very vocal about how lacking in confidence Rick was during this time, mostly because WCW had chewed him up and spat him out. Now, even a Flair at 50% was still better than most, but it did show in his work, as it would for anyone. Rick felt like he had lost the magic, so sort of skulked around the place, scared of his own shadow. Let's not pretend that we haven't all been there. It's one of the reasons Hunter did get him into Evolution as the legendary veteran so they could restore faith in himself. The difference is noticeable on TV. Before long, he felt like the old Ric Flair. And from there, everything was far better. Some may say the current Rick is in a similar situation, but this is totally different. He's like a 75-year-old man now. When you bring that into the chat, kind of makes sense why this would be the way. Number 8, The Big Show in 2003. While Vince McMahon would profess to know exactly what to do with WCW's giant before he signed Paul White, it turned out this was all hot air. As soon as he did debut in the WWF as The Big Show, it was the same old thing, and any chat of being used as a special attraction was thrown out the window. It meant there was a lot of back and forth, especially because management was insistent they couldn't push him properly until he lost weight. So when we got to 2003, there were less ideas than ever. Seems odd as you're dealing with a huge man in wrestling. Sometimes things are too obvious and you forget. He did kick off the year as the world champion and ended it with the United States title, but everything in between was a head scratcher. Show did have a feud with The Undertaker and Brock Lesnar which had their moments, but by the end of each it felt like he lost more steam. I mean, he wasn't gaining anything from it. The ring-breaking spot with Brock will remain an all-timer, but as 2004 rolled around, there was even some talk that the powers that be were having second thoughts. There's no one today who can say the Big Show didn't have a Hall of Fame career when all was said and done, but times like these were confusing. He's massive, just let him tonk people. Number 7, Triple H in 1996. I suppose the best way to sell this one is that look what Triple H was within 5 years. Exactly. When he did join the WWF in the mid-90s though, ridiculous gimmicks were in. Therefore, he was introduced as Hunter Hearst Helmsley, a Greenwich blue blood who thought he was better than you because he was rich. Alright then. In 1996, however, I'm not sure the company knew what they were going to do with him because he was feuding with the likes of Duke the Dumpster Droese and got wrecked by the Ultimate Warrior at that year's WrestleMania. He also had to have a hog pen match with Henry Godwinn. I mean, none of this was good. It wouldn't be until October when a program with Mark Merrow for the Intercontinental title heated things up. From there, it was D-Generation X. We know the rest. But for a good few months there, it looked like Triple H was going to be totally lost as he fought with the Stalker, Freddie Joe Floyd, and Savio Vega. There's nothing against those guys. They just so happened to be pegged at a lesser level. Number 6, Stone Cold Steve Austin in 2002. We talked about this in the mega ups and downs I did for WrestleMania, and it just stands out like a sore thumb. Despite all his success, the WWE had no clue what to do with Steve Austin in 2002. This really is underlined when you watch his match with Scott Hall at WrestleMania 18, because it's just a lot of nothing. Part of this was to do with Hall's personal issues, with the finish even being changed, because management wasn't convinced they could rely on Scott. It's also why Kevin Nash doesn't do much of anything on the outside. The second half of the year was even worse as Stone Cold was so down on creative he walked out of the company. But actually, this wasn't a massive shock. From January to this point, it felt like the Rattlesnake had feuded with everyone, the heel turn hadn't gone as we thought, and Steve didn't want to work with Hulk Hogan. Didn't trust him. It all imploded when Austin went on the Bite This show and very legitimately aired his grievances against his storytelling. was then told to lose to Brock Lesnar. We know the rest. It is such a shame as it feels like a lost period of Steve's career these days, but either way, not like the rest wasn't all time. It absolutely was. Number 5, Daniel Bryan in 2011. Yes, I know. 2011 is when Daniel Bryan won the Money in the Bank briefcase and became the World Heavyweight Champion. That was great, but always will be. The issue was WWE sort of just did this and then forgot. I am not kidding. It all began at the start of the year when Bryan was the United States champion, but you know the deal there. Any mid-card title was ignored. They'd lost all their charm. It didn't get defended until Mania when he lost it to Sheamus, and when he won the briefcase, if word is to be believed, it was actually a last-minute decision to try and surprise the fans. He subsequently lost to Cody Rhodes, Sin Cara, and Wade Barrett. 2 weeks before he cashed in, he lost in 120 seconds to Alberto Del Rio. There was no interference either. He got wrecked. The Money in the Bank win did give us some hope, but yeah, Daniel was the champion in name only, because WWE had no clue what they had. It was going to take him a good few years to find out too. Number 4, Randy Orton in 2015. Randy Orton is a Hall of Famer. He is way better than most people give him credit for, but he's been going so long he falls foul to this curse more than most. Some years, WWE just shrugged their shoulders. 2015 started out okay as he feuded with The Authority before beating Seth Rollins at Mania with one of the best RKOs of all time. The thing is, who was standing tall by the end of the night? The technical loser of that match. It did mean he was the first contender for this title, but he was not victorious. Then he was back to fighting Sheamus, even though he had recently feuded with Sheamus. We sort of meandered from there until Randy very sadly hurt his shoulder. And while you never want anyone to get injured, there was an upside to this. Going away from TV for a while meant when he returned, he felt super fresh again. Even then, though, the Jinder Mahal thing happened. I think sometimes WWE takes Orton for granted. Hopefully never again. Number 3, Becky Lynch in 2017. Becky Lynch is one of the most popular wrestlers around right now. People pretend this isn't true. That's nonsense. It's been quite the rise because there was once this idea she was the 4th out of the 4 horsewomen when they were making noise, but this was mostly because WWE wasn't taking advantage of what they had. Do you remember that tag team with Naomi? It was just so random. Becky did become the first ever SmackDown Women's Champion, but it was another one of these title crownings where we didn't treat it properly. She soon lost it to Alexa Bliss, and then, yep, did nothing. Now, it actually turned out for the best because Lynch would use this in her promos when she was becoming the man, but the fact you have a whole year when she was persona non grata is just so damn short-sighted. It is all there, though. She did get overlooked for many opportunities. When WWE tried to turn her heel and the audience rejected it, we all knew she ruled. Number 2, Goldberg in 2003. Well, we all know this. WWE knows it. Bill knows it. The fans knew it, and it was so obvious. We just didn't use Goldberg as Goldberg. Instead, the powers that be decided we had to WWE the WCW legend, which meant longer matches. Problem was, nobody wanted to see that. We just wanted the wrecking machine we got a couple of years before this. Dudes like Lance Storm and Rosie got ran through, but as soon as Bill was put in any program that featured a top star, it all got extended. The average Goldberg pay-per-view match in 2003 was 14 minutes. I mean, come on. Off his aura alone, he still became the world champion, but it was all such a struggle due to the above. WWE just didn't get it, and then they put him in a wig. This was dumb, and 9 times out of 10 I love dumb. This wasn't it. His return in 2016 was the way to do it, and it only took management 13 years to realize this. Whoops. Number 1, The Undertaker post-streak. So this is one for the debating team. Was The Undertaker's loss at WrestleMania 30 the turning point of his WrestleMania career? It certainly took away from his magic at the show of shows for obvious reasons, because any Mania match after this just wasn't as fun. I mean, at Mania 31 he faced Bray Wyatt, which was a double-edged sword, because nobody wanted to see Taker lose back-to-back, but we also wanted Wyatt to win. This is not an ideal scenario. 32 was Shane McMahon and 33 was Roman Reigns, a match even the dead man has said should have been better. 34 with Cena was super fun, but also kind of just there. He wasn't even on 35, didn't turn up. 36 was the Boneyard match, which was excellent as a goodbye, but I do get this. It was always going to happen for the obvious reasons. As soon as the streak was over, at WrestleMania, The Undertaker became just another guy. So my word, that's something to get into. Pens at the ready, go. Do careers in wrestling really ever end? Nope. No, they don't. Even when John Cena recently announced his retirement run in 2024 at Money in the Bank, CM Punk was talking about getting him to do one more match in 15 years' time. This is just the way. That doesn't mean sometimes wrestlers aren't given the most ridiculous of things to do, though, which does significantly hurt their careers. Let's take a step back and look at these things with me. Simon Miller, let's go. Number 10, Gary the Goat Garbutt. This was so weird. It all happened in 2019 when Roman Reigns needed a partner to take on Shane McMahon and Drew McIntyre. Despite being the guy at the time, he went and found the local janitor who was indeed called Gary Garbutt. I mean, that just screams of Vince McMahon. Of course, this man from nowhere was also a high-flying machine. This is because behind the mop was indeed Cedric Alexander. He didn't win, although when he was defeated had a smile like, well, I almost got him. And look, if that had been a one-off, fine, sure, it's wrestling, have fun. The bigger problem is that Cedric has been with WWE since 2015, and this is what we did for the man. Doesn't really scream of confidence. Alexander himself has to feel it as well, because at one point he did ask for his release, but he didn't get it. So WWE knows he is talented, but still, they never do anything proper with that guy. Even in early 2024, we had that video with the Charlotte the Adonis, which is why I'm pleased to be talking about Cedric right now. Him and Ashante recently returned to NXT, so even though you can't see my fingers, know this. I am crossing them so damn hard. I like these two, and I finally want them to get their due. Number 9, Vince McMahon doesn't get the revival, which is mad, really. The revival in WWE became FTR and AEW, and look what they've done since. They are an all-time tag team. This was true in NXT as well and was accurate on the main roster. As we just said, Vince McMahon don't get it. It's likely due to the fact that the then boss wasn't into tag team wrestling ever, with many a wrestler saying he sort of looked down on it from an old school mentality, or at least a business one. Why would I pay for 4 guys when I can pay for 2? It meant even though the now Cash Wheeler and Dax Harwood were super good to go, they were even more lost on him. I mean, they were a classic tag team trying to revive the scene, hence the name. It meant soon we had them doing ridiculous stuff like falling over or having hot stuff put on their crotches. You do have to give them credit in the sense the revival always did everything to 100% of their ability. But there's a reason they wanted to leave. This isn't what they wanted to give back. Much like before, at first WWE refused this until they were able to get out, and I think this is a thank goodness too. They're just so good. They deserve the best platform to show it on. Number 8, Hideo Itami. This one just didn't work out. It's a shame today because, man, it would have been a different story. It is important to remember that this was Kenta we are talking about, somebody who genuinely changed the wrestling game. A lot of your favorites right now were inspired by this guy. I mean, who came up with the GTS? The real issue was Kenta had given so much to the industry before he arrived at NXT that he was pretty beaten up. And some of his matches were brutal. When he did make the jump to WWE, he then suffered a horrendous shoulder injury that kept him out for a year. Can't pretend that hasn't played a part in all of this. It has. The two eventually parted ways, and while Kenta is still having a good run in New Japan, it's not the same guy as before, and sadly that's how the world works. When you set your own high expectations, you become under even more scrutiny. You cannot take anything away from the man, however, because he is a trailblazer and a trendsetter. Basically responsible for why everybody does kicks today rather than punches. That was Kenta. Number 7, Nathan Jones is out of WrestleMania. So this is a true story, but trust me, Nathan Jones wanted nothing to do with wrestling. He quickly worked out it wasn't for him. I'm not surprised either because he got Vince McMahon, or when the boss saw how big he was, they called him up to the main roster long before he was ready. That's never fair. It's basically a death sentence, you only get one shot. To try and get him up to speed, he was paired with The Undertaker, which was indeed smart. Here was a big man who also had mad longevity. If you can get any of that magic to rub off on you, you're probably golden. Sadly, the opposite happened and the planned tag team match at WrestleMania was scrapped with Nathan doing a run-in instead, and then he fell over. Poor boy. The bad experience coupled with the travel saw Jones leave wrestling entirely and get into movies. If you keep an eye out, you'll actually see him a lot too. He has done quite well for himself. Number 6, the Bart Gunn KO. I'm still mad about this. I've got to get over it. It's just so stupid. It does go back for the Brawl for All, which means we have to discuss that again. Because yes, in 1998, the WWF thought doing a shoot fighting tournament was a good idea, even though it told you that the rest of the show was predetermined. So dumb. Even worse, the hope was Dr. Death Steve Williams would win the thing, and if that's the case, just work it. Then he definitely will be victorious, but no. We took the risk, and Steve got knocked out, good grief. Bart Gunn was the guy who smacked him, and when all was said and done, he'd also finished off Bob Holly, the Godfather, and Bradshaw. It was quite a good run. Instead of just going with it, management basically punished Gunn too because he vanished from TV until he returned at WrestleMania to face Butterbean, who, yes, was an actual boxer. Guess what happened? Bart got rocked. It only took about 10 seconds and the knockout is horrible, and that was that for Gunn. He was never given another chance and soon was released from the company. So let's never do this again. Talk about being dealt a bad hand. Number 5, Buff Bagwell. So this one was a big whoops. When WCW was bought by the WWE, everybody was on tenterhooks because we didn't know what was next. That went for the wrestlers too. Vince McMahon's big original plan was to revive Nitro, mostly to prove he was the best. Hence why on the July 2001 episode of Raw, we got a World Championship Wrestling main event. It was Buff Bagwell versus Booker T. Now, admittedly, this wasn't very good, but the other issue is that the WWF fans crapped all over it, but of course they did. For years, they had been told that WCW sucked. That was a real kicker. The match really was actually kind of passable, but this reaction killed it. Instantly, the powers that be were worried, and it got even worse when Kurt Angle and Steve Austin ran in to stop this. It just confirmed everybody's bias. The following week, Buff went about causing a right scene backstage, even no-showing an event when apparently his mother called in to tell WWE. Then he got into a big old fight with Shane Helms. It's hard to know exactly what happened here, but most agree it was Bagwell's fault. He was let go. It does seem like he had somewhat of an attitude, and as there wasn't many other options, we didn't really see much of him after this. Who does kind of feel like a wasted opportunity. Number 4, Hawk falls off the Titantron. This was offensive. I'm not sure there's another way to put it. But Hawk from the Legion of Doom was going through some very real personal issues at the time. So what did the WWF do? They made it into a story. I'm not sure that's a good idea. It got so bad in November 1998 as the man in question was teaming with new LOD partner Droz that, yep, due to his addictions and not being balanced, he climbed up the Titantron. Why did nobody stop it? We even treated this as some sort of must-see TV as Raw then cut to commercial as manager Paul Ellering begged him not to do it. Then when we did come back, Droz tried to save him, which somehow resulted in Hawk falling to the floor. This was horrible, especially because, again, the real person was dealing with addiction issues, and now we were acting like Droz pushed him. Who was this for? It really did mean the story for a while was, did Droz try to kill somebody? And poor Hawk. He never recovered from this, mostly because everyone should have been trying to support the guy instead. He never really found his momentum again, and even worse, passed away 5 years later. We really shouldn't have done this. Number 3, Mark Merrow's big contract. So there is a lot of chatter about this. Mick Foley has summed it up many a time. Basically, Vince McMahon was a big fan of Mark Merrow, and to get him away from WCW, offered him a guaranteed contract. These are commonplace today, but in the 90s they didn't exist in the WWF. When Mick and the likes of Steve Austin found about this, they felt slighted. They'd also been brought in at a similar time, but there had been no mention of it. You can't get mad at Mark for accepting, but man, this did not work out. While he was presented as the Wild Man, the Attitude Era was slowly creeping in, meaning gimmicks like this weren't clicking anymore. And actually what was clicking was things like his wife. Now that sounds way too crass, and I don't mean it to, but it's just the truth. Sable at Merrow's side became a fan favorite instantly, which was the same for The Office. As the audience got younger and younger, it was basically an attempt to turn it into wrestling's Pamela Anderson. It worked. You could even say too well, because it meant Mark became second fiddle in this pairing, and before long, Sable was a megastar. There was no going back. It was a shame for Merrow because he still had something to offer, but this was such a shift, his career basically came to an abrupt halt. Because he is the best dude, he spent his post-wrestling life trying to help others, and that really is what's important. All things considered, Mark sounds like a truly awesome guy. Number 2, Muhammad Hassan's last ride. If you do want more context about this, go and watch Muhammad Hassan's interview he did with Chris Van Vliet in 2024. You get the whole story. The short version is WWE just started pushing the boundaries of poor taste because, man, this was not good. It didn't start that way, as Hassan was meant to be a somewhat nuanced character that reflected people's own biases back on them. It did feel a bit too heavy for WWE, and yep, there was a reason for that. Simply put, as soon as they wanted to increase the booze, we just made Muhammad stereotypical foreign heel, and it was not good. Then there were those horrible incidences in 2005, which felt like we were trying to do a full-on terrorist angle. It's terrible. What made it even worse is that WWE aired these the same week of the 7/7 London bombings, and that was that. Everybody of note told WWE this had to stop. they were right. It brought us to the Great American Bash, where Sam was already scheduled to face The Undertaker. We basically used this pay-per-view as his funeral. Muhammad was chokeslammed through the stage at the end of it, and it was sold like that was it. He was gone. Over. He never returned to TV, and while Mark Capani, who played the character, deserved a round 2 playing somebody who wasn't this controversial, it never ever happened. Instead, he took all the heat, was released from the company, and unsurprisingly, decided he wanted nothing to do with the industry anymore. I wonder why. Number 1, the Public Enemy get tabled. The Public Enemy were ECW's most over team. While a lot of people deserve credit, they were certainly 2 guys who helped establish the new wave of wrestling. Rock and Johnny Grunge were also big fans of using weapons, and so did so as often as possible. Eventually led them to the WWF, and let's just say maybe they weren't ready for the backstage environment that awaited them. It all began in March 1999, where it was going to be the Public Enemy versus the APA. Rock and Grunge told Bradshaw and Farouk they didn't want to take a table bump because that was their gimmick. They'd gotten over doing the opposite. Given that they had only just come through the door, the acolytes couldn't believe these words had come out of their mouth, so they went out onto Sunday Night Heat and killed these guys, almost literally. You can see it today, and within a few seconds you'll notice this is a real beating. Some of the chair shots. My gosh. Whatever was said, this isn't cool. It is the same with the Still Steps 2, and by the end, it looked like we'd witnessed an actual war. As soon as word got back to management, Public Enemy were totally screwed, and yeah, they were let go. They did sort of carry on back in their old stomping grounds, but I don't know. Whatever they had beforehand never returned. These days, most people just don't want to talk about it.
Sometimes loving wrestling is a bit difficult. Whether it's the detractors of the sport who yelled loudly that it's fake and nonsensical, or the over-the-top melodrama that turns storylines into daytime soaps, there are seemingly numerous factors that you just have to accept and get over in order to enjoy wrestling to its full extent. However, things can go too far, and most of the time it's to do with the creative forces behind the scenes, whether it's them pushing a certain wrestler to the moon even though we don't want it, or treating the more deserving stars like dirt. It can and has moved people to switch off their TVs and say goodbye to the network. Yet wrestling, much like smoking PCP, is a hard drug to quit. Trust me. And before long, you'll be craving a return to the insane action and comically acted nonsense. After all, we know it's bad sometimes, but god damn it, do we love this sport. With this in mind, I'm Jules, WhatCulture.com, and these are 10 WWE moments so awful that they made you stop watching until you started again. What a title. Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Number 10, Katie Vick. Oh look, it's another chance to talk about Katie Vick again, which is surely by now approaching critical mass here at WhatCulture alongside JBL beating up the Blue Meanie. For reference's sake, this storyline focused on Triple H feuding with Kane, revealing to the world that the Big Red Machine had a real-life girlfriend whom Kane killed by accident and then proceeded to rape her corpse because this is fun. Are you having fun? To add a stinky cherry on this turd pie, good old Trips decided that in order to add salt to the wound, he'd go and get quite offensive and simulate having sex with a mannequin in a coffin in order to hammer home the point. What point that was, though, was anyone's guess. Oh, it was to unify the world in intercontinental titles? Yeah, that seems like the right tone, doesn't it? Yet, it was such a terrible car crash that while people definitely tuned out, it drew them back in to just find out how far the WWE could sink. Number 9, Mahal's massive racism. A recent but no less painful entry, the attitude of Jinder Mahal towards Shinsuke Nakamura has been anything but okay. Across their bizarre and, let's face it, lackluster feud, Mahal has repeatedly made fun of the King of Strong Style's look, speech, and race, even going so far as to say that he looks stupid. Ooh, God, I feel bad just quoting him on that one. This simply shouldn't happen. It's 2017 for f***'s sake, and it's not like the fans haven't noticed either, chanting "that's too far" over and over again as Mahal dug his own grave. Yet this is the problem. While we all notice how bad it is, fans inevitably drop back in, perpetrating a situation where we're almost allowing this sort of stuff to happen, even if it is only for the sake of cheap heat. Number 8, the unthinkable. While it would come out days later that he had asked for the title switch himself, the moving of the WWE Championship off of Eddie Guerrero to newly repackaged asshole JBL was a massive shock to the wrestling community. Prior to the win, Guerrero had beaten the now departing Brock Lesnar on the blue brand, and Chris Benoit was also enjoying the early days of his title run on Raw. Both men stood for what was simply not in the WWE at the time: smaller, more acrobatic talents in a field populated by large lads. And for that brief moment, it looked like the company was willing to push this type of superstar. But with the arrival of JBL, the status quo was reinstated. hard. It looked like a pissed-off hard reset of old ideals, which rippled through the WWE universe to much disdain and caused many people to believe that there would never be hope for the air quotes little men in the land of the giants. Number 7. December to Dismember. This was a massive kick in the teeth to so many fans across the world. The moment when Vince dug up the corpse of ECW, brought it to life in a horrible Frankenstein's monster style, then killed it again in front of the children. Oh god, the children. After the rather roaring success of the One Night Stand pay-per-views, ECW proved to the world that there was demand for violence, foul language, and Randy Orton punching. But that was soon boiled down into the WWE's homogenous look, carrying forward all the same problems which were present on the other brands. The worst moment came though, not when Vince crowned himself the ECW champion, but when they stunted the rise of CM Punk by having him lose in the Extreme Elimination Chamber match on the December to Dismember pay-per-view. He was eliminated first. Punk was the only real homegrown up-and-comer that the promotion had, and he was squashed in order to give Bobby Lashley a go on the silverware. A terrible waste on a terribly underpromoted pay-per-view, resulting in a terrible time for fans. Luckily, that certain underused Punk would later draw so many back to the fore with his frustrations, becoming the voice of the people so annoyed with the treatment of talent. Number 6. 18 seconds. That's all it took to start a movement that WWE didn't realise they'd one day desperately wish to stop. When a world title match between champion Daniel Bryan and Royal Rumble winner Sheamus was announced for WrestleMania 28, it was thought as much to be an atonement for some poor treatment the pair were given on the pre-show the prior year, having had their United States title clash dumped to the dark match slot, and then converted to a battle royale won by the Great Khali halfway through. This rematch a year later looked to vindicate the pair for their previous mistreatment, but 18 seconds later, it was all over. D-Bry was on his back and the title was gone. The company had screwed us again, and for many, enough was enough. They were tired of being heard by the company and then it acting in a totally opposite way. Still, this did give rise to the Yes Chant, a movement that sought to unite all of the WWE universe together in protest. It's something that still presents itself time and time again, and even though the authority tried to squash it many times over, it's an enduring reminder that on this night, the rage was very f***ing real. Number 5. Chamber of Horrors. SummerSlam 2003. The Elimination Chamber. This match on this card should have been the upheaval of the cowardly champion Triple H was embodying at the time. It should have been the moment where Goldberg truly showed us his might, but what it showcased more than anything was that Trips had some clear ear-pulling backstage power, and a want to hold on to his shiny strap. This was agony for fans, and it stings even more when you know that Hunter was nursing a groin tear and was basically resting for most of the match so he could appear dominant. It was an insecurity birthed by his quadricep injury 7 months prior, and is apparently what caused him to nix the idea of Booker T going over him, which kind of made him look like a massive racist, which, I mean, is that even worth keeping the title over? Anyway, back to this match. It was so promising, then as soon as the sledgehammer came out, old Granny Tights took the win, and left the audiences fuming to the point of tuning out. Well, at least you got to look cool, eh, Trips? Number 4. Family Photograph. Yes, we're going to get a little political here. And no, it's not to push my own agenda on the tangerine dream that you call a president that I'm sure some of you actually voted for. In my books, you can believe whatever and whomever you like, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else. A little bit of peace of mind for you there. However, for the same reason we want to try and keep politics out of our content, I'm not saying that we do a good job of that by the way, it's really weird to see Vince with Trump in this photo and his wife accepting the position on his cabinet. It ties the company's attitude with that of the company it keeps, and unfortunately pushes away those with a different viewpoint. Well, oh well, at least the photo looks nice. Look at Shane's chubby face. Number 3, 22 seconds. This was just cheap. After watching Yokozuna trounce one of the best wrestlers in the business in the form of Bret Hart thanks to some salt in the eyes, none other than Hulk Hogan stumbled down to the ring at WrestleMania 9 to console his dear friend on his loss. And by that I mean that somehow he immediately got a title shot and decked the Man Mountain in decisive fashion. It was such a raw display of backstage politics, and once again we saw the, now admittedly steroid-free flex of the Hulkster prove that he still had Vince very much in his pocket. It was meant to lead to a match between Hardy Hart and Hogan, which would see the title returned, but that never happened because the Hulkster did what he always does. He just f***ed off before losing. Number 2, the 2015 Royal Rumble. It's common for the WWE to book matches in order to get a rise out of its audience, but none was done so blatantly and combative than the 2015 Royal Rumble. This was not just a middle finger to the fans, it was 2 middle fingers in the ears of the company while it yelled, la 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 la, you love Roman Reigns, no 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 no, no Daniel Bryan for you. Entering at number 10 to a thunderous response, Bryan joined the fray with only Bray Wyatt as an obstacle. The Eater of Worlds would eventually be that year's Iron Man and eventually eliminate Bryan 10 minutes later. And the WWE just assumed that we'd be okay with this. Spoiler alert, we weren't. As fans heaped scorn onto the contest, virtually nothing was booked to satiate their rage. Reigns entered and dominate to derision, while The Big Show and Kane were dispatched late to literally dump Wyatt and fellow favourites Dean Ambrose and Dolph Ziggler over the top with patronising ease. No wonder #cancel WWE Network went on to trend worldwide thanks to the utter fury of the fans, and I dare say it saw a ton of people turn away from the product. Well, don't worry kids, it's 2017, I'm sure that things have changed. Oh no, Roman Reigns is still being forced down our throats. Goody. And number 1, Benoit. You won't find a trace of the man on the WWE Network in this day and age, as his double murder-suicide was just so appalling, nor will you see his obituary which aired on the WWE. Now, while you might see this as quite understandable, that the man did actually commit a shocking and terribly evil act, we have to remember that he wasn't a well man. The company that brought him to many viewers as the rabid Wolverine were treating him like a dog behind the scenes, almost fostering a hyper-competitive locker room which ran on a steady supply of drugs. It would be wrong to blame the WWE fully for Benoit's actions, but at the same time their sweeping of it so under the rug, so defiantly, raised questions and pushed many fans away. It was a wake-up call to the audience that these men and women put everything into their craft and worked for an employer that seemingly gave little back when it came to support. A tragic time, and for many, it was enough to push them away for good.
WWE through the 2010s could be pretty rough watching. The alternative to Raw and SmackDown booking the Authority's Big Show and Kane against 2 equally bland babyfaces every week was actually WWE's developmental. The black and gold brand was the punk rock to the main roster's family-friendly radio. It was cooler, it was edgier, and it had something to prove. I'm Sai for WhatCulture.com, and here are 10 times NXT black and gold was better than literally everything. Number 10, NXT TakeOver Brooklyn. SummerSlam 2015 was actually pretty solid from an entertainment perspective. The booking decisions, less great, with The Undertaker needlessly getting his win back a year and a half after Lesnar broke the streak, and talk show host Jon Stewart getting inexplicably involved in Cena vs Rollins. Even as a show that most agreed was decent enough though, NXT had made numerous huge statements at TakeOver Brooklyn the night before that would put it above SummerSlam quite easily. How does a match of the decade contender from 2 young upstarts called Sasha Banks and Bayley grab you? Because the boss had already moved up to the big time, Bayley's championship victory was inevitable, but no less impactful. In some ways, it was a true end of an era moment and the beginning of something new, as very soon WWE would have to start doing more than the bare minimum with their women's division. After all, SummerSlam hadn't even booked a women's title match and instead had 3 arbitrary teams duking it out for an underwhelming 15-minute. Brooklyn also saw an incredible ladder match main event between Owens and Balor, the debut of Apollo Crews, and incredibly featured Jushin Thunder Liger in his only WWE match. Number 9, tag team wrestling mattered. There's a reason that Brooklyn needed to be mentioned right out of the gate because it was such a statement of intent for how WWE could do so much more with its women's division. But NXT didn't stop there in doing what the main roster wouldn't. Vince McMahon's inconsistent interest in tag team wrestling had long been an issue in WWE, and so NXT felt like it was a breath of fresh air. It presented something to WWE fans that they hadn't felt for a very long time by making its tag division as valuable as its main event scene. Teams would often close out weekly episodes of NXT and have plenty of time to establish their characters and feuds. You didn't have to like their style, but giving the Ascension nearly 400 days with the belts was a huge setup for the prestige that would follow. In that same time in 2014, WWE passed the main roster tag titles around 4 times. In the 200 days that they held them, the Usos defended the belts a paltry 6 times. But from the Ascension's reign, a division was born. NXT had a slew of teams coming through, all interacting with each other and almost always having show-stealing matches. Often often opening takeovers, the likes of American Alpha, The Revival, and DIY were putting on clinics that most mainstream WWE fans didn't realise tag wrestling could even provide. Number 8, NXT TakeOver London. WWE's Clash at the Castle was a big deal for international fans, as it was the first major premium live event the company had run in Europe for 19 years. But sometime during that dark period, NXT was doing what WWE wouldn't, and the crowd was red hot for it. This, as it often does, fueled the in-ring work of the hungry black and gold roster. As the third brand of the company, there was always an underground element and a palpable air of sticking it to the man. The London crowd in December 2015 embraced NXT, and NXT fed off that energy, delivering a very solid night of action. Results-wise, this wasn't a show of big surprises. Bayley, Finn Balor and The Revival retained their gold against their challengers. Corbin continued his NXT mean streak. But it was live WWE of more consequence than the biannual episodes of Raw in the UK, and fans were more than happy to eat it up. The event was so over that it can easily be assumed that it is in part responsible for the idea of the UK Championship tournament a year later, the arrival of the NXT UK Championship, and all of the good that eventually comes with it, like Butch and Gunther. Number 7, the formation and crowning of the Undisputed Era. Long before the Bloodline became the hottest stable in wrestling, there was another. Before Roman broke records with the world title, Adam Cole became the longest reigning NXT champion. Before the Usos stood alongside their leader with tag belts, the Undisputed Era was draped in gold. When Cole, O'Reilly and Fish debuted, they could have gone the same way as most groups in the company, being used to put over already established stars. After all, the Era's black and gold colour scheme bore a striking resemblance to the Nexus, and their eventual fate is infamous. So it's with praise to both the NXT booking team and the Undisputed Era themselves that they did something few groups have ever managed to do by capturing all of the prizes in the company. Their cocky frat boy behaviour, which often crossed the line into outright idiocy, see Roderick Strong's therapy session skits, didn't detract from their ability to get things done in the ring. Capturing all the gold in NXT, as well as plenty end-of-year awards, made sure they defined the brand. The closest WWE had to the UE at this time, in terms of quality stables, was the now defunct Shield. And despite their own brilliance, these are things the Hounds of Justice simply cannot say. The Undisputed Era punched up to the heights of DX and NWO when it came to having total control over the territory they marked as their own. Number 6, War Games in NXT has never been topped. In its best moments, NXT felt like the show that Vince McMahon forgot even existed. Head booker Triple H did some of his best work when he could pull the reins in ways that surprised fans that were used to WWE's very defined edges. Some of this was the usage of the catalogue of copyrights the company had acquired in 2001 from WCW and left dormant. The most pivotal of these, of course, was the return of best Regal impression at the ready, War Games! NXT's revival of the two-ring cage structure was refreshing after 17 years away, and even more so against the backdrop of the tired formula of Hell in a Cell. More than this, in terms of the modern era, it's never been bested. WWE adopting the gimmick for Survivor Series 2022 created some fantastic storytelling moments for the Bloodline. AEW's own Blood and Guts bouts have been entertaining in their own right, but production issues have stopped them from achieving their potential. But NXT knocked it out of the park every single time from the word go, utilising the space and teams involved to run stories through the match, as well as create a series of incredibly memorable spots. Io Shirai diving off the ropes with a trash can on her head, anyone? Number 5, NXT TakeOver Chicago. When it comes to takeovers that show roster depth, few do it better than 2017's Chicago show. The women's title was defended in a triple threat match between Asuka, Nikki Cross and Ruby Riott, which seems totally star-studded in retrospect. The men's championship, meanwhile, was contested in a particularly interesting pairing of Bobby Roode and Hideo Itami. Perhaps the gem of the entire show was the masterpiece put on display by Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate, arguably righting the booking mistake of the UK Championship tournament by having the Bruiserweight take the title that was rightfully his. This began not just an incredible reign, but kicked open the door for the expansion of the Black and Gold. Regardless of its ultimate outcome, it was an attractive advertisement for the NXT UK spin-off. The whole event closed with the first time the NXT Tag Team Championships had been defended in the main event of a takeover, with DIY being crushed by the Authors of Pain. This, of course, led to their memorable dissolution. And what about Backlash, also taking place that weekend? Largely not memorable. Does the Charlotte Flair hating stable, the welcoming committee, ring any bells at all? But absolutely tragic where it was, as it saw Jinder Mahal capture the WWE Championship to a general reaction of, you've got to be kidding. Number 4, Gargano versus Ciampa. Wrestling storylines come in all tones and lengths, but there's something truly special about the long play. A rivalry that takes place over several years, ebbing, flowing and evolving, is often remarkable. If done right, it can make for the most effective and memorable stories in the sport. Gargano versus Ciampa Ciampa has a case to be one of the best rivalries in WWE history. Not only did it deliver all of the above, even surviving and eventually reigniting through several unfortunately timed injuries, but it also delivered in ring, with every encounter outdoing the previous, perhaps with the exception of the empty arena one final beat match. This feud began in a strange era for WWE's main roster. As previously mentioned, Mahal was WWE champion and Lesnar was embarking on his 500+ day Universal Championship reign where he was barely seen on TV. The company struggled with putting over any major babyfaces, let alone creating new ones. Gargano and Ciampa's story through its runtime proved that they could both work different ends of the spectrum. Ciampa was a versatile baddie and sympathetic anti-hero, whilst Gargano made for an unorthodox heel when he wasn't the beating heart of NXT as a face. The storyline weaved in ways that allowed them both to shine their brightest over the 3 years, constantly subverting expectations and making sure that, regardless of whatever else was happening, NXT was still worth watching. Number 3, NXT TakeOver R Evolution. Despite being a contender for one of the worst pay-per-view names WWE have ever used, TakeOver R Evolution is perhaps no better example of NXT as a statement. The first 2 events were decent fun, but 2014's was where NXT stood up, looked at Raw and SmackDown and said, "We are not the same." At first glance, the card seems quite quaint, and there are only 45 minutes of action in 2 hours. Corbin smashes through Dillinger in less than a minute, Charlotte defends the title against Sasha Banks for the first time in a swift 12 minutes, but she does so kicking off a 5+ year rivalry. Exciting New Japan signees Finn Balor and Hideo Itami team together against developmental stalwarts The Ascension in a minor grudge match. Also of note, Corey Graves starts his commentary career this night. But the turning point that takes place at R Evolution is super babyface Sami Zayn reaching the peak of the mountain, gaining the NXT Championship and embracing his longtime companion and new signee Kevin Owens. And in the last 2 minutes of the show, the inevitable happens with Owens wiping Zayn out with a powerbomb on the apron. Conversely, that weekend WWE had run TLC with a stairs match between The Big Show and Eric Rowan. Woohoo! Number 2, NXT wins Survivor Series 2019. This one is a bit more kayfabe than the rest, but it would have been silly to disregard the night that WWE put over NXT in the biggest possible way. Survivor Series brand warfare as a concept is typically easy to mock, because who has a particular stake in Raw over SmackDown or vice versa? Adding NXT into the mix in 2019 changed that attitude completely. Simply put, NXT fans really cared about their show as the little underground runt of WWE's brands, and it was certainly trading blows with the established TV shows. It was one of the rare years that Survivor Series kept proper score across the board, with the show going off the air alongside a startling image of a victorious Shayna Baszler and the final standings of 4-2-1 to the black and gold. The night got off to a hot, intriguing start when Lio Rush overcame cruiserweights on the other 2 brands. The NXT ladies won the 5-on-5-on-5 tag match, and Strong beat Nakamura and Styles to give NXT a heavy lead. At this point, SmackDown could only hope to tie, and shockingly, that wasn't the case. Tribalism in wrestling may be stupid, and it was all booked this way to improve NXT's profile for better TV rights deals, but for this one night, it wasn't just shown as on equal footing as Raw and SmackDown, it viciously stomped on their feet. And number 1, NXT TakeOver Dallas. When it comes to the best singles wrestling match of 2016, there is a very easy answer. Nakamura's jump from New Japan to NXT was a hell of a thing to witness, and he kicked it off in style with an unforgettable bout against Sami Zayn. But whilst this was the show stealer of the entire year, never mind that evening, NXT TakeOver Dallas was a card that showcased everything fresh and exciting about WWE's developmental brand. The emotions of Nakamura's arrival and Zayn's fitting departure landed in the middle of a card that kept the crowd on their feet all evening. The show opened with Super Over American Alpha securing the NXT Tag Team titles to huge elation. Elsewhere, Asuka submitted Bayley to be crowned NXT Women's Champion. Times were changing, but the future was no less thrilling. NXT felt like essential viewing in a vacuum that night, but this was only elevated by what was to come that weekend. WrestleMania 32 is commonly believed to be one of the worst in the history of the show of shows. It was an overlong mess with stale booking and WWE at the height of their total delusion about Reigns as a babyface. Meanwhile, NXT had put on a match with Zayn and Nakamura that people still talk about with reverence 8 years later.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. What a pile of shit. For starters, who is attacking somebody with sticks and stones when you could just get a bat? Secondly, words hurt and they cut deep. Some of the things said to me over the years, well, I'd rather be smashed in the face with a club. This often goes in wrestling too, when a wry line hits a sports entertainer right in the gut, or the tum-tum. So I am Simon from WhatCulture, please do subscribe. And this is 10 wrestlers who couldn't hide their anger at a real insult. Number 10, Jim Ross. For some reason, Vince McMahon loved taking shots at Jim Ross. All the man ever did was a really good job, but that wasn't enough. We must insult him. It mostly was so Vince could make himself laugh backstage, which shows the dominance WWE had in the 2000s. And McMahon even went as far as to chuckle at JR's Bell's palsy. Straight up, that's not funny. In terms of getting an on-air reaction though, nothing upended Ross more than during one WWE draft in 2008. Despite being quite vocal about wanting to stay on Raw, which was his first mistake, it got announced that yep, Jim was going to smack her down. It's essentially like you finding out your dream job is changing on live TV in front of millions of people, and just look at Ross's face during this. He is quite clearly upset, which he soon told everyone about anyway. It kind of feels like there was no need for this, mostly because there was no need. Number 9, Hulk Hogan. So this one wasn't a real insult, I don't think. It's just so Hulk Hogan, who these days does exist in his own world. He once wrestled 400 times a year, don't you know, after doing some time traveling. His words, not mine. You can't take away his pro wrestling success though, which is why he has been a mainstay for decades, including turning up at the 2006 WWE Hall of Fame ceremony. On this night, Bret Hart was being inducted, with Steve Austin doing the inducting, when the Rattlesnake decided to go for a cheap bop by saying he found a can of whoop-ass with Hogan's name on it in his bag. The Hulkster looked like somebody had just revealed that he's actually bald. The man was so mad. I think he was offended that the fans in attendance erupted for this, and it's crazy. Nobody understands the oversell more than Hogan, and that's all he had to do. Wide eyes, wry smile, would have set the place loopy, but no. How dare this man challenge him to a fight that's never going to happen? It is funny though. It just is. Number 8, Kevin Nash. So this too is really funny. I'm sorry, Big Sexy, but once again, it just is. When the NWO were brought into the WWE in 2002, though, there was a conversation to be had. Not just by the fans as we pondered if this was good or bad, but by the wrestlers backstage too. Hulk Hogan, Scott Hall, and Kevin Nash all had certain reputations, and did they really want that in the locker room? The Rock clearly didn't give a damn either way, as he went after these three as much as possible, including on one Raw when he called Nash a big daddy bitch. Now, said out loud, that is very mild, especially for Dwayne Johnson, but for whatever reason, Kevin was so offended by this, he spoke about it for years during shoot interviews. It is fair to say he's over it these days and even said sorry because he is a good dude, but even then, why was he mad? The word bitch is so overused in wrestling, it's kind of like saying headlock. Okay, that's a stretch, but come on. Number 7, Kevin Nash again. Whoops! Here's round 2. It is weird that the former Diesel would appear twice because he is a guy that 1, gets it, and 2, has thrown out many above throughout the years, and yet in 2007 he got ruffled again. In his defense, this one makes a little bit more sense. The basic story is this. Nash and Scott Hall had arrived in TNA and were meant to feature big on TNA's Turning Point pay-per-view, which is when Hall didn't show up. Ah dear. Opponent Samoa Joe was understandably annoyed about this, so decided to bury the heck out of Scott during a promo. Now, in reality, Joe was cool because he always is, but after Vince Russo had asked him to lose it on TV, well, he did that too. He's a good employee. Now, the idea was that this was going to be a worked shoot, whereas Kevin felt like Joe had gone too far, and he'd done that old classic, gone into business for himself. Therefore, he smacked Samoa backstage for insulting his friend, and it's the fallout of this that's the best. Apparently the next day, they all shook hands and moved on. Kinda feel like that's the best way to sort these things out. Number 6, Becky Lynch. Do you want to know what's awful? The belt swap angle. Oh, we've switched brands, so you take my title and I'll take yours. Forget bad reigns. This is what ruins championships. It only fell apart in October 2021 when Charlotte Flair and Becky Lynch had to do this on an episode of SmackDown. I think because both knew it was gubbins too. Well, that and they had a real life falling out apparently. It is wrestling, so we take it with a pinch of salt, but on Steve Austin's WWE Network show, Lynch explained that the on-paper plan was for the man to grab the Raw title to the surprise of Charlotte. This would give her the moment to beat Becky 2 belts again. A nice tease for the future and the past. She would then throw the title to then GM Sonya Deville, who would give it to Flair, who was then allowed to run Lynch down. So there you go, everybody wins. Clearly the Queen didn't see it this way, because before we even got to round 1, she just dropped the thing on the floor, meaning the rest of the segment was done for. Becky has even admitted she thought something like this was gonna go down. You can also see the look on her face because she is super pissed about it. And then when she went backstage, she lost it. Again, maybe she did and maybe she didn't. But that growl, man, if it's acting, somebody give her an award. I will warn you if you do decide to watch this, though, it is the most awkward thing ever. Number 5, CM Punk. I mean, we can't ignore this one, but yeah, it is a little bit exhausting now, isn't it? It does have a fascinating edge to it, however, because when CM Punk had his promo off with Hangman Adam Page before Double or Nothing 2022, nobody thought anything of it. I know I didn't. It was just a good exchange between two pros. It then blew off the handle when after the fact Punk returned to TV and called out Page in an unplanned segment. And then yeah, it all came out. For during this initial war of words, the cowboy had dropped in a line about workers' rights, and that was the insinuation that Punk had potentially cost old friend Colt Cabana his job. That led into the idea that CM was not the same person behind the scenes as he was in front of the camera, and oh my gosh, CM Punk didn't like any of this. Watching it back, it's far more obvious as Punk's face sort of smiles like, what is going on here? But it's his eyes, I tell you. They've got the whole story. He is soon scowling too, which is the ultimate proof, and from this point on, it was going to be a whirlwind nightmare. We can just leave it there, though. We all know the rest. Number 4, The Undertaker. When Chris Jericho arrived in the WWE in 1999, he wanted to go straight to the top. Makes sense. Clearly somebody felt the same as he was throwing barbs at the likes of The Rock and The Undertaker, when, whoops, he said the wrong thing to the dead man. It was only his second week in during August of that year, but after the Phenom had done that promo where he went on and on about riding a bike with the Big Show, Chris appeared and said this was really boring. I mean, he wasn't wrong. I still don't know what he's going on about. He also called the pair slugs, and yeah, Taker was pissed. It put Jericho in the doghouse right away, a position he had to really work hard to pull himself out of. The best part, though, is the Undertaker's face in the ring. Dude is so furious, he ain't no slug. Number 3, Roman Reigns. John Cena's nickname for the second half of his career should be the verbal eviscerator. Always preempted with that nice speech quip, Cena would get a microphone and just wreck people. Didn't care who you were either. If you dropped the ball, John would take the thing and throw it into space. You ain't ever getting it back. This brings us to late 2017 when Cena and new star Roman Reigns were finally going to go at it. And it happened again. John told Roman how he was manufactured, fake, a fraud, and the crowd hated him, and at this rate, he was going to go nowhere fast. It got more brutal, because when Reigns stumbled over his line, Cena jumped in with the now famous, "It's called a promo, big dog. You're going to have to learn how to cut one." That was the home run. Roman's face creased up in utter despair. I bet this was one of those moments when Reigns had 1,000 great comebacks after the fact, but his brain did him dirty here. He kind of just looked at Cena like he was a lost puppy. He then also said, "They boo you because they see right through you," which was not all that great. Game, set, and match. Number 2, The Rock, which brings us to round 2 courtesy of John Cena. This guy, it really does underline his last decade or so in the company when he was on a tear, even when facing Hollywood royalty. Now let's not forget who we're talking about here. Somebody says that Dwayne Johnson is the best promo ever. Cool, yeah, I get it. That didn't stop Cena as they built up their WrestleMania program, however. And dare I say it, he may have come out on top here. The real KO is what everybody still talks about today, which is Johnny noticing The Rock had promo notes written on his wrist, and he mentioned this on live TV. Now, as we have talked about, this could be the ultimate work by 2 super pros, but go and see the evidence for yourself. The Great One looks ready to explode to me, and definitely gets in Cena's face in a pretty aggressive way. His comeback didn't help ever, as he just called himself a big man, but again, I think The Rock was taken aback by this. John Cena had just broken the wrestler's code to create some buzz. Let's be fair, it totally worked. Number 1, Triple H. A lot of what was said between DX and the Hart Foundation back in the 90s was not okay. It was even worse with the Nation of Domination. We should never do this again. In 1997, it had gone off the rails as Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels were at each other's throats for real, and soon it became a proper war as each group kept taking shots all the damn time. One that stands out was in October, and is frankly inexcusable, when the Hitman insinuated what the H in Triple H could stand for. I'm sure you can work it out. I'm not saying it here or anywhere. The interesting part is the reaction, because Hunter grabs a mic and is all, yeah, whatever. Is that the best you've got? Just makes the whole exchange so weird, and it's exactly why there's no place for it in wrestling or life. It's not an insult, just let people live their lives. It does seem like Triple H was a little peeved that Bret had gone in this direction, though, as he should have been. Again, don't do it. Respect for all. Wrestling is still real to me, damn it, and I know that it's real to you too. I see the crazies on the internet. Don't come and tell me that people don't believe in this stuff. Every single little decision is criticized to the nth degree. It is important to remember that given what we are going to talk about today, because yeah, if that's what sports entertainment does to your brain, imagine being directly involved. Sometimes people just get sucked in. It means on occasion you get a wrestler who would just not drop their title, even though that's the point of this mad world. I am Simon Miller. Let's go. Number 10, Shawn Michaels refused to lose to Vader. Shawn Michaels will be the first guy to tell you there are two different versions during his WWE run, the 90s and then the 2000s. Entity number 1 was very protective of his spot, as everybody was, and therefore, if he felt the need to put a shield around himself, that's what he was going to do. We've talked about it before, only you can decide the right from the wrong. He was the WWF champion in 1996, and therefore when Vader finally made his way to the company, we matched these two up. Vader had been a top guy everywhere else he had been, so let's capitalize on that. It's a proper never-seen-before fight. According to the man behind the mask, it was meant to go like this, however. He would lose to Michaels at SummerSlam under the promise of getting another match down the line where he would win. It's called classic wrestling politics. There was even a working plan for him to drop the title back to Shawn at the 1997 Royal Rumble, and I can see that. That show was in HBK's backyard. During their first encounter, though, Michaels was not happy about how much Vader smacked him in the mouth, so yeah, when he was done, he was really done. We are not doing this again. Sounds like this was a pick'em too. A lot of people say Vader really did pack a punch, but plans are plans. Now comment below. Number 9, Sable says no to Luna. What a 180 this was. On the one side of the ring you had Sable, and on the other Luna Vachon. It was the opposite of how the WWF used to see women's wrestling. There was some friction here, however, because Sable found her way to the women's title based on her popularity and looks. She absolutely exploded and throughout the Attitude Era was a huge star. It meant that eventually she needed some in-ring training and Luna was given that role. She was a very experienced worker, knew what she was doing to say the least. That brought us to the 1998 Survivor Series where Sable did win the gold, which she didn't defend until the Royal Rumble. And why? Because then she could fight Luna, and given all their time together, this should be a pretty decent match. Makes sense. Due to that, the company decided they could get at least a couple of pay-per-views out of this, so had Luna winning the title, and when Sable found that out, nope, that doesn't sound like a good plan. The word has always been that she went and got this changed, and yeah, come January, she did walk away with that championship. So wrestling never changes. Number 8, Tessa Blanchard wanted a new contract, or she wouldn't drop the TNA title. Man, this was a thing. There was a point in time where the wrestling world had their eye on Tessa Blanchard because she was so good, TNA went out and put the World Championship on her. And I mean that as it sounds, not the Knockouts title. She held what was until this point predominantly the male's major belt. This happened in 2020 where Tessa defeated Sami Callihan at Hard to Kill, and she had a successful defense against Taya Valkyrie. Then the pandemic hit. This, of course, threw everything into disarray, and as TNA tried to sort things out, they asked Blanchard to drop the title at Slammiversary. As her contract was expiring that same July, though, Tessa wanted to renew it with more money before making any decisions. And you can guess how this went. Not good. There were a lot of other controversies too, which made this a very volatile situation, so in June, TNA stripped her of that belt, as they didn't think she was going to do it willingly. Sheesh. Number 7, Mike Awesome took the ECW title to WCW. I mean, why not? Well, lots of reasons. Mike Awesome debuted for ECW in 1993, and while he came and went, his big run wasn't until 1998. That was good timing. This is when Extreme Championship Wrestling was going crazy. Sadly, he got injured, so was out until 1999, and his return was big. Awesome won the world title twice, became a very important cog in that wheel. Like many of the roster, Mike then felt like his money wasn't being sorted as promised, so even though he was the champion, Awesome went and secretly signed with WCW. Ruh-roh. As he had the title, Eric Bischoff instantly wanted to pull a Medusa and throw that thing in the trash, but Paul Heyman wasn't having that. The ECW legal team told WCW straight up the consequences. This is what led to a crazy situation, because to appease all parties, Heyman came to a compromise with Awesome where he would come back to the company and lose to Taz, who just so happened to be signed with WWE at the time. So we had a match that was ECW versus WWE versus WCW. Wild. Thanks to when it was recorded and when it was aired, it also meant on April 10th, 2000, when Michael debuted in WCW, he was still the owner of the ECW Gold. And I tell you, my friends, that is just crazy. Number 6, Stan Hansen keeps the AWA title. Creative differences. as always. It started in December 1985 when Stan defeated Rick Martel for the AWA Championship, and this was a surprise. Hansen was a huge star in Japan, but it wasn't the same way over this way. Plus, Martel had been champion for 595 days. This was a big deal. Stan also went on a 6-month tear, but he didn't like this. Most of it had been squash matches with no storylines, and that is not what Hansen was all about. Soon there was also money issues, so when the AWA told Stan to drop the title to Nick Bockwinkel, Stan said no. Mostly because he was mad. Nick talked about this on a subsequent WWE-produced AWA documentary, and he felt Stan was loyal to NJPW promoting Giant Baba, so if nothing else, he was trying to protect his aura. He didn't want to lose. Therefore, when Baba found out about what the AWA wanted to do, he told his star man not to do it, and he listened. It sucked for the company and Bockwinkel as they had to strip Hansen and say he wasn't the champion anymore before they just handed it to Nick. That is not the way you want to become the world champion. Number 5, Bearcat Wright and the WWA title. Ron Simmons, deservedly so, is credited with being the first African-American in wrestling history to be a world champion, but there are 2 other individuals who deserve this sort of praise too. Bobo Brazil won the NWA World Championship from Buddy Rogers in 1962, but refused to accept the title since Roger was injured. He was a good dude. In 1963, Bearcat Wright then won the WWA Championship from Freddie Blassie. The problem being, this promotion wasn't part of the NWA at the time, so it wasn't recognized. Such ridiculous wrestling. He held that belt for 115 days, and even during such a short run, twice he told people he wasn't going to lose. The first was Edward Carpenter in November 1963 and Freddie Blassie the following month, and it all came down to legitimacy. Wright was so strong he wanted somebody with realistic credentials to defeat him, and didn't think either of these guys fit the bill. This is when management went and got the very legit fighter Gene LaBelle, and as soon as Bear saw that he had no issues, he knew in a straight up scrap Gene would kick his ass. I think things got too out of control though, as basically Wright refused to go to the ring, meaning the WWA just took the title off him and switched it. I tell you what a crazy world this is. And before John Cena says no to Jack Swagger. Let's not pretend taking such a stance is reserved just for old school wrestling either. Still happening right now. In 2010, this had even more to it, because at that time, if you won the Money in the Bank briefcase, the record books would show you a 100% cash-in record. That's right, nobody lost. When Jack Swagger got the briefcase at WrestleMania 26, it meant he was almost guaranteed a championship run. When all of a sudden, it went off in a different direction. So even though Jack wasn't the one to break this run after he did beat Chris Jericho for the World Heavyweight Championship, this wasn't what WWE wanted at first. They wanted Swagger to go after John Cena. Jack spoke about this on the Talk is Jericho podcast because, yeah, WWE did book a segment on Raw where he teased beating Cena, but never got round to cashing in because John smacked him right in the mouth. And why did we do this? Because apparently Cena had told management he didn't think it was the way to go. I think this set the powers that be into meltdown, as Swagger only held on to that title for 82 days before losing it to Rey Mysterio. And my advice to you all would be ignore everything. It wasn't really WWE at its best. Number 3, Roman Reigns says no at WrestleMania 39. We need more information about this because context is key. Given what we did do at WrestleMania 40, even if Roman Reigns had gone to management and said he didn't think Mania 39 was the right time to lose, well, maybe he was correct. It caused huge controversy, as we know, when more recently the word came out that the American Nightmare was due to win in 2023, before Roman and Paul Heyman had this chat. Because why don't we do this instead? Again, though, the rumor is the tribal chief felt like extending Cody's journey would get fans to buy in even more. And yeah, he had that right on the nose. That ending in April 2024 was excellent. Let's not forget the higher-ups could have said no too, so maybe they could also see the vision. And yes, this all would have been terrible if Rhodes hadn't gone on to finish his story. But he did. So all's well that ends well. Number 2, that doesn't work for me, brother. Hulk Hogan has to be part of any list like this. There are so many stories where he dropped this exact phrase after Hogan had decided the idea being pitched was not the right one. It's just one of the perks of being the number 1 guy in wrestling, and given he had the numbers in his favor, I'm sure any promoter would go Celine Dion and think twice. You don't want to tank your business. During his massive 1,474-day title run, the word has always been the WWF wanted him to lose it to the Macho Man Randy Savage, but Hulk said no. He would drop it to Andre the Giant instead. This is why you get the WrestleMania 4 madness, where Ted DiBiase tries to buy the championship from Andre. Jack Tunney said that was illegal, so now we're going to do a tournament. And who won? Randy Savage. Wrestling is dumb. We also have to talk about WrestleMania 9, where Bret Hart lost the title to Yokozuna. Even though it wasn't in the plans, Hogan convinced Vince McMahon to let him storm out afterwards and challenge Zune to an impromptu title match. And yeah, he won. Yoko held the belt for like a minute. This went so bad by the summer Hulk was totally gone from the WWF, and honestly, one of the stupidest things the promotion ever did. Number one, Ric Flair owns the WCW Championship. Ric Flair's first run with this championship under Jim Crockett was all-time levels. It's what people still talk about today. In 1991, though, after we had WCW and a new head honcho Jim Herd, the Nature Boy fell out with management. This was mostly as they told Flair to cut his hair, call himself Spartacus, and they also wanted him to cut his hair. Surprise, surprise, Rick felt a little bit insulted. As they couldn't come to an agreement, Herd then fired Flair, which was a really silly idea, because Rick was indeed the World Heavyweight Champion. In those days, you paid a $25,000 deposit when you won the belt, so you wouldn't do anything untoward with it, and when WCW told Flair they would not be giving him his money back, he just refused to send the title, and he kept it. I mean, I get it, there's no back scratching there at all. Flair took it one step further and signed with the WWF, and yep, he turned up on TV with the gold as he called himself the real World's Heavyweight Champion. It's a really fun story. This, of course, triggered a lawsuit, which is actually what helped Paul Heyman and ECW years later with Mike Awesome, as the courts decided the belt did count as an IP, you weren't allowed to mess with it. All you really need to know is that WCW was totally inept during this period. No wonder Flair felt aggrieved. We probably all would have done the same thing.
From all kinds of cage chaos to cinematic horrors, it is time to look at some quite bizarre and sometimes rather brilliant WWE matches that do not get spoken about that much anymore. I'm Gareth, you're watching WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 25 unique WWE matches nobody talks about. Number 25, the Lion's Den match. Borrowing from UFC's surging popularity in the late 1990s, the Lion's Den match was WWE's spin that, like several on this list, required specific types of wrestlers to be involved in order to get and keep it over. Set in a circular cage that left the wrestlers looking like trapped animals at the bottom of a fight pit, the contest gave the likes of Ken Shamrock, Dan Severn, and Steve Blackman a showcase suited to their extra skill sets. And by extra skill sets, I mean their ability to kick ass for real. Matches such as the SummerSlam 1998 Shamrock Owen Hart maiden voyage for the gimmick added legitimacy with their MMA-inspired presentation. Unfortunately, the stipulation's niche appeal and WWE's eventual abandonment of these matches as the Attitude Era concluded ensured the Lion's Den remained a product of its time. Since then, the underground battles in NXT have tried and failed to ape the grit. Edge is not happy. And speaking of MMA in the world of wrestling, I want to know right now, who is your favorite ever MMA style performer in wrestling? Is it Ronda Rousey, a Ken Shamrock? You let me know in the comments right down below. Number 24, the Kennel from Hell match. 1999's Kennel from Hell match is more infamous than iconic, despite the audacious scope of the concept. A hybrid of a steel cage match and Hell in a Cell, with rabid dogs patrolling the ring. This unforgiven 1999 disaster saw Al Snow and Big Boss Man fail to overcome the match's bizarre logistics. Uncooperative animals and a poorly paced stipulation turned it into a laughingstock rather than an innovation, though the legacy lives on as a so bad it's good moment, thanks to relentless hazing from Mick Foley and latterly Snow's celebrating of its flaws. The disastrous execution will surely never be repeated, but more's the pity. I mean, a dog-free version that combines the two cages might have actually stood a chance, you know? Much like number 23, Punjabi Prison Match. The Punjabi Prison Match is an undeniably remarkable visual spectacle for pro wrestling, but that is often where the praise ends, sadly. First introduced at the Great American Bash 2006, and designed as a signature match for the Great Khali, even though he ended up failing a wellness test and missing the original. Awkward. The dual-layered bamboo cages were meant to evoke an esoteric esoteric mix of danger and tradition. Unfortunately, some convoluted double escape rules and obstructed sightlines left fans in the building and watching at home a bit confused and disengaged. It's been revived sparingly as a result, most recently to try anything to reheat Jinder Mahal and Randy Orton's WWE Championship rivalry in 2017. Oh man, that was a time, wasn't it? Khali was back in the frame for that too, but like the big man himself, it remains something of a niche idea with more potential and promise than what occurred in the actual presentation. Number 22, Inferno Match. The Inferno Match epitomized the Attitude Era's obsession with shock, awe, and the never-ending programs featuring Kane and/or The Undertaker. The pair were in the first two Inferno matches in 1998 and 1999, with the Big Red Machine seeing his arm and foot set fire to, respectively, in the process. The younger Brother of Destruction was in the next, and of recording, last two, not managing to win his signature stip until a 2006 victory over Montel Vontavious Porter. I hear he hurts people now. It is an odd one to not really come up in conversation much anymore, considering how arresting the spectacle of a ring surrounded by flames actually is. I mean, look at it, that looks awesome. However, impracticality and reliance on spectacle over substance might be the reason why, and has certainly limited its shelf life in these less hedonistic times. Add the genuine danger to performers and fans and the challenge of booking believable-looking finishes, and perhaps it's best left on the back burner this. Number 21, Buried Alive Match. The Buried Alive match remains iconic for the showbiz quality of the gravesite, and using a consequence that sits within most people's darkest fears. Speaking of darkest fears, Mankind constantly had the measure of the dead man in 1996, and though he lost the first encounter, he escaped his inevitable fate and gathered other heels to help him bury Undertaker ahead of the character getting a repackage. It was shrewd booking. The sight of wrestlers being covered in dirt lent an almost mythological quality to the stipulation, and how much fans and the performers themselves should buy into it. This was crucial. When the likes of Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock worked matches with it in the years that followed, their credibility wasn't under threat for trying to avoid defeat. Of a bygone age, much like The Undertaker himself, the gimmick might only ever resurface like a hand sticking out of the ground when a character or story warrants it. We'll have to wait and see. Number 20, the Blindfold Match. The Blindfold Match often prioritized comedy and chaos over technical skill, much like myself, but demands immense working skill from the wrestlers to generate heat. Leave it to Jake the Snake Roberts and Rick Martel then, who made the company's first ever on-screen iteration of it at WrestleMania 7 such an overwhelming success story. Blinded in storylines, Roberts was at long last working on a level playing field and put forth one of his last truly amazing babyface performances, conducting a crowd with little more than well-timed points and gestures towards his opponent. Understanding the assignment then, the audience that night set the tone for the rare future occurrences, and the gimmick tends not to have too much trouble getting the building going. People love them some blindfold matches. However, the lack of athleticism and actual, wrestling keeps the stipulation in the kitsch novelty column, something the market leader is alleged to have moved away from over the years. Number 19, the Boiler Room Brawl. The original Boiler Room Brawl was a dark and dingy war that exemplified a tone WWE were appropriately fumbling around in the dark for back in 1996. The SummerSlam bout was as much a vehicle to separate The Undertaker from Paul Bearer and give Mankind yet more credibility with yet another victory over the typically indestructible Dead Man. But the action was so claustrophobic, dingy, and atmospheric that most fans couldn't help but feel sympathetic for both. Years and a few hundreds of millions of dollars later, it was retooled for Backlash in 1999, and though there was more blood and the same level of violence, the contest actually suffered for how well lit it was. Now, those in the building for the inaugural one that night might not have agreed, but the original really did benefit as much from the theatre of the mind as what could actually be seen. Number 18, the Iron Circle Match. The 1999 Iron Circle Match showcased a unique twist to the traditional parking lot brawl / street fight aesthetic. It was at July's Fully Loaded where Ken Shamrock and Steve Blackman battled in a parking lot surrounded by cars and wrestlers with headlights illuminating the chaos. While this setting provided an unquestionably gritty atmosphere, the lack of in-ring action and the challenge of engaging a slightly bored live audience made it a one-and-done concept. Today, this stipulation is largely forgotten, overshadowed by more polished cinematic matches that were perfected and/or completely destroyed during the pandemic. Yep, still having nightmares about some of those matches. Number 17, the House of Horrors match. A Payback 2017 showdown between Bray Wyatt and Randy Orton remains one of WWE's most divisive cinematic experiments, not least because it took place a full 3 years before the style was a necessity rather than a confused artistic choice. Featuring a spooky pre-recorded house segment followed by a live finish, it attempted to blur the line between horror and wrestling and largely failed at satisfying either side. Very good. Confusing execution and constant tonal inconsistency left fans baffled rather than thrilled. And once again, the Bray Wyatt character looked in danger of another creative betrayal. While cinematic matches have evolved since then, the House of Horrors is remembered more for its missteps than its partial innovation. And Randy Orton getting a fridge dropped on him, of course. Who could forget that? Number 16, the Cry Baby match. The In Your House 6 Cry Baby match between Razor Ramon and 1-2-3 Kid ultimately had bigger ramifications than simply creating images of Sean Waltman sporting a nappy. Yep, there he is. A comedic stipulation added humiliation as a stakes layer, creating a memorable, albeit absurd, gimmick. While fun in small doses, its reliance on Vince McMahon's juvenile humor made it a product of a very creatively confused time, and alienated the fans and wrestlers alike. As buzzed as Click Pals Waltman and Scott Hall were to be working together, they both knew they could do much cooler things, and thankfully they did. Number 15, Tuxedo match. In a tuxedo match, competitors win by stripping their opponent down to their underwear. Yep, it is not missed. Often reserved for comedy segments or non-wrestler brawls, this stipulation, dished out by WWE using the late great Howard Finkel on more than one occasion, provided light-hearted filler at best and no-joke comedy at worst. Where would such a stipulation really sit in present-day products, though? I mean, there may be a place for it in the right context or with specific characters, but so much of what made tuxedo matches work was the pantomime shame the heels appeared to suffer under the bright lights. That emotional resonance has changed, and in the case of the major promotions, has been shifted off to the side completely to stop wrestlers having to portray it. It's difficult to imagine it returning anytime soon then, as it is anybody calling for its comeback. So let's just leave this one in the past, yeah? Okay. Number 14, the First Blood match. Launched and used multiple times by WWE at the height of the Attitude Era, the First Blood match was an active impossibility for the majority of the intervening years. Winning required making your opponent bleed their own blood, with Stone Cold Steve Austin at the center of the first rollout to showcase the intensity and put the stipulation in front of the hottest crowds possible. They were always hot for Austin. But the gimmick stood in direct opposition to a no-blood policy that was in place within the company from the late 2000s onwards. That stance has definitely softened over the last couple of years, but at this point the company would probably rather seek forgiveness rather than permission as pertains to excessive claret. Outright promoting it ahead of time still feels like something the market leader would rather avoid in 2025. If you're having fun learning about some of the crazy WWE matches that really don't get talked about that much, then wait till you hear this, folks. You can watch more WhatCulture Wrestling videos each and every day by tapping that subscribe button right down below. Number 13, the Hardcore Evening Gown match. WWE couldn't do much wrong in mid-2000, but it nonetheless fumbled around in the creative dark until it found something. This peculiar hybrid, infamously contested between Pat Patterson and Gerald Briscoe at that year's King of the Ring, combined Vince McMahon's yuck tasting comedy with nonsensical pro wrestling absurdity. Great. The Stooges fought in evening gowns while using weapons, leaning heavily into the supposed comedy of the premise over the in-ring action. While entertaining to some for its sheer ridiculousness, the stipulation thankfully feels too outlandish and problematic for today's modern and more polished presentation. Yep, do not bring this one back ever. Number 12, Coal Miners Glove match. A technicality and curio more than anything else. The Coal Miners Glove match makes it in here by virtue of its continued place on the spin the wheel, make the deal prop that has a place on NXT's Halloween Havoc shows. You know the one. That it's there, even just as a punchline, is tribute to the legacy it left. The ostensibly dangerous stipulation was popular in some southern territories, before a brief WCW run out for the 1992 Havoc pay-per-view bout between Jake Roberts and Sting. It's a loaded glove on a pole. No more, no less. That is it. And while its simplicity made it accessible once upon a time, the limited stakes and predictable format in the present day results in the match feeling more antiquated than some of the more elaborate setups available on the mighty wheel. Spin that thing! Number 11, Raw Bowl. Airing on the first Raw of 1996, the Raw Bowl match paired WWE with American football with a football-themed tag team contest. That was, at very least, as credible as an XFL clash. Wrestlers donned football jerseys and paint. Commentary dealt incessantly and almost exclusively in puns and wordplay. The refs were umpires, and the canvas was even decked out to look a bit like a pitch. Yeah, a bit. Football, baby. Though not the real football, obviously. While it was a fun and inoffensive experiment for the time, the concept lacked longevity by its nature, was virtually free of any stakes, and stayed put as a quirky one-off that's rarely revisited or discussed in modern WWE. Number 10, Dungeon Match. The Dungeon Match is simultaneously a completely of the time Attitude Era stipulation, a wrestling purist's dream, and a spectacle now literally impossible to replicate. Taking place in the legendary Hart family dungeon basement, this match between Owen Hart and Ken Shamrock at Fully Loaded 1998 was steeped in authenticity despite the presence of just enough WWE production to make it viable. The basement's low ceilings and unforgiving surfaces made it an atmospheric, gritty affair where submissions and jockeying for any dominance whatsoever was the central goal. The one-off nature of the match meant that, over time, it would serve to exist as a historical artifact rather than a concept with lasting appeal. Wrestling today thrives on larger-than-life spectacle, and the Dungeon Match's intimate brutality just feels like a relic of a bygone era, celebrated in retrospect but unlikely to return. It's a shame too, because can you imagine unleashing a Gunter in one of these? I can hear it already. Number 9, the Empty Arena Match. Poached from Memphis following a well-regarded Terry Funk and Jerry Lawler brawl, the Empty Arena Match was a rare spectacle until 2020 made it an unpleasant norm. Away from the enforced circumstances brought upon by the pandemic, the violent set to silence was popularized in WWE by Mankind and The Rock's halftime heat encounter during 1999's Super Bowl Sunday edition of The C Show. A critical and commercial success, the pair were hilarious, piercing any potential silliness with punchline promos that leaned into how comical the concept really was. Two goats just doing goat things. It is a strange match in practice, more than a great one, to be honest though. While captivating in small doses, the lack of fan interaction can make the big moments feel lifeless rather than dramatic. And there's little narrative reason to book one beyond particularly extreme circumstances. Number 8, the Parking Lot Brawl. Though not quite as intense as the Iron Circle, nor can anything be as intense as a fight between Steve Blackman and Ken Shamrock, the Parking Lot Brawl remains a setting that allows for gritty cinematic violence. Eddie Guerrero and John Cena were two that suited the environment in 2003, because, like the performers themselves, it blended real-world influences with wrestling's necessary theatricality. Despite the chaotic energy, the concept's execution often relies on heavy pre-planning, mitigating the anything-can-happen feel a backstage brawl of any kind is supposed to foster. And the more WWE shifted to PG, the more the Parking Lot Brawl became a rarity. I mean, it would be interesting to see how they handle one today, though. Kevin Owens would have a field day. Number 7, Hair versus Hair Match. The Hair versus Hair Match confirms high stakes with the historic element of humiliation, though it could do with a new example to illustrate it at its peak. Infamously used in the Battle of the Billionaires at WrestleMania 23, Bobby Lashley and Umaga were proxies for Donald Trump and Vince McMahon, respectively, drawing a record-smashing buy rate for the show of shows in the process. The stipulation thrives on personal vendettas, but has fallen out of favor due to its reliance on participants willing to alter their appearance, or for that matter, the removal of societal shame around baldness. It's more than fine to be part of the bald squad, folks. We have jackets. It's still occasionally revived, but is no longer a marquee attraction or guaranteed draw. Number 6, the Beat the Clock Challenge. Not to be confused with one-on-one Beat the Clocks that act as deciders between two challengers. The night-long version of the stipulation made for great television when there were multiple challengers for titles and or other particular prizes. The challenge added much-needed urgency to matches as wrestlers competed to win in the shortest time, rather than simply getting the victory within the traditional allocated television spot. There's something exciting about seeing a little stopwatch on screen too. In recent years though, the show-long version has seemingly been shelved. Boo! Once a creative way to build tension, it's now used sparingly as a novelty rather than as an episode's entire modus operandi. Number 5, Championship Scramble. Introduced for Unforgiven 2008, which is now somehow 17 years ago, as a format that was complicated by design thanks to the supposed incompetence of then General Manager Mike Adamle. The Championship Scramble allowed titles to change hands multiple occasions during a timed multi-man match. The 3 versions of it took place on one pay-per-view without feeling like overkill was at very least an advert for the long-standing possibilities. But it disappeared from view in the immediate aftermath of the otherwise indifferent September Supercard. While undoubtedly intriguing on paper, its slightly convoluted format and lack of long-term significance led to its quick retirement. Now there are fond memories of it as a bold experiment that allowed for novelty scenarios such as temporary WWE champions and a race for falls air of drama that has been borrowed for NXT's Iron Survivor post-2022, but the specific stipulation wasn't one that stuck around long enough to refine its potential. Number 4, the Barbed Wire Steel Cage Match. Though it might sound like the preserve of ECW or FMW, the Barbed Wire Steel Cage Match is something of a collector's item that, until very recently, was almost entirely the work of WWE. Alas, though the idea took brutality to another level, the practical application was less devastating in execution. JBL and the Big Show's No Way Out WWE Championship match required a creative finish to engineer Bradshaw's escape, but only because the top rim of the cage boasted the barbs. Otherwise, it was a standard mesh offering, really. And while the inherent danger and departure from WWE's mainstream style has kept this stipulation out of regular rotation, it's realistically no more dangerous than any other plunder war. Never was this clearer than during the most prominent 2024 iteration of the stipulation. Adam Copeland was seriously injured wrestling Malachi Black, but only when attempting a splash through the table rather than anything to do with the actual gimmick. What a silly cope. Number 3, the Dumpster Match. The Dumpster Match was popularized by the New Age Outlaws, Cactus Jack, and Terry Funk, after Billy Gunn and the Road Dogs sent the Hardcore Legends flying off of the Monday Night Raw stage en route to their tag team title match at WrestleMania 14. A slightly more unique upgrade on the coffin match. The visual was more captivating and the weapon more dangerous. It being WWE, however, a clean finish was too much to ask. The babyfaces won the belt using an illegal dumpster, forcing a rematch and reset of the status quo the next night. Yay. The stipulation has subsequently only been used 3 more times over the 3 decades since, including a 2024 rollout when Michin defeated Chelsea Green on a Trashville, Tennessee edition of SmackDown. I actually had a lot of fun with that match. Number 2, the Gulf of Mexico match. The Gulf of Mexico match was a quirky 2008 ECW one-off where CM Punk and Chavo Guerrero battled to throw their opponent into the drink. While memorable for its absurdity, the stipulation's logistical challenges and lack of practicality have kept it from being revived. The latter half of the 2000s was hardly an era of zero talent protection, but battling out into bodies of open water may not pass risk assessment for the promotion or performers in the 2020s. All that said, there's been times where they have served as suitable battlegrounds. Davey Boy Smith tried to drown Shawn Michaels after he'd been chilling with friends in Kuwait in 1996. Bob Holly and Al Snow famously battled into the Mississippi River in 1990, and Akira Tozawa tried in vain to claim the 24/7 title from R-Truth before ostensibly being eaten by a shark on yet another pitiable pitiful 2020 edition of Monday Night Raw. Dark times. Dark, dark times. Number 1, body slam match/challenge. For a contest with lore attached to the very first WrestleMania, the humble but timeless body slam being the deciding move has rarely been trotted out, despite WWE's long-held and well-deserved Land of the Giants reputation. The move separated Andre the Giant and Big John Studd at the inaugural WrestleMania, and was used to try and get Lex Luger over in 1993 as a Hulk Hogan replacement opposite Yokozuna. But as wrestling moved forward, this blast from the past was forced to stay put. Far from historical footnotes, though, both had differing types of pageantry around them. Andre won a bag of cash for his efforts and was distributing the wealth to the Madison Square Garden faithfuls before Bobby Heenan ripped the money from his hands. Meanwhile, Luger's USS Intrepid toppling of the then WWE champion was one of the highlights of a commercial and creative down cycle. Promotion doesn't always trump product, but in both cases, the marketing definitely made the moments.
Some wrestling rip-offs are downright weird, whereas others are downright terrible. The Renegade, for example, was a poor man's Ultimate Warrior who did nothing to distance WCW from WWF light claims in the mid-1990s. Nope, he did not. Not every knockoff is a wonky misfire, though. In fact, there are wrestling rip-offs that actually bettered what came before. No, seriously, it's true. It's damn true. I've got a whole list that proves it. So I am Gareth, you're watching WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestling rip-offs better than the original. Number 10, Damien Sandow, the genius. Anyone who has ever caught some shoot interview footage starring Lanny Poffo could tell you that Randy Savage's sibling was a unique dude. Sometimes it seemed like Lanny was still working interviewers just because he could. And it was clear that he carried a cerebral quality that actually made him seem zany. Poffo was obviously a pretty intelligent fellow, so the genius character that he played on TV wasn't exactly a stretch. It was, however, less than compared to Damien Sandow's own intellectual savior of the unwashed masses gimmick. Sandow took the genius blueprint as his own in 2011, honed it in WWE Developmental, and then brought it to the main roster in 2012. He was verbose in vignettes and delighted in ridiculing those who followed standard pop culture rather than educating themselves like he had. Now sure, Sandow was a stereotypically snooty pro wrestling heel, but he rode the Genius 2.0 thing all the way to the top of the WWE cards. Or nearly to the top of the WWE cards. So Damien won Money in the Bank in 2013, and that seemed like his ticket to permanent main event status. Yeah, not quite. WWE bizarrely got cold feet on pushing Sandow, jobbed him out, and then he just tumbled back down the pecking order. Despite that setback, he definitely improved on the formula that Poffo had engineered with his poetical genius guys in the WWF's late 80s and early 90s. Fans actually treated Sandow like a major star until his own company harpooned the push. Aesthetically, Damien and Lanny even sort of looked the same, which gave his intellectual savior gimmick a pleasing retro air. What could have been, eh? Number 9, The Godfather, Flash Funk. Flash Funk danced his way to the ring. He seemed to be having the time of his life anytime he appeared on screen, and he did flashy moves aplenty during his matches. What wasn't to like here? Most kids watching on loved the dude. Then, after growing up a bit, those same fans were likely stunned to learn that Funk was actually supposed to be a pimp. Ah, the penny dropped. I mean, of course he was. It was there for all to see, but the loudest words went unspoken on the still family-friendly WWF. But things had changed come the advent of the Attitude Era later that same decade. The Godfather successfully pivoted from Nation of Domination heavy to standalone, fun-loving party animal, and the company were a little more forthcoming about his vocation, shall we say. Godfather referred to himself as a pimp daddy, and he was ridiculously over as a mid-card act. Funk had been flashier in ring, but he couldn't hold a candle to Godfather's connection with fans or his abilities on the live mic. Promos were laden with catchphrases is a go-go, and fans gobbled that up before settling down for the match at hand. The Godfather was like Flash Funk without training wheels, really. Naturally, this was all risque, but that was commonplace during the peak of Attitude sensibilities. Godfather's popularity endured right into the PG days too, so much so that he was occasionally brought back as a Royal Rumble cameo artist. WWE did not shout loudly about what he did for a living once rating certificates changed though. PG era did not stand for Pimp Guy era, let's put it that way. Alright, speaking of Attitude era mid-carders, I want to know right now, who is your favorite ever Attitude era mid-carder? Yes, I know it's specific, but I want to know in the comments. Number 8, Charlie Haas, Big Show. No, nobody is suggesting that Charlie Haas was a wrestling giant who flipped between heel and babyface more times than people flip their pancakes on Shrove Tuesday. Haas did find fame by trading his functional technician role for something a little more off the wall in mid-2008, however, and that must have been at least partly inspired by Big Show's own impersonation-heavy gimmick from 2000. And if you weren't aware of this, oh boy, you in for a treat. Back then, Show dressed up as everyone from Hulk Hogan to Rikishi for comedy skits and matches. Ah, look at him. It was a riot. So it was surely only a matter of time before WWE would try it on again with somebody else. Haas was definitely the least likely candidate, but he absolutely smashed the gig by working send-ups of JBL, Steve Austin, Carlito, Bret Hart, The Great Khali, and countless others. Charlie also achieved something that few thought he could. He actually bettered Big Show's Hogan impersonator bit by doing a stupidly great impression of Hulk. Live crowds roared with approval, and Haas's cosplay act was cleverly never treated as anything more than a mid-card distraction from the more serious stuff. It showed that Charlie had charisma and personality too, which is something that had been levied against him throughout most of his career up until that point. Yes, the impressionist thing was never gonna last forever, but Haas definitely made the most of it. He was a way more entertaining Halloween gag than Show had been years before, and this right here was an increasingly rare example of WWE comedy flying in front of fans as well as with those camped out behind the curtain. Not cringing at WWE comedy? What a world. Number 7, Sin Cara 2. Sin Cara. Does Sin Cara 2 count as a ripoff? Maybe, maybe not. But it is true that Hunico/George Arias fared better than his counterpart Luis Alvead had under the mask. Look, I'm trying my best with these pronunciations. If they're wrong, just give me the correct version in the comments. Thank you very much. Moving on. Alvead, otherwise known as Mystico, carried huge hype when he signed on the dotted line with WWE in 2011, but hopes he'd become the next version of Rey Mysterio were dashed quickly when the redubbed Sin Cara failed to fit into WWE's way of doing things. He was gone by 2014, and Arias was theoretically saddled with a dying gimmick. Then, something wonderful happened. Sin Cara 2 actually found his place on the product by forming a fun tag team with Kalisto. Together as the Lucha Dragons, the pair showed terrific chemistry together on NXT, and WWE management was impressed enough to call them up to the main roster after that. The Cara character sustained until 2019. That's when Arias left the promotion after requesting his own release from contract. He could hold his head high though, because he'd rescued a seemingly dead duck persona 5 years prior. Now, Sin Cara never hit the heights expected of it in WWE, but the second rip-off version was a vast improvement on the clumsy and nervy original, and it'd still fit in on WWE's roster today, to be honest. It is hard to picture Alvead lasting up until 2019 under the gimmick had he stayed put though. Mystico argued that WWE chiefs would not let him wrestle the same style he had back home in Mexico, but it's no stretch to say that he flopped on the bigger worldwide stage. Sin Cara 2, meanwhile, was never less than watchable in ring. I always had a lot of fun when he popped up on screen. Number 6, Bray Wyatt, Waylon Mercy. A quick glance at Waylon Mercy and Bray Wyatt side by side in this photo, this picture right here, reveals that they were both inspired by the Max Cady character from Cape Fear. The Hawaiian shirt is a dead giveaway, right? But there was more to it than that. As Mercy, journeyman pro Dan Spivey told fans, lives are gonna be in Waylon Mercy's hands. Sound familiar? Bray Wyatt's memorable Ditty claimed he's got the whole world in his hands. Both characters spoke in a hushed, almost gentlemanly manner too. Bray had to take inspiration from Jake Roberts for that, but Mercy too. Fittingly, one of the characters from his Future Fiend expansion also shared a name with Waylon, Mercy the Buzzard. None of this could be coincidence. Wyatt was gently ripping off something that had been too far ahead of its time in the mid-90s. Waylon was a black sheep kind of character on the roster back then, and that made it challenging for fans to get a grip on what he was going for. By 2012, WWE viewers were a little more in step with what Bray was trying to do. He mixed elements of Roberts, Mercy, and then Mick Foley's Mankind and Cactus Jack characters with his own god-tier creativity. And there is no doubt in Wyatt's success compared to Waylon's. Bray became WWE champion, although arguably at the wrong time, and was cherished as a creative force right up until his untimely passing in August 2023. That death shocked the industry to its very core. And though Bray is gone, he will never be forgotten. He improved on the framework set by Spivey a few decades before Husky Harris turned into Wyatt. Run. But not too far, because I want to tell you about what you should do if you're enjoying this list. Hit that subscribe button down below and you'll get even more of these interesting WhatCulture Wrestling lists, editorials, and other exciting new series. Get it done. Number 5, Kurt Angle, the Patriot. Now, Kurt Angle wasn't the only wrestler to borrow/steal a lot from the Patriot. Hulk Hogan even did it when weaving his super weird Mr. America character into WWE's product in 2003. That wasn't too successful though, was it? But the same cannot be said for Angle's American hero persona. It resonated with fans, albeit initially as a detestable heel who was forcing patriotism down their throats, whether they liked it or not. Del Wilkes used a familiar tune as entrance music too. The Patriots version was a little more Christmassy than Kurt's would end up being, but Metal remains one of the most iconic tracks in company history to this day. Everybody knows who's coming through the curtain when it starts playing. No, it isn't the Patriot, it's Angle. And he's here to remind everyone he won a gold medal with a broken freaking neck. It's true, you know the rest. Metal became something truly special once fans took ownership of it by chanting, "You suck" in time with the beat. Edge encouraged that little sing-along, but then Angle embraced it once he turned babyface. For some reason, audiences still chanted that he sucked. And it worked. Figure that one out. I'm still trying. In many ways, Angle's American hero gimmick was a heel retread of something that Vince McMahon had tried with babyface Patriot in 1997. The company put a neat spin on the idea and it worked a treat. Kurt was an even more forced version of Wilkes without the mask, basically. He understood his role perfectly, and he turned both patriotism and a humble piece of entrance music into a Hall of Fame career. All together now, you suck, you suck, you suck. Number 4, Mr. McMahon, Eric Bischoff. This one could be considered controversial, but then Eric Bischoff has always claimed that controversy creates cash. Here, it creates intrigue, because Bish beat Vince McMahon to the punch when crafting an evil owner gimmick on screen. So Eric turned heel and shockingly joined the NWO in late 1996. By then, he was outed as a power player in WCW's hierarchy, so the villainous faction suddenly held huge sway behind the scenes. Then, post-Montreal Screwjob in late 1997, McMahon decided to turn real-life drama into promotional dollars by becoming the evil Mr. McMahon character. This gave new blockbuster star Steve Austin an excellent enemy to bounce off of, and it helped turn WWF business around for the better. Now, it might have been accidental, but McMahon was ripping off something that Bischoff had already done over on WCW's side. He was pretty much the same evil boss who undermined heroes and went above and beyond to be a tyrant. This is a parallel that Eric has drawn before on his 83 Weeks podcast, but even he'd relent that Vince improved on the formula over time. Bischoff was great with a mic in his hand, sure, but McMahon was better. It's really as simple as that, folks. Vince perfected the evil owner/authority figure role, so much so that numerous names that followed the same path could not deliver the way that he had. It is rather interesting to imagine that Bischoff got there first before the WWF's brain trust did, though. He knew that playing the smug, borderline, untouchable boss would garner tremendous amounts of heat. And then McMahon came along and bettered it on the other channel. Must have been really hard for him too. playing an evil owner. Number 3, Goldust, Adrian Street. Now there was a splash of the adorable Adrian Adonis character about Goldust too, but Dustin Rhodes was surely inspired most by the work of UK wrestler Adrian Street. His flamboyant and androgynous gimmick was a smash hit in the 1970s and 80s. Of course, Street himself had lifted a lot from Gorgeous George when looking to turn heads and elicit strong heat from fans. That character set the blueprint for flamboyance in pro wrestling. Rhodes debuted the Goldust persona when he signed for the WWF in 1995. Not many knew what to make of it at first, and aspects of the heat generated do rank as a sad commentary on attitudes towards homosexuality. Eventually, the company downplayed that side of the gimmick by describing Goldust as more of a walking, talking shock artist who'd do anything to get attention and throw opponents off their game. Famously, Street had posed for photographs with his father and colleagues at an old mine in Wales. The contrast between his garish colours, makeup, and image compared to their dirt-covered overalls and faces was striking. What's more, the look on their faces as Adrian did his best duck face for the cameras was something to behold. But Goldust upped the ante further. Yes, there were hiccups along the way, the artist formerly known as Days, for example, but Dustin managed to turn the character into an industry icon. He squeezed an impressive number of years out of something that easily could have been one note or bombed because it was too elaborate. Goldie was an even more controversial Street, which is really saying something, and Rhodes is still going strong on AEW's roster today. The man just refuses to age. Number 2, Ric Flair, Nature Boy Buddy Rogers. Everything from Ric Flair's Figure 4 finish to the Nature Boy nickname and even the aloof poise when posing for promo pics was lifted from this man right here, Buddy Rogers. Flair had started using the Nature Boy moniker in the mid-1970s and then feuded with Rogers before beating him to officially earn the tag in 1978. In short then, Buddy agreed to pass the torch to a new emerging star, and Flair was off to the races, and he'd become an even better Nature Boy in almost every conceivable way. A bevy of world championships in groups like the NWA, WCW, and the WWF followed. Flair tropes like his trademark "woo," the Flair flop, and his loudmouth promo style became fast favorites with fans buying tickets. Between the ropes, Rick carved out a legacy for himself as one of the best professional wrestlers on the planet, but Flair very much patterned himself after Rogers. He bleached his hair blonde, wore similar ring attire, used a lot of the same moves that Buddy had deployed during matches, and generally turned into the same Nature Boy that he'd enjoyed as a fan. Except he wasn't the same. Rick was better and left more of an imprint on the industry than his predecessor. He arguably couldn't have done that without Buddy's blessing, though. I mean, several other wrestlers used the Nature Boy name, including Buddy Landel and Paul Lee, but none of them came close to matching what Flair achieved in the business as a successor to Rogers. Number 1, Hulk Hogan, Superstar Billy Graham. Both Hulk Hogan's red and yellow and NWO Hollywood variants owed a ton to Superstar Billy Graham's body of work. Graham was larger than life in terms of physique and interview style. His promos were colourful rather than informative, and his bulging biceps stood out as some of the best peaks in the entire industry during his prime. Look at those things. Ow. A young Hulkster was watching from afar, and he was taking mental notes, brother. Soon he'd claim Billy's throne as his own. Hogan's early heel work played Graham's hits, but that didn't stop just because he'd turned into the biggest babyface in the WWF throughout the 80s. When Hulkamania surfaced, so did many of the tropes that Hulk had watched Superstar perform. They were just tweaked to be more appealing rather than aggravating. Hulk's promo style was OTT and relied on grandiose promises laced with catchphrases over actual substance. And there's no denying that Hogan's physique was one of his main drawing powers. And later, once he'd gone rogue in WCW and formed the New World Order, Hollywood Hogan reeked of Graham's overt heel swagger too. If anything, he grew even closer to prime Superstar than he had during the Hulkamania days. Hogan reveled in the chance to do his best Billy, and he knew he could push the envelope a little more now he was a despicable villain on Nitro. He says everything for the range that Graham had that the Hulkster was able to work effectively the same gimmick whether babyface or heel. He got a lot of mileage out of this superstar, didn't he? From backstage bullies to dangerous dance partners to wrestlers who acted more like children than superstars, this lot were all anything but professional. So I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are the 10 most unprofessional wrestlers ever. Number 10, JBL. In an incredibly warped way, JBL was very likely seen as a professional within the uber-screwed culture of WWE. In any other sane environment, though, he was as unprofessional as it gets. He partook in and drove a toxic culture that appeared to be encouraged to weed out the weak. If someone arrived and was seen to be taking a piss or otherwise not respecting the business, he'd cave their head in. The Public Enemy apparently didn't want to go through a table, since that was their thing to do. So Bradshaw and Farouk put them through a table, and before that, beat them as mercilessly as they possibly could using stiff shots that only very vaguely resembled pro wrestling strikes and throws. JBL also rendered the Blue Meanie's face a disgusting bloody mess at ECW One Night Stand 2005. Meanie reckons JBL assaulted him because Meanie had buried him as an a-hole after his brief 2000 run, but JBL contends that the Meanie struck him first. JBL took liberties with opponents in the ring, hazed or bullied or outright abused greenhorns, and even intimidated staff, people like Joey Styles and Justin Roberts, who weren't the boys and could not be expected to operate within that demented culture. A nasty person then, who delighted in making others miserable, far from a wrestling god. Number 9, the Great Antonio. While he barely qualifies as a professional wrestler, the Great Antonio was not exactly a model pro. At the best of times, it is not a particularly advisable idea to treat pro wrestling as a joke and make a mockery of the form. Virtually any wrestler in that situation would, at a minimum, aim a barely worked, stiff shot in a safer place. You know, just to let that person know not to take the piss. And the last person you want tagging you for real is Antonio Inoki, whose entire modus operandi was to present pro wrestling as a branch of martial arts. Enter the Great Antonio, an eccentric strongman who dabbled in wrestling throughout the 1960s. He even did a couple of jobs for Bruno Sammartino. Dredged up for a tour of New Japan in 1977, much of it passed by without incident as he was steadily built up for Inoki as the foreign menace du jour by winning a series of 3-on-1 handicap matches. It was during the singles match on December 8th that the Great Antonio made his bid for infamy. He decided to no-sell Inoki's strikes with a face best summed up as na 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 na, and touched his belly as if to say, "You fake wrestler, you cannot get past me and my strength." And in response to this thoroughly obnoxious display, Inoki kicked 7 bells of crap out of him. Wrestling! Number 8, Koji Katao. So, Super World of Sports should have known what they were in for when debuting Koji Katao in November 1990. Trouble followed him wherever he went because, with his ornery disposition, he invited trouble. He was disgraced as a sumo wrestler when he purportedly struck a young member of his stable, and this prompted an altercation with stable boss Tatsunami, whose wife he allegedly hit in the melee. Despite dropping his Shikona, that's a sumo's ring name, in a bid to disassociate himself from the controversy, he adopted the Bad Man nickname in New Japan Pro Wrestling, during an ill-fated run, scuppered when he racially abused Riki Choshu. As part of the WWF's business relationship with SWS, Kitao appeared at WrestleMania 7, at which he and Junichiro Tenryu defeated the Wish demolition crew of Smash and Crush. But it was against another WWF star, Earthquake, when Kitao disgraced a second industry. Booked to do the job against a lower-ranked fellow sumo, Kitao and his shoot credentials could not handle it, putting his ego above the business. An irate Kitao stood there and stalled, treating Quake like a nobody whose stuff simply did not hurt. They just cooperated, barely, 2 days prior, but in the second match, Kitao tried to poke John Tenta's eyes out. This infuriated Tenta so much that phlegm flew out of his mouth in an expletive-laden outburst. After the match was thrown out, Kitao grabbed a mic and said, "You're just a monkey in this fake wrestling circus." Wow. Though we've mentioned a few shocking shocking occurrences so far, but I want to know what is the most shocking thing you have ever seen happen in a wrestling ring. Could have been something that you saw live or just saw on TV. Let me know in the comments down below. Number 7, Davey Richards. Davey Richards was a wild combination of Hulk Hogan and every dumb jock wrestler in kick pads going. As a worker, he was beloved earnestly and ironically at the same time. Intense, incredible, and just beautifully crisp. He, on occasion, was capable of threading together a proper struggle of a match. Otherwise, his matches were dumb and excessive to a parodic, albeit quite thrilling extent. Now that was the kick pad side of Davey. The Hogan side surfaced when he accepted a booking, was paid for the booking, only for the booking not to work for Davey, brother. In a big no-no, Davey became notorious for simply not turning up. Yeah, you don't do that, folks, it's not cool. He was removed from his swan song at Final Battle 2013 by Ring of Honor for repeated infractions of his unprofessionalism. His reputation deteriorated further as the decade progressed. So much so that in a hilarious rib, Ethan Page named a 2019 show that he promoted under the Alpha One banner Here We Go Again, in anticipation of Richards no-showing it. As he had in 2011, he did not in fact show up, lol, and was eventually revealed to be a far worse person than an erratic cosplaying All Japan Pro Wrestling star, but I'll let you do your own Googling there. Number 6, Ivelisse. So Ivelisse was a solid wrestler whose stuff looked believable and had every opportunity to star or at least gain steady work in pro wrestling. Through the institutional misogyny and apathy within women's wrestling, a worker like Ivelisse should have been sought after when the scene was finally taken with a degree of seriousness. The talent pool was shallow, since for years the market leader treated women's wrestling as a hypersexualized toilet break. Ivelisse had developed nicely enough in the few years before WWE was pestered into giving a toss, so all she had to do was be professional. She didn't. Her inability to take accountability for the various disputes in which she found herself poisoned her name. But she received another chance when AEW's women's division was ravaged by the coronavirus pandemic. The imported Joshi initiative couldn't happen, and AEW, amid an injury crisis, was left with a fleet of green wrestlers, many of whom were not TV ready. So Tony Khan reached out to Ivelisse. She was, at least, relatively experienced. Ivelisse responded by sitting, bored, breaking any sense of realism when Thunder Rosa tried to apply a hold during their infamous September 16th, 2020 Dynamite match. Now, if you're a parent, you will likely agree that there are few things worse than when your child just shuts down and refuses to cooperate. You can't do anything. They're not hungry, overtired, or anything. They're just impossible. Ivelisse treated the Rosa match like the opposite of what a grown-up professional would. She literally acted like an infant here. Not very professional. If you're finding this WhatCulture Wrestling video quite fascinating today, then hit that subscribe button below for even more of these interesting lists, editorials, news videos, and so much more. Oh, it's a gift that keeps on giving. Number 5, Shawn Michaels. Now, since the words professional and wrestling in succession are a joke, an oxymoron, it's quite hard to recall the Lost My Smile business and demonize Shawn Michaels entirely. He probably shouldn't have been made to work through his knee injury in the spring of 1997, even if that was the expected toxic custom. But that was the least of his issues in retrospect. Shawn always found a very convenient excuse to not drop a title cleanly. He wasn't very fond of doing business at the best of times, and at the most critical juncture, his unprofessionalism was unacceptable. He outright said to Bret Hart's face that he would not do a job for him. While Bret did hang around in the ring a bit too long in Anaheim, he still lost clean in a more pure match than the WWF had ever presented. The idea was that Shawn had become the best wrestler here, but the specificity of that job was lost on Shawn. Throughout this period, Shawn messed with Bret's life at home by insinuating that Bret was having it off with Sonny. I spent much of the 1990s, if you believe countless testimonies, trying to make life hell for various peers. It was not the nicest of blokes at the time, by the sounds of it. Shawn, and this really goes undermentioned because the Bret stuff defined the business, campaigned to go over the British Bulldog at one night only, when Davey Boy had promised victory on behalf of his terminally ill sister, but as ever, the favor was never returned. Number 4, The Ultimate Warrior. Reckless and unapologetically so, the Warrior was, on more than one occasion, told by his peers to ease up, calm the hell down, and work with their safety in mind. Allegedly, his response to one such request, made at the behest of Rick Rude, was, "I'm the Warrior," which is ironic because he was purportedly sparked clean out as a result of his blustering. As the fan-friendly face of the corporation, he bombed as hard as he did as WWF champion. When he wasn't telling young kids to hit the bricks at airports, he, per Bret Hart's autobiography Hitman, made a terminally ill child wait to meet him because he was effing busy. What a guy. He extorted Vince McMahon following SummerSlam 1991, but that was actually one of the few good and principled things he ever did. He was fired for it, and every subsequent return was an omni-failure in which he visibly did not care about working hard, being present, or even playing the role. Smoking cigars and wearing caps in 1996, in WCW in 1998, he rambled on for longer than CM Punk's Collision run because he was too focused on getting his insane blather over than setting up a program and doing business. The ultimate unprofessional, more like. Oh yeah, speaking of CM Punk. Number 3, CM Punk. Now, CM Punk was not the only unprofessional actor in the industry-defining debacle that was his AEW run. Hangman Page probably shouldn't have alluded to the theory held around the locker room that CM Punk was responsible for Colt Cabana's disappearance. Jack Perry should not have bragged about using real glass at AEW's biggest show ever, casting a bleak shadow over it. But that was an isolated incident. It's not yet informed a pattern of behavior. CM Punk's lack of professionalism was at least interesting though. He called out Hangman Page for being a coward, offering him out on live TV in a challenge that could never be accepted. He then set a blowtorch to the company and its management structure and top stars at the Brawl Out presser. And for a man who constantly espouses the boys and the brotherhood, every single bump on the All Out 2022 show meant absolutely nothing because he had to get his gripes out. Nobody even asked. The punker just did it because the punker wanted to do it. He then, and this hardly acted as a robust defense of the whole "I don't care where Scott Colton works" tirade in retrospect, allegedly banned Christopher Daniels and others from entering Collision tapings. Daniels was the head of talent relations, people. What a mad time this was. So one of the best professional wrestlers ever was wholly unprofessional, a fitting summation of a paradox of a man. Number 2, Low-Ki. Low-Ki was born in a hospital in the usual way, but in his mind, he descended from the heavens in some form of mystical warrior's ceremony as a gift to the art of battle. The man who chose to enter the world of predetermined professional wrestling and not real shoot combat sports believes himself to be the hardest and most credible wrestler to have ever lived. He is a diminutive and slight fellow, and yet, per Kevin Owens, he was once put out at the prospect of doing a job for Claudio Castagnoli. Claudio Castagnoli! Look at this man. As Owens said, using his wonderful, resigned deadpan, Claudio Castagnoli is a human horse. And this refusal to do business was a recurring theme in Low-Ki's career. He had a, let's say, high opinion of himself, and took himself so seriously that nobody else could. In an infamous moment when a Combat Zone wrestling match went awry, as a result of opponent Rick Blade knocking himself out, Key had to be escorted from the premises. Just look at this photo. He legitimately looks like an irate toddler removed from a restaurant by his humiliated parents when his tablet ran out of juice and he could no longer watch Bluey. Now that was more funny than unprofessional, yes. But Key, again, who liked to believe he trained the Gracie family, was less funny when he laid in stiff shots. In the most infamous of many instances, he once struck Chris Hero so hard in the face that Hero, who never forgave him, branded Key the most unprofessional wrestler of all time. Earned his place on this list then. And number 1, New Jack. Even when in a promotion that flaunted extreme values but required something approaching decorum, ECW after all was a pipeline to the real money in WCW and the WWF, New Jack flayed open the forehead of Eric Mass Transit Kulas. Kulas had feigned a level of experience and lied about his age to get an ECW gig in the first place. Instead of politely asking how he should specifically get his ass kicked, which was the maximum level of input expected of an enhancement talent, an enthusiastic Kulas asked Jack to run the razor on him. Jack's ironic punishment went well beyond a receipt. He severed 2 of Eric's arteries in a grotesque, infamous scene that, until Paul Heyman moved heaven and earth, temporarily put paid to barely legal. Pay-per-view provider Request TV were incensed. And away from ECW, Jack, left to his own devices, was unhinged. He reckons he attempted to outright kill Vic Grimes in an attempt to launch him beyond the building tall stack of tables at XPW Freefall. And the trajectory checks out, even if he is an unreliable unpredictable narrator who never missed a chance to build his own mythology. He also took to stabbing people in the ring in front of nobody when his career slipped away from him altogether. Yep, that's right, stabbing people. I mean, this guy made low-key look like Sean Spears, folks. From having cash-ins thrown away for arguing with a doctor, to being taken off TV for refusing to play a disrespectful character. Each of these wrestlers were disciplined for daring to speak their minds. So I'm Gareth, you're watching WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 times WWE wrestlers were punished for speaking out. Number 10, Baron Corbin lost Money in the Bank for speaking out against a doctor. Fans were already puzzled by WWE's decision to put the WWE Championship on Jinder Mahal back in 2017, and the company then made things more complicated by booking Baron Corbin to lose his Money in the Bank cash-in against the champ. Fans believe that Baron Corbin was on a clear path to becoming WWE Champion when he won the 2017 Men's Money in the Bank ladder match, and the backstage environment echoed the same sentiment, until Corbin decided to run his mouth at the wrong time. Amidst the rumors that Corbin's failed cash-in was due to alleged heat with John Cena and his behavior on social media, PW Insider shed more light on the real reason behind Corbin's downfall. The whole situation stemmed from a talent meeting where Dr. Joseph Maroon, head of WWE's wellness policy, talked to the superstars about the seriousness of concussions and why they should report to management as soon as they start feeling symptoms. Dr. Maroon reportedly discussed a study that showed deceased NFL players diagnosed with CTE post-mortem in a way that downplayed the study being concrete proof that all football players might develop CTE. Corbin, a former NFL player, cut off Maroon and expressed opinions that challenged the latter. The exchange lasted for several minutes, with Corbin disagreeing with Maroon's stance about CTE. The sources stated that while Corbin wasn't yelling or being belligerent, he chose the wrong time and place to have that discussion, as many believed he should have had a private conversation with Maroon rather than calling him out in front of the assembled locker room. The belief among the sources was that this conversation right here was what led to WWE pulling the plug on Baron Corbin's push. Now, Corbin did recover after the setback and got himself back in the spotlight with the Constable Corbin gimmick, but his act gradually fell apart over the years, which eventually led to his release last year. All the best to the guy though, because he seems like a right legend. Number 9, Cameron got the boot for supporting Ryback. People often talk about burnt bridges when discussing wrestlers leaving a promotion, and the circumstances surrounding Ryback's exit from WWE in 2016 saw the former Intercontinental Champion destroy all traces of a bridge, leaving almost no chance of a return. Some say never and cite CM Punk's return as an example, but most fans do not see the same thing happening with Ryback, at least for now. After getting sent home from a live event in May 2016 due to creative and contractual disputes, Ryback posted a lengthy explanation citing a lack of equal pay and creative frustrations as the reasons for walking out of the show. He eventually got his release from WWE in August 2016. Fans and fellow wrestlers took sides over Ryback's accusations, and former WWE superstar Cameron was one of the few people who supported Ryback's decision. And 2 words, "Amen, brother," which she replied in response to Ryback's post, was enough for WWE to show her the door. Talking to Raj Giri of Wrestling Inc., Cameron explained her response to Ryback's tweet was only to show admiration for him standing up for himself. Cameron later returned to WWE in 2022, but for only one night when she entered the Women's Royal Rumble match as the 13th entrant. Still no sign of a Ryback return though. I mean, stranger things have happened. What wrestler do you want to see make a WWE return, folks? Is it Ryback? Let me know in the comments. Of course it's Ryback. Number 8, Matt Hardy got fired for publicly lashing out against Edge and Lita. The Hardy Boys broke out as one of the most popular tag teams in WWE at the height of the Attitude Era, and wowed the fans with their fast-paced and high-flying style. Matt Hardy was already in a relationship with fellow wrestler Lita when WWE aligned her with the duo as their manager, and together the three became Team Extreme. What a name. Their relationship progressed over the years until it came to a crashing end in 2005, when Matt Hardy found out Lita was having an affair affair with one of his best friends, Edge. Things then became heated when Matt ranted about the betrayal on his message board on his website, and the public knowledge of the affair resulted in Edge and Lita receiving jeers from the fans during events. WWE did not take too kindly to Hardy's decision and released him from his contract due to unprofessional conduct in April 2005. Then, 9 days after his release, Hardy appeared on the Between the Ropes radio program and discussed the nature of his termination. Despite WWE saying they had other reasons for releasing Hardy from his contract, the latter revealed that the entire ordeal with Lita and Edge was the obvious reason, and even termed his release a classic example of wrongful termination. However, the decision came back to haunt WWE as the fans continued to show hate for Edge and Lita during events, which in turn disrupted the on-screen storylines. So WWE decided to rehire Hardy in July 2005, and Vince McMahon even turned their real-life troubles into a storyline, because of course he did. Number 7, Crystal Marshall got released for refusing a storyline with Edge. Crystal Marshall found her way into WWE through the 2005 Raw Diva Search. Remember that? Despite finishing in 4th place, she received a developmental contract and spent some time in Deep South Wrestling before making her SmackDown debut in December 2005 as a backstage correspondent. She then became an in-ring talent and got placed in various storylines before eventually getting into a friendship with a babyface Vicky Guerrero and starting a romantic on-screen relationship with SmackDown general manager Theodore Long. However, following the wedding segment, which saw Teddy Long have a kayfabe heart attack before he could say "I do," wrestling baby, Marshall got released from her contract. The alleged reason behind her release was her refusal to work in a proposed storyline with Edge, which would have seen her be more like Lita when she was with the rated R superstar. She was reportedly not comfortable with the sexual side of the character since she was in a real-life relationship with Bobby Lashley. WWE apparently didn't take the refusal the right way, as the management took it as her turning down a big opportunity. She also rubbed people the wrong way by asking for a move to Raw along with her partner Lashley, which led to the higher-ups seeing her as getting too big for her boots and releasing her from her contract. She eventually discussed her experience in WWE with Ring the Bell and claimed that she refused to be a fall-in-line person and chose to speak her mind, which ultimately led to her release. Good for her, though. Number 6, Randy Orton had to publicly apologize for roasting a bully. "Don't be a bully, be a star" was the tagline of WWE's anti-bullying campaign, which they have been promoting since 2011. However, the answer to bullying is not more bullying, and WWE made that clear when Randy Orton tried to defend himself and his then-girlfriend and current wife from an online bully. In response to a fan posting derogatory remarks about him and his girlfriend, Randy posted a tweet in classic legend killer fashion and called the fan the Latino Miss Piggy. Oh boy. WWE officials were not pleased with how Orton handled the situation and asked him to delete the tweet and issue a formal apology. TMZ reported that the fan was reportedly stalking and harassing Orton's girlfriend online, and that Orton had blocked her a couple of months before the incident. When the fan sent out another tweet calling out Orton for blocking her, the 14-time WWE champion responded by telling her that he blocked her because she had been harassing him and his girlfriend for a long time, and called her out for being a stalker. Fans did take sides over the whole situation, but Orton had to be the bigger person and send out a public apology. If you're having fun with this WhatCulture video right here, then hit that subscribe button right down below for even more awesome WhatCulture wrestling lists, news, and more. Number 5, Cesaro got buried for criticizing WWE creative decisions. While many people are clamoring to see another match between Randy Orton and John Cena during the latter's retirement tour, there was a time when wrestling fans were tired of seeing the two legends competing against each other repeatedly. Oh, I remember it well. Current AEW star Claudio Castagnoli, known for his time in WWE as Cesaro, shared the same sentiment and did not hold back from venting his feelings during an interview with the Liverpool Echo in 2014. Castagnoli gave the interview before the 2014 Hell in a Cell event, where Orton and Cena competed inside the steel structure. Claudio competed in a 2 out of 3 falls match for the Intercontinental Championship against Dolph Ziggler, and needless to say, WWE made sure the Swiss Superman paid for his deeds by booking him to lose to Ziggler in 2 straight falls. WWE then followed it up by booking the then Cesaro to lose consecutive matches over the following weeks. Vince McMahon also went as far as burying him in an interview with Stone Cold Steve Austin and claimed he lacked charisma, verbal skills, and the it factor. Always nice to hear from your boss. Number 4, Jonathan Cole Coachman refuses to travel to Afghanistan and pays the price. WWE recently cancelled its annual Tribute to the Troops event, which the company had been putting on since 2003 to honor and entertain the members of the United States Armed Forces. In the early years, the company hosted the show for the troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, before deciding to hold it in the USA from 2010 until 2024. The 2005 event emanated from the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, and while it was optional for the wrestlers to choose to travel to the military bases, it appeared to be only on paper, as the old WWE regime was not fond of anyone who opted not to voluntarily agree to be a part of that event. And Jonathan Coachman learned that lesson the hard way. Coachman discussed it in detail during an appearance on Insight with Chris Van Vliet, and reiterated the fact in a tweet. He revealed that he refused to travel to Afghanistan for the event since his wife had given birth to their daughter. However, Vince McMahon didn't take the refusal well and decided to dish out a petty punishment by having Coachman take a beatdown from The Undertaker and Batista. Lovely. He revealed that McMahon made him attack The Undertaker after a show went off the air, and the latter apologized to him and told him he didn't want to do this before giving Coachman a beatdown in the ring. But McMahon was not finished, as he sent down Batista, who told Coachman he was just carrying out orders and gave him 3 Batista bombs. Bloody hell. Coachman stated that he was disappointed that he had to endure the beatdown, and claimed to have had no problems traveling to the Middle East and Afghanistan in the past, but refused on one occasion so he could be with his wife to welcome their child. Not asking for a lot. Number 3, Zelina Vega gets released for opposing WWE policies. Unionization is a word Vince McMahon abhorred right from the moment he took over the company from his father. Jesse Ventura stirred up a storm with his attempts to unionize in the late 1980s, and McMahon was quick to deal with the situation and stopped Ventura from causing any damage to his empire. While it did come up now and then, the topic remained dormant over the years, but it resurfaced when WWE attempted to ban wrestlers from earning supplemental income through third-party platforms in 2020. The wrestlers didn't support WWE's new rule and wanted to renegotiate their contracts to compensate for the potential loss of earnings. Zelina Vega became the first victim of WWE's attempts to enforce the new rule and got released from her contract. Justin Barrasso of Sports Illustrated reported that WWE cited a breach of contract as the reason behind her release, as she refused to close her OnlyFans account. Following the release, Vega posted a tweet saying, "I support unionization," which opened up a new can of worms for WWE. The company received severe backlash from fans over their decision to fire Vega and for hindering the wrestlers' abilities to earn additional income by trying to enforce harsh rules. It just wasn't very fair. WWE then ended up rehiring Vega 8 months after her release. The company also tried making amendments to the rule, but they eventually had to lift the ban in 2022. Number 2, Brodus Clay teased his debut and got turned into the Funkasaurus. Following the end of his alliance with Alberto Del Rio, Brodus Clay went on a brief hiatus before reappearing on an episode of Superstars in August 2011. However, he was still absent from the main shows, and WWE was cooking up a plan to make him re-debut as a monster heel. WWE then started airing weekly vignettes promoting Brodus Clay's arrival, and Triple H was reportedly advocating for Clay to return as a monster villain. The company had plans to use Clay to write John Morrison off television to facilitate the latter's exit from the company in November 2011. However, Clay went a bit overboard and posted a tweet about how he would destroy Morrison at the planned event. The company quickly made Clay delete the tweet, and the latter then had to pay the price for his deed. Someone had already shown Vince McMahon a video of Brodus Clay being funny backstage, and the boss decided to just stick to that narrative of Clay being a funny guy and booked him to portray the Funkasaurus character, which he debuted on the 9th of January 2012 episode of Raw. This dino was anything but a scary monster villain heel thing, was he? Number 1, AJ Lee got punished for refusing to do a mentally ill character. AJ Lee had quite an eventful career with WWE between 2009 and 2015, and found herself rising among the ranks to become a 3-time Divas champion. However, her final days with WWE were not smooth, as she got caught between the company and her husband CM Punk's controversial exit from WWE in 2014. She was also pretty outspoken and publicly criticized WWE's treatment of female performers and the pay disparity, which prompted a response from Stephanie McMahon, and Vince McMahon also had to acknowledge the issue. She retired from in-ring competition in April 2015, citing permanent damage to her cervical spine as the key factor behind her decision. And following her exit, AJ Lee focused on her writing career and published a memoir titled Crazy Is My Superpower: How I Triumphed by Breaking Bones, Breaking Hearts, and Breaking the Rules in April 2017, which went on to make the New York Times bestsellers list. You go, AJ. While talking to the New York Post to promote the memoir, AJ recalled when WWE punished her for refusing to portray a mentally ill character in 2012. He revealed that WWE officials pitched a character that would hallucinate and showcase other cartoonish behavior. Lee felt that the character was disrespectful to people dealing with mental health issues, as she and her mother had dealt with bipolar disorder. She revealed that WWE punished her for refusing to portray the character by taking her off television for 2 months. However, she persevered and ultimately played a different version of the pitched character, which wasn't disrespectful, and enjoyed a successful career until her retirement in 2015, and fans have been fantasy booking her return ever since. Maybe next year, yeah?
Don't write people off because let's face it, we're all gonna fall down. Every one of us. It's just how life works, so somebody does find themselves struggling, maybe give them some time. They may be ready soon enough to come back swinging. This has happened time and time again in wrestling, and we really don't appreciate it enough. Having to do this sort of comeback in front of a live audience is a totally different challenge, and yet they did it. Proved everybody wrong, and to be honest, some of the following had a bad rap anyway. So are you ready to go? Tough luck, because let's go. Number 8, Naomi. I find it a little bit infuriating Naomi is in this list. She was never a bust. She was moved into the wrong position though, and for a long ass time was left there. Talk about ignoring potential. Let's go back to 2020. She was with real-life husband Jimmy Uso on screen as Mandy Rose tried to seduce him. It's very redundant. We don't need weird romance nonsense like this in wrestling. Why don't you actually sit down and come up with a creative plan? She did win the SmackDown Women's title in 2018, but that was just a weird time all round. In 2019, she took some time off for herself. It's not the worst idea. 2019 is one of the worst WWE years ever. The proof that Naomi at her core had connected, though, is proven at the following Royal Rumble, where she got a massive surprise return pop, and then, yes, she just lost, and she lost, and she lost again. I remember joking about this on Ups and Downs. After a while, the story felt like it was just Lacey Evans wins, lol. It was a bit out of whack. 2022 saw her start that tag team with Sasha Banks, which was actually great. But yeah, something happened backstage that we still don't really know about, which led to both exiting the company. It was huge at the time, and given the controversy, nobody really knew what Naomi's future was. Turned out she went to TNA and kind of reinvented herself in many ways before yet another Royal Rumble surprise return in 2024. And maybe overdoing it, but it felt like she had a renewed confidence, and by the summer, not only did she win the Money in the Bank briefcase, she cashed it in to become the champion. She also had an awesome heel turn before that to become incredibly entertaining, and everything that they did with the big three was good too. Basically, Naomi has turned herself into a monster, and you damn right. Just goes to show sometimes you do gotta bet on yourself. That's what she did, and she then received all the success. Number 7, Rhea Ripley. So this was more of a blip, but you can see the reactions after WrestleMania 36. Didn't help this thing went down in a warehouse, but Rhea Ripley lost to Charlotte Flair, and given this was meant to be her bigger rival to the main roster, well, it was strange. We'd essentially put her on the back foot. She also lost the NXT Women's title, so when she returned to NXT, she was in a weird kind of limbo. Sort of in between what was and what was about to be. It's why come 2022, she was thrown into a random tag team with Liv Morgan in the most Vince McMahon decision ever. We've got two people who could be stars, push them together. Actually tied into what Ripley herself talked about on the Chris Van Vliet show. Vince felt like she looked like a heel, therefore she was a heel, even though fans loved her, as did the rest of management. They knew Rhea Ripley, the bad guy as she was miscast. A proper heel turn to join Edge's Judgment Day was also funny. That was about the group itself more than her, because boom, WWE got new powers in control, the Rated R superstar left this stable, and Rhea Ripley like a rocket took off. I mean, the stuff with Dominic, the way she held herself, essentially becoming the de facto leader, even though women didn't usually get that role. I mean, that's another story for another day, but Rhea just took over. The whole time she was having bangers too, but this sort of allowed the great audience to take notice of this, and look what happened ever since. Forget about being one of the biggest names in WWE, she's going to explode further and likely take over normal life. Whatever that means. All her peers say it too, and that's not because it's a fun thing to say, it's because it's obvious. The connection she has with the crowd is second to none, and some of those pops. Her track record of big matches too is ridiculous, and given Rhea isn't even 30 yet, we are just getting started. So there we are again. Let people have a few fumbles when they're super young and finding their way. As awful as it is to say, because I sound like an Instagram post, it's all part of the journey. Number 6, Liv Morgan. We just mentioned Liv Morgan, and it was kind of the same deal. That's why she was part 2 of that tag team. It just felt like WWE didn't know how to use her. Remember that terrible Money in the Bank cash-in when nobody knew how to book Liv? She was essentially a babyface that cheated and then pretended she didn't, so she was a heel. But she wasn't? Alright then. Thankfully nobody gave up, because in 2024, along with our old friend Rhea Ripley needing a feud, Morgan took on this new role where she seduced Dominic Mysterio, and man, she was great. Aside from nailing the character, her matches improved no end, and by the end of the year, she was one of the best all-round workers in WWE. Everything she did got a reaction too, and you could see the company relying on her more and more. She could definitely do it. Her selling in matches took a massive step up too, and I suppose after years of getting experience, Liv Morgan just put it all together. She became a superstar who could get heat just by walking to the ring. It was going to be the same in 2025 too, because the fans were enjoying her so much. And then she got injured. That sucked. But we were already thinking about a babyface turn, so when she does come back, bam, you can do it. With all of that too, her and Raquel Rodriguez were great tag team champions. They were only let down due to WWE's failure to book the belts properly. Anytime they were on TV, they just smashed it. She's another one that's only going to improve as we do move forward as well. I mean, talk about putting in the time. She debuted years ago, and now, I tell you, she is an important part of the wheel. Number 5, Sami Zayn. We had a counter. That's right. On my stupid review show Ups and Downs back in like 2018, Sami Zayn had his own loss counter because he never won, and I mean that literally. It was a running joke, and Vince McMahon always cast him as the bumbling heel as he was defeated over and over again. And if you were an El Generico fan, you were flabbergasted. On the indies, Sami Zayn had been a game changer. He, of course, still played the role of the villain brilliantly because that's what he does. Even that ridiculous conspiracy stuff was good. And he had to do that electric chair. You remember that? When he dared mention AEW? What the flub are we doing? Then at WrestleMania 38, he was put against Johnny Knoxville, and this guy, despite working with the Jackass crew, who were not wrestlers, he structured one of the most entertaining matches you could ever hope to see. For what it was meant to be, it was perfect. Fans loved it too. This led to somebody backstage deciding him and Bloodline Nina Roman Reigns would be fun for one episode of SmackDown, when yep, it was so good we did it again and again until we just put Sami in the group. Think what an inspired change that was, a game-changing decision, because without that, do the Bloodline go through the emotions they do? I doubt it. It also led to that 2023 Elimination Chamber match with Roman, and even though we were a month away from WrestleMania 39, fans wanted Sami to be the guy to end Reigns' massive title run. Talk about a turnaround. And even though he wasn't able to do that, you couldn't hold him back. He had that excellent Intercontinental title win against Gunther on the Show of Shows, and these days he's an integral part of everything. In fact, a lot of what WWE is doing wouldn't work without him. It also meant the Mania 39 Night 1 tag match happened, which is also in terms of modern times a proper classic. So from 2019, where his role was "you're going to lose all the time," to someone who likely will become a world champion at some point, just amazing. Something we should all remember. If you've got the talent, you just never know. Number 4, Karrion Kross. What an amazing time he has had in WWE. When he was the man in NXT and smashing people, the internet wrestling community didn't like him. I suppose the third brand was seen as the indie territory for WWE, and Kross was more of a main roster guy. Then he moved to Raw, and Vince McMahon ignored everything we did before this and had him lose to Jeff Hardy on his debut. Scarlett was then taken out of the act, and we got Kross to dress like some sort of a gimp. It was really bad. Then he got released. It wasn't until Triple H took over that we gave him the big return, and since then it's also been weird. He's always been there doing kind of good stuff, but he wasn't overly focused on. I mean, his Final Testament group was okay, but sort of as before. They did some stuff. I wouldn't call them a dominant act. Then from nowhere, he started to cut these super intriguing promos on social media and in short segments on Raw, and yeah, people gravitated towards him, especially when Karrion went off on Logan Paul after WrestleMania. That was great. It meant that come the summer of 2025, he was just a compelling character and had that feud with Sami Zayn. Even got on SummerSlam, so what a 180 that is. From being let go after the worst outfit change ever, to being one of the under-the-radar dudes that people are desperate to see more of. You gotta give him and Scarlett credit, because that doesn't just happen. He took everything he had learned from day one and made it click. Genuinely, I've no idea what he's doing right now. And that's not just because I record these a few weeks before they do go live, but because Karrion Kross cannot be predicted. sort of marches to the beat of his own drum, has done a damn good job. Number 3, Dominic Mysterio. Another guy I wouldn't call a bust because he was so young there was always time. When he was just the babyface kid of Rey Mysterio though, nobody really knew what Dominic's future would be. He had a decent debut with Seth Rollins at SummerSlam, but he was very much in the shadow of his father. He sort of faded into the background. He was just a bit wet behind the ears. Then we turned him heel, and don't get me wrong, nobody thought WWE would do that, and even if you did, nobody thought it would work as well as it has. This dude just went nuts. It wasn't an overnight thing either, even though the Clash at the Castle turn was great and got mega heat. Dom had justified all this, and he did so alongside Rhea Ripley and the Judgment Day. We've talked about them already. He genuinely couldn't have done this better. Just to underline it, he's also had 2 massive WrestleMania moments already as well. The entrance when he fought his dad was all time, and the Intercontinental title win was amazing. That pop, man. He even got sent back to the ring to soak it in. Mysterio really is improving all the time too, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. If anything, he will likely be a future world champion, and every fan will be in agreement. Nobody was saying that a few years ago, so fair play to this guy. He is a template in how to get yourself over and embrace the unknown. Let's sum it up in 3 simple words. Dominic Mysterio rules. Number 2, Nathan Frazier. When Nathan Frazier got into WWE, his big line was, "I'm really fast." And look, he was really fast. It was something to mention, but we kind of made this his whole personality like he was Sonic. Given where we were at the time, it felt like a bad move, or at least one that limited him. He had real street cred too outside of WWE because he was Ben Carter on the Indies, plus he was an early Seth Rollins trainee. Ain't getting any bad students from that school, but something was still missing in 2023. Nathan was also a former football prodigy, so he had more to his game, but when he mentioned that, well, it was the same deal. Why don't you go live your dreams and all that? It just sounded like you'd given him a script, and then he met Axiom. I suppose you could put him in here as well, but having them as a misfit tag team that sort of loved and hated each other was just so much fun. It also allowed Frazier to have a chip on his shoulder. This was way better than before because he felt like a real person. Screw all this, I want to fly as high as possible and I'm so happy to be here right now. Instead, we were all like, man, flub you, I'm going to do anything I can do. Then he'd yell at Axiom for accidentally kicking him in the face or something. Somehow Nathan was both jovial and a little bit of a dick, and I mean that in the best way possible. And it's why when they got to SmackDown, it worked. The act was well cooked and not rushed, and they'd sorted the personality side out too. I genuinely hope WWE never breaks them up. I find them most fun and damn entertaining. Number 1, Triple H. So this is a weird one, but I think Triple H has earned some praise that has got lost recently, and I get that too, it's the nature of the beast. But the debut of NXT Black and Gold and the subsequent evolution was awesome. Triple H looked at the wider industry and decided he should ape that, as then WWE could cater to all audiences. You know the deal, it worked, and the word was even the main roster was annoyed, because those in NXT seemed to have more freedom. And then 2022 rolled around. After a battle with AEW, it felt like Vince McMahon wasn't pleased that Paul Levesque hadn't fought them off, so he was moved into a lesser role. WWE acted like this wasn't true, but go and watch the show, you can quite literally see things changed. The game then had a proper health scare with his heart, and as always, there's nothing more important than that. And he came through it. Again, thank goodness for that. But his role in WWE seemed like it had been diminished further. Go look at NXT 2.0. He didn't have anything to do with all of that, and it all shifted again. We don't have time to get into it here, but the Vince McMahon scandal drop, which saw a huge changing of the guard, and Triple H being anointed in the creative chair he had been studying for years. Regardless what you think of the current WWE product, it did lead to a boom period for the company and some stories that were awesome. The Bloodline was right in the middle of that. Given that we had the pandemic and that awful 2019, this was actually way more needed than people realize. Triple H steered the ship through a fantastic time period. Such momentum was always going to cool off because that's life, but fair play all round. He basically turned the corner after being in the worst position any human being could be. That really is amazing, so yeah, kudos to that guy. I assume we're only just getting started. You are never out when it comes to wrestling. Given the power of the machine, it only ever takes a solid push to throw you back into the limelight. It is kind of cool because it keeps you on your toes. There's still no excuse for some of the other atrocities. So welcome back, my friends, and thanks for coming. This is 10 wrestlers who brought WWE careers back from the dead. Number 10, Chad Gable. That is right. For a while, Vince McMahon decided because Chad Gable was lacking in height, we should call him Shorty G. Sounded like a biscuit. It was so silly because if you do extend that name, it becomes Shorty Gable. What was the problem here? not like he was 4'2", and even if he was. So, sounds like a unique selling point to me. It became easy heat for bad guys even though the fans just rolled their eyes, and the real stupid part is that Chad would chat to people who were shorter than he was. So what were they? Dust, I suppose. It also felt like the same old nonsense when he was teamed with Otis as the Alpha Academy, when it all changed. Mostly due to Triple H taking over the show. While there was an element of comedy to this with the whole shoosh thing, we told Gable to go out there and smash it in the ring, and my gosh, it was a revelation. Amazing what you can get away with if you also let humans shine at what they're good at. The best part is Chad now has Maxine Dupree and Tozawa too, so he feels like some kind of super grappler who very kindly helps others. He should still win the Intercontinental title at some point too, and hopefully he has. By the time you hear this, the man rules. Number 9, Dolph Ziggler. I mean, we called him Dolph Ziggler. Talk about starting from the bottom. Before this, he was also Nikki from the Spirit Squad, which was another gimmick to get over. But man, this dude did it constantly. Because forget the name or being a cheerleader, anytime Ziggler was in the ring, he was just the best, bumping his ass off for anyone and everyone. When you go through his career now, you can't fault it either, because he did it all. Multiple championship runs, an incredible CV of top-tier matches, feuds you remember, and he made a ton of money. People would kill for this kind of success. The craziest part is Dolph should have gotten even more, which we've spoken about verbatim, but regardless. He got dubbed Ziggler and still won a world championship. Imagine if WWE had pushed him properly, he would have gone to crazy places. Number 8, Kane. Do you know Kane was meant to be a one and done? He was going to come in, smash The Undertaker, lose at WrestleMania, and bam, away he goes. This did not happen. The Big Red Machine proved such a success he forged an incredible career that lasted more than 2 decades. And sure, he used the dead man as a jumping off point, but from there, he didn't stop. This gimmick was his resurrection too, because before this, flubbed me sideways. Not only did he have to beat Isaac Yankem, a flippin' wrestling dentist, but he was also the fake Diesel. Think of that. Asked to pretend to be someone else while he was pretending to be somebody else. It hurts. Kane still returns for one-off appearances these days, such is the staying power of the character. And I guess Kylie Minogue said it best. We should be so lucky. Number 7, Chris Jericho. When Chris Jericho debuted in the WWF in 1999, we all expected big things. The problem was, nobody really clued him up into how the World Wrestling Federation did things. Jericho has talked about this publicly and was well aware of the issues, or how Vince McMahon thought he'd made a mistake. The boss even said this to him. Within weeks, he'd gone from promoing with The Rock to being on his last legs. Chris was then put in a match with X-Pac, who was essentially the measuring stick at the time, and I tell you, if this had gone wrong, the story today would have been so different. It didn't, because Y2J did know what he was doing, and from there, bang. He found his initial place as a mega over mid-card babyface, complete with catchphrases, and became so popular, within 2 years, he was the undisputed world champion. Jericho hit it out of the park. Maybe sometimes you do need to hit rock bottom before you rebound back. Number 6, John Cena, which also does tie in to Mr. John Cena. Quite a famous tale these days. There was a point where even though Cena was the most jacked man ever, Vince McMahon didn't see anything in him. Basically thought he was nothing more than a well-crafted creator character. John himself has said he totally understands this too, because he wasn't doing anything, just waiting around for an opportunity rather than going out there and grabbing it. Ruthless aggression, I believe they call it. You can see this yourself if you go back and watch WWE in 2002. And if the rumors are true, the company was actually going to fire him as well. There's nothing he could do until Stephanie McMahon saw him rapping on a bus. Now that sounds weird, and how accurate it is we don't know, but as the story goes, Cena was so good at freestyling over a can of tuna, Stephanie told him to do that on TV, and bam, the Doctor of Thugonomics was born. It only changed his career around, so much so, he became one of the biggest stars WWE ever had. Think of that. When he returns these days, they call him the greatest of all time as well. Not because it's something fun to say either. Those behind the scenes totally think it. So always do remember this if you are struggling. Why don't you go and make people laugh? It may just work. Number 5, LA Knight. So this one is much more recent, but just goes to show what we're dealing with here. After LA Knight had showed everybody he could cut it down in NXT, he was called up to the main roster and dubbed Max Dupree. I mean, what were we doing? This was dumb anyway, as why even bother to let him create a persona in the so-called developmental leagues if we're just going to change that anyway? But even worse, he was the leader of the Maximum Male Models. Now look, those guys became hilarious after a while, but the initial idea was just stupid, and any creative ideas were cut off at the knees. It got so bad Vince McMahon once again was going to go to his firing book. Yep. Night had been penciled in. This is why Triple H taking over the creative was the greatest thing ever for LA, because he was allowed to bring back his old gimmick and look at the results. It honestly only took about a month before his entrance was getting a mega pop. It baffles me some people couldn't see this because Knight is the ultimate WWE guy. He can deliver catchphrases and make them sound entertaining every single time, and he just gets it. His rise was so great he eventually headlined Crown Jewel against Roman Reigns too, and that list of opponents is not long. Did it all by himself as well. It's just the best story. Number 4, Steve Austin. So this could be the most well-known of these, just because Steve Austin went from the definition of a lower mid-carder to the biggest star in all of wrestling. How does that happen? Vince McMahon even hired Austin from WCW via ECW because he was a solid hand, hence why he dubbed him as the Ringmaster. It's quite literally the master of the ring. We also stuck Ted DiBiase with him because clearly McMahon had never watched Steve talk, and even after the $1 Million Man had gone away, Austin continued to tread water. He was kind of just there. When Triple H got punished for the curtain call incident, however, which you can look up right now, it meant Austin was given the nod. He defeated Jake Roberts at the King of the Ring, and man did he take advantage of that opportunity. He cut the 316 promo, and that was that. Away we went. Now, WWE history will tell you that the next week the fans were going crazy for the guy. That's actually not the case. It was a much slower build. By the time we got to WrestleMania 14, there was no denying it. The man was going to be the future. I'm not sure anyone could have guessed how far we were gonna go, but yeah. Most people didn't know Steve's name in 1996. By 1998, couldn't escape it. Number 3, Becky Lynch. If you want my opinion, and sorry if you don't, Becky Lynch is the greatest female WWE superstar ever. Before she did explode though, the last kicker couldn't even get on TV. I ain't kidding. This was around 2017 to 2018 where she would pop up and then vanish again, or form a random tag team with Naomi. I can't tell you why that happened. It just did. As the story goes, though, after a chat with Shawn Michaels on the set of the Marine 6, where else, HBK told her to be more aggressive and present herself differently behind the scenes. And man, she must have listened. We got a little further in, Nia Jax broke her nose, and Becky used that to transform herself into the star of all stars. It just felt like she tapped into her own personality, which was being flashed all over the screen. She got so much momentum, there was only one thing for it. She, along with Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair, were the first women to main event WrestleMania. And who won? Becky Lynch. There is no way that anybody could have predicted this just a few years prior. I mean, even 12 months before this history-making performance, she was thrown into the pre-show Mania Battle Royal. What an amazing run this was. Number 2, JBL. This one is just insane. Because if you were watching the WWF in the late 90s, Bradshaw was just Bradshaw. He looked and acted like a tough Texan brawler because that's what he was, and while the APA were really fun, neither guy was ever going to be a world champion under Vince McMahon. He pigeonholed him. From nowhere in 2004, though, all of a sudden he was telling us his full name was John Bradshaw Layfield, a financial expert who had accumulated so much money, we could all kiss his ass. What? He started arriving to the ring in a limo and even had a cabinet for a while, but you could have easily have told someone this was Bradshaw's brother, and they would have believed it. There's every chance he could have just left the company before all of this because he wasn't really doing much, and then not long after, he was a world champion. Let's face it, a damn good one at that. JBL was a fabulous heel. I still cannot believe this happened. Number 1, Edge. This one is a little bit different, but it's such a wonderful story because, yeah, Adam Copeland's career was totally dead. He had suffered such a bad injury to his neck in 2011 that doctors told him to retire immediately. It was so severe, that's what happened. Didn't matter, he was the world heavyweight champion at the time. There were rumors throughout the following decade that he may return, but none of those really clicked until we got to 2020. All of a sudden, there was way too much chatter, and when he did return at the Royal Rumble pay-per-view, bingo bango, this was incredible. The reception to Edge's comeback was heartwarming too, and just look at his face. He knows, and ever since then he has made the most of it. Not only does he get to finish his career on his terms, but he's doing it in AEW with his best friend Christian. So that is some really, really good stuff, and I hope everybody that may be in a little bit of a situation right now can follow the same path.
In some instances, these titles were never going to be more than a quick bit of fun, but in others, they reflect the worst of WWE. A wrestling championship should be more than a mere prop. In some instances, it's a whole lot less. So I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are the 10 most disrespected titles in WWE history. Number 10, the Women's Tag Team Championship. Perhaps the most cursed titles currently on offer, the Women's Tag belts got off to a solid start, with Bayley and Sasha Banks triumphing in an Elimination Chamber match to decide the inaugural holders. The pair of horsewomen vowed to legitimize the nascent belts, which they lost 6 weeks later to the Iconics. From there, the curse has been real. The belts have fallen victim to a cavalcade of reign-ending injuries, with Sonya Deville most recently falling foul of the Hex. Beyond that, there's the usual selection of matches thrown together with no build, can they coexist, and multi-woman matches that often don't deliver. Most problematic is Creative's propensity for throwing teams together at random. During the championship's run, the number of actual established duos can be counted on 2 hands. Instead, WWE jams together whichever workers have nothing else on. Chelsea Green and Piper Niven, why not? And the results speak for themselves. Number 9, the International Heavyweight Championship. For a long while, WWE and New Japan Pro Wrestling were able to enjoy an off and on creative partnership, leading to the odd supercard and the International Heavyweight Championship. Low-key, one of the best looking belts in the business. The first half of the 80s saw the title switch hands sporadically. Tatsumi Fujinami had 3 stints, and even inaugural WWE champion Buddy Rogers took part in the first title match in the 50s. Then business got in the way. As time moved on and Vince McMahon turned an eye on global domination, he no longer wished to do business with or even acknowledge the existence of New Japan Pro Wrestling. There's barely a mention of the International Heavyweight Championship on their website, no suggestion that anyone would be interested in this part of wrestling's past, but it's still a part of the storied tale of the Federation, and for the sake of nerdy wrestling completionists everywhere, it ought to be acknowledged. Number 8, the Cruiserweight Championship. Unlike a lot of the titles on this list, the Cruiserweight Championship actually started quite well. Even disregarding its WCW lineage pre-takeover, 2002 to 2003 saw the likes of Tajiri, Jamie Noble, Rey Mysterio, and Chavo Guerrero tussle for the gold in exciting, often opening contests just like Ted Turner used to do it. So what happened? Well, Vince McMahon took a look at his wrestlers, dismissed them as puny, and turned his attention back to the big boys. A few years in, WWE had completely lost interest in the division. It was defended sporadically, almost always changing hands in a multi-man match. Then Hornswoggle won it, and then they got rid of it. As for the belt of the same name, introduced in 2016, well, that's basically the same story. Some great moments, the Cruiserweight Classic for example, but a lack of consistent interest. The little guys were shunted onto their own show, the derisively titled Seldom Pushed 205 Live. In 2022, the title was retired. It was also purple and looked impossibly cheap. Now I've got a quick question for you. What's your favourite Cruiserweight match of all time? Throw it down in the comment section below and let us know all about it, my friends. Number 7, the Intercontinental Tag Team Championship. WWE's Intercontinental Tag Team titles were part of their latter attempt to join forces with a Japanese organisation, this time the lucha-centred UWF. To say this was the wrong horse to back is an understatement. UWF lasted 5 years, and while some great names passed through its gates, it didn't leave behind many matches of note. That its brief partnership with WWE and the creation of the Intercontinental Tag titles was maybe its most obscure offering is really saying something. The belts were awarded to Pero Aguayo and Gran Hamada in January of 1991. Then the titles were just abandoned. That's about all the information anyone bothered to note down about these belts. It's a miracle we even know the date, to be honest. Number 6, the Women's Championship. While there have been women's belts that WWE have treated with less reverence, on which more later, few titles can boast as many significant moments of disrespect than the company's inaugural Women's Championship. Firstly, the barren years in which, even by their standards, WWE didn't really care about women's wrestling. The deeply problematic but nonetheless fabulous Moolah had a stranglehold on the title for the best part of 30 years, as the company made little effort to bolster their ranks. The rock and wrestling era saw Wendy Richter and Leilani Kai do what they can, but disinterest saw the belt simply deactivated in 1990. 3 years years later, much the same. Alundra Blaze and Bull Nakano had some great matches, but few other challenges. Then there's the Medusa incident, with Blaze leaving WWE to join WCW in her previous gimmick, whereupon she dropped the Women's Championship in the garbage. The problem here isn't so much the incendiary incident itself, as the fact WWE let one of its champions leave the company while still holding the belt. From there, the company has ditched the belt for lengthy periods, occasionally given the shine to major talents like Trish Stratus, Lita, and Molly Holly, but more often than not relegated the belt to throwaway 3-minute matches at best. Number 5, the Canadian Championship. We've seen titles created more or less for one wrestler plenty of times. Triple H lobbying to bring back the big gold belt, for example, or the $1 Million Championship. The problem with being awarded a belt, though, is what do you do once you've won it? In the mid-80s, Dino Bravo began billing himself as the Canadian Champion. Taking this to its logical conclusion, WWE made this official, giving the stoic strongman a belt to defend on the house show circuit. They did this for a bit, got bored of it, gave up, and scrapped the whole thing. Bravo left the company for a while, then returned in a mid-card role. The problem, other than WWE's disinterest in actually doing anything with this idea, was that for all of his talents, Bravo didn't possess the kind of charisma needed to make a new belt into a thing. He just plodded on, same as ever. It's hard to establish a title as a prize worth winning when the guy carrying it doesn't seem to want it himself. Number 4, the Divas Championship. A belt's design isn't all important. Take the Universal Championship, a red then blue monstrosity elevated by good booking. Sometimes though, aesthetics can't be overcome, and there's no better example of this than the butterfly-shaped title known inexplicably as the Divas Championship. The rebranding of women to divas is another conversation altogether, but the top prize for the division was, from the off, impossible to take seriously. That was kind of the point. On its creation, WWE's women's division was running on fumes, with quality workers like Mickie James on her way out, and Natalya and Beth Phoenix yet to make their mark. When the bench did fill up a little, the problem remained the same. It's all well and good to have Paige and AJ Lee work in matches, but they're ultimately fighting over a belt that no one could possibly hoist with pride. It took until 2015 for WWE to see sense on this matter, and consign the Divas Championship, and thankfully the term diva altogether, to history. Number 3, the 24/7 Championship. How disrespected was the 24/7 Championship? Even for a joke belt, it was treated with disdain. The slime green number was created as a throwback to the glory days of the Hardcore Championship, with its any place, anytime chaos. For a multitude of reasons, that didn't work though. Firstly, it's not the Attitude Era anymore. A hardcore match used to mean a shopping trolley full of violent nonsense. Now it means a couple of kendo sticks. More importantly, the hardcore belt actually had good matches amidst the plunder. The 24/7 belt was primarily an excuse to gain celebrity engagement. This worked precisely once. Bad Bunny donning the strap on SNL. That aside, we were treated to sportscasters Santa, Mayor Kane, and the Gronk. Worst of all though, the 24/7 belt wasted the time and energy of plenty of genuinely talented superstars. R-Truth milked it for all the fun it was worth. No one could have done a better job, to be honest. And then Nikki Cross threw it in the trash, and that was the end of that sorry saga. Number 2, the ECW Heavyweight Championship. If there's one thing you can rely on WWE for, it's a good dose of spite. After winning the Monday Night Wars and acquiring WCW and ECW, Vince McMahon could do anything he wanted with the upstart brand from Philadelphia. Milk its archives, keep it running in its own right, or simply ruin it. The ECW title under WWE auspices is a who's who of who isn't at all related to the promotion. After a strong start reigniting the brand with RVD on top, things went wrong incredibly quickly. Drafting Big Show and Bobby Lashley onto the new show was not what the rabid fanbase wanted. To say nothing of making Vince himself the do-rag sporting champ. What a time to be alive. CM Punk and later Christian did what they could to prop the belt up, but the brand was dying and its title along with it. Soon it was being traded in ludicrously short matches, jumping across WWE's various brands, and finally being put out of its misery not 4 years into its second run. And number 1, the European Championship. WWE's tertiary men's belt could hardly have started life better. British Bulldog versus Owen Hart in a tournament final fought in Berlin? It was all downhill from there pretty sharpish. First, Shawn Michaels politicked his way into taking the belt from the Bulldog in front of a UK crowd. Then, not a year into its existence, he laid down for Triple H, allowing his DX stablemate to pin him for the belt, which was now objectively worthless. The list of European title holders is genuine Hall of Fame stuff, which makes the belt's treatment even more bizarre. Its nadir came in 1999, when a grass-green Shane McMahon decided he'd like a go with the belt. He won it off X-Pac, then decided he didn't care about the trinket, leaving it in a gym bag for Mideon to find 3 months later. In terms of match quality, the European Championship is way above a lot of other belts on this list, and that's why the title's treatment is so odd. They didn't denigrate it because of a lack of ideas or personnel. They didn't even lose interest in a hurry. They treated it like a joke, well, just because. What a damn waste.
So we have talked about this many a time before, but wrestlers are just human beings, and much like you and I, they have real emotions. Like, imagine you're in work, and Dan from accounts turns up, and you hate Dan from accounts. On this day, you just want to punch him right in the face. Now, there's varying levels to this, but of course, if it ever does happen in the ring, fans just want to hear about it. Some of these incidents have become so historical. Well, I think we should talk about that today. Sound good? Great. So my name is Simon from WhatCulture, and make sure you are sitting comfortably, because I'm about to throw 8 of these in your face right now. Number 8, Eddie Guerrero at One Night Stand 2005. Eddie Guerrero versus Chris Benoit was a match that Paul Heyman wanted to do all the way back in ECW. This was because he was trying to take the company to brand new heights, and because he always wanted to stay ahead of the curve, he tried to book it when these two and his other wannabe, Dean Malenko, all went inside with WCW, so the dream was dead. So when 2005 rolled around 20 years later, and all of a sudden he was allowed to book this pay-per-view One Night Stand, and he had Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero after the WWE banner, well, put your hands together, he's done it. While the timing worked for Heyman, though, it did not work for Guerrero, because he had just turned heel when he was having that feud with Rey Mysterio. Because he was a bad guy, he was losing, and yet I checked, he was losing. Guerrero totally thought this would hurt his momentum, which I do understand, because when you do go bad guy in pro wrestling, if you don't get any victories, the fans will look at you and be like, well, that was a stupid decision. It didn't help you at all. This is when Eddie did what apparently Eddie would do when he did get mad, which got even worse, because when he went to the ring, he realized that none of the fans were paying attention because they couldn't believe a bunch of the WWE roster were at ringside. So they were like, flub the fighting, let's just boo them. It all soon boiled over because Guerrero very early on in this match also hurt his nose, and I think in that moment he decided, you know what, I don't want to play anymore, and I'm going home. It just meant that he put on a level of performance that was lower of the usual expectations, but again, if you didn't know this story and you'd watched it, you'd still be impressed, because that's how good Eddie Guerrero was. If you do train your eye though, you will see at certain points Chris Benoit being like, what are you doing, dude? We're meant to wrestle here. And by the end of the thing, you even see Eddie basically apologize to Chris, because deep down he knew. After the fact, they got into a big yelling contest as well, although apparently Eddie did apologize before he just left before the show was even over, because he just needed to get home. This is why Eddie Guerrero was so popular, because he was a real human being. It's like that story when he tried to fight Kurt Angle backstage. He went for a double leg, because Angle is an Olympic gold medalist, he took him down. Then later on, JBL was like, why did you try and do that to an Olympic gold medalist? Without missing a beat, Eddie said, because I'm a dumbass. This is why he will always be one of the greatest people ever. Number 7, the Dirt Bike Kid in the 1999 Michinoku Pro Masked Man Tournament. So a match between the Dirt Bike Kid and the Great Sasaki goes wrong in about 3 seconds. And if you do go and watch it, your brain will start saying, I don't think they remember that wrestling is predetermined. Now, if you don't know, old Dirt Bike was a mainstay of the British scene, and he got so much momentum behind him, he even had a few matches in ECW. Like, you have to go out of your way to find them, but it still went down. All of this eventually got him to Michinoku Pro, but as I said in the title, this was the Masked Man tournament, so you had to be wearing a mask. For some reason, Dirt Bike did not want to wear that hood. It meant when he was facing the Great Sasaki, he just took it off straight away, which was a terrible idea because 1, the Great Sasaki was the most popular guy in the promotion, and 2, he essentially ran the entire company and he was the booker. That's not the kind of guy you want to cross. It meant after a short exchange, the Great One got absolutely mad and he whammed Dirt Bike in the head and in the stomach. And while I'm exaggerating this a little bit, the first time I saw it, I was like, good grief, he's gonna kill him. Suzuki was then done with this, so he grabbed the Dirt Bike Kid in a front face lock and he squeezed his head so hard, he had to tap out, I suppose for real. And listen though, meant to time this, but I didn't because I'm an idiot. But I can guess, looking at my fake watch, it can't have gone longer than 2 minutes. Unsurprisingly, it also meant the British guy's Japanese dream was totally dead. Although after this, he tries to shake Suzuki's hand, which means he's not reading the room, because again, you can see this. I'm pretty sure the Great Suzuki was ready to box his ears off. After the fact too, Dirt Bike did a bunch of interviews where he ran down all of these people, but then still faxed them to say, man, I'd really like to come back someday. This is gonna totally shock and surprise you. But Michinoku Pro never ever replied. I wonder why. Number 6, Rick Steiner in Southeast Championship Wrestling. So we go back to 2005 for this one, which is kind of nuts, because these kind of stories were prevalent in the 80s, even though they shouldn't have been. I don't think they should have been happening after the turn of the millennium. The truth is, both Rick and Scott Steiner had a terrible reputation for just laying into guys, to the point if you did turn up at an arena and you saw that you were going to face them, so many wrestlers like, man, I don't want to do this. They're going to kick my ass. I mean, there are a bunch of these too from the Michigan area, as they did build up this kind of reputation. And even in the early 2000s, notable names like Conan, Lash LaRue, and Hugh Morris were saying the same things. You don't want to work the Steiners. They don't know where the line is. Eventually, this did lead Rick Steiner to Vordell Walker, who was an independent wrestler. And I can only tell you this, I don't think Ricky did his homework. Because after Steiner had booted him in the face and busted him open, Vordell was like, well, I'm actually a trained martial artist, so if you are going to do that, I'm just going to wrestle you to the ground and keep you there. That's exactly what he did. Now, during an interview after this as well, Vordell had admitted that he wasn't trying to be aggressive here. He was just trying to figure out what was going on. As far as he's concerned, Rick Steiner and him were meant to be working, and they were doing anything but. Eventually, Dustin Rhodes tagged in because he was one of the tag team partners, but it just kept getting worse, because the match called for Steiner to powerbomb Vordell through out of the announce table, but understandably, he was like, no, I'm not going to get up for that, because I don't know how gently you're going to put me down. Apparently afterwards, too, Steiner completely ignored Walker, meaning he never got any answers. And then 2 years later, at a different show, there are reports that stated Rick left all bloodied up, because I actually think he tried to beat this guy up again. So here is a nice lesson, kids. Just don't be an asshole. And just to be nice to people, it'll make your life a lot easier. Number 5, Bruiser Brody in the NWA in 1986. Now, Bruiser Brody was known for his wild, out-of-control brawls that would go across the arena, and they got so much impact. Once again, the boys in the back were all like, I don't want to work this guy. I can't tell what the flub is happening. It just meant there was this idea that you never knew what he was going to do, which brings us to a cage match in the NWA in 1986, when old Brody was taking on Lex Luger. Now, you can tell early on that these two aren't on the same page, which is going to be a concurrent theme for this list. At one point, when Lex is trying to do his babyface shine, Brody is essentially no-selling everything. And then as he panics, Luger starts to punch Brody in the face, but once again, he's like, nah, man, I ain't doing none. Because Luger was so early on in his career here, he even goes to the referee and says, what am I meant to do? And after he tries one more time, well, Bruiser just grabs him and he locks in the front face lock. That's when you usually know a match has gone out of control. This did not look predetermined at all. Luger then decided he just wanted to get out of there, so he went over to the official and pushed him over, causing the disqualification. And yes, you should be rolling your eyes right now, because it's a cage match, and in a cage match, there should never be a DQ. Lex also basically runs away after this, because he didn't want to get into it anymore. And the Wrestling Observer's Dave Meltzer has always said that when Luger arrived at the building, he may have walked around saying, I don't want to lose tonight. And when Bruiser Brody heard about that, well, put your hands together. It's only fair to say that Lex has weighed in on this too, and he tells a completely different tale, and that apparently Bruiser was just in a bad mood because he'd been stiffed by a promoter, so he lost it a little bit. But after the fact, these two were perfectly good friends. There's only one thing to do: write your answers on a postcard, or drop me what you think happened in the comment. Number 4, Koji Katao in 1991. We head to Japan and the SWS promotion for this one. And given the two people in the ring, well, I'm just going to tell you right off the bat, this is totally nuts. Because Koji Katao was taking on John Tenta, and you'll probably know him better as Earthquake in the WWF, or Shark in WCW, but go and listen to every single one of his peers talk about Jonathan. They all say the same thing: man, he was just a lovely, awesome dude. On the other side, though, you did have Koji, who was notorious for not being very easy to work with, and in fact, he'd been kicked out of promotions because he was always causing up a fuss. He still found his way into the Super World of Sports promotion on April 1st, 1991, and just ignore that date because it's not an April Fool, because halfway through this, even though John Tenta was a massive man, Koji was like, you know what, I'm going to try and beat you up for real. So we're here again. He also tried to take him down as John actually yelled at him, what are you doing? This is a wrestling match. And I can only presume that Katao wasn't a fan of that, because he then tried to rip John's eyes out. So this guy is totally bonkers. The referee finally calms this down, but he just gets kicked in the stomach too. And that's when he's like, you know what, I'm calling this whole thing off. It's a no contest, mostly because you don't know what you're doing. I think Koji must have been offended by this, because he would not stop, and he grabbed a microphone and shouted, yeah, wrestling is all fake, and if this was real, I would quite clearly kick this guy's butt. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's something seriously wrong here. Surprise, surprise, he got booted out of this company afterwards too. That's kind of the legacy that he did leave. You just never knew what the flubby was gonna do. Number 3, Mike Blackwell in the NWA. This was in 1989, meaning we were about to hit that 90s period of wrestling. And people were still pulling things like this. I do mean this in the nicest way possible, but if it does happen and a star is involved, at least you can go, well, I suppose they have a bit of an ego and they're just trying to protect their spot. But when somebody does it, when they're just an enhancement guy, well, that doesn't make any sense at all. It's 2 + 2 = potato. This is what Mike Blackwell decided to do, though, and good grief did he pick interesting victims. It was the flipping skyscrapers. This meant it was Dan Spivey and Sid Vicious, who were huge human beings, but hey, I guess it was the NWA Worldwide Wrestling Show, and Mike thought he had some kind of point to prove, and he totally failed. The whole point of the match is that Blackwell's team was going to get squashed, but Mike didn't agree with this, so even though he is being thrown around, he is being suplexed, he is being kicked in the face, he just keeps getting up again and up again and up again, like he's damn Rocky. Even after the skyscrapers hit their powerbomb finish, you can see they actively have to hold him down, because Mike is still trying to kick out. So I think he may have lost his brain. Vicious and Spikey were so enraged afterwards too. They do a proper beatdown on this guy, and I tell you, just as Spikey is about to punch him in the face for real, they cut to the advert, because I think the people in production had realised what was happening. It won't surprise you that when they got to the backstage, this got even worse. So once again, if you have a job, just do your job. If you're an IT manager, you don't go in there and start doing cabaret. Ain't no one gonna care what you're doing anyway. Number 2, Yoshihiko in Stardom. And this happened less than 10 years of me speaking to you right now. This did happen back in 2015 as actor Yasukawa and Yoshihiko were fighting over the Stardom Championship. And these two didn't like each other, so I don't think either of them had the plan to actually wrestle. This was all out death. I mean, the reports have always been is that there was a sense of jealousy between the two because they each wanted to be the biggest star. But even then, I don't think we should have been doing this. As some sort of message, though, Act does walk up to Yoshi and just whams her right in the face. And Yoshi is not into that at all, because she just comes back with these clubbing bros. And when she takes her down, you can see she's actually trying to rip her eye out, because when you go into the Wikipedia entries, that's right, before all this, Act had had massive surgery on her eye. None of this was good. And the referee does jump in after a few minutes, because they can tell that something is wrong. And when you see Act's face, honestly, don't even go look. It's not worth it. It's a horrific sight to see. The totally baffling part is this match was allowed to continue. What are we doing? Surprise, surprise, seconds later they were furious at each other again, and it ended with broken bones and broken orbital cheeks and just broken faces, to the point Act had to retire after this, and she never wrestled again. Yoshihiko was forced to quit too, but as is the way in wrestling, after about a year of being on the sidelines, she just made her big comeback. I don't like this. I don't like any of this. The whole point of wrestling is to protect your opponent and work in cahoots with them. Let's just move on. Number 1, Shawn Michaels versus Hulk Hogan. So this is the complete 180 about what we've just talked about, and it's only fair to say that Shawn Michaels has always stated, hey man, the way that I sold against Hulk Hogan is basically the way I sold for everybody in the mid to late 90s. Actually, if you do go back and watch a lot of his matches, especially when he was fighting Kevin Nash, he does make a pretty good point. Still though, when it does come to the SummerSlam in 2005, you could also say that he took this to another level, and I kind of agree with that too. Now I have to point out here that it does make the match so rewatchable and so entertaining, and maybe the Heartbreak Kid had a point here, because the plan on paper is that they were going to do 3 matches, and Hulk Hogan would win one, and then Shawn Michaels would win one, and then Hulkamania would win one for the 3rd one, when Hogan turned up one day and said, man, my knee's no good, I think we should just make this a one and done. I wonder why he did that. The real joy of this, though, is that unlike other things we've talked about today, Shawn didn't decide to hurt this man or actually try to beat him up for real. He just threw himself around the ring, no matter what Hulk was doing on offense. The best one is when Hogan takes his head and he slams it into Tina the Turnbuckle, and Shawn Michaels reacts as if he's been shot. Once again, I'm just going to tell you, right or wrong, it's very fun to watch. It also goes to show that not many people could actually do this, but Shawn Michaels was so good in the ring, well, you could probably have put him against a broom and he would have figured out a way to make it work. So seriously, if you have never seen this, get some popcorn and just be ready to enjoy yourself. It is laugh out loud hilarious. Plus, you can see Hogan getting really mad about this. This is the dark side of Simon Miller. It does make me tee-hee-hee.
So you already don't agree? Hell, I don't even agree because I'll wake up tomorrow and change my mind. But sometimes it is fun to send love towards wrestling. Sounds weird. And that's what we're gonna do today. Because booking in wrestling is the most important thing there is. Doesn't matter who you are, if the person in power gets behind you, you're gonna be in a great position. Sometimes this turns moments into memories too. So here is the 10 best booking decisions in wrestling history. Number 10, the grand AEW comeback. December 18th, 2019 is quite the date for the AEW fans. This was the Dynamite when the Dark Order and their creepers attacked the Elite, and mostly everybody hated it. I tried to find the positive spin because that's just what I do, and people got mad at me. Cue 50-cent gif. To be fair, it did tie into what a lot of people were thinking at the time, which was that the show felt a little bit directionless. There didn't seem to be an overall arc to anything, and it felt very much like multiple programs had been thrown together. There was still a lot of love, but you could see the disappointment from the wider fan base. At the time, AEW did have a booking committee too, so what did Tony Khan do? He heard the criticism, disbanded that, and took on what the final say would be. Was an inspired decision. So when the 1st of January 2020 rolled around, we got an episode that was pure fire, while also re-establishing the major stars. Cody Rhodes had a banger in his ongoing feud with Darby Allin, Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks tangled the Death Triangle in a ridiculous clash, and even Hangman Adam Page on commentary was great. Proved there was more to his game. By the end, everybody felt much more enthused about the future, so yeah, they were right. Talk about turning your company around, just as the tide seemed to be turning. No, I got that wrong. Number 9, Hulk Hogan is the third man. This was all about timing. Hulk Hogan knew how massive this would be if he went bad guys after years of being the proverbial babyface, which is why for ages he said no. What if it all went wrong? Where would he go next? The truth, though, was that in 1996, the audience was tired of Hulkamania, and they wanted something different. If you need a modern-day equivalent, it's how fans felt about Roman Reigns in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. You get the point. The difference, of course, was that Hulk had hit the ultimate high as the face of wrestling, but he needed to do something new. So he did. Ingrained into wrestling history now, we did indeed get to Bash at the Beach with Kevin Nash and Scott Hall teasing they had a third man to run roughshod over WCW. And yeah, it was Hulk Hogan. Him dropping the leg on Randy Savage caused such outrage, people littered the ring with garbage, and it totally reinvented Hulk as he became the top star of the industry again. It was quite incredible. It really was an ingenious decision, however, and was done exactly when it should have been. Say what you want about World Championship Wrestling, but this sent the company through the roof and made them more competitive than ever. It basically ruled. Number 8, Shane Douglas throws a belt. Now, it's no surprise that it did come from the mind of Paul Heyman, who was always on the ball with this stuff, because he decided to make some noise. Happening in 1994, Heyman told Shane Douglas to take his NWA World Heavyweight title and throw it on the floor. Douglas took this one step further and cut a mad promo on the organization too, saying it died 7 years ago. It was the most real thing in ages, especially because the WWF and WCW were quite cartoony at this point. And look, people just didn't do this sort of thing in the mid-90s, so it sent shockwaves around the place. Some individuals were genuinely offended. The idea was to send the message that if ECW were willing to do this, how far would they go elsewhere? Yeah, the answer was really far. It allowed Extreme Championship Wrestling to stand on its own 2 feet. And look at it this way. Here we are in 2024, and humans still chant those initials. Let's not pretend that this all didn't work very well. The timing was also superb, as Shane was basically right. There was nothing the NWA could do, and they rode this wave to become the ultimate alternative promotion. It's pretty damn cool. Number 7, Hulk Hogan instantly becomes the champ. So we go to the other side of Hulk Hogan here because, yeah, Vince McMahon knew what he wanted to do before he did it. Now, Hogan had been in the WWE before, but when he returned in 1983, it took literally weeks before he was crowned the new world champion. By January 84, we'd already pulled the trigger. He was sold as the last-minute replacement to take on the Iron Sheik 2, and given that he broke out of the camel clutch, which nobody did, fans lapped this up. Who was this larger-than-life superhero? The Machine then got behind Hulkamania as a concept, and look at the results. The whole business is basically still built on what we accomplished here, and it's why people still talk about the man. Change the game. You could argue without this boom, wrestling is totally different nowadays too, and a mega star was born. Of course, McMahon is also responsible for this because it was his call. I can't imagine he ever made a better one. Number 6, the WrestleMania 13 submission match. This is still my favorite match ever. Kinda sums it up. The best part about it is Steve Austin didn't even know about it till he saw it on TV when he freaked out a bit. He didn't have any submissions, and yet that was the whole point of the thing. As it turned out, though, there was an even larger reason for it. As wrestling went through another shift, Bret Hart was being viewed as the bad guy, whereas Stone Cold was the cool ass-kicking anti-hero. You couldn't just ignore it. Thankfully, we didn't, but man, what we did to accept it was masterful. It all came down to the performances put in at WrestleMania 13, where we did indeed turn the Hitman heel and the Rattlesnake babyface just because of the way they acted. The final piece of the puzzle was Austin trapped in the sharpshooter as blood ran down his face. It was the greatest thing anybody had ever seen. He also passed out, which gave him all the integrity in the world. And by the end of it, we'd set a whole new direction for the company. Trust me, that doesn't just happen. The match itself is also brilliant and an emotional roller coaster, and the entire audience totally understood what we were doing here. That's how smart it was. This happened all the way back in 1997 too, and it is still excellent. Really is something else indeed. Number 5, the Montreal Screwjob. Yes, we have spoken about this to death. We're all bored of it. When you are talking about industry-shifting events, though, this is right up there, or in at number 5. I won't bore you with the details, as I'm sure you know, but let's look at it this way. Even though Vince McMahon had legitimately screwed Bret Hart on his way out of the WWF, his reaction to it changed everything. Because it was impossible for the finer points not to get out there because everybody wanted to talk about it, which is when Vince went on the offensive. Bret screwed Bret, he doesn't feel bad, everybody can shut up. What an asshole. I doubt McMahon knew what was round the corner, but it created such hoopla, fans turned on him, and what did Vince do? Embraced it. It was excellent, as he was the perfect fall for I'm gonna rage against the machine Steve Austin, and you know the rest. This was the Attitude Era, and the people ate it up, as they should have done. It was awesome. It also triggered one of the most successful periods in wrestling history, and given the idea is to make as much money as possible, yeah. This was unreal booking from all sides. Number 4, turning The Rock heel again. I still think about this. That's how much it got me. The whole story leading up to the Survivor Series was also all time, because The Rock seemed to have finally embraced being a good guy and he was kicking the McMahon's ass. He was done with them. As it turned out, it was a very well worked ruse by the Future Corporation because they wanted Rocky to win the Deadly Game tournament, become the world champion, and ensure Steve Austin never got near that damn belt again. Even on paper that sounds good, but the real joy is what it did for the Great One. He embraced his role as the top villain of the company so well, you could see something special was happening. Every promo was a laugh riot, so much so you didn't care whether he wrestled or not. The big question for every Raw was, when is The Rock gonna cut a promo? The WWF had also learned that whenever they wanted they could turn him good guy again because that had worked too, so they just had a gem of a talent. All that as well before we talk about the fact that our new corporate champion was a generational star. It also gave Stone Cold someone he could fight in the ring, and dare I say it, this was nigh on perfect. I mean, how could you do it better? Number 3, Giant Baba calls an audible. Some people like to say that Giant Baba is the best booker ever. That alone tells you how well regarded he was. It's mostly due to the plan he established with one Kenta Kobashi when they decided Kenta should lose his first 63 matches. Yep. Sounds mad, right? You have to have a real skill for wrestling to keep that going without losing the connection with the fans, but it worked. Before long, Kenta was the top dog in all Japan, and when he defeated Ace Mitsuhara Misawa for the top title, Baba had passed away. That's how patient he was. He was also so smart, however, as we learned on the 8th of June 1990. Super main eventer Jumbo Tsuruta was defending his gold against Misawa, with Jumbo set to win. When Baba saw how crazy the fans were for Mitsuhara though, and the fact he sold a ton of merchandise, he changed the finish mid-match and had Misawa win. You want to know the result? A proper boom period that basically happened overnight? That is some serious skills. Number 2, Okada's shock IWGP win. At Dominion 2023, Sanada narrowly defeated Yota Tsuji, who had just returned from an excursion across Germany, Mexico, and the UK. It was a great match, and while you'd figure most fans assumed Sanada had no chance of losing because he was the champion, you'd be wrong, and this is why. Now, yes, he was victorious, 11 years ago at New Beginning, this exact thing happened. Because one Kazuchika Okada had returned from a similar journey, where he challenged Hiroshi Tanahashi at New Beginning 2012, and yep, Okada walked away as the brand new IWGP Heavyweight Champion. The place lost it. I can only assume that Booker Gato had seen what we all now see in the Rainmaker, and realized he could build the entire company around the man. My word, he was right. Okada is still going strong today, and is considered one of the best ever. Now this would have happened anyway because he's just too talented, but thanks to this call, it happened way sooner than anybody would have guessed, and it goes to show. Sometimes we just have to go crazy with these things. It really can click. Number 1, the Ishin Gundan invasion. In 1983, New Japan was in the midst of a red-hot period driven by the Ishin Gundan stable that was born out of the ashes of the International Wrestling Enterprise. The IWE, as they were known, were a legit group that invaded NJPW, much in the same way as ECW did during WWE's invasion storyline in 2001. Well, that's a relative example. The Ishin Gundan was something else, however, because it was a fictional breakaway promotion of defectors that just wanted to run riot. If you're now thinking that sounds like the NWO, yep, that's where the idea came from. It was such a huge success, especially because leader Riki Choshu was an incredible figure and one of the first super cool heels. His program with Tatsumi Fujinami went on to sell out most arenas it visited, mostly because it was so fresh and compelling in several different ways. Grudge rivalries between native talents were rare, plus there was a meta edge that was all about jealousy and trying to become the new face of the company. This was ahead of its time. Every match had mega heat too, and the only reason it failed was because company founder Antonio Inoki was caught in an embezzlement scandal, with Chosu leaving in disgust. Well, that, and he realized Inoki was always going to be the focal point of the promotion, no matter what. Just think how many other people have done this since, though. So ironically, it really did take over.
So in case you don't know, Vince McMahon was never the biggest fan of tag team wrestling. In fact, he mostly put people together so he could split them up and get his commentators to ask, oh, how are they going to coexist? It's also a good vehicle to throw superstars together when you just have nothing else to do with them. So yeah, strap yourself in, my friends, and hit subscribe. And here's the 10 most obscure WWE tag teams ever. Number 10, the Pitbulls. So such is my limited memory with these guys, I had to YouTube them. And even then I was like, no, it doesn't ring a bell. So it turned out it was Kid Cash and Jamie Noble who had been thrown together. And actually on paper, that don't sound like that bad of a deal. I mean, both guys could go. And then that's when I read they were together for a grand total of 2 months. Born in May 2006 and then retired in July 2006, surely they must have taken inspiration from the ECW Pitbulls. I mean, they came out with like chains around their necks. And they also barked. How else are you going to win a tag team title? The big reason they were disbanded is because Cash was released, and you can't have a tag team with a wrestler that doesn't work there. And actually, in 2023/2024, if you had these two guys in NXT, well, they would absolutely smash it. Number 9, Scotty 2 Hotty and Albert. You already know where we're going with this, and obviously it happened a few years later. But Albert was going to become the hip-hop hippo. And it kind of started here. It was so transparent as well, because clearly WWE looked at Albert and they looked at Sky Too Hotty and they're like, we don't have plans for any of you, but we did like that Too Cool team when Scott was like mucking around with Rikishi. So listen, Albs, you go out there and do the same. As we know, this never works. It's like when you put the word new in front of a tag team. Oh, here come the new rockers. Well, I don't want the new rockers, I want the old ones. A-Train was also told to dance until he just turned on Scotty Too Hotty and whipped his ass. But we didn't even get the feud because Mr. Hotty had to go and get surgery. He was properly injured. Awfully too, in April 2002, we even called them the Zoo Crew, and nobody should be called the Zoo Crew. And soon after this, Albert would become the A-Train. I guess that was all right. I don't have much to say about it. Number 8, Lowdown. This was so bizarre. It all started rather innocently when D'Lo Brown and Chaz, or the dude from the Headbangers, were put together. And yeah, why not? They were decent workers. Let's see what they can do. Now, the original plans for this are all based on the fact that the fans loved D'Lo's head wiggle, so they would both wiggle their heads. But when, surprise, surprise, that didn't really help, WWE looked around the locker room, they saw Tiger Ali Singh, they said, look, you can be in there too. And all you need to do is look at the image that is on the screen now. As you can see, this was in very poor taste, and it was basically offensive. You can't imagine Tiger was happy with this either, because he was meant to get a mega push. And as soon as it started, it was done, and we killed it. Because of course we did. What the flub was going to happen with that? Number 7, Techno Team 2000. In 1995, people were already obsessed with the turn of the millennium, because they thought within 5 years, we were all going to be spacemen living on the moon. And look, the WWF thought this too, because they introduced us to Techno Team 2000. It just meant that Travis and Troy walked to the ring wearing these like spacesuits as if they were in a really bad B movie. And just to make it worse, after a few weeks, Vince McMahon went, nah, they're not good enough. Send them back to the USWA for more training. I mean, good grief. And that definitely wasn't the problem, because even in the mid-90s, nobody was going to buy this. And we did try and give them a round 2. Do you know what the results were? They were exactly the same. Eric Watts, who was part of this, would later claim that they were promised a tag team title run. That's when My eyebrow goes up. I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. Number 6, Kenzo Suzuki and Rene Dupree. Oh good, another team that kinda defies taste. Excellent. It was late 2004 though, and I think what the writers did is they got a hat and they pulled a bunch of names out of it. When they saw Rene Dupree and Kenzo Suzuki, they thought, well, why can't they be a tag team? We gotta go get pizza. Now, of course, the gimmick was sold as, oh my gosh, one of them is from Canada and one of them is from far away lands, which does make you go, I don't want to do this anymore. And on SmackDown, they did the grand total of 9. And even when you do watch some of their matches, even the commentators are going, man, who cares? Why do we have to sit through this? And it's not like they had any kind of bond, even behind the scenes. They're basically just co-workers. So we literally just threw them out there to see what would happen when somebody got bored. I mean, this was a waste of life. Number 5, Roddy Piper and Sean O'Haire. No, don't adjust your YouTube devices. I did say that. In 2002/2003, we actually had a pairing of Sean O'Haire and Rowdy Roddy Piper. Now, of course, the idea originally was that the Rowdy one was going to be Sean's manager because O'Haire did have a lot of potential. But one day, they got challenged by Eddie Guerrero and Tajiri, which was another odd team. So they all just had a match. I think the WWF was a little bit worried that when people saw Sean, they just saw a WCW guy, hence why he was teamed with Roddy. But the problem is that O'Haire had this amazing devil's advocate gimmick, and as soon as he was with Piper, well, it kind of took away from that a little bit. Ultimately, they had to drop this because Roddy's personality was so big, nobody was thinking about anything else. That's why I will never complain about today. I would much rather have stories that go too long than ones like this that just go poof and they're gone. I would highly recommend that you check out Sean O'Haire's work from this era too. My word, he had potential. The fact he passed away was pretty damn tragic. Number 4, Shoguns. Now, I like the show WWF Superstars from 1995. I think you can sit down and watch it, just go, this is ridiculous. But I tell you, I do not remember the Shoguns. This was even more crazy because it was Hakushi and Kwang. I even heard Vince McMahon telling me, like he gave me a reason, oh, they have come together because they share a love of martial arts. I mean, why not? It's also the ultimate proof of what we have discussed because it went like this. They didn't win any matches, then they fell out, then they had a feud, and all of this happened on Superstars, and all of this happened around about 8 weeks. Kwang would soon become Savio Vega though, and Hakushi would go on to feud with Bret Hart. So really, when you look at the Shoguns, they actually did all right. They were on to bigger things. Number 3, the Shoguns. Oh no, it's got confusing. We can make it very clear very quickly though, because in 2001 we had the Big Show, and we had Billy Gunn, and once again Creative was like, I don't know what we should do, so we just pushed our hands together. Now, it was actually Paul White that suggested this, because he was trying to get something going for him, but you already know how this works out. It just meant instead of not pushing them as singles, nobody pushed them as a tag team. I mean, trying to do this in the Attitude Era as well was always going to be a failure because things just happened so fast. And Billy Gunn was kind of struggling at this point because the fun times around DX had died down. And as for the Big Show, well, he'd fallen into the bad old backstage politics. I think this topped out after around about 2.5 months, and amazingly, it would take Gunn 22 years before he did make a unit like this work, because today he's in the Acclaimed, and the Acclaimed are absolutely brilliant. Number 2, Matt Hardy and Tatanka. I mean, what on earth? And this actually starts quite nicely, because basically when Tatanka was a surprise opponent for Eugene in 2004 on Raw, everyone looked at him and like, oh man, Tatanka's still pretty good, we should keep him on. So we did. They then realised, oh wait, we don't have anything written down for him, and because it was the same for Matt Hardy, they did put them together, but here's the twist with this one, I actually thought this was a pretty decent team. I mean, not only did they challenge M&M for the World Tag Team Championships, they actually beat them at No Way Out 2006. The real shame is we didn't capitalise on this. Again, I think something was here. Of course, it didn't go further than this, but when people see this picture, they think it's been photoshopped. But no, that is Matthew Hardy and Tatanka, I don't know where I'm looking here, and they were the best of friends for about 10 minutes. Number 1, Jim Duggan and Super Crazy. So here we go again. I have zero recollection of this. It did go down in 2007 and mostly happened on Sunday Night Heat, so maybe that's why. But here's another surprise for you. The fans, at least live, absolutely loved them. And this went all the way into 2008 as well. It's not like Jim Duggan wasn't working his ass off. He did 65 matches one year and 45 matches the next. He had his boots on. I mean, the split actually came from nowhere too, because someone just decided, oh, Hacksaw, we don't want you around anymore, and they fired him. This was doubly bad, because just before that, they had finally decided on their name, and it was Crazy Duggan. Man, I'm sad I missed this. There is really something joyous to this, though, because while they are an insane tag team,
one of those things that would only work in professional wrestling.
From prompting real-life conflicts and scandals to simply hindering their own health and well-being, a wide variety of wrestlers' total commitment to their craft has led to, well, chaos. So I am Gareth here from WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestlers who took kayfabe way too seriously. Number 10, Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho's 2012 run in WWE saw him portraying what essentially amounted to a heel troll character. From making light of CM Punk's familial issues, to encouraging audiences to cheer for him only to bail before wrestling or cutting a promo, Y2J was on especially irritating form. One crowd that did not appreciate the future demo god's heat-seeking behavior were the fans in attendance for a Sao Paulo house show in May of that year though. In a bid to rile them up, Jericho snatched up a Brazilian flag and kicked it, almost prompting a riot in the process. The police in attendance then gave the rambunctious veteran two options: either apologize on the spot or spend the night in jail. In a desperate bid to cool the escalating tension, Jericho quickly broke character and kayfabe mid-match to apologize to the crowd. Desecrating the flag is an imprisonable crime in Brazil, and Jericho's commitment to playing a disrespectful villain almost cost him dearly. While the show went on without any further issue, Jericho was soon slapped with a 30-day suspension for his antics. Number 9, MJF. The salt of the earth's commitment to maintaining kayfabe beyond the ring has won him plenty of praise over the years. However, considering his obnoxious jerk persona, it's led to some rather unpleasant fan encounters as well. Earlier this year at Revolution, MJF retained the AEW World Championship in an instant classic Iron Man match with Bryan Danielson. At one point though, the champ threw a drink at an infant fan, prompting a fresh wave of boos. Unfortunately, the cheap heat moment was not pre-planned, and the fans involved were less than pleased. The incident drew criticism within the wrestling sphere as well, with even longtime superheel Ric Flair dismissing it as a step too far. Fellow AEW star Scorpio Sky was also unimpressed, dissing the fans who thought MJF's actions were entertaining. Another incident occurred back in June too, when the Long Islander went to knock the hat off of a ringside fan and wound up doing considerably more damage, sending the fans' glasses flying. He may be our scumbag, but some could argue that perhaps Maxwell is taking his persona a little too far. Number 8, the Boogeyman. Former Tough Enough competitor Martin Wright put his absolute all into his long-awaited arrival on the main roster. Unfortunately, that arrival came at the grim, worms-laden cost of portraying the Boogeyman. Sporting red, black, and occasionally yellow face paint, Wright would foam at the mouth, smash clocks over his head, and gyrate bizarrely on his way to the ring. A key facet of the gross-out gimmick was the Boogeyman's penchant for snacking on worms. Dead set against fakery, Wright made munching on legit worms a staple of his gig, feasting on the slimy, limbless creatures on TV, pay-per-view, and house show events. Those lucky fans. Also, after losing several of his bottom teeth during his stint in OVW, Booker T's biggest tormentor opted to not have them fixed. The logic was simple: missing teeth would add to the overall creep factor of his new horror-inspired persona. Despite the ridiculous dedication to the character though, Wright never quite progressed past the undercard novelty act level. All those worms for nothing. Number 7, JBL. In 2004, longtime tag team wrestler Bradshaw was reborn as JBL, a true titan of cheap heat. Mercilessly dissing every town he visited, the arrogant Texan would have the crowds riled up before he even got to the actual angle he was working that week. Unfortunately, a trip to Munich saw him take the act a bit too far, right in the midst of his first proper main event push. During a house show bout, Layfield did the unthinkable and threw up a Nazi salute, much to the horror of the German audience. In Germany, such behavior is considered a criminal act, something JBL quickly learned the hard way. At the time, he'd enjoyed a side gig working as a financial analyst for CNBC. In light of the backlash from the incident, however, the American news channel dropped the WWE star. On the bright side for Layfield though, Fox News didn't seem all that fussed with his eyebrow-raising antics, and he went on to do financial analysis there soon after. WWE, who were badly starved of main eventers at the time, with Brock Lesnar and Goldberg gone and the likes of Kurt Angle and Shawn Michaels dealing with injury woes, moved full steam ahead with the JBL super push that came to dominate SmackDown all the way up to WrestleMania 21 the next year. Number 6, John Tenta. Arguably best known for that time he crushed Hulk Hogan's ribs in a heated post-WrestleMania 6 angle as Earthquake, John Tenta endured a litany of odd gimmick repackagings throughout his pro wrestling run. Originally a sumo wrestler, the gargantuan Tenta's bicep tattoo of a tiger was covered up throughout his run in the sport. In Japan, tattoos are widely frowned upon thanks to their prevalence in Yakuza culture. Considering the difficulty Tenta's ink had caused him, surely he wouldn't go and do something silly like, say, getting a much larger tattoo done over it. Unfortunately, Tenta's inexplicable dedication to a new persona in WCW prompted him to do just that. In 1995, the Behemoth was handed a new shark-themed character. You already know where this is going. And in a staggering show of commitment to being the Shark, Tenta got in the tattoo chair for a total session time of 24 hours to have his tiger piece covered up with a far more sizable ocean predator. Considering the gimmick came and went quicker than an RKO out of nowhere, Tenta's efforts looked utterly ridiculous not long after they were first unveiled. Eating pinfalls like they were going out of style, the Shark persona was a long, sad fall from the Canadian super heavyweight's brief run as a cartoon-era beast. Number 5, Sabu. The 1994 edition of ECW's November to Remember event saw a potentially thrilling bout between Chris Benoit and Sabu get badly derailed. Seemingly going for a flapjack, Benoit threw the hardcore icon in the air, who proceeded to land directly on his head and neck in a grim, contorted mess. The match was quickly stopped, with the injured Sabu being rushed out of the venue whilst Too Cold Scorpio was hurried in as a surprise replacement. Much like his legendary uncle the Sheik, Sabu was a big believer in committing to kayfabe to get his dangerous persona more over. Unfortunately, the gimmick required a lack of speaking on Sabu's part, making life especially difficult for the doctors who had to communicate with him at the hospital. Given his potentially broken neck, failing to break character was a life-threatening decision on the real-life Terry Brunk's part. Fortunately, Paul Heyman, who was managing Sabu on screen at the time, on top of his booking duties, was present to sort the fiasco out. Incredibly, despite the severity of the injury, Sabu was back in the ring just 2 weeks later, continuing to amaze and terrify audiences with his chaotic, high-flying style. Number 4, Umaga. Umaga's 06 monster push saw him dismantle everyone from legends like Ric Flair to 2 very unlucky members of the Jackass cast. Steve-O and Chris Pontius were enjoying a predictably goofy segment on Monday Night Raw when the Samoan Bulldozer made his presence felt. The real-life Eddie Fatu's then new gimmick saw him don face paint and savagely plow through the opposition, crushing them with explosive Samoan drops and devastating top rope splashes. When the big man mauled the 2 pranksters, Steve-O's selling left a lot to be desired. Essentially breaking kayfabe to enjoy a good laugh at the more adequately selling Pontius, the man with a tattoo of his own face on his back incurred the scarily real wrath of the Samoan star. Getting back in the ring, Umaga handed out a new, considerably less protected beatdown of the self-destructive entertainer until he finally stayed down and sold accordingly. Stiffly slamming Steve-O repeatedly, Umaga received an alarmed out-of-character plea from Jerry Lawler on commentary to ease up. Johnny Knoxville has since confirmed that the real-life Stephen Glover suffered a concussion from the mishap. Number 3, Hulk Hogan. During a 1985 episode of Hot Properties, Hulk Hogan made an appearance to promote the upcoming first WrestleMania. Also on the show was comedian Richard Belzer, who initially had a merry old time joking about with the then face of the WWF. The initially light-hearted segment collapsed into chaos when Hogan slapped a chokehold on Belzer. Shockingly, Hogan wrenched in the hold way too tight on the comedian, who was far thinner and smaller than the usual folks the Hulkster tussled with in the ring. Belzer turned pale and soon lost consciousness, collapsing on stage much to the horror of those watching. Hogan, who'd been on the receiving end of some jokes from Belzer on the broadcast, essentially dropped the comedian from the hold, leading to him bumping his head on the way down. In character for the show, the future NWO leader's alarming incidents here highlighted the fine line between scripted entertainment and real-life consequences. A legal battle raged between the pair, with them ultimately settling out of court in 1990. Number 2, Antonio Inoki. The likes of Jake Paul and KSI should count themselves lucky a menace like Inoki is not competing in their celebrity fights. was. When the New Japan founder squared off with the iconic Muhammad Ali in 1976, it was not all fun and games, but rather a grim showcase of Inoki's obsession with maintaining the realism and legitimacy of professional wrestling. Under the tutelage of catch wrestling legend Karl Gotch, Inoki went through a hellish training regimen for the bout. Ali, meanwhile, stepped into the ring in boxing gloves, showboating ahead of a match with a bizarre rule set that forbade his opponents from grappling, tackling, or throwing standing kicks. Inoki took to the mat and threw kicks from the ground, badly hobbling the greatest over 15 punishing rounds of combat that left audiences worldwide scratching their heads. The Puroresu megastar later claimed that Ali and co expected a more performance-oriented exhibition, whereas the architect of strong style was determined to keep it real. The damage done to Ali's legs was horrific though, with blood clots threatening a potential amputation. The notoriously harsh Inoki went on to pulverize others in the name of kayfabe, including the great Antonio the next year. He was beaten into a bloody unconscious heap after no-selling and going off script. Bizarrely, the 21st century then saw the Rikidozan student set kayfabe alight, from inexplicably interrupting a match to punch a young Shinsuke Nakamura in the face, to calling off a bout in IGF because he just wasn't enjoying it. Number 1. David Schultz. During a 1984 episode of ABC's 2020, famed TV host John Stossel questioned the legitimacy of professional wrestling. The problem was he questioned it in front of a fully in kayfabe David Schultz. Enraged by the audacity of being asked whether or not his craft was at work, Schultz slapped Stossel silly on camera. Both stiff shots from Schultz sent the reporter to the ground. The quick beating unsurprisingly garnered widespread controversy and coverage, with the Nashville-born grappler quickly coming under fire. Suspended from the ring by the New York State Athletic Commission for his actions, Schultz was quick to apologize. However, it was simply not enough in the court of public opinion, with Stossel complaining of hearing damage and nagging pains 2 months after the incident. Schultz was later cut completely from the WWF after a rumored altercation with Mr. T. Interestingly, Dr. D has denied the validity of the story, claiming he merely had a word with the Rocky 3 star. Regardless, police were purportedly called in, and Schultz was later dropped from the promotion, having simply caused too many troublesome incidents. Curiously, Schultz has since claimed that his decision to stay in character and rough Stossel up came from none other than Vince McMahon himself. While the validity of his claims are debatable, it does confirm that it was indeed the attempted preservation of kayfabe, right at a time when the business was starting to get seriously exposed, that led to the Stossel blow-up.
I do not like wrestlers caught. I know, what a baby. That's fair, I am. Just some of the stories we hear from this old school wrestling process sound like it weighed heavy on some talent, and nobody wants that. The industry alone is hard enough. If you don't know, it was essentially a system set up by the talent to keep things on the up and up. But was that always the intent? Well, you can decide for yourself, my friends, because I am Simon Miller, and here are some tales from the road and wrestlers caught. Please also subscribe. Number 25, Muhammad Hassan does his job. So we do have to talk about this every time we focus on Muhammad Hassan, but the character was crazy controversial. Wasn't at first, as it was meant to shine a light onto racial issues at the time, but as ever, wrestling picked stereotyping after a while and it basically became offensive. It certainly wasn't entertaining. We go to a January 2005 Raw here though, as Hassan was summoned to Wrestlers Court, and why? Because apparently during a match with Sergeant Slaughter, he hadn't sold enough for the legend. Now this was tough because the real-life Mark Kapani had been told to whoop this guy's ass in 3 minutes and just get yourself over, pal. So really, even though he won, he was never going to be able to win. Wrestling is very confusing. Kind of interesting though, because this was essentially the same as number 24. He was also left thousands of dollars out of pocket. Now at least there is somewhat of a fun part to this. Gentle hazing in wrestling has always existed, so when Muhammad Hassan debuted, he was told to go and tell Eddie Guerrero that Latino Heat had to stop using the camel clutch because that was his finisher now. Obviously, this was not the correct thing to do. Now if we had left it there, it would have been fine, but as it was actually Eddie's father that had invented that maneuver, this got bad fast. Therefore, it was taken to a wrestler's court, and as Muhammad was found guilty, he was instructed to treat the locker room to refreshments that evening. Of course, the final bill was over $2,000. I don't know, man, that doesn't feel very cool. Hassan himself has always said he thinks this was down to the big push he was getting as well, and basically that the rest of the talent didn't like that, so what can we do to cause a fuss? I mean, we weren't backstage, so we will never know, but you can hear Muhammad Hassan talk about this, and he does not seem best pleased. Number 23, Teddy Long sells Viagra. So this is a recent story, and yes, you heard that right. A few wrestlers have talked about this, including the living legend that is Pete Gas, and how Teddy Long, to increase his revenue, would sell Viagra to the talent. I mean, why not, I suppose? If you want an erection, go and see Ted. Well, apparently this was the incorrect thing to do because he was summoned to the court. There's actually two parts to this, because you also had to hire a lawyer to defend you. That is totally crazy. To try and inject some humor into the situation, Long chose Mae Young. Can you believe it? It worked. Mae started to refer to the pills as Niagara pills, and for some reason that was funny. Alrighty then. It was still deemed to be that Teddy Long was found to have wronged the business, and his punishment was to buy chicken and beer for his colleagues. Now, to be fair to Teddy Long, he has always said he felt these interactions actually strengthened the bond of the locker room. So there are two sides to every story. Always remember to make up your own mind, and that if somehow you do fall into a time machine and go back to the mid-2010s, you do not want your penis to get hard because Teddy Long will get in trouble. It's a very weird way to put it, but it's also kind of true. Number 22, Edge and Christian win back the locker room. This is how on ice you were during the Attitude Era. Edge and Christian enjoyed working with writer Brian Gewirtz, so they bought him a comic book. I believe they call this friendship. Well, somebody else saw this, likely Bob Holly, and felt like it was actually the team trying to curry favor, so yep, they got summoned to the court. Now, Gewirtz has talked about this in his book, and the whole experience sounded horrible for him, because he basically got bullied. Or I suppose because Edge and Christian were wrestlers, they were able to take a different approach. Adam Copeland also jotted this down in his own autobiography, and yeah, the duo made a how-to book beforehand entitled How to Kiss Ass and Get to the Top. That worked. Apparently the atmosphere in the room changed instantly. Triple H's even gone on record to say it was the best defense he ever did see, and there was more to this. ENC also left a bottle of Jack Daniels in the Undertaker's locker room because he was mostly the judge and jury with these things. Everything turned out to be alright, unless your name was Brian Gewirtz. Number 21, Al Snow and Mick Foley go for a ride. Bob Holly was super mad when Al Snow and Mick Foley didn't pick him up from the airport. And I can understand that. If your ride doesn't come, what are you meant to do? Turned out it was miscommunication, but Holly wasn't somebody to mess around with, and Road Warrior Hawk felt the same. And that feels completely random, but it is said that he went and took this to The Undertaker. I don't think Foley could be bothered with any of this, so before the big day, he paid Bob's entire travel bill, including his food. Cost Mick around about $500, and you can go read his book. Not sure he was entirely thrilled about this, but sometimes you do have to play the game. Also, Mick Foley is widely known as one of the nicest people in professional wrestling, and I would hazard a guess he thought Wrestler's Court was just a little bit stupid. Number 20, the Hardys fly first class. So this is the same for many industries, and I guess it kinda sucks. There are unwritten rules, and nobody tells you, so then you make a mistake, which begs the question, why can't somebody just tell you? It is back to more autobiographies, as the Hardys wrote about this back in 2000, where they did indeed find themselves flying first class. Somehow their seats had been switched with Kane, who was forced to flying coach, but they didn't know that. They just thought it was their lucky day, and their backs probably hurt from ladder matches. Mentor Michael Hayes knew the deal though, and yep, it all led to the court because rookies like Matt and Jeff shouldn't be taking perks away from the top guys. Matt has always said JBL, who was pushing this, made up a bunch of extra stuff too, so it sounded even worse, and as ever, the punishment was, why don't you go and give the Undertaker some whiskey? I'm not really sure how that helped the Big Red Machine. As Hayes was their tutor too, apparently he also had to buy Kane lunch for a long old time, so at least that man was well fed. Once again, it all just sounds totally unhinged. Number 19, Dodgeball Divas. This one is so wild. I mean, how did any of this happen to begin with? It was SummerSlam 2004, and as the WWE had decided to do a diva search at the pay-per-view, why don't we take the real wrestlers and the would-be wrestlers and have them have a dodgeball contest?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
I mean, that is the most random thing I've ever said in my life. It went bad because Trish Stratus, Victoria, and the rest lost, and apparently this made everybody look bad, even though they were wrestlers and not dodgeball players. I really don't know. No, I don't want to be that guy, but if you wanted to yell at anybody for how that division was perceived 20 years ago, I would look at management, and Ivory basically made that point. The whole idea of this spot was to make the new guys look good, and essentially they were doing their job. No one else agreed, it would seem, and as Triple H was watching over this one, the word was he was given a bunch of gift certificates so it could all go away. It's just so weird. Ivory also talked about this long after the fact too, and to sum it up in a single sentence, she thought the entire thing was utterly ridiculous. Number 18, CM Punk says wrestlers' court is stupid. So this actually goes back to CM Punk's days in AEW after he had been watching some Barry Windham matches. He thought maybe wearing some cowboy chaps would be a good idea, so asked Hangman Page if he'd be cool with that over the internet. And yes, this was pre the insanity. Obviously. When a fan replied, joking that if he did that, he could find himself in wrestler's court, here's what Punk wrote: "That is the most insecure, small dick energy, average white man embarrassment to the wrestling business." I was a bit like, CM, why don't you tell us what you really think? I don't think he's one to hold back. Of course, you can find a lot of Punk's generation who did feel this same way due to what we have touched upon. Overall, it doesn't sound like a nice process. And look at the locker rooms today. Kind of feels like human beings just want to be nice to other human beings. And while this probably makes me a wet blanket, I think this is a much better way to be. Number 17, Melina cries for help. So apparently Melina was hard to work with. As such, she was summoned to wrestlers' court, as there apparently had been some incidences with Candice, Michelle, Lita, and Sharmell. They argued she wasn't really a team player. This is where we get this shift, because while this process could be jovial, it also brought out the industry's bad side, as bets were taken before this. The odds were on how long it would take Melina to cry. Yeah, look, seriously, don't do that. Melina has also described this whole thing as emotionally draining, as it was when number 16, she and Sharmell came to blows. Well, almost anyway. There was a lot of tension between these two in the mid-2000s. We go to referee Nick Patrick for this one, and how Sharmell felt she had a significant grievance against Melina that did almost end with a punch-up. Everybody, including The Undertaker, had to step in here, and the problem seems to come from the fact there was some sort of relationship with Melina and Batista, who actively fell out with Booker T, who was married to Sharmell. So there you go. It all ended with a Booker and Batista fight during a SummerSlam 2006 commercial shoot, but after that it sounded like it all calmed down. Everybody has discussed this after the fact, and it sounded like we used our words to find a good place again. Isn't that an interesting tack to take? Almost like if you do talk to somebody, you can get the balance back that you need. Number 15, the Bill Goldberg Welcoming Committee. Goldberg was such a big star in WCW that him joining the WWE was always going to cause problems. Aside from the grittiness of the Monday Night War, the WWE locker room knew he was going to come in on big money and have limited dates. That's always going to get people talking. I also think Bill felt like it would be the same environment as before when he finally made the switch, but no. As soon as he and Chris Jericho were in the same room, their falling out from World Championship Wrestling returned, and they started to fight. Whoops. This, of course, was from Billy refusing to work with Jericho in WCW for being too small, but Chris had now been the world champion in WWE, so he ain't gonna settle for no cheek. Most of the people that saw it felt like Goldberg had been disrespectful, so he was taken to the court. Triple H found him guilty. If you know the relationship between those two, you should not be surprised. There was no fine, because I think everybody know that Bill would have ignored it anyway. Dare I say it, this was more of the locker room sending a message to Goldberg. You're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. And you better start doing things our way. Number 14, JTG is caught out. I mean, what a pun. We all know the stories JTG had from his WWE run because he wrote a whole damn book about them. You should read that too, it's really fun. One of these tales is about wrestlers' court, and this one is just off the rails. Now, we do have to point out that all of this was consensual, but somebody who was not named during a European tour encouraged JTG to have sex at the travel hotel. The reason the Crime Time man went along with it, because he felt like saying no may harm his career, given that this mystery man was higher up the card than him. How crazy is that? What even is wrestling? Unfortunately for JTG, another top guy then claimed this individual was somebody that he slept with, and apparently that was enough to land you in wrestler's court. The most important takeaway is that this doesn't seem to be the way anymore, and thank goodness, because some of the things that just came out of my mouth are totally awful. JTG was never punished either, although actually learning about that makes the whole thing way worse. It was when Chris Benoit died, which sort of made everything else irrelevant. I've said it once, I'll say it twice. The whole thing is totally, woefully terrible. Number 13, Johnny has too much spirit. So we all know that when you get into wrestling, you should want to be the world champion. I think there's something to be said from just making it your career, but I get it. Aim for the top, Enjoy the rest for what it is. To break into this top group, though, you do have to make a fuss if you think you're miscast, which is what happened to Johnny from the Spirit Squad. He felt that a cheerleader gimmick was only going to take him so far, even more so because that group lost time and time again. The issue apparently with John is that he wore this disappointment on his face on live TV, even when he was facing the likes of Sergeant Slaughter and Ric Flair. That was too much, and he was summoned to the court for all of the above. JBL and The Undertaker led here, and apparently there were plenty of legends in the building too, because we were going to underline that we have to remember the path they laid. I do understand that as well, but I would also bet there were people in Johnny's ear saying that current creative wasn't helping and it was all going to go bad. So once again, you just can't win. Not trying to be horrible either, but let's jump forward to 2024. And is John Boy still in the WWE? No, he is not. Number 12, Daivari does squats. So this is a similar story as Chris Benoit decided one day that Daivari wasn't respecting the WWE legends enough. That's all I've really got for you. Something happened with Shawn Michaels, and that was that. Off to court we go. I suppose whatever it was got green-lit as Daivari was found guilty, and as such, Benoit was going to come up with the punishment, which was thousands upon thousands of squats. Chris even had a reason for this. We have to mimic the pain of all the men and women who have helped make the company what it is today. Now, I kind of like that sentiment, but in this context, it's also bonkers. Daivari also got caught in 2008 after telling a flight attendant that it was Billy Gunn's 65th birthday, and it would just be great if that got announced over the PA. Now, that one is quite funny. Daivari had to pay booze to make up for his crimes. Number 11, Raven is big time. Given that Scott Levy always seemed to be super smart to backstage politics, it's kind of weird he found himself dragged into the court after he returned to the WWE in the year 2000. He had totally reinvented himself since his 1994 run and made a name for himself in WCW, which sort of led others to believe that Raven was a little bit full of himself. Best friend Tommy Dreamer was quoted as saying he came off as aloof, which, let's be honest, is probably just Scott Levy. He's always had that way about him. Of course, backstage etiquette is so important, and therefore he did get heat with the boys, as they say. And man, this was bizarre. The Undertaker decided to learn from this. Raven would be banned from speaking in the locker room for 2 months. I mean, how does that help anything? So yes, I would probably say this was just basic bullying. I mean, the road is hard enough without being quite literally silenced. Number 10, Palmer Cannon almost fired back. Do you remember when Palmer Cannon was the network representative in 2005? Of course you don't. It sucked and it was a stupid idea. It didn't last long because we gave nothing any time back then, but even Palmer found himself in wrestler's court. The reasons were as balmy as ever, but things do get serious here, because Cannon felt so abused by the locker room, not only did he quit during a European tour, but apparently almost came to blows with JBL. No matter what was happening, if a guy feels that way, we just need to back off a little bit. This was April 2006, and it did make a lot of news, and look, WWE tried to bring back Cannon afterwards, and he said no, he didn't want to deal with the nonsense anymore. So there must have been something to this. We can all understand a human blowing their top, but to stay that way a few weeks later, I think all that we can say is this old school hazing was not that cool. Number 9, don't get choked out. So that is an interesting one, because we're essentially saying you can get in trouble because somebody else strangled you. Not so sure you can do much about that. What the hell would the cops say? We do go back to Matt Hardy though, and yes, during a post-show party, he and Eve Torres were said to have engaged in some play fighting when Eve accidentally suffered a black eye. Not one to take such things lightly. Torres used her very real fighting background to choke Hardy out. That's just crazy. The issue, however, was archaic viewpoints in 2008 because, the men's locker room decided that a woman couldn't possibly do this to a man, and therefore Matthew had brought shame to the business. Thankfully, there was a bigger part to this, which was to advise wrestlers you shouldn't be doing this in public. All things considered, this trial seems more lighthearted than most. Matt even agreed that at the very least he should apologize, so he did. He had done wrong. Number 8, Enzo is booted off the bus. Even tag team partner Big Cass has said that Enzo could be a handful, and they were buddies. Imagine what those not acquainted with the guy must have thought. You cannot deny he was perfect for wrestling though, because essentially what you saw is what you got. That meant he was often quite loud and brash even behind the scenes. They went too far during a European tour in 2017. The word is that Amore sat there on the phone talking to a friend and was just blurting out all the things he hated about the industry, which other people thought was too much. It really got bad when Enzo moved on to his bank balance, which is when Roman Reigns allegedly took charge and told him, listen dude, you gotta get off the bus This is not what we do. Now, given the reputation Roman has, you have to figure this must have been super disruptive. He's not a guy to take liberties, so if even his brain was like, man, we gotta do something, well, maybe Enzo Amore crossed the line just a little bit. Number 7, Roman Reigns. So this entry and the last one aren't really wrestlers caught, but they are talent having to take their lumps. Amazingly, Roman found himself in the same position in 2016. It was following a suspension where it was reported he had failed the WWE wellness policy and had to go away for 30 days. When he was back, however, he apologized to the locker room and owned up to his mistake. Seth Rollins has talked about it and explained it was Reigns taking responsibility and there was no unnecessary hazing here. Roman was being the man as always. That's just what he does. You have to imagine it's a good example too, which can only help things going forward. You can change the backstage culture. Put it this way, that is how somebody leads. Number 6, Xavier Woods has a better idea. Xavier Woods is a treasure to pro wrestling. I don't think we give him enough credit. This stretched all the way to Up, Up, Down, Down, which is Woods' YouTube show, where he talked about wrestling court and basically how nowadays it's not needed anymore. The locker room environment had changed. You do not need such intimidation. So it's more of a story about the overall lay of the land, but it's just a better way to think. You want to feel comfortable doing your job, and we know the deal. Some people won't be able to operate under such pressure. You could argue that, but either way, it's true. Even if wrestlers did feel differently, there is no way this would go down in the TKO version of WWE. The foundations are so different and there is so much public scrutiny, you have to keep things as professional as possible. Go and listen to many of the interview with the talents today. They seem to be a lot happier with it too, so it's a win-win all round. Number 5, The Miz is a chicken. So this is quite infamous these days and sort of fueled The Miz's entire career. He used this to basically become a WWE all-timer. But after he accidentally ate some chicken over Chris Benoit's bag, Miz got kicked out of the locker room because apparently some crumbs had fallen from his mouth. He had to change in the hallway for years, and if you think that sounds insane, you would be right. All of this was the outcome of wrestlers caught and essentially was put on Miz's shoulders because he wasn't a wrestling guy. He'd come from reality TV, and that irked some individuals. Once again, don't overthink it because it doesn't make sense. If 2 + 2 = potato. Fair play to one Mike Mizanin, though. This guy buckled down and just proved everybody wrong. His story is pretty inspiring. Nobody can touch him these days. He has had a run few can ever dream of. And he's basically been towards the top of the card for 20 years. That is damn impressive. Number 4, Bob Holly doesn't like Rene Dupree. So this one is pure wrestling. Rene Dupree had borrowed Bob Holly's rental car and got a speeding ticket. And did he decide to tell Bobby about this? No, he did not. It did mean Holly received a random fine before having to do some investigating of his own before we went to court. Surprise, surprise, Dupree was found guilty of not showing respect to a veteran. Because this was Bob Holly, though, he decided he had to take matters into his own hands too, and during a house match, targeted Dupree and apparently kicked the crap out of him. Always irks me the wrong way. That's exactly what wrestling isn't meant to be. You would think that would be a court-worthy offense too, but as of me talking to you right now, Holly was never summoned. This kind of goes to show there's no justice here at all. Number 3, Umaga and Degeneration X. Umaga was one of the most underrated characters ever. On paper, this felt like it was going to be an uncomfortable throwback to the days of old, but Eddie Fatu knew what to do with this, and he made the whole thing great. Turned that situation around. Zoom to backstage at the Tribute of the Troop show in 2007, however, and he had a run-in with Shawn Michaels. The Heartbreak Kid thought Umaga adding green to his ring gear was a bad idea. That's DX branding. Apparently, this went all the way to the WWE seamstress who tried to tell the Samoan Bulldozer she was instructed not to do it, but he insisted, so therefore it happened. This is when Michaels kicked off when it said of all the people Randy stood up for this guy. Given he was a top star at the time, it must have carried some weight. Of course, the gear still wasn't worn because wrestling, but thanks to Orton, there was no need for any other nonsense when it came to Umaga. If this had been a decade prior, well, I tell you, my friends, I do not think it would have been the same. Number 2, Brock Lesnar says no. Brock Lesnar not only ignored these unspoken wrestling rules, but he would actively talk about how stupid they were. I'll say this on the down low, but I actually think he's right. Of course, Brock was given the superstar treatment early on, which rubbed the locker room the wrong way, so much so that one day they summoned him to court. Lesnar was getting too big for his boots. Due to all the above, though, Brock just said no. That's right, the Beast didn't care. I suppose he had the internal power because he was the next big thing, but who was going to tell Brock otherwise? For starters, he still wouldn't have listened, but also, he would have killed you. Then you lose. If you don't have a head, how the hell are you gonna wrestle? So it really is a great way to circumvent all of this though. Just be massive, intimidating, and when someone does ask the question, you tell them No. Number 1, Howard Finkel. Now let's make it clear that by all accounts, Howard Finkel was a lovely man who was over the moon to have a job in wrestling. There was no need to ever be mean to him. As he was around for so long, he got weaved into the story here and there, including the 2001 Invasion angle. It was here he was going to get slapped by a female talent when he flinched. I kind of get it. It's wrestling. We do know what's about to happen, especially if you're in the spot. For no reason whatsoever, this caught the attention of the locker room, though, and yep, they told Howard to come to court. This was the definition of unnecessary. Now, as ever, the roster had decided this made the business look weak, but so many people have said that Howard Finkel was just a scapegoat to send a message to the WCW guys. They had come in after the sale, and if they sent a message early, there wouldn't be any other shenanigans. Problem was, this was way too much, and Finkel was just being bullied. It got so bad, Howard had to fight back tears, and his punishment was to take the slap again without flinching. Of course, it happened for the second time, and all of this just got way worse. Lance Storm has spoken about this over on the Wrestling Observer, and even he said he regrets today not speaking up because it was not right. As a brand new addition to the roster, though, he felt like he wouldn't help, and he wasn't wrong, would have just made Lance a new target. So that's the one story you need about how ridiculous this format was. I mean, don't make people doing their job cry. It's so dumb. Wouldn't it be nice if we went after smiles instead? That makes me sound like a children's entertainer, but I still think it's damn true.
Even though wrestling is predetermined and meant to be sports entertainment, sometimes when you do get a finish of a certain match, something like berries inside of your tum-tum, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm actually mad. That's a good thing, because any kind of entertainment you do watch should make you feel emotional. Just don't go crazy. And given recent events, well, here's 10 times audiences did see a finish and thought to themselves, I am peeved. 10 Drew McIntyre at Clash of the Castle 2024. So this is what inspired this list, and yes, when it comes to Drew, he does not like coming home to his home aisles when it comes to wrestling. It never goes well for the guy. Most recent of these did come at the Clash of the Castle 2024 pay-per-view, premium live event in June, because just as he was about to beat Damian Priest and become the World Heavyweight Champion, he got screwed by none other than CM Punk. Now the fans totally lost it, which was the point. If you go on social media and you watch some of the clips, this isn't individuals going, ha ha, you little scamp. It's genuine rage and it's genuine anger, with some folk even saying, that's it, I'm done with WWE. They also said some very naughty words and people thought this was a really stupid idea, and look, I totally get it. If you paid your hard-earned money and you are a Scottish person and you want to see your Scottish hero win and you don't get that, of course it's going to make you upset in your tootsie toes. Now once again, I struggle to get too frustrated with it because I've already talked about this. I just like emotion in my wrestling, but it is something that companies have to be careful with. You don't want to scare off people forever. I mean, that's essentially what WCW did. And here we are in 2024, and some people still aren't over it. But I'm Drew McIntyre at Clash of the Castle 2022. And I do believe this may tie in. So if we do go back to 2022, it was the same chat with people going, oh, well, Drew McIntyre, he's coming back to the British Isles. Of course, he's going to be the one to defeat Roman Reigns. He wasn't. This time it was done in a fake hometown of Wales, because WWE didn't go to Scotland, so they were desperate to pretend that Wales and Scotland are one and the same, which they are not, by the way. Just as Drew was about to be victorious, Solo Sikoa made his debut on the main roster, and he murked him. So this does kind of sum up the anger when it comes to the 2024 version, because we just did a copy and paste. But actually, when you take a step back and take a breath, I do kind of feel like Drew McIntyre has taken all of these moments and all the events and tied it into his character. Right now, he's one of the most interesting people on TV. I do want him to get his moment soon, though, because I tell you, if we do it for a third time, well, you know the phrase, then you're out. Number 8, the 2019 Hell in a Cell. The 2019 Hell in a Cell match between Seth Rollins and The Fiend. This did not go well. Somewhat ironically, I did watch this from a hotel in Scotland, as I probably looked out the window and went, man, Drew McIntyre, you're going to get screwed soon. And even I face-palmed after this, and I try and be a positive Pete. It was not well thought out at all. And the big question is, why is WWE's Ultimate Deathmatch ending in a non-finish? That's the whole point of the Hell in a Cell. You can do whatever the flub you want, apart from apparently used toolboxes. Even former writers have admitted that Vince McMahon loved this reaction because he loves causing chaos, and there was even a tale about Vic Joseph, who was the commentator at the time, who kind of felt like he'd been hung out to dry. Why does he have to sit out here while everybody boos? The whole thing was so damn messy that Seth Rollins had to give up his babyface run and go heel. And once again, you go on social media and YouTube, and you can see people talking about this after the pay-per-view premium live event was done. They really were not happy. And it is mainly because none of this did make sense. It was the birth of 2 + 2 = potato. And again, a toolbox. And now every time I see a toolbox on wrestling, I feel the fear deep down in my knees. So yeah, let's never do this again. It was pretty shite. Number 7, Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 34. And this wasn't good either, basically for the exact same reason. Sheesh. But WWE, by hook or by crook, had decided that Roman Reigns was gonna be their guy when we got to WrestleMania 34 and they got cold feet. And this was mostly because everybody and their dog at Mania 34 was going, fine, okay, we're gonna make Roman Reigns the champion, let's just do it, and we can dive into the thing. When yeah, the powers that be went, man, what if we cause a riot here? Let's just have Brock Lesnar retain and extend this thing out way longer than it needs to be. Now while I'm sure they thought everyone was gonna go, oh my gosh, what a wonderful surprise, it didn't work. And fans were just livid because they're like, please, we know what you're going to do. Why can't you just get it done and end this pain? It meant despite fighting against it, the show of shows still ended with a bunch of people booing and going onto Twitter and going, man, this sucks. And even Brock was annoyed at this. You would have seen the footage when he walked through the gorilla position, he took his championship and he threw it in the face of Vince McMahon. It really did leave a bad taste in people's mouths too, and I think this night was another reason it took so long to rehab Roman, because we just continued to go left, right, and up when everybody just wanted to go down. I don't know what that means, but sometimes just make the fans happy, even if you have put yourself in a stupid position. It begs the question why somebody didn't go, let's just turn the man heel. We've talked about that before. Number 6, Bash at the Beach 1996. So finally, we get to one where the fans were meant to be annoyed. Thank goodness. But in 1996, WCW realized that the Hulk Hogan train was running out of steam, so there's only one thing left to do. We gotta turn this guy heel. Now, Hulk agreed with this as well, but quite clearly he was scared, which is why there was a bunch of rumors at the time that if he did chicken out, well, we'd just bring in Sting instead. Thankfully, we got to the Bash at the Beach pay-per-view and everything was good to go, so as Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, the Outsiders, were laying waste to the Macho Man Randy Savage, out came Mr. Hulkamania, and just when it looked like he was gonna save his oldest friend, he dropped the leg on Savage, and nobody could believe it, Hulk Hogan had turned villain. You can see how much it enraged everybody too, because the fans just pelted the ring with garbage, and why we should never ask this to happen again. It does make for a great visual, and again, this was the utter point. It also allowed Hulk to have a career resurgence, which essentially doubled down on this idea that he had made a huge impact when it came to professional wrestling. I know it's a bit dicey now these days for obvious reasons, but yeah. Back in the mid-90s, this was a total home run. Number 5, WCW Starrcade 97. But this wasn't. It's only a year later, and WCW lost their mind. Because really ever since Bash at the Beach, Sting had been watching on. He was like, I don't enjoy the direction of travel here. When he got rid of the colourful face paint, he started to paint his face black and white, and basically for an entire year, he just hid up in the rafters, watching, not doing much of anything. That was super weird, but it made it work, because oh my gosh, fans bought into this and then some. And then before Starrcade, where he did descend from the rafters and he whooped the NWO's ass, well, you can see it for yourself, people absolutely lose it. All we had to do was get to Starrcade and have the icon win. And of course we didn't do it. Because for whatever reason, Hulk Hogan decided earlier in that day that Sting's head wasn't in the game. And if that was true, why did you let him wrestle to begin with? When we came up with this convoluted finish, when we were meant to have a fast count, but apparently Hogan had gone to referee Nick Patrick and said, don't actually do the fast count. When Bret Hart made his debut in WCW, and he was like, oh man, I'm not having a screw job. I was but a fetus watching this, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. I just wanted Sting to win. I still totally believe the best way to have done this was that Sting just ran through Hogan in 5 minutes, but instead, this got so confusing, it did nothing for anyone, and surprise, surprise, not only did it upset the fans, you can go on forums right now, people still talk about it. I'll tell you why that happened, because we took 12 months of work, we flushed it down the toilet. And people wonder why WCW died. Number 4, the 2014 Royal Rumble and the 2015 Rumble. The Roman Reigns days. We're back. Now again, it's not his fault because Roman was well aware what he should be doing, e.g. become a bad guy. But yeah, during this period, we were double down, so we just had to go with this. It's not like WWE didn't know this either. I mean, we just talked about it, but this is when we get to 2014, and because they didn't want Daniel Bryan to cause any friction, He just wasn't booked in the Royal Rumble, which means when we got to number 30, we got the countdown, 3, 2, 1, the entire crowd thought they were going to get the yes man. And when poor Rey Mysterio came out, he got booed. And not because he was Rey Mysterio, but because he wasn't Daniel Bryan. Fast forward to 2015 and nobody had left because we did it again, when this time it was The Rock coming out to try and help Reigns win the Rumble, which he did do. And then what did Philadelphia do? Boo, boo. They didn't care who was in the ring. They didn't want to see this, and yet we gave it to them anyway. So sometimes just change the plan. This is why I'm quite excited about the new era of WWE. I don't think they would do this again, which means we're going to get to the good stuff far quicker than we should do. Number 3, Vader versus Antonio Inoki in New Japan in 1987. Now, if you miss wrestling feeling real, make sure you go back to Sumo Hall in 1987. Because New Japan promoter Antonio Inoki was looking at the numbers and business and realized, man, we need something to light a fire under this thing. When he came up with a good idea. This was Big Van Vader, who was just going to be like a mythical creature who would storm to the ring and absolutely destroy anybody in his way, the hope being the fans would buy into this and be like, oh my gosh, he's terrifying, who could defeat him? Eventually they settled on one Leon White, as I'm sure you did know. And even if you had handed these plans to the fans beforehand, I don't actually think they would have believed it. So on the 27th of December, Vader did turn up, and the first thing he did was challenge champion Antonio Inoki to a fight. And as had been the way for ages, okay, sure, Inoki will get his butt whipped a little bit, but eventually he'll be fine. And if you do watch this today, you can even feel the confusion, because why are we debuting this beast in such a simple way? But actually it became very complicated, and he beat Antonio. I tell you, the Japanese fan base melted down. I mean, basically in a matter of seconds, Vader had picked up this guy, slammed him and defeated him, which was not only Inoki's first loss in 2 years, but it was only his second loss in a decade. People were stunned. It got even worse because Vader then beat him up after this match. It was quite brutal. This is when the crowd had had enough. They totally went absolutely crazy, and they started to rip up the place. Some even set fire to the seats, which begged the question where they got the flames from to begin with. As word got to Vader, listen bro, you're gonna have to run out of here, otherwise you may not make it. It took police over an hour to calm this down, and the owner of Sumo Hall banned NJPW for 2 years, because of course you would. You'd be like, listen, we can't trust you anymore. You almost killed our arena. It is a great lesson in how you cause a fuss though. Like I say, even if you do watch it today, even though it is 2024, you will have a good old time. Number 2, Ric Flair versus Jack Veneno. It is back to January 7th, 1982 for this one, and another time when the audience wanted blood. It was from the Dominican Republic, as local hero Jack Veneno did take on Ric Flair. This was a huge deal at the time because the Nature Boy was the NWA World Heavyweights Champion. The word has always been 14,000 people piled into a building to see this, even though apparently the arena could only hold 11,000. But Flair has even told stories when he was trying to get to the place he couldn't because there was just too many individuals. Just goes to show the amount of local support that Jack did have, which is why when his arch nemesis Relampago Hernandez did get involved, everyone was like, no, please don't do it. Now it is only fair to point out this is all hearsay because there's no footage of this, and if you do try and research it, all you kind of see is a pile driver by Veneno onto Flair, and the referee seems to count 3, but he also doesn't count 3 and seems to indicate that it was a time limit draw. But this actually does tie in. The whole thing had kind of gone sideways. Because Flair himself has always claimed that he called a fast one here, so that when he was trapped in the sleeper, he passed out, so fans would think that Jack had become a champion. Because halfway through this thing, he was like, oh my gosh, if I win and I tried to leave, well, I'm not going to be able to, because they're going to stick me up on a stick. They probably could have come up with better words for that. He just had this sense that the fans were going to lose it, and again, if we go back to Rick's own stories, apparently they did this anyway, and the entirety of the crowd started to brawl with the police. I suppose this came down to the fact that this didn't really have a finish, so even though Jack Veneno was claiming to be the champion, it didn't really make sense, and once again, it took forever to calm this down. I mean, the fact that soon after this, all of a sudden it was just announced that Ric Flair was the heavyweight champion again, well, that does give some credence to Ric Flair's story. But yeah, once more, go on the internet, have a watch of this. All I do know is the Nature Boy probably made the right call, otherwise he would have been stabbed in the face. Number 1, Larry Zbyszko turns on Bruno. So this one was out of control. And it really does show you how popular Bruno Sammartino was back in the day. Cause sheesh, if you double-crossed him, everybody was gonna buy into it hook, line, and sinker. Larry Zbyszko picked up on this too, so he dove in with both feet, because here was his problem. He was sick and tired of being called the apprentice to Bruno Sammartino, and the only way he was gonna get over this if he finally took on his mentor in a match and beat him. It was basically Star Wars. Hence he challenged Sammartino to a friendly match just to see who was the better man. when Bruno turned to him and said, "No, we are too close of friends. I'd never be able to forgive myself if our relationship was dead." Then became very Shawn Michaels versus The Undertaker to tie it into a modern feud because Larry did every single thing he could do, including saying to Sammartino, "Well, I don't think I can carry on with my own career if you don't want to do this, so if the answer is no, I'm going to walk away into the sunset." Now, of course, Bruno didn't want that, so eventually he did agree when they did have this match, and for a while there it was pretty decent, but of course Sammartino was outworking him in every single moment, which is when Larry got a chair, and man, he just totally wrecked this guy. And once more, you can see this. Nobody could believe it. He left Sammartino a bloody mess too, which given the time period was doubly shocking, and any single time the WWF did re-air this, they treated it like we'd just seen a crime. The greater fan base was so annoyed about this too, no matter what locker rooms Zbyszko did go to, they would try and attack him. Now, once again, it is old school wrestling, but so many people have told this story, I think there's an element of truth to it. Larry also made the case that someone tried to stab him at one point, but he was lucky to get away, so I implore you today to go and watch this footage and just go and look at the people's faces in the crowd. When Zbyszko does have that chair, there are a couple of kids whose jaws are on the floor because their whole childhood had just been broken. There's probably an angle we could bring back today if you could find the right wrestlers, but more importantly, I bet there's loads of examples when fans did basically want to riot. Let me know in the comments below.
Let me tell you this, WCW content is a treasure trove for anyone hoping to say the words "who the hell is that guy" over and over again. The likes of Nitro and Thunder had all the big stars like Goldberg, the NWO, Sting, Ric Flair, and more, sure. But Eric Bischoff also packed in a ton of names you will not remember too. Like this interesting lot. I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 forgotten WCW wrestlers you totally don't remember. Number 10, the Mod Squad. Here comes the Spike, and here comes the Basher. They're not Demolition, but they do have banter. That definitely was not the Mod Squad's entrance track during their short stay on WCW screens in 1990. The motorcycle cop pair were enhancement talents at best, but they'd actually been around the horn before showing up in the big time. WCW would be a last hurrah though. Both guys ultimately retired from the ring in 1991. Spike was Jim Jefferson and Basher was Mac Jefferson. They came together and debuted as a tag team in 1984, a whole 10 years before little Gareth was even born. Then worked a few shots here or there for the NWA before the big World Championship Wrestling rebrand. Sadly, the Mod Squad pair would not play a part in WCW's rise throughout the 90s. Again, they'd kiss goodbye to that wrestling noise long before Nitro was ever even a thing. One Reddit user describes Spike and Basher as Big Boss Man light, which is actually pretty accurate. Vince McMahon probably would have loved a biker tag like this though. Just think of the merchandise opportunities. The Mod Squad were definitely money left on the table. Number 9, Jungle Jim Steele. Say hello to the love child of X-Pac in his 1-2-3 Kid days and Jimmy Snuka. Jungle Jim Steele was one of the first products of WCW's Power Plant Training School. He made his debut for the company in 1993 and likely had hopes that his Snuka knockoff character would turn some heads and thrill fans. It was not to be though. Steele was released from his contract just 1 year later. Ouch. The Tarzan-style gimmick had become a firm fave in pro wrestling circles for decades, and it seemed like an ideal fit for the still cartoony WCW of 93. But poor Jimbo just didn't quite reach the heights that Superfly did. He then had to settle for another short-lived stay in Paul Heyman's ECW after being shown the door. Incredibly, Steele did go on to enjoy a successful stint in All Japan between 1994 and 2002. Later, he also worked for New Japan before eventually hanging up his tights in 2008. WWE, though, would never come calling for this power plant graduate. Goldberg Smallberg. Won't somebody please think of Jimmy Steele? Feel the steel, baby. Number 8, Doc Dean. UK indie star Ian Dean used the name Doc Dean for most of his pro career. He grabbed WCW's attention after working New Japan's Best of the Super Juniors tournament in 1997. And whilst there, Dean scored wins over both Jushin Thunder Liger and Chavo Guerrero Jr. Not bad at all. Befriending Chris Jericho over in Japan would prove to be a blessing too. WCW signed Doc later that year, and he became something of a stalwart on the lower tier shows like Worldwide, Saturday Night, and long-forgotten syndicated Hour Pro. Dean's biggest match came versus Stevie Ray on the 2nd of July 1998 episode of Thunder, but he was honestly less of a cruiserweight concern and more of a job guy by then. Dean was released in the summer of 98 and quickly retired from wrestling due to an accumulation of injuries, which sucks a bit. Undeterred, the dude went on to start his own plumbing company and got good for him. He then sadly passed away in 2018. Honestly, it'd be a shock if any wrestling fans watching this did remember his matches though. But some of them are immortalized on WWE's platform at least, so that's something. So the wrestlers on this list are the ones that people probably don't remember. But what about those WCW moments that people forget too? Which brings me to a question, my friends. What is your most underrated, forgotten moment in WCW history? You let me know in the comments section down below, you lovely person. Number 7, Chip Minton. Fun fact, you're looking at a 2-time Winter Olympian here. That is right. Chip Minton was part of the US bobsleigh team in 1994 and 1998, but he was also a WCW star in between training for the games. Chip worked his first matches for the company in 96, then took some time off the following year before returning in 98. That's when he made it to weeklies like Thunder. Oh yeah. Also, whilst Minton would never wrestle on flagship show Nitro, he did work on pay-per-view by playing his part in the bumper 60-man battle royal at World War III that same year. If only Chip could have won, he might have gone on to become a WCW World Champion. Look, even David Arquette won that belt, so nothing was impossible in Atlanta. You know it's true. Milton was another trainee coming out of the power plants who struggled to reach his full potential. Being honest though, his name just sucked, didn't it? And he was sacrificed to pet Project Wrath near the end of his WCW run. Back to sledding for Chip then. Number 6, JW Storm. Promising prospect JW Storm was in the oft-forgotten Maximum Overdrive team that put the Steiner brothers over at Clash of the Champions 12 in 1990. After that, WCW decided to split the duo and attack a singles push for JW. And by attack, yours truly means that they turned him into a Steven Seagal from Hard to Kill clone. It was quite a look. WCW business immediately went through the roof too. Not really, obviously. Storm going Seagal wasn't as daft as it seems now though. You see, Hard to Kill was a box office smash around that same time, so JW rocking the same look made sense and gave him some instant marketability. Unfortunately though, it didn't pay dividends, and Storm was let go less than 1 full year into his singles run. He then go on to become an occasional enhancement worker for the WWF until 1992. Someone should have given JW a call for the dreaded Brawl for All too, because he actually had an impressive 22-2 record as a boxer. For anyone interested, all of his wins came by knockout. You don't mess with this Storm. Thank you for spending a bit of time with us here at What Culture Wrestling today, you incredible person. Now stick around and hit that subscribe button for more of these fascinating wrestling videos. Number 5, Galaxy. Now this is a strange one. Galaxy was working matches for WCW as Damien at the same time. So in short, he wrestled as 2 different characters on the promotion's programming, and there was never any crossover. Announcers didn't acknowledge that it was the same wrestler either. Galaxy and Damo were totally separate. Right. I mean, that'd be like Santos Escobar portraying a masked gimmick on Raw, whilst also playing himself on episodes of SmackDown in the same week. It'd be weird. Now it is pretty quirky that WCW lets something like this happen, but Galaxy probably wasn't that fussed. He was getting a payoff regardless of which persona he was booked to play. I bet it was quite fun playing 2 people for a bit though. Galaxy was introduced in 1996, but vanished around 6 months later. Damien became the man's go-to role on WCW TV after that. He'd stick around on the roster until 1999, then returned home to Mexico and continued his career until hanging it up in... Wait, he's still wrestling? What a guy! Number 4, Roadblock. Remember when impressionist Jason Sensation took the mick out of Owen Hart's old ring attire by saying, "I look like a damn road sign"? Well, WCW's Roadblock was literally a damn road sign. No, seriously, the wrestler's gimmick was that he blocked roads. Opponents had hit a dead end, my friend. To hammer home the point, Block carried a literal roadblock with him to the ring for matches. Just as well that nobody thought to be quite so literal with Bobby Brain Heenan. Alright, enough of the dad jokes for one list, maybe. Back to Roadblock and his bizarre WCW career. He ran 2 years between 1996 and 1998, all this. Block faced stars like Lex Luger, The Giant, Chris Benoit, DDP, and more during his time in the promotion. He had impressive size, but was more of a jobber to the stars than somebody Eric Bischoff was ever going to seriously push. Tragically, he didn't even wallop anybody with that prop either. What a damn waste. Number 3, Little Genie. Women's wrestling was never something WCW did particularly well. Now, in fairness, women's wrestling was never something the wrestling industry in North America did well generally throughout the 1990s. If you wanted awesome female grappling, then Japan was the place to go, and the quality even varied there. That's why it will not be surprising if literally no one recalls Little Genie. She'd started training to wrestle in 1996, took her in-ring bow in 1998, then signed on for a few WCW appearances between 1999 and 2000. 2000. That inarguably was the worst possible time to join this company. Jeannie's one and only Nitro performance came versus Mona, aka Molly Holly, on the 9th of August 99. And after that, management relegated her to the less important shows. Boo! Jeannie did her best on Saturday Night and Worldwide before working a string of house shows in April 2000, but they would prove to be her final showings under contract. What was that about WCW never doing women's wrestling very well? Yeah, they absolutely did not get it. Number 2, the Minotaur. Steve DeSalvo could have probably passed as an Ultimate Warrior cosplay on various WWF tribute shows in the 90s. Honestly, just stick some face paint on that handsome mug pictured right here, and you'd have a bargain bin Jim Hellwig to be proud of. Instead, WCW restrained themselves from debuting Renegade early, and had DeSalvo call himself the Minotaur. If you're a fan of Greek mythology and hoping that that name meant something, then, well, I'm sorry to disappoint, it was just a name, folks. Minotaur had absolutely nothing to do with some part bull, part man monster. That moniker was something Steve debuted in WCW too, so either they came up with it, or he came to the party with a half-baked idea. He'd faded into obscurity by 1991 anyway. Who knows why Vince McMahon and the WWF passed on DeSalvo during various tryouts between 1987 and 1990. McMahon was absolutely obsessed with muscles and cracking physiques during that era, and the heat from feds about steroid use hadn't kicked in yet. I mean, just look at this guy. Minotaur had WWF Project written all over him. Number 1, Johnny Attitude. On the surface, Johnny Attitude sounds like WCW trying to belittle the WWF's Attitude movement in the late 90s. But it actually wasn't. In fact, Johnny here started using that kayfabe surname in 1996, which was a good while before Vince McMahon was smugly encouraging you to get it on Federation screens. Attitude resembled a discount Mr. T at first. He'd keep that look for all of his matches on WCW Saturday Night, Worldwide, and Pro heading into 1998. Then someone on the creative team had a bright idea. Johnny would shave his head and start rocking a decidedly Goldberg-esque aesthetic in time for a US title challenge versus the man himself on the 25th of May 98 Nitro. That right there was Attitude's first and final Nitro bout, and also his biggest in the promotion overall. WCW had a few of these cheesy named workers in the late 90s. Remember Kenny Chaos? How about Bobby Blaze? Sound like terrible superheroes. It was a creator-wrestler heaven in that locker room, for goodness sake. Johnny Attitude would stick around a little while longer and work several Saturday night tapings in 1999, before then disappearing from WCW TV. We salute you, Mr. Attitude. You, like the rest of this list, are forgotten no longer for a bit.
Welcome to Rumble season, my friend, and I'm not talking about the thing you used to buy for your N64 controller. I'm talking about the Raw version. Given that we are creeping up to number 40 of these, though, which is absolutely terrifying, I am Simon Miller, and everybody in the WhatCulture offices got together. We've kind of voted on the people that may have won the damn thing, and it didn't work out exactly as intended. It's just the law of averages. You can't hit home runs all of the time. Make sure you get in the comments and let us know your opinions too. Let's go. Number 10, Hacksaw Jim Duggan in 1988. So this is not Hacksaw Jim Duggan's fault because, of course, this was the very first Royal Rumble that was showcased on television. WWE, or the WWF as it was known then, was still working out the kinks. Now, Duggan winning actually did make sense because his star was on the rise in the late 80s. Otherwise, there's nothing on the line here, which meant if a non-wrestling fan came in and said, oh man, what are they fighting for? You have to go, I don't know, like stakes or pride, or, you know, just so in the locker room they can go, I won the first Royal Rumble. Who wouldn't want that? You also only get 20 entrants, but none of the gimmicks are here, and we aren't talking about every man for himself or both feet have to touch the floor. It's also really, really, really long. I suppose it just lacks the novelty that nowadays it does have. That's okay. It is number 1. That's also why you do have to whack it out at number 10. If you were going to go through every single Royal Rumble, well, you can probably skip this one. Number 9, Sheamus in 2012. So I think this one is ridiculous. Yep, I pretty much got outvoted here, but some people do think the Irishman deserved to have a nod. Though actually, I do think you can figure it out. Because my take is that Sheamus burst onto the main scene with so much palaver in 2009, when he did win the World Championship, that when he also won the Royal Rumble in 2012, there were just a few individuals going, no, stop shoving him down my throat. The thing is, though, nobody should have been clipping Sheamus's wings back then, because the roster was in desperate need of some new blood. Look at the man, he's absolutely ginormous. I met him once, and it gave me the heebie-jeebies. There's probably some retroactive thinking in this too, because yes, Sheamus would go on to not main event WrestleMania. In fact, he was in the opening match. This is when he booted Daniel Bryan in the head, won the World Championship in about 18 seconds. Also, when you do go through everybody else, who should have won it? Like CM Punk and Chris Jericho were in the other world title program, so they were going to be fine. And yes, on this night at WrestleMania, it was John Cena versus The Rock, and neither of those guys were going to win the Rumble. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if Steve Austin had come back. Nobody was going to go on later than The Rock versus John Cena. So actually, I think you could make a pretty good argument that we were trying to make new stars, and we were trying to light a new rocket under Sheamus's ass. But I think this was perfectly fine, and all the other problems are actually more exclusive to WWE as a whole. That's right. Number 8, Triple H in 2016. Which also ties into this one because, yes, in 2016, Vince McMahon had decided, well, listen, everyone, I'm going to get Roman Reigns over whether you like it or not. The problem is, the answer was not. What really ticked the audience off, though, is that rather than just turn Roman heel, which as we know today would have been a great idea, we continually put him in positions where he didn't have a hope in hell. Still feel sorry for Roman Reigns from this period. There's nothing he could have done. And that is why on this night at the Royal Rumble, everybody thought he was going to become the WWE champion. When WWE went, we got a better idea, and Triple H is going to win it instead. Now listen, you can work this one out for yourself as well. Triple H was such a good heel. Everybody had decided, well, I'm sure he can turn the tide. But as we know, in 2025, it wouldn't have mattered if, I don't know, the devil, the actual devil, had walked down the aisle. Everybody was still going to boo Roman. I mean, do you remember that time when Hunter tried to murder Reigns on Raw? What did the fans do? They all cheered. That's when everybody was like, you know what? We're totally boned. The other part to this as well is that when we got down to the final two, it was Triple H taking on Dean Ambrose. Actually, this goes back to my Sheamus conversation. In 2016, people wanted to see new blood get pushed, and if Dean had thrown out Triple H, well, that's a massive game changer. Again, go watch this Rumble and listen to the fans. It also would have meant you could have done the 2 former Shield members at that WrestleMania. But also, look, that's just what WWE does. They always want a legacy talent in those spots. And Triple H versus Roman Reigns was fine, I suppose. I mean, it's just another asterisk on the crazy ride of the big dog. Number 7, John Cena in 2013. Because it was meant to be once in a lifetime, that's why the audience was annoyed. In hindsight, why we ever thought that The Rock versus John Cena was only ever going to be a one and done, I don't know. But I guess that's just suspending disbelief. If you don't do that, why even watch wrestling? It also told you that when The Rock did take on CM Punk at the Royal Rumble, that CM Punk was going to lose. And that's where the beef is here. So many people were like, this is CM Punk's WrestleMania. Even more so because he's been the champion for like 434 days. I still fall on the side of the fence where I'm like, we probably could have just done a 3-way, although make it elimination 3-way, and then Punk could have been there for 5 minutes. When you do go, poop, thanks for coming, because then he does get his WrestleMania main event. John Cena versus The Rock was once in a lifetime. Instead, we all bought into that stupid catchphrase. Also, though, let's not be funny here. It is John Cena The Rock. Just talked about it. You ain't gonna find anyone bigger. This was also during a time when the anti-Cena brigade were just out in force. They were like, it doesn't matter what he does, or what he says, or who he beats, or who he loses to. We're just going to boo him. Now, it did make for a very interesting WWE, and the atmosphere was crazy. But after a while, to use a very modern word, well, it did get a little bit toxic. Number 6, Mr. McMahon in 1999. I mean, it pissed people off, but that was the intention, because Vince McMahon, the corporation, walked into the Royal Rumble and they were like, hey, Steve Austin, we're going to make sure you don't win. The other main source of contention was that Vince McMahon is Vince McMahon, and he wasn't a wrestler, so why the hell didn't we just do our story beats with Stone Cold and given this spot to somebody else and sent them up to the moon? Secondly, if his job was just to stop Austin, which they did do, why, in terms from a creative point of view, couldn't we have just left it there? I think it comes down to the fact that Vince McMahon had booked so many Royal Rumbles. One day he woke up and thought, wait a minute, I can win it if I want. So he did. It was also the first sign that maybe this feud was taking over a little bit too much, although once again, go and look at the ratings, the numbers, and the financials, the World Wrestling Federation was flying. It did, however, expose the company in the sense they had nobody else ready to go, which is why they were so lucky The Rock did hit the highs that he did do. I get that nobody was going to be able to follow Steve Austin, but outside of these two guys, well, go and look what happened in 2002. Of course, when we got to WrestleMania, we still did The Rock versus Austin anyway, so I guess you could say we did think outside the box here, but the Royal Rumble winner position is taken quite seriously. That's why you always have to tiptoe around it. Number 5, Big John Studd. Now the core idea here was very fun because the Royal Rumble structure was taking shape, because not only do we have 30 competitors, but with all the entrances, this thing went over an hour. You also did lean into the whole every man for himself because Demolition were in at number 1 and 2, and this was crazy, and Big John Studd winning was fine. It was the first time we went, oh my God, he's such a gigantic man. Nobody's going to be able to throw him over the top rope. The only reason he does get thrown in at number 5, though, is because this didn't help him at all. And all everybody was talking about afterwards was the mega powers exploding, or imploding. And of course, they were going to go on to main event WrestleMania, whereas Big John Studd was basically not going to do anything at all. I mean, he was the special guest referee at Mania between Jake Roberts and Andre the Giant. This is a damn Royal Rumble winner. And look, it was really nice that Studd did get his moment because his career was on the final part of its run. But again, if you are ranking the importance of Royal Rumble winners, well again, he just won a Royal Rumble, then he was moved to the side. Seems somewhat ridiculous. Number 4, Randy Orton in 2017. Straight up, Randy Orton was a good choice to win the Royal Rumble in 2017. Just the way that WWE went about it. Because yes, we've already talked about it, but this was another time when Vince McMahon just stuck his feet in the floor. It's like, no, we've got to make Roman Reigns become the most popular person ever, when they just went with Randy Orton instead. It's just so strange. It just made for such a crazy booking decision, because what we were doing here is we were doing a wink-wink, nudge-nudge to the hardcore fans who understood that there was a discrepancy between the audience and what was going on behind the scenes, which is why we pretended that Roman was going to win, when from nowhere, Randy Orton got the victory, and that was meant to placate everyone. Whereas deep down on our Tootsie Toes, we were like, no, we just want consistent stories and we want to be heard. I also think people got bummed out a couple of months later because Roman Reigns was still in the main event of WrestleMania. This is when he did indeed take on The Undertaker, and I understand the importance of that match. But Taker had already lost to Brock Lesnar a couple of years beforehand, and the whole point of WrestleMania is that it's meant to be headlined by the Royal Rumble winner. Orton didn't get that at all, instead he was match 10 on a way too long card. And he did win the WWE title from Bray Wyatt. This was the same match when they did that overhead projection stuff. And the picture in the ring, well, it did not look PG. So I'm just going to say that around 2017, WWE had just lost its way. And again, it's because they weren't listening to the fans. That constant back and forth was always a bit of a problem. Number 3, Brock Lesnar in 2002. And man, going off that last sentence, that was absolutely the issue here. Because there was most definitely internal creative going on in 2022, which is why Brock Lesnar just came out at number 30, eliminated around about 47 people, don't try and do the maths there, when he won the thing. Honestly, he couldn't have been in for more than 3 minutes. It just felt so lazy, especially because it meant the main event of WrestleMania was going to be Brock taking on Roman Reigns, and by this time we had seen that match 4,769.4 times. People were just desperate for something new, which is why Cody Rhodes returning on night 1 of that WrestleMania blew the roof off the place. Not just because of the, oh my gosh, how is this happening? But it felt like fresh blood. In terms of the Rumble as well, Brock Lesnar had already lost to Bobby Lashley earlier on in the evening. So it's just so confusing. It's like, we've seen you, Brock. Nobody needs to see you again. Number 2, Alberto Del Rio in 2011. I mean, really, in many ways, this was the same as Roman Reigns. Vince McMahon decided, Alberto, you are going to be our brand new Mexican babyface. Even though 1, he was much better as a heel, and 2, even after we turned him, well, here it comes again, the fans still wanted to boo him. And sure, by this point, we were still figuring all of this out, but you could feel it in the ether, what the company wanted to do. And again, Del Rio did go to WrestleMania, where he took on Edge, and he lost. So it was like, okay, again, it's not the main event, and 2, he wasn't even able to follow up on this. What are we doing to this Royal Rumble slot? From there, it was another scrap with the audience, and of course, this was before Roman Reigns, but you could still feel it when WWE even got rid of Ricardo Rodriguez. He was one of the best parts of the act. 2011 is also when we decided to throw 40 people into the Royal Rumble, and let's just call this for what it was. Everyone was like, well, we have done a lot of these matches. How should we freshen it up? But we didn't think about the stories in the middle of the match or the feuds we could build towards WrestleMania. It was just like, well, why don't we increase the numbers? I've said it once, I'll say it twice. That is lazy. But one Roman Reigns in 2015. So it is the culmination of everything we have talked about. Another reason we did have such a rickety road afterwards is finally we went fine. Give the Royal Rumble to Roman Reigns in 2015. But even then, we just had to tiptoe around this. I'm saying it again. WWE was so aware that Philadelphia was probably going to boo the big dog, they sent out The Rock to try and help with this. What happened to Dwayne Johnson? He got booed too. Look at this picture. Look at his face. He knows he wasn't happy about it either. Once again, we used Kane and the Big Show to try and trick the fans as well. And go, what? Do you want one of these two to win? No, you don't. But actually, if you do go and watch this now, I think Philly would have preferred it. That's the kind of mess we were in. I think Bray Wyatt said it best, but of course here we're talking about Roman Reigns. Anyone but you. I do want to make it clear that none of this was Roman Reigns' fault, because we've seen what he can do when he is booked right. Imagine we had the tribal chief back then. It would have been absolutely glorious. But as always, WWE was just too stubborn, and they refused to change him, which is why this has to be number one. I mean, Rey Mysterio got booed the year before this, because he came out at number 30, and I bet everyone backstage before they came out here was like, oh man, I'm gonna get cheered, and it ain't even anything to do with me. So it was just Groundhog Day, and though once again, Roman did go and figure it out. But from now on, if you are booking a wrestling company, and you have a big old battle royal, sometimes just use your ears, and it'll make everyone's life a lot easier.
A common comparison when wrestling fans want to get mad is this promotion has become WCW. That is because World Championship Wrestling really did fall off a cliff by the end of its run, but that's why I want to talk about it today. As you will see, nobody is even close. Because hello, I am Simon from WhatCulture. Please do go and smash that subscribe button. And yeah, this is 10 times WCW was the craziest promotion ever. Number 10, Hulk Hogan meets the Dungeon of Doom. So we go back to 1995 with this one, and it just goes to show WCW was always kinda really wacky. Here Hulk Hogan was feuding with the Dungeon of Doom, a collection of wrestlers held together to make you think the Hulkster would actually lose. Given who we chose to be in this, it didn't work. Nobody bought it for a second. Now, I think they were meant to be some sort of cult, and for that reason they had a lair. Which, yep, one night Hogan felt like he should go and explore. I mean, you tell me, I've no idea. His real shock was that there were no Hulkamaniacs here, a line that has remained funny ever since, and Hogan is just hilarious throughout this. It is like watching some crazy B-movie set in the basement of death. You've also got Kevin Sullivan speaking in riddles as the Taskmaster, and then there's the music. My gosh, the music. If you told me a 4-year-old with a Casio keyboard wrote it, I'd believe you. It just gets weirder and weirder too, and if you were used to the WWF version of Hulk, you were even more baffled. Couldn't have been more cartoony if WCW tried, and that is saying something. If you do watch it, please remember, no, you haven't done drugs. Number 9, those mini-movies. Okay, right, so what we're about to talk about must have been the inspiration when it came to WCW and making this sort of thing, because once again, my gosh. Because to build up events like Halloween Havoc 1992, Super Brawl 1993, and Bash at the Beach, the powers that be ran what can only be described as mini-movies. Now let's remember, being a wrestler does not mean you can act, and yet we still saw Sting go to Vader's White Castle of Fear, and honestly, you gotta see it. The over-the-top narration is hilarious, and you're essentially told the Mastodon and Harley Race live in some sort of giant cave. I would actually take more of these today because they are so crazy, and remember, WCW was doing this to sell pay-per-views. That's right. They thought that if you were on the fence, seeing the Stinger and the British Bulldog blowing up some boats with some dude called Cheatham would actually get you to drop some cash. So yeah, it is totally bonkers, but please, somebody, anybody, bring these back. They are so crazy. Number 8, Gene Okerlund shoots. Centered around the one and only Mean Gene Okerlund, who is interviewing the Natural Born Thrillers, I think Gino decided to have some fun. Or he was just done with WCW's nonsense. Because when Mike Sanders does an impression of opponent Conan, Okerlund fires back, real good impression, ya prick. What? Sean O'Haire then threatens Gene, but he is totally unfazed. He tells Sean to blow it out his ass. This is amazing. Everybody just has to sell it like Gene is losing his mind, and more power to him. I'm sure he'd been messed around enough, so decided to just enjoy himself, even if it was at the expense of the wrestlers. For the younger viewer too, this is the equivalent of Megan Morant telling Grayson Waller to jump out of a window. It just wouldn't happen. Number 7, RoboCop the wrestler. So this one is pretty damn famous as it would be. I mean, one day RoboCop just turned up at a WCW show. Why wouldn't he? Happening at Capital Combat 1990, it's even better than that, because he was here to assist Sting. Yep. I suppose the robotic cop was hanging out backstage, and when his good friend was in trouble, he thought, man, I better go and save him. Given that this attack was from the Four Horsemen, I'm still a little bit sad we never got Sting and RoboCop versus Ric Flair and Arn Anderson, and as I'm sure you figured out, this was essentially a sponsorship deal. So I guess at least WCW made some cash. It is so funny to watch because Mr. Cop also saves Sting from being imprisoned because he rips a cage door off. Surely, if you'd never watched wrestling before, you were baffled. Let's just say what we're all thinking, though. Somebody needs to put Robo in the Hall of Fame immediately. Number 6, Scott Steiner's tyranny. You can tell WCW had lost its way in 2000 because Scott Steiner just decided to go nuts and nobody stopped him. It's wild. Big Papa Pump would even cut promos saying how much World Championship Wrestling sucked these days and that people should tune into Raw instead. Plus, one time on Nitro from nowhere, he just said that Ric Flair was a jealous old bastard. Once again, if you need context, this would be like Cody Rhodes walking out on the NXT he did and encouraging all of us to go and watch AEW instead. It just ain't happening. If you weren't in management, it was a heat to watch, however, because you couldn't believe it. And look, it made Steiner feel totally legit and dangerous because he was just saying whatever the flub he wanted to say. Plus, we soon then found out the company had suspended him because he had kicked the crap out of DDP for no reason. Although no, there was a reason. Diamond Dallas Page had asked Scott to stop saying offensive things about his wife. My word. Somehow all of this worked as Steiner had quite the run 2 decades ago. Only in WCW. Number 5, Terry Funk fights a horse. I mean, who else but Terry Funk? If you do just want to smile all day long, you do have to go and find the 31st of May 2000 Thunder, though, which was always an insane program, and watch Funk versus Chris Candido, who were fighting for the hardcore title. Due to this championship, the fight was happening in the outside world and not in the ring, when the pair somehow ended up in a stable. Once again, you tell me. Now, the horse residing there didn't know what was going on or that this was sports entertainment, freaked out, and booted Terry right in the head. Seriously, at first it's terrifying because that can kill a man. Google it. If this were you and I, we would have totally gone screw this and legged it, but not Funk. He turned to the animal, told it off, and challenged it to a fight. Don't tell me he's not the best ever. Amazingly, the horse even backs away a little bit, so he must have known. And while we are here, just go and watch any of the hardcore stuff in WCW from 2000. I don't think they had a clue what they were doing. Number 4, WCW gives away WWF results. This sounds quite tame today given what the internet has become, but you do have to put yourself in the late 90s mindset. It wasn't like spoilers didn't exist because online content was already flying, but it wasn't super popular or accessible. So when Eric Bischoff started walking out on Nitro and just told people what was happening on Raw that night, well, we were all stunned. This was made possible due to the fact WCW was going live every week, whereas the WWF would hop between that and tape shows. So we'll do it again. You're watching SmackDown, Rampage has already been recorded, and Michael Cole just tells you Daniel Garcia is losing to Miro, so you don't need to go and see that. It's bonkers. If we're honest too, it was higher stakes than this, as Raw and Nitro were in a proper intense ratings battle, and each wanted supremacy. Bischoff would even talk about wanting to kill the WWF for good. There's more too, as Eric would also stroll to the ring holding signs that read WWE Fears Ratings on it, and he challenged Vince McMahon to a fight on pay-per-view. And we'll talk about that later. The whole thing was out of control. Number 3, Hollywood Hogan's own head. Yep. Please bear with me. If you are a hardened fan, you know the 1990 Starrcade main event between Hollywood Hogan and Sting was rubbish. The whole build had been incredible, and then we got this bizarre screwy finish, which still doesn't make sense today. Was it a fast count? Wasn't it a fast count? Just have Sting win the title and call it a day. Nothing is perfect, mind, and that was true for this feud too, because some weeks WCW just went, well, WCW. For example, before the pay-per-view, Eric Bischoff decided to host Hollywood Hogan Appreciation Night, where he gave Hulk loads of gifts. As is the way in wrestling, the last one was from the Stinger, and he was quite a strange man. This was a mannequin version of Hogan's head. I suppose this is quite threatening, but honestly, the way Hulk sells this is painfully funny, as he acted as if this was his own skull, even though he was using his own eyes to see it. I mean, you'd be freaked out, sure, but this was next level. It also meant Nitro went off air with Hogan staring at himself and screaming, but go look in the background. Bischoff isn't scared at all, he's just kind of rolling his eyes like, man, that's Sting, what an idiot. So you have to presume that nobody had chatted about how they were meant to react to this, especially as the announcers were not that bothered either. This is when I remember I really missed WCW because it was the best. And the worst, but that's why it was the best. Number 2, a match ends with an electrocution. I mean, what were they thinking? WCW actually killed a man on TV, and then they just returned to the show. What? We do have to go all the way back to Halloween Havoc 1991, and yes, of course, it's the Chamber of Horrors match. If you need this summed up too, well, it's the definition of feeling like you have to do something new for the sake of doing something new. It would involve 2 teams with 4 members who of course had instruments of torture, with the ultimate goal to strap somebody to an electric chair. I am not making any of this up. A dude of the Butcher pulled the short straw so was attached to this device when somebody pulled the lever and we saw some sparklers go off. I mean, it's quite funny anyway, but the fans are totally baffled by it all. What was the response meant to be? Unsurprisingly, Abdullah didn't really sell this because what was he going to do? But then he just gets up and walks to the back. Again, I'm not kidding. You think at worst, somebody could have stretchered him out of there. It also meant the whole match was utterly pointless. And once again is a nice reminder that in 1991, sometimes WCW was not all that good. Number 1, Bischoff challenges McMahon. As promised, here we are. Let's get into it because it was ridiculous. I'm just going to continue in the same vein as I feel it sells it better, but you're watching Dynamite. Tony Khan walks out and he tells Triple H, AEW Revolution is around the corner, so why don't they fight? I mean, Twitter would absolutely savage him. If we go back to 1998, though, this is exactly what happened before WCW Slamboree show. It wasn't just like Eric called him out either. World Championship Wrestling dedicated all these videos of Bischoff telling Vince he better be there, or the world is gonna think he's a massive coward. WCW even went as far as to have Michael Buffer announce him as the winner when McMahon decided against it. Obviously. It stank of desperation because all fans knew this wasn't possible. If Vinnie Mac had done it, millions would have bought this pay-per-view, which is the last thing the boss of the WWF wanted. Amazingly, even Bischoff's nearest and dearest warned him against this, as Hulk Hogan and Kevin Nash told Eric, if McMahon does take the bait, he is gonna kick your ass. So once again, you really couldn't make this up. Ultimately, though, I hope you have learned something today. Sometimes wrestling can be goofy and it rocks. Sometimes wrestling can be goofy and it kills an entire company.
It's time to take a closer look at the fascinating details you probably didn't know about Sting! In other words, it's showtime! I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 12 things you didn't know about Sting. Number 12, he's had some pretty legendary tag partners over the decades. There's probably no better place to start this list than with the star-studded collection of faces Sting has teamed with over the years. Before All Elite Daredevil Darby Allin joined forces with the Icon, you were no doubt aware of the WCW Legends time teaming alongside the likes of Lex Luger, but you may not have realized just how many other legends of the past this adored veteran has formed teams with over the years. Back in the 80s, Stinger and the American Dream himself, Dusty Rhodes, challenged for the NWA Tag Team Championship gold together. He'd also tagged with longtime rival Ric Flair at various points, teamed with a pre-Ultimate Warrior Jim Justice Hellwig, and worked together with the iconic Great Muta occasionally. Put simply, Sting's impressive AEW Tag Team record alongside Darby shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. This is the same bloke who has held tag titles in numerous different promotions with everyone from Kurt Angle to Kevin Nash, folks. Who's your favourite Sting partner of all time, though? Let me know in the comment section down below. Number 11, he's popped up in a ton of projects outside of wrestling. That's right, this legend has actually made a bit of a Stinger splash outside of the wrestling bubble too, you know. Along with also appearing in the wrestling mess that was Ready to Rumble in 2000, Steve Borden popped up in movies like Shutter Speed and The Encounter, with TV appearances in the likes of Walker Texas Ranger and Thunder in Paradise showing up on his acting CV too. He was also present during the music video for Lars Rocket's Fire in the Hole tune back in 1989. Then there was that bizarre time when Stinger kicked a kid's ass for money, or at least pretended to in an utterly surreal 1999 Sprite commercial, one which involved a WCW superstar from the Dream Come True Fantasy Foundation granting a child's wish to throw down with Sting, all while his overjoyed parents filmed the ensuing chaos. What a magical time, eh? Number 10, he boasts the most appearances on WCW pay-per-views. pay-per-views. Now, for the first of a few wonderful records this icon has managed to add to a career that also boasts numerous World Championship wins and legendary bouts against some of the very best to ever do it. While Sting would obviously add other memorable chapters to his story in the likes of TNA, WWE, and AEW along the way, there's no denying that many class his time within the walls of WCW as his most memorable spell in between the ropes. And it was during those days of locking up with everyone from Ric Flair to Hulk Hogan in the Ted Turner organization that Stinger managed to set a little-known record that will obviously now never be broken. Before WCW closed its doors for good in 2001, Sting had actually racked up a staggering 94 appearances on NWA/WCW pay-per-views. Almost 20 more than the dude in second place, his old tag partner Lex Luger. And with that many showings at special events, also came with it the record of most wins on pay-per-view under the WCW banner too, picking up a total of 55 during his time there. They didn't call the often victorious hero the heart and soul of WCW for nothing. Number 9, he actually wanted to retire in 2023. If you'd have told anyone towards the end of 2020 that not only would the master of the Scorpion Deathlock reverse his retirement, but he'd also go on to bump with some of the best talents in the world for a few more years, then they'd have probably burst out in tears. It was a tough time, okay? After managing to rather remarkably hang with everyone from FTR to the Young Bucks throughout his time as AEW's elite legend though, Sting did actually plan to finally call time on his career before his Revolution 2024 second retirement. According to Stinger himself when talking to Sports Illustrated last year, he had his eyes on December 2023 as the month the icon rode off into the sunset once and for all. However, the second a certain Nature Boy infamously arrived in the land of All Elite in October, Sting decided to hang on a couple of months longer. Number 8, the real reason he originally turned down WWE. Before eventually choosing to finally give that sports entertainment life a try in 2014, more on that later, there was a very good reason the man behind the face paint chose not to follow the likes of Goldberg, the NWO, Booker T, and many more to WWE after WCW was bought by their longtime rivals in 2001. You see, back when those first few WCW names started popping up on Vince McMahon's product at that time, Sting felt WWE would have likely just brought him in as a way of undermining his former workplace, rather than because he was a talent they wanted to use properly. Specifically, a moment involving the aforementioned Booker T interacting with The Rock, who responded by asking the former who he was when they bumped into each other, made him seriously lose trust in the company. What would stop them from having Stone Cold Steve Austin make a fool of the legendary WCW star should he finally sign on the dotted line, for example? In the end, it would be a whopping 13 years before Sting finally made his presence felt in WWE. Which brings us nicely to number 7, the real reason he left WWE. When the Stinger did ultimately arrive on WWE programming in 2014, things unfortunately went from exciting to soul-crushing at an alarming speed. In the wake of a thrilling Survivor Series debut, Sting eventually fell to the game in both his first ever WWE match and his WrestleMania debut. Great start. That giant final middle finger to WCW was just the beginning of a disastrous spell in the world of sports entertainment, with the icon following up that PLEL with another defeat at the next special event, a Night of Champions match that ended up being his last in WWE after a serious neck injury suffered in the contest. After all that though, and despite not really feeling a need to get back in the ring, Sting did still yearn for one last match whilst under WWE contract. The bout he fancied would have been a cinematic clash with The Undertaker, finally delivering a version of the dream match fans had long been begging for. However, they were never able to reach an agreement on the match, and Sting would later state that this was actually one of the reasons he eventually decided to hop over to AEW in 2020. That and the fact things just weren't working out with WWE, as he put it, and the rest was properly elite history. Cheers for checking out this video today, and click that subscribe button down below for more WhatCulture wrestling in your life. Number 6, he holds a most popular wrestler record with John Cena. What do the icon and the face that runs the place both have in common? Aside from being largely adored by kids all around the globe during the height of their popularity, it turns out that both John Cena and Sting hold the honor of being the only 4-time winners of a pretty important award. Voted for by readers of the respected Pro Wrestling Illustrated magazine, the annual PWI Awards, which started all the way back in 1972, contains a category known as the most popular wrestler of the year. In other words, the greatest hero / babyface over the prior 12 months. Cena managed to take home the award in 2004, 2005, 2007, and 2012. Sting's victories came in 1991, 1992, 1994, and 1997, highlighting exactly who WCW's top babyface hero was during the company's rise to becoming the biggest biggest promotion in town for a time. No one has won said award more than the two legends, with Jon Moxley, Hulk Hogan, and Dusty Rhodes coming closest with 3 victories each. So that settles it then. Both Cena and Sting are technically the most popular babyfaces in wrestling history, because that's how these things work, right? Number 5, he was once voted the greatest ever United States champion by WWE fans, on top of collecting a staggering 6 WCW World Heavyweight Championships, 3 WCW World Tag Team Championships, and numerous other accolades whilst being WCW's super popular surfer/crow. This icon also boasts a number of wonderful runs with that company's United States Championship strap too. Those strong reigns saw Sting battle it out against the likes of Cactus Jack, Steve Austin, Rick Rude, and Meng. And they clearly made an impression on not just WCW lovers, but WWE fans as well. Jumping back to 2013, before Sting had even made his debut for the sports entertainment company, the legendary WCW man actually earned himself top spot in the US title category within an online WWE poll deciding who the greatest champion was for each belt. Hulk Hogan predictably came away with the most votes for best WWE champion, Chris Jericho for the Intercontinental Championship, and then you had the odd winners of D-Generation X for the greatest tag team champions of all time. Yeah, that one was a bit weird. But among all of that was the revelation of WCW's top hero, Sting, sitting at the top of the United States champion pile on a WWE site, picking up 53% of the votes and beating the likes of Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Sergeant Slaughter in the poll. And it's hard to argue with their choice, isn't it? Number 4, he's the first man to be inducted into the TNA and WWE Hall of Fame. In that time between refusing to join WWE post-WCW acquisition and eventually deciding to take a chance on the sports entertainment life, Sting put in a hell of a shift over in total non-stop action. Here, the respected veteran produced even more magic opposite the likes of Kurt Angle, Samoa Joe, and AJ Styles, showing a whole new generation exactly why he was one of the true GOATs of the business. And after spending almost a decade as part of the TNA machine and giving his all to this WWE alternative, Sting was finally rewarded with the honor of being the first ever inductee into the TNA Hall of Fame in 2012. Fast forward a few years and the icon would then earn himself a place in WWE's own Hall of Fame in 2016, headlining that year's class. This also technically made the legend the first ever person to appear in both the TNA and WWE Hall of Fames, with Kurt Angle, Jeff Jarrett, and the Dudley Boys eventually earning that same honor later down the road. Number 3, there are some things he has not actually done in wrestling. As difficult as it may be to believe, given what you've already seen throughout this very list, there are actually a number of things and feats even the great Sting has never achieved during his iconic wrestling career. With the star only really being an active member of the WWE roster for a cup of coffee, the multiple-time world champion didn't ever get the chance to appear in legendary matches like the Royal Rumble or Hell in a Cell. Could you imagine that visual of the dead man and the icon staring each other down in the middle of that latter hellacious structure? It would have been magic. He also never ended up catching any WWE gold during that short in-ring stint. Not even another little spell holding that United States Championship strap he was voted the greatest ever holder of. And despite sharing a roster with them for a time, he also wasn't ever given the opportunity to lock up with CM Punk or Cody Rhodes in AEW, though he'd at least team with the former a few times. Speaking of AEW, this legend has also gone his entire All Elite run without ever once competing in a singles match too. Despite not ticking off these specific boxes though, you can bet just about every wrestler out there would give their right arm for a career even half as renowned as Stinger's. Number 2, he ruptured his spleen in WCW versus Vader. During the early 90s, Surfer Sting came up against the terrifying force known as Vader on WCW programming, and it was during the early stages of that rivalry when a then World Heavyweight Champion Stinger put his strap on the line against the newly full-time WCW man in April 1992. As the champ did all he could to keep the Mastodon from gobbling up his title reign, the challenger came down hard on Sting whilst unleashing his Vader bomb. And by hard, I mean breaking a few ribs and rupturing your spleen hard, folks. Vader ultimately lost that match via DQ, but could a few broken ribs and a destroyed spleen keep Sting from clashing with his violent rival again just a few months later in July? Not a chance. He may have lost his strap to Vader in their Great American Bash rematch, but his refusal to stay down after such a sickening injury proved that you don't need a belt to possess the heart of a champion. Number 1, he was nearly the leader of the NWO. Though this holder of All Elite Tag Team Gold did very much find himself sporting an equally iconic NWO shirt on WCW programming in the end, there was actually a moment there when the original New World Order could have been led by the Stinger himself, before he'd memorably clash with Hulk Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, and Scott Hall's villainous stable, Eric Bischoff shockingly had Sting in place as the potential third man, set to be revealed by Nash and Hall all those years ago. The Icon had fully agreed to join forces with the invading former WWE superstars, with Bischoff eventually noting on his 83 Weeks podcast how he would have likely had the popular hero drop the face paint and energetic persona, replacing that character with a more real version of Sting for the new heel group. Bischoff had already seen a pitch to turn Hogan heel in WCW turned down by the Immortal One a year before the NWO was born, so it honestly looked like Sting would be the one to lead the unit, right up until the Hulkster changed his mind late on. That said, Sting was still the backup third man in Bischoff's mind, just in case an infamously unpredictable Hogan backed out at the 11th hour. So there you have it. Had Hulk suddenly got cold feet on the night of Bash at the Beach 1996, then there's a world where this longtime legend could have possibly been the face of the NWO instead.
Man, does wrestling love breaking up tag teams, especially WWE. At the moment, I think no less than 10 duos are having issues. 10! It is a worthwhile technique, as when we don't overdo it and let things play out, it really gets you. Dare I say it hits you right in the tum-tum. How are we meant to move forward as human beings? So let us get upset by revisiting some of these breakups, which are truly devastating. I am Simon Miller, and get those tissues. Shouldn't have said that. That sounded terrible. Number 10, the Iconics. Some teams should be together forever. The Iconics were one of these. It was ridiculous WWE let them go to begin with, but on the 31st of August 2020 Raw, some doofus had the idea we should split up Billy Kay and Peyton Royce, even though there was no need. They were so damn entertaining. It meant one went to Raw and the other to SmackDown around about a month later. And don't pretend WWE didn't know. They filmed the backstage realization, and yeah, both guys were really sad. It was going to be the first time they'd been separated since signing, and at one point they even said they were going to miss each other. Cue the tears. If this had served them both, I wouldn't have minded, but it didn't. There was no proper plan, and not long after that they got released. Wonders never cease. Number 9, Kevin Owens attacks Chris Jericho. This was like Christmas in reverse. You know what's coming and you're excited. Chris Jericho and Kevin Owens, it was doomed from the start. I mean, for one, KO loves turning on people, but together these two were just a hoot. It was also the time of Jericho's list, which I often think could be Chris's best run. That's up for debate, but it was wonderful. It all built to the 13th of February 2016 Raw, which was nice in a sad way because it was essentially Valentine's Day. For that and many other reasons, Jericho decided to celebrate his relationship with Kevin and hosted the Festival of Friendship. It had badness written all over it. Of course, Owens gifted Jericho a new list during this segment, and when Christopher read it, his name was right at the top. Kevin attacked, our favorite duo was done. We were so patient with this, though, and both guys treated it with so much reverence. The fact KO threw that away because he had hate in his belly was really good. Jericho has always said the plan was for them to feud over the Universal title, and in hindsight, it's a shame they didn't. That really would have given it an extra edge, not Adam Copeland. But Vince McMahon didn't get the importance at WrestleMania, but hey, everything else was heartbreaking because it was so good. Number 8, Daniel Bryan blamed AJ Lee. When we cast our minds back to the relationship between Daniel Bryan and AJ Lee, we often go straight to WrestleMania 38. They made out, and then Sheamus booted Bryan. You know the rest, 18 seconds. Outside of that, WWE was ticking the usual boxes between these two, which was all good. We took our time and they played their roles really well. It was a strange pairing in 2012, but WWE was nuts back then. Kinda just did whatever you wanted. It actually happened right after the Mania destruction because we used that for Daniel to tell Lee, this was your fault. Because they were smooching, he took his eyes off the prize, so he tore her apart on SmackDown and then dumped her. It was really mean. AJ sold this so well and it had long-term payoff. Somehow they did make amends when Lee stored that away and left Daniel at the altar during their wedding. Wrestling. The extra part was all this turned AJ Lee into the psychopath character, and she was great at that. Just go and look at her facial expressions. That's how you do it. Bryan is spot on too, so this is taking weird creative and making it work. That's why they're among the best. Number 7, Dusty Rhodes loses his sweet sapphire. Talk about performers making lemonade out of lemons. Dusty Rhodes was one of a kind. I mean, few people could do WCW commentary for so many years, make no sense and yet be brilliant at the time. which is what Dusty Rhodes went and did again at SummerSlam 1990. Now we all know about the inside joke that WWF probably had on the American Dream, but on this night Rhodes was super upset because his sweet Sapphire had gone missing. This was doubly worrying as she was meant to have a match with sensational Sherry later. Dusty decided Jim Duggan could help, and you should watch that. It's totally unhinged. They couldn't find Sapphire though, and she didn't make the match either. Soon afterwards, we found out the reasons. She had turned her back and accepted Ted DiBiase's money because everybody has a price. The Dream was so broken he couldn't get his head in the game for a fight with the Macho Man. This was top work from Dusty. He sold this like it was the end. It meant the $1 Million Man was extra hated because look what you did, dude. And if Sapphire hadn't left the company soon after, who knows how despised she could have been as well. This one was for you, Rhodes, though, because he knew exactly what he was doing. That's why the man is a legend. Number 6, Matt Hardy turns on Jeff. This was another one that WWE was always going to do. I mean, a brother tag team? Vince McMahon couldn't help himself. The 2009 feud is often described as a little bit disappointing by the time we got to the match at WrestleMania 25, but do not forget the turn at the Royal Rumble. That sent people nuts. Now, it did go off the rails because Matt soon was saying he burned down Jeff's house and tried to kill his dog. Was taking it too far, but the initial moment got a proper reaction because fans couldn't believe it. We had thought they were a team for life. No. The older brother also screwed the little brother out of the WWE title when he whacked him with a chair, and Jeff sold this just great. He was downtrodden, shocked, sad, done. What the flub had happened? So focus on the Rumble when we do talk about this because, yeah, attempted murder and actual pet killing wasn't needed. You know the deal, though. We do like to get stupid. Number 5, Otis and Mandy separate. All of this was sad on one level as the Otis and Mandy storyline happened mostly throughout the pandemic. That was never going to work. It was how invested fans were that made this so much fun. Then you have the fact these two were split up because of the draft. Ugh. I mean, that thing was never treated seriously anyway, but to take something we like for such a lame reason made you hate it even more. The story for Otis as well was he was so despondent he eventually lost his money in the bank briefcase too, so yeah, screw this. It was like anti-entertainment. I felt so sorry for the big guy that I basically wanted to give him a hug. Miz was an extra reason as he was meddling in the madness and ultimately got what he wanted. It did beg the question, how was he calling the shots throughout all of this? Who gave him that power? It also ignored the narrative that Otis had won Mandy over despite her apparently being out of his league. And then we just said, well, don't worry about that because admin has gotten in the way. Talk about not even bothering, but I maybe say this because it does make me bleed out of my sad parts. I definitely shouldn't have said that. Number 4, Big E watches his friends go. So it is back to the draft after this, and I do have to say it's such an awful crutch, don't do it. On the 9th of October 2020 SmackDown though, the New Day defeated Cesaro and Shinsuke Nakamura in a fun old match. When Stephanie McMahon dropped the bomb, Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods were headed to Raw. Big E was not so. From an on-screen perspective, the New Day were done. Why would you do this to me? It wasn't an official split as they all still supported each other, but that just made it even more eye-wrenching. We could see right through this. It was something to do to make the draft seem like it meant something, but I'd rather have the New Day as a trio. Now the plus side is it did allow Big E to become the WWE champion, and that was one of the best moments of my life, but maybe there was a better way to tell the tale. To be fair, Big E did sell it wonderfully because he was basically depressed. As we are talking about him, I hope he's doing okay. It would be the best if he could ever return, but health and happiness first and foremost. Just want him to live a nice life. Number 3, Bray Wyatt sets Luke Harper free. This one hits harder today for obvious reasons. When their names do come up, it's still so hard to believe what happened. Life can be cruel. Eric Rowan was involved in this too back in 2014, mostly as WWE decided to move Bray Wyatt on from his family. At least we gave them some good time to talk. Because Wyatt mentioned how proud he was of these guys and that he knows they're going to go out there and succeed. I mean, you can try and watch this today if you want, but it will ruin you. These folk were meant to be heels, but flubbed that because this had all the emotion. If WWE had played it right, it could have been so good. Bray should have become the world champion and Harper and Rowan could dominate as a tag team. While that kind of happened, we didn't go all the way. It was trying times. This was summed up as 12 months later they were back together again as Braun Strowman entered the fold. While this was good, it did just harm the audience a little bit. Was another reason not to believe in words or stipulations. Still, who cares about any of that today as there's way bigger things at play. That's why it's nice this did happen. You can see the very real connection they did have. Prepare for water to come from your seeing devices. Number 2, APA closed for business. So who knew this one would get you? Again, it all comes down to performances. It also ties into the draft once more, which shows you how much WWE do overdo this. But at least it was back at the first one in 2002. That meant it had novelty. It was the 28th of March SmackDown as William Regal let the APA know in no uncertain times they had been split up. No longer could they be the guns for hire. Bradshaw and Farouk did have one last brawl in their makeshift office, and it all led to them putting a sign on their ridiculous door that read, "Sorry, we're closed." So there it was, with no context. It was ridiculous, but with it, that is some good old Fabu storytelling. It certainly sounds like Bradshaw's voice cracks when he thanks Farouk for everything too. No one expected that. You know the deal. They got you right in the tum-tum. Number one, Ryback'll get emotional. I mean, how the hell did this happen? Ryback and Curtis Axel were the most thrown-together tag team ever because WWE loved doing this in 2014. We've got two guys, they're not doing much. Bingo. It was ridiculous. When we got to the 18th of August Raw, however, they did work their final match. And why? Because they had singles success aspirations, so there was now no choice. This meant it did have a sense of reality to it, but also the chat they had backstage. Again, how on earth did they greenlight this? Because rather than get mad or angry, they just respected the hell out of each other because they were friends. I think they meant it too. Go and watch it. They're just speaking. I get why it's not often discussed because it didn't work and both Ryback and Axel's career went in the wrong direction, but every promotion could learn from this. It's better than doing a random argument because you're done as a pairing, especially as I'm talking to you. Kind of mentioned this at the start. Across WWE and AEW, about 22 teams are on the rocks. Just makes you very, 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 very sad.
First impressions are important, but damn it, they are not everything. Because so many times a wrestler has debuted or turned up on a brand new show, and we as fans go, ugh, I don't like this individual. And then they come up with a promo or have an amazing match. We're like, oh, with such silly billies, they were actually brilliant. Do not forget, though, that this can go the other way, too. You can put somebody on a pedestal, and then they let you down. So shall we run through some people that have achieved both of these directions? Yes, we shall. Let's go. Number 10, Hulk Hogan. Now, I have made my opinions on Hulk Hogan very clear on other videos, but I will give you it in headline form now. I do not much care for him. Even then, he is one of the biggest WWE superstars of all time, but that's why his fall from grace has become so staggering. I mean, here is a man who managed to become the most popular wrestler in the world across 3 separate decades. In the sense, you had Hulkamania in the 80s, the NWO leader in the 90s, and everything that happened with him after WrestleMania 18 when he fought The Rock. These days, however, he can't even show up in his home state without being booed out of the arena. I mean, just go back and watch that Raw Netflix debut. The thing is, though, when you do go through the past and you read some of these stories, it was Hulk Hogan who screwed over Jesse Ventura when he tried to form a union. He deliberately messed up the end of Starrcade 1997 because he didn't want to lose to Sting. Did everything at WrestleMania 9 with Bret Hart. Tried to gaslight a rookie Undertaker, and Mark Calloway has told that story. And then there is all that terrible stuff when he did go on a racist tirade. So I think the Iron Sheik had this one correct. If you know, you know. Number 9, Ronda Rousey. Now, this is a story that is out there, and I'll be honest with you, I'm one of these fans that can't really make heads or tails out of it. I understand that Ronda Rousey's second run in WWE didn't live up to the first, but it just got so toxic, man. I don't like that word, but let's not forget that eventually Ronda Rousey came out and said, "Flub these fans, dude." She was really annoyed. Now, that is never going to help because if you are playing a heel on wrestling TV, you do need to try and lean into these things. And it kind of feels like it all started at the Survivor Series 2018. Shortly after Charlotte Flair had unleashed a vicious post-match beatdown on Rousey, all of a sudden the audience started to cheer the Queen. And well, they essentially heckled Ronda. To this day, it doesn't really make much sense why we chose this moment to do this, but from this point, we never really got back to where we were when she debuted at WrestleMania. It then got super bad because yes, her performances weren't living up to expectation, and she left the WWE. And look, do not get me wrong, go back to that Mania segment when The Rock did bring her into the ring. People went absolutely crazy, man. They loved all of this. Yeah, it really did change. Number 8, Saraya. So this one was intentional. At least I think it was. I don't know, I'm a nerd fan. But either way, if it was the intention, it was pretty good. Because Saraya's comeback story is one of those in wrestling that we should always talk about because she was told that she was never going to be able to wrestle in the ring again after a broken neck when she did return to AEW and did exactly that. I mean, come on, man. If that doesn't get you inspired, I don't understand what's going on. It did mean that there was a genuine sense of happiness running through the audience, though.
when Saraya did turn up in All Elite Wrestling and decided to call the female locker room a bunch of scrubs. She also said they'd been scraping by and just waiting for a big-time superstar like her to come along, and now she was going to show them how things are done. So that's right, even though she was making a big return, the former page had decided, flub it, I'm going to be a bad guy. Now I actually think this is really smart, and it goes back to Dave Bautista. Do you remember when he returned in 2014? He was telling everyone that would listen, I really need to be the heel. And what did management say to him? No, Big Dave, you gotta be a babyface. And that didn't work, to the point his nickname became Bautista. It was awesome though, because again, you could just see the excitement given what Saraya had achieved. But she had a plan, and she got that vision done. I like this a lot, because it just goes to show, sometimes you can go nuts, and it just works. Number 7, Lita. So this one is just mean and horrible, and why sometimes real life issues need to be kept behind the curtain. And yes, it does mean we're about to talk about the Matt Hardy Edge Lita debacle. Now yes, look, after the Edge Lita affair had become public knowledge, the WWE were forced into making it a storyline, so you were meant to boo these two and say, how dare you do that to Mr. Hardy, it wasn't very nice. The Rated R superstars certainly used this to generate an amazing amount of heat and move into the main event scene, but eventually that abuse dissipated, and do you know who took the wild brunt of it? It was Lita, to the point it felt wildly disproportionate. I mean, even during her final match, fans were vitriolic in their abuse to the former Golden Girl of the women's division. And believe you me, a few years prior to this, everyone knew how great she was. Alongside Trish Stratus, she was changing the game. Some of the things that people chanted at her as well were just so uncool. And let's just face it, this would never happen in 2025. It would not be accepted. Thankfully, during her subsequent comebacks, we have moved on, and everybody goes crazy when she does walk to the ring. And she got inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2014. Stone Cold Steve Austin also gave her props on his own podcast soon after this, and good. Again, Lita was a trendsetter, man. Don't hold mistakes she made long ago against her. Number 6, Cody Rhodes in AEW. So we all know this one, and to this day, I don't really know what happened. I'm sure you're going to share your feelings in the comments, and please do. But as far as I was concerned, I have always loved Cody Rhodes. This was the case when AEW did launch as well, because he was one of the founding members of the company, and they all came together to say, we are going to offer you something different. And of course the fan base loved this. It was 2019, and believe you me, we desperately needed it. Cough, cough, wink, wink, Hell in a Cell. A year or so into this run though, there did seem to be a little bit of a disconnect, whether it was Cody saying he was never going to challenge for the AEW World Championship, or some of the angles and feuds he did partake in. For whatever reason, everybody decided we don't much like this. And yeah, even though Cody Rhodes didn't want to turn heel, everybody started to boo him. There's also everything with Malachi Black, which is when, yes, the audience did start to throw items of clothing back in Cody's direction, even though he wanted to throw them out to the crowd. And soon after this, I think the only word to describe it would be disillusioned. Probably on both sides. I mean, there is a huge reason why Rhodes decided to leave the company and return to the WWE in 2022. We would need a whole video to get into that, but in hindsight, was it the wrong idea? It most definitely was not. Number 5, Asuka. So this one does need a little bit of context, because we are not talking about Asuka's relationship with WWE fans. That's essentially been unbroken for the past decade, mostly because Asuka is one of the best wrestlers in the world. This is why sometimes it's a bit of a shock to discover that if you do go to the wrestling community in Japan, well, there is a segment of that crowd that have a very dim view of her. Some of these problems most definitely started in 2010 when Asuka wrote an open letter to the Joshi community in Japan. In said note, she essentially said the current crop were boring, fake, and more interested in being idols than wrestlers. Now, it has to be said that this was written under the guise of a heel character, but however you want to look at it, everybody took this rather literally or personal. Let's go with that word, it was personal. Asuka has defended herself too and blasted the way she has been treated by the media in her home country, saying that they were doing everything to try and distort the fans' perception of her. As an example, Asuka pointed out that after she became a champion in WWE, one prominent Japanese publication asked its readers if they really believed her to be worthy of the honor. I mean, that's just not fair. Fortunately, all of this did kind of sort itself out during WWE's latest tour of Japan. Asuka went on her YouTube channel and said she was hugely moved by the overwhelmingly positive reaction she did receive from her fellow countrymen and women, as mostly all the negative backlash provoked by the Japanese media was washed away. That's good. You don't really need to do that. But as it does turn out, if you were a hater of Asuka, well, you weren't ready. Number 4, Baron Corbin. Now, this one still gets me, and we have talked about it on many a video. Baron Corbin was just put in a very unfair position. Because if you do go through his 12-year stay in WWE, that man did everything to make himself more of a star, including everything with Sad Corbin. Don't tell me that any individual could have made that work as well as he did. He was funny, he had emotion, and if we had taken it all the way to a babyface run, well, damn it, it would have worked. The issue was that in 2019, he was used as the scapegoat for everything as the Authority had no idea what he was doing, and he was told that he was going to be Kurt Angle's retirement opponent when Angle went out at WrestleMania 35. Now, there was no story to this, there was no build, and Vince McMahon just picked him out of nowhere because, again, everybody relied on Baron Corbin during that time. And while it goes to show that the man was Teflon and could do whatever you asked of him, nobody would have been able to survive this. Not even Stone Cold Steve Austin. It was just too much. What eventually sucked is that he did go back to NXT, totally reinvented himself and got himself back over with the crowd before for some reason WWE decided to let him go. This one will never make any sense, and in terms of doing a 180, that's not me, man. Baron Corbin rules. Number 3, Britt Baker. So this one requires more information than we do have, but again, if you do go out into the internet wrestling community, well, there was most definitely a 180. Now, actually, we have had a few of these, because when Britt Baker first arrived in AEW, she was meant to be one of the biggest baby faces of the brand. Then the whole good guy thing didn't work out, but that is when Baker transformed into the role model. She insulted Tony Schiavone for being a Starbucks barista, and instantly you were like, man, this is the character she has to play. She was really damn good at it. She became the AEW Women's Champion and had an awesome feud with Thunder Rosa. Unfortunately, during that angle, though, all of a sudden, real-life news began to break that they were falling out backstage. And as the weeks and months went on, it wasn't just Thunder Rosa saying things. Well, it was a lot of people. Then all of a sudden, this became a conversation that didn't die. Now, once again, unless you were there, you do not know what went down. But more recently, we did have Serena Deeb coming out to challenge Britt, as Baker decided to tell the audience that nobody cares, and there was that story about getting into an altercation with MJF. And again, when all the little nuggets did come out, most of them did say, well, maybe Britt Baker was in the wrong. Sadly for all of us, there is now even more evidence to this because we haven't seen Britt Baker back on TV since then as I am talking to you. So look, I do think we need to sit on this one, but given that she was the Golden Goose only 3 years ago, well, something has most definitely changed. Number 2, Randy Orton. So let's just get the headlines out of the way. Randy Orton is most definitely one of the greatest wrestlers of his generation. You do not have all of your peers going, oh my gosh, Randy, he is so good. Unless you're really, really good, he may not be for you, but quite clearly he knows what he's doing. The thing is, though, ever since he did break in, there has just been so many stories about what he was doing behind the scenes. That kind of clouded fans' opinions of the man. I also think there was a contingent of people that just thought he was being overbooked because of how he looked. That was also ignoring how good he was in the ring. This sort of peaked in 2013 when he was chosen to be the guy over Daniel Bryan. That was always going to happen. If you put anybody in the ring with Daniel and you didn't put Bryan over, well, people got super duper mad. This is why when Orton did start teaming with Matt Riddle, you could feel there was a sea change. They were so funny and they were so good together and had so much chemistry. All of a sudden the WW audience was like, oh man, this Randy Orton, he is a lovable grump. I do believe I'm going to like him again. Unfortunately, soon after that, Randy Orton was on the shelf for 18 months and basically told he had to retire. When he fought through all the rehab, he sorted out his back, and my gosh, did he make a triumphant return to the Survivor Series in 2023. Now, you never want anyone to go through such hardships, but I do think it reminded the crowd, oh yeah, we miss Randy, let's never take him for granted again. And for the last 2 years, we haven't done that, and believe you me, that wasn't always the case, and he will go into the Hall of Fame one day, and it absolutely will be the right thing. Number 1, John Cena. I mean, who else can you put at number 1? John Cena essentially made this his gimmick, and it was one of the craziest things that we have ever seen. Because it is important to remember that John Cena was essentially taking the mantle from Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock. He was chosen to be the brand new handpicked guy after Brock Lesnar left from nowhere. And yeah, at first everyone was like, oh my gosh, we love John Cena. He's so funny as the rapper. When he became the never give up version of his character, and my gosh, it was an utter roller coaster. This was underlined by the fact we had dueling chants such as Let's Go Cena and Cena Sucks, and after a while that became a battle within the crowd itself. You would have the female voice and the young voices telling you how much they love Big John, whereas the more adult male voices were like, no, we think he wins everything. We are sick and tired of him being shoved down our throats. Now, amazingly, John Cena was actually able to use that to make himself into an even bigger star are because, again, go and look at box office, go and look at merchandise numbers, and go and look at TV ratings. Any single time he was involved in anything, well, people lost their flipping minds. This is where you get the Randy Orton part of the story because, of course, over the last few years, he has just been beloved because we kind of all sat down and realized he really did give us a lot, and he is pretty damn good. We should give him his flowers. Then John decided to turn heel and rewrite that rule book, but let's face it, all that's done is tell you he is one of the GOATs. And once again, go and look at his statistics. I don't think you can argue it.
From icons who were poorly handled to diamonds that were treated like anything but. These wrestlers all likely regretted joining WWE. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestlers who should never have signed with WWE. Number 10, EC3. EC3 seems like the very acme of a Vince McMahon guy. Good looking, muscled, and a strong enough talker to handle the sports entertainment rigours of WWE TV. But his time in WWE is best known for looking grumpy while toting a red Solo cup. Apparently, this was punishment booking because, as a babyface, he wasn't cheered over soon-to-depart fan favourite Dean Ambrose on house shows. The worst of it is that EC3's most recent run with WWE was not his first go on the sports entertainment merry-go-round. He appeared on the 4th and 5th season of NXT in its original game show format as Derek Bateman. Remember him? He stayed with the brand as it transitioned into both a developmental territory and WWE's most acclaimed show. But after an underwhelming run, he was released from the company in 2013. This release was arguably the making of him, though. He managed to go to TNA and make himself a star under his new gimmick as the top 1%. Twice TNA Heavyweight Champion and Impact Grand Champion, he earned himself another shot at the big leagues. However, that second attempt to be a WWE superstar did not go too well in the end, and he was ultimately released from the company again in April 2020. So much for that. Number 9, Buff Bagwell. Buff Bagwell has a mixed legacy from his time in WCW. A 5-time WCW Tag Team Champion and former NWO member. His name is, on the other hand, forever linked to the Judy Bagwell on a pole match. Yeah, this prime slice of peak Vince Russo madness saw Buff fighting Canyon to save his mother, who was perched upon a forklift truck. What a time to be alive, eh? Still, when WCW folded, he'd done enough to be fondly remembered by fans. Bagwell clearly felt he had more to give, however, and a shot at WWE superstardom beckoned. Buff became one of only a few WCW stars to take a pay cut and accept a buyout on his AOL Time Warner contract. But this superficially admirable move would prove to be misjudged. Buff made his WWE television debut on July 2nd, 2001, and Bagwell faced Booker T in an infamous Raw main event, which saw fans reject the pair of WCW wrestlers they had been trained for years to see as inferior and the enemy. Now, Booker would go on to fare much better in WWE with time. Bagwell, though, was released a week later. Yikes. He'd have been better off sitting at home just letting his contract run down, really. Right, speaking of people signing with WWE, I want to know right now, what star do you want to see sign for WWE in the next year? Let me know in the comments. Number 8, Terry Taylor. So, in any discussion of wrestling's worst gimmicks, you'll likely see mention of WWE's new generation and Vince McMahon's obsession with occupational gimmicks. He filled his promotion with wrestling dentists and bin men and so on, and few of these left much lasting impression. Supernatural gimmicks are also notoriously tricky to get right. For every The Undertaker, there have been a dozen misfiring Papa Shangos. Another thing to avoid, should you find yourself in control of the world's largest wrestling company at some point, is asking a guy to wear a dyed red mohawk and make him crow like a cockerel. Yeah, not the best shout. Solid between the ropes and easy on the eye, Terry Taylor was a babyface star across various territories in the 80s, before Vince McMahon saddled him with the Red Rooster gimmick. crowing and flapping his arms like wings to taunt opponents. He was also portrayed as an idiot who could only wrestle under the instruction of manager Bobby Heenan. All of this would be baffling, but for the knowledge that the Red Rooster gimmick was landed on Taylor as a rib, because he was an office stooge with massive backstage heat. Underwhelming stints in WCW followed, plus a second brief WWE run as terrific Terry Taylor. Look, he's no doubt happy in his ongoing backstage role with the company, but Taylor remains best known for the awful Rooster gimmick, never fulfilling his in-ring potential. Number 7, Scott Steiner. A ridiculous, muscle-covered, charismatic force of nature. Big Papa Pump, Freakzilla, the big bad booty daddy. However you want to put it, Scott Steiner had transformed himself into a WCW singles star since wrestling for WWF as one half of the Steiner brothers in the early 90s. Unlike others on this list, when McMahon bought WCW, Steiner decided to wait out his lucrative contract rather than re-sign for WWE. But by 2002, he was finally ready to rejoin Vince McMahon's company. And he was immediately brought in as a big deal and heavyweight title contender. But he was miscast as a babyface, and made to work the long matches favoured by Triple H. The long matches. These left him gassed and exposed his in-ring work, as he struggled to compete with a foot injury. Problems that could have been covered by smart booking and some smoke and mirrors. A later run in TNA rebuilt his reputation for those who were paying attention to the smaller promotion, but for many he is still remembered as a busted flush. I mean, don't tell him I said that though, because I'd like to keep my head on my shoulders. Number 6, Diamond Dallas Page. Diamond Dallas Page was a beloved babyface and Triple Crown champion in WCW. He would go on to have a second life as the creator of DDP Yoga, savior of Jake the Snake Roberts, an all-round IRL good guy. But in between that, he was a fame-hungry stalker who harassed the Undertaker's wife, Sarah. As you do. Naturally, Taker was unimpressed and humiliated Page week after week on television in a heavily one-sided feud. Even Sarah, a non-wrestler, managed a pinfall over Page. Another WCW favourite who decided to sign up to WWE for less money rather than wait out his AOL Time Warner contract. The reward for this most likeable and sympathetic of superstars was being miscast as a creepy weirdo loser. A reboot as a cheesy motivational speaker followed, earning Wrestling Observer Newsletter's Worst Gimmick Award in 2001. Now, Page was also handed a WrestleMania victory and brief reign with the European title. But it was the stalker angle that defined his WWE run. And he was out of the company within a year of his debut. Admittedly, Page is now a WWE Hall of Famer and has returned for cameos. But his year in WWE remains the least fondly remembered of his career. Do you, yes you, want more of this brilliant WhatCulture wrestling stuff? Well then tap that subscribe button and you will sign up for exactly that. Number 5, Kenta. By 2013, Kenta was a top name in pro wrestling Noah. A decorated multi-time champion in singles and tag competition. And in 2014, he signed with WWE. In 2019, he was telling Japan's weekly pro wrestling magazine that no good memories come to mind of his time in 205 Live. Yep, things had taken a turn. Like Jon Moxley, Kenta began shooting on WWE after being granted his release earlier that year. And like Moxley, Kenta entered that year's New Japan Pro Wrestling G1 Climax. It is there that their stories diverge. Unlike the, at time of recording, current AEW World Champion, the erstwhile Hideo Itami was already big in Japan before joining WWE. Unlike Moxley, he had an inspiring NXT run dogged by injuries before being squirreled away on 205 Live. And unlike Moxley, his reputation was diminished rather than enhanced by his time in the sports entertainment company. There's a photo of Kenta that you've probably already seen. He stood next to fellow NXT signee Finn Balor in full demon paint. He looks a little bewildered, maybe slightly overwhelmed. It is not a photo befitting of an illustrious former GHC heavyweight champion and star of pro wrestling Noah. It does, however, seem to neatly summarize his time spent in WWE. Number 4, Vader. Leon Vader White was booked as an absolute monster in WCW and New Japan Pro Wrestling. Famously, Stan Hansen knocked his eye right from its socket mid-match, only for Vader to pop it back in and just keep on fighting. His powerbomb gave Sting internal bleeding. His moonsault looked legitimately terrifying, and he should have been a top heel in WWF in his day, especially given the relatively thin roster at the time. Instead, he fell victim to backstage politicking. Shawn Michaels was apparently less than enamored of Vader's stiff working style. He also upset Vince McMahon by refusing to rebrand his character from Vader to the Mastodon. Booked to lose more often than not, Vader wasn't simply underutilized or overlooked by WWE, he was actively mishandled. His nadir came when he was booked to lose to Kane and then describe himself on camera as a big fat piece of S-word. It couldn't be said that Vader wasn't trying, and he briefly wound up in jail in Kuwait after a misjudged but well-meaning attempt to defend the legitimacy of the wrestling business. He eventually left WWE for All Japan Pro Wrestling and was given one more heavyweight title run. The contrast between champion and piece of S-word could not have been more stark. Number 3, the Road Warriors. Look, Vince McMahon was keen enough on the Road Warriors, or at least their drawing power, to create his own ersatz version, Demolition, in 1987. He booked Axe and Smash as WWF's most dominant tag team and record-breaking tag champs. So you'd think when he got his hands on the real thing, he'd treat them with a bit of reverence, right? Well, first, he changed their name to Legion of Doom in deference to his own Ultimate Warrior. Later, he saddled them with a ventriloquist dummy called Rocco, and the puppet's introduction bombed so hard with the live crowd that a taped segment was never aired. But Vince persevered with the gimmick until Hawk left the company in disgust after SummerSlam 1992. Animal followed soon after to rehab an injury. After a spell in Japan, they returned to WWE in 97 and were later rebooted as LOD 2000, an unnecessary millennial twist on a classic formula. They were then given a new member, Puke, barely more necessary than Rocco. The last of a string of indignities. The team were forced to play out Hawk's real-life substance abuse problems as a WWE plotline complete with phony suicide attempt. As ever, folks, they deserve better. Number 2, Sting. It's hard to shake the pervasive feeling that Sting should have remained the one eternal WCW holdout. The one wrestler of his era who didn't need a stint in WWE to cement his legacy as an industry icon. As loyal to WCW as The Undertaker was to WWE during the Monday Night Wars, Sting continued to hold out when Vince McMahon acquired WCW in early 2001. Like many of WCW's bigger names, he preferred to sit out the remainder of his lucrative AOL Time Warner contract. And given how badly WWE botched the WCW invasion angle, it was probably for the best, right? Post-invasion, others like Goldberg and Scott Steiner did eventually sign with Vince. The original NWO trio of Hogan, Hall, and Nash also returned to the WWE fold. However, Sting preferred to take a different path. Becoming the face of TNA for the next decade might have been a step down from his WCW pomp, but not a bad final chapter for an all-time great's career. Certainly better than what followed. Jobbing to Triple H so that Vince McMahon could once again drive home the point that his wrestling company is better than a long-dead rival promotion. And in just his third WWE match, Sting suffered an injury that forced his retirement. Well, for a bit. However, he would return to action in AEW and enjoy the final run he always deserved. Number 1, Dr. Death Steve Williams. Dr. Death Steve Williams was a legitimate hard bastard and decorated All Japan Pro Wrestling star. He also went unpinned in North America for a decade. Add to this a backstage friendship with JR and he was the closest you could get to a sure thing. WWE knew what they had and they weren't about to saddle Williams with a terrible gimmick or hide him away in the mid-card. No, Vince McMahon wanted to build him up as a challenger to WWE champion Stone Cold Steve Austin. They were going to bring Dr. Death in as a star, and they even had a plan for how to do it. Unfortunately, that plan involved the notorious Brawl for All tournament. A shoot boxing tournament both more dangerous and less entertaining than pro wrestling. It also lacked the typical benefits of predetermined contests. McMahon and his cohorts didn't book Williams to win, they just assumed that he would. A second-round knockout loss to mid-carder Bart Gunn saw Dr. Death injure not just a hamstring, but also his reputation and aura. And his name will now forever be associated with one of WWE's worst ideas ever. And that is saying something.
So you were wrong, your mum was wrong, I was wrong, we're all wrong, and sometimes it absolutely sucks. That's why sometimes we do need to get off our high horse and go with that terrible wrestling phrase where we do have to wait and see and let storylines play out. At the same time, it's fun to be reactionary and it's fun to be a crazy Chris. But that also means we do have to hold our hands up and admit when we were mistaken. Hello, I'm Simon Miller, and let's cleanse ourselves of these right now. Talk about times we totally flubbed up. Number 10, John Cena sucks. Now, my favourite thing about this chant is that you never hear it now, because ever since John Cena has returned to WWE, he has entered that all-time legendary status, and every single fan is just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I get to see John Cena. Even though you can't see him, it's very confusing. Still, back in the day, people did love to chant John Cena sucks or Cena sucks along to his entrance music, and while that was catchy, let's just reveal it right now. Juan Cena never sucked at all. Well, that's probably not true when he first broke in, but as soon as he did find his momentum in WWE, he was like the perfect superstar. I mean, he could walk the walk and he could talk the talk, and fine, if you want to use those kind of words, no, he wasn't going to have a 5-star classic in the Tokyo Dome, but you wouldn't have wanted that either. What John brought to the table was perfect for the job he was meant to do. He's also involved in some of the best stories of the modern era. Now, a lot of this hate we are talking about came from the fact that he always won. Now listen, there were exceptions to this, like my word, why didn't the Nexus win? But at the same time, it just told you that victory and defeats do matter, and because he did become Super Cena, well, you believed in all of his shtick, and sometimes got pissed off by it. Now, that's not to say you're not allowed your own opinion about how this man approaches pro wrestling, but just look at the numbers and look at the statistics. If that's what sucking is, man, plug me in and I will suck. Number 9, it's just sports entertainment. Now, is sports entertainment a stupid term? Of course it is, it's just there for buzzwords and marketing, so WWE can walk away going, we ain't wrestling, because look, we came up with this handy catchphrase that's far more palatable to advertisers. Now, it's taken on a life of its own though, because all of a sudden some detractors were like, yeah, well it also correlates to the wrestling that you're giving me. And once again, there are certain examples of this, but on the whole, it's total poppycock. Now, it's definitely totally wrong today, but even if you go back a few years to 2018, you can watch that Seth Rollins versus Dolph Ziggler Iron Man match from Extreme Rules, and good grief, these two go absolutely crazy wazy, and the only reason that got any kind of heat is because WWE had that stupid clock on the screen, and the fans in attendance that night were like, we're going to count down every minute like it's the Royal Rumble buzzer. Now, 1, they shouldn't have done that, and 2, that's just a little bit funny. Understandably, it pissed Seth and Dolph off though, as it would anybody, but still, if you just focus on the in-ring, these two were working their asses off. That is a damn good fight. So it just goes to show it doesn't matter the initials above the door. If you go in there with the right frame of mind, you can create beauty all of the time, even if sports entertainment is the conditions that you're working under. Not sure that made sense. Number 8, the Goldberg and Brock Lesnar backlash. So I'm going to be annoying here, so I just apologize now. But back in 2004 at WrestleMania 20, Brock Lesnar and Bill Goldberg got booed at Madison Square Garden because both of these individuals had decided to leave the WWE. I mean, how dare they? The rumor has always been that Shane McMahon was also in the crowd, just trying to stir everybody up. And since then, we've mostly gone, well, we believe we are justified for our actions. The thing is, though, when you do strip this back a little bit, what we're basically talking about here is the fact that Bill Goldberg and Brock Lesnar are just human beings, and they had certain emotions. I mean, Goldberg was off because he couldn't handle the way his character was being treated anymore, and also he couldn't handle the backstage politics, whereas Brock was like, man, I don't want to travel this much. It's not good for my personal life, and I'm down. Now, these are fair reasons for anybody to want to go, so I suppose this ties into the tribal aspect of wrestling. And I'm not saying we're talking about guys of moral upstanding, but even then, you're allowed to choose to exit your job at any given time. You know, that's like a perfectly reasonable a normal thing to do. 17 Ambrose was mishandled. Now there is some truth to this, because look at the guy he has become now, Jon Moxley. I mean, he is at the tippity top of AEW. Some of the matches he's had were their all-time modern classics. Also how he should have been portrayed in WWE after a while, but instead, well, let's just face it, we took the goofy stuff too far. That's me saying this. I don't think it's right to say that we totally dropped the ball with him over there, though, because let's also not forget, he was the WWE flipping champion. And sure, that wasn't booked entirely correctly, but he still made it to the top of the mountain, and when you do go through the history books, well, that list is pretty short. So misjudged is probably a better word, because Dean, when you do break it down, still had a pretty damn good WWE run. I think he would be the first one to tell you that as well. He just got so sick and tired of, turning up to SmackDown and having to be the Mountie. Now, I found that quite funny. If you're trying to establish yourself as a serious person, well, I totally understand. Number 5, the Judgment Day is nothing without Edge. So we were all incorrect about this, because it just seems so obvious. Nope. Because there was so much noise when Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest did turn on the Rated R Superstar, and when Finn Balor randomly joined, it was Facepalm City. What are we doing? I suppose that is a nod to Adam Copeland, who has just had a terrific career and people love him, but it actually turned out, when he had been flicked out of the group, oh my gosh, Judgment Day became one of the best things going. And even when JD McDonough was put in there were yet more criticisms. And yet, what did they do? They just improved and got better and got way more interesting from a storyline point of view. I mean, in many ways, if you want to say this vehicle took Damien to the World Heavyweight Championship, you ain't getting an argument out of me. So you just gotta put your hands together and give them a huge round of applause. Finn definitely should have still beaten Edge at that WrestleMania, but I guess you can't have it all. But once again, this is a wonderful piece of evidence where sometimes we just need to be patient. I mean, when the Judgment Day eventually break up, I will be devastated, and I will tell you this, my friends, I did not think that when they first got together. In fact, initially, I didn't really understand it at all. Number 5, no chairs to the head. So we really should stop this everywhere, because it's just not worth it. We all understand how dangerous it is to wham the brain with a heavy object, and I just want to ensure that after wrestlers retire, they can still have a pretty good life. When we did all start to learn about CTE, though, people in the WWE were still smashing each other with chairs. When we went away from this, a lot of fans were like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're doing it. I'm not going to be able to watch wrestling without that sort of a move. I mean, the big thing was that WWE was being too soft, which is ridiculous, but I think what we understand in 2024 is that you can make any story and any angle or any narrative work without this, even if you have to hit somebody in the back. I mean, it would still be painful. Do I want someone to run here right now and hit me in the back with a chair? No, I don't. Unless it's for a big pop. I think sometimes we all need to remember that wrestling is a creative endeavor, so there's always a way to get around this. So again, I'm going to get back on the high horse I was talking about. Any wrestling promotion on the planet, just do away with it, because I don't think it's worth it. Number 4, this legend needs one more match. Now let me make this very clear. Wrestlers should be able to do whatever the flub they want. Like, we only have one life. And if somebody came to me and said, I don't want you to do that, I'd be like, go away, you goober, I'm living my own life. It's why when Shawn Michaels was eventually goaded back into the ring, I was perfectly fine with it, even though up till that point, he had talked about the likes of Daniel Bryan and AJ Styles and said, well, that would be great, but I'm absolutely done with the ring, until he got a big old Saudi Arabia paycheck. It was also the fact that he was teaming up with Triple H to take on Kane and the Undertaker, so even in 2018, he was probably like, well, they're seasoned pros, we can go out there and just do what we've always done. And they did try to do this when the world said, nope, it ain't happening. Because the whole thing fell apart, not only because Triple H tore his pec in the early going, but at one point Kane's mask just came off his head. And actually, if you do go back and watch this, the saving grace of it all is Shawn Michaels. But people don't remember that for obvious reasons. Because everything here just got dragged down with the rest of the madness. But it was a timely reminder for your brain. Just because you think it is a good idea for said legend to come back, maybe sometimes it just ain't right. Number 3, this wrestler has to be champion. So it's always worth giving somebody a go. I mean, why not, right? One of two things will happen. 1, you'll go, oh man, that was the right thing to do. Or 2, it doesn't work. And who cares? You've got 365 days worth of television, just head in a different direction. But when you strip it all back, you really don't know if a certain superstar is going to work as the world champion until he has the championship belt. I think Triple H said this once. The first time you do win it, nobody knows what they're doing. It's only after you have lost the damn thing and you win it back where you go, I get it now, you've got the experience. I mean, somebody who understood this entirely was The Undertaker, because he was well aware, well, my gimmick is so big and my character is so over the top in the best possible way, I don't actually need a title, because what good does it do me? And do you know who else who understood that? Bray Wyatt. But just go and read all the stories from his friends when he was discussing the gimmick and the character. He knew what he wanted to get out of this, and a championship was not high up on his list of priorities. He did get so popular though, the fans were desperate for it, so I suppose it is good that WWE eventually acquiesced. But yeah, in practice when you saw it, well, it didn't really work. So it all comes back down to this idea that maybe when it comes to your big old belts, you do have to be a little bit more selective. Because let's go back in the past and just through some names who never won the World Championship, and arguably they could have done so easily. I mean, Roddy Piper, Scott Hall, Ted DiBiase, Kurt Hennig, they would have all been fine choices, but at the time the WWF was being very precious. And the positive of all of this is that even when Bray was put in a bad situation, he always knew how to get out of it, because he just had such a creative brain. Another reason his passing away was so sad, we had barely touched the surface. Number 2, CM Punk should return to WWE before his AEW run. Here we go. Now, it does seem very likely that this was possible at one point, because CM Punk has even talked about this in interviews. Before he had signed with All Elite Wrestling, at some juncture, he did have a little bit of a conversation with WWE. So let's just play devil's advocate for one moment here, because if that had have happened, which was many a fan's dream, well, in hindsight, I don't actually think it would have worked out that well at all. Because let us look at the timeline. I do believe, given that period, Vince McMahon was still in charge, but also a lot of the changes that WWE has experienced over the last 2 years hadn't have happened. I don't think Punk would have liked that environment. In fact, he probably would have walked into it and gone, man, nothing has changed at all. And if that had have gone down, maybe what happened a decade ago would have happened for a second time. Whereas in AEW, he was able to return to pro wrestling. He was in a completely different world. And yeah, look, it sucks that didn't work out. Like, it really sucks. But then it was like, oh, hey, you can come over here. He'd already acclimatized himself to the brand new form of sports entertainment, which is why when he went back over there, he realized that was the right place for him. Once again, that was a bit like a Professor Layton puzzle, but you take my point. So it really does kind of feel like the company turning a blind eye for all these demands to bring CM Punk back, say in 2021, were actually for the best. And now in the modern times, we have the best version for all. Number 1, Cody has to end the bloodline. I mean, this seemed like the simplest thing ever. Cody Rhodes goes to WrestleMania 40. He beats Roman Reigns to become the WWE champion. And then Roman is so sad the bloodline falls apart and we just move on to something new. And I tell you this, my friends, if we had have done that, it would have been totally cool. You also could have feuded Roman and Solo right off of the bat, and Bob would have been your uncle, even if his name is Dave. But this is where you do have to take your fake hat off to the creative team, because they were like, nah, we ain't doing that. We have way too much credibility built up in this bloodline, and given that the whole group is meant to be a family lineage, well, we're just gonna get a bunch more family members, and we'll carry it on. So while Solo did become the brand new tribal chief, we got Jacob Fatu, we got Tangaloa, and we got Tama Tonga, and I will tell you this, as I do stand here in the middle of 2024, ever since WrestleMania, I think it's been damn great. It's also turned Roman Reigns into a babyface, even though he hasn't turned up on TV, and that has been WWE's dream since 2015, so it's pretty hard to argue against it. Also proves that when Paul Heyman said we're only in the 3rd inning, he may have been telling the truth. So when you go through the Anoa'i family, there's about 42 other people that could go into a Bloodline version 3, but by then you're probably flogging a dead horse. The point is now, no matter how it ends, it is going to go down in the history books as one of the best groups in pro wrestling history. And that doesn't happen, my friends. You got to put the work in. That is another huge bravo.
From his, let's say, rather complex relationship with his family, to his horrible treatment of wrestling legends. I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and these are 10 things WWE wants you to forget about Vince McMahon. Number 10, just how bad it got when he last took total control. WWE is on the rise. The promotion sets record gates virtually everywhere it goes. SmackDown ratings are skyrocketing, and Raw is doing great numbers too. That this has happened with Vince McMahon gone is no coincidence whatsoever. Given that he is slyly creeping around in the shadows currently, he'd probably want you to forget, if he were capable of introspection, just how poor the product was before he retired in July 2022. Nobody got over, really, unless their character was guided by Paul Heyman. While he could pull off a quite incredible WrestleMania Night 1 and didn't get a chance to ruin Cody Rhodes, McMahon's product was bone dry at best and and impossibly stupid at worst. But really, by the end, WWE was actually more tedious than anything else. WWE would rather you forget the content void over which Vince presided, because the prospect of a return to those days might dampen this boom. Number 9, he is deeply unpleasant to be around. Colliding with old funny stories of Vince being one of the boys, he takes their finishers in bars and scraps with them on planes. What a guy. The current roster of WWE wrestlers are probably wary of a full-time in-person Vince return because he is an intimidating and unpleasant individual who rules by fear. Sasha Banks, by her own admission, was reluctant initially to even speak to him, telling Sam Roberts as much in 2016. Per the account of Ricardo Rodriguez, Alberto Del Rio's on-screen personal ring announcer, Vince once stood on Curtis Axel's foot over and over again, in a bid to get him to stand up for himself. In a similar story, Mark Henry revealed to Chris Van Vliet that Vince once ribbed him by making him work a dark match with Sin Cara, only for his opponent not to show. When Henry grabbed a mic and demanded someone else come out to face him, and his improvisation went nowhere, he marched backstage to let his feelings be known. Vince had already left, of course. Henry wanted to quit on the spot, but Vince just thought it was funny. And when Henry said he felt useless and expendable, Vince showed him the tape of the Dark Non-match and asked Henry to replicate that emotion to drive his Hall of Pain push. McMahon Jedi mind trick my ass. This guy was just a jerk. Number 8, he hates you. That might be a bit much, but Vince McMahon does, actually hate you. He was warned that fans wouldn't actually jeer Baron Corbin for retiring Kurt Angle, and that they simply wouldn't buy it. The fans didn't so much hate the idea of the match as believe it was a rib. The idea was so bad. Vince's response, per former creative writer Dave Schilling: F 'em. The fans were right in the end, what do you know? Corbin may have over-delivered against Carmelo Hayes on NXT recently, but fans didn't buy him as a top heel in 2019. Vince couldn't even bring himself to apologize during the infamous McMahon's Apologize for the Absolute State of Raw segment of December 2018. He was heckled when saying that he could no longer run it by himself, and at the slightest provocation said, "I can do it without you guys though." And by the dismal end of his career as a promoter, let's hope it is at the end, he deemed you so stupid and ignorant that there were as many recaps on Raw as matches. Number 7, his complex relationship with Triple H and the rest of his family. Back in September 2021, NXT was revamped, becoming NXT 2.0. The change was not merely drastic, it was transformative. Change is not even the correct word. 2.0 in almost every single way was a complete overhaul unrecognizable from what came before. The last days of Triple H's NXT were a bleak, dark pit of intense, hard-hitting work rate, and while Triple H did flirt with sports entertainment in the Capitol Wrestling Center days, clearly it was not enough. 2.0 felt like a punishment, if it cannot be determined for certain that a demotion actually happened. The heavy metal aesthetic was replaced with every single color, and green throwback powerhouses and Miz acolytes sprouted up to beat the work rate workhorses out of the company. Was this all an elaborate way of sneering at Triple H for losing the Wednesday Night War? Triple H did put over Vince as someone who could offer valuable advice even before Vince made his big coup. But he's hardly gonna bury him, is he? For the optics, these corporate types daren't admit that the image of their well-crafted lives could possibly be fake. And wasn't the timing of Stephanie McMahon's second exit from WWE in as many years all very suspicious? Number 6, the Saudi Arabia plane incident. Something happened on that plane, but for obvious reasons, nobody wants to talk about it. On November 1st, 2019, Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer newsletter tweeted, "Live by the sword, die by the sword." After which the rumor mill started to whir. WWE talents, aside from Vince McMahon, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, and Jimmy Hart, who got out of Saudi Arabia in a hurry, and Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman, who departed on the former's private jet, were stranded in Saudi Arabia. WWE cited mechanical issues. The short version of the unofficial/alleged story is thus: in revenge for not being paid for Crown Jewel 2019 in the expected time frame, Vince McMahon entered a shoot program with the effing Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Because it was WWE in 2019, it went 50-50. Vince pulled the plug on the NBC Action Saudi feed, delaying Crown Jewel by an hour, and in retaliation for that, the plane was held. After which certain mid-card acts were put up in a hotel before the matter was resolved. Even if the chances of a true international incident were remote, and this was a blinking contest between Vince and the Crown Prince, the wrestlers weren't to know that. Carl Anderson even texted his wife, who outright claimed on Twitter that the wrestlers were held hostage, to tell his children that he loves them. Christ. Number 5, his treatment of Jim Ross. Vince McMahon McMahon apparently believed that he was expressing affection towards Jim Ross when he mercilessly, cruelly bantered him off the face of the planet. Bear in mind, this, what you're about to hear, is how the bloke thought he was being nice. Vince, variously, let go of Ross in 1994, a fortnight removed from his first attack of Bell's palsy, did an impression of JR's affliction years later in 2012 when returning to WWE Raw on screen in a what's he like, eh, babyface role, relentlessly tore chunks off him through the headset, so much so that in AEW to this day, JR shouts pronoun boy when he slips up to punish himself, mocked his colonoscopy surgery in a bad taste skit, reducing a terrifying ordeal to literal toilet humor, that Ross thought his wife Jan had experienced a death in the family, she was that upset by it, drafted him to SmackDown live on television, turning his real life upside down just so that he could see his gutted reaction. Ross is adamant that his treatment was never as bad as observers suggest, but he is the only one who defends it. Number 4, he was horrible to Howard Finkel too. Howard Finkel was a treasured on-screen talent, blessed with a distinctly endearing voice. No announcer has ever rivaled the Fink when anointing a new champion. His prolonged, much imitated, and new announcement was loaded with gravitas. He was also a beloved, long-tenured employee. One of the nicest men to have ever been involved in wrestling, the Fink also coined WrestleMania, which was a significantly better idea than Vince's original The Colossal Tussle pitch. Finkel's reward? Per William Paul Bearer Moody, Fink was institutionally bullied. Moody described the abuse as 24/7, constant. He was too much of a fan and not an alpha male, and so he was force-fed sardines in a Bushwhackers skit until he was sick, and booked frequently in tuxedo matches because Vince, a phenomenally mean-spirited man, seemed to enjoy watching him suffer. Number 3, he humiliated a ton of wrestlers on screen. As already noted, VKM has a somewhat bizarre sense of humor, and by bizarre I mean rather horrendous. And along with the fact he regularly made the likes of good old JR and the mighty Fink's lives a misery just because he fancied a giggle, you can bet WWE won't be in a rush to remind their current audience of the countless times he completely humiliated larger-than-life superstars on WWE programming either. Booking his Mr. McMahon character to force Trish Stratus to bark like a dog, having numerous performers join his dreadful Kiss My Ass Club, screwing hitmen on their way out of the door. The list really does go on when it comes to Vince McMahon crafted moments WWE wish they could erase from their now family-friendly organization. Hell, as recently as 2020, Vince was still going out of his way to poke the worst kind of fun at his own son-in-law on national television, oddly mocking Triple H for being a boring soul, as he rambled through an awkward attempt at a comical tribute on SmackDown. Just when you thought the pandemic couldn't get any worse, eh? Number 2, he resigned in disgrace. This was just a massive lie, wasn't it? And WWE had the temerity to echo the lie on television when, later that night, Stephanie McMahon placed on record her thanks for his service on SmackDown. The great, benevolent Vince realized he was simply too old. At 77, he was 76, the idiot. This was something WWE had to do. The real reason was all over the media, but they were hardly going to acknowledge that, were they? But imagine if he had actually decided to resign. If Vince had resigned, there'd barely had been a show for all the video packages. He'd have sent himself up and out at the same time. There'd have been some sense of occasion. None of this happened though. WWE thanked him because they felt they had to, but not for too long. They couldn't celebrate nor demonize him, so occupied some weird in-between place. Vince did not retire, he resigned in disgrace after multiple historical sexual misconduct and assault allegations, previously covered up via hush money, were exposed by the Wall Street Journal. Number 1, he paid Rita Chatterton. A content warning here, there is going to be some description of sexual assault. The news cycle is horrible. Horrific, momentous events are reported on and debated. They strike an awful chord with anybody in possession of empathy and a conscience. Then those people are left to question their conscience when they can no longer summon the proportionate disgust to that story, when several hundred more emerge in the subsequent weeks and months. Vince McMahon finally paying Rita Chatterton should have been a far bigger news story than it was. But by that point, January 2023, observers had unfortunately been callous to the cycle. Chatterton had accused McMahon of hoisting her on top of him before raping her in 1986. Speaking to Now It Can Be Told in April 1992, Chatterton disclosed her side of the story. In her words, he made me have oral sex, and he started to get really excited and I pulled away and he got really angry and said that's worth $500,000 a year. And when I said no, he said I better satisfy him, and he pulled off my pants and pulled me on top of him and he satisfied himself through intercourse. McMahon insisted this was a shakedown, claiming to have proof that Chatterton was urged to spread a July by former wrestler David Schultz. He sued both Angeraldo Riviera and Brooks Skulski before later dropping the suit. The Wall Street Journal reported in January 2023 that Chatterton was paid a settlement figure in December in the millions of dollars. She was able to do this as a result of a one-year window opening in New York State, allowing victims to file suits otherwise barred by statute of limitations. In the legal letter written to McMahon, Chatterton's lawyer John Clune revealed that his client had passed a polygraph test regarding the incident. McMahon's lawyer, Jerry McDevitt, responded to the report by saying, "Vince settled the case solely to avoid the cost of litigation."
Okay, so some of this is just going to be me arguing with the internet, which is a waste of time, but brace yourself. But for some reason, people decided to head to Cage Match, which is a very good wrestling website, by the way, and you should check it out. And they started going through all the fan ratings going, ha ha ha, these must be the worst wrestlers alive. So then somebody decided we should run down these 20 people. And that's what I'm going to do right now. And for a lot of them, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Sound good? I'm Simon Miller. Let's go. Number 20, Rodney. From the Mean Street Posse. I mean, for goodness sake. Now Rodders clocks in at 1.54 out of 10, but riddle me this, my friends. Was he ever actually pitched as a serious wrestler? No, he wasn't. He was part of the Mean Street Posse, like I say, which was Shane McMahon's crew. And that was sort of the joke. Ha ha, he snuck his buddy in, and he doesn't actually know what he's doing. But if you ever tuned in expecting Rodney to have a 5-star classic, I think you may be the problem, and him and Joey Abs and the other one, which I actually think was the real wrestler, whatever you want to talk about, they were just so much fun. When I think about them now, they fill me with glee. There you go. I just remembered it was Joey Abs that was the quote-unquote real wrestler. But do not forget, the so-called non-workers also had that wonderful match with the Stooges on Raw, and it was the silliest thing I've ever seen in my life. That's why I often go back and watch it. But I'm sure even if you saw Rodney in the street, he would totally understand his role. So this one is ridiculous. And in terms of understanding the assignment, Rodders gets it. Number 19, Mark Madden. 1.41 out of 10, and this one is also drowning in noise, because Mark Madden was a commentator. Now this was in WCW, and go look at the information. Anytime he did step in the ring, this is when World Championship Wrestling was genuinely the most insane product you've ever seen in your life. As such, somebody decided, well, we should put Mark in hilarious situations, which is why one of his matches was against Mean Gene Okerlund. I mean, they even had a tag team bout. Tank Abbott also beat him up a few times, but even when you go to Cage Match, he only has 2 official inputs when it comes to matches he did have. So I think this is mostly because fans found him a bit annoying, and he does have a tendency to run his mouth off. But I don't think we should be rating him as a pro wrestler, my friends. I mean, the whole thing is quite frankly ludicrous. Number 18, Rocking Rebel. So while Rocking does have a 1.4 out of 10 cage match rating, his last match was in 2018. Now, given his first bout was in 1989, I think that's a pretty good run. So even though he never actually set the wrestling world on fire, if when you took your first bump, someone said, oh yeah, you're probably going to have a 20-year career, like, damn, that's all right. Now, a lot of the talk here is because Double R was part of the original ECW before it became that ECW, and he even had matches with the Sandman. Now, the problem is, when you hear the name Sandman, you expect a certain something from a match. When you go watch this, well, it's just a traditional wrestling match because we haven't changed the business yet. Ultra Clash 1993 is when it really went bad because these two weren't on the same page. But I wouldn't say that Rebel was a terrible wrestler. He just had an off night. When you also go through his entire run as well, it seemed like his lane was in tag team matches. And he also took on the Honky Tonk Man. Now listen, I wrestle, and have I ever fought the Honky Tonk Man? No, I have not. So Double R's done way better than me. I mean, sometimes, genuinely, my friends, wrestling is just about going out there and having these experiences. So I don't think we need to worry about it. Number 17, Eva Marie. All right, I am going to get mad, so let's just get it out there. 1.28 out of 10. And yes, look, we do know that some Eva Marie matches did not go to plan, and she would often bump off nothing. But dare I say, buddies and pals, that maybe, just maybe, somebody in WWE should have allowed her to train a little bit more before going, well, she's really attractive, let's put her on TV. Now, even though this did happen, she was still able to make a name for herself, because do you remember that gimmick when she was meant to have a match, and then somebody would announce on the loudspeakers, oh, she's not actually going to do this because she's, like, fixing her car? was genuinely quite entertaining. And that is what wrestling can be, or at least a part of it. And also, if you go back to 2015 when she had that match with Bayley in NXT, well, it's pretty good. Because everybody sat around and went, well, this is this sort of judgmental opinion on Eva Marie, so why don't we play into that? And even though it's an overbooked mess, once again, it's actually fun. So again, no, Eva was never going to be top 10 in the PWI list, but I think if we had actually given her some time to practice and get comfortable in the ring, with all the other traits she did have, she would not be in any worst wrestlers ever list. She just wasn't given a fair chance, so I am flicking this one out the window. Number 16, the Giant Gonzalez. All right, look, this one is a little bit hard, because even the Undertaker, who was one of his most famous opponents, was like, I don't really like working with him. He had 2 left feet. Now, of course, the Giant Gonzalez had a job in wrestling, because he was a legit 7 feet tall. So as soon as you saw him, you're like, well, I think I should probably follow that human being, because he's massive. That's why both WCW and the WWF used him. But again, he was on such gargantuan proportions that trying to do anything athletic was basically impossible. I would guess his most famous match was at WrestleMania 9, where he did take on The Undertaker. Don't forget, this is part of the WrestleMania streak, but The Undertaker only won via disqualification because the Giant Gonzalez made him pass out with chloroform. Doesn't surprise you that WWE doesn't talk about that very much. Kind of goes to show, though, that even against the Phenom, Vince McMahon didn't want to beat him properly. And what we really should be discussing, and what should really be in the list, is what was the deal with that weird hairy muscle suit. I mean, there is no way, even if he never lifted one weight in his life, that he looked worse under whatever that was. When I was a kid, I used to wake up having nightmares about that thing, because it's totally disgusting. Right, we good? Let's move on. Number 15, Eli Cottonwood. 1.10 out of 10 for old Eli Cottonwood. Somebody else who didn't really have any time to improve. Now, he was a bit like the Giant Gonzalez because he was a tall guy, but he also had that infamous match with Caval or Low-Key down in NXT. And look, that is quite amusing, because you can see Low-Key getting really mad, but there's nothing he can do about it. Now, a huge reason why people do mention Eli and why he gets into lists like this is because of that infamous promo he cut on NXT, and this was when NXT was a game show and everybody involved was rookies. Because from nowhere, he was told to cut a 10-second promo about a moustache, when he decided basically to describe what a moustache was. It lives under your nose, I'm looking around, and these people have moustaches, so now I have chosen to grow a moustache, which makes me a real man. So by accident, he had just also said, in terms of today, he's not a real man. Now listen, intentional or not, I think this is comedy gold because it makes me laugh out loud. And you do have to remember, he was as green as grass here. So what do you think he's going to do? I mean, every single beginner is in this position, unless you're Kurt Angle. Let me tell you this, nobody is Kurt Angle. He was the best, and this was actually better than him cutting some boring promo. It's genuinely so stupid. So as far as I'm concerned, Cottonwood, you all right. Number 14, Asia. So look, this is spelled A-S-Y-A, and she was only called Asia because WCW wanted their own version of China. That is literally the levels we're talking about. I mean, when you are basing on something as shallow as that, you're always going to run into problems. This was somebody else that basically had no training, hence why she only got a 1.07 out of 10 cage match rating. It also didn't help that when she was brought into WCW, everything was such a mess. Because they were desperate to keep up with the WWE, they essentially told Asia, just do what China does. But here's a shock horror fact. She wasn't China. Her debut was also teaming with Dean Malenko taking on David Flair and Tori Wilson, and you could already see the foibles with that. In fact, what we should have done is Asia versus Dean. Malenko would have made her look like $1 million. A singles match against Medusa on WCW Saturday Night wasn't really that much better, but I think a huge problem with this is that every single fan on the planet could see through it. It was so transparent and it was a bit stupid. It also comes down to having no patience, because imagine if we had seen Asia and gone, oh, we're going to turn you into a monster, well then maybe you would have had a similar star. Instead, all of this was done in a few months. Number 13, Krista Joseph. And he was a writer that got rolled out onto TV and was told to wear a thong and grease himself up. Quite frankly, it's amazing he's got a 1.03 out of 10 wrestling rating. Who the hell gave him one? But yes, this was Big Dick Johnson, who would often appear in the mid-2000s, mostly because Vince McMahon didn't have any other competition, and he wanted to make himself laugh. Look, you can go see all these on YouTube. Let me tell you, they ain't funny. It's also why he got involved in the McMahon D-Generation X feud, because again, Vince just thought this was good for lols. That's all I've got to say about it. I wouldn't give him any kind of a rating, because even though he was technically in matches, I mean, obviously rating his skill level wasn't the point. Still, this was bottom of the barrel stuff, and when I remember it, it makes me want to stop wrestling. There's nothing we can do about that. Number 12, Nicole Bass. So if you do want to get a better look into the life of Nicole Bass, I strongly suggest you go listen to the Crime in Sports podcast episode about her. They really did go and find out all the information. It also sounds like she didn't have an easy life, and also she tragically passed away a few years ago. So I'm not going to rag on her massively, but yes, she does get a 0.85 out of 10 rating. I really do feel like it's the same as what we've already talked about though, because WWE just felt like they needed another jacked woman because they had China. So they found Nicole Bass and decided, well, we could give you a month to train, or we could just have you do it on the job. Guess which option they picked. She did have a bit of a name too because she was so big. I mean, Nicole was actually entering female bodybuilding contests, but she wasn't winning. But even then, everyone was just like, how has someone got that much size? Bass was also very vocal about the fact that she didn't have any training, and she also had a sexual harassment lawsuit against the WWE. So none of this is fun at all. Nicole still found some extra fame because she was a part of Howard Stern's extra crew as well. And actually, when she was on that show, sometimes she would pour her heart out. So once again, I just think she needed a little bit of help. And that's not to say her matches were good, because they weren't, but again, I think there's more to this. If nothing else, Nicole Bass was a bit of a troubled soul. Number 11, Brackus. Now, I love Brackus because he's so easy to talk about. Because basically his run came in the mid-90s where Vince McMahon was like, we just need big dudes. And somebody found a Mr. Universe. Vince was like, that'll do. So we just turned him into a wrestler. If only it was that easy. Now 0.76 out of 10 actually feels a little bit harsh because again, this is based on fan ratings, meaning it's very unlikely anybody saw his house show run when Brackus was taking on Mr. X. Now that wasn't the guy from the Nintendo game Kung Fu, but it was Tom Pritchard under a mask, and I'm sorry, if Mr. Pritchard is working with anyone, well, the match itself would be half decent. He was then put against the likes of Billy Gunn, Bill Dundee, and Mosh from the Headbangers. While those three guys know what they're doing, I don't think any of them is capable of bringing Brackus to a good match. The big chat, of course, comes when he was traded to ECW for a little while, when ECW was working with the WWF, and he had to have a match with Taz. Now, this does not go very long, and Taz whoops his ass, but my gosh, I would love to hear Taz talk about this. It could not have been fun at all. So really, this one is just a bit silly and an experiment that did go wrong. At least it was over pretty quickly. Number 10, Hard Body Harrison. Another 0.76 out of 10, but I'm just going to be honest with you, my friends. I do not care what Hard Body Harrison did in professional wrestling. I don't care who he fought, I don't care what titles he won, and I don't care what promotions he popped up in. But I don't care that he fought the Disco Inferno, Chuck Palumbo, and one day even Meng. Because as far as the courts have decided, this man is a terrible person. And the reason I do say that is because in 2007, he was charged with so many terrible, awful things that he received a sentence of imprisonment for life. I'm sorry, I don't think that happens by accident. I mean, even if you are the worst wrestler alive, I actually kind of respect you for going out there and trying it. And when you are an old so-and-so sitting on the couch, you can be like, well, man, I gave it my best shot, but it didn't work out. Hardbody went the other way, and he ruined people's lives who were totally innocent, and thankfully, at least he got some justice. So again, I don't actually give a flub about what he did in the ring, because everything else is way more important. Number 9, Eddie Steinblock. 0.65 out of 10 is what Eddie did get on Cage Match, and if you do care, a lot of these matches happened in his home country of Germany. You should actually go through the list of wrestlers he has fought as well, because he had an incredibly long career, and he basically took on everyone. He has sadly passed away these days, but once again, he was able to make a go of it when it comes to sports entertainment. But you do just read the same story over and over again when you do check him out. This guy could never really get it going, and he was super duper slow. Steinblock knew the best way to get around this though, so he started his own promotion, and he made himself the champion. I'm sorry, I can't get mad at that. I respect the moxie. So actually, when you do get deep into this, it just sounds like the wrestling industry evolved around him, and he could never keep up, both literally and figuratively. But even then, this does seem a little bit mean. Number 8, Chasen Rance. 0.54 out of 10 in the ring, but once again, who doesn't care? Me. That's because in 2011, he was indeed convicted of having unlawful sex with a minor. Surprise, surprise, the wrestling community was left in shock. That's it too. I'm not going to get into somebody's wrestling career when those things have happened outside of it. We move on. Number 7, Invader 1. And I'm not talking about this one either, because Invader 1 is also known as Jose Gonzalez, who has long been reported as the person that stabbed Bruiser Brody down in Puerto Rico. And and after the fact, Brody died. So quite frankly, I don't care about a cage match rating, and if you're not talking about that incident, well, you shouldn't be talking about anything else. Number 6, Jenna Maraska. So this is another one where it's so dumb to put a number next to somebody's name, because she does have a 0.4410 rating, but she was also a celebrity wrestler, essentially. I mean, she came from Survivor. TNA, I suppose, thought they could get some extra eyes on their product, which is when we got to Victory Road 2009, and I guess they walked up to Shamal and said, you can work her. I don't know whether Shamal wanted to or not, but she had no choice. So you shouldn't be surprised to hear that this wasn't good, because shock horror, I'm gonna let you into a little secret. Wrestling is really hard, and if you don't train, you are going to be left behind. Now look, given that both were absolutely okay afterwards, you can actually go back and watch this and have a bit of a chuckle, because seriously, every single thing they try and do, it just went wrong. It really was irresponsible of TNA, though, not to just be a little bit more patient than this. There's that word again. But actually, when it comes to Jenna, I'm going to do it for a second time. I respect the fact she gave it a go. I mean, there is something to that, and even when you are taking the most basic of maneuvers, well, they hurt as well. None of it feels like a pillow. So bravo to her. Number 5, Rob Black. So this is probably another popularity contest thing, which does make this list silly, but you may remember Rob Black, because he was a super duper controversial wrestling promoter in the late 90s. Now you can Google all of that to find out the information, but in 2001, with his XPW promotion, he decided, you know what, we're gonna have a tag team match, and I'm gonna put myself in it. So Rob did indeed team with Johnny Webb to take on Sabu and Josh Lazy, which is an incredible name, and it is a tag team match with a loser leaves town stipulation, and I think for some reason the world title was involved too. He won, of course, and the fans were not big fans of this, because his rating is 0.44 out of 10. Black would then find himself in a lot of trouble, which once again means he probably shouldn't have been part of this list. I mean, does anybody else think it's a little bit dumb? Yeah, me too. Number 4, Ed Ferrara. What does deserve such spotlights are people like Ed Ferrara, though, because what he did in the late 90s with WCW, well, it was genuinely offensive. Now, you may recognize Edward's name because he did jump to World Championship Wrestling alongside Vince Russo, and these two were essentially responsible with running the company. I can also only assume they are horrible people, because almost straight away, Ferrara had become Oklahoma, which was ripping on Jim Ross, as well as his Bell's palsy. Now listen, you don't have to like JR, you can have any opinion of him that you choose to have, but to insult somebody for having a disease, I'm sorry, you're a piece of trash. It was just so mean-spirited, and soon after this, Ed would also be in the cruiserweight division, where he was fighting Medusa. And that is just ragging on your company too, because do not forget, when WCW did get to the highest of highs, a huge reason for this was because of the Lucha Libre wrestling they were putting on. It's why he comes in at 0.42 out of 10, because even though he was a despicable heel, nobody actually wanted to see him get his ass kicked. They didn't want to see him in the ring at all. So all of this was just bad, and it was horrible, and that's why I'm glad we can include these people in lists like this, because it can never happen again. Number 3, One Warrior Nation. I mean, don't try and rip off the Ultimate Warrior, especially because the WCW had already done that with Renegade, so this was a rip-off of a rip-off happening on the independent scene. I mean, you never stood a chance. No One Warrior Nation was able to get a few bookings, which is why he does have a 0.25 out of 10 rating. And I actually think this comes down to the fact that when people think of the Ultimate Warrior, it lights up their nostalgia gland. So when you see a pretty bad parody, well, you just get a bit pissed off with it. Let's also not forget that the Warrior's plus points were not his wrestling. It was the fact he had this crazy charisma and he had this nuts fire to him. But when you try and recreate that, well, you're not Jim Hellwig, so you're not going to be able to do it. I mean, even though he was super controversial, when you do break it down and look at his run, he did have one of the most unique approaches to wrestling ever. I really don't think anybody else should be trying to recreate it. So I don't think this one should be as low as it is, but again, when you are ragging on people's memories from when they were a child, which is when most individuals love wrestling the most, well, you're walking a very fine tightrope. Number 2, Gable Steveson. 0.22 out of 10. Gable Steveson run in NXT and WWE is nuts. Now, Gable did talk about his departure recently and basically put it down to wrong place, wrong time, and even said the relationship is perfectly fine, so maybe he comes back again in the future. Ultimately, though, Gable didn't have any real matches throughout his few years there, apart from that match at the Great American Bash against Baron Corbin. and I think this has got out there now, Baron had a really hard time with this. This Baron Corbin man, he can work with anyone. There's also many former NXT stars who are all like, oh man, I was there with Stevenson, and he did not take the opportunity that was presented to him. So this one just feels destined to never have worked out. And again, he barely only had like a handful of matches. I don't actually see how we can rate him at all. Number 1, Bubba the Love Sponge. I mean, good grief. I mean, it is just another piece of evidence that when Hulk Hogan was in TNA, any sense of power should have been removed from his fingertips, because he hired his friend, Bubba the Love Sponge. I mean, it really was down to the fact that him and Hulk were buddies, so Bubba just started hanging out on TNA TV. Do you know what TNA didn't need during this time? It was someone called Love Sponge. Now actually his 0.10 rating is based off cameos he had back when ECW was around and independent promotions, mostly because when he was in TNA, he was just super duper offensive and apparently did something backstage to Awesome Kong, which is one of the reasons she left the company. If that is true, you picked Bubba the Love Sponge over Awesome Kong? I will never forgive you. I mean, it's just the likes of nepotism at its very worst. And listen, if a celebrity does come in, you have to understand your lane, unless you're like Floyd Mayweather. If you've sort of broken out into the mainstream, that changes all the rules. But dare I say that did not apply to Bubba. So I don't really understand why people have headed to Cage Match to review this guy. And he's not the worst wrestler of all time, even though I'm crapping on my own list. But he was barely a wrestler, and we shouldn't even dub him with that term. I really do not mind anybody coming in to try and be a sports entertainer, even if you do use your fame. But yeah, anyway, I think we've kind of summed it up.
I do not like the term jobber. Sadly, it has done the round, so we all know what it means. Enhancement talent is better. It takes everybody to make a wrestling show work. Some people feel like getting put in such a position is the end of their career, though. But no, in fact, it can turn out this is for the best. When you smash through the ceiling, you have a lovely story to tell. And who was able to make this leap from zero to hero? Well, I am Simon Miller, and here are the facts. Number 10, EC3. Wind your clocks back to this one. Before Ethan Carter III had chosen such a name, he was in NXT, and he was called Derek Bateman. Actually sounds like somebody from The Simpsons. This wasn't the NXT we know and love today, as it was still finding its feet, but yes, from 2009 to 2013, this is where the future EC3 plied his craft. There wasn't really too much to this Bateman character either, and mostly it felt like he was there to put others over. Like many, he was then let go, but really that was for the best. He soon arrived in TNA, where he took on the character of Dixie Carter's nephew, and yes, that's where the name came from. It was an astute decision, as in June 2015, he won the TNA World title, and he had a 101-day reign. He stayed at the top of the card too, so look at that. EC did prove everybody wrong, if you did indeed doubt him. If you didn't, you totally smashed it. Well done, Gold Star. His second round in WWE seemed like he was going to benefit from this too, but it kinda did in NXT. Then he got called up to the main roster, and it went really badly. That'll be a talking point forever. I don't think he was actually ever really given a proper chance. Number 9, just incredible. The peak of ECW is still spoken about today, although the stories of some wrestlers have been lost. You can still see how many of them rose to the top though, because Paul Heyman is doing the same thing right now in WWE. You take an individual, you push their strengths, and you hide their weaknesses. It's how anyone in charge should operate, and man did just incredible benefit from that. If you do go back to 1993 and 1994, you will see him as PJ Walker in the WWF, and he was getting beaten a lot. He must have done a decent job though, as it turned into a full-time contract, where he was transformed into the Portuguese man of war, Aldo Montoya. No, don't overthink that one. It was just a crazy idea. Aldo sort of just hung out and played Nintendo for a while before he did arrive in ECW in 1997. No one really knew what to expect, but as well as a good tag team with Lance Storm, in April 2000, Justin had enough momentum and bam, he became the ECW World Champion. He held on to this until the company went down in 2001 too, and really WWE should have used him better when he came back into the fold. Fans were intrigued to see what we could do with this guy. Sadly, before long, he got lost in the shuffle. Number 8, Britt Baker. In 2016, after a brand split, Nia Jax was put on Raw and told she was going to destroy people for a while. A tale as old as time itself. Let's get the monster over by letting them be a monster. It happened to Braun Strowman too, which is when James Ellsworth became a thing. But somebody on the other side was indeed Britt Baker, she got mauled on the 25th of July show. Baker must have done alright because she was in somebody's mind in 2018 with NXT. She was hired to do the same thing for one Shayna Baszler. Outside of all that though, she was also making noise on the indie scene when of course she was involved in the first All In. She was hired by AEW and bam. A quick switch to being the heel saw her become the women's champion in 2021. Britt was even able to do away with the ghost of Isaac Yankem by proving you could be a wrestling dentist, and during this time, man, she was super over. Sure, it's all gone a bit weird recently, but at the time, what a flipping 180. Number 7, Alexa Bliss. Alexa Bliss herself has talked about this. When Sasha Banks, Charlotte Flair, and Bayley were getting all the praise for changing women's wrestling in WWE, she was a little bit of an outlier, had a cheerleader gimmick, and it didn't feel like something that was going to translate to Raw or SmackDown. In late 2016, Bliss did get the call up from NXT, and doesn't it just go to show? A tweak here, a change there, make sure the machine gets behind you and boom. Before long, she was the SmackDown Women's Champion and the way she presented herself was perfect for the main roster. But Little Miss Bliss persona just worked. Even when she lost that title, she won a bunch more and proved she had legs too. We all remember the Bray Wyatt inspired gimmick change, and even if it wasn't everybody's cup of tea, go look at the numbers. I do believe she smashed it. If you continue your research, you will see it was a big shift because her NXT record was just lose, lose, lose. Even when she was elevated, you could kind of tell it wasn't going to go her way. The move to the blue brand changed all of that, and Bliss never looked back. She was very important to the product from 2016 through to 2021, and as and when she does come back, I don't doubt this will continue. She went and figured it out. Number 6, Liv Morgan. 2015 was a totally different world for WWE. I mean, that's obvious, you don't need a time machine for that, but back then, Eva Marie was being pushed huge in NXT, whereas Liv Morgan didn't even get a name. When they fought, most people referred to her as the local competitor. With a bit of research, it turns out her name was Marley, and of course she was quickly dispatched. Naturally. It soon changed when the Riot Squad was born, and while that was up and down, Liv Morgan established herself as somebody who had potential. The Harley Quinn tie-in helped her, but there was more. And yeah, sure, there was some awkward stuff with that Lana and Rusev storyline. The 2022 babyface push didn't work, mostly because it was bungled by the powers that be, but you know the deal. WWE used her unfortunate injury to their advantage, turned Morgan heel, and her 2024 was excellent. Won the Women's World title, had that great relationship with Dominic Mysterio, totally reinvented herself. Liv plays back up to nobody now either, and there's no reason this can't continue. Her act is working and she's damn good at it. Surely there is going to be loads more with this character going forward. I mean, we've only touched the top of the iceberg, so let's keep it going. Number 5, AJ Styles. AJ Styles was ahead of his time. Not just in how he changed what in-ring wrestling could be, but in the early 2000s, he was offered a WWE developmental deal, and he turned it down. Not only would it have uprooted his wife, who was about to become a teacher, but AJ felt like the company wouldn't use him correctly. He had to go out there and make a name for himself. Styles was already affiliated with the WWE because he would appear on Heat and Metal between 2001 and 2002, but of course around that time is when TNA was born. They saw something in this man, and you know the rest. Even though he was one of their most important assets, he still actually wasn't used correctly. And sure, he became the world champion, but I tell you, he should have been the franchise player. It's why he would leave for Japan after getting lowballed on money, and this worked again. Styles somehow got even better, and in 2016, the mega WWE contract arrived, and AJ made a surprise debut in the Royal Rumble. Even then, there was trepidation because Vince McMahon never understood such performers. But the cream always rises to the top. He did such a good job, he won multiple world titles, and if you had followed his entire career, this was incredible. If you do want to pull it back just to the headlines, it meant AJ Styles turned down OVW, and 20 years later was flying higher than most. It's such a cool story, and why he's a generational talent, the man changed the game. Number 4, Bryan Danielson. So I think most people know this story, but it's still quite the tale. For Daniel Bryan, as he was known in WWE, defied all the odds and proved that no matter what Vince McMahon thinks, he can't outdo the fans. Even when he was first hired, not many thought he'd be used correctly because he was quote-unquote too small. Saying that today sounds ridiculous. If you go back to 2000 to 2003, you will see Bryan pop up in many enhancement matches in WWF, and trust me, even the biggest fan of the indie scene didn't go, oh wow, there's a future WrestleMania main eventer. It's just not how WWE did things. The American Dragon also lost the likes of Lance Cage, Sean O'Haire, and even John Cena as he was making his way to superstardom. To be honest, I think Bryan was just happy to be used. Fast forward to 2013, and he was so over it became a war between the audience and management, which ended when he did indeed close the show at Mania 30. I mean, it's just the best story. At first, he was most definitely seen as low on the totem pole by WWE, though. You can't pretend otherwise. They were just totally incorrect, and thank goodness it all worked out. Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson inspired a whole generation. Number 3, Jeff Hardy. It is so crazy to try and process this, but Jeff Hardy once faced Scott Hall in an enhancement match. Hall was a big fan of him as well, and that is how long Jeff has been around. Doesn't actually make much sense. I would also include Matt in this list because he would become a TNA champion and an ECW champion, but of course his brother went a step further because despite sneaking into the company as a 16-year-old and losing to everyone, he would indeed become the WWE champ. Wasn't a fluke either. Fans were desperate for it. It was June 1994 when he was beaten by Razor Ramon, which sums it up, and his name was Keith Davis. Amazing. He even lost to King Kong Bundy, which is so insane it will keep you up at night, when somebody must have realized it was time. The Hardys became a thing, and let's face it, they changed the tag team scene forever. By 2008, Jeff's popularity couldn't be ignored, and he did become the WWE champion and a 2-time world heavyweight champion. If it wasn't for his personal issues, I tell you, his adventure could have reached even greater heights. I tell you, my friends, people love this guy. Even with all that, though, he still went higher than most thought, given at one point, people saw him as a beanpole being destroyed by new generation talent. I don't get how he's still going, given the wear and tear on his body, but hey, that is the secret sauce. It's built right into his brain. Number 2, Jon Moxley. Look at these images side by side. It's the same story as before. Nobody thought this red-headed menace was going to become the WWE champion. This is when the soon-to-be Dean Ambrose was trying to make a name for himself as he appeared on WWEC shows in 2006 and 2007. He had to grind for a few more years, but in 2011 he did indeed get a developmental deal. Step 1. It was quite the rise as by 2012 he was debuting on WWE TV as 1/3 of The Shield. This wasn't your run-of-the-mill arrival either. Along with Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns, management had decided they were going to push these guys. Within a few months, they were a featured act. After they split in 2014, Ambrose almost became a loose cannon type, and while WWE did indeed make him do jokes, he was able to fight through those too. 2 years later, as the Shield played past the parcel with the WWE title, it was Dean who walked away with the gold. The man had done it. We soon learned he was most definitely somebody who marched to the beat of his own drum, which made him even more interesting, especially because he left WWE by his own accord. This wasn't his type of wrestling, so he walked out the door. Talk about integrity. He also became the AEW World Champion, so go and look at that first picture again. Not sure anybody predicted that, which is the point of this list. Anybody can make it, and good. Screw rhyme and reason. I mean, it would be rubbish if it were the other way around. Number 1, Mick Foley. This one is a bit unfair, but always remember what Vince McMahon said to Jim Ross after JR finally convinced his boss to hire Mick Foley. McMahon, with his usual grace, made it clear he was only doing it to prove the idea would fail. Yeah, good work. Of course, he was totally wrong, and Foley would go on to win the WWF title multiple times, and it was awesome. Talk about a guy that was easy to support. Even as a heel, he just gave everything. We all know his bumps were next-level bonkers. Way back in 1986, Foley also got a few bookings as an enhancement talent in the World Wrestling Federation. I mean, on Wrestling Challenge, Kamala, of all people, defeated him in about 39 seconds. The Bulldog and Hercules also took their time whooping his ass, and Mick talked about that. Apparently, Davey Boy Smith kicked the life out of him. Of course, nothing would slow him down, and not only was he a success in WCW, but he did an ECW before getting his WWF shot, and look at the rest. Mankind was the reason the Undertaker was able to get things going again. He needed a viable opponent. Bingo. So if you are just starting on your wrestling journey, go and look what Foley did. If you only replicate half of it, you are going to be on to a winner.
I do not like the word flopped. I've ruined the video already, but it's true. The machine can always get behind you and something clicks. I mean, technically, Steve Austin was a so-called flop when he joined the then WWF. I think that turned out alright. So let us just switch it to those who are still waiting to find their wings, even after WWE tried. I believe in you, though, damn it. I am Simon Miller, and let's go. Number 10, Austin Theory. I mean, you can hear me talk about this on my ups and downs reviews. We just need to treat Austin Theory a little bit differently. I get that he's easy to hate because he's a looker and carved out of stone, but do you remember what he did on NXT? That's the theory I want on the main roster. Just a bit of a lovable goof. I think Triple H realizes this because he was pulling the NXT strings then, and we have teased turning Austin for what feels like years now. I think when we try properly, it's gonna work. If nothing else, none of this was really his fault, because when it was time to go hard, what did we do? We told Theory his story was all about a giant gold egg. It's not a joke either. That is what we chose to do. Pray tell why this failed to catch on. So sure, it's fair to say round one was not as expected, and that US title run wasn't great, but I believe, like Bo Dallas, watch this space. Number 9, Wardlow. It just doesn't make sense. I would say on at least 2 occasions we were good to go with Wardlow, and we didn't follow through. I don't want to speculate as I don't know, but it is weird. These days, he's not even on TV. Now, this could be an injury, but it still makes it all very sad. Wardlow felt like a guy who could offer something different for AEW, but it was such a stop-start push. I'm not sure anyone felt like they could truly get behind him. I suppose we fell into a pattern because Wardlow went from group to group to group, and every time it was ready to hit, we just didn't. After a while, it is boy that cried wolf. You stop believing in it. I think you can get one more proper push with Ward, but you have to go all the way. If not, maybe it's time to let him go and try elsewhere. I mean, I think somebody can definitely use this guy. Number 8, Alberto Del Rio. So it is not easy to talk about Alberto Del Rio. Go and Google, that is a horrible story. The truth is though, when WWE brought him in, they wanted Del Rio to be their new Mexican babyface. Given he had size, management were even more excited. You know the deal. Rey Mysterio is too small. So stupid. Every time we did try this, however, it did not work. Alberto was never accepted as a good guy, and while his heel run was alright, it wasn't at the level those in charge wanted. Then we got rid of Ricardo Rodriguez, which was an integral part of the act. We did it all wrong. Del Rio was also the dude that used his Money in the Bank briefcase to stop CM Punk's title reign in 2011. That was really dumb. Nobody should have done that. The less said about we the people, the better, and yeah, WWE honestly thought Alberto would be a WrestleMania main eventer. He was not. Number 7, Sin Cara. So it always sounds like there was some political warfare when it came to the debut of Sin Cara. He was touted as Triple H's first major signing as he took over his talent relations role. Maybe, just maybe, Vince McMahon wanted to make his life more difficult. Sin Cara himself allegedly didn't help as he walked around backstage like a star. You know how that goes in wrestling. You just irk others and put a target on your back. It then got worse because, be it nerves or whatever, Sin made one too many mistakes in the ring. Even on his first match, he tripped during his entrance. WWE has always been notorious for holding that against you if other factors are at play. There were attempts to sort this in the sense the former Mystico was teamed with Rey Mysterio for a while, which I assume was meant to be a passing of the torch moment, but before long they cut their losses, got rid of Mystico, and put Hunico in his place. Don't worry about Mystico though, because he did fine. He went back to Mexico and continued to be a megastar. Number 6, Nathan Jones. Too much, too soon. That is the story here. You can find this narrative constantly throughout the years too, so it's amazing Vince McMahon didn't learn. Just because somebody is massive doesn't mean they need to be on the main roster instantly. The rumors have always said management would try and hijack dudes from the boss because they knew what would happen otherwise. I suppose Nathan Jones was just too gargantuan. Vince saw the 8x10s and here came the big push. The issue was Jones wasn't ready to be on the main roster, and even the powers that be figured that one out. WrestleMania 19's proposed tag team match of The Undertaker and Nathan saw Jones get pulled at the last minute, and for a good while all he did was run-ins. Soon the big Australian fell out with the travel schedule too, and I would assume when you can feel the tide turning, you just check out. That's exactly what happened. With more time, who knows what the story would be today, although if you do care, Nathan Jones went on to have a pretty decent career in Hollywood. That is not too shabby. Number 5, Ronda Rousey. Now I would say the jury is still out on this one. It all depends how you look at it. Ronda herself has talked about how she would have preferred the Logan Paul treatment when it came to her matches, in the sense she would be allowed to rehearse beforehand. The difference was Rousey was basically a full-timer for a while, and there's no time for a run-through when you're on the road making towns. It's why the super pros called it in the ring when they had to. It's a very demanding industry. Her first run was pretty good, and that Mania debut was awesome, and even the weird Becky Lynch-Charlotte Flair triple threat was fine. We just overcooked the pudding, and the finish didn't work. It was when Ronda returned for round 2 that it never really clicked. Rousey pitched idea after idea to those in charge who clearly saw things differently. Therefore, the on-screen fallout felt off. I mean, just go and listen to any Ronda interview about this. She was not happy. I still think she brought new eyes to the WWE, so you can't say it was a total bust. Just feels like she needed to be approached in a certain way, and that didn't happen, which I kinda get. She wasn't an experienced wrestler with years of reps under her belt. There's also the whole should she have been a good guy or should she have been a bad guy discussion. What a wild time this was. And before, Jack Swagger. WWE must have done something right with Jack Swagger. I love the guy. This was way back in 2011 when I was already doing wrestling podcasts. I would get behind him every single week. He was slightly goofy, but it worked. Swagger made himself stand out. The problem was after he won the Money in the Bank briefcase at Mania 26 and cashed it in to become the world champion, he was never actually pushed like a world champion. That old chestnut. Instead, like many before him, Jack was given what was considered the secondary major title, and therefore lost this allure. If you want fans to believe in somebody as the guy, you have to treat them like the guy. That's basic mathematics. We've already mentioned the We the People stuff, as Swagger was caught up in that too. And just in case you did miss it, it was not good. Jim Ross was certainly somebody high on this man, but yeah, he only had an okay run in WWE, and there really was a time when it felt like we were going to make a proper go at it. We didn't. Number 3, Mr. Kennedy. Sorry. So this one was good to go. Not only was Ken Kennedy going to get the push, but everybody was behind this. He could work, he could talk, he was over, let's get it on. Vince McMahon was impressed too and got the Money in the Bank briefcase on him, and at one point he was going to be Vince's son. And that would have been a stupid storyline, but hey, it does mean you're going to be focused on quite heavily. And then, man, it all went bad. Soon after getting the magic case, Kennedy got injured and lost it to Edge, when we learned that this was an error. His shoulder was not as bad as first thought. Whoops. As soon as that was done, he was caught up in a wellness policy suspension, and then he ran afoul of John Cena and Randy Orton. Apparently they thought he was unsafe in the ring. This was 2009, and I suppose a telling off from the main eventers was enough for WWE to change their mind, and Kenneth was let go. This really was crazy. We all thought he was going to be the champ. He did have a decent run in TNA, but let's be honest, when he was doing that, most assumed Kennedy would be headlining WrestleMania. Oh, what could have been. Number 2, Vladimir Kozlov. This was so weird. It was 2008. For some reason, WWE thought it was 1987. I'm just not sure fans en masse wanted to see angry foreign heel, especially as it felt so cliched. Kozlov was also thrust into the spot with no real push. It was almost like Vince McMahon was searching for new ideas. He panicked and picked an old one instead. Vladimir got all the help too, as he even defeated The Undertaker on SmackDown, and that never happened. He also had a proper war with Triple H over the world title, but again, that lacked heat as the crowd didn't really care. WWE soon gave up on this, with Vlad being moved into a comedy gimmick with Santino Marella, and hey, it was quite funny. It was also a huge 180 shift. With hindsight, I think WWE saw Kozlov as an Ivan Drago figure, but again, we were long past that. Rocky IV was released in 1985, so we were 23 years too late. Number 1, Gable Steveson. I mean, we likely shouldn't have called him the next Kurt Angle. That bar is way too high. Gable Steveson did arrive in WWE as a wrestling Olympic gold medalist, and look, in that field he was amazing. Many called him one of the best of all time. It's why WWE and UFC wanted to sign him up, and why when WWE got him he was put in NXT, but on a mega deal, they wanted to make this work. It didn't. There is no real reason either. If you want to bring Angle back into the mix, he wasn't the greatest rookie ever just because of what he could do inside the ring. Kurt figured out character and sports entertainment within what felt like a week. That's why he rose so quickly. It never seemed like Gable had the same light bulb moment, plus his work didn't have the same personality as Angle's. Again, we should not have made this comparison. Before he even made it to the main roster, he was let go, and the word was Steveson just didn't get it. Which is fine, I understand. Pro wrestling isn't for everyone, but That's the whole point.
From vicious beatdowns over parking tickets to actual stabbings, these wrestlers did anything but protect their colleagues in the ring. I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestlers who intentionally hurt their opponents. Number 10, APA versus Public Enemy. Remember when The Undertaker called the current generation of wrestlers soft for playing video games and having fun backstage? How dare they? While he did change his opinion after that, there's a good reason behind his original assessment, as things were a little different during his era. The old eras were infamous for stories detailing tough love, altercations, politics, and betrayals, and the Acolytes Protection Agency, comprised of Bradshaw and Farouk, were part of quite a few of those tales. One of the most infamous stories involving the APA is the beatdown they laid out on Rocco Rock and Johnny Grunge of the Public Enemy tag team. Public Enemy was already not very well liked backstage among the WWE veterans, owing to their decision to choose WCW over WWE in 1995. And there was also a bit of tension since Terry Taylor, who was also not well liked, played a part in bringing them to WWE in 1999. JBL has discussed the incident in detail on multiple occasions, claiming that the pre-match meeting was a disaster, with Taylor advocating for Public Enemy to go over APA. However, they agreed with the match ending in a disqualification after APA put them through a table, which would set the stage for a potential tables match between the two teams. Okay, sounds good. However, as they were about to make their entrances, Public Enemy backed out of the planned finish and didn't want to do the table spot. APA didn't take it lightly and went on to deliver a vicious beatdown right from the get-go. Bradshaw and Farouk annihilated Public Enemy without remorse. They hit them with anything they could get their hands on, and the referee had to call for the bell after seeing APA dish out the brutal punishment. Number 9, Bubba Ray Dudley versus multiple opponents. Coming from the land of extreme, the Dudley Boys made a quick impression among WWE fans and became one of the most decorated tag teams in the company's history. Also, they brought the hardcore wrestling style with them from ECW. However, not everyone was a fan of their working style, as many felt the Dudley Boys to be stiff inside the ring, especially Bubba Ray Dudley, who has faced allegations from multiple wrestlers for intentionally trying to hurt them. Rene Dupree of the La Resistance tag team has made several allegations against Bubba Ray. Dupree accused Dudley of giving him multiple concussions, and even claimed that the latter had a role to play in Chris Nowinski's retirement. Dupree also stated that Dudley once broke his partner Sylvain Gronier's nose for botching a move in the ring, and punched him again backstage when Grenier confronted him about his actions. And another wrestler who came forward with allegations against Bubba Ray Dudley is former tag team champion Rico Constantino. While talking on the Pancakes and Power Slam show, which is my new favorite name for a show, Constantino called Dudley a spoiled brat who intentionally hurts people if things don't go his way, and claimed that Dudley once targeted his injured hamstring during a match in Chicago despite his pleas to stop. Yeah, sounds like a lovely fellow to go to work with, if said allegations are true, of course. Number 8, Umaga teaches Steve-O how to sell. The stars from the Jackass comedy television series have made several appearances in WWE, including Johnny Knoxville's Royal Rumble 2022 appearance and his awesome match against Sami Zayn at WrestleMania 38. Like it had no right to be that good, did it? However, Knoxville is not the only star from Jackass to enter the ring, as his co-stars Chris Pontius and Steve-O got some taste of pro wrestling when they got destroyed at the hands of Umaga on the 16th of October 2006 episode of Raw. The in-ring segment saw Pontius and Steve-O getting interviewed by Todd Grisham and saying they were there to kick some ass. Armando Estrada interrupted them and brought out Umaga, who laid out both Pontius and Steve-O with a brutal beatdown. During an interview with Tyler Treese of Coming Soon, Steve-O talked about how Umaga continued to attack him even after doing the planned spots, a spinebuster and a splash. However, Steve-O was not selling the attack and continued to crawl around the ring, and Umaga had to teach him how things work in WWE the hard way. He landed a few stiff shots and kicks, and Steve-O had a visible smile on his face the whole time. He had no idea what was going on. Umaga finished the job by slamming the clueless Jackass star on the mat before walking away. Yep, this was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? But I want to know right now, what do you think is the most disastrous celebrity WWE appearance ever? Was it this weird Steve-O Umaga moment or something else? Let me know in the comments down below. Number 7, New Jack stabs his opponent. New Jack, who made a name for himself in ECW, was known for taking high-risk bumps in the ring and for his stiff in-ring style. Another thing he's known for is shooting on his opponents, as there have been multiple accounts of him roughing up his opponents in the ring. One such instance happened during a match in an indie promotion called Thunder Wrestling Federation in 2004, where Jack took on a competitor named William Jason Lane. The latter was reportedly inexperienced, with no idea how to throw worked punches, and landed a few stiff ones on New Jack's nose. Oh no. Jack didn't take very kindly to the mistake and pulled out a metal blade and stabbed Lane in the back and neck several times. Lane collapsed in the ring and tried to roll out, but Jack continued to attack him, which led other people at the scene to intervene and save Lane from Jack. New Jack received multiple felony charges, but stated during the police interrogation that he and Lane met backstage and worked out every detail of the match, including the metal blade spot. However, New Jack didn't spend considerable time in prison, as William Jason Lane dropped the charges in return for working alongside and getting trained by Jack. Speaking about the incident in an interview, New Jack stood by his original claim and stated that everything that transpired in the ring was a work, and that he only stabbed Lane 9 times and not 16 times, as said in the news. See, it wasn't that bad. Yeah. Number 6, the mass transit incident. William Jason Lane is not the only person who felt New Jack's wrath, as years before the stabbing controversy, the latter made headlines with the mass transit situation. The infamous incident happened at an ECW event in November 1996, where New Jack was supposed to team up with his The Gangsters partner Mustafa to take on Devon Dudley and Axel Rotten. However, since Rotten missed the event, Paul Heyman had to find a replacement, and an untrained 17-year-old person named Eric Kulas, who went by the name Mass Transit, convinced Heyman that he was 21 years old and became Dudley's partner. Kulas was also told before the match that he had to blade, and since he had never done that before, he asked New Jack to do the deed. What could go wrong? Well, Jack cut a bit too deep and severed 2 arteries in the process, resulting in Kulas bleeding like a fountain. New Jack faced serious charges of aggravated assault, but got acquitted, as despite it being an intentional act, New Jack only did what Kulas asked for. He reiterated the same explanation while talking about the incident during an interview with Hannibal TV, and even posted a sarcastic reply to an article about the whole ordeal. Oh yeah, and if you're finding this look at wrestlers who intentionally hurt their opponents quite fascinating, then hit that subscribe button below for even more of this sort of WhatCulture wrestling stuff every single day. Number 5, Daniel Puder tries to make a name for himself at Kurt Angle's expense. Respect is difficult to earn in the world of professional wrestling, and a person needs to learn to respect to gain respect, especially when that person is someone new coming into the business. However, Daniel Puder learned that lesson the hard way, after he messed up big time during a segment with Kurt Angle on the 4th of November 2004 episode of SmackDown. Kurt was part of a segment with the 7 Tough Enough finalists, which led to him challenging some of them to get in the ring with him. Angle made quick work of Chris Now Rocky and challenged another contestant to step up, and Puder, a professional mixed martial artist, accepted the challenge. However, since it was an unscripted segment, Puder either didn't know how to react or how things worked in WWE, or just wanted to make a quick name for himself at the expense of the Olympic gold medalist. He went on to lock Angle in a Kimura lock and held onto it for good measure. Angle had to push Puder's shoulders down for the pin, and referee Jim Corderas performed a fast 3 count despite Puder's shoulder not being fully down on the mat. Dave Meltzer later reported that most MMA fighters would have tapped minutes after getting locked in a Kimura, but Angle refrained from doing so since he could not afford to submit to a rookie wrestler. That would not have looked good. He also stated that Angle would have been in surgery if the referee didn't go for the fast count. Angle was reportedly irate after the bout, and Puder got some receipts for his antics when he competed in the 2005 live Royal Rumble match, where veteran wrestlers took pleasure in obliterating Pewter with chops for several minutes before tossing him over the top rope. Yeah, that's still quite an uncomfortable watch, that. Angle later discussed that Rumble incident in an interview and blamed the beating on Pewter's bad attitude. Number 4, Perry Saturn versus Mike Bell. Wrestling fans have always questioned WWE's reasoning behind assigning ridiculous gimmicks to certain wrestlers, and it was the same with Perry Saturn, as many wondered what he did to deserve to play a gimmick that was in love with a mop. Well, there seems to be a perfectly valid reason behind that, since it was apparently a punishment for Saturn going berserk on Mike Bell on the 17th of May 2001 episode of WWE Jacked with 2Ks. It was supposed to be a short, classic enhancement talent squash match, but when Mike Bell botched an arm drag, which resulted in Saturn landing on his head, the latter went ballistic in the ring before sending Bell headfirst to the outside. He then continued the assault by setting him up for an inverted atomic drop, but instead threw him with full force onto the steel stairs. I still wince at that one. He then hung Bell upside down on the turnbuckle and pulled his neck backward from the outside, and he could have done even more damage if Terry Runnels didn't calm him down. Saturn talked about the incident during an interview and owned up to his actions, saying that he screwed up in the heat of the moment and faced heat from Vince McMahon after the match. And while there are claims that WWE gave him the moppy gimmick as punishment for the Bell incident, Saturn revealed that he has no idea if it was a punishment, but stated that the gimmick still went over with the fans. Number 3, Sexy Star versus Rosemary. Lucha Libre AAA Worldwide's Triple Mania 25 event in August 2017 made headlines for multiple reasons, one of which was the controversy surrounding the four-way match for the Reina de Reinas Championship between champion Sexy Star, Ayako Hamada, Lady Shani, and Rosemary. The match lasted about 10 minutes before Sexy Star won by making Rosemary tap out to an armbar. However, Rosemary endured serious injuries to her arm due to the severity of the armbar, with reports pouring in that Sexy Star legitimately injured Rosemary during the match. And PW Insider claimed that Star and another contestant, Lady Shani, were already shooting on each other during the contest. It was all going on. Rosemary posted a statement following the incident and accused Sexy Star of legitimately injuring her in the ring. While support poured in for Rosemary from fans and wrestlers, Sexy Star faced severe criticism for her actions, with influential personalities like Road Dogg and eventual WWE champion Cody Rhodes declaring that Sexy Star would never work anywhere near them. AAA had to take disciplinary action against her and stripped her of the Reina de Reinas Championship. Sexy Star would follow up with an explanation of her own, but she was pretty unapologetic, it must be said. She defended her actions, painted herself as the victim of cyberbullying from fans, and accused other wrestling personalities of trying to ruin her career. Number 2, Bob Holly goes berserk on Rene Dupree for not paying a traffic ticket. So in the past, whenever WWE wrestlers had grievances against their co-workers, they either took them to the infamous wrestlers' court or handled business themselves. Bob Holly was a fan of both approaches and made an example out of Rene Dupree over an unpaid parking ticket. Dupree had reportedly stuck Holly with a parking ticket when he borrowed the latter's rental car. Holly returned the car, oblivious to the fact, and received a call from the rental car service a few months later to pay the fine. Dupree was found guilty in the wrestler's court, but Holly took things into his own hands and laid out a shoot beatdown on Dupree during a match at a live event. Kurt Angle recalled the incident while talking on his podcast and claimed that Holly left Dupree bleeding all over the place and gave him a black eye. Angle also stated that the beating extended to the backstage area and that they had to break them up before things got ugly. Yes, Holly taught Dupree a lesson about respecting the wrestler's code of conduct, but at the expense of getting fined by WWE over the incident. Again, sounds like a lovely guy to be sharing the locker room with. And number 1, JBL makes Blue Meanie bleed. After the success of the rise and fall of ECW documentary, WWE decided to pay homage to the land of extreme by putting on the first ever ECW One Night Stand event. The show featured veteran ECW performers and had several nostalgic moments. The main event tag team match that saw the Dudley Boys taking on the Sandman and Tommy Dreamer eventually turned chaotic when a brawl broke broke out between the ECW originals and the WWE Crusaders. And amidst the chaos, something serious was happening inside the ring, as JBL was laying out a shoot beatdown on the Blue Meanie of the BWO. He landed several stiff shots to Meanie's face and busted him open, which left the latter getting stitches to his face after the event. Speaking about the incident on the Talk is Jericho podcast, the Blue Meanie revealed that the attack was due to him bad-mouthing JBL's alleged bullying antics in an interview, which did not sit well with the former WWE champion. However, the two surprisingly made amends a few years later, and Meanie even appeared on Gerald Briscoe and JBL's Stories with Briscoe and Bradshaw podcast and talked about how they buried the hatchet. At least there was a happy ending to that story, eh? As the great Owen Hart once said, enough is enough and it's time for a change. WWE burns through a lot of creative. There isn't much time to sit down and plan things out long term. This only makes it even more remarkable that the Roman Reigns-led Bloodline story has been so carefully constructed and executed to perfection. That might never have happened had Roman not looked writers in the eye and asked something like, what are we doing here? So I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 exact moments wrestlers told WWE Creative enough is enough. Number 10, Jon Moxley's inoculation pain. This was quite literally a pain in the ass for Jon Moxley, and it was very much a final straw moment for him. Moxley later told anyone who'd listen in interviews that he hated the inoculation segment with a passion. WWE's kayfabe Doc was supposed to protect Ambrose from a disgusting, disease-riddled fanbase. It was all rather over the top. Not especially a bad thing in pro wrestling, but this sure did not suit Mox. Ambrose detested the skit so much, it hurled him towards the WWE exit doors, and the former Shield man elected to leave the promotion completely, then popped up amidst much fanfare at AEW's first Double or Nothing pay-per-view. And speaking of WWE/AEW history, who do you think has had the best move from WWE to AEW? You let me know in the comment section below, baby. Number 9, Big Show feels disrespected. You've likely forgotten all about one throwaway backstage skit from the 4th of January 2021. There, an arrogant Randy Orton pushed Big Show back down into his seat and would not let him stand up to tower over him. This one moment told Paul White his time was up in WWE. White didn't mind giving Orton the advantage, but he did think he should have managed some sort of retaliation, or at least shown some defiance. Later, he also felt like others in the company spoke down to him. He was keen to move on from an absolutely horrendous evening, and he fancied branching out to do something different beyond the company anyway. He has since shown up in AEW, but hasn't really done much of note on screen with Tony Khan's group. Number 8, Neville walks out. Behold the moment when Neville/Pac realized he was powerless to make WWE's top brass look at him as a credible ongoing concern. The Geordie native hadn't enjoyed his feud versus Enzo Amore anyway, but props hoped he'd be able to swerve it eventually and continue shining as a reborn heel promo machine who could also work excellent matches. And nope, Neville rocked up to the 9th of October 2017 Raw and was told by agents he'd be dropping the Cruiserweight title to Enzo that evening. He walked out on the organization before Raw, then eventually managed to negotiate his release from contract following some lengthy, confusing back and forth. The Flyer had seen enough to know he'd never be taken seriously. Number 7, Drew McIntyre wants some assurances. It would be guesswork and probably false to suggest Drew didn't like his hot triple threat bout with Gunther and Sheamus at WrestleMania 39. That trio tore the house down on the mid-card, but one key word there might have been the problem. Mid-card. McIntyre had been sliding into that groove ever since failing to win the undisputed title from Roman Reigns on Clash at the Castle in September 2022. And according to various reports earlier this year, McIntyre was thrashing out terms on a new potential deal with WWE, but seemingly wanted assurances he'd be handled correctly. It also led to conjecture about the fascinating now Raw heel potentially jumping to AEW or taking some time away from the spotlight if his deal is allowed to expire next year. But it is also worth noting that the Scotsman has been at the center of one of the strongest storylines on WWE programming since making his return at Money in the Bank earlier this year. Number 6, Seth Rollins watches babyface Fire die. What was running through Seth Rollins' head as he lay on the ground in Saudi Arabia at Crown Jewel 2019 is less of a mystery. He'd been one of the best babyfaces of WWE's entire year, but the creative team effed that up when booking Seth against the late Bray Wyatt's Fiend offshoot. Their non-finish at Hell in a Cell borderline destroyed the famous gimmick bout's entire luster in minutes. And that led to the follow-up battle having this bizarre can't be stopped for any reason tagline. Then Rollins dropped the Universal title to Bray and knew his workhorse babyface run was over. Fans had started to boo him before that. Seth ended up turning heel less than 2 months after dropping the belt in October, and that shift to the dark side might have saved his bacon. It handed Rollins some breathing room and eliminated the embarrassment of being heckled when playing hero. Let's just say WWE's writers probably didn't get a Rollins Christmas card that year. But you deserve one for checking out this video today, and if you like what you see, then go and tap on that subscribe button right down below. Number 5, CM Punk has had enough. This image was taken during CM Punk's entrance at the 2014 Royal Rumble. As he stared towards the heavens and prepared to work a grueling 49-minute stint in the 30-man match, Punk already knew something else. Less than 24 hours later, Punk informed both Vince McMahon and Triple H he was taking off before Raw even started. Most of the wrestler's unhappiness seemed to stem from working through various injuries without the promise of ever headlining WrestleMania. But he was just generally beat up and tired from the rigors of the road too. This wasn't exactly Punk's first run-in with wrestling management, and it wouldn't be his last. Hell, the guy is still making headlines for this kind of stuff in 2023. Number 4, Chris Jericho's WrestleMania demotion. No, Chris Jericho is nowhere to be found in this pick. It's from Kevin Owens' Universal title defense versus Goldberg at Fastlane 2017. But it started pushing Jericho towards a WWE departure long before that actually happened. The veteran was sick and tired of how things were handled. Goldberg beating KO at Fastlane was a death knell for Jericho's full-time WWE career, and his excitement for Vince McMahon's leadership overall. McMahon demoted Jericho versus Owens from world title marquee slot at WrestleMania 33 to second on the card and a United States title scrap. Then the boss bashed their performance behind the curtain in Orlando. That was too much for Y2J to take, and he since revealed that this series of events led to him departing WWE entirely. He has not looked back since. Number 3, The Undertaker visibly needs a break. By late 1999, The Undertaker didn't feel like his long-standing supernatural deadman persona was working any longer. So in a bid to shake things up, Mark Calloway planned to become a more realistic character. Vince McMahon was hesitant to pull the trigger on change, but Taker wasn't taking no for an answer. The loyal but wounded soldier needed some time off to heal up injuries anyway. His tag team with Big Show had been middle of the road, and his in-ring performances first decreased in quality, then evaporated in favor of promos when injuries got on top of him. Before his time off and grand return in May 2000 as the Biker, it's possible to see Taker looking proper brassed off on countless episodes of Raw. The dude was going through creative burnout. Number 2, Steve Austin is horrified by his Mania role. 2002 was a rough old year for Steve Austin. WWE's top star since 1998 was physically struggling, but viewed company creative as an even bigger pain. The writers suddenly downplayed his importance to the cause and programmed Stone Cold in a nothing mid-card match with Scott Hall at WrestleMania X8. Rewatch Mania now and you'll see Austin look totally disinterested by everything around him. Steve walked out before the 10th of June episode of Raw, and the promotion bashed him on live TV for it. Austin was flat out finished with the creative team's ideas for him. Losing to rising star Brock Lesnar in a one-off King of the Ring qualifier was an insulting thought for the Rattlesnake, especially after months and months of mediocrity not becoming of a star his stature. Number 1, Roman Reigns has enough of the big dog. Paul Heyman recently admitted during interviews that the 6th of December 2019 SmackDown was a turning point in the career of one Roman Reigns. Both Baron Corbin and Dolph Ziggler cuffed Roman to the ring post, then covered him in dog food on that show. It was a miserable moment for the big dog. It ended his willingness to use that nickname and play his babyface character. Heyman called it a breaking point for Reigns with company creative. The future tribal chief knew he had to be more hands-on if he wanted to live the moments he fancied living on WWE television. Instead, Roman, ably backed by a supporting cast and a creative process that embraced his seriousness, has helped produce one of wrestling's most epic tales since starting the Bloodline narrative in 2020. He certainly didn't want any more dog food skits.
We all like wrestling facts because deep down in our tum-tums we're massive nerds. It's a good thing, by the way. You always want to deal with things you're passionate about. Therefore, we should go through some of these today. When you first hear them, you'll go, ha, Simon, you don't know what you're talking about. That's why you did lose your hair. But then you will use Google and you will figure out These are 10 wrestling facts that sound weird, but are somehow true. Number 10, Shelton Benjamin has never wrestled at SummerSlam. So we all know that competing at WrestleMania is considered the number one, everything that all wrestlers want to do. But if you did have to go down the list to the number 2 position, well, I guess from a WWE perspective, it would be SummerSlam, also known as Hot WrestleMania. Given how many times Shelton Benjamin has been with the company too, and the fact he was a top-tier talent at one stage, even if the company did underuse him, he somehow never wrestled at SummerSlam. What makes this even more crazy is that as I've been talking to you, he made 8 WrestleMania appearances, and doesn't that just sum it up? I don't think WWE ever allowed him to have proper momentum. There are some other trivia parts to this as well, because until 2024, Nia Jax also hadn't experienced the heat of the SummerSlam, so let's not do this again. You do have somebody you deem worthy or has consistent TV time, for the love of everything, put them in the slam of the summer. Number 9, a birdcage scene inspired Latino heat. So we all know that the late great Eddie Guerrero was one of the best to ever do it. Why so many people miss him? Nobody approached the squared circle like that guy. If you ever caught yourself staring off into the distance though and going, I wonder where that Latino heat character came from, well, it's the whole point of this video. Prepare yourself for a truly unexpected origin story. You will see this talked about in the WWE A&E biography about Guerrero, and yeah, he got inspired by this after watching the Robin Williams film known as The Birdcage. It was specifically a scene involving Hank Azaria's flamboyant housekeeper Agador asking Williams, who was a drag club owner, if he could perform in the show. Agador said this would be a good idea due to his Guatemalan heat, when Guerrero was like, well, wait a minute, where am I from? Bing bang bosh, Latino heat. Eddie basically first tried this out too during a promo when he was teaming with China, and that spark laid in all the foundations to once again go on to become one of the most beloved characters ever. Just goes to show, you never know where this kind of thing is going to come from. Number 8, Sting is the only person to ever main event an NWA, WCW, TNA, WWE, and AEW pay-per-view for a world title. I mean, they don't call him the icon for nothing. You will remember, of course, at Revolution 2024, Sting did bring his career to an end where he teamed with Darby Allin to take on the Young Bucks, and yes, the AEW tag team titles were on the line. Now, I'm sure some people are rolling their eyes going, Simon, you said a world title, but come on now. There's only one set of tag team belts in AEW, and also if anyone deserves their due, it is Sting. So just to add to his gigantic list of accomplishments, it just means that now he has fought for a world title in the, give it a breath, main event of an NWA, WCW, TNA, WW, and AEW pay-per-view during his 40-year run. I mean, that is absolutely sensational, and even as brand new companies do pop up, I don't think anybody is ever going to do that again. That's why when some people say to me Sting didn't have all that good of a reign, I look at them like they're crazy. He's one of the best to ever do it, damn it, and the figures don't lie. Number 7, Dustin Rhodes and Rey Mysterio have wrestled in 5 different decades. Now listen, as we have just talked about, Sting has retired, but it still meant before he hung them up, he was part of a rather special club. Because with Steve Borden making his debut back in 1985, that meant the icon had been doing his thing across 5 decades by the time he had retired. And given that we have now moved on from him saying goodbye, there are only 2 active performers across WWE and AEW who can say the same thing. One of these, of course, is Dustin Rhodes, who says he wants to continue on as well because he's an absolute beast, and even in a recent chat with Sports Illustrated, he basically wants to go until the wheels fall off. He first locked up though back in 1988, so he gets to appear in this too, as does Rey Mysterio, who just sneaks in there because he made his debut in 1989, and get this, he was just 14 years old. He's still basically going strong on TV today. You can also throw Maven in there, though he's only competed 3 times in the 2020s, although no one comes close to the late great Terry Funk. He managed to do this across 6 decades. Listen, if your name is Rey Mysterio or Dustin Rhodes and you want to do it, that's fine. But I also do think you're allowed a bit of a break. That is some intense stuff. Number 6, Shinsuke Nakamura has been a longer active WWE wrestler than Steve Austin. We all know the insane popularity that Stone Cold Steve Austin was able to achieve back in the business in the late 90s. He totally changed the industry too, and we never looked back. But what will really make your brain go, well, how the flub is that true, is how short his full-time spell actually was. Obviously, he competed in WCW, but we're talking about WWE here, and he would sign on as the Ringmaster in 1995 before he evolved into the ass-kicking Texas Rattlesnake. The thing is though, when you do go through this beat by beat, he only actually lasted 7 years before he walked away at WrestleMania 19 in 2002. That of course does mean that people like New Japan legend Shinsuke Nakamura, who essentially has been an upper mid-carder for most of his time in World Wrestling Entertainment, has been an active full-time performer in that company for longer than Austin. Believe you me, if you ask for iconic people from WWE, you're gonna say Steve before you say Shin. As I am talking to you, it's been 9 years, which is totally terrifying. And do you know who else would be in this list? Finn Balor, Pete Dunne, and AJ Styles. That one should throw you on the floor. Drew McIntyre also recently passed this too in his second stint with WWE, and this is why Steve Austin is the GOAT. He achieved so much in such a short pace of time. Number 5, Austin 316 and the New World Order being born happened within 2 weeks. So the lie that everybody likes to tell is that Stone Cold Steve Austin won the 1996 King of the Ring, dropped the Austin 316 promo, and the next night on Raw everybody was going crazy. That was not true. His build happened over the next 18 months, but that's why he became such a good superstar. Doesn't matter what you threw at him, the man knew what he was doing. That iconic line he dropped after he won the tournament did go down on June 23rd, but on July 7th, WCW was running their Bash at the Beach show, and that's the night when Hulk Hogan dropped the leg on the Macho Man Randy Savage and said, "Welcome to the New World Order of Wrestling, brother." So that meant in the space of just 14 days, the wrestling business had changed forever, even if we, the wrestling fans, had not picked up on this yet. I mean, if nothing else, think of the merchandise it spawned. I am quite confident, with no real facts to say, the NWO t-shirt and the Austin 316 t-shirt must be among the 2 best sellers of all time. And it all went down in a 2-week period. It's like waiting for buses, you're there all day, and here come 9. Number 4, the WWE has been the WWE longer than it was the WWF. So this one should make you feel sick. As I am talking to you, it only happened a few weeks ago, but the WWF, when it was known as the WWF, was now the WWF for a shorter time. The WWE was WWE. That's a terrible way for me to explain it, but once again, my brain can't comprehend it. Because it has been a whopping 22 years since the company got the F out and became WWE. And given that the WWF became the WWF in 1979, well, you can do the maths. So if you are of a certain age, you gotta let it go, man. It is the Fed no more, and it will always be the E. If you can't hear, I'm now crying into my cornflakes. Number 3, WrestleMania 3 was the last time Hulk Hogan successfully defended a world title on WWE pay-per-view. I mean, that probably does make sense, but let's not forget after WrestleMania 3, Hulkamania was still running wild for a good old time. So I suppose in many ways, maybe it was the swan song. That is not true at all. But yes, just to reiterate that, after successfully defending this title on pay-per-view at WrestleMania 3, when he defeated Andre the Giant, he would never do this again. So basically, if you need it summed up in a different way, every time the Hulkster tried to defend that strap on a WWE pay-per-view in the years that followed, he always lost. I mean, there was the Ultimate Warrior, the Undertaker, Yokozuna, and the Undertaker again during his return run in 2002. He would walk in as the champ, sure, but he never left with that shiny gold, which begs the question how the hell WWE did pull this off. I mean, we all know how Hogan works. Brother. Now, a huge asterisk here is that there were way less pay-per-views on the WWE calendar back in the day, and of course, after he returned in 2002, well, that run was always going to be short-lived for obvious reasons. We also should mention that, of course, he won the belt at WrestleMania 5, WrestleMania 7, and WrestleMania 9, which is still one of the worst WrestleManias in history, but still, I bet if you just told that sentence to anybody else, they wouldn't believe you, but it is true. Though if Hulk Hogan tells you definitely don't believe that, he's incapable. Number 2, Steve Austin never defended the WWE title at WrestleMania. So we are back to Steve Austin, who once again trailblazed throughout the WWE and the pro wrestling industry, but he too has one of these crazy statistics. Because despite holding the WWE Championship up above his head at the end of 3 of his 4 WrestleMania main event showings, the Icon never actually defended the top prize in the industry at the biggest event of the year. I mean, he conquered The Rock twice to lift the gold at WrestleMania 15 and 17, and of course picked up his first ever WWF title at WrestleMania 14 against Shawn Michaels. If we do shorten that down once again though, it meant every time he fought with the title on the line at the massive event, he competed as a challenger and basically had a 100% record. It also ties into another crazy fact though, which extends even further, because Austin never actually won the title on a pay-per-view that wasn't WrestleMania. The Rock also sneaks in here too, because he also never won a top belt at WrestleMania. So what the hell was going on, man? We need to go back in time and figure it out. Number 1, Jeff Hardy has never actually won a TLC match. I mean, if you went up to a random wrestling fan and said the words tables, ladders, and chairs, 1, they're gonna know what you're talking about, and 2, I bet they assumed that at least on one occasion Jeff Hardy was victorious in such a match. He was not. It doesn't really matter, because really everything that the Hardys, Edge and Christian and the Dudleys did at WrestleMania 17 will live forever. And of course we had that giant swanton that Jeff did off the giant ladder at WrestleMania 2000. The younger Hardy though was synonymous with this stipulation though, competing in a grand total of 5 TLCs. And yeah, let's just say it out loud. Do you know how many W's he picked up? 0. So he broke his body and we didn't even reward him. Now, if you need to rectify this, you can be a huge nerd and go through Cage Match and see that he did win a fair amount of ladder matches, and of course he picked up the odd tables win too. But when you took those elements and added chairs to it like you were doing a Scott Steiner promo, Jeff Hardy was never booked to win one. That seems like a massive oversight. And of course the counterpoint to that is, yes Simon, but during these things he tried to kill himself so had to lay on the floor for half of it. And yes, that's also accurate. Jeff Hardy certainly was one of a kind. What I want to leave you with though is that somebody else has at least got one victory under their belt, and that person would be Kane. Wrestling is totally screwed up. We are gonna get into some hyperbole today. Let's not pretend it doesn't fuel wrestling. A better way to put this would be there are occasions where wrestlers make terrible decisions and it goes badly. So badly that, yep, it affects where they are on the card. Can always rehab yourself, but nobody needs that noise, so let's just do it. 10 wrestlers who hit the wall with a whoopsie. Shame we didn't call the video that instead. Number 10, Gail Kim makes the decision. This is why I wanted to get that intro right. Did you see how WWE treated Gail Kim? No wonder she wanted out by any means necessary. It was the 1st of August 2011 Raw though, and we had a women's battle royal. The winner would be the #1 contender for the Old Divas title, and as soon as the bell rang, Kim threw herself to the floor. That's right, she eliminated herself. To be fair to Gail, her orders were to get out of there as soon as possible, and she took that literally. I mean, nobody could have achieved this any faster. The issue, of course, was this then triggered a breakdown of the relationship, and things got worse from there. At first, WWE wanted her to see out her contract, Kim felt differently, and eventually in September they came to an agreement. Let's just draw a line under it and move on. Gail has never been back, but again, I don't think she cares, nor does she want to. It was a rough ride for her, hence why she did this to begin with. You wouldn't do it for a bit of fun. Number 9, Jackson Riker goes off on social media. So you still see this today. If you are a WWE employee, you have to watch what you say on social media. Javon Evans didn't delete those other tweets for fun. Back in June 2020, it was way worse though, because Jackson Riker didn't think about any of this, because slam bang in the middle of a very delicate moment when it came to life and politics, he said some very controversial things that also saw the likes of Kofi Kingston, Kevin Owens, Mustafa Ali and more call him out. They were right to do so. He sort of floated on by for the next year or so, but it was not the same. Then in November 2021, he got released after everything with the Forgotten Sons had fallen apart due to all of the above. The real shame is stablemates Wesley Blake and Steve Cutler were also damaged by this. They never really got back to it either. KO, being the dude that he is, did mention how free speech is important, and he's right. It's super important. The timing and insensitivity of all this, though, yeah, it wasn't good. And ultimately, a man in the middle paid the ultimate price. Well, not the ultimate price, but he did lose his job. Number 8, Enzo Amore goes rogue. This feels like something that could be looked past if WWE really wanted to forget it. It was still a wild decision. In January 2018, there were some very difficult reports regarding Enzo Amore that led him to being let go. It's only right to say by May he was cleared of any wrongdoing, and I think it's also important to point out that none of this was ideal on any level. I suppose Enzo felt upset by all of this, especially because he lost his job, so he came up with a plan. He crashed the 2018 Survivor Series in disguise, got a pretty decent seat, and when the time came, he stood up and started shouting his catchphrase from the audience. I mean, that's quite the choice. I think those around him thought Enzo was doing this on behalf of WWE, but nope, he had gone into business for himself, and security quite literally dragged him out the building. I can only assume that Amore thought given that he got a clean slate, a phone call would be next welcoming him back to the promotion. It wasn't, so he then thought, well, I'll go out there and make my own noise. So I can understand the logic here. But goodness me, it did not work out. Number 7, Big Cass doesn't listen. I am not doing anything about the current Big Bill without going through his story. When this did happen in 2018, the man was going through some serious personal struggles. Friends were genuinely worried about his overall health. This explains why he likely did what happened here, but focus on today first. He is kicking ass in AEW. Dude is proof he can turn it all around. As he himself did admit, during a WWE European tour, he was not on his best behavior, which landed him in hot water when we got to the May 1st episode of SmackDown. Vince McMahon instructed Cass to not attack the extra portraying a fake person playing Daniel Bryan. And yeah, that's right, the big man did it anyway, and it was a giant mistake. It was part of a feud with Danielson, and the two met at Money in the Bank where Cass lost. I would assume due to all of this, he was released pretty soon afterwards. Yeah, no, Bill has acknowledged all of this, and he has been so honest, it's gonna help others. There's nothing more important than that. You can make a faux pas in wrestling, but it's the greater world where you will be remembered. Number 6, Marty Jannetty hurts his own rep. Let us make it clear. The idea that when a tag team breaks up, there has to be one Shawn Michaels and one Marty Jannetty isn't fair. It's not like Marty was bad. He just constantly was his own worst enemy. Jannetty was still adamant he was not drunk or high at the 1993 Royal Rumble when he did face Michaels for the Intercontinental title. In fact, Marty has always said it was Shawn who was struggling. My guess is neither man was right, but as a headline, well, it kind of sums up the situation. The issue was Jannetty's reputation, though, because this happened a lot. That's why Vince McMahon fired him after this pay-per-view before Kurt Hennig went to bat for his friend. It must have worked because Marty was brought back and even won the IC title. When, yes, it all struck again. There were just so many stories about what the man was doing away from the ring that the WWF couldn't trust him anymore. It was far easier to not use him, and apart from the odd cameo here and there, it really was the end. It's crazy when you go back a few years before because some even said Jannetty was the better of the two, and that wasn't because Michaels was bad. They were just both top-tier next-level talents and probably could have ended up in the same spot. But history teaches us otherwise. It's like Jim Ross said, if you're not reliable, they probably can't use you. Number 5, Lex Luger jump ship. I don't think Lex Luger would change this even today. It was one of the most iconic moments in wrestling history, and he was slap bang in the middle of it. Let's ignore this stupid idea that Lex was just a physique too, because it's not true. That rhymes, so there's something to it. The man won world titles and was mega over in both the WWF and WCW. The whole I'm gonna be Hulk Hogan Part 2 idea didn't work, but Luger still remained popular. That sort of sums it up. On the 4th of November 1995, all this changed though, as WCW made a huge coup. Looking for ways to turn Nitro into the can't-miss wrestling show, it became clear that Lex Luger was working for the competition without a contract. Even more crazy, nobody at the World Wrestling Federation had noticed. So after a word from Sting and a chat with Eric Bischoff, Luger decided he would secretly turn up on WCW TV, and I tell you, my friends, the world stopped. McMahon was so surprised he felt like Lex was just pulling a fast one, so he went to his legal department, when he soon discovered it was an internal error. There was no deal. Given how high intentions were at the time, it feels like McMahon never forgave Luger for what he saw as a betrayal, hence why after WCW was bought, Lex never appeared on WWE television. I mean, he didn't even get into the Hall of Fame until a changing of the guard. That is quite the turnaround. Number 4, the mad story of Mr. Kennedy. Kennedy, every time. And do not get it twisted. Kennedy was due for the monster push in 2007 when he got involved in the then steroid scandal. It was doubly bad for Ken as weeks earlier, he'd done the interview circuit telling everybody WWE doesn't do that stuff anymore. I told you there was whoopsies. His second chance came in 2009 when Misfortune whacked him in the face again. During a tag team match that featured Randy Orton, Kennedy dropped the Viper in a way that was not nice for the legend killer. Randy went backstage and kicked off. He thought Kennedy was dangerous. Apparently John Cena felt the same way, so yeah, you can't recover from that. And weeks later, Ken was let go. This was huge news at the time. Because aside from winning the Money in the Bank briefcase, Kennedy was penciled in to be the illegitimate son of Vince McMahon at one point. I mean, that's a dumb story, but you're a made man. You're quite literally the boss's kid. In storyline. Usually such prospects are allowed to have one more opportunity too, but no. Kennedy has never even had a rumor that he would head back to the company, and that is nuts. He was golden at one point, but again, it goes to show you really do have to tread carefully. Number 3, Buff Bagwell winds everybody up. Steve Austin and Kurt Angle must have been given the heads up about Buff Bagwell on the 2nd of July 2001 episode of Raw. They quite literally punted him out the building. This of course tied into that match with Booker T, but go and watch it today. It's not great, but it's not a disaster, other than the crowd reaction. That does make sense though. WWE had told their fans for years that WCW sucked. They weren't going to embrace it now. The truth is, there was a lot more fallout. The locker room felt like Buff Bagwell was well too full of himself, all things considered, and during a training session, he'd also gotten into a fight with Shane Helms. Once more, most people thought it was Buff's fault. It then got truly bizarre, as when Buff couldn't make some shows, he had his mum, who I suppose was not on a forklift, ring Jim Ross and tell him Mr. Bagwell's not going to be around. I mean, it's not like this was school. JR was rumoredly aghast by all this, and Bagwell had so many detractors, the next time he was on Raw, he got told, "You're done." Buff remains pretty bitter about this today, and given that he has had a very rough ride post-WWE, it never really felt like somebody who was going to be asked back. He was not, so that was that. Number 2, Dean Ambrose upset Steve Austin. Or so it seemed. People have talked about this after the fact, and it wasn't fans reading into the situation. There was definite animosity. It wasn't even in the ring or during a story, as it happened on Steve Austin's podcast that aired on the WWE Network. This was 2016 as well, so Dean was established as a star, yet on the show, he was just so standoffish. Sometimes he didn't even want to answer Stone Cold's questions. Not one to hide his emotions, Austin got noticeably frustrated on air, to the point he asked Dean Ambrose outright, "Are you doing enough for this company?" That's how he felt about it all. Future John Moxley then took umbrage with that, so yeah, the rest of the conversation was like an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. It was so flippin' awkward. It really did feel like his stock fell after this, and eventually he became a comedy character. Think of the stuff he does today in AEW, and then recall him dressing up as the Mountie on SmackDown. Something must have happened. And now that we look at it in hindsight, maybe Mr. Moxley should have turned Stone Cold Steve Austin down. Number 1, Mabel hurts people, and not in the way you'd want. We do have to throw it out there that the real-life Nelson Fraser was beloved by everybody. Nobody ever has a bad word to say, other than the fact that in the mid-90s, he would have a tendency to hurt people in the ring. There's a chat behind this too, because in 1995, the then Mabel was being pushed as a top guy after winning the King of the Ring. He went after the World Championship too, and in the ashes of the original steroid scandal, he seemed perfect. We need big guys who aren't on drugs. Bingo. Sadly, when we got to SummerSlam, it all hit a wall when Mabel took on Kevin Nash. He crushed the then Diesel's back, even though he'd been asked not to do this, and Kevin was so damn angry, Vince McMahon considered dropping Mabel right there and then. Again though, people like this man, so they talked the boss out of it, but Mabel's card was marked. He would remain employed, but no longer in big title matches. This got worse when he broke the Undertaker's orbital bone with a leg drop, and with another Top Guy warning that he wasn't safe. Yeah, it was the beginning of the end. From that point on, he was essentially just a heavy for others. The dream was gone. But I really would try and Google all the nice things people do have to say about this man. He just sounds like one lovable monster.
Pro wrestling gimmicks. They're fun, right? Most of the time. Sometimes promotion gets them so wrong it derails your entire career. WWE sometimes do get steadfast on these concepts when they go, well, it worked way back then, there's been a long period between them, so why don't we try it again? They're basically Britney Spearsing it. So do you want to see 10 gimmicks that WWE did indeed do this with that you've now forgotten? My name is Simon Miller, and we're going to do exactly that. Number 10, the female superhero. Nikki Ash, of course, was inspired by the Hurricane. Today, in this day and age, if you are going to be a superhero in the world of pro wrestling, there has to be some connection to Shane Helms. He just did that character way too well. What we don't shout about enough, though, is his sidekick, who, of course, was none other than Molly Holly. Mighty Molly was just perfect at this role though, especially because look at her comrades at the time. She had Hardcore Holly and she had Crash Holly, and they had very unique personalities, so she needed one too, and she found it in the superhero. Fast forward to 2021 and Nikki Cross felt the same, which is when she went to Vince McMahon and said, "Hey, I've got this great idea. Let's change my name to Nikki Ash," and the ASH would stand for Almost a Superhero. It is a wonderful idea behind this gimmick too. The whole point was to inspire the younger generation of wrestlers or the younger generation of whoever to say, believe in yourself and you can do whatever the flub you want to do. So I suppose she was a more cartoony version of John Cena, although at times he can be a cartoon. And this did start off well because Nikki became the women's champion when, of course, given the time frame, it was like 2021, well, the Vince McMahon curse struck, and because she didn't get over in 3 weeks, eventually, we just forgot about it. By 2022, Nikki Ash had gone back to Nikki Cross, and dare I say it, it was just a missed opportunity. Once again, go back to the likes of Hurricane Helms and Molly Holly. We could have done way more with this, and V didn't. Number 9, the Mad Max team. In late 2014, Connor and Victor, or the Ascension, were basically seen as the new Road Warriors. I mean, literally, when they came to the ring, people would go, wow, I think they really like the Legion of Doom. It worked really well in NXT, but by the time they got called up to the main roster, JBL was instructed to go, these two are such idiots. They're basically just ripping off old tag teams from the past. And then the Ascension were meant to get wins, and that would make Bradshaw look like an idiot. But then all of a sudden, Vince McMahon decided he didn't want to push the Ascension anymore. So now JBL was just speaking the truth. Wrestling. They can't act like the gimmick wasn't an updated version of all of these, right down to the face paint. I mean, I'm sure they're on the screen right now.
They basically look identical, but it was meant to be an homage to the past. Of course, when you do break it all down, whether we're talking about the Legion of Doom / the Road Warriors or the Ascension, it all came from the Mad Max playbook. Go and watch those movies. And then soon after this, Victor and Connor were hanging out with the Cosmic Wasteland, which was indeed Stardust and Wade Barrett. Now, I do want to put some respect on their names. Even though this was the stupidest gimmick ever, my gosh, these four made it work. They made lemonade out of lemons. Still though, overall it was not good. And really, somebody these days should try and ape what the Legion of Doom did. They were one of the best. Number 8, the Anti-American Group. So this should have worked, but it didn't. Lance Storm, William Regal, Christian, and Test started to get mega heat for obvious reasons back in 2002, and they even had some controversy. Look at their t-shirts, they had the American flag upside down. Well, you just don't do that. When it kicked off in June as well, I think a lot of people were like, oh my gosh, this will take off and be a huge success. And then by September, they were disbanded. Don't make me say it again, the 3-week curse. In this sense, the 3-month curse. It's not like they weren't committed either, and actually they dove headfirst into this, and of course, what excited fans from pre-2000 was that it felt very similar to the Hart Foundation. If you go back to 1997 World Wrestling Federation, oh my gosh, it's brilliant. The real big difference, though, is that while Bret Hart and co. got a bunch of TV time, the Un-Americans didn't, and they just got their asses kicked over and over. So eventually we're like, I don't need to be scared of you, you suck. Now eventually the Un-Americans did win the tag team titles, but again, go watch this era of WWE, and you tell me if those belts mean anything. I don't think they do. I really do think the concept was to take off where the Hearts had left off, but once again, 2002 was just an absolute roller coaster for the WWE. Nobody knew what they were doing, so we threw everything at the wall and just hoped that it sticked. And then when we did it, we ripped it off anyway. Number 7, the Wrestling Vampire. So Gangrel has made this his own. He has been doing it ever since the mid-90s, and he still performs on independent shows today. That guy deserves some kind of a medal. Or some blood, I suppose. He also made it to the very top of wrestling doing this gimmick, and so many people still love the Brood. Let's not forget, it basically launched the careers of Edge and Christian. It also proved that you can be scared of the sun and still make it in sports entertainment. So lo and behold, when 2006 rolled around, somebody said, well, you know, we could try. We could go and get another vampire. This is when Kevin Thorne walked through the door, and I guess he had a darker presentation for what the undead was meant to be. But the issue was, before this, he had played Mordecai. Now listen, Mordecai was meant to get a mega push and take on the Undertaker, before the audience was like, no, we don't want that. So he was already fighting from underneath. It got even worse too, because Kevin was put on the ECW brand, and man, hardcore fans didn't want that either, because ever since WWE had relaunched Extreme Championship Wrestling, everybody had realized, well, we're using the initials and that's about it. He also had Ariel with him, which was not the Disney princess, and I suppose the peak of all of this was WrestleMania 23, when we got that old ECW crew versus the new ECW crew, and then soon after he was let go. I just think the Attitude Era was so crazy you could get away with anything, and also, this wasn't that far removed from the late 90s, so people just weren't ready for another vampire. In 2025, I don't think you could get away with it either, unless they like feuded with the White Six or something. Now I've said that out loud, please don't do it. Number 6, the sumo wrestler. So how old were you when you learned that Yokozuna was not from Japan, and he was actually a dude from Samoa? I know, it kind of wrecks your brain. A bit like when you realize what Paul Bearer is all about. But yes, Vince McMahon sat him down and said, listen, this is exactly what you are going to be, and we're going to pair you up with Mr. Fuji. Now, Yokozuna was such a good worker, you probably could have said, oh, you're going to be a garbage man, and he would have figured it out, because he became the WWF champion, and he was flipping brilliant. As the rumor goes, though, and I suppose the aesthetic suggests this too, the same thing was told to Rikishi, which is why he did come out wearing the pants that he did decide to wear. Now, obviously, we soon pivoted on this, but Rikishi, given what was exposed, went on to make a career by sticking his ass in people's faces. Why not? Now, Big Keesh must have been worried when he was first told this, because don't forget, beforehand, he'd also been the Sultan, but eventually he joined Too Cool, and this got so over, in 2000, we even went and turned this Mother Hubbard heel. Now, even though this is going to sound daft, given how well Yokozuna worked, it's kind of surprising that during this bad guy turn, we didn't say, hey, maybe you should do a similar gimmick, and instead we just called him the Bad Man, and gave him the most generic heel music you've ever heard in your life. Now, let's never talk about this again. My gosh, it did not work. Number 5, the Masked Patriot. Now, Bruce Pritchard has talked about this on his Something to Wrestle podcast, and apparently, Vince McMahon was never a fan of the masked babyface, which begs the question why he introduced the Patriot in 1997. But as you can see right now, he was exactly this, and even came out waving an American flag, and he saluted everyone, and he had Kurt Angle's theme. Not joking. He used Old Glory to wave in Bret Hart's face as well, and that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. We quite literally did America versus Canada here. Bret Hart hated America. It was really weird though, because do not forget around the same time, Bret was feuding with Stone Cold Steve Austin, who was a much more real character, although if we do jump forward a few years, have a guess what Hulk Hogan was doing? Exactly this, but it was way more on the nose, and he was quite literally calling himself Mr. America. The story was totally insane as well, as Vince McMahon knew that it was Hulk beneath the mask, but we were all supposed to pretend that we didn't know, even though we did know, and Hulk Hogan would also be like, haha, of course it's me, but I'm not going to admit it. Now, you really couldn't suspend your disbelief with this at all. I mean, you could even see Hulk Hogan's weird hair, but yes, when you did sit down and you had watched these two characters, you could see where the inspiration came from. Number 4, the intellectual savior. So we go back to the genius with this one, and that's right, he was the manager of the Beverly Brothers, as well as some other teams, and also in real life, was the brother of the Macho Man Randy Savage. We are talking about Lanny Poffo. Now, he was also a wrestler, so he would get involved in some matches here and there, but mostly he did pick teams that lost a lot. All things considered, he can't have been that smart. He also wore lots of robes, which I suppose is where the connection came from, because in 2012, who turned up in NXT? It was Damien Sandow. He quite literally called himself the intellectual savior of the masses. Because of that, he all thought we were stupid heads, and this really did get over on the main roster, because of course he went on to become Mr. Money in the Bank. Unfortunately, he's also a footnote in history, as he then put that on the line and he lost, the first guy to do so. Damien would then go on to reinvent himself as the Miz's stunt double, which was super entertaining, and then WWE never let those two have a proper match, and after that he was let go. Wonders never cease. The thing is though, the original gimmick did not need updating, and this is the kind of character that could work right now, especially in a modern NXT. If you could find the guy or the girl with the right persona to get this across, I think they really could piss everybody off. So once again, what's old can become new again. We've already talked about this. So if anybody would like my terrible ideas, I think we need a new intellectual savior right now. Number 3, the $1 Million Man. Ted DiBiase pulled the winning ticket when he became the $1 Million Man in the 80s, because Vince McMahon was so desperate for fans to think all of this was real, he was able to live the life of luxury even away from the ring. Sounds pretty damn good. He soon became despised, especially after he tried to buy the WWF title. And because on-screen President Jack Tunney said, "You're not allowed to purchase belts, you idiot," Ted DiBiase was like, "Fine, I'll make my own." Which is when he introduced the $1 Million belt. All of this eventually ties into 2010, because who turned up in the WWE? It was Ted DiBiase Jr., and for a while, ta-da! That championship was back. Now, fair play to the younger DiBiase, because he tried so hard to make this work, and he acted rich all the time. But 1, fans weren't willing to accept it, and 2, well, it just wasn't the right concept for the time, and it was not the right concept for this guy. By 2011, we had turned Ted babyface to see if that was going to work instead, and once again, it just didn't, and he fell foul to the same fate, and he got released too. It was so long ago now, I don't think many fans remember this, which is why we should try this again. And we sort of did it with Baron Corbin, where he became rich, but that was part of a bigger storyline. There's probably somebody I'm not even thinking of right now, but somebody coming in and going, ha ha ha, quite literally with the laugh, "I've got more money than you." Well, that will always work, for obvious reasons. Number 2, the perfect mentor. So this one is mostly about Mr. Perfect, because not only was he absolutely brilliant in the ring, but when he became people's pseudo-managers, well, he was great at that too. He really did get into this early as well, because in 1996 he was managing Hunter Hearst Helmsley of all people. Also, don't forget the 1992 Royal Rumble when he was best friends with Ric Flair. Honestly, it's one of the best things you'll ever see in your life. Soon after all of this, Perfect did go to WCW though, but not before telling Triple H, "You should screw over Mark Merrow." When we jump to 2002, and every single name I just threw at you does come together, because Evolution was born, and Ric Flair was basically managing none other than Triple H. When you do go and watch it now as well, you can just see the formula, and there is just something about the head guy also being a wrestler and telling you advice on how to win titles that just works. Once again, we could do it again. The only name I can come up with right now is Randy Orton. Don't forget we basically did that with Legacy, but that's before Randy became a proper veteran, whereas now he sits atop of that tree. You could even do it with somebody like CM Punk. I think that would be gravy. The ultimate benefit is that the wrestler that's just below you all of a sudden gets your star power, so even if they are already a star like Triple H was, well, by the end of it, man, you are just absolutely kicking ass. Number 1, the bad boy rapper. John Cena. Obviously, nobody is ever going to top this, because he took this gimmick and went on to become the biggest star in wrestling for around about 2 decades. WWE was so happy with this, though, that in 2009, they tried again. And do you know what they called the poor so-and-so that had to be a rapper in wrestling? Slam Master J. So on day 1, he was totally boned. Now this was Ray Gordy, so he did have wrestling legacy in his veins. And yes, the whole persona was meant to be a joke, but that did not make its way to the audience. And they were just like, why are you such a loser? We absolutely hate you. They got so bad, we had to drop the gimmick entirely. By that point, though, it was too little too late, which I talked about in the intro. And in 2010, he was let go, and that just seems totally unfair. You had basically asked him to copy John Cena, comedy or not. It was also during the PG era of WWE. So this guy, once again, was just a walking cartoon, and his name was Slam Master J. I mean, you would have been better off abbreviating this and calling him the SMJ. Although I could be that, because my middle name is Jeremy, and maybe I just got the letters screwed up. I don't know what we're talking about. So let's change the word fake to predetermined straight away, although I get it, it works for a title. But listen, I can tell you firsthand that pro wrestling really hurts. That's what we're about to get into. Bret Hart has always talked about this, though, and how you are a super duper worker if you can enter a match and both of you leave without any marks on your body. I guess that memo didn't get to everyone. Maybe some people are just crazy. Let's go. Number 10, Brock Lesnar ruins Randy Orton's day the hard way. So we all remember this, and it is one of the maddest things that WWE has ever done, and it happened at Hot WrestleMania, aka SummerSlam. Happening all the way back in 2016, when WWE still wanted to be PG, I suppose an individual came up with the idea that Randy should end this match bleeding, but we can't use blades anymore, which of course was the old way, when someone must have gone, well, Lesnar, he's a real fighter, why doesn't he just use his elbow? I know, shouldn't have slapped my hand. Now look, I totally admit that neither of these options are all of that grand, but seeing Brock Lesnar just wail on Randy Orton's head to the point all this blood came out of his damn skull, it was that bad blood too, the stuff that's really thick, it made me feel oogly boogly. The justification for all this too is that Brock can do it safely. And if you believe that, please come to my hairdresser, well, I'll cut your hair with a chainsaw. Of course, Orton got concussed from this, and Chris Jericho was freaking out backstage. None of the other wrestlers had been clued in, so as far as he was concerned, Brock Lesnar had got into business for himself. And I can understand this, because in what world would anyone think this was a good idea? It's also so dangerous, there must have been a risk that Orton's career could have ended, and maybe that's hyperbole from me, but I went back and watched this for this video. It is absolutely disgusting. Number 9, stop the damn match. Jim Ross's call from the 1998 King of the Ring will go down in history, and I tell you why it resonates so much. Because good old JR meant it. I think everybody has seen the highlights by this stage, and yes, we still talk about Fall 1, which I totally get. Mick Foley got thrown off the top of that big old cage and landed through Alan the announce table. I don't get how he's still walking. The second fall is most definitely worse though, because 1, neither Mick Foley or The Undertaker thought the cage was gonna give way, and 2, Foley lands right on his head basically, when a chair also comes and thwacks him right in the skull. And even the real life Mark Calloway has talked about this. He thought Mankind was dead. After the fact too, Mick also admitted when he pitched his idea to Vince McMahon, Vince was like, well, have you been up there to see how high it is? And Foley had gone, of course I have, it'll be perfectly fine. I mean, he hadn't do this. And then when he did stand up there, he thought, well, it's not the best idea I've ever come up with, but it's too darn late. So you do have to give all the respect in the world to Foley, because just doing this takes absolutely massive cojones. At the same time, I think as wrestling fans, we need to somehow get to a place where if you do climb somewhere high, you'll have to go, look, I've made a terrible mistake here, and then you go back down to the ground. I mean, I'd much rather that than whatever the alternative could be. Number 8, the second 1998 Hell in a Cell match. Right, so that King of the Ring classic caused such a stir, nobody remembers that a few months after this, We were doing another Hell in a Cell, and this one was on Raw. And if you can believe it, it wasn't even the main event. That's what your core ratings were. It was August the 24th, if you do need to know, and Mankind was taking on Kane. And of course, halfway through this, when Mick Foley was scaling the cage, the Undertaker was back and he held him through a table. I was like, haven't we done this enough? And sure, yeah, look, he didn't get as high as he had done for round one, but his head still goes into the concrete floor, which begs the question, why does nobody care about Michael Foley's head? You also get a bunch of chair shots right to the skull, and after 6 minutes of this madness, in comes Stone Cold Steve Austin to end it with a big old schmuzz. That's why you can argue this was more nuts though, because we did this in under 10 minutes. Because of course we were trying to keep the audience's attention. I'm not even sure this was advertised beforehand. So yeah, next time you're talking about the craziness of wrestling, put this in your pocket. Number 7, the Brawl for All. Stupid. So damn stupid. And yes, every time I do talk about this, I have to say the same old thing because it's important. Never forget, because the Brawl for All was meant to be a real bunch of people having a fight, by proxy, you were telling your audience that everything else you were going to see on this show was fake or predetermined or not real. You can choose whatever word you want. But we go back to what I just said, it was stupid. We're also using mid-card talent here as the big old promise that, oh, if you do win, you'll be kicked up to the main event. But that was a lie too, because the whole point of this was to allow Dr. Death Steve Williams to get a big old push. But when he got knocked out by Bart Gunn, did Bart Gunn become a main eventer? No, he didn't. And in fact, right after the Brawl for All, he just vanished from TV. It's also not entertaining at all, because everybody involved seems like they are in danger. And do you know what Bart's reward was? When he was brought back to TV, it was at WrestleMania, where he took on legit boxer Butterbean, who gave him the most horrific knockout you've ever seen in your life in around about 8 seconds. I kid you not even, we do go back to the idea of danger. This could have killed Bart Gunn. Because again, say whatever you want about the Bean of Butter, he was still a damn pro. The absolute irony of all of this is that when Butterbean first got the call, he thought they wanted him to be involved in a worked match, and he was totally down for this, meaning Bart Gunn could have won. Let's never talk about it again. Till the next video that I do when I talk about it. What an idiot. Number 6, the 1999 Royal Rumble. We've already talked about unprotected chair shots to the head and how much we do know in 2024. And I guess if you wanted a window into the past when it was really bad, you go to this pay-per-view. It is a story that has done the rounds today, but both Mankind and The Rock agreed. Wouldn't it be a great old sight if Mick Foley's hands were handcuffed behind his back when Dwayne Johnson just repeatedly smacked him right in the skull with that weapon? Look, I suppose it did get an emotional response, but we went way too far. So what was meant to be 4 or 5 soon turned into 11 or 12, and the absolute worst part is that Foley's family was in the damn crowd, and all of this was caught on camera for the Beyond the Mat documentary, so you can see it, and I tell you this, it does not make for pleasant viewing. And sure, yes, people like to mention how this actually did turn The Rock into a killer, but I think there are other ways to do it, because again, wrestling is predetermined, and the safety of everybody involved should always be paramount. Number 5, the dumb fun. So for a while there, the WWE did indeed introduce a brand new match type, which was a Sympathy of Destruction fight. I can't even say that word, symphony. It was just a hardcore bout with instruments because they had Elias on the roster, and he played a guitar, and that's the be all and end all. I mean, they must have come up with that in about 2 minutes. This is not playing a guitar. And the first of these came on the 21st of February 2020 SmackDown, when Mr. Trum Tum Tum was teaming up with Braun Strowman to take on Cesaro and Shinsuke Nakamura. I mean, that is a couple of weird pairings. Now, at this stage, it's important to note that this wasn't the main event. It was just meant to be a spot of fun, which is why I suppose Braun Strowman saw Shinsuke, picked him up, and hurled him into a piano. I mean, that's like watching a cartoon. Now, while this wasn't a grand version of that, I'm sorry, it must have been real, because go and look at Nakamura's face when he gets held into this thing. He knows something is wrong, and he's right. He busted open his head and blood was going everywhere. It was going to take 9 stitches to stop that too, meaning this totally got out of control, even though it was meant to be stupid. So once again, this ties into the intro. You can watch going, this is so lame, but people are still putting their damn lives on the line. Number 4, the end of WrestleMania 19. So this one was just totally out of control. Because even though Brock Lesnar versus Kurt Angle was the main event for the WWE title, Kurt should have been nowhere near the ring, because he had been told by a doctor, yeah, Mr. Angle, your neck is really bad, and if you fall on it badly, it could go again, and I don't know, maybe you'll die. At that stage, the whole thing should have been changed, but it wasn't. It was the same for Brock as well, and we all know this one because we got to the ending of this match, and to try and cause that oh my gosh moment at WrestleMania,
He climbed to the top rope and he tried to do a shooting star press. He went for this maneuver and he landed right on his head, and he too genuinely could have died. I mean, everyone has said the same thing. If he wasn't so muscular, well, let's not talk about it. The worst part of this story is that right after this, both Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar did go into a state of shock, because of course they did. Their bodies were screaming at them, what the hell have you just done? So once again, protecting your talent has to be the number one thing here, because imagine the worst had happened. This would be a completely different tale. I'm just quite glad we don't have to tell him. Number 3, Vince McMahon gets headbutted. For real. Even though this is wrestling. You tell me. It all kind of ties into this phrase we've heard time and time again, which is Vince McMahon will never ask you to do something he wouldn't do, which actually isn't 100% true. I don't think he was driving around rental cars 365 days a year. In 2017, this did rear its head again, quite literally, when he said to Kevin Owens, who was feuding with son Shane, "You are going to butt me right in the head. Damn it, you gotta do it legitimately." Now, Owens has spoken out about this and said how he was under strict orders, even though he thought it was a terrible idea. So yeah, they got to the ring, he went doink, and of course, when Vince fell down, not only was he bleeding, but he was concussed. I mean, some things really are just 2 + 2 = 4. Let's not forget either, this put Kevin under significant risk too, because it's still head on head. Now we are just going down the same path over and over again. But did this make the story or the feud even better? No, it didn't. I don't think we need to do it again. Number 2, the Saudi Arabia disaster. Now I stand by this, and you're allowed to disagree with me, but when I did learn that it was the Undertaker versus Bill Goldberg in Saudi Arabia, and it was pitched as a dream match, I was like, I think that is a dream match. I mean, I understand they both came from WWE and WCW, but Undertaker and Sting, that's a dream match, or Goldberg versus Steve Austin. This kind of just felt like throwing 2 legends together. It still had the potential to be fun, though, when it wasn't. At all. All happening at Super Showdown 2019. It probably should have been stopped before it started, because to warm up for his match, Goldberg headbutted a locker, and he did it a little bit too much, I suppose. He was bleeding, and he was concussed. There it is again. It meant that even before he went ding ding ding, he was a little bit loopy whoopy, which is probably why he went for a spear and totally missed, and then when he went to jackhammer the Undertaker, yep, they both landed on their heads. I'm doing this so I don't have to see it again. You can also just see the frustration on both competitors' faces, especially the Undertaker, who doesn't know what's going on. And I get that they're all-time levels as well, but honestly, at that age, there's only so much you can take. If you've never seen this, always keep it that way. The Undertaker has gone on record too, saying, yes, I was not a fan of that. If nothing else, it's just sad. Once again, we need a danger sign where we can just stop matches halfway through. Although what does that even mean, I don't know. Number 1, forgetting it to work. So I suppose the law of averages always dictates this was going to happen in professional wrestling, or when wrestlers decide, you know what, I'm just going to beat my opponent up for real. But that still absolutely sucks. But yeah, look at it this way. If somebody has annoyed you on the outside of the ring and you get in the ring and you know what the deal is, if you are a massive asshole, you can just walk up to them and punch them right in the face. We have seen this time and time again, such as when the Public Enemy were brought into the WWF. Apparently backstage, they rubbed everybody the wrong way, which is when the APA just give them such a beating in the ring. I mean, it's a little bit like a massacre. Canyon also took the most horrific chair shot you've ever seen from The Undertaker, and that was way too tough. And you know all the stories about Bob Holly, especially when you bring Tough Enough into the equation. I mean, let's put it this way. Would he get away with that now? No, he wouldn't. There's also the curious case of the 90s tag team, the Beverly Brothers, because they had that finisher that was called Shake Heights or whatever it was, where sometimes they would drop people right on the top of their heads. Seriously, you can go see that one online. It will make your eyebrow raise. Because as always, the number one thing about professional wrestling is protecting your opponent, but there have been times throughout the years, well, that's just totally gone out the window. Imagine if WWE had done a few Royal Rumbles, and then they just vanished. We'd all be sad pandas, our favorite event, just vanishing into the dust. Thankfully, this did survive, but I tell you, not everything is so lucky. Which must be what Kylie Minogue was singing about. Just to draw a line under it too, though. That's right, my name is Simon Miller. Welcome to WhatCulture Wrestling. This is 10 awesome ideas WWE just stopped doing. Number 10, women exclusive pay-per-views. All premium live events, to use the proper term, and I do understand that this is tough, because in a dream world, you want to get to a big old show, and you have a good balance of men's wrestlers, and you have a good balance of women's wrestlers, because good wrestling is good wrestling, and we just smash it all together. Thing is, though, after years in the cold, or not being treated equally, we do need to shine a bigger light on the female talent, which is why doing an exclusive women's pay-per-view premium live event was a really good idea. I remember the Evolution event as well, and I thought it was super duper fun. I'm sure it wasn't the greatest thing you'd ever seen, but it did make me go, well, if we did with this the first one, what can we do with the second one? And
Then it just never happened. Triple H actually did address this on a press call way back in 2021, and he just said, well, actually, in my opinion, it doesn't feel like something that's must-have at the moment. Fingers crossed, though, we do keep doing what we have been doing in 2023 and 2024, because in WWE especially, the women do seem to be featured more. Yeah. Keep on doing it. Number 9, the Intercontinental Title Cup. I like a good wrestling tournament. I thought AEW's Continental Classic was great, and way back in 2013, when WWE said, oh, hey, we're going to do the Intercontinental Cup, I thought, yeah, the name is ridiculous, but I want it. Of course, the winner would get a shot at the Intercontinental Champion, and while it wasn't going to be a round robin, it would be single elimination. That's good enough for me. Wade Barrett was the champion too, where we were going to have Kofi Kingston and Dolph Ziggler and Randy Orton, and just as it was about to start, it didn't happen, and that was that. If for whatever reason WWE just decided they'd rather do Wade versus Bo Dallas for that championship, and we never heard about this again. But look, recently, as I am talking to you, we did the US title tournament to find a challenger for Logan Paul, and that worked out great, so let's just do it on the other show. I mean, it's painfully obvious. Number 8, unique stage designs. So I'm just going to say it right away. Backlash 2000 or 2001, I've forgotten now. But those swinging blades, my word, I still think about them all the time. Now, obviously, we do get this for WrestleMania and the odd Saudi Arabia show. But mostly what we have done from Raw and SmackDown in terms of staging, well, that's your loss. Now, let's be fair. When you do take a step back and look at that, it is damn impressive. But because we are nerd fans, there's just something so fun about going to a big old show and being like, tee, what's it going to look like? It's why these days, when WWE scales things right back like they did for the Royal Rumble, people lose their minds. It just gives everything a different feel. Doesn't sound like it's going to change anytime soon, though, and actually maybe WWE does have the balance right at the moment. But don't you tell me, it's a cost-cutting measure. They've got all the cash and then some. Number 7, the Royal Rumble Tumbler. So we are in proper geek territory now, because really, let's ask the question, who actually cares about this? Well, I do. I'm that guy. Given that the Royal Rumble does have 30 entrants, though, we would have these hilarious backstage skits on Raw and SmackDown where a wrestler would find the Royal Rumble tumbler and they'd quite literally pick their number out of it, and you wouldn't actually see it, and they'd go like, ugh, and they'd walk off all upset, or they'd be like, woohoo, and they'd be happy. And like, don't get me wrong, it was super silly and over the top, but that is why it was so good. And then just over the passages of time, WWE decided to phase it out. I'll be honest with you though, mainly when it does come to the Rumble, I'd actually like to know 0 people who are in the damn thing. Because the surprise element is so good. I mean, even if it was Taka Michinoku, I'd still lose my mind. Number 6, Cesaro is a Paul Heyman guy. So something definitely happened here, and Claudio Castagnoli has even discussed this in interviews, in the sense he thought it was going to be a big deal, then it was kind of just an asterisk. So maybe one day we will find out about this. And when the Swiss Superman was in the WWE, you all know the story, Vince McMahon said it on the Stone Cold Steve Austin podcast, he just didn't seem to like Cesaro, which to me is totally crazy. Now, a very large reason for this could be because he was perceived not to be very good on a microphone, but that's why in 2013, when we teamed him with Paul Heyman, it was like, oh my gosh, this is the magic sauce. Paul can be his mouthpiece, and now we can zoom to the moon. Do you know what we did though? We had Cesaro lose a bunch of matches when Paul Heyman decided, nah, I don't want to do this anymore from a storyline point of view, and we just dropped it. So talk about not living up to the potential. We could have done loads with this. We just didn't. Number 5, cinematic matches. Now these absolutely had to go away because they were a mainstay during the pandemic era, because we had to think of ideas outside the box. And genuinely, across the board, round of applause, every promotion did great. I really don't think that you have to treat these as an all or nothing situation though, so if we could pepper them in throughout the year, well, that would get me excited. In Broken Matt Hardy was absolutely the dude who launched them in terms of modern day wrestling, but we remember the Boneyard match and the Firefly Funhouse match. I mean, they still sit within my tum-tum, so they definitely ticked a box. And actually, to get a talking point going, you probably could compare what the Bloodline has done to some of these. Like, I know they're not filmed all differently, but you did have a lot of in-ring drama, so maybe we just need more of that. I mean, ultimately, we just have so much wrestling throughout a 365-day period. You should be able to get super duper creative with it. Number 4, 8K entrances. There is a small chance that by the time you see this, we do go back to these, because the backstage land of WWE is a-changing. Because recently in the company, head of production Kevin Dunn has left, and he was there for 40 years, so maybe it was he that wasn't a fan of 8K cameras, and now they can finally come back. If you've never seen it as well, absolutely go and hunt these down when WWE did use them for some entrances, like when Roman Reigns made his grand walk down the aisle. It kind of looked like something from a video game. And again, once again, we kind of did this in the pandemic because it did give us something different. We didn't have live fans, but it was just so cool to look at. It was like alien technology. Doesn't even have to be a week-to-week thing either. You could just use it for events like WrestleMania. So you know what we have to do. We cross our fingers and we hope. Number 3, the Mae Young Classic. I mean, at least we got some of these, unlike the Intercontinental Cup. But once again, where'd they go? Because there were 2 Mae Young Classics, and I have fond memories of these, especially because they were really good at launching the superstars of tomorrow, which should be entirely the point. Also, look at some of the people that went through these. Raquel Rodriguez, Rhea Ripley, Kairi Sane, Toni Storm, and you had outside legends too. Serena Deeb even popped up. It's also something that can be done annually and fits in perfectly with NXT, and it just means you can crown someone and they can walk out and be like, oh my gosh, I'm great now because I won a damn tournament. I do want to point out that once again it was the pandemic that killed the 3rd entry, but we've mentioned AEW C2 and that US title tournament. Feels like the time is now. Number 2, Titantron entrance videos. I mean, look at this back and forth. When The Rock came back in January 2024 on Raw, his Titantron video was just The Rock emblazed on that big screen. Once again, it did kind of work. When you saw the social media clips, you're like, it's good advertising. When Logan Paul turned up on that week's SmackDown, though, he had a proper old school Tron. It was him doing a bunch of his moves. And I'm going to tell you directly, it was really energetic and fun. It also got people talking, because if you were watching wrestling back in the day, everybody had one of these, and it meant if you were a brand new viewer, you could see one dude crushing another dude and be like, wow, he looks really awesome, I'll support him. It also brought a really unique quality to every single wrestler, and it gave them a personality, because it was just another way to get them over. So yes, it is a little bit of a shame that nowadays everything is copy and paste, but I do understand. And once again, you can't say, well, WWE just wants to save money. But why would they just do it for Logan Paul? I mean, he probably costs a pretty penny too. Number 1, Taboo Tuesday. Or Cyber Sunday, pick whatever you want. I just thought this was always such a fun spin for a WWE pay-per-view premium live event, because you quite literally didn't know what was going to happen. So you were on the edge of your seat, or you were relaxed. It's your choice. It was all based on voting, and I think WWE management took it literally, because there's an amazing story out there where Chris Jericho was going to have an Intercontinental title match. Everybody thought Batista would get chosen, and then Shelton Benjamin won. It was like, well, what do we do? Shelton actually went out there and won the damn thing as well, so this was just a moment in time, even if people backstage were panicking a little bit. And the main issue with the concept is that social media wasn't what it is today, but it now is that today, or words to that effect, so why don't we at least give it another go? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? It sucks, move on, and do something else. For whatever reason, I don't think that WWE will do this, and really, given the last 12 months, do they need to? No, not really. They're totally on fire.
There's definitely a way to write a character off TV that can positively impact both the product and the wrestlers involved, giving the latter something interesting to sink their teeth into, while also looking after the performer being written off. Look at Jade Cargill's recent backstage attack on SmackDown, for example. Not all departures are this effective, though. In fact, some wrestlers have been utterly humiliated or even found themselves at the center of some truly baffling twists on their way out the door for a spell. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 9 wrestlers who got written off in the worst way possible. Number 9, Big Show is counted back to being a babyface. This list will contain a ton of quite bizarre but unquestionably memorable exits. But this first entry was awful simply because of just how unmemorable it was. After losing to Randy Orton at the Extreme Rules PLE, a heel Big Show found himself battling against Chris Jericho on an episode of SmackDown back in May 2013. This would be Paul White's last match in WWE for a few months, with the Giant staying off screen for a bit before eventually returning in August and once again hopping over the heel-face divide. It's just what he did. So how would the company write him off TV here? Would Jericho perhaps injure his former tag partner and give him a reason to seek vengeance upon his return? Well, not quite. Instead, WWE just had Big Show be counted out after taking a code breaker on the outside and falling into the timekeeper's area. He was then smacked around with a steel chair for a bit before pathetically retreating to the back. That was it. There was no shocking angle, and it's not as though Jericho massively benefited from such a weak finish either. Who was this for? The whole thing just felt like it was lazily thrown together at the last minute. Something that wasn't exactly abnormal back in 2010's WWE. It was a fun time. This embarrassing exit was then barely even referenced when he ultimately made his return to kick off a feud with the Authority, and most viewers had understandably forgotten how he was written off in the first place. It was that dull. Number 8, a clothesline from hell leads to time off for Shaniqua and chest swelling. In one of the many WWE moments that have aged like a pint of milk over the years, October 2003 saw the company write Shaniqua, the dominatrix manager of the Basham brothers during their BDSM gimmick, off TV by having her take a sickening clothesline from hell from Bradshaw. If that wasn't bad enough, Vince McMahon evidently thought it would be a screen to use that violent moment to explain the surgery the real-life Linda Miles had during her time away from the screen. After she made her return at No Mercy, Shaniqua would claim that the impact of the future JBL's vicious finisher caused her breasts to permanently swell. Yep. The only thing more uncomfortable than the painful dialogue poor Miles was forced to deliver when revealing her injury was the sight of the Bashams losing their minds beside her, with the two randy adults giddily celebrating JBL's, handiwork. Yeah, this was not a good look. This was WWE writing at its juvenile and cringe-inducing worst, though Miles thankfully didn't have to endure it too much longer as she disappeared from TV in February of the following year before being released that November. It was probably for the best. Number 7, Brock Lesnar and Goldberg are booed and stunned out of WWE. On paper, Brock Lesnar versus Goldberg on the biggest card of the year seemed like the sort of combination that simply could not fail. There was just one problem. Both men had decided they'd had enough of the WWE life, meaning the Clash of the Titans would be their last before parting ways with the company. So WWE needed to think of a way to write both men off the product, while also just trying to make the best of a quite surreal situation. Making matters worse, fans caught wind of their impending exits before the match, leading to the Madison Square Garden crowd at WrestleMania 20 hijacking the contest completely. No one cared who won or lost here, with the rivals just gritting their teeth and getting through the universally rejected match. Determined to give the fans something positive to cling on to, though, it was decided that both Lesnar and Goldberg would be beaten up by special guest referee Stone Cold Steve Austin after the bell, with the two effectively being stunned out of the company that night. This should have been a hard-hitting conclusion to one of the most fascinating dream feuds of the era, but what ultimately became Goldberg and Lesnar's send-off was just one big disappointment in the end. At least they made up for it with their second stab at the program, though. What Mania match did live up to the hype, my friends? Let me know in the comments section down below. Number 6, a bizarre hit and run allows Elias to have pectoral surgery. The pandemic era of WWE is full of bizarre occurrences, and one of these many peculiar moments involved none other than the brother of Ezekiel, aka Elias. The Drifter was coming off 2 victories over Baron Corbin, with one of those coming at the crowdless WrestleMania 36, and the other being a first-round match in an Intercontinental Championship tournament. Unfortunately, though, the strumming sensation would go and tear his pectoral muscle in the gym before he could compete in the next round. What a nightmare. But rather than writing him off by saying he'd simply picked up the injury in that first encounter, WWE had other ideas. In an attempt to add a bit of drama to a lifeless SmackDown at the time, Elias was seemingly involved in a controversial hit-and-run incident involving Jeff Hardy on a May 2020 edition of the show. You know, the same charismatic enigma who'd been charged with multiple DUIs at that point? Oh boy. Elias then wasn't seen on screen again until October, with this tone-deaf incident kicking off one of the most uncomfortable feuds of the year, as Sheamus would continually shine a light on Jeff's history of substance abuse. And though it was pretty much confirmed that Sheamus had framed Hardy for that hit-and-run stuff during that dreadful feud, that still didn't stop Elias from choosing to target Jeff when he made his return, reigniting a storyline that most people had tried their best to forget. These were dark times. Number 5, John Cena is stabbed in a nightclub. Back before he was starring in the likes of the Fast and Furious series, The Suicide Squad, and a string of terrible comedies, John Cena made his acting debut in a little film by the name of The Marine. You may have heard of it. To get that performance in the can, though, Cena would need to be away from the ring for a while, so WWE opted to write him off SmackDown by having the future world champion get hurt outside of the squared circle. While thankfully this wasn't another stupid hit-and-run scenario, it still wasn't much of an improvement. To explain away Cena's month-long absence back in 2004, it was said that Cena had actually been jumped in a nightclub, and not just beaten up, he'd been stabbed, allegedly by Jesus Jesus, the bodyguard of Cena's rival Carlito. If that simultaneously silly and horrific storyline reason for his spell on the sidelines wasn't bad enough though, Cena then not only opted not to press charges against the person who was almost certainly his attacker, he was also left suspiciously scarless. Why? Well, according to the star himself, the doctors hooked it up, whatever the hell that means. And after not wearing any bandage or anything in the immediate aftermath, he then oddly decided to finally throw one on after being punched in the kidney by Jesus. This was just so weird. A simple backstage beatdown would have likely done the trick, but WWE's insistence on taking things up a notch resulted in more than a few dumb plot holes. Hope you're having a good time with this list, my friend, and there is more where that came from if you hit subscribe. Number 4, Samoa Joe is kidnapped by ninjas. The legendary Samoa Joe found himself being written off TV quite recently, with the former AEW World Champion not appearing on All Elite programming since being driven through a wall by Chris Jericho a few months back. Somehow though, that is not the most ridiculous way the terrifying icon has been written out of a wrestling product for a spell. That honor belongs to the weird time that Joe was jumped by ninjas back in his TNA days. After losing to Orlando Jordan back in 2009, the star was not just attacked by this group of hooded individuals, he was also dumped into the back of a van. That van then drove away as quickly as it could, leaving fans wondering what on earth they'd just seen. But the answers to those questions never came, with Joe just returning a few months later when TNA desperately needed some babyfaces, and the weird ninja angle never being explained. Joe would eventually claim that the original plan was for him to return as a psychopathic heel, and said that the lack of follow-up on the strange situation was because Vince Russo couldn't write his way out of a kidnapping. Sounds about right. However, Russo would later say that Eric Bischoff's idea was at one point to have Jimmy Snuka be revealed as the person behind the kidnapping. But when that didn't work out, the team just decided to drop it and forget about the whole thing. Joe never did though, even referencing the moment on WWE commentary back in 2020 with his "ninjas can really ruin a night" line. Yep, they sure can. Number 3, Lita is humiliated by Crime Time. After inspiring countless performers to give this pro wrestling thing a try, and creating many a memorable moment throughout her career, watching Lita receive her flowers over the last few years inside of a WWE ring has been rather lovely, and it almost makes up for the horrific way her 2006 retirement was handled. Almost. After being defeated by Mickie James and losing the Women's Championship to her at that year's Survivor Series, Lita's retirement match was completely overshadowed by a horrendous post-match segment. Even with the star being a heel at the time, it felt safe to assume that she'd at least get a moment to take in the crowd one last time before riding off into the sunset. Instead of a respectful goodbye though, WWE opted to write Lita off television in the most childish and inconsiderate way imaginable. Crime Time soon strutted down to the ring and kicked off a hoe sale, one that involved selling her stuff, including her underwear, to the crowd, all while she begged them to stop. Knowing that Lita actually did something similar behind the scenes beforehand makes the whole thing even more difficult to watch almost 2 decades later. At least she's finally been treated with the respect she deserves in her numerous recent comebacks. That's something. Number 2, William Regal's confusing All Elite exit. Helping create the ass-kicking band of badasses known as the Blackpool Combat Club, William Regal seemed to be having the time of his life in AEW back in 2022. He eventually began warring with MJF on the stick, coming into the Star's Full Gear AEW World Championship match against the BCC's Jon Moxley. However, after those compelling promo battles with Max and ultimately turning on Mox at the pay-per-view, things got strange in a hurry. You see, Regal asked Tony Khan not to renew his deal with the company, preferring instead to return to WWE. He wanted to work with his son and Papa H and all that stuff. AEW needed to write him off TV then, and had a bit of time to figure out a satisfying and effective way for Regal to depart. What Khan and co came up with though just ended up being a confusing mess. Regal was beaten down by MJF shortly after helping him win the big one. Then 1 week later, in what would be his final AEW appearance, he appeared in a backstage segment apparently shot before that aforementioned attack. Regal bizarrely claimed that he had turned on his old pals as one final lesson to them. Keep eyes in the back of your heads, lads. Like the veteran group hadn't learnt that one already, Will. And that he gave MJF everything he ever wanted to stick a target on his back and put him in a be careful what you wish for kind of situation. So was all of this some sort of secret babyface plan to help his mates and ruin Max's life then? Who the hell knows? He probably should have just left this alone after Maxwell kicked his ass, really. But then we wouldn't have been gifted one of the weirdest promos in All Elite history, would we? Number 1, Dolph Ziggler throws down the US title because you don't deserve him, only to return a month later. As 2017 came to an end, it was looking like Dolph Ziggler's time with WWE was also about to conclude. This show-off had been a constant presence on the likes of SmackDown and Raw for about a decade, but his comments on Edge and Christian's podcast around that time suggested he was weighing up his options, and perhaps even thinking about exiting the company at the end of his deal. Just some time away from TV was what Ziggler desired the most though, giving him the chance to add some new layers to his character and return with a bang. So when WWE agreed to let the star almost immediately discard the United States Championship in the middle of a SmackDown ring after he'd won it, telling fans they did not deserve him, Ziggler was clearly hoping this would lead to some time off and something special later down the road. However, despite the bold way the frustrated performer was written off here, initially turning a few heads, it was soon hilariously undermined just a few weeks later. That extended spell away only ended up being about a month, with Ziggler showing up as a disappointing number 30 entrant in the 2018 Royal Rumble. He was then quickly thrown out. What could have been the start of a pulsating new chapter in Ziggler's stale WWE career quickly just turned into another wasted opportunity. And the star himself, who finally left WWE in 2023, has since noted how unhappy he was about what happened post-title drop. He wasn't the only one.
The tried and tested story in wrestling is the superstar who refuses to lose. Be it because they don't think their opponent is worthy enough or the story doesn't make sense, they decline the request to stare at the lights, and that is that. Others, however, see it very differently. I'm Simon from WhatCulture, please do hit that subscribe button, and this is 10 wrestlers who refuse to win. Number 10, Bret Hart refuses to defeat The Rock. All the way back on the 31st of March 1997 Raw, Bret the Hitman Hart made yet another positive call for the wrestling business as a whole when he said he didn't think it made any sense to beat The Rock. Tied into the fact that according to Hart, the likes of Triple H and Shawn Michaels had seen something in the People's Champion and therefore tried to cut his legs off to stop him getting any momentum, Bret went the other way. If he was destined to be a main eventer, the Hitman would help him. This is why when Hart was booked to win the Intercontinental Championship from The Rock, he told management that was a bad idea. How is that going to help this rookie if he loses both a match and then his title? As such, the finish was changed to a DQ, and this was a common theme in the family. Brother Owen also went out of his way to try and help the Great One. Number 9, Brock Lesnar tells WWE Goldberg should win. The Survivor Series 2019 main event was awesome. Still a match I return to a lot as it's such a wonderful surprise. It also just shows that Brock Lesnar gets it. After Bill Goldberg had a wave of new support for a proper return after he featured in the WWE video game, Paul Heyman went to the powers that be and said, "Why don't we bring him back? Put him against Brock, with Lesnar finally getting his win back from WrestleMania 20. Doesn't that sound like a smart plan? The night before the pay-per-view though, it all changed. After seeing there was far more money to be made with the shock victory and a payoff a few months later, Lesnar went to management and said, "I should lose." This was massive, especially as Brock being defeated basically never happened. I mean, you have to be on the show first. That's a joke. He also got schooled at the Royal Rumble, with the ending coming at Mania 33 where Brock beat Bill for the Universal title, and all of this was great. Number 8, Edge says no to breaking The Undertaker's streak. The Undertaker vs. Edge at WrestleMania 24 was a worthy main event. Many questioned this when it was decided this should go on last, but we needn't have worried. The dead man choked the Rated R superstar out thanks to the Hell's Gate submission after 25 minutes to become the new World Heavyweight Champion. It was really well done, but this wasn't the original plan. There's always rumours that certain people were chosen to beat The Undertaker's streak, such as Mark Henry and Randy Orton, but both Michelle McCool and Edge himself have mentioned in interviews that the idea at one point was for the ultimate opportunist to give the Phenom his first loss at the show of shows. The reason it didn't happen is because Edge thought this was nuts. Seeing it as a scenario that would just piss off fans that love Taker rather than do anything for him, Edge went to Vince McMahon and co. to remind them how important this run had been. They must have agreed. This, of course, brings into debate whether Lesnar should have been the guy, but hey, it happened. There's no point crying over the past. There's enough to cry about right now. Number 7, Kurt Hawkins refused to beat anybody for almost 3 years. My word. Coming back into the WWE in 2016 when officials decided they needed some good hands to beef up their roster, Kurt Hawkins' initial gimmick was that he never actually had a match because of outside shenanigans. When he finally did wrestle, he beat Apollo Crews, and that was his last win until 2019. Instead, he went on a massive losing streak, which clearly wasn't any kind of plan, because on a random B show, all of a sudden Hawkins learned he was booked to beat Heath Slater. Realizing fans were starting to realize that he never won, Kurt requested that he was not victorious in order to keep this going. He wasn't wrong, as this did get more and more chatter before Hawkins, alongside tag team partner Zack Ryder, did indeed win the World Tag titles when they beat the Revival at WrestleMania 35. And how did Kurt win? With the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up. I mean, what else? Number 6, David Sammartino does a reverse Montreal during a house show. So this was a weird one. During the mid-80s, David Sammartino would often find himself near the top of the card when involved with his father Bruno, and then falling quite considerably as soon as that story was over. As you can imagine, David didn't enjoy that, so he quit, and he came back, then he quit. This was just the way. Jump to 1985, however, and the young Sammartino was facing Big Ron Shaw in a house show where he was booked to get a quick win, but this didn't happen. Frustrated once again that afterwards he would have no plans, as soon as Ron locked on a bear hug, David submitted as some sort of rubbish protest to how he was being treated. It confused the commentators something fierce and they tried to cover, and later on Dave admitted this was stupid and immature. Ever since it's been dubbed the Phantom Submission Match, brought to life simply because WWE used somebody's son to try and get the father more involved. That has got to be the most wrestling thing ever. Number 5, Ric Flair calls an audible to avoid a riot. Jack Veneno was a local hero in the Dominican Republic during the 80s. His personality had turned him into a star on the island, while on a grander stage, Ric Flair was drawing massive audiences wherever he went as the NWA World Champion. A clash between the two in 1982 just made all this sense. The finish was always going to be Flair winning, as the National Wrestling Alliance Committee had no interest in Jack holding the title, but then things went bad. The fans that night were getting restless when it seemed like their chosen one wouldn't win, and when Roddy Piper went to get involved as was the plan, armed guards stuck guns in his face and told him to think twice. Sadly, Celine Dion was nowhere around. Realizing him winning would result in a riot, the Nature Boy called an audible and told Veneno to roll him up for the quick 1, 2, 3. So he did. That also meant that Jack was the new champ, but the NWA was so upset about this, they just refused to acknowledge it. Because wrestling. Number 4, Cody Rhodes decides Darby Allin should become a star. Happening all the way back at Fyter Fest 2019, this was a pet project for Cody Rhodes in many ways. He had seen Darby Allin and decided he'd be a great fit for AEW, made sure he got brought in, and then went about trying to bring him up the ladder. So when the two went at it during the pay-per-view, Tony Khan thought it made sense for Cody to win and cement him as one of All Elite Wrestling's main stars. Rhodes disagreed because, as mentioned, he had visions of making Darby, so he said he should lose, the compromise being a 20-minute draw. It would be a year later when this narrative was seen all the way through when Allin did beat Cody for the TNT title, and the extra build certainly did not hurt. In fact, it definitely helped. Number 3, Tommy Dreamer refused to lose to Raven. Tommy Dreamer's awesome feud with Raven in ECW hit the highs it did thanks to the backstory. Childhood friends that drifted apart, with Beulah McGillicuddy being introduced as the heartbroken girl wanting revenge. It soon evolved into the fact that no matter what he did, Dreamer couldn't beat Raven. Ever. During their 2-year program, Tommy never won, and this was because the hardcore legend didn't want to. He thought it made much more sense for his underdog character to go throughout his career without ever winning or holding the WCW World title, because that's what made the most sense. So he didn't. Sadly for Tom, events eventually meant Paul Heyman begged him to not only win this belt, but to defeat Raven for it, and that's the way it went. Still though, who else would have done this? Not Hulk Hogan. Number 2, Chris Jericho tells Vince McMahon John Cena should win. Vengeance 2002 was almost 20 years ago. How the hell is that possible? It was also when Chris Jericho was coming off his run as Undisputed Champion and looking for his next steps. It all came in the form of new boy John Cena. Cena had debuted weeks earlier and had a ruthless aggression match against Kurt Angle before moving on to Y2J, when Jericho beat him in a SmackDown singles match after putting his feet on the ropes. This then led into a tag match between Cena and Taker taking on Angle and Jericho, where John actually got one over Chris after using the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up. Of course. The next step was the Vengeance match, which Jericho was going to win, until he rang Vince McMahon and told him this was the wrong idea. Le Champion had seen something in Cena and thought they should harness this, and amazingly, he got his way. It sounds like he just nagged McMahon into submission, but either way, the boss told him to do whatever he wanted before putting down the phone. As such, at the pay-per-view, Cena won again thanks to the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, and that was that. I mean, it probably would have been better if he'd been victorious after his big move. But whatever. Number 1, Scott Hall puts Chris Jericho over. We go all the way back to 1997 again, which when, of course, WCW was still around. Oh, the memories. In November of that year, though, Scott Hall and Chris Jericho were also going at it, with Hall giving the young Jericho a lot in order to establish him as a star. On this night, though, he went one step further. Outside of all of these rumors that the Clique refused to put anyone over, here was Razor Ramon not only losing to the 1-2-3 Kid, but also doing the same for Jericho despite the fact the script said for Hall to kick the crap out of him. This seemed stupid to Scott, as he talked about in many interviews. Instead of giving Chris Jericho the Razor's edge over and over again, Hall pulled him aside and told him to figure out a way to surprise pin him from the move. So as ever, once again, we used the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment. It did do wonders for the new boy though, as nobody saw it coming, and Hall had also said that he was ready to take all the heat backstage. So he did. Not only was he chewed out by Arn Anderson when he walked through the curtain, he was also asked what the hell happened when he bumped into Eric Bischoff. Scott Hall, being Scott Hall, just asked whether the boss liked his segment or not, and refused to answer the very simple question of, didn't I tell you to win? To Hall, this was all irrelevant. Eric threw his hands up in the air, and that was that.
So let's make it clear straight away, 9 times out of 10 it actually has nothing to do with the person holding the belt. It's the promotion that controls the championship, where they accidentally make it fall into the trash. Sometimes literally. So of course, over the years, many of these belts have gone away, and now we look back on them, why did we do it like that? They deserved so much more. So where are the times that this went really long? My name is Simon Miller, and it's time for a list. Number 10, the WCW World Heavyweight title, which was last held by Chris Jericho in 2001. Because did you know, at a pay-per-view, he beat Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock on the same night? I know. Now this was at Vengeance, and let's face it, if you do go back to that time period, Christopher Jericho absolutely deserved this. It was time to elevate him up the top of the card, and now look back, he had a pretty good career. Of course, because the WWF, as it was known then, was merging these titles together, it just meant that the WCW big gold belt that had a credible amount of history, well, it just vanished into the abyss. I mean, when Jericho dropped in at WrestleMania 18 to Triple H, nobody was mentioning the fact that it did used to be 2 titles. And listen, Christopher Jericho was absolutely a fine choice to be the last guy, but we never discussed it. It just moved into the Phantom Zone, and we all had to move on like we hadn't once seen David Arquette win it. So it was just sad, especially if you were a hardened WCW fan. You didn't even get to have a proper goodbye. Number 9, the GFW Global title. I mean, I'm not sure there was ever a good time for this championship, and I respect Jeff Jarrett for always trying to launch new promotions and have a competitive, healthy space in the wrestling landscape. That was kind of gibberish what came out of my mouth, but it's true. Global Force Wrestling was founded in 2014 and was meant to be an alternative to TNA and WWE. And look, who was the first champion? Nick Aldis. That makes all the sense in the world. That dude knows how to feel important. He held it for 547 days, but a major reason for that is because GFW could never really get going properly until, of all people, he dropped it to Alberto Del Rio. This was in 2017, and after 71 days, Alberto and Bobby Lashley went head-to-head, and this is when GFW and TNA were kind of working together, and when Del Rio did get the victory, he now held both these prizes. Surprise, surprise, nobody was calling it the GFW title after that, so it's like the WCW belt. One day it was just gone. Difference here is that that one didn't have any lineage. 43 days after this too, Alberto Del Rio was stripped of the championship, given everything that did go down with his then girlfriend Paige, and we don't need to get into it. But talk about a controversial way to go out of fashion. This was not good. Number 8, the original WWE Women's title. So this is from back in the day, and some people say, oh my gosh, it was born in 1956. And other people go, no, we can trace it back to 1948. This is the belt that the Fabulous Moolah had, Wendy Richter, Sensational Sherri, Trish Stratus, Lita, when eventually it would end up in the hands of Harvey Whippleman. You can see what happened to this. Even when Layla and Michelle McCool were co-champs, it was quite fun, because even though Layla had technically put it around her waist, because they were such good buddies, they were just like, we don't care, we are the co-champions. Layla defeated Beth Phoenix to do this, but then at Night of Champions 2010, it was Michelle McCool as the women's champion, taking on Melina as the Divas champion, and when eventually they got to the finish, once again these belts were merged. It was even more silly because it was a lumberjill match, and then by the end of it, WWE just went, you're all divas now. So poor Layla just got totally murked, and as we now know, it was not a good way to tie it into the women's roster, but it was never talked about again until eventually they did bring back the women's championship, like what, 10 years later? What a ridiculous roller coaster. I mean, ultimately, you wouldn't have retired a men's belt this way, so we shouldn't have done it here either. Number 7, the NXT UK Tag Team titles. So we could talk about NXT UK till the cows come home, because essentially one day we all woke up, the promotion had just stopped. And I get that it wasn't as popular as people hoped, but these were still real people with real livelihoods. I can't imagine that was very fun. The tag team scene there was great as well because you had the grizzled young vets, Moustache Mountain, Morgan and Andrews, Pretty Deadly, and eventually they would all have time with the tag team titles until it went to none other than Brooks Jensen and Josh Briggs. And this was fine because we were trying to build new stars, but then after 73 days, all of a sudden Pretty Deadly took these guys on and they won, but that meant now they were the NXT US Tag Team Champions. Nobody ever spoke about the UK ones again. Now, Josh and Jensen have actually gone on to do pretty well for themselves. I mean, they had a career. But this just comes down to what was written on the marquee. It would have been really nice if one of these UK tag teams that was synonymous with the scene was actually be able to say fare thee well to these belts. But instead, it was like everything else with NXT UK. One day it was there, and then it just wasn't. Number 6, the WCWA heavyweight title. Right, time to go back in time. Damn it. The WCWA Heavyweight Championship used to be the main belt down in world class, and if you know anything about your wrestling history, that was an important promotion. It soon became just another prize though when it too was merged with the AEW World title, when Jerry Lawler of all people beat Kerry Von Erich. This was a Super Clash 3, but because the match ended in shenanigans, the commissioner whoever decided, you know what, we need to hold this belt up. Then it was basically presented to vacant. And then in April 1989, they did it again, and surprise, surprise, it was the King that got the belt. But then jump forward to September of the next year, and all of a sudden we're here again. It just wasn't around. Now, as it turns out, this thing got deactivated. And if you're confused, don't worry, everybody else was too. Because having something that had this much history attached to it just fall out of the window was nonsense. I mean, Bruiser Brody had held this, Rick Rude, and of course all 4 of the Von Erichs. So for a Memphis legend, and he was a Memphis legend, like Jerry Lawler to be the guy that had it last, well, that didn't tie into Texas at all. The fact he got it via Screwjob too, or essentially just muddied the waters, it just goes back to everything that we've already said. If you do have a plan to get rid of a title, at least put a little bit of respect on it. Number 5, the FCW Tag Team titles. So the last team to hold the Florida Championship Wrestling Tag Team titles was Brad Maddox and Rick Victor. Now, in case you don't know, FCW was NXT before NXT became FCW, or something like that. And if you go on your internet device right now, you will see a lot of stars of tomorrow there. The most successful team in history was most definitely Bray Wyatt and Bo Dallas, as they did the brother thing. But there was Seth Rollins, there was Roman Reigns, there was Drew McIntyre. Once again, a bunch of people that are on the main roster right now, they were tag team champs back in FCW. Of course, at the time, as they were rookies, we would just throw duos together when Britney Spears snuck in the door again, because oops, it happened again. Maddox and Rick held it for 17 days, and then FCW was shite. I mean, Victor did go on to be part of the Ascension that did pretty damn well for a while. And well, Brad Maddox was Brad Maddox. He's another guy you should probably just go Google. He did screw over Ryback in 2013, but it just goes back to what I keep on saying like a broken record. Given the amount of people that did walk through that building, well, it would have been nice if it could have got a proper send-off. I mean, Big E was a tag team champion down there. I don't think we handled it right at all. Number 4, the Lucha Underground title. Lucha Underground was great, and if every part of the corporate hierarchy could have been on the same page, well, it probably would have been around today. Instead, it lasted just over 4 years, and it was the Lucha Underground title that would speak to you, because Ricochet held this, John Morrison, Jeff Cobb, and even the Lucha Bros. It also eventually found its way to Jake Strong, and if you're saying, well, that name sounds familiar, it should do. We're talking about Jack Swagger, or Jake Hager. He defeated Penta at Ultimate Lucha when he cashed in one of his magical prizes. When, yep, you know what I'm going to say, Lucha Underground season ended, and apparently that was that. During the time off, this belt just never did return, meaning, yep, Strong was the last guy who ever held it. Now look, he did have the pedigree for this, but if you are talking about Lucha Underground dudes, well, I want to be that guy, probably wouldn't come to mind after you've done a long old list. Now once again, I'm sure there were plans in place to ensure this didn't happen. That just sums up the promotion. At one point we were on top of the world, then a few days would pass, and nobody knew what the flub was going on. Number 3, the ECW title. So unless it was somebody from the OG ECW, all the hardcore fans were gonna be mad. As you're about to see, nobody would have predicted this back in 1998. Now, if we are talking about the original title, it was Rhino that last had it before Extreme Championship Wrestling went out of business, and nobody can get mad about that. Rhino was flipping ace. Of course, WWE then revived the brand from 2006 to 2010 and put it on Sci-Fi. However, CM Punk held it, Christian held it, RVD held it. Ain't no one gonna be pissed about that. They're good choices. None of them had it though when WWECW did go away. because that honor failed to Ezekiel Jackson. Now, before we go any further, this ain't no disrespect to Big Zeke. He absolutely had the potential, especially in WWE, to go all the way, but they never capitalized on this. So to think that he was the last ever ECW champion, well, if you bought into everything Paul Heyman was putting out there, it was never gonna fly. So once again, I suppose it just comes down to the fact that if you were able to get in some kind of DeLorean and go back to 99 and said, oh yes, Ezekiel Jackson will be the last guy with that belt, well, have you seen ECW? There would have been a riot. Of course, too, Extreme Championship Wrestling was such a passion project. WWE kind of sucked all the energy out of it. So overall, it pretty much just sucked. Number 2, the WCW World TV title. This one hurts a little bit, because do you know how Jim Duggan became the WCW TV World Hoopla Champion? He found the thing in a dump. Now, this was just before Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff were about to reset the entire promotion, meaning all the belts were going to have new champions. But I guess some creative writer was like, oh my gosh, they don't care about this one, so I'll give it to Hacksaw. And listen, he did defend it, even though he found it in the bin. And most of the time it was against Finn Finlay. 54 days later, we did hit the big old button on this reset, and the belt just was never seen again. Meaning, as much as I love Jim Duggan, he was the last champion after finding it in the trash. Do I really have to say anything else? No. Number 1, the WWE Cruiserweight title. So let's be honest, when the WWE made their light heavyweight championship, it was just because they wanted to go toe-to-toe with WCW. So when they bought the damn thing, all of a sudden it was the Cruiserweight title. It always felt like Vince McMahon didn't care about it though, but if you did go back to World Championship Wrestling, I mean Chris Jericho, Dean Malenko, Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero, these are all-time greats. If you go to Halloween Havoc 1997, you can watch Eddie and Ray fight over this thing, and it's one of the best matches ever. WWE never did the same though, meaning our last champion was Hornswoggle. This would have been great if it wasn't treated as a lol, but it most definitely was, and he was able to take this thing at the 2007 Great American Bash. He was taking on Jimmy Wang Yang, Shannon Moore, Funaki, and Jamie Noble, as well as the then champion Chavo Guerrero, but yet Swogs went and did it. Surprise, surprise, 2 months later the belt was totally retired, and I tell you why it gets in at number 1, something to do with Hornswoggle. He proved he could go in the right circumstances, but Vicky Guerrero, the SmackDown GM, was like, oh, he's so small, he needs to be protected, so we have to take his title away and we'll never talk about it again. I mean, all of that lineage and all of that history and all of that prestige, and that's what we did? Sorry, my friends, I'm going to be a nerd. That's ultimately disrespectful.
This is true for the entire world. Some people just get special treatment. It can be very frustrating. In wrestling, such individuals are usually those who are drawing crowds and making money, so you have the double-edged sword. The success sometimes makes humans feel invincible, can do whatever they want. Thankfully, most folk go through a maturing process, but it can take a while. So I am Simon Miller, and let's look at some WWE superstars who did indeed benefit. Number 10, Randy Orton. So Randy Orton will be the first guy to admit this. He was quite the explosive entity in his younger days. Cody Rhodes even told a story where Randy ripped a urinal from a bathroom wall. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? Orton would also haze other wrestlers constantly, and even John Cena said old Randy was a bit of a dick. That is a quote from various WWE documentaries. It certainly seems like management gave him a lot of rope though, because yeah, in the ring he was ahead of the curve and clearly great at what he did. Therefore, whereas other wrestlers may have been shown the door, Orton was given a lot of chances. Again, Randy knows this. New Randy Orton is a very wise and inspiring dude. I suppose the most important part of this tale is that he did change, he did learn, he did educate himself, to use a very 2025 term. It's what human beings should do as we make our way through life. I shall apologize. This has become way too deep for a wrestling video. Number 9, John Cena. Let us go back to the title of this video. Preferential treatment doesn't necessarily mean somebody is acting out and getting away with it. It could be what's happening within the squared circle. Because let's face it, John Cena was great. As soon as he became the rapper, fans saw it, and the rise was one of a kind. 99% of other wrestlers wouldn't have been able to sustain it, but Cena was the guy. When we had sailed into this run though, we all know the deal. Audiences went crazy. Half the crowd just wanted to see John win, whereas the rest could not stand it. It even became a meme. Cena wins lol. He knows about this too. He talked about it during an interview. Rather than switch lanes, WWE did double down and look. If Cena wasn't Cena, this would have been awful. But because he was, he turned it into something new and something special. We'd never seen anything like it. Of course, he was shifting merchandise like nobody else, but there's other stories of guys and girls finding themselves in similar positions, and they weren't given any extra time. here we were going to wait it out. This actually can be stretched all the way to Cena's current retirement tour. Not everybody is going to be given that opportunity, but again, if anybody has earned it, it's John. The man gave so much to the business, and now he's getting it back. Talk about deserving your special treatment. He is one of a kind. Number 8, Hulk Hogan. I mean, there's so many examples, but as above, if you go back to the late 80s, you can't deny it. Hulk Hogan wasn't just the biggest star in wrestling, he was just a star. The crossover was crazy. Doesn't excuse his actions away from the ring or how he would be when in it, however. Let's take a look at WrestleMania 9. Hogan had been booked on that show to win the WWF Tag Team titles with good friend Brutus Beefcake when he decided that wasn't good enough. Nope, he should just turn up after the main event, get sad at Yokozuna for defeating Bret Hart, and then challenge Yoko to a fight. Furthermore, he would become the WWE champion. That's exactly what flipping happened. We just mentioned the barber, and do you think he would have been granted such an opportunity? Of course not. He was nowhere near the draw Hogan was, but even if he had asked for something comparable to his spot, Vince McMahon would have looked at him and said no. The promotion at the time did need a kick up the rear because business was down, hence why we tried Hulk again, but by this point fans were done with it. As soon as Hogan realized, he dropped the belt and he ran away. It all just meant that at the time Hogan was able to call his shots, even when it came to the biggest prize in the game. It's crazy when you think about it. All these plans up in smoke because Hulkamania had to run wild. It was not the best idea. Number 7, China. Though China earned this. You don't trailblaze without certain opportunities, and yeah, don't forget this was the late 90s, and she had gotten so much momentum the 9th wonder of the world got to tangle with the guys. She was in the Royal Rumble, she won the IC title. It was actually kind of incredible. Chris Jericho has even told a story where he got chewed out by Vince McMahon for hitting her too hard during a match, so sure, that's special treatment. If Jericho had said the reverse, the locker room would have told him to grow up. It was an interesting time. We did hit a bit of a wall because before long, WWE needed China back in the women's division, but that wasn't what the real-life Joni Laura wanted. Can understand that. When you've eaten at the table you want, you don't want to go eat elsewhere. Or something. It all came to a head when China felt like she should be on a Steve Austin level deal. That was just never going to happen. Jim Ross has talked about this and how he and China clashed over who she should be feuding with and what her contract should be, and I suppose that's when the special treatment ended. The power of money. It is a huge shame they couldn't come to an agreement because China never got around to in the WWE, and she struggled following her exit. She also passed away way too soon, but as we are here, let's just remember she did open the door. No one had ever done what China went and did. Number 6, Triple H. So this is a tough one to talk about. At the time, anybody who wasn't a fan of Triple H would use the boss's daughter defense. He had married Stephanie McMahon. Of course, he was going to get a push. I find it most unfair. While I'm sure there were benefits, it's like anything in life. There would be aspects that made the WWE harder, and it also ignored the work the game was doing in the ring. I mean, go and watch 2000 and early 2001. That guy is the best heel in wrestling. You can't tell me otherwise. Well, you can. We can have a lovely debate. Given where the real life Paul Levesque was headed, he did get to attend production meetings, and yes, that resulted in some favorable situations. WrestleMania 19, for example, Booker T should have won. The good guy should always win at the biggest show of the year, but again, we've talked about that in other videos. When it was time to create a new world title for Raw in 2002, Eric Bischoff just gave it to Triple H too, and again. Not sure anybody else could have pulled that off. I suppose it did generate some heat, but here's the truth. Nobody wants to see a new championship just given away. You burn through a lot of stories and weeks of good TV. So I suppose this is similar to the Randy Orton situation. It's not like Triple H was bad. He was great. Just given his pathway, well, he created a lot of asterisks. Number 5, Charlotte Flair. For me, overall, Charlotte Flair gets a bad rap. Whatever her history, she is so good in the ring. WWE would be mad not to push her. She most definitely gets it. As we've already talked about though, her last name is Flair, and that's been of huge benefit. You see it in wrestling, music, movies, Nepo babies, I believe we're calling it online. It's not like everybody wouldn't take advantage of this if they could. WrestleMania 35 was a big example of this when fans wanted Ronda Rousey versus Becky Lynch. And yes, instead we got a 3-way with Charlotte. You could argue it was a smart way to go given Ronda would be more protected, but this is WrestleMania we're talking about. The singles main event always has more gravitas. It also ties into the many attempts to try to make Flair a babyface, and it's never really worked. We attempt it regardless due to the above, but look, she's just better as a heel, and Charlotte's so good in the ring, being arrogant with that just works. It feels like WWE is finally going to lean into the silver spoon rhetoric, and I do hope so. It feels like we've never truly embraced it, and Flair doesn't really have anything humble about her. I think it could be tremendous fun. But yes, look, when you do get born into wrestling royalty, there are going to be some certain perks that come with that. Be stupid to say otherwise. Number 4, Lex Luger. Lex Luger does not get the respect he's due. Go and watch any WCW title win. The fans lose their minds. They love this guy. He wasn't just a body. At the same time, having one of the best physiques ever certainly helped Luger, and not just because wrestling is an aesthetic business. In 1992, Vince McMahon was so enamored, he signed an injured Lex to his World Bodybuilding Federation. That's right, he was going to pay Luger more money than most of his wrestling stars to sit around, train, and pose. I do believe they call that the dream. McMahon didn't even want to use Lex as a wrestler, until of course the WBF didn't take off. From there, he got the superstar treatment too. I mean, he was basically chosen to be our next Hulk Hogan. Now, of course, that was another venture that didn't take off, but as you can imagine, his peers could not believe it. Lex was given all the opportunities they were desperate for, and at least part of the reason was the size of his biceps. Before he did transition back to the ring too, Luger was able to essentially wrestle and get paid. You know what? Good for that guy. The schedule was just crazy, and really more of the talent should have had such time off. Would have helped them no end. The calendar was brutal. I bet fellow employees weren't best pleased when Lex got to drive around in a bus too. But let's face it, we'd all take it where we can get it. Number 3, Brock Lesnar. Here is how star power can help. In 2003, the new Brock Lesnar worked 137 matches for WWE. If you throw in the 2004 matches before he left the company, the total was 155. So, moving on, guess how many bouts Brock has had ever since? That's right, 79. That's not per year either. Since he returned in 2012 until he exited in 2023, we didn't even hit the 80 mark. For those who don't want to do the maths, that is 7.1 matches every 12 months. Good grief. This is of course because when Lesnar returned to WWE, he was a megastar. He'd won the UFC Heavyweight Championship, so he didn't want a full schedule, and basically was allowed to decide how he wanted to be used. Everybody wants that deal. For ages, Brock felt like the biggest special attraction. Lesnar would even get pay-per-view shifted when he fancied working somebody else, which is why AJ Styles got the WWE title from Jinder Mahal in 2017, and the term part-timer came up a lot. Became a whole talking point, even more so because Brock was the champion for ages, so in that sense, obviously, you have to turn up to lose the belt. He was also earning more than anybody else on the roster, and that's sort of amazing, and once again the dream. You work less, but get paid more. Only a few are ever going to get that. And of course, Lesnar and Paul Heyman were calling a lot of their own plays. This really does have to become the new bar if you want to call yourself a superstar. Number 2, The Rock. This one stands to reason. The WWE needs Dwayne Johnson more than he needs them. The Rock is quite literally one of the biggest celebrities on the planet. He also owns part of the company, so as we saw in 2024, he will say and do whatever he wants. We've also tied that into the storyline, but it's still true. Do you think anybody else can say off is the direction you should flub and get away with it? Absolutely not. He also worked in blood for his Cody feud, which was awesome. And if a segment does go long, it goes long, you better restructure the rest of the show as much as you can. This actually caused some issues within WWE because other wrestlers started to F and blind, and they were told pretty quickly, yeah, you're not allowed to do that. So I can understand you should set the example, but at the same time, those Rock Instagram promos were all-time stuff. This one really should be in its own box. It's almost not about Mr. Johnson. If anybody at this level came to WWE, I am pretty sure they can choose their creative. You're gonna tell Matt Damon what to do? I doubt it. This is even more intense because The Rock knows the deal to begin with. He's been in the industry. He also shows up whenever he chooses, which must be nice. Do you remember Bad Blood? I mean, we still have no idea. Number 1, Shawn Michaels. It is the OG of all of these stories. Just as the internet was finding its feet, the Shawn Michaels tales were everywhere. It was almost bonkers. For there were narratives about HBK walking out after falling afoul of Vince McMahon, losing his smile, bar fights, other wrestlers he yelled at backstage. Shawn is the first to own his mistakes today, but yeah, it was like Michaels thought he was untouchable. The interesting part of the time period is that while Michaels was a Vince McMahon chosen guy, he also got to be so loud because of WCW. Vince couldn't lose another star to his competition, so if Shawn was going to shout at Vader for punching him too hard, fine, cool, calm down, we'll find you another opponent. This was all happening before HBK made it to the world title scene too, and when he did, it kind of doubled. I think he knew he was one talented SOB, as did everybody around him. And was he going to go about his business quietly? No, he was not. These anecdotes could go on for days, but essentially, the Michaels we see today is a very, very different person.
Sometimes jobs can involve doing things you're not necessarily over the moon about. But there's a monumental difference between being asked to drop a file on someone's desk by Monday and being told to play a stalker on national television. And unsurprisingly, that sort of uncomfortable pitch hasn't always gone gone down too well with certain stars. So with that in mind, I am Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 wrestling storylines stars refuse to do. Number 10, Jeff Hardy kisses Lita in front of Matt. After making a name for themselves as one of the most exciting trios in the business, Team Extreme eventually imploded in 2001, leading to a feud between Daredevil brothers Matt and Jeff Hardy. And all this would ultimately lead to a match at the Vengeance pay-per-view, one that involved Lita acting as the contest's special guest referee, of course. The entire storyline was dropped pretty quickly, and the team were back together again in the lead up to WrestleMania X8. But there were actually plans at one point to have Lita shockingly hook up with her real-life boyfriend's brother during the program, because WWE. As noted in Lita's A Less Traveled Road, the reality of Amy Dumas autobiography though, Jeff wasn't exactly the biggest fan of the idea. In fact, Lita recalled the charismatic enigma arriving to the building on the day the idea was pitched, and stating, "I'm not kissing my brother's girlfriend." That still didn't stop the folks in charge from trying to talk him into the smooch, but Jeff was having none of it, and the two simply ended up hugging in the end, with Lita classing the entire thing as weird and awkward. Number 9, CM Punk wants nothing to do with the game at WrestleMania 30. 10 years ago, the last thing the best in the world had any interest in doing was playing ball with the game. Oh, how times change, eh? After years of false promises, working hurt, and just generally falling out of love with a business he once adored, CM Punk was at the end of his tether. A concussion at the 2014 Royal Rumble had also already left him feeling worse for wear, but being told he was once again missing out on a spot in the main event of WrestleMania was the last straw. The alternative of getting involved in yet another storyline with the same Triple H who had derailed his momentum back in 2011 wasn't exactly an incentive to stick around. And a pissed off Punk even went out of his way to let Vince McMahon and his son-in-law know to their faces that the King of Kings needed that match more than the chick magnet. Oceans of water has passed under the bridge since that infamous behind closed doors pipe bomb, but never forget what happened the last time this explosive anti-hero wasn't given the Mania main event opportunity he felt he more than deserved. Over to you, Papa H. And with all this in mind, I've got a quick question for you. What CM Punk match do you want to see in WWE in 2024? You let me know in the comments section down below. Number 8, Steve Austin didn't want to be a stalker. Few will ever be able to forget the disappointment they felt at the sight of former WCW World Heavyweight Champion Diamond Dallas Page being revealed as the bloke who'd been stalking the Undertaker's then wife, Sarah. But there was actually another world there where a certain Texas rattlesnake would have been hidden under the mask. As DDP himself would note a few years on from that terrible debut, WWE had been trying to convince someone to step into this uncomfortable role that sat at the center of this particularly creepy storyline. And the biggest name in all of wrestling was even asked if he would take on the part of Sarah's stalker. Unsurprisingly, Stone Cold Steve Austin took one look at this dodgy pitch and let out a swift F that. And that's something the star actually told DDP directly, after this horrendous gimmick had become a part of the People's Champion's history in between the ropes. How polite, Steve. Number 7, Miro didn't want a Full Gear storyline. Now, this is a bit of an odd one, as it's not really known for sure exactly what the storyline involved actually was. You see, it was eventually reported on Wrestling Observer Radio that AEW president and booker Tony Khan intended to use Miro at the Full Gear 2022 pay-per-view, with Khan pitching an idea that would ultimately have led to a match at the event for the Redeemer. According to Dave Meltzer though, Miro just didn't fancy it. It would also be noted around that time that the idea of the former WWE star appearing in a battle royal had been discussed. Here, Miro and Hangman Page would have ended up being the final two, only for the former to get dumped out by the latter. But the big lad just didn't like the idea of losing said contest. Again, it's not exactly clear what the pitch storyline would have seen Miro doing in the lead up to that November pay-per-view, but it appears the former TNT champion was in no rush to make a return to the land of All Elite, in the role he was being asked to play at that time. Number 6, Ken Shamrock turned down multiple ideas because of his family. MMA badass Ken Shamrock made quite an impact in the world of sports entertainment early on. However, after colliding with the likes of Vader and Bret Hart, WWE apparently had plans for the UFC legend that the violent man himself didn't feel comfortable getting involved with. As Shamrock would note to Steve Fall on the 10 Count podcast, the company wanted him to lock up with China at one point, but with Shamrock making a point of teaching his kids you don't hit girls, and knowing they were living in a world where children believe what they saw on the screen was real, he didn't want any part in a fight with the ninth wonder of the world. The WWE ideas Ken wasn't at all interested in didn't stop there though. He also explained how he was once pitched an incest angle involving himself and Alicia Webb, who was playing his on-screen sibling Ryan at the time. And while a single, kidless and far less famous Shamrock may have considered that outrageous plan. At that stage in his life, a WWE incest storyline just wasn't for him. Beating the crap out of mastodons and great ones in front of the Sprogs though, that was absolutely a-okay. Cheers for watching this video today, and if you like what you see, then go and tap on that subscribe button down below. Number 5, AJ Lee getting crazy as a joke. Mental illness is no joke, friends. In the eyes of the folks booking the product within WWE, however, it was seen as a right hoot. So much so that AJ Lee once found herself on the receiving end of a pitch that would have seen her character heading down a crazy path in 2012. Said storyline had Lee hallucinating, kissing leprechauns, and even boogieing with prehistoric lizards in space. What a riot! WWE weren't aware of the fact Lee was actually secretly suffering with bipolar 2 disorder, and that the former Divas champion's mother also dealt with the same condition. Sure enough, Lee turned down the insensitive idea, noting to the New York Post in 2017 how she felt the pitch disrespected both me and my mother. And how did the sports entertainment giant react to Lee's refusal to accept such thoughtless material? By apologizing and asking what direction the star felt would be best for her character going forward. Ha, just kidding. They pulled her from TV for 2 months as punishment. Lovely stuff. Number 4, Becky Lynch says no to a shaved head and breakdown. SmackDown's unpredictable stick of dynamite known as Shotzi opted to shave her head completely in the wake of an attack from Damage Control. In reality, this was the star's touching way of showing support to her sister battling cancer and going through chemotherapy. But the gimmick Shotzi was found playing on the Blue Show, that of a shaved head boasting volatile figure, was actually similar to one that was pitched to another member of the roster a few years earlier. That's according to the ex-boyfriend of none other than Becky Lynch, with comedian Jeff Dye noting on the Wrestling with Freddie podcast that back when they were dating, the man was once pitched a similar character and direction as Shotzi's that involved her also shaving her head and acting like she was having a breakdown. But Lynch was said to have quickly been against the concept, and though the writer was adamant said idea was a cool one, Becky would not budge and preserved her iconic locks. And the rest was last kick in history. Number 3, Steve Austin doesn't want to work Mark Merrow after a Sable bomb. Mark Merrow enjoyed quite the first year on WWE programming back in 1996. Accompanied by his real-life wife Sable, the former WCW man ended up clashing with the likes of the aforementioned Steve Austin, Goldust, and Owen Hart, competed in the King of the Ring tournament, and even got his hands on the Intercontinental Championship. However, a promising WWE career soon went sideways after his October 1997 return from a torn anterior cruciate ligament injury. Miro ended up feuding with Sable in 1998, and it was the eventual visual of the heel getting Sable bombed into the mat that resulted in some exciting plans being squashed. According to the star himself when talking to WrestlingNews.co, WWE were intending to throw Miro right into a program with Austin after his Sable storyline had reached its conclusion. But watching Miro get his ass kicked by his wife apparently made Stone Cold wonder, what am I getting in the ring with him for? And that was that. Because of one epic Sable bomb, Austin suddenly didn't want anything to do with the Wild Man. Number 2, Hulk Hogan didn't want to continue his HBK feud. This particular storyline may have actually experienced a beginning on WWE TV, but thanks to one immortal ego refusing to do business, the rest of what was originally planned ended up being leg dropped into oblivion. Before the two met in a rather infamous SummerSlam blockbuster in 2005, a match that saw Shawn Michaels take the piss out of Hulk Hogan by bumping around like a lunatic, the idea was for the Icons to wrestle 3 bouts. The Hulkster would win the first, HBK the second, and Hogan was then set to win the series inside of a cage. However, regardless of which side of the story you choose to believe, Hulk ultimately put a stop to those plans. According to the Red and Yellow superstar, he was still happy to proceed with the rest of the trilogy after besting Michaels in the summer, but then his rival's sarcastic promo on the Raw after the pay-per-view put him off the idea. He's a sensitive soul. Michaels would explain that Hogan actually decided to back out of the best of 3 just before their SummerSlam match though, and it was that call which led to the silly Elastic Kid performance, and potentially one of the most thrilling storylines of the 2000s being killed after just 1 match. Number 1, Elijah Burke wanted nothing to do with the Spirit Squad. Who will ever forget those ridiculously enthusiastic scamps known as Kenny, Mikey, Nicky, Johnny, and Mitch, aka the sensational Spirit Squad. There was actually another former WWE star once considered considered for a place in that cheerleading crew though, before showing up as the Elijah Burke that would eventually be classed as the future of ECW and become a member of the New Breed faction. This talented young star was offered the chance to throw on the white and green and dance his way to the ring for a living. But as Burke would note to WrestlingNews.co, it didn't matter that the group would be on air and a part of storylines with the WWE chairman. Burke had zero interest in becoming the team's quote-unquote token black guy. Dodging that spirit bullet may not have led to Burke becoming the sort of main event level player many felt he had the potential to be on WWE programming, but he at least was able to forge a respectable career within the industry in the wake of refusing to take part in a Spirit Squad story that turned into a pretty embarrassing joke.
I would hazard a guess a lot of people listening to this do not recall the World Wrestling Federation in the year 1990. Maybe you didn't even know it was called the WWF. I am old. To improve your knowledge though and get you up to speed, hello, I am Sam from WhatCulture. Thank you for stopping by. Why not hit that subscribe button? And yeah, this is 10 things you didn't know about the WWF in 1990. Number 10, the Ultimate Warrior wrestled Phil Collins. Man, this is going to take some explaining. So Phil Collins was indeed the frontman of pop band Genesis as well as an individual artist in his own right. So one day when he was making a video for a song, he had an idea. Why not tap into wrestling? I mean, we've all been there. This was for Two Hearts, which went on to become a huge hit and tied into a network special known as But Seriously, which told the story of Phil and some TV executives trying to build to a big event. This is officially the most 90s thing ever. The chosen man to help with this was indeed the Ultimate Warrior, and if you're asking why wasn't it Hulk Hogan, well, he was the first choice, but when he couldn't do it, the Warrior was always number 2. It does start alright as well as the Ultimate One and Collins begin to dance, when it gets violent. Warrior grabs Phil and throws him around the place, and even though the singer tries to fight back, he failed. Of course he did. It's actually quite bad when you watch it now, although really, what were our expectations? This was meant to be silly, and it was. I'm not sure anybody thought we were getting a 5-star classic. 6.25 stars in the Tokyo Dome. Number 9, Shane Douglas was the third Rocker. Well, almost anyway. Now, this was 5 years before Shane Douglas had a very public war of words with one Shawn Michaels, and given that somebody had to step into HBK's shoes for one of house shows, yeah, Douglas got the nod. He was young and blonde after all. Now, this happened throughout the summer and obviously was off camera, but I'm sure Shane was thinking, well, if this goes well, I'll be in the company's good books. Was being a good soldier after all, doing what was asked. As it turned out, he was wrong. Once he was done with this, Douglas was kind of anonymous for a year, apart from a very short appearance in the 1991 Royal Rumble, although guess what he did on his last night for the company? He teamed with Marty Jannetty to take on the Oriental Express at a live event. This kind of feels like a troll. Now, there is a lot more to discuss with Shane's WWF run, but that's another video for another day. Just know eventually he got booked as a teacher. And no, I'm not kidding. Number 8, the WrestleMania commentary era. So up till 1990, Jesse the Body Ventura and Gorilla Monsoon were the WrestleMania commentary team in some capacity. It's all we knew. When the Ultimate Challenge rolled around though, the WWF decided to head in a different direction, and Jesse would leave entirely. He fell out with Vince McMahon over money, and the fact he tried to form a union. Why did that fail? Hulk Hogan. Again, that's a different video. The reason it's important to talk about, however, is because of what they represented. Monsoon was the straighter than straight announcer, whereas Ventura liked the bad guys and would find a way to justify their dastardly actions. Now, this was nothing new, but it's still a dynamic that WWE leans on today. Obviously, Gorilla would also leave a legacy alongside Bobby the Brain Heenan, and you can hear the Body with Vince behind the desk too. That was always interesting. Mostly because Jesse took every shot he possibly could. Number 7, the original Survivor Series card. The first Survivor Series was planned a long time out. As pay-per-views acted as these monumental moments as opposed to monthly occurrences, the powers that be would need to know what the idea was, so they could book everything else leading up to it. Because wrestling is nuts, there's no way it would hold up though. Part 1 here is when Rick Rude did a Jesse Ventura, he fell out with Vince McMahon over cash, and he jumped ship. Whoops. You can still see Survivor Series graphics with Rude in them though, and when you research it today, it sounds like he could have gone after Hulk Hogan. He would have lost for sure, but still, he's back at the top of the card. Akeem was also going to be a part of Sergeant Slaughter's Mercenaries team, but he departed too, and it was the same story for Bad News Brown. He was the 4th guy on Team Ted DiBiase, but exited stage left. Although that one worked out well, and you want to know why? because his replacement was none other than The Undertaker. Talk about sliding door moments. Number 6, Brutus Beefcake versus Mr. Perfect. At WrestleMania 6, we chose Brutus the Barber Beefcake to end Mr. Perfect's undefeated streak. Goes to show, you didn't think cutting your hair was going to help in wrestling, but you were wrong. The idea was that Perfect would win the Intercontinental title after this, meaning we could get to the 1990 SummerSlam and do the big rematch. But sadly, Brutus never made it. The real-life Ed Leslie was involved in a horrific parasailing accident that almost killed him and absolutely took him out of wrestling for a while. Instead, Vince McMahon shuttled in Kerry Von Erich as the Texas Tornado, and just to really surprise the fans, Kerry won. He would only hold the title for a couple of months before Perfect won it back, but still, it made the title pretty interesting as we went throughout the year. As an added note too, Beefcake was also penciled in to win IC Gold at SummerSlam 1998, that didn't happen either. Instead, the Ultimate Warrior was going to return, so the hairdresser got storyline hurt. Let's just face it, this basically wasn't his lane. Number 5, the Texas Tornado pretends to hold the IC title. So as we have just brought this one up, let me give you some more info. So we've already talked about the fact that his championship reign was relatively short. It all did get a little bit weird at the Survivor Series. There, Kerry teamed with the Ultimate Warrior and the Legion of Doom to face Mr. Perfect and all 3 members of Demolition, meaning not only did we have the World and Intercontinental Champion together, but yeah, Tornado and Perfect were at odds again. Given how the taping schedule worked back in the 90s though, on November the 19th, the WWE had filmed Von Erich losing his title to Mr. Perfect, with this pay-per-view airing on the 22nd. As it wasn't going to be shown to the TV viewer until the 15th of December, we had to keep going forward, but you know there was at least one fan with a massive eyebrow raised. They knew the deal, but 30 years ago you could have told somebody this, and they wouldn't have believed you anyway. Number 4, Mr. Perfect, the workhorse. We shall continue on with this theme, and remember this. In the 90s, all wrestlers worked a hell of a lot. I mean, it's crazy now, but back then it was borderline nuts. Nobody could match what Kurt Hennig did in 1990 though, because as well as bouncing around with the Intercontinental title, he basically fought every single top babyface in the company. As he was tussling with Hulk Hogan on house shows at the start of the year, then did his program with Beefcake, moved on to the Ultimate Warrior after he won the big belt, faced Jake Roberts, Tito Santana, Jim Duggan, the Big Boss Man, Hercules, the Legion of Doom, Roddy Piper, and so many others. I've just got to stop here. It kind of makes sense why his back stopped working in 1991, but in this 12-month period, he worked 194 times. There's likely more we don't know about too. This was just perfect though. Back in 1989, he had smashed through 173. Number 3, there is a lot of the gobbledygooker. So the narrative today is that the WWF revealed the gobbledygooker at the Survivor Series as their new mascot, realized this was a stupid idea, and he was gone again. It's not exactly true. Even after the horrendous reaction at the pay-per-view, Vince McMahon wouldn't let it go, so he kept trying. It meant we saw the giant turkey with Tugboat and the Bushwhackers, as for some reason they all cut promos, and before every single live show, the Gooker was sent out in front of the crowd to see if he could get some cheers the WWF were hoping for. Surprise, surprise, it never clicked. I wonder why. Their last big plan was to have Gobbledy twirl Howard Finkel, and I mean that literally. He stood there and spun Howard around like this was meant to help. Soon after, he was finally kicked out the door and into the history books as one of the worst ideas ever. Number 2, Jacques Rougeau goes back to back. If you do bring up Jacques Rougeau to any hardened wrestling fan, they will likely remember the tag team of the Fabulous Rougeaus and the Mountie. These were his calling cards. The year didn't start well for the team as they lost to the Bushwhackers and the Rockers, which was mainly because the WWE had decided to move on. They wanted to do something different. It made Jack vanish from TV, when from nowhere we started to get these vignettes for none other than the Mountie. Yep. It saw him harassing Canadians because he took his job way too seriously, and we weren't trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes here. Vince McMahon on commentary would just tell us this was the same guy. What the flub is he doing? There was a story too, because apparently Jacques wanted to reclaim some law and order in his own life. I can't lie, I absolutely loved it. I mean, do you remember that jailhouse match with the Big Boss Man? I watched it over and over again as a kid, and even today, it makes absolutely no sense. Number 1, Vince McMahon says no to The Undertaker, and almost changed the course of history in the process. Now that Mark Calloway has retired, though, he's thrown the baby out with the bathwater and is happy to talk about anything, including how his life almost went a different way, and that he almost never had the iconic run that he did. We've already talked about how he debuted at the Survivor Series, but on his 6 Feet Under podcast, the dead man revealed that, yep, while right-hand man Bruce Pritchard put him over huge to the boss, McMahon didn't see it, even after a meeting. Telling Mark right to his face that the company didn't have anything for him, it all changed down the line when the concept of a traditional mortician was brought to the table. Turned out Vince did think that Calloway had something to him as a person, and the rest we know.
What are your memories of WWE in the year 1991? There's a good chance that you were young enough to remember it fondly, since you were likely young, naive, and basking in the glow of the spectacle of it all. But you might not recall the sheer extent with which the WWF went heavy heat mad in one of its most controversial years ever. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 1991. Number 10, a sign of the times, an omen for the future. You might have wondered on more than one occasion why WrestleMania 8 was not headlined by Hulk Hogan versus Ric Flair. It felt like the biggest match not just in the WWF but in all of pro wrestling. Hogan and Flair were the respective aces of the WWF and the NWA. In a trivia note, Hogan and Flair actually worked their first match unadvertised on an impromptu basis. In Dayton, Ohio on October 22nd, Hogan replaced Roddy Piper. Hogan and Flair did the post-TV taping dart match on a whim, thinking it was a good idea to feel one another out in the ring before taking their show on the road. You may have read that the program didn't, for whatever reason, connect with the public to the level anticipated, but you might be surprised at how early the thing failed to ignite. The very first advertised Hogan vs Flair match took place on October 25th, 1991 at the Oakland Coliseum. Their main event drew 13,400 people, but did not set a record for pro wrestling nor sell out the building's capacity. So with that in mind, I've got a quick question for you. What is a match that you feel should have gone down on the grandest stage of them all? Let me know in the comment section down below. Number 9, WWE experimented with Attitude much earlier than you thought. In December 1997, Vince McMahon ushered in the era of Attitude, and for the next 3.5 years or so, the WWF was swarming with exposed skin and misogyny. Incredibly though, given that the WWF of 1991 was a parody of the American hero's quest for justice, a premonition of Attitude unfolded on the house show circuit between the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania. As the Ultimate Warrior vs Sergeant Slaughter series was prolonged to send the crowd home happy, Warrior lost, but fans were granted catharsis when Sensational Sherry was hung upside down from a steel cage, exposing her bra and panties. As a side note, Dave Meltzer attended one such show and reported that while the lads loved it, horrified parents dragged their kids home immediately. Number 8, something for Bret Hart to smile about. To fast forward to 1993 briefly, Yokozuna went over WWF champion Bret Hart in the main event of WrestleMania 9. The terrible finish Mr. Fuji threw salt in Bret's eyes acted as pretext for the controversial impromptu main event, in which Yoko was immediately dethroned by Hulk Hogan, of course. The decision was made to revert to the easy shortcut that was Hulk Hogan because, while his act was a bit tired, he was a bigger name than Bret. The thing is, Bret had replaced Hogan for a good reason. The fire had gone out, and Hogan's box office magic had waned. It was a desperately upsetting night for Hart, but as disastrous as WrestleMania 9 was in general, it actually outdrew the night that Hogan became passé. WrestleMania 7 drew 400,000 buys on pay-per-view, with the median well established by that point. Mania 5 drew a staggering 767,000, where WrestleMania 9 drew 430,000, but that incidentally was up 40,000 on the number Hogan drew for his main event against Sid Justice at WrestleMania 8 in 1992. This is not to state that Bret was a bigger draw overall than Hogan, but fans were more interested in seeing Bret reclaim his title than they were in the death rattle of Hulkamania. Number 7, it's not just AEW. Recently, WWE announced the Bash in Berlin premium live events for August 2024. Now, WWE has frequently promoted PLEs in international markets under Triple H and Nick Khan, and have a strong base of fans in Germany, but it would be naive to state that the timing of the show didn't have a tiny bit to do with the fact that German fans now have less incentive to travel to England to watch another major event promoted by a US company that does not tour Europe frequently. WWE has done this sort of things decades before All Elite Wrestling and All In 2 existed though. They were doing it long before 1991, but in 1991, Vince McMahon booked a stadium show out of pure pure spite, because the promoter of the St. Louis Arena had allowed WCW to run shows in the building, and aghast Vince McMahon decided to book Busch Stadium in retaliation. Knowing that the attendance would dwarf the crowd WCW would pull to the arena, he, and this was a ballsy move mere months after WrestleMania 7 was downsized, also knew that the arena promoter would see the WWF as the only viable wrestling racket in subsequent years. It's this sort of cynical yet astute thinking with which Vince got to where he was. Number 6, WWF equals bigger than Madonna. In a sobering parallel between AEW in 2023 and the WWF of 1992, each promotion drew an enormous crowd to Wembley Stadium as domestic business softened. The first trend actually started a year prior, which compelled Vince McMahon to run SummerSlam 1992 in London. In October, the WWF toured the United Kingdom and Europe to staggering, record-breaking effect. The WWF caught a blaze in Great Britain, much as it had in the States years prior through the rise of Sky Sports. The UK equivalent to cable TV took longer to reshape the landscape, but eventually the WWF reaped the rewards for a second time. Kids in schools the land over annoyed their parents into forking out for an exorbitant subscription because the Fed was the talk of the playground. Vince McMahon and the Premier League drove Sky to households. The WWF occupied a bizarre transatlantic space between turmoil and triumph. Strange but incandescent, the WWF was so hot over here that a Wembley Arena show on October 14th sold out in just 56 minutes. At the time, this was the fastest sellout in the history of the building, breaking the record set by Madonna. That context is frankly insane. In 1991, Madonna was the talk of the tabloids, a figure of seismic controversy, and was touring the Immaculate Collection, the best-selling greatest hits album ever released by a solo artist. The WWF show was headlined by the Legion of Doom versus the Nasty Boys. Better than Madonna though, apparently. Number 5, WWF brought the heat. 1990 was hardly a great year, but in 1991 it really felt like the walls were closing in on the 80s pop culture behemoth. In response to shock young fans back into caring, Vince decided to traumatize them. He booked a psyche scorcher of an angle in which Randy Savage was bitten in the arm by Jake Roberts' Cobra. It was heavily implied after an endless feeling administration of CPR that The Undertaker had suffocated the Warrior to death by trapping him inside of a casket. As was taped in 1991, Marty Jannetty would rather have smashed his face into glass than confront the end of his friendship with Shawn Michaels. The WWF of 1991 was nightmarish for the young fans, as the bad vibes surrounding the promotion seemed to bleed through the camera lens. Number 4, the real reason behind This Tuesday in Texas. If you're a millennial fan raised on the WWF, cast your mind back to the early 1990s, when you sit down with your sausage and smiley faces dinner to watch Survivor Series 1991 on Coliseum Home Video. Life is good, but oh boy, The Undertaker is out next, and through your childhood lens, he's a real creepy. And oh no, he's just beaten Hulk Hogan for the belt. Blast! But Hulk Hogan might win it back at some show called This Tuesday in Texas? What the hell is This Tuesday in Texas, son? Your dad asks. It's another 20 quid at Woolworths, that's what it is. Not a chance. Vince McMahon annoyed parents and left kids wanting, undermining the home video and pay-per-view markets with this cheap carny trick. Survivor Series and This Tuesday in Texas were two of the worst performing WWF pay-per-views in years, and really only existed as a double header to offset the startup costs of the World Bodybuilding Federation. Number 3, him? Sergeant Slaughter, to huge controversy, was repackaged as an Iraqi sympathizer in 1991. The idea was to whip up a patriotic fervor amongst the public. He would get behind Hulk Hogan in huge numbers as he restored justice. The theme of the match was a total farce, almost kitsch looking back on it now, but it was somehow almost worse. Bruce Pritchard claimed on his Something to Wrestle pod that Tugboat was discussed internally to play the role of American Turncoat and work Hogan in the main event of WrestleMania 7. Better yet, though this must have been a rib, Bruce contended that he would be named Chic Tugboat. How was that going to be the name? An anthropomorphic boat that hated America nearly headlined WrestleMania. Number 2, it was actually class. The WWF was rightly savage for exploiting the Gulf War as the key selling point of WrestleMania 7, and karma gave them the old 10 punches on the top turnbuckle. The thing is, the period between the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania was actually strong, ignoring all that, and since hundreds of horrific world events have unfolded since 1991, a dim, calloused memory, it's a lot easier to watch it all in retrospect. Randy Savage entered an incredible heel performance at the Rumble, which in collaboration with Pat Patterson's superb knack of booking finishes, linked together the two main attractions at Mania 7 brilliantly. Savage almost tripped over Warrior. He was so intense and desperate to mess him up, and he absolutely nailed him with a scepter shot to hand Sergeant Slaughter the title. This set up both Slaughter versus Hogan, which was serviceable, a bit long but very, very loud, and Savage versus Warrior. Hefty, unique, super dramatic, and indelible spectacle in and of itself, and a backdrop to one of the most moving angles in wrestling history. WrestleMania 7 in general was the best Mania up till that point, and wasn't bettered until 10? The Jake Roberts versus Rick Martel blindfold match was as silly as it was deafening, and in the Rockers versus Haku and the Barbarian, and Hart Foundation versus Nasty Boys, the WWF delivered what was then the best pair of tags in Mania history. The former was a dynamic spot of escapology on the part of Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty, where the latter was a blinding way of getting heat on the heels. Number 1, the Dave Meltzer versus WWF blow-up. In 1991, the year of war in the WWF, a battle broke out between the promotion and Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. A letter was written to Dave's then editor concerning a story Meltzer had written. Meltzer reported that Hulk Hogan was sent by the WWF to visit troops in Saudi Arabia in a bid to strengthen his public image, before the tour was throttled by the US Defense Department. The WWF vehemently denied that, claiming it was all at the behest of the USO. In response, Meltzer noted that somebody within the WWF had told him, prior to the letter being sent, that WrestleMania 7 was set to be the biggest ever. Sergeant Slaughter was set to burn the flag, which would position Hogan as the ultimate babyface patriot. And as part of the push to build interest in the event, Meltzer was told Hogan was going to Saudi. This sparked something of an existential crisis within Meltzer, who dedicated the entire February 4th Wrestling Observer newsletter to a treatise on journalistic ethics. In this issue, Dave revealed that he once worked for the WWF as a consultant on the Japanese scene. Tour dates, bookings, the way things played out in general, that kind of stuff. So if you believe that Dave shouldn't report on something he's never been involved in, you'd be wrong. The WWF made further accusations that Dave specialized in inaccurate, biased writing. The irony of which is that you can comb through virtually any edition of The Observer from 1991 and notice that Meltzer was right on the money. And yet, in the September 30th issue, he correctly reported that the latest speculation is that they'll be asking Ultimate Warrior back, and he indeed returned months later. It was a bold one given the events of SummerSlam 91, at which Warrior extorted Vince McMahon for Hulk Hogan money. That relationship was deemed dead. In the same issue, Meltzer reported that the Rockers had handed in their notice but were unlikely to join WCW since the promotion was not strong enough at the negotiating table. And what do you know? Dave was correct on both counts. It's almost like he knows his stuff.
Get in your time machines, my friends. We are heading back to 1992. An odd time for pro wrestling as the WWF was trying to pick a lane after the rise of Hulkamania. There was a ton going on under the hood, and that's what we're getting into today. So sit back, grab a Tamagotchi or something. This is 10 things you didn't know about WWF in 1992. Number 10, Jake Roberts' Mega Heat. WrestleMania 8 is our focus here, which is sort of historic looking back on it now. The Undertaker defeated Jake Roberts, which would soon be part of his fabled undefeated streak. At the time, though, there were some murmurings that Roberts wasn't too keen on this idea, and therefore people got mad at him. Jake has talked about this since and clarified it wasn't the case. He just wanted to make sure the match was special, not just another random fight on the card. Therefore, as the two were going at it, the man with the snake told the dead man to smash him with a tombstone outside the ring. And I tell you, Vince McMahon and other officials didn't like that. After all, it wasn't the original plan. This was WrestleMania. The flub are you doing? The rage backstage was even more intense after this, although Roberts admitted one foot was already out the door. And yeah, later that year he went to WCW, but still, this wasn't a moody problem. He just wanted to be creative. Number 9, Bret Hart almost goes to WCW, which would have been a terrible idea. World Championship Wrestling was in for a mad few years. The Hitman's deal did expire in January 1992, though, and as any good businessman would, he started negotiating with everyone, and if word is to be believed, World Championship Wrestling was keen for him to come across with the Intercontinental title in hand. This would be in response for what the WWF did with Ric Flair and his World Championship, but look, that was never going to happen. The Nature Boy doing that caused a right stink. As we know, Bret decided to re-up with Vince McMahon anyway. Thank goodness he did too, because think about what would come next. His feud with Brother Owen, everything with Steve Austin, the Undertaker program, the match with Diesel, all the Shawn Michaels madness. It is unthinkable that these would be erased from history. So kudos for those involved in getting it done. That is not a world I want to live in. Number 8, Roddy Piper made history. Do you want to know why Roddy Piper faced the Mountie for the Intercontinental title at the 1992 Royal Rumble? Because friend Bret Hart fell sick. So within 48 hours, the Canadian policeman defeated the Hitman for the belt on a house show before challenging the Rowdy one at the weekend. What a week that is. Piper was able to win the damn thing too, which also set him up to make some Federation history that night. As he had competed here and later walked out for the Rumble match itself, he became the first guy to pull double duty on this pay-per-view. He went 34 minutes in the multi-man bout too before getting thrown out by Sid Justice. It's quite the shift. Of course, a few years later, wrestlers having one-on-one contests and then entering the Rumble became commonplace. But remember this, nobody did it before Roddy. Number 7, Survivor Series had a WWF first. If anybody ever mentions Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart, we all go to the Montreal Clash in 1997. That makes sense, but given that it was decades ago, it feels like a disservice. These guys had plenty of other matches which also banged. The fight from the 1992 Survivor Series is one of these, and it does have some history attached to it. As Bret made Shawn quit to the sharpshooter, it counted as the first ever company pay-per-view headliner that ended with a submission finish. So there you go. There's also rumors out there that HBK asked Hart to go a touch slower in the ring during this, as he didn't feel like he could keep up. As he wanted to put his best foot forward, Hart agreed, and the goodness was splashed all across the screen. I shouldn't have said it that way. Of course, 12 months or so later, this would not be a problem for Michaels at all. If anything else, it was everyone else telling him to slow the hell down. Number 6, SummerSlam in London came late. Before All In 2023, nothing could touch a wrestling show in the UK that wasn't dubbed SummerSlam. The 1992 event was a spectacular showing, mostly done as the WWF was struggling in the USA, so they spread their wings to take advantage of their overseas markets. Smart. This ties in as well because Vince McMahon didn't decide to hold it in Wembley until June 1992, which yes is only 2 months beforehand. Originally slated for Washington DC, Vince just didn't believe they could sell enough tickets, so given that England was a hotbed for the World Wrestling Federation, why not do it there? He was right. He also changed the main event to Bret Hart versus the British Bulldog for obvious reasons, and to tie it into our last entry, Hart versus Michaels was on the card at one point. Want to hear the best part though? Davey Boy Smith was going to tangle with Repo Man. That sucks. I would have loved it. Either way though, to this day, it remains one of the biggest wrestling shows of all time. Number 5, the British Bulldog forgot the main event. We shall carry on our journey to the UK too, because yep, in that main event, Davey Boy Smith couldn't remember what he was meant to do. Oh no. Bret only found out about this on the day too, because the British Bulldog had spent the last 24 hours partying like an animal, so all other information had vacated his brain. This is why watching the match today is so damn amazing, because Hart is quite literally walking his brother-in-law through the whole thing. Even today, Bret says he considered this feat as one of his greatest because nobody had a clue. It's near perfect. If it was anyone else, this could have been a disaster, and even if it had fallen apart, nobody would have blamed the Hitman. He was so good at his craft, however, he dug down and made it happen. A true work of art. Number 4, Lex Luger wasn't hired to wrestle. Nope, he was jacked. So just go out there and flex. I'm only half kidding because this basically was the idea, and yes, it's all situated around the amazing WBF, or the World Bodybuilding Federation. An early venture for Vince McMahon, who thought he could take the WWF magic and cast it over the world of muscles. He reached out to Lex, who had recently suffered a serious injury following a motorcycle accident, and asked him to join up. Luger was going to be the poster boy for his brand new creation. Lex was fine with that because let's face it, he loved hitting the gym, when there was one small snag. By the time Luger had recovered, the WBF was dead. That's right, nobody gave a damn about it. Worked out fine as Lex simply went back to wrestling and became a massive star throughout 93 and 94. That wasn't the plan when he signed in 1992. It was all going to be about that front double bicep. Number 3, local TV spoiled the show. So this one is all sorts of crazy. Let's get into it. Ric Flair was DQ'd when he shoved a referee while trapped in Bret Hart's sharpshooter on a 10th of October 1992 house show. It of course meant the Hitman won, but as it was a disqualification, he was not permitted to become WWF champion. Them's the rules. For some reason though, a local TV outlet ignored that and just said Bret had won the belt. But wait, that's not true. Now they didn't know this, but Hart was actually penned in to win the title at a house show 2 days later, so the WWF was furious because by accident the result had been spoiled. Other stations jumped on the bandwagon too, so there was no stopping this now. Given this is one of the biggest championship changes in years, a lot of people were left in a grump. Still, look at it this way, they're lucky they don't live in today's world. Everything, as well as how we all felt about the thing, would have been out there in minutes. Number 2, Sid Justice says, I don't want to be Hulk Hogan. So bear with me 1 second, for I shall explain. When Vince McMahon first saw Sid Justice, he was very excited. I mean, look at the guy. This was exactly the type of dude Vince wanted in the WWF. It was perfect timing as well, because in 1992 we needed a top new babyface, so why not give it to Sid? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Mr. Justice said no. That's right. For whatever reason, he didn't see himself as a super good guy, but even then, the biggest promoter in the world was giving you the keys to a car, and you decide to walk. If you fast forward to 1996, this gets even weirder, as Sid was going out of his way to be a babyface during a feud with Shawn Michaels, where he was meant to be the heel. It's all so confusing. To be fair, maybe Justice just knew what a poisoned chalice this was. The Ultimate Warrior had been given this mantle 2 years earlier, and it had gotten so bad, the Warrior was never the same again. You still think he would have wanted to know, though? Apparently not. Number 1, every title changed on a house show. As I am talking, WWE and TKO have done a big hoo-ha, saying house shows may go away forever. Well, look, that wasn't the case in 1992, but even then, nobody ever actually thinks a title will switch sides on a non-televised event. But clearly in the early 90s, the World Wrestling Federation just wanted to have some fun. Because it happened constantly throughout the years. You had that Bret Hart World title win over Ric Flair in Saskatoon. We've mentioned the Mountney beating Bret for the IC title in January. And the Tag Team Championships changed twice when Money Inc. beat the Legion of Doom in February, and the Natural Disasters smashed them in July. Meant it got the message out there, you've got to attend these things. The takeaway aim was, well, if the World Championship can change hands, then anything can happen, right? And that was true to a point. I mean, it was still very much a rarity, but still, if you're looking for that these days, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news either, but all things considered, there's a good chance WWE never does this again.
Back in 1993, the WWF looked like this, and I look like this. We've both changed a bit since. 1993 birthed Raw, made history at every turn, and even saw The Undertaker drum up one of the most ridiculous excuses ever ahead of Survivor Series. With that in mind, I'm Adam Wilborn from WhatCulture, and these are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 1993. Number 10, 60% of Rumble entrants left by 1994. Back in 93, it was still the WWF, of course, and the F presumably stood for fired. 30 workers jogged down the aisle in Sacramento, but many wouldn't be long for WWF rings. In fact, by the time calendars turned to 1994, no less than 60% of the Rumble entrants had left the company completely. Think about that for a second. 18 wrestlers under contract in January of 93 were scrapped 12 months later. Check this out for a list. Ted DiBiase, Ric Flair, Mr. Perfect, Papa Shango, The Nasty Boys, The Natural Disasters, Max Moon, Tenryu, Skinner, Coco Beware, The Berserker, Terry Taylor, Damien Demento, Carlos Colon, El Matador, and Repo Man, sorry Simon Miller, were all gone. It just shows the turnover Vince McMahon's roster was going through as it struggled to reclaim old peak Hulkamania era magic at the box office. Number 9, the curious Royal Rumble poster. Speaking of turnover, January's Rumble had plenty of that before the pay-per-view even aired. A quick glance at the original poster shows just how much things changed between November and bell time. Take a gander at some of the mugs here. Do you see anything strange? The Ultimate Warrior, British Bulldog, and Nails were all featured, but all three had been fired by McMahon long before the Rumble happened. Warrior and Davey Boy Smith were sent packing over human growth hormone packages, and Nails was canned for attacking Vince over his SummerSlam payoff. Other absentees included Crush, who was selling kayfabe injuries following an attack from Doink the Clown, and Kamala, who was mysteriously absent, but likely selling, well, death after his casket match loss to The Undertaker at Survivor Series 1992. Gorilla Monsoon did mention Kamala when Giant Gonzalez ambled to the ring mid-rumble, but that was about it for the originally scheduled poster boy lot. Card subject to change and all that. Number 8, Yokozuna cut Mania 9's headliner short. It's always amazed me that the massive Yokozuna could shift for such a big lad. I mean, at times, Yoko moved with the grace of somebody half his size, but it does make sense that carrying all that weight was tough to do the longer a match went on. So sometimes Yoko just decided to go home early. That happened during the main event at WrestleMania 9, and yeah, Bret Hart wasn't too chuffed. The Hitman was doubly annoyed at Yokozuna for sprinting towards the finish because it meant some of his best spots were left on the cutting room floor. Hart had a point to prove to Vinnie Mac, but his plan was left in tatters. It's unclear just how much time was actually shaved, but it was certainly enough to annoy Hart. He wanted to show the boss that sticking the WWF title back on Hulk Hogan was a a major mistake. Yoko, meanwhile, was knackered and fancied hitting the showers. Number 7. WrestleMania's nixed Japanese crossover. Originally, WrestleMania 9 was supposed to feature some Japanese crossover with the War promotion headed by Genichiro Tenryu. He was meant to wrestle on the show himself, and Vince McMahon even told the media during a presser shortly after the Royal Rumble that WWF stars would also wrestle in War soon too. That didn't happen until May of 94, and Tenryu didn't appear at WrestleMania after all. It's unclear what match the Federation would have had in mind for him. He'd worked approximately a 13-minute spot in the Royal Rumble before being eliminated by The Undertaker, so maybe he was in the frame for a bout against the Dead Man if Giant Gonzalez fell through, wasn't ring ready, or didn't have such a spectacular outfit come April. There's also a chance Tenryu might have worked against someone like Razor Ramon if the Bob Backlund effort didn't occur, or perhaps McMahon had some kind of War showcase in mind for the undercard. It will forever remain a mystery. But who would you have booked him against? Let me know in the comments section below. Number 6. SummerSlam made WWF history. August SummerSlam 93 marked the first time a WWF pay-per-view aired without either Randy Savage or Hulk Hogan on the lineup. Both mega powers had dominated company pay-per-views ever since the mid-80s, but McMahon and Lieutenants were keen to finally move on as time crept closer to the mid-90s. SummerSlam also made history for other reasons, namely it was the first one in this series to happen without even one title change on the card. More specifically, it ended a run of IC title switches, the belt that changed hands on every SummerSlam between 88 and 92. Lex Luger's big night was more memorable in the long run for the lack of Macho Madness or Hulkamania, and this trend would continue until Hulk wrestled on the 2005 show against Shawn Michaels. And what a match that was. We've mentioned it a fair bit on this channel, which, by the way, if you haven't done so already, you should subscribe to, and make sure you ring the bell to be notified when new stuff comes out. Number 5. Hulk Hogan's last match was in August. Most fans think Hogan finished up after putting Yokozuna over for the WWF title at King of the Ring in June, but that is not strictly true. Post King of the Ring, Hogan went on a tour of dark matches and house show bouts before finally wrapping up his commitments in August. He was still hanging around the place mere weeks before SummerSlam 93 took place, but he wasn't showcased on TV. His last hurrah ended up coming with a disqualification victory over Yokozuna on the 6th of August in Sheffield, England. Things could have been even bigger too, because Bruce Pritchard has long maintained that the tour was initially booked with Hogan as champ in mind. The iconic legacy star was taken off TV and pay-per-view once he dropped the belt, but the WWF was only too happy to use Hulk's name value as a dangling carrot for fans in Europe. After that, he left wrestling for a while before showing up in WCW the next year. Number 4. Hogan went Hollywood in 1993. The 22nd of February 1993 edition of Raw was another low-key episode until this mad bollocks happened. Hulk Hogan appeared in a backstage sit-down interview with Vince McMahon, but he wasn't clad in traditional red and yellow attire. Instead, Hogan donned some soon-to-be familiar black and white colors. Although it was an Ico Pro shirt he was wearing, Hulk's look had a distinctly NWO vibe to it before that was even a thing. Fans definitely weren't used to seeing their hero rocking this look on WWF TV. It felt alien, and it's somewhat of a surprise that Vince didn't insist on his poster boy wearing something, anything, red or yellow, to sell his return to screens. Hogan went Hollywood long before WCW had that thought. Number 3. Shawn Michaels genuinely quit. Ex-rocker and breakout single star Shawn Michaels had always been a bit of a wild child behind the scenes. By 1993, though, things were on another level. Shawn failed a drug test in September, seriously narked about it, and ultimately decided to tell the WWF to beat it shortly afterwards. Yep, HBK quit the company. He'd be back by Survivor Series time, of course, but things did look bleak for a spell. Imagine how radically different WWE history would be without anything Shawn Michaels post-93. That is an impossible thought. In the short term, it would have meant no iconic ladder match versus Razor Ramon at WrestleMania 10. The boyhood dream wouldn't have come true, and the butterfly effects of Shawn telling Vince where to go would have been felt for generations. Obviously, both men could have patched things up further down the line, but it's good for McMahon that Michaels returned to work when he did. Number 2. My dog ate it, Vince. Bruce Pritchard told his fans on his Something to Wrestle With pod, which is genuinely one of the best out there, that's not ours, that The Undertaker Undertaker wasn't exactly pleased about wearing some American flag motif on the inner lining of his trench coat at Survivor Series 1993. Taker actually tried to get out of the gig in the lead up to the November pay-per-view. Incredibly, the dead man told members of management that his dog had munched the jacket, so he couldn't wear it. The WWF, though, called Taker's bluff and had another one ready for him in Boston, meaning the legend had to begrudgingly do as he was told and wear the coat. Apparently, The Undertaker was concerned that he'd be tampering with his carefully constructed gimmick by bowing to peer pressure and showing off a patriotic side when teaming with Lex Luger and the Steiner brothers. The All-Americans was one concept Taker didn't jive with, but he went along with the plan eventually. No dog ate my homework excuses worked here. Number 1. Raw was almost called Down and Dirty. Raw has been WWE's tentpole weekly show since January of 1993. After a lukewarm start, the show became regularly must-see and has survived countless ups and downs, shout out Miller again, since. Even the name is iconic. So, about that. The WWF didn't have a clue what to call their new product at first. Bruce Pritchard once revealed that the earliest premise for his new primetime show was that it'd be uncut, uncooked, and uncensored. At one stage, someone suggested it'd be Down and Dirty, but everyone agreed that would be tough to market and wasn't all that punchy. Down and Dirty was Raw's first working title, though, and things could have been so different had Vince McMahon welcomed everyone to the premiere of WWF Down and Dirty in the Manhattan Center. That doesn't sound like the kind of name that would have lasted over 30 years.
From the first few flickers of the new generation to a certain future icon secretly making their debut against a bad guy. Here are those things you did not know about WWE in the year I was born. Hi, I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 1994. Number 10, Hulk Hogan is gonna feature all over this list, but not once did he do that for WWE. This itself was a first since 1983. But 1994 was also the year a frankly incredible and likely never to be repeated streak was broken. It was the year Hulk Hogan neither won, lost, nor held the WWE Championship for the very first time since his inaugural reign kicked off a decade earlier. He defeated the Iron Sheik in January 1984 in a run that ended in 1988. He won it back in 1989, lost in 1990, won and lost in 1991, was stripped of it ahead of the Royal Rumble in 1992, and controversially scored his 5th reign in 1993 before departing from the company in the summer. By then, his time-traveling days were behind him, as was a WWE legacy Vince McMahon moved fast to minimalize. Hogan wrestled just 24 matches across the year, which reflected the lightest full-time schedule he'd had since breaking into the industry in 1977. None of them were for McMahon, of course. Aside from the WCW dates, he also worked for New Japan Pro Wrestling at the Tokyo Dome on January 1st. Away from his prior World Wrestling Federation comfort zone, he was starting the year as he meant to go on, as was his former employer. Number 9, the new generation takes shape in the Royal Rumble. Months before the new generation became the branding method of choice for a WWE undergoing historic changes in just about every department, the Royal Rumble match revealed a sign of things to come. Not only did it feature Bret Hart as the overwhelming favorite of a live crowd forced to pick between the Hitman and co-winner, and transparent Hulk Hogan like-for-like replacement Lex Luger, but it also featured over half of the entrants competing in their first ever Rumble match. And digging into the data finds that for most, it was their first opportunity too. Quang, the Smoking Guns, Diesel, Jeff Jarrett, Men on a Mission, Thurman Sparky Plug, Lex Luger, and Adam Bomb had all been in the company for a year or less. It wasn't much longer for the Steiner brothers, the Head Shrinkers, Doink, and Bam Bigelow. Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels were in the Battle Royal as singles wrestlers for the first time, and former WWE champion Bob Backlund, a record setter 1 year earlier, made it just 41 seconds before being eliminated by breakout star Big Daddy Cool. And as many potential new talents took their bow, one long-standing star prepared to take a break. But number 8, The Undertaker's work schedule during his time off. Was Undertaker shooting in his infamous 1999 promo about eating snakes in Death Valley when he turned to the Big Show and said,
"Nice try, Big Mouth"? McMahon, but I don't sleep.
No, he was just being a preposterously insecure grandstanding idiot. But he put in 9 years of hard graft working for Vince McMahon by then, so people are entitled to lose their minds a little. Shortly after Chris Jericho and the rest of the world highlighted how boring and unintentionally hilarious that was, the dead man was given time to rest, rehabilitate, and return as the American badass that brought him several years away from the persona that made him an icon before a welcome return a few years on from that. It was only the second significant break he'd taken in nearly a decade. And even in the first one, he was still on the clock for his boss. After Undertaker floated into the rafters following his Royal Rumble loss to Yokozuna, he supposedly disappeared until his SummerSlam return against Ted DiBiase's doppelganger. He in fact worked 15 matches, which is almost one per fortnight during the time he was away. Often batched together, he worked international tours in May and June, and got back on the dark match circuit in July and August ahead of his return. They were nonetheless regular enough that those wacky Elvis-adjacent skits weren't the only places members of the public were catching sight of the former WWE champion. Number 7, the real career break in 1994 was taken by Shawn Michaels, who didn't work an official match for the company between wrapping a post-WrestleMania house show run against Razor Ramon on April 3rd and a televised bout with the bad guy on the live August 1st edition of Monday Night Raw. It never really felt like an absence at the time because, amongst other things, it really wasn't. Michaels took on the role as Diesel's manager and host of the Heartbreak Hotel talk show segment on television, and wasn't shy of taking the odd big bump when the story required it. But matches were off the menu for a bit as he enjoyed his own sizable break after over 6 years of grinding for Vince McMahon. Kevin Nash credited his friendship and working relationship with the Heartbreak Kid with getting him ready to carry the company on top in 1995, not least when he got to be ringside for Michaels vs. Ramon matches that were allegedly as good, if not better, than their WrestleMania 10 classic. The aforementioned Raw Firecracker made a great case in point. But before we get to that, I want to ask you a quick question. What's your favourite Shawn Michaels match ever, baby? You let me know in the comment section right down below. Number 6, Vince McMahon used Monday Night Raw to toast his not guilty verdict. On August 1st, Monday Night Raw was all the way live, and Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon contested one of the best WWE matches of the year, as if to remind viewers of how the new generation marketing campaign did have a grain of truth, even if it predominantly existed to separate the company from Hulk Hogan and WCW. Worked at a killer pace between the clique mates ahead of Ramon and Diesel's Intercontinental Championship match at SummerSlam 1994, the match was fundamentally everything great about the company distilled. The commentary across the night was not. Obviously deliriously happy to have been found not guilty of the charges brought against him by the United States government, specifically the 2 counts of distributing steroids and one of conspiracy to distribute steroids, Vince McMahon was back on commentary and in a fantastic mood. Though it wasn't in keeping with his on-screen persona to gloat, he had no problem with colour analyst Randy Savage doing that for him. "Welcome back, Vince McMahon," Savage bellowed, before later adding that Razor would annihilate Shawn just like Vince did the US government. 1, 2, 3, not guilty. It was the start of multiple references to trials and injustices against innocent people, and even extended to McMahon's defense team getting name-checked on air. At one point, McMahon chuckled and exclaimed to a giddy Savage, "You're on a rare form tonight," almost as if he wasn't feeding the Macho Man the lines himself. Oh yeah, and just a quick one, I want to thank you right now for watching this video today, and if you like what you see, then go and click on that subscribe button down below. Number 5, the controversial aftermath of an all-time great match. The legendary WrestleMania 10 ladder match between Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon might not have been the first of its kind, despite the company's attempt to canonize that whenever they weren't feeling charitable towards Bret Hart, but it did revolutionize it, opening the possibilities for exactly how one could work beyond the simple act of climbing, creating a template so robust that it remains in place today, despite the overuse and bastardization of the stipulation itself. It was a bona fide classic, but it did commit one cardinal sin, that it ensured an almighty bollocking for HBK and the bad guy when they got backstage, rather than a round of applause. Longest tenured veteran Macho Man Randy Savage loudly and aggressively chewed them out for going over their allotted time. And it wasn't just their indulgence he was targeting, a 10-man tag had to be cut from the show to save time. And Savage fumed that 10 colleagues had lost their share of a pay-per-view payday because 2 had coloured outside of the lines. He let them have it, reminding them that the business of the business business still came before the show. And that wasn't Randy Savage's only big locker room statement that night. Number 4, the WrestleMania 10 conclusion was Randy Savage's idea. Indeed, Hulk Hogan was the ghost at the feast for much of 1994, it being the first full calendar year since Vince McMahon took control of his father's organization that he didn't wrestle and feature prominently. But his absence and thus his presence could be felt lurking over WrestleMania 10. The event that was 10 years in the making was missing the main man that had featured in the main events of the first 9. There was no ignoring his place in history, but a fellow company figurehead that had shared several of those spotlights with the Hulkster was determined to drive the push for the new star to get his rightful spot. As commentator during Hogan's hijacking of Bret Hart's WrestleMania 9 moments, Randy Savage spoke constantly of the respect he had for the Hitman. Savage was willing to show and tell 1 year later. It was supposedly Randy that suggested and called for the locker room celebration when Bret lifted the gold for a second time. And mid-party, the Macho Man could not have done any more with his body language to let Madison Square Garden know that the pink and black attack was every bit the suitable replacement for a departed orange goblin. Number 3, less than 1 year after winning the WWE Championship, Hulk Hogan was matched alongside the start of civilization, effectively, to really illustrate what exactly the new generation was in contrast to days gone by. WWE produced a series of adverts that might have been charming if they weren't so bilious in the background. First using cars and failed attempts at flight in contrast to Speedway clips and Concorde, respectively, the company then threw up clips of 70s/80s greats to go up against the likes of Diesel, Jeff Jarrett, Owen Hart, and Roddy Piper as examples of how 1994's crop of stars left the lads from the past in the dust. One of the lads was, of course, new WCW centerpiece Hulk Hogan. The hypocrisy was laughable. He'd been Vince McMahon's choice over his new starlet Bret Hart precisely 12 months earlier, but now he was presented as a relic alongside the likes of Andre the Giant, Ivan Putski, and the Iron Sheik. Giant had passed away in 1993, but the latter pair both worked novelty contests for WWE in 1997, 4 years after this trailer aired, and one into Hogan's business-transforming stint as a Hollywood heel. Number 2, the end of an even longer era. Back in 1990, WrestleMania and indeed WWE had said farewell to Jesse Ventura, bringing about the end of his iconic pay-per-view pairing with Gorilla Monsoon. By 1994, it was also time to say goodbye to the other half of that partnership. Monsoon covered the King of the Ring and Survivor Series in 1994, but both events were as substitutes for Vince McMahon and Randy Savage, respectively. In the case of the latter, Savage's WWE departure was such a surprise that Monsoon wasn't even really the ideal seat filler. McMahon always worked best with a heel and a color analyst, and Monsoon typically served neither purpose. Nonetheless, it served as his final pay-per-view commentary spot ever. Despite holding down regular spots at the desk on third-string television shows, he mainly moved into kayfabe admin. He famously served as the on-screen WWE president between 1995 and 1997, ahead of making his final on-screen appearance before his passing at WrestleMania 15 in 1999. And number 1, Jeff Hardy started at the very top. Well, sort of. Between wrestling on trampolines at county fairs and coming together to form Omega, the organization of modern extreme grappling arts, as young hopefuls, the Hardy Boys' journey from the backyard to the big time has been well documented. But all of that practice served them well enough to be the most popular jobbers on the WWF circuit. And at just 16, as far as officials knew he was actually 2 years older, Jeff Hardy got the opportunity to lose a painful squash to Razor Ramon when the original victim couldn't make the show. The future charismatic enigma's real name was protected too. Instead, he took on the alleged name of the absentee and went by Keith Davis for the one and only time in his career. The match can be seen in all its glory on the June 6th edition of Monday Night Raw, but it was actually taped on May 23rd, the night Jeff's brother Matt suffered his own squash loss to Nikolai Volkov, and the rest was never dull history.
1995. We all have 1995. Maybe. I don't know. What a stupid thing to say. It was a super interesting time for the World Wrestling Federation, though, so look, get in your DeLorean and let me take you back to sports entertainment from yesteryear. Because yeah, this is indeed 10 things you didn't know about the WWF in 1995. Number 10 wasn't great. It's not like we only realized this recently either. At the time, everybody was a bit worried about the WWF, because while times were a-changing, they were not. In fact, it very much felt like Vince McMahon was stuck in his ways. And look, there was still magic here. Even when Bret Hart was feuding with Hakushi and Pierre Lafitte, it was top-tier stuff. Shawn Michaels and Jeff Jarrett were killing it. And the Hitman also went on to have kick-ass matches with the British Bulldog and Diesel. That big sexy clash especially is wonderful. If only everyone had worked with Nash like this. The problem, though, was basically everything else. The In Your House Great White North pay-per-view was so bad, McMahon was genuinely annoyed afterwards, and even gimmicks like Doink the Clown had been reduced to fart jokes. And sure, maybe do one here and there, but it was honestly all the damn time. Everybody also had to be tied to some sort of a job, so we just had constant nonsense, and even kids, the WWF's aimed audience, were rolling their eyes. Bad is bad, my friends. Even children know this. They're not idiots. Well, some are. It's a different video. Number 9, Vince McMahon stepped aside as the booker. Yep, it happened, but it was so short we don't talk about it. Because eventually Vince realized maybe he did need outside influence, so for 2 weeks, he gave up his big chair to none other than Bill Watts. Now, trying to explain Mr. Watts in one video is impossible, but no, he was at one time one of McMahon's greatest rivals, and somebody who totally believed in old school wrestling. He was a genius at one point in time, but as we do know, times move on. This had been proven once before when WCW brought him in, but years later Vince thought he would try, and yeah, it was the same old madness. Bill didn't even want wrestlers punching each other with a closed fist. His greatest error was the angle he did with Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker, however. In October, he decided they should be attacked by a group of masked men, so you were just going to have to tune in to the show the following week. McMahon definitely did not feel the same, because when he saw this, he flipped out, re-edited the whole thing, and told Watts to go away and never return. No one ever got a chance again until 2022, and his name was Triple H. Think of that. Number 8, Jeff Jarrett's first offense. Do you remember when the WWF bought WCW and we had the Raw Nitro simulcast? One of the big talking points was Vince McMahon firing Jeff Jarrett right away. There was a reason for this. The story most point to is in 1999 when Jeff held Vince up for money at a pay-per-view and then did indeed leave for World Championship Wrestling. Thing is, it shouldn't have been a massive surprise. Jarrett had done it once before. Of course, it happened in 1995 and was a big shock because Double J was on fire at the time. He was knee-deep in a story with the roadie about who really was the talented singer of the two, and when the company decided to pull the trigger too early, he left. Yep. I'm sure there were other frustrations too, but it was still crazy and made headlines all over the place. Jarrett did go to WCW, and that was okay. Kind of feels like in hindsight, he should have stuck with the original plan. Number 7, WrestleMania sabotage. I'm sure most people listening to this know about Shawn Michaels in the 90s. HBK himself has spoken about it, and yeah, he was having a tough time, and that manifested itself in very problematic ways. What really matters is he went away and got the help he needed. A good lesson for us all. It sort of underlines how talented he was, because even though Shawn was a locker room tyrant, he was so good in the ring, Vince McMahon basically tolerated it as best he could. That is some level of skill. This knew no bounds even when it came to his buddies, because just go and watch his match with Diesel at WrestleMania 11. With the roles underlined that Kevin Nash would be that year's megastar, it would seem that Michaels got a little bit of a bee in his bonnet about it, and kind of went into business for himself. I mean, he was meant to be the bad guy, but he did whatever he could to get in the good books of the crowd. There was also the much-discussed powerbomb he took at the end. You can go see it right now. And Shawn takes this so weirdly, almost landing on his feet, he left the idea out there, but maybe, just maybe, he did this on purpose. The bout itself is actually very good, but you do need to keep an eye on the speed of the Heartbreak Kid too. If you think he's trying to gas out Kevin Nash, yes, I think he was. Number 6, that Marine incident. Shawn Michaels got beaten up in a bar on the 13th of October 1995. This wasn't a storyline either. It happened. We just don't know what the exact deal is. The give and take is that HBK tried it on with a lady without realizing her partner was a member of the Marine Corps. This guy, along with 8 of his buddies, then waited for Michaels in the parking lot, and they whipped his ass. This narrative came from post-standard writer Mike McAndrew, who in his book The Storytellers places the number at about 5 attackers, whereas former tag team partner Marty Jannetty said it was more like 1 dude. So who knows? Not I. To be fair, only one person named Douglas Griffith was charged with this assault, but all you have to do is watch the WWF TV to see that something most definitely did happen. Shawn was all kinds of battered and bruised, and I would imagine this didn't help with his overall behavior. I mean, nobody wants to be involved in such madness. Yet he couldn't get away from it. Number 5, the Great Wrestling. As already mentioned, the WWF was not in a great place back in 1995. Not only was the product itself stale, but behind the scenes wasn't peaches and cream either. Several high executives were fired, wrestlers themselves followed, and the money was heading in the wrong direction. A change was needed. That wasn't going to blow up until 1997, but interestingly, during this time of crisis, the World Wrestling Federation took that middle word and they started to rely on it. Or they went back to ensuring the in-ring quality was at the heart of their main event. It did help given we pivoted to the likes of Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels, who were all-timers in the making, and it was this shift which balanced the books. It wasn't enough to turn business around, but go and look at the numbers. They did calm down to a certain extent, because fans were happy to watch some quality grapplers do their thing. It allowed the WWF to expand their pay-per-view schedule too, which in turn helped with the finances, but it's important to remember this. Far too often we act like Vince McMahon never gave a damn about this side of the industry. Couldn't be further from the truth. Number 4, WCW won a battle before the war. If we are going to talk about the Monday Night Wars, it has to start when Nitro launched on the 4th of September. WCW did a pretty good job in differentiating themselves too, because they not only showcased Brian Pillman versus Jushin Thunder Liger, but they had that closing cliffhanger with Lex Luger. Not a bad way to start. When you jump back to June, though, the WWF cancelled a planned NBC special that would have been a highlight package from WrestleMania 11, mostly because everybody knew it wasn't going to draw. The metrics told us all we needed to know. At the same time, however, Jimmy Hart and Hulk Hogan were being featured on a flipping LA Lakers game thanks to a relationship with Shaquille O'Neal, as the letters WCW were flashed on screen like they were the be-all and end-all of wrestling. McMahon took offense to that, so started showing clips of the Hulkster getting destroyed by a Yokozuna leg drop all over his TV, because yeah, he knew, he's not stupid, and as we know, the following few years were going to be an absolute roller coaster. Number 3, the unpopularity. So the chat today by many a wrestling historian is whether or not 1995 WWF was as unpopular as it's been made out. The answer is yes. Yes, it was. While they had been able to smash pop culture in the 80s, the company had been on a downward slope ever since, because that's how life works. Once you've peaked, there's only one way you can go. The powers that be were also very slow to react to this, mostly because they thought they had found the magic touch. But the surprise is actually, it got worse in 1996, even if the overall landscape felt better. We base this on numbers because numerous 1995 pay-per-views outdrew their 1996 counterparts, including the big two. WrestleMania 11 sold 340,000 pay-per-views compared to 12's 290,000, and SummerSlam did the same. It was 205,000 to 157,000. So really it was 1997 when the WWF found their fire again, and thank goodness for that. If you're an actual fan, you don't get excited about bad business. That's just crazy. Number 2, the long-term story of Jean-Pierre Lafitte. Didn't see this one coming, did ya? To be fair, neither did I. We will go weird here to start as well and talk about Kevin Owens and that famous clip of him talking to Vince McMahon after his WrestleMania 33 match with Chris Jericho. If you have not seen it, the boss in no uncertain terms tells Owens he was not pleased with his work, which is sort of what happened to one Jean-Pierre Lafitte. Now, back in 1995, he had one hell of an underrated contest with Bret Hart at In Your House 3, so come 2008 when the man was getting back involved, he somehow got a WWE tryout. The soon-to-be PCO then waited around to chat to Vince afterwards, I suppose to get his approval, and when he found the boss, nope, apparently McMahon just pushed him out the way like he was nothing. Sheesh. The reason we include it here is because Pierre does actually think it ties into this period. During a 2009 interview, he admitted he had been super outspoken about the Clique, who he thought ruined the business for the entire locker room. The relationship between him and the promotion was then shattered when he refused to lose to Diesel at a house show, mostly because they were in Montreal. That was Lafitte's hometown, and he had been billed as an attraction. I'm gonna suppose he just didn't like the guy. It means there is such a mad story to all of this, and maybe 13 years later, it actually was still ticking away in Vince McMahon's mind. Number 1, we got The Undertaker versus Kane. Sort of. It was the same performers at least. And the first proper clash between the on-screen brothers was at WrestleMania 14 in 1998. But thanks to the relationship between the WWF and Smoky Mountain Wrestling, Taker and Glenn Jacobs actually fought in August 1995 at the SMW Super Bowl of Wrestling. Jacobs was known as the Unabomb then, and because he was big and needing of the experience, the dead man was drafted in, and they had a scrap. By all accounts, it was pretty good too. Must have stayed in some people's heads come 1997. Of course, poor Glenn would have to be Isaac Yankem, the wrestling dentist, in between all this. And he was the fake Diesel. Thank goodness he found the Big Red Machine character. It felt like he was already on borrowed time, through no fault of his own.
You will struggle to find 2 years in WWE history more tonally different than 1995 and 1997. 95 was an antiquated, bleak nightmare. 97, meanwhile, was absolutely wild, with WWE on the cusp of something truly amazing ahead of its next boom period. Given these huge differences, it only makes sense that the year in between 95 and 97 was pretty damn wacky. Hello there, my very good friends. I'm Andy from WhatCulture, and here are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 1996. Number 10, a creative spike. While not necessarily a great year, 1996 was about as creative as the then WWF ever got. The creativity wasn't necessarily good or even consistent a lot of the time, but the willingness to explore virtually every new direction underscored a crazed response to the omni-shambles that was 1995. The WWF either invented or borrowed no less than 8 new gimmick matches that had never been seen on its own programming before, including the Iron Man match, Boiler Room Brawl, Buried Alive, and the Crybaby match, which was absolutely dire. Of these new stipulations, the Boiler Room Brawl was key. Mankind and The Undertaker destroyed one another in a violent and compelling backstage fight that unlocked a new realm, a new creative outlet, and informed the endlessly entertaining hijinks of the imminent Attitude Era. 1996 was the year in which, between the incredible brawling of the strap and boiler room matches and the technical purity of the Iron Man, the WWF embraced true stylistic change for the first time. 1996 was the year in which the WWF started to get it. Number 9. About that Iron Man match. The WrestleMania 12 main event is canonized by WWE to this day as a classic, a true highlight reel moment in the career of Shawn Michaels. The promotion of the match has trickled down to the fandom. It routinely makes and ranks highly in lists of the best matches ever. Now, wrestling is very subjective, as is every single art form on the planet. So this list entry right here isn't something along the lines of trying to tell you that the match was actually bad, even if subjectively the match was actually boring until the last 15 minutes. But you go ahead and try watching this one back today and tell me it's one of the best things you've ever seen. You simply can't. Before it unfolded, decades before Edge versus Randy Orton at Backlash 2020, the WWF practically guaranteed you'd see the best match ever as Bret Hart locked up with Shawn Michaels. It wasn't even the best match in WWF that year, but again, that's an opinion. It is a fact that about 99.9% of the time, evidence of a great match or a popular/over match is echoed by the crowd reaction and the sheer mind-melting extent that they are into it. That's called psychology, brother. On that front, Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels in the Iron Man was something of a failure because the crowd were dead. In another indictment, many were leaving the arena as the match unfolded. VHS viewers could tell which color the seats in the arena were, and Dave Meltzer, who attended live, wrote in an edition of the Wrestling Observer newsletter that, and I quote, "To say they were leaving in droves would be an overstatement, but there were probably a few thousand empty seats by the time the match reached its climax." Number 8. The original plan for Shotgun Saturday Night. In 2002, knowing that it was obscenely difficult to strike a halfway decent TV deal, NWA TNA had the idea of airing weekly pay-per-views as a compromise and a bid to generate more money than a series of house shows. It didn't work. Well over a year before Vince McMahon formally introduced the Attitude Era with a verbose speech that basically amounted to, "We're gonna do car crash TV with breasts," the WWF wanted to launch something similar. It didn't work either. The idea was for the WWF to air a risque 1-hour weekly pay-per-view aimed at the adult audience. This bid to capitalize on ECW's underground momentum, or maybe rip it off, ultimately manifested as Shotgun Saturday Night, which premiered as a TV show in January 97. Shotgun was exciting and creative, if not exactly great TV, but it was quite tame. You have to think, away from stricter standards and practices, that if the weekly pay-per-view model did amount to anything, it would have been much more edgy. In a neat trivia note, when Dave Meltzer relayed the story in an August edition of The Observer, he said the internal word within WWE was that the Saturday specials would, and I quote, "push the envelope. Vince would go on to use that exact same verbiage when kickstarting the Attitude Era in December 97. There was a company-wide awareness in the then WWF that things needed to change, but these experimental ideas only took root months or even years later. Number 7. The Clique's chokehold was real. The Clique had a chokehold over Vince McMahon, which they used, allegedly, to throttle the life out of anything that did not involve them and anything that they could get away with. And they manifested this quite brutally in 1996. Dave Meltzer, that man again, reported in a May edition of The Observer that Vader had to do criminally short dark match jobs for Shawn Michaels ahead of their SummerSlam main event. Jim Cornette has always said that Shawn didn't want to take the beating that came with working Vader, and he was right. If you look at the data on Cage Match or another website, Shawn often went over Vader in under 5 minutes. Meltzer reported that Vader was so furious at this that he was once heard saying, "This is BS laying down for this guy," when storming to the ring. Shawn went double time going over Diesel on the house show circuit, who was already on the way out of the company. But you'll never guess who Razor Ramon did jobs for on the way out. Between May 17th and 19th, in 4 matches across the legendarily brutal WWE schedule, Scott Hall stared at the lights for one Hunter Hearst Helmsley. Helmsley subsequently was punished for the curtain call. Or was he? Number 6. The Triple H narrative was fake. In May, when Diesel and Razor worked their last matches for WWE at a Madison Square Garden house show, each member of the Clique broke kayfabe by banding together, face and heel alignments be damned, and bowing out. The curtain call is a Mandela effect phenomenon in and of itself. Somehow the idea has taken root in some circles that Triple H was squashed by the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 12 as a punishment for his role in it. But this simply cannot possibly be true, considering WrestleMania took place before the curtain call. And if Vince McMahon could see into the future, he'd have probably made a phone call to the Wall Street Journal at some point. Moreover, the curtain call was apparently some huge transgression that incensed every corridor of Titan Towers. But again, that's not true. Measured against everything else, it was actually pretty tame by the Clique's standards, although Triple H was apparently punished as a fall guy to pacify some old head road agents. But the truth is, he was barely punished at all. The curtain call happened on May 19th, and Hunter dethroned Intercontinental Champion Mark Merrow in October. Yes, Hunter didn't win King of the Ring that year, but it was only delayed by a year, and his punishment, quote-unquote, lasted a whopping 155 days. There were no firm plans to actually punish the guy. It was just an exercise in optics, and a half-assed one to boot. Number 5. The real explanation for the Ultimate Warrior Mania squash. As established in the previous entry, Ultimate Warrior did not squash Triple H at WrestleMania 12 as a result of an etiquette breach committed 2 months earlier. So why did it happen then? The truth is, Triple H wasn't remotely over with the crowd by WrestleMania. WWE hadn't pushed him with the same conviction they had in the months after his debut, and while he was hardly a jobber, with the collapse of the territory system really being felt, WWE wasn't exactly overflowing with options in 96. So Warrior no-sold the pedigree. He didn't even kick out at 1, he just popped up, hit his signature moves, and went home. The match was originally booked to be a more competitive back and forth, but that didn't work for the Warrior brother. Per the April 22nd Observer, Warrior vehemently refused to do anything that would help Helmsley, which is both funny and a fascinating snapshot of the politics at the time. As corrosive as the Clique were, Vince McMahon was always gonna favor an absolute muscle freak over the lot of them. Number 4. The Bushwhackers were still around. You may remember the Bushwhackers, the arm-throwing, head-licking mad lads who may well have been too stupid even for the WWF of the late 1980s. Great as the sheep herders in the Fed, they were not. Very much the brand of comedy that only Vince McMahon found to be a riot, they simply weren't funny. They weren't even caricatures of people or even stereotypes, which Vince McMahon loved. People from Australasia don't do daft movements with their arms or lick people indiscriminately, at least the ones I know. They do normal human stuff and get attacked by spiders the size of horses. Everybody knows that. To understand the extent to which Vince was in the midst of an identity crisis as a promoter, in the same same year that he first began to recognize that there were actual human beings underneath the glorified Hasbro plastic known to most people as skin, the Bushwhackers returned after several months away, and crikey, they evolved into Australian stereotypes, which is particularly absurd considering they were from New Zealand. Great. Number 3. One wrestler had no business being in the ring. Terry Gordy was a fantastic wrestler in his heyday. A massive unit who could bump and move, he was mean, legitimate, and a perfect contrast to the clean-cut Von Erichs, against whom his fabulous Freebirds warred to mega drawing effect in the 80s. Gordy was special, and as such, he starred for All Japan Pro Wrestling in the early 90s. Impressive, given the stratospheric in-ring standard in that company. The trajectory of Gordy's career and indeed life changed forever when, in August 93, he entered a coma for 5 days following an overdose. He had to learn how to do everything in life all over again, but tragically, he awoke an entirely different person. This different Terry Gordy was a stranger to himself almost. He had suffered profound brain damage, and yet, as a favour to Michael Hayes, hired by the WWF a year earlier, Gordy was brought in and repackaged as a turncoat druid to be the Undertaker's last monster of the week. Gordy, potentially through muscle memory, could somewhat emulate being a pro wrestler, but he just wasn't present. Jim Ross stated on his podcast that he was glad Terry didn't end up hurting himself or somebody else, but wrestling being wrestling, a gross industry, he continued to work until 2001, the year of his passing. Number 2, a funny legal letter. Scott Hall, as you'll know, turned up in WCW to initiate the New World Order angle. On an otherwise dire Nitro on May 27th, he interrupted the match and famously said, "You know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here," delivered in his Razor Ramon voice. It was heavily implied that he was an unwanted guest operating on behalf of the WWF, which was great, but an untenable idea. This was a WCW storyline not even remotely endorsed by the WWF, and that aspect of the act was abandoned when Hall was threatened with legal action. Were he to not drop the voice, the WWF would withhold both merchandise royalties and the pay-per-view payoffs that were due to him. What's hilarious about this is that it was technically the IP of Universal Pictures in a very roundabout way. Razor Ramon was heavily inspired by Tony Montana, the lead character in 1983's Scarface, but Vince McMahon simply hadn't seen it. Scott Hall quickly started speaking in a voice almost indistinguishable from his own, but the sheer ignorance and hypocrisy of the legal threat was really funny. And number 1, the irony of tribalism. You can prefer one wrestling promotion to another. It's almost impossible not to do that, given that that's how taste and preferences work. But you can't, or at least shouldn't be, a demented loyalist without at some point looking foolish. Last year, for example, in 2023, WWE fans questioned why AEW had allowed MJF to perform with a torn labrum. Meanwhile, to use just one example, Rey Mysterio in WWE worked through a serious knee injury for several months. The worst AEW fans continue to insist that WWE does not care about wrestling when Gunther exists. WWE fans, meanwhile, will say that blood is bad when Vince McMahon himself bled more at Survivor Series 2003 than Jon Moxley ever has. AEW fans will bury WWE for criticizing their fan base, while Tony Khan recently told his fans to put their money where their mouth is and stop whinging, and so on. Tribal WWE fans, which is absolutely not to say all of them, mock Tony Khan's recurring huge announcement gimmick, and rightly so. It's getting pretty annoying now, Tony, but those type of WWE fans don't know the half of it. The WWF promoted the returns of the fake Diesel and fake Razor Ramon with more hype than AEW's First Dance, and that is barely an exaggeration. Tony Khan could hype an important announcement for a full month, reveal that he had signed Ryback to a 35-year contract, and it still wouldn't come close to Vince McMahon's desperation in the autumn of '96.
From Warrior Returns to the backstage heat sent a one-of-a-kind superstar's way. These are all the fascinating things you likely didn't know about the world of sports entertainment in the wacky year of 1997. And before you ask, no, Montreal will not be discussed here. It's time we all moved on, yeah? So I am Gareth, this is What Culture Wrestling, and here are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 1997. Number 10, a UFC finish to a WrestleMania main event. A far more captivating storyline conclusion to a Bret Hart-Shawn Michaels match instead of the real-life one everyone remembers. Bret Hart revealed the violence he had in store for their WrestleMania 13 rematch before it was canned after HBK lost his smile. Speaking years after the events, he said, "I had an idea where I was gonna, if you could visualize like it's like a 30-35 minute match, me and Shawn would have tore the house down with a really great match, and the place is going crazy. Basically a duplicate of the Iron Man match all over again. But we wouldn't go the full hour again. I wanted to do a thing where Shawn was stomping his foot, getting ready to give me the big kick. And I'm in trouble like I'm pulling myself up from the ropes on the other side of the ring, and Shawn goes to give me that big kick as I stagger over to him, just like at the Iron Man match. Except this time I would take Shawn's foot, catch it in the air and get him to the ground, and put some kind of shoot hold on his foot and break his foot right in the middle of the ring. I wanted Shawn to tap out like they do in UFC, where it's like when they break somebody's arm, they tap out pretty fast, and everyone jumps in and it's a very serious kind of thing. I wanted to break Shawn's foot and then they hand me the belt, and I would have gone over and stand over the top of him and go, F you. A future-friendly finish for the day. Bret's idea of a flash victory would still be a white-hot moment all these years later if it had happened, not least with one detail he omits from the story. Rumours abounded that the company were thinking about creating a prosthetic attachment to Michael's boot to accentuate the snap. Delightful. Number 9, the births of the triple threat. Though wrestling historians can chart specific instances of three-way matches dating back to the 50s and 60s, they were rare enough during the 1980s mainstream explosion years that they felt like bizarre innovations in the last decade of the 20th century. WWE, as was often the case, was slightly behind the curve here, waiting until 1997 to mimic and/or enhance the WCW and ECW attempts from years prior. The triple threat was exclusively a one-fall deal rather than hell to elimination rules, and 1997 played host to the house show, television, and pay-per-view rollout of the gimmick. Oddly, the only way was down though. A series of Shawn Michaels, Psycho Sid, Bret Hart house show matches early in the year were well received, and if one dark match later released to the public is anything to go by, well worked. A June Monday Night Raw Intercontinental Championship bout between Owen Hart, Goldust, and Triple H was less successful. The faction leader match between Farouk, Savio Vega, and Crush at Ground Zero in Your House was a botch-laden disaster too. That undermined all 12 men involved with the feud rather than just the trio in the ring. And after talking about all this triple threat stuff, I'm curious, what is your favourite triple threat match of all time? Throw it in the comment section down below, baby. Number 8, the Dead Man takes a dive. Superstars might have gone the way of the dodo as WWE embarked on an era that would change their trajectory forever, but the wrestlers themselves were taking more and more risks with their characters in line with a grand philosophical shift. Physically, they weren't afraid to make changes too, and no one wrestler embodied both mindsets more than one of the men that had been there the longest. Undertaker's return at the 1996 Survivor Series was more than just a rebadge in a Batman outfit and pretend teardrop too. On commentary, Jim Ross was at pains to point out the Dead Man using a drop toe hold and working with a little more pace and poise than fans had been used to over the prior half-decade. It all fed into him becoming WWE Champion once again at WrestleMania 13. And on the road to the show of shows, he worked to prove his worth with a jaw-dropping new aerial assault. The image you're looking at right here, taken from the March 10th and debut edition of Raw is War, saw Undertaker step into and leap out of the War Zone with a tope con hero into Vader and Mankind. It was clumsy and clunky, but all the better for it. An out-of-character move should be, and The Undertaker had never looked less like the 1990 vintage. Number 7, Rob Van Dam's Road Dogg Problem. Rob Van Dam gained the awesome Mr. Monday Night nickname from his brief flirtations with WWE in reality and storyline in 1997, but the ECW man went on to stay with the group until its 2001 closure after marking his cards with Vince McMahon. Alongside Sabu, things went south for Van Dam in a hurry. Sound familiar? But mostly because he was bold enough to fight for his gimmick rather than sell it out on a Saturday show. As per Dave Meltzer's Wrestling Observer report from the week in question, both Sabu and Rob Van Dam were apparently causing major problems backstage at Raw. Sabu complained about having to do a double count-out finish with Funk. Van Dam was supposed to have a match with Jesse James on the Shotgun Saturday Night taping, where Lawler would interfere and cost him the match. Van Dam complained that him losing to James would be like Bret Hart coming to ECW pay-per-view and losing to one of their jobbers. Unsurprisingly, this led to a ton of heat being sent RVD's way backstage. Lol. Van Dam wasn't wrong, but as far as the WWE higher-ups were concerned, he'd lost the argument and a potential job. Number 6, the truth behind the commission. The Truth Commission were a rule-proving exception when WWE went faction daft. After the Nation of Domination had helped Farouk briefly reach top-line status in mid-1997, Savio Vega and Crush were given their own splinter groups, with Los Barracudas and the Disciples of Apocalypse respectively. The year ended with D-Generation X ruling the wrestling world, taking credit for running a Hart Foundation stable out of the company that had, up until November, helped elevate babyface rivals up and down the card. Coincidentally, it was Bret Hart that opened the door for the ill-fated Truth Commission. The Hitman met actor Robin Smith during a South Africa tour, and helped him get a role as the Commandant, a caricature heel leading a rebadged USWA outfit, featuring Recon and Kurgan alongside Sniper as a supposedly dangerous new force. Though Kurgan's size and menacing expression ensured that Vince McMahon would at least give him a few tries, the same couldn't be said for a faction failing to inspire. The former Mantor was briefly installed as the Masked Tank, and the Commandant was replaced by a fast-talking Don Callis in his breakthrough role as the Jackal. But the die had been cast. The group were done and dusted in early 1998. And cheers for watching this video today, folks. If you like what you see, go and tap on that subscribe button down below. Number 5, the first wrestler to appear on Raw is War was Psycho Sid. And why not? The company needed the master and ruler of the world as much as he needed them. And as WWE champion before handing the gold off for good a few weeks later at WrestleMania, it was an example of the company putting their best foot forward. Raw is War launched on March 10th, 1997, as one of several major changes the company made in an attempt to polish up a product that was getting badly battered in a ratings and perception war by World Championship Wrestling. WWE required a wholesale reboot, and from the first segment onwards, it was clear the changes were going to be more than aesthetic. Sid opened the show questioning if he could trust The Undertaker ahead of their Show of Shows match. The two forged an uneasy alliance to fight off Bearer's men to close out the segment, leaving plenty behind for the evening's main event. Number 4, a royal replacement for Stone Cold Steve Austin. Having spent years as bitter rivals in WWE canon, it was quite the jaw-dropping turnabout from Jerry Lawler when he started favouring newly minted heel Bret Hart in the summer of 1997. This, as with most things the King did for the market leader, didn't really count in Tennessee, or at very least only counted with the Hitman himself. In local markets, Jerry was the eternal babyface hero in contrast to any of the local heel threats and or those he opposed on WWE television. As a result, he worked a unique match as effectively a fill-in for none other than Stone Cold Steve Austin the night before WWE pay-per-view Ground Zero in your house. At that show, Austin and Dude Love surrendered the tag team championships due to the devastating neck injury sustained by the Rattlesnake against Owen Hart. 24 hours earlier though, Dude and the King defeated Owen and Davey Boy Smith in a best-case scenario house show made good. In the weeks that followed, Lawler was one of several company figures Austin hit with a stunner as he convalesced. For one night though, he was the audience's surrogate for the industry's fastest rising star. How strange. Number 3, the original Mike Tyson idea. Or to be more specific, the original Mike Tyson idea from that era. Tyson was set to appear for WWE in 1990, guest starring as an official for a Hulk Hogan-Randy Savage Saturday night's main event match, as the organization continued to ride the wave of their late 1980s momentum. He never made the February 23rd showdown though, because his recent rival did. Buster Douglas had shocked the world and defeated the baddest man on the planet, and got this guest spot instead. 8 years later, shock wouldn't quite capture the full range of emotion around Tyson. Banned from boxing, having bitten Evander Holyfield's ear on June 27, 1997, Iron Mike was a golden opportunity circus attraction for WWE to court for WrestleMania 14. But this event could have been binned had he accepted Ken Shamrock's out-of-nowhere challenge for a fight on an April edition of Raw. The world's most dangerous man was there to plug his pay-per-view debut against Vader the following month, but with the Mastodon still sequestered under house arrest in Kuwait for assaulting a breakfast television host, the world's most dangerous man targeted another famous fighter instead. Nothing came of the call-out, of course, and the two terrifying ships never had another chance to pass in the night. Number 2, the end of an era. Prior editions of these lists have bid fond farewell to some of the voices that brought to life the very best and worst of the market leader during the 1980s. But 1997 saw the end of the show that hosted so many of those moments. Since 1986, WWE superstars, formerly Superstars of Wrestling, had played host to some of the biggest matches and angles in WWE in between their increasing pay-per-view schedule. Monday Night Raw's inception in 1993 had relegated its importance, tournaments, and the show's increasing irrelevance and WWE's fall from grace resulted in Superstars losing its syndicated spot and becoming nothing more than a recap show in the United States from March onwards. As is often the case, the show that came in like a lion went out like a lamb. The last episode aired on March 9th, featuring matches taped from the company's recent tour in Germany. The final ever main event saw Ahmed Johnson score a routine victory over Leif Cassidy. And that was that. Number 1, the return of the Ultimate Warrior. Again! Seemingly unthinkable after their most recent blow-up less than 1 year earlier, the extent to which Vince McMahon was still willing to rely on the Ultimate Warrior as late as the winter of 1997 is genuinely shocking. Not least because he'd literally just told Bret Hart he didn't have the money to keep him around. Unthinkable until it was leaked in 2014 was that McMahon still believed a champion who had failed to replace Hulk Hogan 7 years earlier would be a better fit to rival the Hollywood heel version, not least with an unstoppable Stone Cold Steve Austin on the rise. As revealed by a contract offer made to Warrior in December 1997, a 5-year deal at $750,000 per annum guaranteed were the terms. That accounted for the 14 days per month he'd be needed for, alongside an attractive merchandise package. It wouldn't have worked, probably shouldn't have been offered, and couldn't have been further away from where the company was going. What a weird old year, eh?
1998 for many people is the definitive year of WWE wrestling. The Monday Night War had gone nuts, Steve Austin was about to blow up, not literally. DX were pushing the envelope and the energy from the crowds was something else. We were on the cusp. It did mean a lot went under the radar too, though, so let me give you some trivia to use down the line and prove to everyone it's you who is the #1 sports entertainment nerd. But here is 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 1998. Number 10, the Quebecers reunited. If we're talking about 1993 and 1994, the Quebecers were running wild. They were a serious tag team when they decided to go to WCW in 1996. That didn't really work out before, they gave it one last go 2 years after that back in the WWE. Jacques and Pierre didn't even have to wear their Mountie uniforms, as I think Vince McMahon knew we'd move past that. But they were still Super Canada and faced the Godwins of all people at No Way Out. They were relegated to a dark match before WrestleMania 14, when shortly after that, they were let go. I suppose because the tide had turned and WWE only wanted pairings that were going to swear and sometimes get naked. The Attitude Era in hindsight was super weird. Number 9, the NWA was all over the TV. Which seems wild, right? 1998 WWF seems so focused on its own successes, you'd assume an odd story feud with the NWA would peter out quite quickly. But no. Somebody was clearly into this. Jeff Jarrett was indeed the NWA North American champion, though, with the Rock and Roll Express holding the tag team titles, and they were all over Raw. The Headbangers even defeated the Express on such a show to win these belts, before losing them to the new Midnight Express. This was crazy. The New Age Outlaws then challenged those guys at the King of the Ring pay-per-view, which was also wild, because on one side of the ring we had Billy Gunn, on the other, there was Bart. I think all in all, the National Wrestling Alliance were around for about 6 months. I did my maths. That's about half the year. Yet nobody talks about this today. Not sure if that's good or bad. Number 8, Vic Grimes and Erin O'Grady were signed after a dark match. For the younger viewer, before NXT in the Performance Center, it was the dark match where most new recruits were signed. You'd be sent out there before a TV taping as the powers that be watched you work, and if you impressed, a contract was often waiting afterwards. That happened prior to Raw in January 1998, where Vic Grimes and Erin O'Grady competed against one another. Yeah, they did all of the above. This was likely down to the fact that in all pro wrestling they had taken on the David and Goliath roles, so they knew what would probably click, and they were right. Grimes didn't do much of anything other than get involved with Droz and Prince Albert before finding infamy with that crazy bump he did outside of the WWF, but I think you'll actually be far more aware of Erin. He got a brand new name when he hit the main roster and became none other than Crash Holly. Things considered, the man did all right. Number 7, the Outlaw Rule was formed on Raw. We do not need to highlight wrestling rules all of the time. Unless you're working a comedy match in Japan, for example, you can't bring a gun to the ring, and don't try attacking the fans. None of this is going to work out well for you. Something that had clearly gone through the cracks was what could happen in a Tornado tag match, however, as the New Age Outlaws exposed this when facing the Legion of Doom and the DOA on Raw. As it was just a melee, the Road Dogg laid down and let Billy Gunn pin him, meaning even though they lost, they also won. Can't lie, that was a creative idea. WWE officials were less than impressed though, so a new rule was actually brought in, and yes, it was called the Outlaw Rule for obvious reasons. From now on, in such a stipulation contest, you were not allowed to pin your own partner. Although really, while we are having this conversation, kinda feels like you should have locked that one down already. Number 6, Yokozuna was gonna come back. if he lost weight. Do not rewrite the story. In the early 90s, the most dominant WWF champion was Yokozuna. He wasn't just another big man, but was a huge dude who could move like he was half the size. He had the respect of everybody because of it. His last WWF outing came during a loss to Steve Austin during the SummerSlam free-for-all, as Vince McMahon had told Zunes that he had to go and lose weight. He had become too big and it wasn't healthy or safe. Once this had been achieved, Yoko could return in 1997 when there was a hitch. He struggled to get down in pounds, meaning the comeback was pushed back a year. When more issues arose, the state athletic commissions wouldn't allow Yokozuna to fight at this weight, because they too were worried. There was real hope he could kick this too, as people wanted him during the Attitude Era. Very sadly, the real knife Rodney Anoa'i never found the way. He passed away too soon in 2000. I tell you too, he would have smashed this period. He was one of a kind. Number 5, the Brawl for All's real plans. So most of you actually do know this story today, but it's worth repeating, just in case anybody ever actually thinks about doing anything this stupid again. The Brawl for All, however, was a Vince Russo creation where wrestlers would fight for real, instantly telling the fans that everything else you saw on the card was fake. I still cannot believe that we did this. The idea was that Dr. Dusty Williams would legitimately knock out everyone to establish himself as the real deal, when he could take on Steve Austin, who was the WWF's new top guy. Now that was a fine theory, but of course, when you're dealing with proper knockout blows, you don't know what's gonna happen. And yep, Bart Gunn just wanted to win, so smashed Williams so hard, he lost. Whoops. Poor Bart didn't even benefit from this as management was so upset. Gunn had to face professional boxer Butterbean at WrestleMania, where he also got killed. Soon after he was released, let's never talk about this again. Number 4, and it ended Brackus' career. Remember Brackus? Probably not. He was a proper Vince McMahon late 90s dude, as he got hired based on his physique. Was so green, a planned program with Bret Hart was canned instantly. The bad part was Brackus had only a couple of proper wrestling matches when we threw him in the Brawl for All. I suppose because we couldn't find anybody else who would actually say yes. I don't think he was clued up properly though, as he didn't realise this was a full-on scrap and sort of went all work shoot with it. His opponent Savio Vega knew the deal, so Brackus ended up with a destroyed shoulder, broken knee, and a shattered nose. Number 3, the apparent plan for Bret Hart. So at WrestleMania 14, Steve Austin faced Shawn Michaels and we started a whole new era. However, if Bret Hart hadn't have gone to WCW, apparently the Heartbreak Kid wouldn't have been available for this role, because he would have been finishing his feud with the Hitman. All of this comes from the WWE produced Greatest Rivalries DVD, where they all talk about the fact that this is what Vince McMahon did envision for the main event, and we were going to have Bret and Shawn for the world title. It makes the whole discussion of the Montreal Screwjob even more interesting, because how much of this was a sliding doors moment? If Hart doesn't go, does that mean Austin doesn't get his break? We don't know. I suppose now we don't really have to worry about it. You'd also have to figure that once we got through all that, the Rattlesnake would have still gone all the way to the top when we could have properly finished the Steve Austin-Bret Hart feud. So let's stop thinking about this. It actually makes me feel quite sad. Number 2, WCW was a ratings machine. I don't want to get into the 83 weeks thing because we get it. WCW went on a massive run and then fell off and died. I mean, it's sort of true, but also not. It did get far more competitive once Raw had clawed its way back. But if we look at 1998, Nitro had a ton of victories in this regard. It basically became tennis as one side would win and then be knocked off their perch 7 days later. And of course, this was the year WCW went all in and put Goldberg versus Hogan for free on television. Of course that was going to explode. For your knowledge, the last occasion did come on October 26 when Nitro beat Raw with a 5.1 rating to a 4.5. Admittedly, from there though, well, we know everything was going to spontaneously combust. Number 1, Shawn Michaels was only meant to be out for a year. Yep, that was the timetable WWE officials were working with and how long they thought HBK would be out. So we knew the injury was bad, but even then, we undersold it. Michaels talked about this long ago on the Steve Austin podcast and how it took crazy physio from the Royal Rumble to Mania just to keep his bones working. He thought he could still get away without surgery, which is why Shawn did return as the commissioner for a while. And as we know, that didn't last. Come 1999, he was opened up, and many thought that was it. Retirement was here. We all know the rest, thank goodness, but yes, this went from, oh, he'll be fine, to he's done so fast. So always remember that wrestling is super dangerous, and that you should respect these people, They really are giving us a lot.
The Attitude Era was a different time. As a label, Attitude was first used in 1997 to reflect not only the edgier product, but also how much spirit, ability, and skill it took to be a wrestler. It was as gross as it was great, and it really was a different time. Hello there, my very good friends. I'm Andy from WhatCulture, and here are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 1999. Number 10. WWE outdrew WCW at the Georgia Dome. Shocking if not surprising at the time, WWE had become such an unwavering, unrelenting success story by the fall of '99 that barging into the enemy's spiritual home and making it their own was par for the course rather than some sort of transgression. The iconic Atlanta venue had played host to the legendary WCW title change between Bill Goldberg and Hulk Hogan in the red-hot summer of '98. But a spectacular creative and financial collapse, including the infamous finger poke of doom, saw that Nitro crowd drop from 41,000 to 25,000. If that wasn't bad enough, most of the locals hadn't switched off but simply switched over. Raw packed in 33,000 for the October Raw taping there and went from strength to strength. WCW, by accident or design, never ran the venue again. Number 9. 30,000 plus Raw attendances. Running the Georgia Dome was as much a public statement from Vince McMahon that WWE was on the top of the wrestling mountain again as it was an attempt to draw a big house and make money at the gate. 30,000 plus people squashed in for a mere television taping, which was a nice bonus for atmosphere and vibes, and there's every chance the whole crew would have been wanting another taste of that after a sensational edition of Raw at Toronto's Sky Dome earlier in the year. That night, an eye-watering 41,432 got a slice of the good stuff. Once a place fit for the historic Hulk Hogan-powered WrestleMania in 1990, the iconic venue was home to the flagship and hottest story in all of pro wrestling. Vince McMahon and Steve Austin at long last faced off ahead of finally going one-on-one in a steel cage match at St. Valentine's Day Massacre, and the image of the boss screaming in the rattlesnake's face became one of the defining images of their entire multi-year story. Number 8. An insane SummerSlam statistic. Although WWE had been one of the modern innovators of pay-per-view since the mid-80s and stacked them up at a rapid rate after going monthly in 1995, SummerSlam 99 proved to be the first time a very significant trifecta of results went down. It took until SummerSlam for all 3 of the original WWE Triple Crown titles to change hand on the same night. WWE Tag Team Champions Kane and X-Pac lost their straps to The Undertaker and Big Show. In the evening's opener, Jeff Jarrett dethroned D'Lo Brown to score his 6th and final IC title. And at the other end of the card, Stone Cold Steve Austin was dropping his WWE Championship, not to Triple H as was originally planned, but to a Mankind specifically inserted to transition the belts between each of his opponents. Number 7. The hidden last hurrah of a company legend. Gorilla Monsoon's final on-screen appearance for WWE was bittersweet. A WrestleMania 15 cameo as a judge for Butterbean's destruction of Bart Gunn in a brawl-for-all encounter resulted in the company legend and industry icon getting one of the biggest reactions on the entire show. It was also a realization for everybody watching just how rapidly the Hall of Famer's health was declining. A WrestleMania standing ovation was quite a fitting send-off for the legendary figure before his unfortunate passing in October. But there was an epilogue of sorts for one of the company's longest tenured voices in the form of the UK airings of Superstars. Interestingly, he worked those shows as a tweener as WWE president, and he tended not to take an anti-corporation stance even if it meant not backing the baby faces of the day. It's strange, really. Gorilla's voice didn't fit the product anymore, but he was still a welcome addition. When just about every aspect of the company had pivoted to the excesses of Attitude, he was a holdover that provided a brief but welcome relief. Number 6. A WWE WCW Super Show. Well, sort of. Curtis Comes Home was a 30th of July supercard featuring a host of wrestlers from WWE, WCW, ECW, and beyond, serving as a fundraiser for beloved referee Brian Hildebrand, aka Mark Curtis. Hildebrand was suffering from stomach cancer at the time and used the money to go towards his medical bills, easing his situation somewhat before his tragic passing later in the year at just 37 years old. Such was his popularity that all the wrestlers worked it for free. The major organizations even funded travel for their participating performers, and the show even featured a rare WWE versus WCW match. Again, sort of. Chris Jericho had yet to debut debut in WWE when he squared off against the company's backstage interview man Terry Taylor. Coincidentally, Y2J's debut for the market leader wasn't too far off from Taylor jumping the other way. The former Red Rooster was back doing interviews and more for WCW until the organization was bought by Vince McMahon in 2001. Number 5. Snake bitten by a rattlesnake. Bruce Pritchard has spoken on multiple podcasts about how Steve Austin was by far the most challenging talent he ever worked with, echoing sentiments by others implying that the rattlesnake would and could brick wall ideas if they didn't fit his character. Such is the prerogative of a top star, and in this case, the top star that returned the company to the peak of pop culture. But as Vince Russo came closer and closer to exiting WWE in the autumn, so too did one of the names Austin declined for end-of-year programs. Per lots and lots of stories at the time, Austin scoffed at plans for him to feud with Jeff Jarrett and Billy Gunn. The latter ended up working with The Rock before being awkwardly placed back alongside New Age Outlaws partner Road Dogg, while the former followed Russo out the door to Atlanta when the moment came. The two things might have been related as well. The same stories suggested that Russo's allies felt Vince McMahon should have stepped in to support the writer, and the decision to not do so added to Russo's mounting lists of reasons to leave. Number 4. Chris Jericho's rocky start. Long before Vince Russo's name became associated with the worst moments in wrestling history, his creative vision was credited constantly as to how and why WWE had turned their business around. The ramifications when he left seemed enormous, and allegedly had a knock-on effect on Chris Jericho. Y2J's earliest days in the company weren't the happiest, and Wade Keller reported as much at the time. When Russo scripted Jericho to beat The Rock on October 4th, WWE's bookers, according to Keller, changed the finish to The Rock winning. At that stage, Jericho simply hadn't impressed management or his fellow wrestlers with his in-ring ability or his ability to sustain heat in his matches. Presumably a Russo favorite anyway, Jericho losing to The Rock was the closest either man had to a payoff from the Canadian's iconic debut. As it was, Jericho wasn't able to score that huge victory, and in fact would be forced to wait another 2 years before The Rock became the first of the established WWE top-line crew to put him over with genuine conviction. Number 3. Michael Cole spoiled the main event of WrestleMania. Some people would argue that Stone Cold Steve Austin spoiled the main event of WrestleMania himself when he turned up wearing a t-shirt for his one-on-one showdown with The Rock, but the rattlesnake forgetting his signature black vest for the night was forgotten as soon as the pair started throwing fists. The hottest match in pro wrestling couldn't be tempered by the aesthetic setback, and nor was the live crowd in the building aware that a Michael Cole commentary flub had kinda clued the people in at home as to who was winning. When plugging a home shopping channel link up starting after WrestleMania, Cole noted how "we'll hear from the new WWE champion" with his post-game comments. A misspeak that was missed by plenty. Those who picked it up didn't let Cole forget over the years. Though not the specific reason Michael ended up being switched out for a returning Jim Ross in the headline bout itself, the overwhelmingly positive response that JR received was as much to do with the fans thinking it was still very much his position. And lots of Cole's little gaffes like this over the years were only part of the reason why. Number 2. Gone forever equals 55 days. Vince McMahon is no stranger to a bold-faced lie. And when the chairman's loose relationship with the truth met Vince Russo's chaotic booking energy, one of the biggest payoffs in company history was undone in less than 2 months. Fully Loaded's main event between Steve Austin and The Undertaker was primarily for the WWE Championship, but an end of an era stipulation was added to the First Blood match to ensure that the last cut would be the deepest. It was simple. If Austin lost, he would never get another shot at WWE's top title. If he won, Vince McMahon would be gone for good. Capping a rivalry that had kicked off in late '97, the stipulation felt like a suitable final chapter, particularly as McMahon had the opportunity to take a step back with his character while it was still red hot. But instead, the heat morphed into cheers when he returned as a babyface opposing Triple H just a month and a half later. Vince would then write himself off TV again in December, lasting a tiny bit longer before coming back as part of McMahon in Every Corner for WrestleMania 2000. Number 1. The Stone Cold Truth. Is what, exactly? At Survivor Series 1999, Stone Cold Steve Austin was hit by a car. This ruled him out of the planned main event WWE Championship clash with Triple H and The Rock, and indeed out of all physicality for the better part of a year, save for a memorable cameo at Backlash 2000 in April. With the whole story being remembered for the terrible payoff involving Rikishi than anything else, else that actually happened in the aftermath, it escapes criticism from being one of the worst ever bait and switches in WWE history. The phrase "card subject to change" exists for a reason, but the Wrestling Observer reported that WWE and Austin both knew enough by November 5th, that's 9 days before Survivor Series, that the test results on Austin's previously injured neck were enough to rule him out of action immediately. They knew he wasn't going to be able to wrestle on the show, and yet they advertised it anyway. The in-ring records backed this up as well, because in the build-up to Survivor Series, Austin hadn't wrestled since the 1st of November, suggesting that even if the pay-per-view was a goer, he couldn't be risked for any other dates in the interim. For his part, Bruce Pritchard has denied the timeline. He's disputed it, suggesting on his podcast that people didn't know until the day before or the night before, and that everything was up in the air until just before the show. The ambiguity around the decision was the last of the show's concerns. It was a total stinker of a pay-per-view that appeared to suggest Vince Russo's acrimonious departure from the creative team would make things even worse. Like I said at the start of the video, it was a different time.
2001 will forever go down in pro wrestling history as one of the most monumental years ever. ECW and WCW went out of business. Stone Cold Steve Austin made a deal with the devil. Chris Jericho ended the year as the first ever undisputed champion, and this was the final full year where the World Wrestling Federation name was in use. Away from all of that though, several news items and slices of trivia from 2001 have gone a little under the radar as the years have rolled on. So, I'm Andrew from WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2001. Number 10. Rising tensions in the Divas locker room. By 2001, Lita had nicely slotted into Team Extreme with the Hardy Boys, and had really started to come into her own as one of the most beloved females in the entire company. At the turn of the millennium though, WWE's female talent were fighting for extremely limited TV time, and so all were eager to grab that spotlight. Ivory had been around for a short while before Lita, and thus had witnessed Lita come into the company and rise up to become one of the biggest names on the roster. Intriguingly though, Ivory has since noted during a shoot interview that she found it difficult to relate with Lita, who would be showered with gifts by fans, only to leave those presents behind when she left the arena. In Ivory's view, this was flat out rude, and it left a bitter taste in her mouth. It's interesting to hear about these little rips in the WWE system, especially when everything was painted as being like paradise. Number 9. Jerry Lawler quits for his ex-wife. The sheer quality of the commentary throughout most of the Attitude Era is tribute to the chemistry between Jim Ross and Jerry the King Lawler. However, in 2001, Lawler would walk out on WWE, quitting after the company released his then wife Stacey Carter, aka The Cat. Carter had reportedly become difficult to deal with backstage, and officials felt it was time she moved on. Disagreeing with this decision, the King elected to leave too, and something he's since noted he regrets doing. Splitting from Carter not long after this whole situation, Lawler would eventually return to WWE later in the same year. Thankfully, this was merely a minor blip in Jerry Lawler's association with WWE, but it must have been strange for the King to sit at home and watch shows, seeing Paul Heyman tearing up alongside good old JR. Number 8. WWE Cold Staff. Business had been good for the McMahon family's wrestling juggernaut since becoming a publicly traded company in 1999. So much so, the certified billionaire storyline for Vince wasn't stretching the truth all that much. By 2001, things were still red hot for WWE, but what's significantly cool towards the end of the year? To combat any drop in business, the company decided to cut no less than 40 staff members, mainly in its internet division. This was the first major staff call for WWE in 8 years, but didn't really get a lot of news coverage at the time. Nobody on the writing staff was released, but the internet and magazine offices were merged under the leadership of Shane McMahon. Stuart Snyder, who had previously been COO of the promotion, was axed, freeing up his estimated $1.1 million salary. Of course, this was very much a sign of things to come, with WWE having axed a scary amount of employees over the subsequent years. Number 7. Silence between Sting and WWE. After WWE had purchased WCW, it seemed only natural that many top names would follow and become WWE employees. While talent such as DDP and Booker T agreed to make the jump to WWE, it made too much financial sense at that time for others like Sting, Goldberg, Ric Flair, and the NWO to see out the remainder of their lucrative AOL Time Warner contracts. Interestingly, while Sting did have talks with Vince McMahon in 2002, the Icon has noted how there were never any discussions of joining WWE in 2001 after WCW had collapsed. It's one thing to not sign Sting in 2001, but it's baffling to learn that WWE didn't even reach out to test the water with the Stinger at that point. Number 6. Shane McMahon's off-camera WCW plans. Incredibly, WWE's plans for WCW weren't merely to run a storyline which would see the brand invade their own TV product. At first, plans were being explored which would have seen World Championship Wrestling run as a completely separate entity to WWE, holding their own live events, TV shows, and pay-per-views. The basic premise behind this was that several annual crossover events could be booked, pitting WWF against WCW, theoretically doing monster business and bringing in Scrooge McDuck levels of money. Instead of hiring somebody new to run the offshoot WCW, Shane McMahon would have been handed the reins here. Perhaps this was his father's way of finding out whether or not Shane could someday run WWE. But the fact is, there were grand plans afoot for WCW before company officials started to change their mind, of course. Number 5. China was supposed to star alongside Arnold Schwarzenegger. Prior to departing WWE in 2001, China was set to star in Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, and the TX robot role, which ultimately went to Kristana Lucken. According to China, Vince McMahon refused to allow her to take this role once the Ninth Wonder of the World began butting heads with the company. Of course, this coming in the aftermath of it being revealed that Triple H and Stephanie McMahon had been having an affair for the previous year. China would be removed from WWE TV shortly after Judgment Day in May 2001, and she'd eventually leave the company that November. In the years since that departure, the real-life Johnny Laura said she would never forgive Vince McMahon for making her miss out on Terminator 3. And the film's not that great, like. Number 4. The XFL burns a hole in company coffers. While Dwayne Johnson is currently having his own problems with the XFL here in 2023, those problems aren't quite as bad as the financial blow dealt out by Vince McMahon's first attempt to launch the XFL. It may have started with a bang and brought in viewership of nearly 14 million early on, but the XFL ratings quickly nosedived in 2001. The failure of the XFL wasn't just a personal embarrassment for Vince McMahon though, for this experiment, which ran for one season in 2001, unbelievably cost WWE and their partners a whopping $116 million. And to think, crazy old Vince even tried to relaunch the XFL in 2020, before a pandemic finally put those plans on ice. Number 3. Steve Lombardi came up with the Gore. Starting out with WWE in 2001, Rhino quickly became a great mid-card attraction. Using a pile driver to finish off opponents in ECW, Rhino was struggling to come up with a suitable finish for his matches in WWE, as the pile driver was deemed too dangerous to be used regularly. Working a series of house show matches against longtime WWE veteran Steve Lombardi, aka the Brooklyn Brawler, Rhino was using the spear to cut up any babyface comebacks. One night, Lombardi gave Rhino a crucial piece of advice, advising him to simply pin him after the spear. And with that, the Gore was born. Number 2. WWF New York cost more than WCW. Launching in 1999, WWF New York was something we UK fans looked on at enviously during TV shows and pay-per-views. Every single time the place was shown on screens, it looked like everybody was having an absolute blast and the place was jam-packed with wrestling fans. Sitting in Times Square, the venue showed pay-per-view events and even older footage when there wasn't one airing live. In addition, several segments would take there and WWE superstars would host fan signings in the building. WWF New York was successful for a while, but the wheels would eventually fall off. Rebranded as The World in 2002, the business would close finally in 2003, but not before costing WWE a heck of a lot of money. Astonishingly, WWF New York cost WWE more money than it cost Vince McMahon to purchase WCW. That WCW sale was in the $2.5 million region, whereas WWE's restaurant venture cost a staggering $24.5 million. So, running the bar in New York caused WWE to spend more money than it took to buy out their main rival. Number 1. Monday Night Raw nearly became Nitro. So serious with WWE about making WCW a distinct, separate brand, there were talks about turning Raw is War into WCW Monday and Nitro. The idea revolved around WCW running Nitro on Mondays and WWE having SmackDown on Thursdays. For one thing, it's shocking that the McMahons weren't looking to be more protective over what they now herald as the longest running weekly episodic TV show in history. Regardless, this all came to a halt once it became clear that TV companies just weren't interested in running fresh time slots for the WCW name, a name which had been associated with failure for many years. To remedy this, WWE felt they'd simply incorporate WCW into their existing time slots, but those plans were famously nixed after Vince McMahon witnessed the reaction to that Raw match between Buff Bagwell and Booker T. Can you dig that, sucker?
WWE fans generally have pretty fond memories of 2002, from Shawn Michaels' in-ring return and the first Elimination Chamber to the week-to-week awesomeness that was the SmackDown 6. There certainly was a lot to love. WWE, the organization, doesn't share that same opinion. I'm Andy from WhatCulture, and here are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2002. Number 10. The Rock was always a bit gotten to. As I record this in June 2023, The Rock is in a time-tested downfall arc in his Hollywood career. He will make a comeback, that's how this cycle works, but the fans are turning on him, and he's effectively getting same old chance like he might have in wrestling. He might even be coursing dangerously close to becoming a bit of a laughingstock, ruining his cool guy image with defensive mental gymnastics to spin Black Adam's blah box office performance into some kind of positive. But maybe we should have seen this coming. When Rocky was booed against Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam 2002, Dave Meltzer wrote in the Wrestling Observer newsletter that even though people in WWE, including Rock himself, had claimed otherwise, Rock had been, and I quote, waffling back and forth about appearing on Raw, suggesting that he didn't have a lot of fun against Lesnar at SummerSlam. The Rock didn't end up appearing on the show after SummerSlam, his tail tucked firmly between his gigantic, thick legs. Number 9. SummerSlam 2002 was not Shawn Michaels' return. Plenty of conspiracy theories have tried to debunk the idea that Shawn Michaels' back wasn't completely screwed in 1998, but it kind of was. The man underwent gruesome spinal fusion surgery in 1999, learning through the procedure that one of his discs was completely destroyed. So yeah, maybe it's best to leave the tinfoil hats at home for that one. But while SummerSlam 2002 is often held up as a big in-ring return for Michaels, this simply isn't true. April of that year saw him step in the ring for his own wrestling school, the Texas Wrestling Alliance, working a chap named Venom in a bunkhouse brawl. This preceded Michaels being persuaded to do the unsanctioned match with Triple H, which of course commenced one of the greatest comeback runs in wrestling history. But when WWE tried to spin the idea that this was Shawn Michaels' first match since buggering his back up all those years prior, that's not correct. They're telling a porky pie. Number 8. Business fell off badly. The Attitude Era boom firmly ended in April 2001. WrestleMania 17 is held up by many as a firm endpoint, and that's totally fair. I mean, just look at the drop-off. WrestleMania 17 pulled in 1.04 million buys, while the next pay-per-view, Backlash, drew just 375,000. Okay, it's Mania, the biggest Mania ever up till that point, and it'll always do more than other shows, but considering Backlash was also down from the previous year's event by over 55%, that's not good. Invasion ended up drawing 775,000 buys later on that year, sparking hope of a revival, but it never happened. By 2002, the decline had more than caught up with WWE. Every single consumer revenue stream was down across the board. WWE earned a profit of just $328,000 in the second quarter, having routinely hit around the $20 million mark for the same period during Attitude. Nope, it was pretty clear that business was on the downslide by 2002, and the numbers don't lie. Number 7. WWE knew the good times were over. Vince McMahon cut a famous promo on the 24th of June 2002 episode of Raw, gathering the wrestlers in what he called his ring to demand ruthless aggression. This turned out to be something of a self-own. Vince knew that the good times of the Attitude boom were dead, and he all but acknowledged it. So too did Steve Austin, who in a scathing rant buried the direction of the company. Appearing on Bite This, Austin, fuming to high heaven by the end of May, threw a Molotov cocktail at Creative, stating that the bottom line is that everything sucks. He called the writing piss poor and added that it could have been a hell of a lot better. It must have been bad, because Bruce Pritchard, not exactly known for his spine, told Kevin Dunn that he, Vince McMahon, and Triple H had crossed the line with the infamous Katie Vick storyline. line, and he was absolutely correct, but when a notorious yes man like Brother Love is saying that you messed up, well, you messed up. Number 6. Hulk Hogan was an even worse draw than you think. No matter how much lotion he applied to the rubbery buttocks of Hulkamania, 2002 was a bad year for the Hulkster brother. WWE's botched NWO reboot ended up not mattering because fans were ultimately dying to see their version of Hulk Hogan back, as evidenced by the incredible atmosphere at WrestleMania 18. But even that was a premonition. Hogan vs. Rock was an incredible match, but it was no Rock Austin, with Mania dropping around 200,000 pay-per-view buys compared to the year before. With Hogan on top, Backlash and Judgment Day both posted year-over-year declines. Hogan main eventing SmackDown in May then drew the lowest rated episode in the show's history up to that point. And later that month, Hogan's first televised singles match with Ric Flair in WWE ended up drawing fewer viewers than the match that came after it, which wasn't Steve Austin versus The Rock or a match anywhere similar, by the way. It was Bubba Ray Dudley and Trish Stratus versus Jazz and Stevie Richards. Sorry Hulk, but you weren't a draw, mate. Number 5. Ruthless aggression was a myth. At least when it comes to John Cena, that is. It's a misconception that John Cena showing ruthless aggression against Kurt Angle launched him to stardom, but even WWE concedes that this isn't quite true. Cena played a one-dimensional Raw prospect and was exposed badly after he was no longer positioned as a surging fan favorite. When WWE stopped telling people to care about Cena, Cena didn't show them that they should. That's fine, of course, he was young, raw, and really green, but it's no less true. Cena was a clunky, basic rookie, and even the man himself didn't think he had ruthless aggression. WWE stopped applying the phrase almost immediately. Number 4. Vince Russo returned. In June, a full month after Vince McMahon had already gotten bored of ruthless aggression as a concept, the old bugger scrambled. Stars from bygone eras were either unavailable or ineffective, and WWE's developmental prospects didn't exactly spark an overnight boom period either. So, in Vince McMahon's dumb mind, there was only one thing for it: bring back Russo. This terrible experiment lasted about a fortnight, if that. Taking a punt on a work-shy maverick who'd long since given up and had badly exposed himself in WCW, WWE spent Lord knows how much money on a guy who stunned everyone in the locker room with criminal ignorance on the current product. According to former writer Brian Gewirtz, McMahon was so stunned by Russo's idiocy and an alleged pitch to repeat the invasion angle for goodness sake, that Vince actually apologized for bringing that asshole back. And those are his words, not mine. Number 3. The ladder match problem started earlier than you think. Ladder matches are amongst the most oversaturated and overused stipulations in all of wrestling today, but the rot actually set in a long time ago. As an example, and keep in mind how huge a physical toll these matches take on the people who perform them, does anyone actually remember the 6-minute 45-second ladder match between Rob Van Dam and Jeff Hardy that opened the 22nd of July episode of Raw? The answer probably is no. And when you can't remember a special attraction, the attraction is no longer special. Hardy versus RVD was a title unification match as well, hammering home the historic damage that WWE has done to this once special stipulation. Number 2. WWE didn't have to get the F out, at least in the USA. The World Wrestling Federation became World Wrestling Entertainment in 2002, but it didn't really need to. In 1994, the two WWFs, the Wrestling One and the Panda One, came to an agreement. As long as Vince McMahon's company was not the WWF outside of the US, then the events of 2002 wouldn't have happened. If Vince McMahon had marketed the WWF as something else in the UK, which isn't that unusual, hello TJ/TK Maxx, the charity wouldn't have tried to sue him. In the end, they did that because Vince consistently violated the agreement by promoting the Fed as the WWF in the UK. Vince tried to no-sell this, the wildlife dudes thought he was taking the piss, and 8 years later, they decided they'd had enough. In 2002, Vince McMahon was taught a lesson by a panda, but unfortunately, not the one from South Park. And at number 1, the first ever WWE match was Trish Stratus versus Jazz. In addition to working the first ever women's main event in WWE history by doing battle with Lita a few years later, Trish Stratus also made history in 2002. By virtue of opening the 6th of May episode of Raw, she technically wrestled in the first ever WWE match. Trish took a 3-minute no DQ loss to Jazz when Stevie Richards showed up and kicked her in the face. Not an ideal match to stand as a historical landmark, but this era of WWE wasn't exactly synonymous with taste and decency. 2003 was a weird year for WWE. The roster, high on talent and big names, yielded shockingly few dream matches. Pay-per-views were weak. WrestleMania's buy rate was some 300,000 below expectations. Goldberg's WWE dream run turned into a nightmare, and the McMahons came back to TV, clogging up more time than ever before. But it wasn't all bad, particularly between the ropes, and there were plenty of backstage goings-on to keep fans entertained away from the ring. So let's take a look at some of the stories that flew under the radar in this weird, wacky year. I'm Andy for WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2003. Number 10. Eddie Guerrero snaps at a fan. 28th of September 2003. We're in Winnipeg, Canada, and the Basham brothers are wrestling Los Guerreros in a house show when Eddie had a beer poured over him while he was selling near the barricade. He, quite understandably, lost it, hopping the barricade, chasing the fan in question, and he threw a few punches as well, but fortunately, none of them actually connected. Out came Jack Lanza and Arn Anderson to calm the thing down with a boatload of security in tow. Now, Eddie did apologise and he did finish the match, but he had more than a few words for the fans' friends who were sitting in the front row with their dumbass pal. Guerrero got away with it, but imagine the piss storm if those punches had connected. Number 9. Rodney Mack kicks the Hurricane's head in. Big Rodney was a real-life legitimate badass, as the Hurricane would find out backstage at a Knoxville, Tennessee house show in September, with the superhero laying out his idea for a match that would pit him and Rosie against Mack and Mark Henry. Mack jumped in with some ideas of his own. Hurricane disagreed, and this somehow led to a blazing argument in which Helms, for some reason, challenged Rodney to a fight. Of course, Mack accepted and proceeded to batter Hurricane like a deep-fried sausage, resulting in a slap on the wrist and a stern telling off from management for both. Maybe, just maybe, picking a fight with a 270-pound truck of a man wasn't the best idea. Number 8. The return of Mortis. Chris Kanyon had a tough ride in WWE. Destroyed by Kane and The Undertaker early in the invasion, struck down by injury and relegated to Velocity and Dark matches by early 2003, he couldn't quite gain any headway, despite his ability and enthusiasm. On occasion, Kanyon would even dust off his old WCW Mortis costume for house show appearances. Now, some speculated that this would lead to Mortis coming back as a full-time TV character, but even though WWE Magazine ran a feature on him, this never happened. Instead, Chris K had to settle for a couple of house show losses to Matt Hardy. Who better than Kanyon? Well, not Mortis, apparently. Number 7. Test and Stacy in the doghouse. WWE seemingly had big plans for Test and Stacy Keibler in 2003, with the big man given a decent push when paired with his real-life girlfriend. At one point, he was set to face Chris Jericho at No Way Out and would have also featured on the WrestleMania card, but him and Stacy were snowed in before the go-home Raw. They couldn't make it there, and after being warned to allow extra travel time and board an early flight by WWE, the feeling was that they should have left town a lot earlier, before their flights were even cancelled. The Jericho match and WrestleMania appearance were cancelled, and while the heat soon dissipated, it unquestionably cost Test and Stacy big in the short term. Number 6. Booker T was considering retirement. A 14-year veteran by 2003, Booker had been talking about retirement with those close to him for a while, with a desire to break into TV and film his primary motivator. In a June interview with British newspaper and all-round scumrag The Sun, Booker revealed that he had 6 months left on his contract, and when they were up, he was going to sign a 1-year extension and then be on his merry way. But, as we know, that's not how things planned out. Booker was with WWE until 2007 before moving on to TNA, but he was apparently serious about retiring at the time. Like many in wrestling, he saw that he had a lot more left in the tank and could still make money as an in-ring competitor, and in the end, he didn't properly retire until 2012. Number 5. Mark Jindrak was supposed to be in Evolution. It's hard to imagine anyone other than Triple H, Ric Flair, Randy Orton and Batista as Evolution, but the Animal almost didn't make the cut, with Mark Jindrak the man WWE and Triple H originally wanted in the group. The game was trying to mentor both Orton and Jindrak, whom WWE had very high hopes for. But the unfortunate thing is, both guys were pretty immature at the time, and they even went as far as staging a pretend fight entirely for their own amusement at a bar after a house show. Incidents like this made WWE second-guess their commitment. They pressed ahead regardless, even shooting a Jindrak vignette with Evolution, but the chemistry just wasn't there. Jindrak didn't present like he belonged with such esteemed company. So out he went, and in came Batista. The rest, as the cliche goes, is history. Number 4, Vince gets weird with Sable at a house show. Declining house show attendances saw all manner of big WWE names working live events to boost ticket sales, including Vince himself. Stuck for things to do on said shows, he unfortunately reverted to type, deciding to make the audience feel really uncomfortable with his repulsive groping ways, the grotty old git. That August, a house show in Uniondale, New York saw Vince come out and just start making out with Sable. Then, for some reason, he decided to pull up her dress and plant a lip lock on her behind. Knowing this, it's perhaps surprising that when Sable departed the company the following years, she and the promotion went their separate ways on relatively good terms. But incidents like this were unfortunately typical for Vince during this era. Such things are never okay, of course, but there was genuine concern surrounding his increasingly erratic behaviour at the time. Yet here we are, 16 years later, and he's still on his bollocks. Vince gonna Vince, eternally. Number 3, RVD shoots on WWE. Rob Van Dam was not a happy bunny in 2003. He was over-reliable in the ring and someone fans wanted to see prosper, but WWE management just weren't convinced. Thus, RVD had to settle for the Intercontinental title when he felt he should have been a bigger star. So he decided to let rip on the company in a series of interviews that September. The first was an appearance on KSPN radio, during which Van Dam said he preferred working for ECW, calling the WWE locker room politically sensitive and hinting at the displeasure at the way he was being portrayed in his feud with Kane. His next interview on the No Holds Barred internet show saw him talk about how he was buried in a booking meeting, his frustration about missing out on a WrestleMania spot, and question whether the creative team even understood his character. Then, in one last dig, he said that if Triple H ever ran for governor of California, he wouldn't vote for him. It was unprecedented for a WWE employee to shoot so hard on the company at the time. As a fan, however, you could totally see where he was coming from. Though RVD continued to flounder for much of the next year. Number 2, WWE considered rehiring the Legion of Doom. LOD made a surprise WWE return on an episode of Raw in May, with Eric Bischoff accompanying them as mystery challengers for RVD and Kane's World Tag Team titles. Hawk and Animal got a monster pop, but unfortunately, the enthusiasm just didn't last. WWE were considering bringing the duo back at the time, but LOD ended up entering such a shoddy performance that all plans were immediately scrapped. WWE just weren't impressed at all. In particular, they were peeved at Hawk just totally no-selling a 5-star frog splash, and yeah, it all fell apart. Now, unfortunately, Hawk would pass away several months later. Animal eventually came back for a 2005 run with Heidenreich, and while the Legion of Doom remain one of the greatest tag teams of all time, they were a spent force by 2003. So, perhaps, the decision not to bring them back was a wise one. And number 1, Randy Savage wanted Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 20. By the time Hulk Hogan faced Vince McMahon at WrestleMania 18, the Macho Man had already been retired for 3 years. Perhaps seeing the Hulkster facing the boss on the grandest stage inspired Savage to consider coming out of retirement and challenging Hogan for himself, because by September, he'd started spreading the word that he wanted to face Hulk at Madison Square Garden in 2004 to headline WrestleMania 20. Of course, at the time, Savage and Hogan had some serious real-life heat, and this would later come to a head at a TNA event in late 2004. Randy would continually diss Hogan in interviews and even dedicated a track on his rap album to calling him out, urging Terry Bollea to be a man, Hogan. Anyway, this was all good and well and honestly quite hilarious, but Savage was dead-ass serious about the match. Unfortunately for him, nobody else was. WWE's VP of Talent Relations, Jim Ross, nixed the idea during an episode of the internet call-in show Bite This, saying that he wasn't at all interested in seeing the former Dream match. Odds are that some fans would have loved to watch whatever monstrosity would have unfolded at Mania 20, even if the bout itself wouldn't have been anything special on account of both men's age and declining physical conditions. Randy just really wanted one final big match in WWE, but due to underlying issues with Vince and the company, it just didn't happen. Instead, Savage's final match ended up being at TNA Turning Point 2004, where he teamed with AJ Styles and Jeff Hardy to face Jeff Jarrett, Kevin Nash, and Scott Hall, which was, well, it was certainly a thing.
For WWE, 2004 was the year that gave us this iconic image of Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit celebrating the high points of their respective careers. But it also gave us Eugene, the Concrete Crypt match, and Gene Snitsky punting Lita's plastic baby into the 5th row. In other words, the roster was stacked, yes, but creatively they were at something of a low point. Domestic business was bad, Goldberg and Brock Lesnar both bailed out of the company, a SmackDown house show in July drew less than 1,000 fans, buy rates were falling, people were panicking, and there was a lot of tension backstage. You don't need me to tell you this, but with the circumstances so fraught, there was an all-time high level of outrageous backstage incident. Oh, sorry, what's that? You do need me to tell you? Alright then, my name is Adam Cleary, and these are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2004. Number 10, The Big Show and Chavo Guerrero get into a fight. After briefly feuding with Cousin Eddie, it was back down to the lowly cruiserweight division for Chavo Guerrero. Worse still, he was then booked to lose the title not only to his embarrassing father Chavo Sr., but also to Jacqueline. Many saw this as the death of the Cruiserweight Championship, and, well, they were right. So when The Big Show made a comment about the difference between smaller and bigger wrestlers in December, Chavo snapped. He got up and screamed at Show, calling him fat and lazy. Upset by these remarks, Show flung Chavo clean across the dressing room. Seemingly undeterred by this, Chavo came right back and actually tried to fight him. Luckily for him, WWE agents and wrestlers stepped in and broke it up. Both men buried the hatchet after and moved on, but it just shows you how high tensions were. Number 9, Maven was supposed to become a member of Evolution. Natural charisma and athleticism, WWE had high hopes for Maven. He earned a spot on the babyface side at Survivor Series, and despite never making it to the match, his team won. Per the stipulation, each member of the team would then get to work 1 week as general manager of Raw. Maven chose his week to book himself in a match against Triple H for the World Heavyweight Championship. Although unsuccessful in his attempt, Maven actually looked pretty good. Beforehand though, Triple H offered him a spot in Evolution if he backed out. There had been rumors floating around for a while that he was due to join the group, but let's see, hang on, where are my notes? Right, yes, here we are. They turned him heel, teamed him with Simon Dean, and less than a year later, he was released from his contract. Number 8, wrestlers speak out about a new dress code. Yeah, in the summer of 2004, WWE implemented a dress code, stating that all wrestlers had to wear more business-like attire when traveling to and from live events. This meant wearing dress pants and a shirt whenever they were in public, and oh boy, they were not happy about it. When it was brought up at a Raw roster meeting in August, Edge, Chris Jericho, and Molly Holly all stood up and spoke out. Y2J said that the code stripped wrestlers of their individuality and that WWE tries to market them as unique, but they would be viewed as conformists if they all dressed the same. Jericho went as far as to asking if Steve Austin himself would then have to put on a suit were he to return to the company. The next evening at the SmackDown taping, Hardcore Holly stood up and raised similar points, and they were all shot down by Vince McMahon. Number 7, Hardcore Holly and Billy Gunn were not happy campers. Yeah, speaking of which, a company man through and through, Holly felt that he had paid his dues
dues and was owed something by WWE. What they actually had for him though was just putting over the likes of Luther Reigns and Mordecai with no WrestleMania payday to even sweeten the deal. Joining him in relative misery was Billy Gunn, who had also had to put over the Greenhorns. The two even formed a short-lived tag team in the summer, but Gunn saw the inevitable and tried to sign a deal with TNA. When his 90-day no-compete clause was finished, that's where he ended up. Holly was also close to quitting but stuck it out. Oh, and Holly famously decided to then shoot on Rene Dupree on a house show in November. After, and admittedly this is fair enough, Dupree got a speeding ticket while driving a car registered in Holly's name. Number 6, WWE came close to signing New Jack. Yes, that same New Jack. The man who routinely went into business for himself in his matches and promos. The man whose sole talent seemed to be swearing and throwing himself off a balcony. The man who nearly cancelled ECW's first pay-per-view because he decided to just carve up a 17-year-old's head. Believe it or not, WWE opened negotiations with New Jack in 2004, and he was originally going to be revealed as the man who stabbed John Cena in the nightclub. No, honestly, WWE were going to bring in New Jack and presumably have him feud with Cena. It never happened as WWE looked at how much heat he already had with half the roster and got cold feet. Which, alright, yeah, probably the right decision, but there's a parallel universe out there not that different from ours where it's Cena versus New Jack for the US title at Armageddon 2004. Tell me you would not want to see that. Number 5, Eddie Guerrero snaps at fans. Life at the top was rough for Eddie. As Kurt Angle left for neck surgery and Brock Lesnar found the exit sign, he was left to carry the brand. There was a serious lack of star power and Eddie began taking things like declining attendances and ratings very personally. Stressing him out worse every single week, it led to a couple of ugly incidents. Like, for example, him crashing his car when he fell asleep at the wheel. And although he was unhurt, the vehicle was a complete write-off. Then there was the incident in Oberhausen, Germany on June the 6th. After being heckled by a small number of fans, he grabbed the microphone and yelled, "Eddie doesn't suck, Germany sucks." He then spent the rest of the match giving the crowd the middle finger. At best, it was unprofessional and management were not happy. The following month saw Eddie struggle with injuries and stress and he was subsequently demoted. By October at No Mercy, he was battling the clumsy Luther Reigns in the show's opener and had a real fight with Kurt Angle backstage. Eddie was definitely ready to be the WWE champion, but he clearly wasn't ready for what followed. Number 4, JBL goose steps in Germany. As unprofessional as Eddie's actions were in Germany, they paled in comparison to JBL's some nights before. Bradshaw continually did the goose step and Nazi salute in order to provoke the crowd. Now, not that this makes it in any way okay, but this was apparently something that heels have been doing for years to try and generate some cheap heat. But Bradshaw's bosses at CNBC, where he was working as a gimmick financial analyst, were not so understanding. They fired him from his position after just 3 weeks of working there. The group issued a statement saying, "We find his behavior to be offensive, inappropriate, and not befitting anyone associated with our network." JBL, in classic fashion, was unapologetic afterwards, telling the Washington Post, "I'm a bad guy. I'm supposed to incite the crowd. I've done for decades. I draw the line between me and my character. That's like saying Anthony Hopkins really enjoys cannibalism." He received, and I hope you're all sitting down for this, no punishment from WWE. Number 3, TNA invades WWE. In early November, the Raw and SmackDown rosters were at Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida, to shoot a commercial for the 2005 Royal Rumble. Seeing an opportunity, TNA sent some of its wrestlers, including the Road Dogg BG James, to greet their rivals from New York. It was a peaceful meeting between the two teams. According to reports, stars like Chris Jericho and Rey Mysterio were all very friendly and had conversations with the TNA crew. Val Venus and Rhino hung out with members of Team Canada at a bar, and TNA filmed the whole episode to broadcast at their Turning Point pay-per-view. In the video, you can clearly see Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio, both of whose faces were blurred, come out and embrace Conan. Vince McMahon was reportedly furious with this incident. TNA employee David Sahadi set the whole thing up, and as a result, many WWE employees called him up and threatened to kick his teeth in. Sahadi's father Lou, who had worked in WWE's public relations department for a long time, was also fired, and Kevin when done, threatened the same to any WWE employee who contacted him. Not quite the success they wanted, that one. Number 2, big plans for Mordecai. Yeah, come on, you remember this, lad. Mordecai was a religious zealot type character who dressed in all white, carried a massive sword, and said he would rid the world of sin. Vignettes began playing, hyping his debut, which took place at Judgment Day, where he absolutely destroyed Scotty 2 Hotty. He had a fantastic entrance and the gimmick was kinda cool, but in the ring, he was nothing special. He had more poor showings against other jobbers on SmackDown and against Hardcore Holly at the Great American Bash. The big problem though was that the entire audience was just kinda quietly sitting there saying, gee, this is very similar to The Undertaker, isn't it? But indeed, that was the point. Mordecai was being groomed for a headline feud with the Dead Man later in the year. Instead, though, his poor in-ring showing saw him sent back to, and where are my notes, OVW in July. Taker's replacement feud, John Heidenreich. Number 1, Ric Flair attacks Mick Foley backstage. It's no secret that Mick Foley and Ric Flair had heat in the early 2000s. Foley claimed in his book that Flair was a terrible booker when he worked for WCW, and in a receipt, Flair labelled Foley a glorified stuntman, amongst other things, in his. The two met face-to-face backstage at a Raw taping in December. Foley, who hadn't been on a WWE event for several months, apparently came power-walking into catering in order to confront Flair about what he said. Foley reportedly tossed a copy of Flair's book in front of him and demanded that he sign it so it could be auctioned off for charity. Flair went to shake Foley's hand, something Foley had no interest in, and that's where Rick lost it. Thinking the situation would turn hostile, the Nature Boy threw a punch at the former Cactus Jack. The skirmish was quickly broken up, but the drama didn't stop there. The two men continued arguing and trading verbal jabs for another half an hour. Flair challenged Foley to a fight, which Foley declined, saying he didn't want to hit a 50-year-old man. Which, of course, fast forward to 2006 and, well, the less said about all of this, the better. 2005 wasn't, by today's standards anyway, a particularly interesting year. Nowadays, no full orbit around the sun is complete without the entire fabric of society being altered and about 300 celebrities suddenly dying. Back then, Tony Blair won a third election, Daniel Craig was unveiled as James Bond, oh, and the Pope died, so actually not that different, I guess. Anyway, 2005 was a weird one for WWE. Business was falling and creatively, the company was definitely struggling. Case in point, Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit were supplanted as champions by Triple H and JBL, and neither, for obvious reasons, ever got into the main event picture again. The likes of Cena and Batista were earmarked as the future, a number of low-key classic matches emerged from otherwise underwhelming booking, and, well, the whole Viscera the Love Machine thing happened. Let's call it a mixed year. Still though, you already know about all of that, so what about the stuff you didn't know? Well, glad you asked, because my name is Adam Cleary and these are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2005. Number 10, Matt Hardy had major heat with The Undertaker. Not to trudge all of this up again, but Hardy was released from WWE when he went public about the affair between his long-term girlfriend Lita and Edge. However, upon seeing the support he was getting online, WWE rehired him for a worked-shoot feud with Edge. A feud, it's worth pointing out, that was designed to put Edge over and not him. Anyway, after eventually moving to SmackDown to put the whole grisly affair behind him, he'd seemingly had one burial too many and ducked out of a decking at the hands of a returning Undertaker, bailing out of the ring when he should have been eating a chokeslam. Big Mark here, never the forgiving type, was absolutely furious. He confronted Hardy about it backstage and chewed him out in front of all the boys, calling him disrespectful and asking him who he thought he was. As punishment, he was promptly booked to face JBL at Armageddon, where he was pumped harder and faster than your dad in that Benidorm knocking shop before getting pinned. Number 9, Paul London speaks his mind to Vince McMahon. Bad things happen. With all due respect to Paul London, he was never likely to make it big in WWE. He was small by the standards of the time, had an unconventional ring style and a laid-back attitude. That he was able to pull together such a great tag team run with Brian Kendrick in 06 is actually a huge achievement. However, following his arrival in the company and after being underutilized despite his obvious talent, London decided to voice his frustrations to Vince McMahon. The boss duly listened and, after a period of deep introspection about how he views smaller workers, rethought his entire booking strategy and had the writing room come up with something to help push him to the moon. Oh god, I'm kidding. I'm obviously kidding. He lost the Cruiserweight Championship to Nunzio, got booted down to Velocity, and was then even stripped of his 450 splash finisher after Vince decided moves like that were just, too dangerous. It was over a year before he found any relevancy again. Number 8, WWE tried to sign UFC's Mike Goldberg to replace Jim Ross. You remember, you do, don't you? Remember Vince McMahon firing JR on national television and then the next week airing the ridiculously awful Dr. Heine skit with his hand up? Yeah, you remember, don't you? Well, I remember that too, despite my best efforts at suppressing it. And long story short, Vince wanted to hire a newer, younger, more photogenic announcer. Thus, he fired JR and then went immediately after UFC commentator Mike Goldberg. WWE offered the 39-year-old a multi-year WWE contract to be the lead play-by-play man on Raw. It was reported at the time that Goldberg had accepted, but those reports turned out to be false. Goldberg himself said that while the offer was extremely overwhelming and he had a great affinity for WWE, he had been in UFC for so long, he really wanted to see where they were going. To this day, he regards it as one of the hardest decisions he's ever had to make, but also probably one of his best, which, given what happened to JR and his colon and Vince McMahon's arm, is probably right. Number 7, Juventud Guerrera had nuclear heat backstage. Cast your minds back a minute to me telling you that Vince McMahon banned the 450 splash because he thought moves like that were too dangerous. You remember that? Well, that's because Juventud Guerrera nearly broke his neck doing it, so everyone else got their toys taken off them. He was fired in January 2006, and that absolutely shocked the entire locker room because they couldn't believe he'd somehow survived 2005. He was allegedly constantly late to shows, had a huge ego, and would pitch ridiculous ideas to management. Par exemple, he wanted to do mask versus mask with Rey Mysterio, despite him not actually wearing a mask. The final straw came when he was told he would be losing the Cruiserweight Championship to Kid Cash. Rather than just, doing his job, he then sandbagged Cash and gave him a flurry of needlessly stiff shots. Vince had seen enough, showed him the door, and the rest of the locker room did a very, very quiet hooray. Number 6, Heidenreich and Snitsky versus The Undertaker and Kane was planned for WrestleMania. For much of 2004, on television and pay-per-view, The Undertaker and Kane were lumbered with Heidenreich and Gene Snitsky. As two veterans, it was up to them to try and get something respectable out of the rookies, but let's just call a spade here, my friends. All the matches were bad. Fans looked on in horror as the heels formed something of a team. And alright, yes, the "I like what you do to babies" line was quite funny, but show me a single wrestling fan who was excited about their matches, and I will show you a liar. WWE's plan, inexplicably, was to do this combination as a casket tag match at WrestleMania 21. However, after A, The Undertaker protested very loudly, and B, someone in the writing room apparently stopped sniffing glue for 5 minutes, the idea was canned. Taker battled Randy Orton in a banger, and Kane went into the Money in the Bank ladder match. Everyone was happy, except for Snitsky and Heidenreich. Number 5, Matt Striker was kicked out of the SmackDown locker room. You've actually got to hand it to Matt Striker. Here I am, physically handing it. Fired from his job as a teacher because he kept calling in sick so he could take wrestling bookings, he then just walked into a job with WWE. He was doing fine on Raw and Heat, but incurred the wrath of SmackDown's locker room when he worked a dark match for the brand in early November. Striker remarked to a road agent that he felt Raw was the more professional of the two locker rooms, and that he preferred the atmosphere on that show. Presumably missing the irony of this entirely, JBL, Chris Benoit, Hardcore Holly, and Eddie Guerrero then went ballistic when they got wind of it. Benoit got so mad that he threw Striker's bags out of the locker room and ordered him to change in the hall. Amusingly, for a former teacher, Striker learned precisely nothing from this until Bob Holly threatened to beat him up. Number 4, the Blue Meanie threatens to sue WWE following One Night Stand. At the close of the infamous One Night Stand pay-per-view, the even more infamous WWE vs ECW brawl broke out. JBL, 3 sheets to the wind, and angered that the Blue Meanie had once called him a bully in an interview, then went and beat the actual piss out of him for real. Well done, John. That'll tell him. With footage of the attack obviously caught on tape, Meanie considered legal action against both JBL and WWE, but instead settled on signing a short-term deal with them in order to to score a cheap Stevie Richards and Batista assisted win over JBL on the July 7th episode of SmackDown. He made another appearance at the Great American Bash, and then after that, he was gone. WWE smartly getting him into the ring after the assault would undermine any future legal action he decided to take, no doubt saving them and Bradshaw an absolute fortune. Number 3, DDP sued Jay-Z over the use of the Diamond Cutter symbol. Is this right? When Diamond Dallas Page left WWE in 2002, he pretty much quietly retired save for a brief TNA run. Set for life thanks to his main event time in WCW, he set up his yoga business amongst some other things and just pretty much got on with his life. However, he did make national headlines when he sued Jay-Z in December 2005. After claiming the rapper had stolen his diamond cutter hand gesture. DDP alleged that by having Jay and the other artists associated with Rockefeller use the symbol, they were confusing the public, who all naturally associated it with a pro wrestler from the late 90s. The pair settled outside of court, which, in my imagination at least, was a really, really hilarious brunch. Number 2, WWE opened negotiations with Brock Lesnar. Alright, so a few facts for you here. Number 1, Brock Lesnar left WWE in March 2004, immediately following WrestleMania 20. Number 2, he did so because he planned to make it as an NFL player. Number 3, he did not make it as an NFL player. And number 4, the man had spent money like nobody's business, meaning that by 2005 he was no longer a wealthy person. He wanted to get back into wrestling, but problem was he had signed a no-compete clause in order to obtain an early release from his WWE contract, meaning he was tied until 2010. He sued, then they countersued, but amazingly in 2005 the pair actually sat down and started talking about bringing him back. WWE even went so far as to publish a story about this on their website, such was the confidence they had in it working out. It didn't, of course, and the two parties would continue to spar legally before Lesnar finally returned in 2012, some 6 years later. Number 1, the Ultimate Warrior got them pistols out and started shooting. Now, it's not a secret that the self-destruction of the Ultimate Warrior DVD was specifically designed to bury Warrior as a worker, a character, and a man. It's also not a secret that he was absolutely fizzing after watching it. Anyway, I could spin this out into a fulfilling narrative, but instead I'll just tell you what he posted on his website after WWE asked him to appear on their show Bite This. On Triple H, he said, "It's a good thing Vince backed off the drug testing when he did, because without them, you wouldn't have made a muscle grade sufficient enough for the real freaks to even let you be one of their friends." On Bobby Heenan, "You are dying, diseased on the inside, and no more time is left to get back any of the integrity that matters. Imagine what it will be like lying there, taking in your last breaths, knowing you hoard yourself out your whole life." And on Jim Ross, "I can only imagine that a whole hell of a lot of anal pressure must come with being one of Vince's top asswipes. You are obviously jealous of the fact that I never let Vince bend me over." Anyway, long story short, he did not like that DVD.
15 years is a long old time in wrestling. Back in 2006, I gelled my hair like I was Simon in the In-Betweeners, and in WWE, a certain CM Punk made his debut, Rey Mysterio won the Rumble and the world title at WrestleMania, and a backstage fight between Booker T and Batista broke the internet. With all those huge events, my hairstyling less so, you might have missed a few things back then. With that in mind, I'm Adam Wilborn from WhatCulture, and these are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2006. Number 10. Vince McMahon was accused of groping a woman at a tanning salon. Yikes. A 22-year-old woman accused Vince of trying to grope, fondle, and then forcibly kiss her in the Tanzabar tanning salon in Boca Raton, Florida. The woman, an employee of the salon, told police that Vince came in late at night on Sunday the 29th of January, which would have been right after the Royal Rumble pay-per-view, showed her naked pictures of himself on his cell phone before groping her. Witnesses came forward and claimed that Vince did not do anything, and he was acting gentlemanly the whole time, even shaking people's hands and talking to customers. Ultimately, no charges were filed. Number 9. Psychosis lives up to his name. After Juventud Guerrero was released in January due to his, let's just say, erratic and egotistical behaviour, you'd think that his former Mexicools pals would take the hint and sit up straight and keep themselves out of trouble. Nope. Psychosis, real name Dionisio Castellanos Torres, was arrested on October 9th after he stole a car from a 23-year-old man called Alexander Valencia Ramirez. Psychosis apparently initially asked to borrow the car, but when Ramirez refused, he had a gun pulled on him by the off-kilter wrestler and his car was stolen. While making his getaway, Psychosis hit several cars before he was finally caught. Police then discovered that the gun Psychosis had used was in fact actually a water pistol. After learning about this whole escapade, unsurprisingly, WWE released Psychosis from his contract. Number 8. Palmer Cannon quits WWE mid-tour due to backstage hazing. Remember Palmer Cannon? He was introduced to WWE TV in September 2005 as a representative of the network who would make unpopular decisions and overrule SmackDown GM Teddy Long. Thankfully nowadays, authority figures are a thing of the past. Anyway, Cannon quit the WWE in April 2006 during the first night of a European tour. He'd been hazed by several of the veterans of the SmackDown locker room, including Chris Benoit and JBL. This was unfortunately standard practice for the time. The hazing got so bad that Cannon and JBL almost got into a physical confrontation. Cannon decided to hand in his notice and fly himself home rather than endure any more hazing. It was a pretty ballsy move from Cannon. Many wrestlers had to suffer the bullying of JBL, Benoit and others, but few had the nerve to stand up for themselves. Long story short, JBL is, and always has been, a knobhead. Number 7. Huge heat on RVD for refusing to go to Iraq again. WWE started overseas trips to military bases in Iraq in 2003 as WWE's way of saying thanks to the armed forces of the United States. Talent could only be asked to volunteer to go due to safety concerns, but it was said that if you were asked to go, it was strongly encouraged that you agree. It was an unwritten rule. To refuse to go was considered a direct affront to Vince McMahon, who made the trips himself. Everyone seemed happy to go. Everyone, that is, except for Rob Van Dam. RVD politely declined WWE's invitation in December 2004, opting instead to be at home with his wife Sonya, and he got heat for it then, but it got even worse when he refused to go again in 2006. RVD was already in management's bad books thanks to his drug bust in the summer, and things only soured more when he told WWE, thanks, but no thanks. Number 6. Cesaro was offered a developmental deal. When Antonio Cesaro finally made it to WWE TV in 2012, the question on fans' lips was, what took so long? The artist, formerly known as Claudio Castagnoli, had been a standout on the American indies and international scene with his size and look, and he appeared to be tailor-made for WWE. Well, it wasn't like WWE hadn't already tried to sign him before. The company actually offered him a developmental contract in November of 2006. Cesaro had what was described as a very good tryout in front of WWE officials, and the then ROH Tag Team Champion was apparently bound for Deep South Wrestling, but something happened and the deal was taken off the table a few weeks later. Rumours at the time suggested that it was something to do with visa issues, but Cesaro refuted that. Whatever the case was, Cesaro was forced to go back to the Indies and Japan. He would have to wait another 6 years for his next WWE shot. Number 5. Shawn Michaels asked that the DX content be toned down. The reformation of DX was greeted with mixed reactions by the WWE universe. For some, it was a welcome return of a highly successful Attitude Era gimmick. Oh, what about the Attitude Era? Others wondered how Triple H and Shawn Michaels, who are now family men, would be able to pull the gimmick off. And for the 2006 DX revival, Michaels only agreed to do it if certain demands were met. Most of these pertain to the sexual content that the original incarnation of the group was infamous for. Michaels, now a born-again Christian, demanded that WWE tone it down. He had his kids and his church to think about. The breaking point was a truly risible simulated oral sex scene featuring Triple H and Candice Michelle from the July 3rd edition of Monday Night Raw. WWE toned the segments down and DX grew more and more kid-friendly and flogged a boatload of glow sticks too. Number 4. Kanyon causes controversy. Kanyon was fired by the WWE in February 2004 after being used as little more than a jobber on SmackDown. He'd been plagued by serious injuries, and WWE basically decided to cut their losses. He worked on the independent scene and also made a couple of appearances for TNA as Chris K before deciding to retire in late 2005. Post-retirement, Kanyon took aim at the WWE and what he felt was his unfair dismissal from the company. Kanyon, who came out as homosexual, claimed the company had released him because he was gay. He caused a minor disturbance at a WWE house show in Tampa, Florida, coming down to ringside during DX's match and shouting at Triple H and Shawn Michaels before being escorted out of the building by security. And then, later in the month, Kanyon posted a lengthy off-topic retort to one of Jim Ross's blog posts. In it, Kanyon claimed that WWE had fired him and Orlando Jordan for being gay, and that JR had told Kanyon to act like a bad gay person before being beaten up by The Undertaker during a segment on SmackDown in early 2003 because America hates gays and will eat it up. Sadly, Kanyon, who had been suffering from bipolar disorder, committed suicide on April 2nd, 2010. He was 40 years old. Number 3. Sabu was trying to get fired. RVD wasn't the only ECW wrestler pissing WWE management off in late 2006. RVD's buddy Sabu, who many didn't give a chance in WWE to begin with, was also ruffling a lot of feathers backstage. The feeling in November was that Sabu was lucky to still have a job with the company. The first strike against him came when he gave John Cena a black eye during an angle on Raw in July. Later in the year, however, Sabu began showing up late to house shows and kept falling asleep in the backstage area, for which he was jobbed out to Umaga, and then he blew off some promotional commitments after a set of ECW tapings. Apparently, he was supposed to film some adverts for the upcoming Elimination Chamber match at December to Dismember, but just left while the taping was in progress. Many in the company felt as if he was trying to get himself fired. Sabu was taken out of the Elimination Chamber match as a result of all this backstage drama and replaced by Hardcore Holly, which was, let's just say not a very popular decision with the ECW fans. He managed to last until May 2007 and even got a WrestleMania match, but he was on thin ice towards the end of 2006 and his standing in the company never really improved. Number 2. Elevated liver enzymes. For any given WWE show, the company will always be careful to include the line, "card subject to change," somewhere in the advertising. WWE had a mini bloody crisis, though, in July 2006, when 3 wrestlers had to be removed from the Great American Bash pay-per-view due to elevated liver enzymes. SmackDown's The Great Khali, Bobby Lashley, and Super Crazy were all said to have high levels of liver enzymes, with Lashley's and Crazy's said to be off the charts. This was a concern for WWE because elevated liver enzymes are a sign of hepatitis C, a hard-to-cure condition which is easily spread. Until the problem was sorted, WWE couldn't allow the performers to wrestle lest they infect anyone else. Big Show replaced Khali in his Punjabi prison match against The Undertaker, and that went well. Matt Hardy stepped in for Super Crazy against Cruiserweight champion Gregory Helms, and Bobby Lashley was removed from a triple threat match with William Regal and Finlay, making it a singles match for the US title. Number 1. The creators of Assy McGee file an intellectual property lawsuit against WWE. Yep, that title right. The creators of Assy McGee, an animated show about a crime-stopping pair of buttocks, look it up, filed a lawsuit against WWE in December 2006 over WWE's undeniably similar Mr. McMahon's Kiss My Ass Club cartoon. The cartoon, which aired on WWE.com, only lasted a few months, but surprise, surprise, Vince thought the cartoon was the best thing ever. And then Cartoon Network came calling. Vince was apparently furious at the lawsuit, and Michael Coles, who was running WWE.com and commissioned the show, attempt to play dumb by proclaiming that he'd never seen Assy McGee before. Cole got some serious heat for his error, and WWE were even planning on developing the McMahon cartoon and had merch planned, but had to scrap it after only a few episodes. Assy McGee came first, and WWE were deemed to be infringing on their intellectual property. WWE, and especially Michael Cole, made asses out of themselves on this occasion.
2007 was quite the year for WWE. Not only did we have one of the worst moments in history with the Chris Benoit tragedies, but there was a run of drug-related suspensions as the company tried to clamp down on all this. I certainly remember being so impacted by it all, I thought about taking a sports entertainment break. As it turns out, a lot was happening behind the scenes during these 12 months, so I am Simon WhatCulture. Please do caress that subscribe button. This is 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2007. Number 10, Carlito wanted to leave. Carlito's WWE career was a weird one. He beat John Cena and became the US champion early on, but soon after he was kind of forgotten about and just did his thing. Whatever grand plans were in place were not seen through. Mr. Caribbean Cool wasn't even on the WrestleMania 23 card, and he made his feelings about that very clear when chatting to the Ottawa Sun newspaper. Because he suggested maybe if he kissed ass and politic correctly, he could have been on the show, and he even took shots at Kane versus the Great Khali. Whoops. Carlito also admitted that he hated being a babyface, and all of this left him ready to quit. That's right. Done and happy to go. After handing in his notice though, Vince McMahon stepped in to stop this, because as the story goes, he didn't want another name going to TNA. Booker T had just made the switch, and another wouldn't look very good, which is odd because apparently they were never competition. Somehow they did get back on the same page, Carlito stayed, and not only did he get a renewed push, he was on Mania the following year. So always remember, kids, sometimes the right call is to just moan and make a fuss. Number 9, Crime Time's firing. This was really weird. Crime Time only just debuted in October 2006, and then we got to September 2007, and they were released. Nobody saw this coming, not least JTG and Shad Gaspard. It would be one thing if they weren't being used, but they were. The team featured on TV a lot, plus fans had embraced them wholeheartedly. And the gimmick wasn't the most kosher thing in the world, but Crime Time embraced it with such gusto, they went and made it work. As is always the way in wrestling though, the real story was right around the corner. As they were feuding with Trevor Murdoch and Lance Cade, it was soon revealed there was some animosity here. And before one match, a heated argument left with Shad allegedly shouting that whatever happens in the ring is what happens in the ring. We all know what that means. Murdoch took this as a threat and addressed it in front of the locker room, and then we got to the match. The referee counted JTG out, which was not the finish, but the official had been told to do it by Cade and Murdoch. This is when Crime Time also called an audible and gave the Riff their finish to get their heat back, and that is a big no-no. It's one thing if it's agreed beforehand, but attacking an official on the fly, even when it's worked, is not cool. It all went off afterwards as a huge brawl broke out, with Vince McMahon ultimately making the decision to let Gaspard and JTG go. What a ride that was. Of course it doesn't matter now, and what does is the heroic way Shad gave his life to save his child. We should never forget that. What a damn legend. Number 8, CM Punk is in the doghouse. Regardless what we think about CM Punk now, we have to accept that him getting to the top of WWE was amazing. Plenty of the usual power players were desperate to stop this, but Punk was so good he got there regardless. Fans just loved him. There was talk for a while in 2005 that Michael Hayes, Triple H and Shawn Michaels ripped him a new one after a Sunday Night Heat match, which did see him go to OVW, but that's when things changed. Paul Heyman was in charge of that promotion, and as soon as he got his claws into Punk, the momentum started. He went on a tear in Extreme Championship Wrestling before randomly losing to Hardcore Holly in January 2007, because as the rumor goes, an agent told him that Holly was a far bigger star, so he better deal with it. As it turned out, this was due to some resentment about how CM conducted himself backstage, and that certain wrestlers enjoyed the fact Hardcore Holly chopped the shit out of him. I'm not sure that's ever cool. It got so bad Punk even asked some road agent if he was in the doghouse, and he was assured he wasn't. This was dubious, even more so as there was more chat that said employee, then went to the higher-ups and said that CM Punk was moaning. I tell you, I wouldn't have survived backstage in WWE 2007. It's like high school. Number 7, Randy Orton got kicked off a European tour. As was the way for ages, as soon as WrestleMania was done, the WWE crew would get on a plane and fly to Europe for a tour. The company made serious money from that, so it became tradition, and yet in 2007, Randy Orton joined one of these and apparently went crazy. It was following a run of stories which were synonymous with Orton at the time, and after he rumoredly wrecked a hotel room in Germany, he was told to go home. There was an extra twist though. It then came out he only caused this damage because he'd already been kicked off the tour. It was due to Randy not being in the best headspace to perform, but clearly he thought differently. A reported $30,000 worth of damage was done to this room, although a few weeks later, he was still back in the main event against John Cena. That was just the way in 2007. The roster wasn't overflowing with stars, meaning Orton could go nuts, cool off, and walk right back in on top. What a world. Number 6, John Cena and Vince McMahon turn up on an indie show. Yep, you heard that right. 15 years later, I still cannot believe it happened. Here is how it came together. Cena was doing an autograph session for Chaotic Wrestling as they were running a charity show, and it was in his hometown of Massachusetts. John was even involved in the setup of this to make some money for those who need it, and as he was so hands-on, why not stay around and watch some wrestling? Even special guest refereed the main event. Shenanigans were always going to be on the cards, which did see Cena get smacked in the head with CW's title belt, which is when, of all people, Vince McMahon arrived to help his top star. Well, no, he actually helped the heel champ attack his opponent, but still, fans lost their minds, as we all would do. Vinnie Mac doing a run-in on an indie show. When John had got his wits about him, he FU'd his boss too, which is when Vince slipped out the back door, never to be seen again. This was absolutely incredible, and given the lay of the land today, will likely never be topped. Number 5, Ric Flair tried to quit. This isn't such a shock today, as Ric Flair tries to leave WWE a lot. It's very much a love-hate relationship. But back in 2007, Flair was in the same camp as Carlito in the sense he wasn't very happy. This was quite common, as RVD was another who chose not to renew his contract, and after Rick had been transferred across to SmackDown, he saw it as a demotion. As far as the Nature Boy was concerned, he was a top-tier talent and should be treated as such. Therefore, sometime around August, Flair handed in his notice, with the real catalyst being a big pitch by Rick that he should go on one last big run and then retire in 2008. Sound familiar? Exactly. Vince McMahon wasn't interested in that at the time, which led to a meeting between the two in September. But man, Flair turned up with his lawyer, which pissed McMahon off instantly. The end result was the 16-time world champion going home for 3 months. When he returned, we did kick off this one last story, although we know the deal with that. The retirement didn't last that long, but still, we were this close to not getting any of it. Who knows what the wrestling world looks like then? Number 4, Triple H was going to be Thor. Maybe. Given what we know now, I'm not sure how much truth there is in this, although the Marvel Cinematic Universe was not a thing in 2007. In fact, superhero movies were still trying to find their way after Batman Begins had proved they could have some real substance. It did convince many a movie studio to see what characters they could sign up, and Thor was on that list. Director Matthew Vaughn was also on board to direct the thing, and clearly somebody wanted Triple H in this role because there was so much chat about it, and look at the guy. Not like physically he couldn't pull it off. There was one major issue with all of this though, as Vaughn talked about during an interview. While he assumed Paul Levesque was a decent guy, he wanted nothing to do with WWE after the Chris Benoit tragedy. That was a disaster all round, and no studio wanted to have anything to do with wrestling. If you weren't around for this fallout too, trust me, it really was this bad. As we know, Chris Hemsworth eventually got this, although the first movie wasn't released until 2011, and by then Kenneth Branagh was in the directing chair. Can't argue this was a bad move, though. Hemsworth has smashed it ever since. Number 3, Ken Kennedy. Kennedy was meant to be Vince McMahon's illegitimate son. The summer of 2007 was all over the place for Vince McMahon, because he had decided to do a story where he was killed. Yep, this did happen on that Raw when someone blew up his limo, but then the Benoit news was revealed later that week, and the whole thing was scrapped, rightfully so. On the following episode, McMahon was meant to have a funeral. Can you imagine? That's in bad taste even before anything else. If it had gone ahead, it was all planned out, however, including the FBI getting involved. But one part of this was kept long-term, the reveal that Vince had an illegitimate son. This started in August when Jonathan Coachman confronted McMahon about such rumors, and for a good month, every WWE superstar was pretending they were the secret offspring of the boss. was so damn weird. Somebody must have got cold feet during this, because eventually it turned into a joke with the punchline being, it's just Hornswoggle. But this was not the first choice. Originally it was going to be Ken Kennedy. A favourite ever since his debut in 2005. Some backstage bigwigs thought Ken had what it took to lead the company into the next decade, so we put a rocket on him. Before my word, it all went bad. Not only was Kennedy in a whole world of trouble when he got popped on the WWE wellness test, but he also injured his tricep, meaning he was out of action. It all worked against him and killed his push, meaning his big reveal as a McMahon was stopped. That is a huge deal, though. You'd have to imagine this would have sent him to the moon. Instead, he was released soon afterwards, and that was that. Sheesh. Number 2, we were going to do a Jackass versus WWE feud. I mean, we got there in the end. Sami Zayn took up this mantle in 2022 by proving he is a once-in-a-lifetime talent and had a match for the ages against the Jackass crew. Just so damn entertaining. This wasn't the first time we had tried it though, because back in October 2006, Chris Pontius and Steve-O turned up on Raw and ran into Umaga. The Samoan bulldozer wrecked them, because of course he did, but I don't think Pontius and Steve understood wrestling, as they kept laughing and getting up. Whoops. This enraged Umaga for obvious reasons, so he laid in some stiff shots to get the message across, and while it did cause some hoopla, come 2007, the two companies were trying to get this off the ground for a second time. The idea would be that this feud would continue into SummerSlam, and there's even posters for this. The marketing machine was well and truly in gear, and the start of it would be when the Jackass Boys interfered in Umaga's match with Jeff Hardy at the Great American Bash, which would then lead to the next pay-per-view. As has been a theme for this list, however, as soon as the Benoit incident went down, Johnny Knoxville and his friends pulled out, because nobody needed to be associated with this. Shane McMahon was sad, as he was the brains behind it, and amazingly at one point, the Jackass team was going over. That would have sparked something else entirely. Number 1, Ariel was fired after falling out with Batista. Now, you may not remember Shelly Martinez, as her tenure with WWE wasn't all that long, but her exit from the company did create some waves. It all tied into Batista, who apparently was quite the ladies' man back in the day, and eventually this led him to a relationship with Melina that just produced a ton of news. I mean, go and Google it. Who the hell knows what was going on? It didn't sound smooth, so eventually Shelly Ariel Martinez, who at the time was playing Kevin Thorne's vampire-like valet, went and confronted Big Dave about all this, and because the animal didn't take too kindly to it, a huge row broke out. Everybody has said that Ariel held her own as well, so fair play to her, but this was not a smart move at the time. WWE was a political minefield, and as Batista was higher up the chain, Martinez was soon let go. Talking to the VOC Nation in 2013, Shelly admitted all of this. The pair had an aggressive conversation backstage and accused Dave of saying things that nobody should ever let come out of their mouths. The best part, however, is what happened in 2011. Batista blamed the hostile environment for his actions and reached out to Martinez, and not only did they make up, they're now friends, and this is what I like to hear. WWE still shouldn't have fired her, and there is no way they do that today, but at least everything turned out alright in the end. Kinda. I'm sure Shelly would have preferred it if she had a bit more time at her job. This is 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2008. Number 10, John Morrison versus Candice Michelle. John Morrison's time in WWE was a little troubled because he was dating Melina, seemingly. That sounds weird, but anything she did that was considered a negative was then passed on to him because of association. Soon after, he was then also dubbed to have a bad attitude, I think because he tried to stand up for both himself and his partner. For example, at WrestleMania 27, there was some controversy around Morrison giving Trish Stratus the cold shoulder following their mixed tag, as he believed that spot should have been given to Melina. Candice Michelle got involved with this as well, apparently, as the two fell out in 2007, with Melina believing Candice was only being pushed because of how she looked. Johnny Boy continued this trend during a live blog on WWE.com during the No Mercy event in 2008, where he said, and this is a quote, "Candice Michelle looks like she's had way too much plastic surgery, and actually when Jenny McCarthy came to WWE to support autism, she thought Candice was special because of how she moves. I think Candice is vertically challenged. I mean, seriously, she can't jump." There was also another word in there, but I refuse to say it, and to repeat, these are not my words and they never would be, but that's what he said or wrote in this regard. It's a little too personal if you ask me, and as far as anyone knows, nothing came from it, other than more bad blood, I imagine. Jeez. Number 9, John Laurinaitis pushed hard for a Sid return.
I love Sid Justice, love him. Anyone that talks through their teeth like a crazed loon is alright by me, and despite his limitations, he was perfect for pro wrestling. He fit the mold. In 2008, though, he hadn't done all that much since breaking his leg at WWE Sin pay-per-view in 2001, but that didn't deter WWE's Vice President of Talent Relations, who thought he may be worth another look. John Laurinaitis believed in this so much he went and scouted him during an indie appearance, and this must have gone well in some sense because Sid started telling friends he was on his way back to the company. The problem, however, was that he wasn't. John had eyes and could see how big Sid still was, so when he asked if he could pass the wellness test and got told probably not, the plan was dropped. Make no mistake about it though, this was part of the plan at one point, and John did push hard to make it happen. Instead, we had to wait a few more years for the master and the ruler of the world to walk down the aisle on an episode of Raw in 2012. When he was there, he kicked the schlib out of Heath Slater. Number 8, Michael Hayes and racism. Michael Hayes is quite the character and according to many, an acquired taste. He wears loud clothes, speaks as if nobody can hear him, and has an old school view towards wrestling. That's probably a plus in some senses because he can bring a historic perspective to modern ideas, but in the same vein he also enjoys a drink. On that note, when he gets drunk he tends to do things he surely regrets after the fact. One instance of such behaviour was when he started doing some unplanned karaoke at Triple H and Stephanie McMahon's wedding. I'm sure that wasn't high on anybody's list, but it's harmless all things considered. Other circumstances were not, such as what happened in 2008. During a party that occurred during the WrestleMania 24 weekend, Hayes and Mark Henry were together when the former told the latter, "I'm more of an N-word than you are." He then tried to headbutt him, albeit in a playful manner. Needless to say, this did not go down well and Henry was furious. It wasn't the only example of this, as former black and Asian writers along with Bobby Lashley and Booker T have also insinuated how Hayes had used racist language and told racially insensitive jokes. All of this was also apparently a factor in Lashley leaving the company. There was more to this as well, and Hayes was suspended for 60 days because of this behaviour. When he came back, the first thing he did was apologise to Henry and all the African-American wrestlers. Hayes blamed the incident on his well-known drinking problems and told people he was taking Antabuse, which is a drug that makes you vomit when you consume alcohol. Learning from your mistakes is what life is all about, so let's hope that these days Hayes is a new man and understands where the hell he went wrong. Number 7, writers pitched for Flair vs Michaels at WrestleMania to go on last. Makes sense, right? At the time it seemed as if Ric Flair was about to wrestle his last match, which was true in terms of WWE, and it was a huge deal. Throw in that the build had been great, and plenty of people backstage thought it would be crazy to let anything else go on before it. That's why you may think it's a little weird that not only did Undertaker vs Edge close the show, but Triple H vs Cena vs Orton and Big Show vs Floyd Mayweather also went on after the Nature Boy had said goodbye. The reason for this? Well, it was Flair's choice. He didn't want to steal the spotlight from anybody else, and while the idea of the final shot being his robe left in the ring sounded cool, Rick was adamant that nothing should be considered more important than the World Championship. Now that is some old school thinking for you. It's a pretty selfless thing to do, especially as nobody would have complained. Plus, we had that emotional moment where Michaels apologised to Flair before pulling the trigger on the match-sealing super kick. It didn't take anything away from it, however, and really knowing this, it just ties into the performer that Ric Flair was. He's a damn hero. Number 6, Charlie Haas gets ribbed. Charlie Haas has had an odd WWE career. While it started well as his team with Shelton Benjamin smashed it, that hit a wall when he was released in July 2005. I doubt he minded at the time, given that he had been put with Rico and Hardcore Holly in random pairings that never got any kind of steam. He was rehired a year later and briefly reunited with Benjamin, but that soon stopped again, which left Charlie to buddy up with Viscera. When that hit its natural end, WWE had one final idea for Haas, and that was for him to be an impersonator. Okay. The writing was always on the wall for him, as it was said that Vince McMahon wasn't a fan, and he would even get teased for his crowd reactions or lack thereof. People backstage would call these a Haas pop. It does not sound like it was fun to be Charlie during this run. It got worse in 2008 when, for a joke, he was written into one of McMahon's million spots where he was also told he had to kiss Maria and Mae Young. What even is WWE? That was his fate 11 years ago, and ever since, we haven't heard much from him. Number 5, Triple H and video games. I was working in the video game industry when this rumor broke, and while it never filtered down to me, there were a lot of reports which gave it a lot of weight, including magazine Fighting Spirit, who straight up published a memo they had received from publisher THQ. As the title suggests, it said that with SmackDown vs. Raw 2009, Triple H was not allowed to be shown in a defenseless or vulnerable position, as well as that now WWE had entered a PG era, wrestlers shown bleeding or holding weapons were also banned. The latter you can understand, but the former just whipped the wrestling fanbase into a frenzy as they felt it proved everything they'd seen on TV over the years. It caused a proper rift between the publication and WWE, but you can't say the leak didn't achieve its goal. We're still talking about it now. Triple H wouldn't lose to Booker T at WrestleMania 19, and he wouldn't lose to him in a screenshot either. You've probably already guessed that as soon as the game was released, the internet was awash with images of the game getting his ass kicked. Number 4, dubious statements about Ashley Mazzaro. I include this one if nothing else to keep the name of Ashley Mazzaro alive so we don't forget the struggles she appeared to go through towards the end of her life. If you are feeling helpless or that something isn't right, please do reach out and speak to someone. Assistance is only ever a phone call away. But back in 2008, the internet reared its head again when it was claimed that Mazzaro was involved with an escort ring where high-powered business people could buy the services of porn stars and models. Ashley was quick to deny the claims and did so on her MySpace by simply writing they were false, and nothing ever came of this. She would leave WWE in the summer to focus on her sick daughter, so we should really use this as a reminder to be careful what is and isn't reported. You never know what else somebody is dealing with. Number 3, MVP gets in trouble. When Eddie Guerrero passed away in 2005, it served as a wake-up call for WWE. A more stringent drug testing policy was brought in, and that became even more serious after the Chris Benoit tragedy 2 years later. It meant in 2008 the company was on high alert, and rightfully so. It already helped MVP by highlighting that he suffered from a rare heart condition known as Wolff-Parkinson-White, so the most valuable player knew how it worked. In this year, though, those who were hired to carry out these drug tests clearly caught the former US champ on a bad day. During an August test, MVP asked his tester whether or not he had been to college. When he replied he had, the wrestler quipped, "So you went to school for 4 years to watch people's dicks." Classy. The man in question complained, and it led to a company meeting where talent were told not to insult those who were doing the tests. It got MVP in some trouble, and he saw his push hit a snag. The lesson is always be nice. It's just a lot easier. Number 2, there was talk about bringing Kurt Angle back. When Kurt Angle left WWE in 2006, many people were surprised. It seemed like he was on top of his game, so why on earth would both sides part ways? As it turned out, Angle was suffering both physically and personally and needed some time off. A few officials behind the scenes described him as a ticking time bomb. That's not good. Rather than take it easy, Angle jumped ship to TNA, where he did absolutely smash it. He did such a good job that when 2008 rolled around, WWE seriously considered picking up the phone and asking him to return. Michael Hayes and Shane McMahon had pitched ideas about how he could re-enter the fold. It was even greenlit that if it did happen, Angle could have a reduced schedule akin to Shawn Michaels. The real issue was Angle's contract ran till September 2009, so if anything was going to happen, a deal would have had to have been struck between the companies, but ultimately, nothing ever came of this. It fluttered away, and that was that. Number 1, Charlotte got arrested. We saw it happen on TV prior to WrestleMania 35, but 11 years before that, the real-life Ashley Flair was actually being arrested for real. Eep. It sounds like it got quite out of control as she was tasered in September 2008 after resisting police officers, and all of this was following some incident between her boyfriend Ricky Johnson, and father Rick. All three were apparently involved in a fight which left the Nature Boy bloody, but he refused to press charges, and Charlotte was charged with assault. For her transgression, she was sentenced to 45 days in jail that was later suspended to supervised probation and a $200 fine. During this probation, she was required to seek drug and alcohol treatment and was subject to random drug tests. As she entered her guilty plea, she also said she was sorry. Obviously, we're past this now and all is wonderful, and again, it's a good example of learning from your errors and growing out the other side. No one really talks about WWE in 2009, which of course was a decade ago. A very odd year for the company. Nobody could come up with any new ideas, so we just stuck to what had worked before. That meant Randy Orton versus John Cena, Randy Orton versus Triple H, and a DX reunion. because why the hell not? Thankfully, CM Punk's transformation into the straight-edged heel and the awesome matches between Chris Jericho and Rey Mysterio meant it was worth staying as a fan, and you could also see the potential of both Cody Rhodes and Ted DiBiase Jr. Away from the ring, this was also a time where Jeff Hardy got arrested for drug possession just days after leaving WWE, and when Shane McMahon surprised everybody by stepping away from the promotion entirely. Don't forget, he wouldn't return until 2016. There's plenty more of these nuggets too when you dive in, which is why I'm Simon from WhatCulture. Remember to subscribe, and this is 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2009. Number 10, the heat on CM Punk. Throughout his WWE career, it seemed like there was always some sort of controversy surrounding CM Punk. Probably because he never shied away from voicing his opinion, Punk was labelled as having a bad attitude by his peers and soon WWE management. That's never good, and it came home to roost in October 2009 when he spoke up loud and proud. Already the World Heavyweight Champion and arguably the best heel in the company following a great Jeff Hardy summer feud, Punk would pretty much wear whatever he wanted as WWE travelled from town to town. That caused some issues backstage, and as a locker room leader, The Undertaker pulled the upstart to one side and suggested he should think about buying a nice suit and putting it on when representing the promotion. Apparently, Punk's response to that was to ask why the same wasn't being asked of John Cena, who was allowed to walk around the place in his jorts and t-shirt. When that got back to Vince McMahon, he saw it as Punk thinking he was a bigger star than Cena, which meant he had to be brought back down to earth. As such, Punk was booked to lose to Taker at the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view in less than 10 minutes. Punk got owned too and had his belt taken away. 2 months later, CM was losing to R-Truth in a dark match. The lesson? Pick your spots. Number 9, Candice Michelle's release. Much like a lot of entertainment fields, there is an emphasis put on a performer's looks in WWE. While not as streamlined as it once was, you still notice that a lot of people towards the top of the card have a certain physical appearance. It's not great by any stretch of the imagination, and we are doing better, but let's not pretend otherwise. If you're a man and jacked, Vince McMahon probably likes that, and if you're a woman, especially during the Diva era, it was a plus to be in model shape. Makes me uncomfortable saying it, to be honest, but again, it's quite clear that it was a thing. Back in 2009, not adhering to this idea could actually have dire consequences, or so it is said, as Candice Michelle found out firsthand. One of the preferred individuals on the roster at one stage, she was just released in June 2009. The rumoured reason was that after getting injured and putting on some weight, Candice was no longer what the promotion was looking for. It wasn't just female related, as Manu also got let go this year after battling weight issues, but it's still not an easy concept to accept. That's life though, people. Sometimes it sucks. Number 8, CM Punk versus Maria. While this didn't happen in the ring, CM Punk and former girlfriend Maria did decide to make their beef quite personal in 2009. Having dated back in 2006, Maria started the war of words when she responded to a question during a radio interview regarding what kind of man she was looking for now she was no longer seeing Punk. Maria said she was looking for someone who's going to treat me like a lady and not like one of the boys. This was soon interpreted as a shot at the voice of the voiceless. Afterwards, during his own interview about Playboy Playmates, Punk said that he felt Playboy Playmates are so overrated, I also like a woman with brains. That was then seen as a swipe back at Maria, who had posed for the magazine in 2008. Ever since this fallout, Maria has revealed their breakup wasn't a pleasant one, but that she harbours no ill feelings towards Punk. I bet she wouldn't have said that in 2009. And surely all this teaches us is that we should keep this stuff private. Otherwise everyone else makes that emoji face with the gritted teeth. It's never fun to witness. Number 7, the Great Khali and the Big Show have a backstage fight, which apparently was horrendous. Even if you didn't enjoy what they did in front of a camera, apparently that was 1,000 times better than what happened behind the scenes during a September 2009 house show in Puerto Rico. It is still known to this day as one of the most hilarious fights the locker room has ever seen. Starting because of Show's frustrations when working with Khali, which he came clean about on Chris Jericho's podcast, the 500-pounder straight up said that his opponent was the shit. That means really bad. Khali responded in kind, and when Show went to punch the giant, he slipped on somebody's bag and fell over. That allowed Khali to get on top of him to land some blows before plenty of wrestlers, including The Undertaker, broke it up. Show and Khali were separated for the rest of the tour, and the blame backstage lay on Big Show for starting the fight in the first place. How good would it be if this somehow ended up on the network though, eh? Better than anything else Big Show and Khali ever did. Number 6, Umaga's release. When Umaga got his release in June 2009, everyone was confused. confused. Firstly, it came just 24 hours after his loss to CM Punk in a Samoan strap match at the Extreme Rules pay-per-view. That was quite a good spot, so what on earth had happened backstage that led to him being dismissed? Eventually the truth came out, and it turned out that Umaga had failed a wellness test for the second time. Even then though, we had questions. Several WWE wrestlers had done the same, including Randy Orton, and yet they were still with the company. Furthermore, Umaga was penciled in to work a headline feud with The Undertaker later in the year, and that's not something you walk away from. And then we learned the whole deal. Umaga's substance abuse was considered a serious problem, and after he had rejected WWE's orders that he enter a rehab facility, it was decided it was best to just cut him loose. He wrestled sporadically on the indie circuit in the months afterwards, including the Hulk Hogan Hulkamania tour of Australia in late November, but tragically the man behind the gimmick, Edward Fatu, would pass away December 4th in 2009. He suffered a heart attack at his home. The official cause of death was listed as acute toxicity due to the combined effects of hydrocodone, carisoprodol, and diazepam. So when you look at it like that, WWE tried to get him the help that he needed, but he just wasn't in a place where he could accept it. Heartbreaking is not the word. Number 5, WWE tried to sign Finn Balor. That's right, in 2009, which begs the question why it took till May 2014 before this actually came together. The hell took so long? It was obvious why they wanted him, however. Anyone who had watched the Irishman in New Japan Pro Wrestling knew he had huge potential. WWE was keeping an eye on Devitt's progress and was impressed by what they saw, so much so that they offered him a contract in this year. Devitt turned down the offer because, as he said on Jericho's podcast in May 2016, he felt like he hadn't achieved anything at the time in New Japan. That was probably the right move too. If he had signed 10 years ago, he wouldn't have had the safe haven of Triple H's NXT, or been far away enough from the movement that you had to be 6'4" and 250 pounds to wrestle for the WWE. Waiting 5 more years before joining meant the company was totally different, and helped Balor become the superstar we know him as today. Smart move, Finn. Very smart move. Number 4, Vince McMahon wanted to fight Frank Shamrock backstage at WrestleMania. Which is crazy, right? We all know Vince McMahon has balls of steel, but even then, wanting to fight a former UFC star away from the public at WrestleMania 25 doesn't sound like a good idea at all. Wasn't even going to make any money out of it. Coming after an altercation between Chris Jericho and Mickey Rourke as the actor completely forgot what pro wrestling was, their scheduled match was turned into a 3-on-1 handicaps legend bout where Y2J took on Roddy Piper, Ricky Steamboat, and Jimmy Snuka. Before all of that though, Rourke was offended by some comments Jericho had made about him in a promo because he thought that Chris actually wanted to beat him up. Yep. He worked himself into a shoot. Mickey was so worried he brought an entourage with him to Mania in case things went bad, and one of these was the former UFC middleweight champion Frank Shamrock. When McMahon first saw him though, he wasn't best impressed. This came direct from Jericho's third autobiography. Vince stared down the rampway at Rourke's gang. "You kidding me? Those guys?" he laughed. He motioned at Dean Malenko and Fit Finlay, who were talking at ringside. "You, me, Finlay, and Malenko could beat the shit out of them. I mean, look at that one guy. He's a midget." The midget Vince was referring to was Shamrock, the multiple-time UFC champion. I smiled at Vince and said, "Well, if anything goes down, I'll take Rourke and you take the midget." "Damn right I will," he murmured, and swaggered out of the ring. Vince McMahon, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, all of that was lifted word for word from Jericho's book. Number 3, Power Slam magazine goes after Triple H. Today, Triple H is beloved and rightfully so. He has his finger on the pulse of pro wrestling and his work in NXT is excellent. He's built a brand, and it's a brand that most fans love. Back in 2009, however, that was not the case at all. I'm not gonna lie, I still liked him as I always have because he got me into lifting weights, but a lot of people hadn't forgiven the game for what they deemed to be a reign of terror from 2002 to 2003, where he buried Booker T, Chris Jericho, and Rob Van Dam. So when British wrestling magazine Power Slam had the opportunity to talk to Triple H in October 2009, they decided to straight up ask him about it as Danny flexed and said, "What do you say to those who accuse you of zealously safeguarding your position at the top of the card and refusing to help elevate wrestlers to the main event level?" Talk about going in without messing around. To match the tone, Triple H fired back with, "All the stars are at a certain level, You can't make someone a star by simply bringing other stars down, That's not how the business works, It's not how it's ever worked, The new stars have to rise on their own, What big star ever laid down for me, As you can imagine, it caused quite the stir on message boards where fans mentioned names like The Rock and Mick Foley. I'm not going to argue about it now because it was 10 years ago, but please feel free to do that in the comments while also telling me it was a really bad idea to do that Triple H impression. Number 2, the Briscoe brothers had a tryout match. Today there's an influx of Ring of Honor and other indie talent that makes their way to WWE and NXT, but believe me, that wasn't always the way. There used to be such a huge stigma around non-WWE guys that made the jump really difficult. Just go and look at what CM Punk and Daniel Bryan had to go through when they first got there. Even still, in 2009, WWE were willing to offer a select few tryouts, and one of these went to the Briscoe brothers, Mark and Jay. Plying their trade in ROH and Noah, as well as various other promotions since 2002, they got their chance at a SmackDown taping in November. A week-long camp followed down in FCW, which is where this ran out of steam. WWE decided they weren't interested because the team had not been found to be cosmetically pleasing. This didn't seem to bother them that much because Jay laughed about it during a promo in 2011, and whether they ever make it to WWE now is anybody's guess. What they say on Twitter is probably not going to help them, and really, they should probably stop doing that. Number 1, Rey Mysterio refuses to lose to Dolph Ziggler. Who here actually believes that Rey Mysterio of all people would refuse to lose to someone? I would imagine the figure is very low, as such a statement is usually reserved for the likes of Hulk Hogan and Shawn Michaels. Mysterio never seemed to be this way inclined, but that doesn't mean he wasn't against doing it, as he proved in 2009. Asked to drop his newly won Intercontinental Championship to Dolph Ziggler at Night of Champions, Rey had only won the belt from Chris Jericho the previous month and had been promised a lengthy reign. Annoyed at WWE for asking him to drop it so soon, Rey said, nope. Everybody was clearly insistent on this as they asked Rey if he would lose to Dolph a month later at SummerSlam, and once again Rey felt it was far too soon. Eventually Mysterio dropped the belt to John Morrison a month after that, following a wellness policy violation which Rey contested, and why Dolph wasn't used there is anybody's guess. Credit has to go for Rey to sticking to his guns and calling WWE's bluff though, as if that's what he was promised, that's what he should have gotten. And he kinda did. Kinda.
2010. How time flies. A year when I looked like this and WWE looked like this. But as the years go by, the secrets of the past tend to come out. And with that in mind, I'm Adam Wilborn from WhatCulture, and these are 10 things you didn't know about WWE in 2010. Number 10. DX say Goldberg is not Hall of Fame worthy. Although Triple H and Shawn Michaels were both out of action in 2010, that didn't stop the DX boys from making headlines and causing a bit of controversy. The two reunited for a series of media appearances intended to promote the forthcoming WrestleMania, and they were asked about the possibility of Bill Goldberg entering the WWE Hall of Fame during an online interview. Triple H, who has a long-standing real-life feud with the man, had this to say: as far as the Hall of Fame goes, it's tough. We have a unique business, and we do try to do a legitimate Hall of Fame. I mean, yeah, look at all these guys that are in it. We try to honour the guys that deserve it. Just using Bill as an example, how many years did he wrestle? Not many. Now, whilst it wasn't so surprising that the game questioned Goldberg's Hall of Fame credentials, the two men have never gotten along. What was more surprising was when Michaels chimed in with the following: to me, he's not even in the ballpark. Not because he's not talented, but greatness doesn't happen in a few years. Ouch. At least it all worked out in the end, eh? Number 9. Edge was openly talking about retiring. Edge returned to WWE at the 2010 Royal Rumble after over 6 months on the sidelines with a torn Achilles tendon. He came back strong, winning the match and going on, of course, to contest a main event feud with Jericho in the spring. However, by the time June rolled around, Edge was already confiding in his peers that he wanted to retire by 2012. Edge, who had suffered a host of serious injuries in the last 7 years, felt like his body was telling him to stop. It was clear he was still in a lot of pain. Edge wouldn't end up making it to 2012 though, being forced to retire in April 2011 as a result of spinal stenosis. Well, at least retire for a bit before he made Adam Nicholas explode by returning at the 2020 Royal Rumble. Number 8. The reasons behind the April releases. WWE went on a post-WrestleMania talent cull tear, air on April 22nd, 2010. Some of the names on that list came as a shock to fans. They couldn't all be due to cost-cutting measures, could they? Mickie James was a multi-time women's champion and a constant fixture on WWE TV. Shelton Benjamin had been in WWE for a decade, 8 of those years spent wrestling on television, and Funaki had been with the company since the late 90s and was considered a WWE lifer. So what happened? Well, here are some of the individual reasons for their releases that you may not have heard about. Mickie James, for example, was released because of several run-ins allegedly with Batista. At one point, Batista, again allegedly, threatened to quit the company if James wasn't released, and The Undertaker had to step in. For Shelton Benjamin, the gold standard was given his pink slip because many in the company were frustrated with his inability to push through to the next level, believing him to be lazy and coasting through the job. There's Mike Knox, who was a favourite of WWE stars Triple H and Shawn Michaels, but was accused of not carrying himself like a star backstage. For Funaki, the Japanese wrestler was only saved from repeated cuts due to his close friendships with John Laurinaitis and Shawn Michaels. Once HBK retired, Funaki was then released. And then there's Katie Lee Burchill, who was apparently just making up the numbers in an already crowded Divas division. Brutal. Number 7. Animosity towards Sheamus in the WWE locker room. After spending 2 years working in WWE's developmental territory, Sheamus was called up to the big time in June 2009. And then, suddenly, a few months later, he was thrust into a main event program with John Cena and shockingly downed the C Nation leader at TLC in December to capture his first WWE Championship. So how did the Irishman land this gig so fast? Simply put, it was allegedly because he was good friends with Triple H. Yes, the Celtic warrior and the cerebral assassin bonded over bench presses in the weight room. Whilst the relationship was and is a legitimate one, by early 2010 some were beginning to tire of Sheamus's supposed sucking up. Most were of the opinion that, had Sheamus not buddied up to Triple H, that he wouldn't be the recipient of such a big push. And wouldn't you know it, guess who Triple H picked to work with him at WrestleMania? Yeah, no prizes for guessing Sheamus. Number 6. The Raw crew were stranded in Europe due to the volcanic ash cloud. When a volcano called... yeah, I'm not even attempting that one. Erupted in Iceland in 2010, it caused a giant ash cloud to hover over Europe. This meant that air travel was severely restricted. Unfortunately for WWE, its Raw crew of superstars were finishing up a European tour when all of this went down. Many Raw superstars just simply couldn't make it out of Europe, and so SmackDown talent, their crew had made it out, were drafted in to fill in for them. The April 19th episode of Raw was renamed Monday Night SmackDown and boasted matches such as The Undertaker vs. Jack Swagger and Triple H, Rey Mysterio and Edge vs. CM Punk, Chris Jericho and Luke Gallows. Lillian Garcia, recognizing that her then former employer was in a jam, kindly volunteered her services for the night, and her reward for this act of selflessness was Triple H taking a dig at her over the house mic for having a horse face. Classy. Number 5. Tiffany released for assaulting her husband, Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre was a big favourite of Vince McMahon back in the day, primarily due to his good looks, long hair, decent physique, and height. I know, McMahon liking a wrestler mainly for superficial reasons. Well, I never. The Scot was thought to be a surefire future WWE champion, which I suppose technically nowadays was true, and was brought back to WWE TV as Vince's chosen one in September 2009. WWE pushed his televised winning streak and continued to reference his supposed destined greatness. Then, all of a sudden, he surrendered his winning streak in a tame match with Kane on the February 26th episode of SmackDown. Suddenly, he found himself being de-pushed. However, as disappointing as things might have been on screen, they were a whole lot worse in his personal life. McIntyre made headlines in August when his wife, WWE diva Tiffany, was arrested after supposedly assaulting him in a hotel room. The newlyweds had been attending a party at the Playboy Mansion, but once they returned to their quarters, things turned nasty. WWE suspended Tiffany for the incident, eventually releasing her on November 19th. Number 4. Serena Deeb released for breaking kayfabe. Serena Deeb made quite an impression in her WWE debut when she became the first woman to have her head shaved completely bald by wannabe spiritual leader and supposed straight edge savior CM Punk. It was a welcomed break for Deeb, who'd been busting her ass on the indies for the previous 5 years. Serena was a valuable member of the roster and, along with Luke Gallows, definitely added something to Punk's act. She was a featured player on SmackDown and was getting good reviews from her peers and her fans, which is why her August 20th release was so shocking. What had caused Deeb to be let go? Well, the main reason was that she wasn't living the gimmick, apparently. See, as a member of the Straight Edge Society, Deeb was supposed to abstain from alcohol. Punk's charge had been indulging in one too many heavy nights of partying for WWE's liking, and believing she wasn't taking her role seriously enough, the company decided to let her go. Thankfully, though, now she's mint in AEW. Number 3. Edge and Chris Jericho argued with John Cena on the SummerSlam finish. Oh, the Nexus. Things started off so well with their shocking invasion of Raw in June 2010. It was a powerful angle and a big statement. Clearly, these men were to be taken seriously. They were a threat to WWE. Just not to John Cena, apparently. At the end of the Nexus vs Team WWE elimination match at SummerSlam, Cena survived a DDT on the concrete to come back and easily beat Justin Gabriel and Wade Barrett. It was a senseless decision that did irreparable damage to the Nexus guys. Many online and in the wrestling press couldn't believe WWE had booked such a short-sighted finish, and it emerged in December 2013 that Edge and Chris Jericho were dead set against the finish and even argued with Cena about it. Had Cena chosen to listen to the veterans' advice, we might now be discussing the Nexus as one of the best stables in WWE history. As it is, the whole thing goes down as a colossal disappointment. Number 2. Intoxicated Hardy Boys shoot on CM Punk in a bizarre video. CM Punk and Jeff Hardy had one of the most critically and commercially rewarding rivalries of 2009. The likeable, free-spirited Jeff and the preachy, heelish Punk made for natural adversaries. Their promos and angles were fantastic, and they delivered between the ropes too. However, behind the scenes, things were not all well. The two men's personalities clashed, and Jeff was deeply offended when Punk cut a promo at him at Breaking Point in October, in which the straight edge superstar admonished the charismatic Enigma for his high-profile September 11th arrest. It should be noted that Punk did that promo under orders from Vince McMahon, though. And then this video, which was posted in December, showed an intoxicated Jeff shooting on his former foe. Jeff questioned Punk's lifestyle choice, called Punk a nerd, and claimed that he made Punk a mother-flipping superstar before telling him, f*** you. Jeff's most damning attack, however, was his claim that Punk took Ambien to go to sleep. Ambien is a prescription drug, which Jeff was insinuating would make Punk's drug-free lifestyle a sham. Panning to Matt, Jeff's brother added that whenever Punk's then girlfriend had a problem with him, Matt was the guy she would call. Number 1. WWE Pyro Man accidentally sets The Undertaker on fire. Yes, of course, we all know this nowadays, but back then, WWE really didn't want this one getting out. If there is one WWE wrestler you don't want to accidentally set on fire, it's probably the bloody Undertaker. Few performers are as respected or feared for real than the dead man, so the WWE Pyro guy must have been saying a prayer or two when he inadvertently sent a fireball the Phenom's way during his entrance at the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view. Taker, the reigning World Heavyweight Champion, was making his way to the ring to defend his crown in the chamber when something went horribly wrong. Instead of his trademark fireballs appearing either side of him, one was set off in the middle of the entranceway. Unfortunately, Taker bore the brunt of it, suffering first and second degree burns to his face, neck and chest. Fortunately for him, his hat and long trench coat shielded him partially from the flames. It could have been a lot worse. Ever the pro, Undertaker worked the match as scheduled despite being in severe pain and discomfort, and when he got backstage, he reportedly, understandably, went absolutely ballistic over the botch.
WCW may have died almost 20 years ago, but it lasts long in the memory. As World Championship Wrestling started to struggle and lost its foothold in the war, they did what a lot of companies do and panicked. Shock TV sounded like a great idea to try and turn things around, so they did whatever the hell they thought they could get away with. Turns out, wasn't such a great concept at all. I'm Simon for WhatCulture. Please make sure you subscribe. And it's times WCW went too far. The spike heard around the world. We'll begin with a curveball, as this happened way before WCW was on the verge of shutting down, and instead occurred in the late 80s. The rule of the day then was that you could not put blood on television, something Dusty Rhodes had issues with, because man, that guy liked to bleed. Unlike Jesse Ventura in Predator, he had the time. After Ted Turner had bought Jim Crockett Promotions and renamed it though, he allowed the American Dream to keep on booking the promotion because he knew the man was a genius. The only thing he asked was that yes, you can't put blood on TV. Have a guess what Dusty Rhodes did. Deciding he wanted to turn the Road Warriors into bad guys despite the fact they were loved, Rhodes came up with an angle where Animal would stab him in the eye using their famous shoulder pads. It was all leading to a match at Starrcade 88 where the future Legion of Doom would take on Dusty and Sting, and although Turner was livid, he waited till the event was done before telling Rhodes that he could go home for good. And yeah, to be fair, this was more of a case of Dusty going too far as opposed to WCW, but it remains a long talked about example of a company biting itself in the ass. It wasn't massively over or something fans were invested in, and all it did was create controversy. The finger poke of doom. The 4th of January 1999 was a night that changed wrestling forever, and not in a good way. Well, no, from a WWE point of view, it was great, because it was when Mick Foley won the world title for the first time. But WCW went in a very different direction, and pretty much pissed off their entire fan base. These two events clashed as well, because just before we would get this live fiasco, commentator Tony Schiavone was instructed to tell World Championship Wrestling Nitro viewers that they shouldn't turn over to the taped Raw show, because all that was happening was Mankind was winning the belt. He then finished that off with, "Ha! That's gonna put butts in seats," and as soon as he had finished those words, around 600,000 people changed the channel. Whoops. They made the right call, mind, because they had stuck with Nitro, they would have been mortified. WCW had their own world title contest on this evening, as Kevin Nash, who had just beaten Goldberg's 173 match winning streak, was taking on longtime friend and now rival Hulk Hogan. Wasn't the worst thing in the world on paper. What was, is that despite all the build and the flipping story, Hogan poked Nash in the chest, he went down like he'd been shot, and the NWO had been reformed, which was the last thing anybody wanted. The audience felt screwed, the competition was having a feel-good moment on the other station, and if you want to say this is when WCW went into complete freefall, I don't think I'm going to argue with you. The madness with Jeff Jarrett and Hulk Hogan. Wrestling is at its best when it's not complicated and makes sense. Of course it is. Some trained athletes hate each other and they want to have a fight. That's it. You don't need to blur the lines to the point of madness. Vince Russo didn't really agree with that statement. His whole MO was to confuse the fans as much as possible to make you think that wrestling used to be fake, but maybe now it was real. But the amount of nonsense he brought to WCW in the year 2000 was something else, topped off by what happened at the Bash at the Beach pay-per-view. I will do my best to explain. Jeff Jarrett was scheduled to defend his WCW world title against Hulk Hogan and was gonna win. Hogan, however, invoked his creative control clause from his contract and said he wouldn't lose, leaving Jarrett to actually come out, lay down in the ring, and tell Hulk to just pin him because of all this. So we were taking backstage shenanigans and just showing it to the audience. For some reason, Hogan then cut a promo on Russo saying how awful all this was, before Vinny himself came out later and said all of that was null and void, and Jarrett was going to take on Booker T instead. What? The plan was for Hogan to return down the line and have a champion versus champion feud, but mercifully we never got to that because higher-ups in the company actually saw some sense. This was terrible 20 years ago, and it is terrible now. Miss Hancock's forgotten pregnancy. Okay, brace yourself for this. On the 13th of August 2000, Miss Hancock and Major Guns, and yes, those names are what you think they are, had a fight in some mud. Because why not? Guns won after kicking Hancock in the stomach, and it was heavily implied that she was pregnant, and this kick may have cost her the child. Oh boy. Over the next few months, this all became part of Nitro as on-screen lover David Flair and Hancock went through all the emotions, including adultery, and naturally the big reveal that David wasn't the father. The narrative then became a case of who is the dad. He and Buff Bagwell even had a first blood DNA match. Flub off. The spotlight was then shone on Jeff Jarrett when all of a sudden, it just stopped. The story vanished from TV, as did Hancock, only to return a few months later with Shawn Stasiak by his side. To make this worse, she had a stroller as well, and then claimed she made up the pregnancy for attention and that her baby was actually Stasiak. Kill me. Tank Abbott threatens murder. Towards the end of their life, WCW loved pole matches. Or Vince Russo did. Every stupid thing found its way onto a pole, including a mouse Viagra and even Judy Bagwell. I mean, she was on a forklift, but it was the same damn thing. Another of these treats was when Tank Abbott fought Big Al in a leather jacket on a pole match. It was just these two punching each other for 4 minutes until Tank got the jacket and won. Who cares, right? Exactly. It was afterwards when things picked up. Why? Well, Abbott got a switchblade and held it to Al's throat, telling him that he was, and I quote, going to f***ing kill him. Tony Schiavone tried to explain that this meant Tank was going to cut his beard, but there was one problem. Big Al didn't have a beard. Nobody actually knew what was going on or how this happened, with the only real takeaway being that an actual murder may be about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, WCW. Now, Terry Funk saves Chris Candido from a horse. As was the way in the late 90s and early 2000s, you had to have a hardcore title. ECW had started a trend that everybody jumped on, with both WWF and WCW kind of treating theirs as a joke. You did see a lot of hard-hitting action though, so I suppose it was fine. In the year 2000, Terry Funk and Chris Candido were fighting over it on an episode of Thunder when things got out of hand. The match went all the way to the back, then outside onto a flatbed truck that sped away from the arena. I mean, what the hell was going on? The pair wound up at a ranch because of course they did, and you know what? Funk and Candido actually had a pretty fun fight. Unfortunately, the nearby horses hadn't been clued up about this, and after Terry had hit Chris with a pile driver, the nervous steed kicked out, coming way too close to smashing Candido in the skull. If it had connected with Chris's head, he likely would have died. There's nothing wrong with this kind of scrap in principle, but just do it away from the damn horse. Number 3, Oklahoma. Everybody was taking pot shots during the Monday Night Wars. Some were stupid, most were unnecessary, but WCW's parody of Jim Ross portrayed by Ed Ferrara known as Oklahoma was straight up mean-spirited and horrible. Most fans knew that JR had suffered from horrendous bouts of Bell's palsy throughout his career, and yet WCW thought it'd be fine to take shots at him for his illness. This is very, very wrong. Eventually, the sheer outlandishness of it was picked up on and that part of the character was dropped, but for some reason, Oklahoma continued and was an integral part of Nitro. He became a super misogynist and the whole thing hit rock bottom when the fake JR brought out then WCW Cruiserweight Champion Medusa so a doctor could lambast her. I mean, it was awful. It was just awful. The sheer lunacy of this also saw him win that title, becoming the heaviest champion in history, and this was bad from the start and it got worse and worse and worse. And what did we do it for? To take the mick out of a guy that was universally beloved by fans. Great work, you geniuses. Number 2, Canyon and the Kemper Arena. Before we start, I don't think this was on Canyon. In fact, anytime someone talks about the man, it's nothing but glowing praise. Either way though, WCW should never have done this. If you recognize the name Kemper Arena, it's because it's where Owen Hart tragically fell to his death on the 23rd of May 1999. Remains one of the worst things to ever happen within pro wrestling, and 21 years on, it's just as heartbreaking. It never ever should have gone down. Despite that, however, a little shy of the first anniversary of this, World Championship Wrestling thought it would be a good idea to have a pay-per-view in the same venue and have a wrestler take a stupid, needless bump as the announcers sold it like something was seriously wrong. So essentially aping the Owen Hart situation. What the hell? Teasing death regardless is bad enough, but to do it like this was unthinkable. Canyon was shot off the top of a cage by Mike Awesome as everyone sold it as if the worst had happened. What does make it worse is that both guys would pass away within the same decade, and this is not why we watch wrestling. It is just not. Number 1, the final solution. This one baffles my brain, especially as a Jewish man. What on earth was anybody thinking? As Hulk Hogan had arrived in WCW, of course the promotion was going to jump on the whole "what monster will stop him" gimmick that had been working for years. Before long, a stupid group called the Alliance to End Hulkamania had been established and featured the likes of Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, and Meng. If you want to know who else was in it though? The final solution. How?
Wow! The real-life Jeep Swenson was given this name, and thankfully after a sea of complaints it got changed. Wasn't that great as it was switched to the Ultimate Solution, and management's claim that they had no idea around the historical meaning of this was even more insulting. If you're lying, you're assholes, and if you're telling the truth, why on earth aren't you more educated? This really was bottom of the barrel stuff, and if it was done to garner some kind of attention, it got all the wrong headlines, so nobody benefited anyway. As some interesting trivia to end this as positively as we can, Swenson actually went on to play Bane in the Batman and Robin movie, although sadly passed away 2 months after it was released. Man, oh dear. Number 10, Daniel Bryan and the WWE title. Bryan was so beloved he won the WWE title once more in 2018 after booting AJ Styles right in the balls. Now this was kind of odd as it meant Daniel had to turn to the dark side, but we all know the deal. He transformed into an eco-caring warrior that was a joy to watch. None of this was a problem. As WrestleMania 35 loomed closer though, Kofi Kingston stumbled into a position where all of a sudden it seemed like he was destined to win the big one. It was tough to believe because we'd been waiting for this for a decade. So who went out of their way to make sure it happened? Daniel flippin' Bryan. As Kofi has said in multiple interviews, DB ensured that their ending to the story was Kingston winning the title, which means yes, he was telling those in charge he wanted rid of the gold. It was exactly the right move because Kofi winning on that stage was perfect. Let's not talk about how he lost it. Number 9, Chris Benoit and the WCW title. That sold out in January 2000. Bret Hart was set to defend his world title against Sid Vicious. Sadly, the Hitman's concussion issues were about to come to a head, meaning management needed a replacement. They settled on Chris Benoit. The problem was that during this time, Benoit along with his fellow radicals were talking about leaving the company. He was done with not being used and always undermined, so was happy to go, and for some reason, WCW didn't believe him. As such, and hoping it would keep him around, the decision was made to have Benoit win at the pay-per-view and give him his first run as a world champion. None of this did any good. The next night on Nitro, Benoit still wanted to leave, even though he was told in doing so, he would be stripped of the title. I'm sure you figured out he didn't give two hoots about this, so just gave it back and went and joined WWE. World Championship Wrestling in 2000, everyone. An utter mess. Number 8, Becky Lynch and the Raw Women's title. During night 1 of WrestleMania 36, Becky Lynch defended her Women's Championship when she used the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up, and beat Shayna Baszler. We didn't know it at the time, but it was going to be her last match for a while. Shortly after on Raw, she came to the ring and invited Asuka to join her, where she willingly gave up her belt to the woman who had just won the Money in the Bank briefcase. Of course, Becky was pregnant. The storyline then became the winner of that gimmick match was actually going to be crowned the champ. It was a lovely moment. Amazingly too, this was never the plan. During an appearance on the Bella Twins podcast, Lynch admitted she wanted to lose the title to Shayna and even said as much to management. She also wanted to do that again after she found out she was going to have a child, but we all know the deal. It wasn't happening. It is kind of a shame as it would have helped Baszler no end, but I'm not going to worry about this now. Number 7, Ricky Steamboat and the Intercontinental title. As we all know, during their WrestleMania 3 Classic, Ricky Steamboat reversed Randy Savage's scoop slam into the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up, to become the Intercontinental Champion. It's as good now as it was then. The plan was to have Steamboat hold it for a while, but after a few months, Ricky actually went to Vince McMahon and asked to lose it because he wanted to take some time off. He felt like it was important to be close to his family, especially as his wife was expecting their first son, plus he had a bunch of injuries he needed to recover from. This did not go down well. So on June 13th, Butch Reed was chosen to replace him until he oddly no-showed a Superstars taping. As McMahon tried to find a replacement, Hulk Hogan of all people suggested the Honky Tonk Man, and let's just say Steamboat wasn't pleased. I mean, who wants to lose to the guy who thinks he's Elvis? It also meant when Ricky returned properly, he was never used the same way again, and that just sucked, and it got so bad, he eventually left for WCW. Go figure. Number 6, Tommy Dreamer and the ECW title. Tommy Dreamer loved being the underdog so much, he would regularly tell people he never wanted to win a world title. He didn't even want to win a tag team championship until Paul Heyman convinced him otherwise, because Dreamer just didn't think it made sense with his character. It was an interesting take. His dream was to be the guy that always got close, but never won the big one. That all changed at SummerSlam 2000. Once again talked into doing it, Tommy did indeed beat Taz for the ECW world title, but he had one proviso.
proviso, he wanted to lose it immediately. And so yes, during the same night he won it, he also lost it in an impromptu match versus Just Incredible. As it turned out, this was the best thing he could have done, as it enhanced his persona even more. Even when Tommy Dreamer touched the clouds, he was tragically pulled back down to earth. Number 5, Bruno Sammartino and the WWF World title. Bruno Sammartino held this belt for 2,803 days during a single reign. That record will never be broken because that means he had it for just over 7.5 years. Amazingly too, if Bruno wanted to be so, this stretch could have gone on for longer. Vince McMahon Sr. was more than happy with Sammartino's work and drawing power, but it was Bruno who felt like he needed a break, and a break meant relinquishing the gold. As Sammartino mentioned in many interviews, he just felt beat up as he'd been traveling the world, and given he wasn't one for even taking an aspirin, he just felt like it was the right time to step away. It all resulted in him losing the title to a genuinely shocked crowd on the 18th of January 1971. Fans could not believe it when Ivan Koloff beat him in the ring, and the only thing you could use to compare it to the modern day was when Brock Lesnar broke the Undertaker's streak. Surely something must have gone wrong. Fast forward a year and McMahon wanted to put the belt back around Sammartino's waist, which he agreed to do as long as he got more money and a lighter schedule. Smart. Even then though, it was Bruno who decided to ask for this burden to be taken off his back for the same reason as before. He just wanted to rest. Number 4, Ric Flair and the NWA World title. We all know that Ric Flair is one of the greatest of all time, and he carved out a huge part of that legacy when he was the NWA champion. Such was his drawing power, the Nature Boy was invited to the Dominican Republic in 1982 for a world title match against Jack Veneno in front of 14,000 fans. Veneno was a local hero, so promoters knew this would work, so much so that Flair was paid thousands of dollars and a percentage of the live gate for doing it. So we did. This is where wrestling politics slowly came into play. Knowing they wanted to give the crowd something, Jack did indeed get Flair to pass out thanks to a sleeper, although sadly the time limit had expired. It meant while the challenger celebrated like he was a champion, the record books didn't officially recognize it. This of course led to a second match, and this time Rick would win to clear up any confusion. To save face, Roddy Piper would help out, and then he and Flair could get the hell out of there, but it did not go that way. Instead, when Piper tried to interfere, armed guards stopped him, leaving the match in a bit of a pickle. Flair realized there would likely be a riot if he won, so told Jack to roll him up to appease the audience, and that's exactly what happened. It caused the NWA a lot of internal issues for obvious reasons, but let's face it, Flair did this for his own safety. I kinda think that's more important. Number 3, CM Punk and the Ring of Honor World title. The original Summer of Punk that happened in Ring of Honor in 2005 is widely considered as one of the best runs in the promotion's history. Punk was going for the championship, although had already accepted a deal with WWE. Before leaving, was booked in a match against Austin Aries for that title at the Death Before Dishonor 3 show. Obviously, it meant CM Punk was going to lose, and then he didn't. In fact, ROH went the other way and had Punk win their major championship before turning on the fans and rubbing it in their face that he was taking the belt and heading to the World Wrestling Federation. The crowd was not happy, especially when Punk legitimately signed his WWE deal on the belt. Oh boy. This was all done because Punk wanted to win it to lose it. He knew this would get a ton of attention, and as he felt strongly about the Ring of Honor product, wanted to give them as much as he possibly could before he left. It worked! Punk would defend this against the likes of Jay Lethal, Roderick Strong, and Christopher Daniels before he finally lost it to James Gibson, better known today as Jamie Noble. It was incredibly innovative, different, and was all designed thanks to one guy wanting to lose a title in the best possible way. Number 2, Shawn Michaels and the European title. Shawn Michaels almost caused a riot in 97 when he won the European Championship from the British Bulldog in the UK at the One Night Only event. This was mostly because it had been made very clear that Davey Boy Smith was going to be victorious until the Heartbreak Kid got Vince McMahon to change his mind. A few months later, Michaels also won the WWF title, meaning he was now a double champion. Everyone agreed they had to get the European belt off of him, and as ever, we all went with Shawn's idea. That time it was to lose it to Buddy Triple H in what would turn out to be a bit of a joke match. The story went that Commissioner Sergeant Slaughter got sick of D-Generation X's antics, so put Buddy against Buddy, and when we got there, well, yeah. Triple H won the thing in about a minute after running the ropes as if it was the first time he'd ever done so, and when all was said and done, Michaels pretended to cry. If you want to call this the original finger poke of doom, well, you can. Number 1, Eddie Guerrero and the WWE title. Eddie Guerrero winning the big one at No Way Out 2004 was awesome. After years of climbing the ladder, he actually did it by beating Brock Lesnar no less, and it was one of those moments when every fan in the world just felt happy. And you know why? Because it felt right. Given that Lesnar left the company soon after this, WWE needed a new bad guy for Eddie, so Bradshaw of all people was transformed into John Bradshaw Layfield and managed to be reviled by the fans. To help with this, Guerrero even said that JBL should win the championship. The reason for it was twofold. Firstly, Eddie knew it would help the character be even more hated, but he was also struggling with the pressures that being the champion brought. TV ratings and house show numbers were falling, and being the old school guy that he was, Guerrero decided that he was to blame. He was the top dude, and it wasn't working. So it transpired that at the Great American Bash, JBL beat Eddie in the Texas Bull Rope match, and the rest is sad history. Bradshaw has said time and time again that without this, and Eddie Guerrero in general, his new persona would never have caught on like it did, and he is likely correct.
Shockingly ripping through the ringside area, petulantly screaming their silly heads off during a contest, or even viciously beating the piss out of their colleagues out of nowhere. These wrestlers all well and truly snapped at some point after the bell rang. So I'm Gareth, this is WhatCulture Wrestling, and here are 10 times wrestlers lost their minds in matches. Number 10, Brock Lesnar goes off script in the Royal Rumble. Brock Lesnar tends to do whatever the hell Brock Lesnar feels like doing that day, but you likely knew that well before he decided to go on an off-script rampage at Royal Rumble PLE. That doesn't make the sight of a monstrous former UFC heavyweight champion bulldozing much of the ringside area inside of a dome any less terrifying to behold though. And it's even more frightening with the knowledge of Brock's latest explosion at the Rumble being anything but fully planned. Now sure, Lesnar was always scheduled to get a little brassed off after being eliminated by Bobby Lashley in the titular bout. However, the spots involving the big lad using steel steps as a weapon and launching referee Eddie Orengo straight over the barricade caught most of the folks inside and outside of the ring off guard. In fact, Lesnar going utterly mad during this particular scheduled freakout may have even resulted in said referee injuring his foot on the night, according to rumors around the time. Some backstage were understandably fuming with this beast's idea of nutty improvisation, and the entire meltdown was all but forgotten about by Elimination Chamber. Now I've got a quick question for you. What is your favorite Brock Lesnar match? Was it something that went down at a Royal Rumble or something else? You let me know in the comment section down below, baby. Number 9, Eddie Guerrero loses it over Vicky. The legendary Eddie Guerrero was overflowing with Latino heat. And while this typically was used to help the lying, cheating, and stealing anti-hero get the better of his various rivals in between the ropes, there was that one time in the heat of summer in 2005 when that fire presented itself in a very different way. Battling with Rey Mysterio over the custody of a young Dom Mysterio, because who needs a courtroom when you can have a ladder match, eh? Eddie looked to have the bout won as his masked opponent found himself pinned under the climbing equipment. Things then got a tad awkward for a spell as Guerrero struggled a little too long with the briefcase up high, and in the wake of taking a sudden tumble, it soon became clear from Eddie's screams of "where the F was Vicky" that his wife was likely supposed to have been involved in that clunky spot. Vicky, who eventually turned up, would ultimately note on social media that she was actually just doing what she was told in the moment, with someone backstage letting her know that it wasn't safe for her to arrive in the match until a trapped Rey was out of the way. But Eddie evidently wasn't aware of such safety issues, and proceeded to completely lose it at the biggest party of the summer. Number 8, Shawn Michaels' Vader Tantrum. Jumping back 9 years, SummerSlam was once again the place where a wrestler completely lost their minds during a high-profile encounter. This time it was Shawn Michaels, a volatile top star very much suffering from the disease of addiction at that point, who was the one going apeshit at the 1996 edition of the Summer Extravaganza. As the Heartbreak Kid collided with the mighty Vader in the main event, the challenger seemingly forgot what spot was coming next, and rather than roll out of the way as Michaels attempted to nail him with a diving elbow, he stayed flat on his back. These things happen, folks. But rather than professionally improvising his way around the mess up, or simply nudging him onto the next part of the match, the WWE champion decided to petulantly boot Vader in the face a few times. Move asshole, move dumb were the furious insults that erupted from a bratty HBK during this outburst. That's according to Jim Cornette. There's being a perfectionist, as Vader himself described the world-class talent, and then there's losing your head and just being a bit of an a-hole. Number 7, Randy Orton thinks Kofi Kingston is stupid. In another case of a human being having the audacity to make a mistake in the workplace leading to an on-air wave of unfiltered rage, Kofi Kingston was hit with some Randy Orton venom on an episode of Raw in 2010. With the Viper getting ready to take his enemy's head off with his disgusting punk kick as the match reached its climax, Kingston must have gotten his wires crossed and assumed an RKO was heading his way instead, as he groggily pulled himself onto his feet. Again though, rather than calmly accepting that things weren't going to plan and reacting accordingly, a fuming Randy Randy instead unleashed a pretty nasty cutter on the confused future WWE Champion. Not done there, the Apex Predator, whose head had evidently gone, then spat a couple of poisonous stupids at a finished Kofi on the mat. Unsurprisingly, Kofi's push at the time didn't last all that long in the wake of this live miscommunication and Orton meltdown, but at least he got the last laugh almost a decade later, conquering the veteran during his run as WWE Champion after finally reaching the top of the mountain. Number 6, Antonio Inoki bizarrely interrupts Luke Gallows. While the late great Antonio Inoki may not have technically been one of the competitors throwing down in the squared circle at the time, his wholly strange intervention in an Inoki Genome Federation match is too odd to be left out of this particular list. Less than impressed by the plodding and painful contest being produced by Luke Gallows and the Predator on that night in February 2011, the Japanese wrestling icon shockingly decided to charge out to the ring and swing a chair around. But he wasn't done there. A raging Inoki then went on to swiftly call for the terrible match to be finished, screaming "Bullsh" at the underperforming workers in the ring. When the strong style king who once shoot beat the great Antonio to a bloody pulp tells you to stop your dreadful performance, you tuck your tail between your legs and move your ass down that ramp. Number 5, Charlotte Flair and Nia Jax shoot. Things started to get shoot heated in the moments that followed the Queen opting to legitimately lay into the irresistible force during their Red Show match. And as Jax would eventually recall on the Sessions podcast with Renee Paquette, it was the fact Flair had been dealing out stiff moves during the commercial break that resulted in Jax responding with her own shoot shots. Both ladies proceeded to lose their minds for a decent chunk of the action from there, as awkward reversals and some rather intense struggling became the major talking point after the explosive showdown. But it was all fine in the end, of course, and both competitive performers quickly made up, after throwing some impulsive/explosive bombs and bizarrely testing one another for real in the heat of the moment. Number 4, Bobby Fish kicks out of the GTS at 2.9999. What on earth was going through Bobby Fish's mind on the night of October 27, 2021? Taking on arguably the biggest star in all of wrestling on that week's edition of AEW Dynamite, the former Undisputed Era lad had one job after eating CM Punk's GTS during the match's closing stages: stay down. But in a ridiculous moment of madness, Fish appeared to have other ideas late on, shockingly lifting his shoulder off the mat before the ref had finished their 3 count. The bell was still called for, but no one with a pair of eyes could unsee the fact that this Fish wasn't exactly sleeping. The pissed look on old Punker's face told you all you needed to know about the unanticipated kickout. However, according to his flailing opponent, Fish believed Punk had attempted to call an audible during the pinfall, and that's the only reason he decided to survive the go-to-sleep on the night. Perhaps this was all just one big misunderstanding, but the fact Punk was said to have been quite annoyed by the odd kickout, and folks backstage reportedly also couldn't understand what Fish was thinking, points to Bobby likely just experiencing a strange rush of blood in the moment. Number 3, the APA batter Public Enemy for real. The story goes that just as Johnny Grunge and Rocco Rock were heading out for a match against Bradshaw and Farouk on the March 7, 1999 edition of Heat, the former team let the latter know that they were unexpectedly taking out the table spot that was the originally planned finish. And from that minute on, after deciding to take the table to them, the Acolytes proceeded to go completely nuts in between the ropes. The massacre that followed was tough to watch then, and feels like you're witnessing a full-blown mugging today. Hellacious chair and step attacks, disgusting big boots, and some sickening table shots. Farouk and Bradshaw were hell-bent on sending Public Enemy an agonizing message within 3 horrendous minutes. Both of the APA boys' heads had unquestionably gone, as their rivals' entrance music was playing out through the speakers that night, and their method of teaching their colleagues a lesson ultimately involved them physically torturing them in front of a live crowd like a pair of hulking and unprofessional lunatics. Number 2, Perry Saturn horrifically destroys Mike Bell. Speaking of big old wrestling bullies, one awkward botch was all it took for Perry Saturn to completely lose it back in May 2001. Taking on the former ECW and WCW man during a jack/metal bout, Mike Bell unfortunately ended up landing his opponent on his head accidentally with a botched arm drag. Not taking too kindly to the mistake, Saturn saw red. Bell was pulverized by a few gnarly stiff shots from the incensed Perry before then being sent flying out of the ring during the fit of rage. And it was here when Mike landed in the worst way imaginable, with his frame curling in a deeply unnatural way as his entire body weight crumpled onto his neck. Saturn still wasn't done though. An inhumane tackle into the steel steps, a hard-as-hell brainbuster, and a horrifying superkick set the stage for the furious Saturn's fisherman suplex for the win. And it's said that Perry's subsequent mop gimmick was WWE's way of punishing the hot-headed worker for those despicable actions against a Bell who was likely just experiencing a few inevitable nerves on the night. that. The poor guy. And number 1, Ken Shamrock refuses to ease up against Vader. Throughout one of Ken Shamrock's first ever bouts inside of a wrestling ring, the UFC icon repeatedly caught that man again, Vader, with some particularly stiff strikes. It didn't matter that Vader was spotted telling the hard-hitting MMA legend to ease up at various points in their in-your-house cold day in hell fight. Shamrock still kept coming forward with the heavy shots. Things then escalated to the point where a Ken who seemingly hadn't received the message from his rival legitimately broke Vader's nose with a misplaced kick. And in a brief moment of madness, Vader responded to his out-of-control adversary's savage attack by nailing him with a brutal lariat receipt. And while Shamrock himself may claim that he rolled with the big right hand, the sound of the mastodon's humongous arm connecting with Ken's skull on the night told a different story. Both real-life mates evidently lost their heads at different stages of the fiery war, with an excited Shamrock learning the hard way what working a little too snug can lead to, and Vader walking out of the arena with an obliterated nose.
World Championship Wrestling these days takes a lot of shots, and that makes sense. You can go and watch the product in the year 2000, and you won't believe it. Anytime you think they can't get any more nuts, they will. There is no pathway they won't go down. The reason that it hit hard, though, is because there was a time when WCW was awesome. You don't beat WWE for 83 weeks straight with a bad product, and in fact, Vince McMahon even borrowed a lot of their ideas. So, when was it better than everything on this planet? I'm Simon Miller, and here's some news. Number 15, tag teams at Super Brawl. In 1991, the tag division in North America was actually pretty good. Even though Vince McMahon didn't like booking 4 people in a match, he still had the Nasty Boys, the Hart Foundation, and the Legion of Doom who were having decent matches. It was nothing, however, compared to WCW, who took tags and made the whole division awesome. It was Super Brawl 1991 where the Steiners took on Sting and Lex Luger and put on a bout people still talk about today. Go and show it to a 2025 audience and they'll still pop the same as people did 30 years ago, and the sheer power of it all. Scott and Rick were all about that, but look across the ring, it's Sting and Luger. I mean, come on. The future Big Papa Pump is also hitting his suplexes and power bombs like nobody has ever done them before, and it was just the sheer star power here. The WWF teams were decent, but when they put their top guys together, well, you got Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior versus Sergeant Slaughter, General Adnan, and Colonel Mustafa. That was the 1991 SummerSlam. It wasn't very good. In terms of Western promotions, though, nobody was doing what WCW was with their tags. They took them seriously and made them feel like they really mattered. Again, you could have taken Sting and Lex Luger especially and put them in singles competition, but we had some stories to tell, damn it. So we rang up the Steiners, and we got a little piece of magic. Number 14, Ric Flair is the savior. Never forget that from 1991 to 1993, Ric Flair was in the World Wrestling Federation. It was huge because he was Mr. NWA, and therefore he was Mr. WCW. When he jumped across and became the WWF champion at the Royal Rumble, this was career-defining stuff. Although the truth was the Nature Boy was always more suited to World Championship Wrestling, just due to how Vince McMahon booked his show. Either way, the man was a star. Now, I don't know whether Flair planned this out too, but it actually turned out to be a massive home run. When he did return to WCW at Starrcade 1993 to face Vader, it felt massive. It also came off some real-life madness too, because Sid Vicious had been released after almost killing Arn Anderson in a hotel room. So what a replacement to get was the returning hero. The fact Rick had mostly been a heel made this more fun too, because of course he walked back in as the man who desperately was going to have to try and survive the Mastodon. This was also when Mean Gene Okerlund visited the Flair household in the build-up to make it feel like this could be the end of Rick altogether. It was good stuff. It was simple but effective storytelling too, and of course the cherry on top was Flair overcoming the odds in Charlotte, North Carolina. It also saw fans tune back in because of course they did. So if anybody started the WCW comeback the first time round, it was this guy. It's also why some of the choices during the Nitro years were crazy. We've talked about that. I don't think Eric Bischoff got it. Number 13, that Eddie Guerrero-Rey Mysterio match. As ever, we do need to remember that WCW's choice to make the cruiserweights part of their mid-card scene was genius. It meant we all got this fast-paced, rarely seen before action before the main event, and for many, this is why they watched. Was paving the way for the future. What stood out maybe even more than any of those, though, is what Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero did at Halloween Havoc 1997. I watched this the other day, and yeah, it is as good now as it ever was. It's probably one of the best WCW matches of all time. Even if people bought the pay-per-view for Roddy Piper versus Hollywood Hogan in a cage or Randy Savage versus DDP, surely it was this bout which made you happy you'd put the cash down. It was just so damn good. It was also title versus mouse, so you had some real stakes, and the snowball effect surely rolled right into their rivals in WWE. They both became huge stars because the proof was right here. They had what it takes. They were next level performers. It was a genuine hybrid of North American wrestling and lucha libre, and you didn't see anything like this in the WWF. It didn't exist. You knew it was good too, because what did Vince McMahon try and do the following year? Well, he introduced the light heavyweight division. Not even close. So you need to see this no matter what your fandom may be. That is how good it is, and you can see them influencing the wrestlers of tomorrow. Not many people can say that. Two bona fide legends. Number 12, DDP arrives in the main event. The DDP story is awesome. He was a manager for most of his career, and then in his 30s transitioned across to being an in-ring competitor. A lot of people rolled their eyes at this, and then come 1997, he was atop of the card. Diamond Dallas Page was brilliant. We talked about his match with the Macho Man at Halloween Havoc 1997, which did rule, but the one 6 months prior is likely even better. This was Spring Stampede, and yeah, if we are documenting DDP's career, it was here when he took that step up to the tippity top. Page has always said this was Randy Savage seeing his talent and wanting to put him over, but it always takes two to tango. He worked his socks off to get here, and in the late 90s, he was a genuine draw. That's why he called himself the People's Champion. Fans believed. The no DQ match at Spring Stampede really showed everybody he was here to stay. And of course, there's a part 2 to all of this. One of the reasons Savage left the WWF or WCW is because Vince McMahon said he was done, and it was time to become a commentator. Not quite. So it was just another reason to watch WCW, because not only were the legends flying, but the new guys were feuding with them. And while it sounds crazy to say now, it did feel pretty damn fresh. Number 11, Sting beats Ric Flair with a bad knee. So as ever, this was greeted by a classic call from Jim Ross, who just shouted, "Sting's got him inside Crable. Could this be all?" Yes. He honestly said yes for around about 5 minutes, and he finished it off with, "A new heavyweight champion of the world has been crowned." It really did sum up the atmosphere leading into the WCW Great American Bash in 1990, because you could feel it in the air. Everybody wanted to see Sting as the champion, especially at the expense of Ric Flair. The Stinger was also able to apply the most devastating move in all of sports entertainment, the surprise roll-up coming out of the figure 4, so that was like a double whammy, and the story going into this just ruled. The Nature Boy kept going after the knee of the icon, and because he was a babyface, he just sold and sold and sold. The audience was genuinely worried that meant Sting wasn't going to win. But by the time the ref's hand came slapping down to the mat for the 1, 2, 3, everybody just thought to themselves, damn it, isn't wrestling wonderful? Because tribalism is always the way, many people like to compare this to Hulk Hogan versus the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6, and I do get that. But if we are going to look at it through a 2025 lens, well, quite clearly the match between Ring and Stick Flair is way better in the ring. It is just a pity that WCW followed this up with the crummy Starrcade 1990 cage match, because yes, that's when we had the Black Scorpion. Believe you me, you can find many videos about that too. The bash was absolutely timeless though, and a reminder of just how popular Sting was. So many people like to pretend he shouldn't have been at the top of WCW's main event scene. This is absolute evidence to the contrary. He just had so much damn credibility as a champion too, and Ric Flair believed this, hence why he did put him over so strong. And look where we are today. Sting retired in AEW, and everybody thought he was the man. He'd been doing it for so damn long. You should watch this if you haven't seen it, especially if you don't get Steve Borden. This will change your mind. Number 10, Shane McMahon drops Vince's jaw. So here is something a little bit different. Obviously on the 26th of March 2001 Nitro, the WWF had already bought WCW, and we got the now infamous simulcast. If you're watching Raw, you're watching Nitro, and if you're watching Nitro, you're watching Raw, and Vince McMahon opened both shows. If you were of the right age, this felt like a dream and nightmare rolled into one. There was always going to be some big storyline twist, especially because this was the Attitude Era, so yes, just as Vince McMahon was about to sign the contract, Shane McMahon popped up on Nitro and said, "Don't worry about it, Dad, because our name is already on the deal," but it doesn't read Vince, it says Shane. And off to the races we went, we had a civil war. Now, of course, so many people will roll their eyes these days because it was yet more in the McMahon family feud. But the truth is, it worked, and so many people tuned into this, they had no idea what the flub was going on. It also actually made the WCW brand feel important, because many fans thought, oh my gosh, World Championship Wrestling is just going to be buried. Well, this was telling you at the very least, we were going to do promotional interwarfare, with the odd twist that the WWF actually owned both companies. What are you going to do? Do not forget as well that during this time, WCW had lost all of its aura, so when all of a sudden we shone a spotlight on it again, well, it did seem to be in a much better place. Obviously, what would happen over the next few months would totally kill that off, but on this night, well, dare I say it, WWE did everything right before they went and did everything wrong. Shane McMahon's promo here is pretty damn good too. I think he was excited. He was going to milk it for all it's worth. Number 9, the NWO Wolfpack. So we all know that when the NWO was born in 1996, everybody thought they were the coolest damn heels to ever walk the face of the wrestling world. It's true. The issue was WCW didn't really know what to do if they got rid of the New World Order, so they just kept it going. Then on the 4th of May 1998 Nitro, Kevin Nash, Randy Savage and Conan formed a complete offshoot of the group. And yes, now we had the Wolfpack, and they dressed in red and black. They tried to get back the badassery that the original NWO had, especially with that now iconic entrance theme. And to be fair to WCW, this completely worked. I mean, it was 2 years since the New World Order had formed, and somehow, even with all the other shenanigans, they'd managed to find a decent round 2. Kevin Nash himself especially was trying to lean into this, which is why he put Conan in the thing. He had talked about the fact that K-Dog had a certain street cred that none of the other members did. He was right. Of course, the goal here was to try and bring in the younger and more casual crowd, so their first step was correct, and then eventually we had Kurt Hennig and a bunch of other people, and it essentially became NWO 2.0. Eric Bischoff knew the NWO was a license to print money on merch sales, though, and it actually worked again here, because as successful as the first black and white t-shirt was, well, this new one with some red was equally as huge. And yes, of course, the same old issues reared their head just a few months later, but when they first burst onto the scene in May 1998, well, it felt like you were a part of something pretty damn badass. And it doesn't really feel that way now, especially because there's a lot of bowdy, wee rowdy, like a kid's poem, but different times, man. Different times. Number 8, Hulk Hogan arrives in WCW. So the summer was 1994, and all of a sudden the game changed for one company. That company was WCW, thanks to Eric Bischoff signing wrestling's golden goose, also known as Hulk Hogan. These days it just feels par for the course because you're just used to this story, but you really have to go back to the mid-90s to understand this. Hulk had left the WWF because his popularity was waning, and he wanted to become a television and film star. He shot Thunder in Paradise, and when he was on set, Bischoff went to see him and said, "Hey man, we're going to give you all the money to sign for World Championship Wrestling." And when he said yes, we'll put it like this: if Reddit had been around, it would have totally melted down. It'd be like John Cena joining AEW. WCW made sure to put all the pomp and circumstance into this too, including driving Hulk Hogan in a car through Disney's MGM Studios. It was like he was the flipping president. Vince McMahon was livid over this as well, especially due to their relationship, although actually his plan was sound. He was trying to push the new generation and stars such as Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon, but sometimes old faces do work, and there was a huge portion of the fan base that just wanted to see what Hogan was going to do on the other side. McMahon was also struggling to find his next top star, which is why he told Lex Luger just to be a Hulk Hogan clone, which was a total failure. And go and watch Bash at the Beach 1994. That is Hulk's first pay-per-view where he does take on Ric Flair, and guess what happened? That's right, they pulled their biggest buy rate to date. So any money they had invested, well, it was already on the way back. So Hulk Hogan definitely brought eyeballs and open wallets to WCW, and without it, you do not get the boom just a couple of years later. It's one of the reasons people do cite him as a game changer, because not only did he do it once in the 80s, he went and did it again about 10 years later. Number 7, WCW Nitro opens with a WWF jump. The first ever WCW Nitro went down on the 4th of September 1995, and of course this was a big deal. Not only could you watch WWF Raw, but now there was direct competition. Eric Bischoff knew he needed something huge to get fans talking right off the back, so he went and brokered a deal with Lex Luger, who quite literally was working for the World Wrestling Federation, or at least he had been on their TV. The issue being, somebody didn't realize his contract had lapsed, so Lex was allowed to go wherever the flub he wanted. There is so much to this story too that we learn after the fact, because Luger actually signed for less money, thinking that his ceiling would be way bigger if he went back to WCW. That appeased Eric Bischoff to prove he was a team player, and at the end of the episode, Lex Luger did walk to the ring. The commentator shouted, "What is he doing here?" like he was breaking contract, and he got right in the face of Hulk Hogan. Away we went. This is also one of the reasons it took till 2025 until Lex was honoured in the WWE Hall of Fame, because McMahon never forgave him. Again, go back and watch that WCW WWF simulcast. You want to know why Vince is taking shots at Lex? Because of this. Kicking off the Nitro era was such a seismic move, though, set the tone for what people could expect, and nearly every single week WCW did have something more, and they just felt like a massive heavyweight league. And yes, it launched years of back and forth between Bischoff and McMahon. And eventually that did get out of hand, as they constantly took shots at each other. But when they did stuff like this, well, it was just the best type of fan service. Number 6, Luger wins the big one. So by the time the 4th of August 1997 rolled around, not only were we having WCW versus WWE, but the WCW versus NWO war was very much in full effect too. Folks were thumping down millions of dollars for tickets, pay-per-views, and merchandise. And while we were going to have to wait a little longer to see what Sting was going to do with Hulk Hogan, we threw Lex Luger right into the mix. Let's give the fans something. Because on this very Nitro, Lex did indeed beat Hogan for his WCW World title. WCW was really clever with this as well, because they did have their Road Wild show the following week, so everybody assumed this was going to be a screwy finish, and we just built to that instead. I mean, this was the NWO after all. You could just send out goon after goon, but in a proper swerve, Luger actually won the World Championship on free TV before the damn pay-per-view. Nobody was doing that. What's more, he did it clean as well after he hoisted Hulk up in the air for his torture rack finish. And man, fans in attendance lost their collective minds. It wasn't just the fact that they felt like they'd seen a moment, but really in terms of the story, it was the first time a dagger had been plunged into the heart of the New World Order. You didn't really see that very much. It of course just meant that we did do the opposite, because Hogan won his title back at Road Wild. But seeing Lex Luger in the ring the week beforehand as babyface after babyface came to the ring to celebrate for him, well, it's actually what WCW needed. In mid-1997, the NWO were a little bit too dominant for their boots. We had to balance it out. Luger was the perfect guy. It was a great era to be a wrestling fan. Number 5, Sting vanquishes the NWO. So let's say today that Cody Rhodes walked to the ring, told us he was struggling with his emotions and his feelings, and he didn't really like what was going on in WWE right now. He then totally changed his look, vanished from television, and every time you looked up into the rafters, there he was just staring at you, not uttering a word. That's basically what we did to Sting back in 1996. Because as I'm sure you know, he went from Surfer Sting to The Crow. If you had told somebody that didn't watch this was a different person, they'd likely have believed you. The drastic change was inspired by Scott Hall mentioning Brandon Lee from the Crow movies, and it was literally perfect for the ongoing WCW vs NWO story. I mean, Sting was mad because some of his on-screen buddies had accused him of joining the heel faction, so he felt totally isolated. He was going to retreat and try and re-find himself, or turn into an absolute loon. It also meant that he stalked Hollywood Hogan from the shadows and basically did nothing. And I tell you, my friends, few characters were more compelling than Sting between 1996 and 1997. I mean, this is where the whole dream match with The Undertaker came from, because he was basically the spooky guy on the other side. And yes, the eventual Starrcade 1997 bout was absolutely dreadful as Hulk Hogan went out there to ruin it, but I am talking about the sheer hype and build. Arguably, WCW never did anything better. It was also a masterclass on how to reinvent yourself and come across like a totally different persona. And once again, Sting wasn't saying anything here. It was his expressions that drew the viewers in. He basically got away with this every single week. If you want to break it right down and be super nerdy, he was essentially wrestling's Batman. And given this did go down in the late 90s, I kind of think that somebody should do it again. I mean, I suppose that person could have been Darby Allin, but he's more of an absolute Fruit Loop, but still. This gimmick was awesome, and WCW got everything right. Number 4, Scott Hall interrupts Nitro. So this has to be considered one of the most iconic moments in wrestling history, and you can see it right now by watching the 27th of May 1996 Nitro. Scott Hall doesn't walk down the aisleway, he doesn't have any music, he just hops the guardrail, he gets in the ring during a match when he grabs a microphone and simply says, "You people know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here." Now, in a world before the internet blew up, most people assumed this was part of the story. They still made you think twice like Celine Dion and question whether something was going on here. Hall went into this as well when he uttered the iconic line, "You people know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here." And the whole idea was to make you think that he had just left the WWF and walked into WCW because he wanted an invasion. The outsider had arrived. This just wasn't something that anybody did, especially when it came to debuts. It's only fair to say that WCW was pushing boundaries and creating something that was totally new. I mean, without saying it, everybody started to ponder whether Razor Ramon had been sent to destroy the competition. I mean, deep down you didn't know that, but again, it made you believe. You know that it irked the other side as well because Vince McMahon and the WWF sued WCW, and the whole idea of creative kind of got thrown out the window. It was super smart to debut Hall like this, however, because it just got you excited and you wanted to find out what the hell was going to go on next week. gimmick. We also made sure to use his real name that just added to all of this. And of course, a few weeks later, he got a friend. Number 3, Kevin Nash powerbombs Eric Bischoff through a table. So yeah, Scott Hall did mention that he wasn't coming alone, which was when former WWF champion and fellow Kliq member Kevin Nash turned up on the show. And let's not forget he was one of Vince McMahon's banner stars as Diesel in 1993. Now he's back in WCW with a renewed purpose. This was the 10th of June 1996 Nitro, but it's 6 days later we want to talk about when Kevin Nash powerbombed Eric Bischoff off the stage at the Great American Bash pay-per-view. Bischoff sold that like the rent was due, and it's very important to note that in the mid-90s, nobody was taking out authority figures, so all of a sudden the outsiders seemed like they were super duper dangerous. They'd come to wreck the place, rake in Ted Turner's millions, and get guaranteed contracts. It also turned them into tippity top stars, which is what they wanted in the World Wrestling Federation. And remember how Vince McMahon reacted to this? He created Fake Razor and Fake Diesel, 2 of the worst gimmicks of all time. If you are going to do a pub quiz and you would like some trivia, Fake Diesel was played by none other than Glenn Jacobs, who would soon go on to become Kane. There was also Isaac Yankem during this period, who was an evil dentist. Let's just talk about something else. Number 2, Hulk Hogan is the third man. Now you would have expected this one, but it's important to push the context. Nobody in 1996 thought Hulk Hogan was going to turn heel. Even though Kevin Nash and Scott Hall kept talking about the third man, and it made sense to be the owner of Hulkamania given his WWF ties, nobody would do this with Hulk because he sold tickets and he sold merchandise, and if nothing else, the real-life Terry Bollea would have said no. Oh, how wrong we were. Because come Bash at the Beach that year, Hulk did drop a leg on his former foe and friend Randy Savage, and he linked up with Hall and Nash to become wrestling's most talked about new faction. And he does accidentally call it the New World Organization during his promo, but he soon gets New World Order out there too, as Mean Gene Okerlund looks actually offended. It's important to throw that in there. And how mad Tony Schiavone was on commentary. He said Hulk Hogan could go to hell. All of this was just so well damn executed. Don't forget the ring is also littered with garbage because the fans are so mad. In 1996, WCW got a proper emotional reaction. Bobby Heenan is great here too because he tied into his decade-long vendetta that Hulk Hogan wasn't a good guy. And sure, leading up to this, the question was, could it be Sting? Could it be Randy Savage? Could it be Lex Luger? And could it be Mabel? And I would implore you to go and read that edition of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. It has wildly been taken out of context. With one angle though, WCW did become the hottest topic in town and wrestling fans were desperate to see what was going to happen next. It really is one of the best storylines of all time, and it tied into everything the WWF had done. I think that's why it irked Vince McMahon so much. Maybe he should have done that instead. For one, Goldberg wins the world title undefeated. Go and watch the Goldberg vs. Hogan match from the 6th of July 1998 episode of Nitro. Doesn't really matter if you enjoy Goldberg or not. This is absolutely phenomenal. Will actually remind you why Bill was such a big deal. Nobody else could have pulled this off. He also went into this match undefeated since debuting on TV in September 1997, and when he pinned Hulk Hogan, my gosh, the Georgia Dome exploded because we just crowned a brand new world champion who hadn't lost one frickin' match. The Spear Jackhammer finish felt extra special on this evening too. This is another one. It's just so well damn executed. Everybody plays their part perfectly. Watching Nitro around this time was a real treat for regulars too, because it's almost like they wanted something, and then they got it. I mean, the only real criticism of this is why wasn't it on pay-per-view? But you don't need to care about that unless you had shares or money invested in WCW. If you would like to send somebody cash, I'll give you my PayPal details. It's not like the WWE was failing here either because Steve Austin was getting hot, but the whole point was Goldberg vs. Hogan for a championship was just that big, it was always going to pop a TV rating. Given the WCW is now deceased, you can just watch this for enjoyment too, and it really is an incredible moment. Bravo for WCW for doing it. I mean, Goldberg would then lose all this when Scott Hall attacked him with a cattle prod, but we've talked about that enough. So let's focus on the good times.
The big push. We all want one, even if we're not wrestlers. You work at the grocery store in the fruit aisle, you've got your eyes on baked goods. I mean, that's not how supermarkets work, but it's a free world. I can say whatever I want. It is very important in sports entertainment because it's basically your currency. You can be the best grappler on the planet, but if a company doesn't get behind you, you're sort of screwed. That's why when somebody does get one of these pushes and it doesn't work, well, it's no fun. So let's relive some of these live and in real time before we figure out why slap your damn head. Number 15, Nathan Jones. This was in 2003, so let's make it clear, it kinda wasn't Nathan Jones' fault. You can find the same report over and over from this time, where huge dudes were hired by WWE, and as soon as Vince McMahon saw them, he called them up to the main roster. The issue was this wasn't 1984 anymore. Being a giant wasn't enough, and poor folk like Nathan were performing on pay-per-views before even being taught basic wrestling fundamentals. What did anybody think was going to happen? Jones was especially huge as he was near 7 foot and was also jacked, so on the 10th of April SmackDown he beat Bill DeMott before becoming the protege of The Undertaker. Felt a bit weird, but again, WWE knew he needed experience, so put him with the guy that had a lot of that. The big story was going to be these two teaming together at WrestleMania 19 to face A-Train and The Big Show, but just beforehand, WWE pulled Jones because, well, they realized he didn't have the right experience. Honestly, you couldn't write this. It's like punching yourself in the face and wondering why you got a bruise. This was my hand, why would it do it to me? It turned into a handicap match with Nathan just helping out instead. And then, well, we never really saw him again. He returned to developmental promotion OVW and that was damning. But why didn't we do this to begin with? It was also the end of this push. And I think after a while, Nathan Jones got tired of it all and he just left wrestling altogether. So that was silly. If we had just given it time, who knows where it'd all be now? Ah well. Number 14, Liv Morgan. From 2022. It's even madder to go back now and watch, because compare it to Liv Morgan in 2024. How did we get this first go-around so wrong? I suppose it started alright as she won the Money in the Bank briefcase and cashed in on the same night to take the title from then champion Ronda Rousey. But after that, I have no flippin' idea. Because WWE went and did that thing they often do when they weren't entirely sure how hard to push Liv Morgan, so she sort of became the champion in name alone. I mean, go and watch the SummerSlam match between Ronda and Liv. Even Rousey talked about this. The information and approach they were being given by management was ridiculous. Then by October's Extreme Rules, Morgan dropped the belt back. It really was such a shame as it started with so much promise and fans liked it. But then Liv had to talk and act like she was lucky, so this happened, and then she would switch and acted all defensive about it. It was very strange. Dare I say we were planning this as we went along, and nobody knew whether Morgan was a heel or face. It always makes it more confusing when you start well too. Just carry that on. Nope. If only somebody else had seen what Morgan had within her. Again, 2024 became one of the most important members of the entire roster. Number 13, Rocky Maivia. It is mad to think this was almost 30 years ago, but from 1996 to 1997, the world didn't warm to the brand new Rocky Maivia, aka Dwayne Johnson. It's hilarious now as he would take over the company and the world, but in the mid-90s, yeah, we got the character very, very wrong. You can see this throughout the WWF product too, because while the world evolved, they didn't. It was all silly gimmicks and childish stories, so when Rocky debuted and was told to smile regardless what happened, well, the fans didn't like it. Even when this guy lost, he looked like he was happy with this. Nobody wanted that. People were also picking up on the fact that WWE was going to push this guy down our throats. They were not interested. This was more of a 1970s babyface presentation than, say, Stone Cold Steve Austin, who at this time was getting ready to take over the industry. The NWO were also exploding on WCW, so it's bizarre Vince McMahon didn't pick up on this. It felt so obvious. The crowd let it be known they weren't having it as Maivia not only got booed, but then there were those chants. Rocky sucks, and die Rocky die. That one is a little bit much, but hey, they got their point across. What really summed this up is that the future Great One was given a shoulder breaker as his finisher, and think of that. So stupid. And while you never want anybody to get hurt, a knee injury actually saved The Rock. It meant he could go away and come back as a heel, and he basically went on to become one of the best in history. The sheer 180 is one of the most impressive things you could ever hope to see. Number 12, Braun Strowman. In 2020, I'm not talking about 2016. That was awesome. And the fact that WWE didn't give him the world title then was an error. The fans wanted it too. Didn't happen. Maybe management realized that because 4 years later we actually did go all in with this guy and made Strowman the champion. It did not work. Now, a huge reason for this was the pandemic. It just ruined everything, and so many people were coming and going. That's why Braun got the nod in the first place. Wrestlers were dropping like flies. It was Roman Reigns who kickstarted this as he pulled out of WrestleMania 36, meaning Bill Goldberg needed a title contender. That was Strowman, and as Roman was gonna win, we had Braun win instead. You could tell there was no plan here. His first feud was The Miz and John Morrison in a comedy match. Vince McMahon also turned Strowman into a gentle giant, which nobody wanted. And then the Shane McMahon feud happened a few months later. We acted like Braun was the guy getting bullied because Shane made schoolyard insults. Still don't know who this was for. And after that, people like to throw in the Nicholas tag team situation, but no, not for me. At least that was hilarious. It really hurt the Universal title too because it went Kevin Owens to Goldberg to Strowman. And yeah, the latter two were not thought out at all. We just did it because it was something to do. It's never good. Number 11, Bret Hart. So I'm not entirely sure that push is the right word here. Bret Hart should always be a central figure. See WCW circa 1998. It's ridiculous. We ignored the Hitman. When he finally returned to WWE in 2010 though, time stood still. I truly thought that this would never happen, but wrestling figures out all controversies, and not only did Bret Hart shake hands with Shawn Michaels, he confronted Vince McMahon. Then the boss booted him in the balls, and here we go. The feud was continuing. That is the key word here as well, because this wasn't something new. Everybody knew the beef between the two, and yet for some reason, WWE decided to add in extras, such as McMahon trying to run over Bret in a car. That was goofy wrestling silliness, which is great, but not here. We had the realest of all storylines. I think most fans were just confused. Hart also couldn't compete like he used to after some serious injuries, so really the fact he did anything was inspiring. He came back from the brink. It did mean his match with Vince at WrestleMania 26 was a bit weird, however. In hindsight, it wasn't the war we hoped for. We also threw in the rest of the Hart Foundation, which sort of sullied things too, and I tell you the biggest faux pas, having Bret use the new version of his entrance theme. Still not over that. Just go back to the OG, man. It's goated. For some reason, Hart then won the US title, which was just strange, and while it was kind of nice, and likely gave Hart some needed closure, it just wasn't what it could have been on a different timeline. But actually, when you take a step back and think about this, I'd much rather have this than not. So I will take that all the way to the bank. Number 10, Vader. When the Mastodon arrived in the WWF in 1996, it should have been huge. Vader had been the man everywhere he worked across the world, and all you had to do was let him do his thing. Nope, we did the opposite. It does feel like this was political because Vader had told Vince McMahon they should wait on his debut until he wasn't injured. Of course, Vince wasn't going to listen to that, and Vader instead was thrown into the Royal Rumble. He only lasted 11 minutes. It's not ideal for a monster. The next night he beat up GM Gorilla Monsoon and got suspended, and that was weird, because when he returned, he had a nothing feud with Yokozuna. All of it just meant that Vader was coming and going because he was hurt. It's almost like we wanted this to fail. McMahon's claim at the time was the 96 Royal Rumble needed more star power, but I don't think that's true. As well as the winner Shawn Michaels, you had Bret Hart, The Undertaker, Diesel, Razor Ramon, Owen Hart. The fact it was HBK that threw Vader out too didn't help. He was meant to be unthrowable. It really was dumb too, because if a WWF fan wasn't aware of Vader, this was their first impression of the man. He could only last 11 minutes in a Royal Rumble. It was not the way to push him, and before long, Vader was told to go on camera and call himself a fat piece of shit. Not kidding either. That was the big idea. So remember that the next time Vince Russo claims he can save wrestling, move it on. Number 9, Billy Gunn. 1999. The WWF had figured out that new stars worked, so let's take Billy Gunn and give it a try. And you don't get how massive that man is until you meet him, so yeah, in the land of the giants, you're probably going to give it a go. The Rock was chosen as his opponent, which seemed interesting as the People's Champ at the time was becoming the man. Not sure anybody thought Gunn would win that feud, but hey, maybe it can elevate him regardless. That did not happen. It did start alright as Billy won the King of the Ring, so on Raw he and Rocky were pitched together in a promo segment. But you will remember this. It's quite famous. The Great One ruined him. It really took on a life of its own too because it was absolutely hilarious. The Rock made it clear he had spoken to the Lord, who confirmed that yes, Billy Gunn sucks. I'm not sure anybody could have dealt with it better, but it still halted the push, especially because WWF then panicked and just reunited the New Age Outlaws anyway. It happened that fast. It feels unfair to say the big tournament win was a waste of time, but it also kind of was. You could see it too. WWF ended this so quickly. It was just right back to the tag team. And let's not pretend otherwise. Billy Gunn still had a great career, but this one started and finished in record time. Number 8, Lex Luger. The big 1993 push. It is written into WWF legend now because Vince McMahon finally decided Hulkamania was dead when he picked Lex Luger as the next Hulk Hogan. There's the issue instantly. Nobody was ever going to step into Hulk's boots or ever took this flag needed to stamp their own style on the World Wrestling Federation. But no, Vince just turned Lex mega babyface and even put him on a statewide bus tour. That's right, we named the bus the Lex Express, which was weird, before Luger slammed Yokozuna on a boat. I don't know, I'm just regaling the facts, because apparently it was meant to make Lex Luger the next big thing. It's not like Lex couldn't have achieved this either, but again, fans didn't want Hulk Hogan Part 2. One of the reasons the gimmick had stopped working is because that's human nature. We'd had enough, please give us something fresh, and then we got old mold instead. That's a bit harsh. The man then made it worse because he didn't commit to this at all because he was so worried about the tepid reaction. Therefore, we had that mad SummerSlam decision where Luger won by countout. By the time we got to WrestleMania 10, he was murked. We're going with Brett instead. We should have just gone all into the hottest event of the summer and see if Lex could have connected with the fans, and it sort of left Lex in no man's land. He then soon eventually jumped ship back to WCW, and I'm convinced all of this was part of the decision. It was all just so badly thought out. Number 7, Ludwig Borger. I will never understand this. It is 1993 again, so maybe management was just stressing out, but Ludwig Borger was never the dude. He had a Nazi tattoo on his leg for one, and as we have got here, if you think that's fine. That's right, go back into your hole. As I'm sure you can figure out, Borger was meant to be the first proper feud for Lex Luger, because he was Mr. America, and Ludwig was from foreign lands. Couldn't leave the 80s behind. We then had a mess as fans didn't really warm to Lex, and they really didn't care about Ludwig, so this feud basically had no heat. The WWF realized this pretty quickly as Borger was released in January 1994, and his total push time was 6 months. So we can't act like people didn't regret this, and it's also sort of on the creative process. They had Ludwig cutting promos against the USA sewage system. Europe was better apparently, and sure, that's important when running for office, but in wrestling, just kick the man's ass for goodness sake. Number 6, Sin Cara. This signing in 2011 was somewhat historic as this was the first guy Triple H chose when he became head of talent relations. It wasn't totally mad as Mystico, as he was known in Mexico, was awesome. It's the same right now too. He's the king of CMLL. The WWE wanted to make this so big they even held a press conference in February, and it was clear they wanted to make the newly named Sin Cara the next Rey Mysterio. It's always risky. Ray is one of the best to ever do it. He literally changed the game. The rumor has always been that when Cara arrived backstage, he had an air of confidence about him. The truth is, you couldn't do that back then. Sounds ridiculous, but that was the lay of the land. I would assume Sin didn't have the best time with his peers, because in the ring it all fell apart instantly. He couldn't even get his entrance right. For whatever reason, these mistakes kept happening too, and before long, that's how he was seen. Not an amazing high flyer, he was just a man that fell down. Sin Cara then fell foul of the wellness policy before Triple H and McMahon decided this was done, and they pulled the plug. The luchador became just another dude on the roster. We even changed the man under the mask eventually. The original Sin Cara fell out with management, so he was gone. All of this was bonkers. It just meant after a while he was on borrowed time, and it's just so crazy, because go and look at him now. WWE would love to have him back. It goes to show, in this stupid sport, you can never account for anything. Number 5, Mordecai. You may have heard the legend of 3 weeks. It was some weird edict Vince McMahon had in his brain, where if you weren't getting Stone Cold Pops in 3 weeks, your push was done. Nobody can get over that fast, and it ruined many a gimmick. Now, that doesn't mean Mordecai would have main evented WrestleMania, but he was one of the first to be eaten alive by this. He got the big promo package push, and then he was gone from the company almost instantly. Clearly he had something, because the videos we saw had Mordecai targeting the Undertaker and saying he was going to be the lightness to his darkness. That made sense. Taker was back to being the dead man, so sure, do a spooky feud. Not like sports entertainment doesn't love one of those. We then got Mordecai versus Scotty 2 Hotty at Judgment Day 2004, and it would be nice to say that this didn't get over. I don't think the audience understood the character, or why they should care about a very mid-card match. There was just no time to let it bed in. We were throwing stuff at the wall. Within 3 months, he had been sent down to OVW, which told the crowd that WWE didn't think he was ready and that they'd made a mistake. Didn't follow up on the Undertaker stuff, of course. It just stopped happening. This is why WWE having a monopoly over the industry is bad. It lets them do things like this. Number 4, Muhammad Hassan. The whole idea with Muhammad Hassan was proof that WWE can't handle sensitive subjects with the nuance that's needed. He walked on to Raw in 2004 and wanted to talk about America post 9/11 and why the world had casted doubt over all Muslims. That wasn't very fair. I tell you, he was right. Now, if we had kept to this lane, sure, who knows? But as ever, before long, Hussein was just anti-America heel, essentially leaning into the worst kind of stereotypes. It should have been nixed there and then, but of course Vince McMahon saw all the press as good press. He went way over the line in July 2005. Because on the same day as the London Tube bombing, SmackDown aired an angle where Muhammad and a group of would-be terrorists attacked The Undertaker with piano wire. Didn't take a genius to figure out what this was, and while the actual segment itself was recorded a few days later, nobody cared about that. It went live on the same day. Everybody was rightfully offended, including SmackDown Network UPN, who told WWE to get rid of this character instantly. Come the Great American Bash pay-per-view, The Undertaker threw Hassan through a stage, and we never saw him again. The whole thing was just awful, as the man behind it, Mark Capani, will tell you. He couldn't even find another wrestling job after this. It was the worst of WWE. It never should have happened. Let's get next. Number 3, Mabel. 1995 was so weird for the WWF because, as we've touched upon elsewhere, Vince McMahon didn't know what to do. Tried Lex Luger, tried Bret Hart, was trying Diesel, when we moved to Mabel. This one was particularly weird because before this, Mabel had been one half of Tag Team Men on a Mission, and while they were fun, they were the definition of the mid-card. It started with a King of the Ring win, which was very unexpected, especially because he outdid The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels. They were also in this thing. Ultimately, Vince wanted a huge guy to work with Kevin Nash, so this was his choice, but that was ignoring where Diesel operated at his best, wrestling smaller dudes. But why listen to that, even though you could literally watch him and Bret Hart strike gold? Mabel was never going to be able to have that kind of match, meaning Nash had to sell too, which wasn't cool. And yep, people then started getting injured. Not only did Mabel hurt Kevin's back, but he shattered The Undertaker's orbital bone. That's 2 people you do not want to wound. Before long, somebody had talked to McMahon, and the push was over. Not like the fans had poured in anyway, and Mabel was fine. He went on to start the NWO. That's a deep cut for you there. Number 2, Dr. Death Steve Williams. Picture the scene. After deciding Steve Williams can be a short-term decent opponent for Steve Austin, WWE decided to book Dr. Death in a real-life shoot tournament. How ridiculous is this? Because we created the Brawl for All where there was no control over the future, as opposed to, just booking Williams to win matches. Feels easier to me, but what do I know? And yes, sure, Steve was a proper tough guy who could handle himself, but a real scrap is a real scrap. Not like he was in there with me. He was fighting dudes who were going to hit back, which is why on the 27th of July 1998 Raw, Williams got knocked out courtesy of eventual winner Bart Gunn. Nothing you could do after that. Steve looked loosey-goosey too because he actually was. Nobody was ever going to accept him in a world title program now. It was so dumb. Even Gunn got ruined for winning the thing, maybe due to this, because pro boxer Butterbean sparked him out. And it really cannot be overstated how stupid this was. It most definitely ruined Williams, and even the guy that was victorious, because he got told off for winning in a tournament where he was told to fight for real. You tell me, man. You tell me. Number 1, Scott Steiner. Scott Steiner was not in the best health when he debuted for the WWE at the 2002 Survivor Series. Let's not pretend this wasn't awesome at the time, because it was, especially as Steiner went Steiner instantly. Shouted, "Give me the f***ing mic," right into the audio receiver, and yes, everybody heard it. From there though, he got into a feud with Triple H, and it just didn't work. I don't know whether they just didn't get on or that Scott's foot injury was holding him back, but they struggled through these, which was heightened because at the same time the SmackDown 6 were running wild, but the differences were obvious. It was frustrating, as if WWE had brought Steiner in for the invasion, the story would have been totally different, but during this extra year his issues had got worse. This wasn't the big booty daddy, or at least not in the ring, and Scott had been great in WCW, and due to that connection, maybe, just maybe, other forces were working against him too. That was always the problem. The feud between these 2 companies was real. Let's just put it this way, because if you ever do want to go back and see Steiner during his peak, well, you should probably ignore this. It's just not a fair reflection and came at the wrong time. I mean, maybe WWE should have taken this into mind and booked him differently. But you know the 3 words that sum this up? They did not. Know of any other pushes that WWE likely regretted instantly, or at least backfired? Let us know in the comments below. Before you like the video, share the video, and subscribe. You can then click the video on the screen to get even more love from WhatCulture Wrestling and me, whatever that means. It sounds totally dodgy. You take care, my friends, and I'll speak to you soon.